You just cleaned up the seafood before the arrival of the nuclear wastewater. But it unexpectedly attracted the pursuit and interception of the Eagle Sauce fleet, and even mobilized 3,000 satellites to monitor your small fishing boat. After Longwood detected the anomaly, without saying a word, they directly sent out an aircraft carrier formation to escort you. It's all because every time you go out to sea, you always manage to salvage some hardcore equipment to hand over to the country, making Longway the global technology hegemon as a result. At this point, under the guidance of the dolphins, you have once again caught a big haul. Only the winch made a dull sound of bang, and the fishing net instantly stretched straight. Seeing this movement, Uncle Chen frowned and muttered softly, "Something's not right. What big guy did we catch in the net?" But the other crew members were excitedly dancing and cheering. "Young master's luck is too good. We haven't come back empty-handed this time." I laughed and scolded on the side. "Stop flattering me. Hurry up and pull up the haul." However, the crew members pulled with all their might using the mechanical winch, but the fishing net remained motionless. Meanwhile, 50 nautical miles away on a research vessel named Ingzheng, a young crew member rushed into the cockpit panting. "Something's wrong. Our target has been caught in a fishing net." Hearing this, Captain Andre immediately looked through the telescope and saw in the distance a group of people on a fishing boat busy pulling in a net, with the boat clearly struggling with something heavy. Andre furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "The southern sea is so vast. Why did these fishermen happen to choose our target to cast their net? There must be ghosts here." The deputy captain beside him changed his expression and asked tentatively, "Are you suggesting that our intelligence has been leaked?" But then he thought again and waved his hand. "No, if it had been leaked, what would have come wouldn't be this kind of small fishing boat, but those massive security ships. I think this is probably just a coincidence." As everyone speculated one after another, Andre rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. I might have been overly suspicious. It is possible that these fishing boats are following our sonar to scavenge, but it is absolutely impossible for them to take away our mission target. They have no idea what is hidden under the seafloor." The deputy captain immediately nodded in agreement. "In my opinion, they won't be able to move this big guy. They will definitely have to cut the net in the end. A 300-ton boat wanting to tow 200 tons of cargo is simply a fool's dream. Let's go up and put some pressure on them later. They will definitely be scared and run away as soon as they throw the net." With that said, the atmosphere in the cab suddenly became much more relaxed. Andre slammed the table. "Makes sense. So stop dawdling. Quickly press on and drive away this small fishing boat." After a while, the huge engine no sounded the alarm while issuing a warning through the radio. "Manu 5718. You have affected our navigation safety. Please leave immediately." Before we could respond, the engine no came straight towards us aggressively. On the fishing boat, the fishermen looked at each other upon hearing the news. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "An eagle actually came with such a big ship. Could it be targeting us?" A crew member nervously said, "What do they want to do? Are they not allowing us to fish?" An old fisherman waved his hand, signaling everyone to stay calm. "Don't guess randomly. These are all survey ships. They have nothing to do with fishing." But someone still scratched their head in confusion. "Then what are they really here for? We didn't do anything shameful." Everyone on the boat was completely puzzled, not understanding why the eagle couldn't pass by our fishing boat. Chen Shu listened to the discussions of the crowd, feeling puzzled. When he was young, he often followed behind the eagle's ships and picked up sonar devices, making a lot of money each time. The eagle couldn't do anything about it, so they would always avoid them when they saw them. But why did they come looking for trouble this time? At that moment, I suddenly thought of a possibility. "Chen Shu, do you think we might have picked up the equipment that the eagle dropped?" I knew from the dolphin signals that there was a big cargo below, but I wasn't sure what exactly it was. Uncle Chen was stunned and waved his hand. "Impossible. Could it be sonar? Sonar can't be this heavy. Could it be that they've caught someone else's submarine in the net? Submarines that can dive deep into the sea for hundreds of meters, with a tonnage that is ridiculously large, are not something our small fishing net can handle." After thinking for a moment, he still had no clue. "The big ship on the other side is approaching aggressively," Uncle Chan reluctantly said. "Since they asked us to make way, let's retreat first." I had a sudden inspiration and came up with a win-win solution. "Uncle Chen, why don't we sail directly to the nearest island? Once we land, we can find out what's in the net and also see what the other side is up to." Uncle Chen, being a smart person, immediately understood my intention. "Shamu, are you trying to test them?" I nodded. "Yes, Uncle Chen. If we give way and they still don't give up, it means there really is something they want in the net." Uncle Chen looked serious. "If we really catch their goods, we have to run away quickly. A 300-ton fishing boat against a 5,000-ton warship. A casual collision would smash it to pieces." After speaking, he decisively ordered, "Turn immediately. Stop fishing. Let's tow this thing back to Nanzhou Island." From a distance, Andre watched as the fishing boat accelerated towards the west and sailed away. He smugly slapped his thigh and said, "Look at these cowardly Dragon Kingdom fishermen. They ran away with their tails between their legs as soon as we scared them." But before he could revel in his triumph, another young sailor rushed in panting. "Captain, it's not good. Our target is moving rapidly westward. It must have been dragged away by that fishing boat." Upon hearing this, Andre jumped up in anger and shouted, "What did you say? Those damn fishermen, do they know what they are doing?" The deputy captain looked worried on the side. "Captain, we have to act quickly. Once the fishing boat returns to the Dragon Kingdom waters, our mission will be a complete failure." Thinking of the consequences of the mission failure, Andre immediately ordered to the helm, "Turn immediately. Catch up with that fishing boat. We must not let them escape." On the other side, after the fishing boat turned around, Uncle Chin in the cockpit was fully focused on observing the engine. No. After noticing something wrong, he immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Xiao Mu!" They turned around and caught up. My heart sank. Then I grinned and said, "Uncle Chen, it seems we've really caught a big fish." They are so anxious, clearly indicating that we've caught a remarkable treasure in our net. Just as I was speaking, a broken dragon language came over the radio. Southfish 5718. "I order you to stop the ship immediately. Stop the ship immediately." As soon as the words fell, the cockpit exploded, and the crew members discussed it one after another, but no one showed a fearful expression. "Ha ha, stop. Wishful thinking. This is the first time I've been chased by a warship. It's so exciting. Dragon country fishermen are usually fearless, let alone when they encounter an opportunity to contribute to the country. They are even more fearless." Chen Shu also patted his chest confidently and shouted, "Everyone, rest assured, as long as we rush to Nanzhou Island, even if the aircraft carrier comes, we won't be afraid. The entire dragon country is backing us up." That's right. Chen Shu's words make sense. I took over and said, "This is Dragon Country's territory. If they dare to act, we will definitely make them regret it." Seizing the momentum that had ignited everyone, I immediately grabbed the radio and said firmly, "We are a Dragon Country fishing boat. Please stop the pursuit immediately. If you still do as you please, we will consider it a provocation and report it directly to our country's maritime authorities." After receiving my warning, Andre's expression changed constantly. They couldn't reveal their mission goals, but they also couldn't really push us too hard. Otherwise it would cause trouble if it reached the Dragon Sea Division. The deputy captain frowned and leaned in, saying, "Captain, since they won't yield to force, let's try a softer approach." Andre squinted for a moment, then nodded and said, "Let's pretend to want to buy the fish on their ship, trick them into stopping, get close, and then rob them. If that doesn't work, we can offer them some bribes, as long as we cut the fishing net and retrieve our items. It's fine." On the fishing boat, the radio sounded again. Southfish 5718. "We mean no harm. We just don't have enough supplies and urgently need a large amount of food. We can purchase your seafood at double the price." Hearing this, the crew looked puzzled. Even Uncle Chen was stunned. He turned to me and asked, "Xiao Mu, what do you think?" I shook my head and said firmly, "Uncle Chen, they are just trying to buy time. We can't fall into their trap. The warship and the fishing boat buying food. There is no such thing in the world." Who knew that a voice came over the radio again? South Fishery number 5718. "Dear fishermen friends, you have caught our things. Please return them to us. We can compensate for your losses." It turned out that the deputy captain, seeing that we had not responded for a long time, realized that the lie must have been exposed, and had no choice but to come clean with us. When the Anjing Heo's attitude softened, laughter immediately filled the ship. "Ha, we really caught their treasure. Young Master Xiao, you're amazing." But after laughing, some people still looked worriedly at Uncle Chen. "Uncle Chen, what should we do if they really come over if we don't return it?" Given the current situation, the fishing boat can only reach a speed of up to 15 knots when towing heavy objects, and sooner or later it will be caught up by the Yanjing vessel. Hearing this, Uncle Chen pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "We need to first figure out what is underneath. Even if you want to negotiate, you must know yourself and your enemy, so you won't be led by the nose." Just as the words fell, a young man immediately stood up and said, "Uncle Chen, I am good at swimming. Let me go down and take a look." The one who stood up was Xiao Lin, who had the best swimming skills on the boat. Uncle Chen waved his hand, signaling him not to be in a hurry. "Don't panic first. Let's try the other side's bottom first." Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and asked in a greedy tone, 015 ship, what did you lose? How much are you planning to compensate us? Seeing that we fell into the trap, Andre was overjoyed and immediately arranged for someone to reply. South Fishery 5718. "The mine you caught in your net was set up by us, and its power is enough to destroy the fishing boat. For your safety, please cut off the fishing net immediately and abandon it. We are willing to compensate you with 100,000 US dollars. Just as the words fell, the cabin instantly exploded, and someone was shocked and jumped up. See mine. Chen Shu, quickly cut the net. My whole family is still counting on me to eat. I can't risk my life. Other crew members were also persuading me and Chen Shu in a clamor. After all, risking our lives for a sea mine is really not worth it. Even if we really salvage it back, it will most likely be destroyed, and we probably won't get any reward. Looking at the panicked crew members, Uncle Chen's heart also began to waver. But I suddenly spoke up. Uncle Chen, I feel something is wrong. Just a mine. Do they really need to chase after it so closely? Still pretending to care about our safety. I think I still need to go down and take a look. I can't let them scare us. Uncle Chen squinted and thought for a moment, feeling that what I said made sense, and then called for someone to prepare the rope. Plop! Lin jumped into the sea. Soon, his shout came from the sea surface. My goodness, it's not a sea mine down there. It's a big black fish. Hearing Lin's shout, the crew members were all shocked. It really is a submarine. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that the location given by the dolphin was actually a submarine, and most likely an unmanned submarine. Only unmanned submarines could be caught in our fishing nets. Unmanned submarine? Someone widened their eyes. Is this thing more valuable than a sonar? No need to ask. Another slapped his thigh and shouted, this is an unmanned submarine. We're going to be rich this time. Everyone nodded in agreement. Previously, a sonar was rewarded with 10,000. The cost of a submarine is not cheap. The country will definitely give a big reward. Maybe we can even bring honor to our ancestors. Ha ha, for the glory of the ancestors, this treasure must stay. No one can take it away. Obviously, no Dragon Kingdom fisherman could resist the temptation of adding a page to the family tree for the glory of the ancestors. Although these fishermen may not have much education, never underestimate the faith of these fishermen. I looked at their firm determination, couldn't help but feel my blood boiling. Uncles, you think I'm too greedy? Although I am young, I can handle the situation clearly. This is a good opportunity to make contributions to the country. I will do my best to hand over the submarine. The crowd cheered in unison when they heard this, and Uncle Chen looked at me with a smile, feeling very pleased in his heart. Andre learned that we had rejected their deal, and he was burning with anger. He immediately roared out the order, push them to the limit. I don't believe they won't be afraid. We must snatch back the unmanned submarine today. At the same time, after rejecting the deal, I immediately called the Maritime Department to report the matter. Although we had decided to resist to the end, facing a 5,000-ton giant ship, the small fishing boat was completely powerless to resist. Seeking support from the Maritime Department was our only choice. Soon, in the meeting room of the Maritime Department, a group of burly uniformed officers sat around the conference table. The senior officer Long Tiangang announced the matter, and several middle-aged officers were furious, their faces turning red. Unbelievable. The Eagle warship dared to chase our dragon country's fishing boat. Do they really think we don't exist? The thought of their own fishing boat being bullied made their anger rise. In the past, the dragon country was not strong enough and could only watch helplessly when bullied. But now, the Maritime Department's power is rapidly expanding. Although not an official navy, it is a real second navy. Fishing boats are bullied is to hit their faces. As everyone's emotions became more and more agitated, Long Tian pressed his hands down and spoke in a deep voice with a frown. Everyone calm down. The enemy warship is currently chasing our fishing boat. It will take our Maritime Department's ship 3 more hours to arrive. Unmanned submarines are cutting-edge technological products, and the other party obviously will not allow their technology to leak. According to the report, the fishermen can only hold on for an hour at most. I'm worried that the other party might act recklessly and directly crash the fishing boat. By then, even if we want to rescue them, we won't be able to make it in time. A middle-aged man with glasses stood up, pushed his glasses, and said firmly, Dragon, why don't we just deploy fighter jets directly? Give a warning first. As long as the plane shows up, they won't dare to act under our noses. Dragon squinted for a moment, and finally decisively ordered the High Sea 35786 and 35,787 ships to deploy helicopters and rush to the scene at full speed. At this moment on the quiet Anjing, Andre looked at the fishing boat close at hand, finally breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand and greeted, prepare the speedboat, conduct boarding inspection, and take action immediately if the fishing boat refuses to cut the fishing net. At this time, everyone on the deck was a little nervous, although they had already prepared themselves for a desperate fight in their hearts. Chen Fan smiled faintly and did not reveal his means. Instead, they're facing the sea. Just close your eyes. They're talking to 100 dolphins down there. Soon, the dolphins seemed to receive instructions. They're turning around fast, heading for Quietus. This scene was also seen by Uncle Wang. Why are these dolphins turning around? Chapter 010, What? Dolphins can still attack warships? Squad leader. It's not good. Suddenly there's a lot of echoes. There seems to be a large number of objects approaching us rapidly. Inside the Quietus sonar room, the sonar crew is staring at the display screen, and the echoes coming from his headphones. Feeling something was wrong, he immediately carried on with his report. However, then he felt some discomfort in his abdomen, and at that moment the pain was excruciatingly painful. The squad leader was startled and immediately came over to check However, the next second, he also felt very uncomfortable, and then also lying on the ground and struggling continuously. The other staff on the sidelines were also startled at first glance, and then but did not dare to go there, but stepped back, while observing and watching what was going on. Only soon, they too were hit, and their abdomens ached. It's safe to say that all the people in the sonar room, all of them, are lying down. Eventually someone forced themselves to endure the discomfort and struggled to make a call for help. Help! Help! Soon, the one who reported the news couldn't hold back any longer and fainted directly from the pain. And the news of this distress was quickly spread, and the whole Quietus knew it at once. 5 minutes later, Captain Robert was listening to the report with a frown on his face. You mean, everyone in the sonar room fainted? They're under an unknown attack. Robert was shocked that just as he was about to catch up with the fishing boat, such a thing suddenly happened. It made him feel puzzled. Captain, the sonar room is currently inaccessible and any entry will be met with an attack. Immediately the pain will be excruciating. We're looking into this, the deputy captain reported with a worried face. This is too strange to be investigated in a short period of time. Only now it seems that as long as we don't enter the sonar room, then we won't encounter an unknown attack and the other personnel will be fine. It has to be investigated. Who the hell attacked us? In the meantime, someone must be assigned to master the sonar room. Without sonar, we are equally blind and deaf. Are you kidding? They specialize in undersea surveys. The sonar room is a top priority. This is the most important department for data collection. And if it's paralyzed, they won't be able to do the rest of their work. Yes, the co-captain nodded heavily. I'm just about to leave. However, the ship suddenly braked and lost power, but it was a shock to the crowd. What's going on? Why have you slowed down? Who gave the order? Robert was surprised. He was about to catch up and now he was slowing down. That's just a waste of time. I didn't give instructions either. The vice captain was quick to disassociate himself. Then the two of them frowned. Neither the captain nor the vice captain has given an order, but the ship has suddenly slowed down, which is obviously an unexpected situation. Report. Powerhouse Mayday. All personnel in the train room also passed out. Before the first wave subsides, a new wave rises. Idiom, a new problem arises before the old is solved. The problem with the sonar room hasn't been solved yet. Now there's a problem in the powerhouse. This made both of them look solemn and serious. Level 2 alert. We are experiencing an unknown attack. Robert made a split-second decision and just pulled the plug. A problem in one of the chambers can still be an accident. But if there's a problem in both chambers, there's a reason for it. They are experiencing an unknown attack and must be on guard at this time. It has to be taken seriously. In a moment, the Quietus suddenly sounded an alarm, and the crew who were resting at that moment immediately put on their clothes and returned to their positions. People looked nervous and confused, wondering what the hell is going on. Why are we suddenly on full alert? You see, it seems the warships are slowing down. Yeah, it's really slowed down, at least half the things. What the hell is going on here? We didn't do anything. The fishermen were dumbfounded. They had just been ready to fight for their lives, because they're coming up on us, but suddenly it slowed down. This is puzzling. Obviously can catch up, can attack them, at this time a slowdown, and have to toss a lot of time. However, Uncle Wang was staring at Chen Fan in shock. He remembered what he had just said and looked at Chen Fan, who was still sitting on the bow of the boat. His heart was shocked. Fan, what have you done? The other side is slowing down. Uncle Wang walked over and inquired in a low voice. Since the sea voyage, Chen Fan all seemed a bit mysterious. Said they'd be able to catch fish wherever there's a school. And now we've got an unmanned submarine. Trying to catch a submarine in the middle of the ocean is as likely, if not more likely, than winning the lottery. All at the behest of this nephew. Now that even the warships were slowing down for no reason, he had to suspect that it was also Chen Fan's doing. Only looking at Chen Fan just closing his eyes but not moving anything, he became even more puzzled. Yet still, he made a serious inquiry. Ha ha, slow down. Wow, it's really slowing down. I don't know about that. I just cursed them. I didn't think it would really work. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Naturally he would not tell the truth, and instead made an excuse. In fact, just now, he was commanding 100 dolphins, but they're launching an ultrasonic attack on the Quietus. He hadn't thought about it originally, but he thought of the Red Alert game, where dolphins attacked warships directly. It's capable of destroying submarines and warships. while knowing that the game is a game and the reality of destroying a warship is unlikely to occur. After all, it's a warship. It's made of military steel. How can a dolphin destroy it? But while warships can't be destroyed, killing and wounding their crews is possible. He knows that dolphins can emit ultrasound. This is harmful to the human body. Once a large high frequency and a large number of ultrasound effect on the human body, it is clear that it is possible to make a person lose combat effectiveness. He just commanded the dolphin to operate like this, but he didn't expect it to really work. At this point there is excitement about developing a new feature. It really wasn't you? Uncle Wang said with a look of disbelief. There must be a secret in Chen Fan's body. It was something he could sense more and more, especially with the dolphins that had been following the fishing boat's movements. At first it seemed like a natural situation, but it's not right that it keeps following and won't go away. Now it's even more confusing to turn around and head for a warship. Uncle Wang, you're all looking at me. Are you still able to fight cows through the air? Straight up slowed that warship down. Chen Fan laughed out loud, and the other fishermen also laughed. This was indeed a bit outrageous. Naturally, it was impossible, and they didn't mind. I just thought there might be a problem within the other side. Well, I hope I'm being paranoid. Uncle Wang said so, but in his heart, he still kept a wary eye out. This thing is indeed a bit strange. The other side of the warship, well, how suddenly directly slowed down, well, there must be a problem. And Chen Fan was horrified in his heart at that moment. There's excitement in his eyes, because he had an even more terrifying idea. 100 dolphins are so powerful. If there were 10,000 dolphins ultrasonically attacking this, doesn't that cripple a warship? It's true that you can incapacitate a warship. I used to play Red Alert, and I thought dolphin attacks on warships were bull ********, but with the first experiment. But it turns out it's possible. If there's enough of them, and the sound waves are strong enough, you can get a soft kill. Not to mention a warship. Even if an aircraft carrier comes in with all its personnel down, it's still a piece of scrap metal. Too bad it's not powerful enough. Only the bilge compartments are currently accessible. It's also a shame that these dolphins are only able to attack the bilge. This also caused damage to the sonar and the powerhouse. There's no way to get above the bilge. Otherwise, Chen Fan could really paralyze a warship, or even directly reverse the process and capture another survey ships. Ha, when it comes to that, it'll be awesome. Chapter 011, Report. We are under unknown attack. Captain, according to our investigation, we found that the cabin crew that received the bilge were all injured to some degree. No problem with the above hatch. This is still going on, and there's no way to access the powerhouse or the sonar room for the time being. A young crewman reported earnestly. They had been carefully investigated. It can be said that a short time into the sonar room, there is not much problem, but a stay of more than a minute, then it will cause personnel vomiting, abdominal pain, unbearable situation. This prevented them from examining the cabin in detail, but the general problem has been identified, and the danger zones have been identified. Did you find out the source of the attack? Robert inquired with a worried look on his face. This one had caused over a dozen injuries to the ship's crew, and 2 of the compartments were outright inaccessible to work anymore, which meant paralyzed. That's a lot of money. We have to find out why. We have to find out who did this. Report, Captain. Due to the short time frame, we were unable to identify the source of the attack. Sweat broke out on the head of the young ship's post. It was all too weird. The injured crew members are still being examined and are recovering, and the pain is decreasing, but still needs to recuperate, and is obviously not able to return to work. Now the attack is silent, so they can't trace the source. Could it be food poisoning? An officer stepped forward and inquired. Since it's silent and makes people hurt and there are no wounds, it's more like you can't see any damage to the equipment. So at this point it's possible that it's poisoned or something like that, which seems to fit the profile very well. No, we found out it wasn't. If it's food poisoning, then it can't be that specific. At this time the military doctor came forward. After a brief examination, they are ruled out poisoning. Are you kidding me? It's really food poisoning. It's not limited to the bilge crew. There's nothing wrong with the people up there, and there were a lot of people who ate with them without problems. That's an easy one to rule out. What the hell is going on? What the hell kind of attack did we get? It must be ascertained. Otherwise people will be scared. Robert's brow furrowed. The source of the attack they couldn't trace. How are they going to pursue the fishing boats next? How else are they going to retrieve the unmanned submarine? How are they going to accomplish their mission? This has to be resolved or they'll have a hard time explaining it to their superiors. Captain, could it be the work of the Dragon Kingdom? They're the only ones who would attack us at this time. The vice captain guessed that this could be the work of some kind of secret weapon of the Dragon Kingdom people. This is the arrival of reinforcements from the other side. This can't be right. The watchtower has not detected any other ships. Yeah, Even a submarine can't attack personnel silently. There's never been such a weapon. The other officers also shook their heads. If it was really done by the Dragon Kingdom people, even if the high-sea ship came, it would not be possible to start a fight without saying a word. After all, this could easily lead to a diplomatic conflict, and both sides would be very cautious. It's basically just a friendly exchange followed by either leaving or higher-level negotiations to resolve such a conflicts. Aha! It's true that the Rokkoku couldn't have attacked us without authorization, so it's safe to assume that this couldn't have come from a Dragon Kingdom Seas Division ship, much less the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Robert nodded his head. They often came to the Southern Sea. It is also considered to have played a lot of dealings with the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the other side of the routine they are familiar with. Indeed, not a word to fight the people. But if that one's ruled out too, it's even weirder. Since it wasn't the Dragon Sea Power, who attacked? Did a fishing boat attack us? Robert muttered to himself, but this was for the others to hear as well. Everyone was surprised and puzzled. Then there was a violent shake of the head. That's not possible either. It's just a regular fishing boat. There are no weapons of any kind. There's still some distance between us. There's absolutely no way they can attack and get us. Just kidding. Although the Quietus is fast catching up, it's still about 5 nautical miles away. They can't even attack each other from that far. A fishing boat attacking them? That's a joke. In their view, the fishing boats are lambs to the slaughter. Where is the power of resistance? They could have wrecked the fishing boat with one charge. Mr. Captain, a tiny fishing boat couldn't have attacked our crew. They're nothing to worry about, but with our reduced power, we'll be delayed a lot longer trying to catch up with them. The Quietus is losing power, but it's still faster than the fishing boat, so it can still catch up if it just continues to catch up. But you can catch up in half an hour. But at the moment, it's more than an hour. Send someone to the powerhouse. Restore power supply. It has to be full speed ahead. Robert gave the order solemnly, and the others immediately stood at attention and obeyed the instructions. Chasing after the fishing boat is still the most important job at the moment. The investigation of the cause can continue, but the unmanned submarine must still be retrieved. Time waits for no one. They can't afford to delay too long. He was worried about the arrival of the Dragon Sea Division ships, and at that time, it would be even harder for them to snatch it back. Yes, soon. A group of daredevils rushed down to the powerhouse, turned all the power all the way up, and then they just left. Only soon they realized that it seemed as if that one unknown attack had suddenly ended, just as someone had stayed long enough for a minute without any problems. The same thing happened in the sonar room. Attacks came for no reason and disappeared for no reason. This made Robert puzzled and relieved at the same time. Then once again, he adjusted his stance and once again, he charged the fishing boat in a furious manner. It's only a half-hour's delay for all this fussing around. At this moment, the fishing boat is getting closer to Nanzhou Island, and everyone can see the hope. Fanny, just 1 hour and we'll be safe. Brothers, that's our island. Once we reach the shore, we can take credit for it. Uncle Wang was so excited that he could see an island with an airport in the distance. Now it's the southernmost city in the Dragon Kingdom, but even though it's already visible, there's still a distance to go before you can actually reach it. Chapter 012 Unknown attacks come as soon as we get close to the fishing boat. No good. The warships are catching up again. Just as the crowd was getting excited, Chen Fan saw the Quietus charging up once again. That speed is back up. That's a lot closer. And people's laughter came to a screeching halt. Put the gas pedal to the metal. We have to get within range of our island. That way they won't dare come after us. The crowd kept urging the man who was driving the fishing boat to put on more gas. Then the black smoke rose once more, only with a huge bundle underneath. The speed did not increase much. The crowd just watched as the other side approached once more. For a while there was also some anxiety. Many people once again shouted out to fight for their lives. Fan, do you have a solution? Uncle Wang stared at Chen Fan seriously. I want to know if Chen Fan really has a solution. However, this time Chen Fan did not nod his head. At this time cannot be directly exposed. He can influence the quiet number. Even if the other guy didn't know what was going on, he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. The thing with the system, that still has to be kept secret. Is there really no way out? Uncle Wang looked at the Quietus with some loss of quietness. Quietly. At this time, Chen Fan was not idle and once again closed his eyes to refresh himself. In fact, it's communicating with the dolphins. Why the attack stopped was because he realized that such an attack was draining the dolphins' life force. If this continues, the lives of dolphins are in danger. So it was only possible to stop. But the crisis reappeared and he could only fight one more time. Even if the dolphin dies, we must protect him. He had the Neptune Mall. So as long as he spent a certain amount of money, then he could procure more dolphins. And it would be possible to form an army of dolphins at that time. An undersea force of its own. Thinking about it made Chen Fan excited. But in the moment he got rid of the chase. If you get credit, you get rewarded. You get more dolphins. Soon after, Chen Fan controlled 100 dolphins to rush towards the quietus once again. Followed by, FK, my stomach hurts. What's going on? Why are you foaming at the mouth? James, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Someone's fainted. Soon, the sonar room and the powerhouse were once again in jeopardy. There's a lot of screaming going on. It's just too hard to have a bunch of injuries already. And now that we've replaced them with substitutes, we're down with injuries once again. For a moment, the quietus was once again in disarray. And once again the power is weak. And once again the speed is slowed down. If the first time is still a coincidence, it can be taken as such. This came up again and immediately drew attention. Soon, Robert called another anxious meeting, listening incredulously to the report. What the hell is going on? Why? As soon as we go after them, the unknown attack just came out of nowhere. Robert was furious, and it was only half an hour into his recovery before he was attacked once more. And it seems to be more serious this time. Not many fainted last time. And this time most of them fainted. And those that didn't were foaming at the mouth. It's a lot of. Robert can't help but be pissed. They haven't even seen their opponent. But they've lost dozens of crew members. And he can't even account for it. Captain, the attack is still going on. We're looking for the source of the attack. The vice captain was helpless at this point. And he was getting annoyed too. He was even more anxious when the attacks broke off at times. And he was responsible for it. Aha! Now I can be sure of one thing. As soon as we get close to the fishing boat, the attack will begin. Didn't you guys notice? If you're a captain, you've got the skills to be one. And you've got them. Robert could focus on this one key piece of information. Now that they were the only two ships at sea, he didn't care much for that one fishing boat. But both attacks appeared after getting close to each other. So one has to suspect that's the reason for this one. It does seem so. Is the attack related to the fishing boats? This can't be right. The vice captain shook his head. He couldn't believe that it was a fishing boat that launched the attack. It's just a normal fishing boat. How could it have an offensive weapon? The other officers did the same. Mr. Captain, based on our observations, this is one of the most common fishing boats. We've also found no other weapons through the heat sensing system. I can state with certainty that there can be no weapons on the other side. Are you kidding? They're a specialized investigation ship. There are no weapons on board, but we have all kinds of scouting equipment. As they got closer, they had long ago poked around the fishing boats and found nothing at all. This one statement directly disproves Robert's suspicions, but it doesn't explain it. Why do you get attacked when you're near a fishing boat? For a while, the many chief officers of the quietus, too, frowned, be unable to untie for a long time, because this one fact is true, even if the fishing boats are unarmed. But the attack came anyway. Captain, perhaps we should return the carrier fleet. They're a combat fleet. Maybe a little more understanding. The vice captain can't decide what to do. If he can't decide, he can report it. After all, they're not a combat ship, and now they're facing an unknown attack. It is indeed necessary to report it, and even more so to ask for help. I agree. It can be confirmed that we have been attacked. We must call for help. I agree. The others nodded their heads. Once it could have been an accident, but now it was serious. They've been attacked. They're unarmed, and at this point they have to defend themselves. Likewise, it's time to call for help. There's a chance they won't be able to retrieve the unmanned submarine alone. In that case, then report it. Robert thought for a moment, thinking that there was nothing he could do to relieve himself of the present trouble. The best thing to do would indeed be to report it, for his own safety, and for the safety of his shipmates. This one decision is a must. And so it was that thousands of miles away, the Eagle carrier ship, I got a message from the quietus asking for help. As commander of the carrier group, Mike, at this time, listening to this report is puzzled. But more than that, I still think Robert's making a big deal out of it. ******ing Robert. Surprised to be scared out of my wits by a fishing boat. They're actually asking for help. What a disgrace to the Eagle fleet. Chapter 013, Crash into it. Destroy the fishing boat. General, Robert is a coward. We all know that. We just didn't realize that he was scared out of his wits by a dragon fishing boat. A warship can't handle a fishing boat. It's a joke of the Eagle Navy that they have to back it up. An adjutant laughed along with Mike. They were valiant and invincible warriors, and they didn't expect an auxiliary ship to make such a joke of it. It's not much to do with them, but it's still part of the Navy. It's embarrassing for them too. Ha! Robert the coward. We've lost our face to him. General, we should let them be brave and settle this matter themselves. Are we going to let our carriers take on a fishing boat? The other officers were shaking their heads. That was going to be an international joke. That's a lot to ask of a fishing boat. The other side can afford to lose face, but they can't afford to lose this one yet. General, Robert says their fighters are wounded by the dozens. Maybe they really did encounter some special circumstances. Granted, most people don't see Robert, but there are always careful people, and the quietus asked them for help, so it's obvious that it's really in trouble. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to risk being laughed at and still come for help. Aha! Unknown attack. Personnel fainted and foamed at the mouth. This appears to be a symptom of poisoning. Could there have been poisoning? Or some disease spread? There was speculation that food poisoning was something they ruled out outright. After all, it was too small to be common sense, but it is possible to spread disease, especially on a ship, where the air is not well circulated, and if one person catches a disease, it can spread quickly and eventually cause a large-scale spread. All too likely. I think that's the one reason. Damn it, Robert can't even think of that. It seems these survey ships are so used to comfort that they've long since run out of defenses. Once again the crowd jeered at the quietus, and Mike, who's sitting in the top seat, finally speaks up. Reply to the quietus. We can't back up. The unmanned submarine must never fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, or be court-martialed. Mike gave a serious order. The adjutant immediately recorded this one decision, and, after receiving another confirmation, immediately sent a telegram to the. Soon the quietus received this one instruction. Robert's face was in a terrible state. He reported the matter very solemnly, not realizing that the other side didn't care at all. And even more so, they didn't solve their problems. Instead, they're urging him to retrieve the unmanned submarine. Captain, we have no backup. What do we do? The attack could happen again at any time. We don't have any more shipmates to hold down the fort. The vice captain is getting a little worried. The mission still needs to be accomplished. But if we keep going, we're likely to be attacked again. There'll be more casualties. And if they paralyze half the personnel, they'll all be responsible. And they won't be able to explain it. Evacuate the sonar room as well as the power room. Full speed ahead. Crash into the fishing boat. For the sake of his future, and to fulfill his mission, Robert also gambled on the, isn't it only the bilge crew that's under attack? Then why don't we just evacuate and leave the sonar alone? It's a direct hit. It's the highest pressure possible. Captain, will this cause a diplomatic conflict? The vice captain was flabbergasted. This was a direct hit, obviously intent on destroying the fishing vessel. He had this one thought in mind, except that actually attacking the fishermen would be too huge of a situation. It's going to cause a series of incidents, and once it gets out of hand, there's a chance they'll be pushed out to take the fall for it. No, we were only acting in self-defense. We're under attack. We've had casualties. It's true. These attacks are coming from fishing boats. Robert's eyes were firm. At this point it didn't matter who the attack was, since the fishing boat was here. It was the other side that attacked, even if it gets out of hand. With all this evidence, he'll be able to prove self-defense. In order to protect the ship's safety and to minimize casualties, he took the best possible measures. This, I agree, the sub-captain eventually nodded, which was a very good excuse indeed. An excuse to let them off the hook. It can be said that they have also been pushed to the brink of extinction. Not attacking the fishing boats and failing to complete the mission, they will be punished as well. At this point, in order to accomplish their mission, they have to make a move. Soon the quietus was ready to evacuate the bilges up, and the powerhouse made adjustments to maintain full speed ahead. In a moment, the quietus rushed up to the fishing boat for the third time. It was also getting closer and closer, and the quietus was getting bigger and bigger. Fan, get back here. The warships are coming again. They're crashing into us. Uncle Wang felt something was wrong when he took a look at the posture and immediately called out to Chen Fan. Because Chen Fan was sitting at the stern of the ship at this time, and the quietus was rushing over and had already set off huge waves, which were constantly surging towards the stern of the ship. If you don't pay attention, you could really get washed down. Doesn't work? Chen Fan was commanding the dolphins to launch their last attack, but this time it had no effect. This left him somewhat helpless. It seemed that the destructive power generated by the 100 dolphins was indeed effective. At first, they can cause trouble for the other side, but with preparation, it's less and less effective. Gotta get more dolphins. This is what Chen Fan most urgently wanted. Now there are only 100 dolphins. Help to go to the school of fish is okay, but it's still too much of a challenge to attack a warship. Run! Make the turn! They're crashing through. They're trying to run us over. Uncle Wang called out once more, and this quietus was close at hand. We almost hit a fishing boat. For a while, the whole team was shocked, and many of them got wet on their backs. Just now, for the first time, they were so close to death. My God, these eagles are trying to run us over. They're really crazy. Brothers, don't be afraid. The time to honor your ancestors has come. Fear not. They'll run us over if they can. The state will avenge us. Future generations will surely remember us. Fear not. It's heroic to die. It's a good death. In the face of life and death, the fisherman's eyes are red. Who is not afraid of death? But as long as it's a good death, and you can do something for your country, and you can get some benefits for your children, even if I die, it's worth it today. Rumble, rumble. Just then, a roar came from the distance. For a while, both sides stared stupidly at the sky. Chapter 014. At the moment of crisis, reinforcements arrive. That's right, that's our plane. That's an airplane from the Seas Division Court. Just as the crowd was about to give up their lives for good, the plane appeared. That huge icon, that huge dragon text. At a glance you can tell it's the Dragon Kingdom's airplane. For a while, the fishermen kept cheering and jumping up and down. Obviously the appearance of the helicopters of the high sea means that the high sea ship is not far away. Ship 015, please stop attacking our fishing boats. Please stop the pursuit immediately, or we will take the necessary measures. Above the helicopter, a young soldier in a blue vest is using a loudspeaker to issue a solemn warning. For a moment, the speed of the quietus immediately said slowed down. Without the ruthlessness of a moment ago. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The people from the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division have arrived. Robert's teeth were clenched so tightly that they were that close to crashing the fishing boat. With just one more charge, they could have crashed the opposition. It'll be no use when the seaside ships arrive. It's too much of a bummer that at this time of the year, the Haiji ship shows up. He's in full view of the world. He didn't dare to keep banging on it. Captain, just one more try and we'll make it. The vice captain was a little upset. They were so close. They're just planes arriving. Can't help us. If we just try one more time, we can grab back the unmanned submarine. The sub-captain is tempted to try again. But after Robert thought about it, still shaking my head. Forget it. The consequences are too severe. We can't afford it. I don't want to start a war. Robert's heart was in his mouth, but he knew he couldn't be impulsive anymore, and he could do it without anyone else knowing. But Haiji's plane is here. If they do it again, Haiji's wrath will come, and they may not be able to leave. If this causes a war, it's a serious matter. Failure to do so will result in punishment or demotion, but if it leads to war, he'll be court-martialed. That's a consequence he can't afford. Hey, it seems like that's all that can be done. The vice-captain was also sweating when he heard that he almost became a sinner just now in order to fulfill his mission. At this point, they also kept nodding their heads, agreeing with this one opinion. Soon, the quietus turned around, for if she continued, she would be entering the waters of Nanzhou Island. We'll be in a lot of trouble then. Pity, our unmanned submarine. I can't believe these damn fishermen took it away from me. Thinking of this, Robert slammed the table, relieving his anger. It was really a great insult that their prey, which had actually been snatched from under their noses. In the future, they'll be the object of ridicule in the Navy, but there's nothing to be done about it. And at this point there's nothing to do but leave unwillingly. Go away. The warships are gone. They've finally stopped chasing us. We're safe. We're saved. It's great that Haji finally came to our rescue. Ha ha, we finally scared off the Eagle warships. That was awesome. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Long live the Sea Division. The crowd all cheered, but the scene was loud and cheering. This is the excitement of the aftermath of a robbery. Almost. This fishing boat of people directly hung up. It's not too much to ask to go crazy at this point. South Fishing Boat 5718. Please don't you worry. Our seafarer is not far away, so please be patient. We'll come get you. The men in the helicopter calmed the fishermen, but they were very much awake just now, and the warrior who shouted was in a sweat. He was also frightened. Luckily, they arrived in time to avoid a disaster. Yes, thank you, Hayes, Uncle Wong responded. Then the helicopter started watching the quietus. At this point they can't afford to be careless. The fishing boat isn't completely out of the woods. There has to be a safe distance for them to be able to feel at ease. Half an hour later, a huge ship finally came into view. That huge hull. It's no smaller than the quietus. Even bigger. That's our HMS ship coming in. It's so big. It's not smaller than the other side's warships at all. That's not. I'm afraid you don't know. It's over 5,000 tons of displacement. And that's just the medium-sized ones. We also have 10,000 tons of Sea Division ships. Too bad they didn't come this time. Right? 2 ships at once. Looks like we're real safe. Even the Eagles won't dare to make a move on us again. That's not true. The same size of tonnage. Then it's not them bumping into us, but us bumping into them. 2 ships in a row. Absolutely able to let them drink a pot of water. The Dragon Kingdom is strong. I didn't realize we already had the strength to arm wrestle with the Eagles. Many of the older fishermen were in tears watching this scene. It's not just excitement anymore. It's excitement to the point of shedding tears of excitement. South Fishing Vessel 5718. We are the Dragon Sea Division ships. I've been ordered to rescue you. You're safe. From a distance, the Seasider had radio contact with the fishing boats. Hearing this one familiar voice, the crowd once again burst into old tears. Even Chen Fan was a bit touched. After all, too much has happened on this trip to the sea. It's a relief to finally be safe at this time. Soon, the high sea ship finally came near the fishing boat. Some of the fighters also came in assault boats. Who is Wang Ping? A young warrior inquired. Soon Uncle Wang stepped forward. I'm Wang Ping. I am. Yes, Uncle Wang's real name is exactly called Wang Ping. Usually people are also called Uncle Wang used to. Really do not know what the real name is. Hello, you're the captain, aren't you? We're here to save you. I don't know about the suspected unmanned submarine you reported. Is it still there? The young man inquired. Saving lives was one mission, and unmanned submarines were another, and it's even more important. There are a lot of heavyweights who are waiting for news. Still, right down there, Uncle Wang said seriously, and the young warrior heard an affirmative reply. He's on the walkie-talkie, reporting the situation. Great, we will help you salvage the water. Please cooperate. Soon, one of the seafarers was turning its bow, but with its lifting equipment, it was ready to haul the nets out of the water. With the help of a 5,000-ton sea division ship, under the great pull, the net was soon pulled up slowly. A submarine-like ship is visible, only it hadn't really surfaced yet, and the crowd was only able to get over their heads to see I want to see the Eagle's unmanned submarine. What does it look like? Even the captains of the high sea ships were looking sideways at this time, expecting a miracle. Chapter 015, Sudden Interrogation. Almost exposed. What an unmanned submarine. At this time in the 35786 high sea ship, Captain Zhang Jin, he's looking through his binoculars at something huge underwater. As a long time with the sea, although he has not really encountered unmanned submarines, but after meeting some photos and such, it's all common sense that they have to understand. At this time he was greatly shaken inside. Originally the higher leadership sent out to come, said the fisherman fished unmanned submarine, he was still skeptical. After all, due to their limited standard, fishermen often make jokes out of it. After all, when you say you've caught some whales or something, you think you've caught a submarine. When you catch a big fish or something, you think you've caught a submersible. Who makes all the underwater vehicles simulate fish? It's easy to miscalculate. In his opinion, this unmanned submarine could be a whale. It's an unmanned submarine. Even if there is no one to command it, it can be commanded remotely. It's not something that can be caught in a fishing net. I've never seen it before. Captain, it really looks like it, only much smaller than a normal submarine. The sub-captain chimed in, having likewise taken a good look at he hasn't seen any unmanned submarines, but he's definitely seen ordinary submarines. This thing looks like a regular submarine, but it's a miniature version. Credit where credit is due. These fishermen really took credit. If it's really an unmanned submarine, they can all take credit for it. Zhang Jin is also excited at this time, because the submarine had surfaced, both in appearance and in size. This is definitely not a toy or a whale. It's a submarine. An unmanned submarine. At this moment, he was also happy for these fishermen, and even more happy that the Dragon Kingdom was able to get the Eagle's unmanned submarine. The fishermen have been catching a lot of good stuff these days, but it's improved their skills. Now that we've fished for even more gold unmanned submarines, this is definitely a heavyweight breakthrough. Go! Let's invite these fishermen up. Zhang Jin had a big smile on his face. He had to receive these meritorious fishermen. In the future, these people will be heroes when they go back. You must be Captain Wang Ping. Welcome to the Sea Division ship. Likewise here, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you for your dedication. You can do the Dragon Kingdom a favor. Although it is a little early to say this sentence, but Zhang Jin happy think go back to the 8 or 9 is not far from it, and merit surely. Otherwise there's no way to show how much these fishermen have paid for this unmanned submarine. But you're risking your life to fight with the other ship. It could have been made into a movie, written as a hero story and spread all over the world. Hello leader, I'm Wang Ping. It's not really my doing. Rather, it's a credit to all. Of course, the one who plays a key role here is still our ship owner, Chen Fan. Uncle Wang was a bit nervous watching such a big leader appearing. After all, he's just an experienced old fisherman. How can you not be nervous when you meet a high G ship? But nervous as he was, he hadn't forgotten his business. Chen Fan's credit must be proclaimed. He treats Chen Fan as his son-in-law. He had already half entered the Yellow Earth. This credit naturally should be given to Chen Fan, even if all the credit is given to the other party. Furthermore, without Chen Fan, where would they have cast their nets above the unmanned submarine? And where would they have been able to fish for it? The boat belongs to Chen Fan's family, and the net is also the designated place. They just contributed some effort. They don't dare to take credit for it. Ha ha, no need to be too formal. You're all heroes. Just call me Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin laughed, but at this moment, he was seriously sizing up Chen Fan. He had really overlooked this one young man just now. Thought it was just a small-time fisherman who just came on board to practice. I didn't realize that all these fishing boats belonged to his family. And when he heard Wang Ping introduce that it was Chen Fan's designated place to launch the net, and then they were even more curious about the unmanned submarine after it was salvaged. I didn't expect a young man to have such ability. Although I don't know how the other party did it. If that's the case, it's obvious that the one who played a key role and made a great achievement is really the young man in front of me. You're Chen Fan. I'm Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan replied with a smile, watching the unmanned submarine out of the water, but also in the heart of a great determination. Only the problem today is how to explain the unmanned submarine thing. It can't be said that he has the system. The dolphin is able to search for various kinds of fish and learn various information about the seabed. You followed the dolphin's instructions to find the unmanned submarine, didn't you? I want to know. How did you know there was an unmanned submarine down there? What the hell is your special power? Zhang Jin suddenly became serious and inquired solemnly, as if he was about to fight at the drop of a hat. That's going to make the scene tense. Ha ha, while being so serious, Chen Fan was suddenly laughing. This caused the crowd to be flabbergasted, and Wang Ping was also a bit worried about Chen Fan. Likewise, there was some curiosity to know what secrets Chen Fan had in mind. They've gained a lot from this trip to the sea, all thanks to Chen Fan's guidance. I don't have any special powers. To really talk about abilities, it might be that I became friends with some dolphins in the middle of the ocean. They are the ones who instructed me to get off the net. Maybe that's what they give back. Chen Fan continued to laugh as he thought of a very good excuse for the dolphin. The dolphin guided all of this. He just became friends with the dolphin. Finally, the other side is guiding them to come and fish. It's not that important whether the other side believes it or not, and the other side can't investigate it at all. Moreover, dolphins have always been very friendly to human beings, so it seems possible for them to make this kind of thankful gesture. Nice. I can testify. We did just follow the dolphins. You see, those dolphins are still frolicking there. Uncle Wang also came forward to testify at this time, and even pointed out the dolphins swimming in the neighborhood. Nice. I can also testify. Yes, these dolphins have been following us. We were just following the dolphins' instructions to get off the net. Ha ha, this is dolphins returning the favor. The young master hasn't fed them much food. They're naturally grateful. All the fishermen nodded their heads in favor of this one statement. Their eyes can be bright. This thing Chen Fan also did not hide, is to tell these people to follow the dolphin forward. He even fed the dolphins the fish he caught many times. Look at all the fishermen testifying for Chen Fan. This surprised Zhang Jin, who originally only interrogated Chen Fan according to the usual practice to understand some of the other party's situation. I didn't realize the truth was like this. For a moment, Zhang Jin was dumbfounded, and the deputy captain was also dumbfounded. With so many witnesses, it was obviously impossible to fake it. So it is. I didn't realize that people and dolphins could get along like this. Chen Fan, you're getting a great deal. Zhang Jin's face eased up and he regained his smile. Just now, he was just making a gesture to scare them. How can he be black-faced to these heroes? Now that he found out that Chen Fan didn't have any problems, he naturally became even more enthusiastic, though he wasn't quite convinced that dolphins could actually guide humans in fishing. But the unmanned submarine wasn't a fake. They actually fished it out, and it's really being chased by warships. It's almost life-threatening. Chapter 016, this thing is at least 20 years ahead of us. 3 days later, in a shipyard somewhere, an unmanned submarine is lying there quietly. But at the moment, there are a lot of technicians inside and outside, inspecting the submarine. And this submarine is very similar to the one Chen Fan salvaged. Suddenly the gate opened and several guards poured in. Then a man of the generals walked in. That's Elder Dragon. Yeah, that's Long Lao from the Heisi Yamen. It also looks like it was impossible to resist taking a look at the unmanned submarine recently developed by Eagle. The technicians working in the room discussed in low voices, but just watched the action for a moment and then went on with their work. An old man looked at it and said faintly, Long Tian, there you are. Calling a general by his first name, and calling him by his first name so plainly, would scare people to death. But Long Tian didn't have any displeasure, and the others also felt it was quite normal, because they all knew that this old man was a peerless warrior of state. But the Dragon Country's science and technology titan, Long Tian, is just a rough man, treating the science and technology molecules, naturally, is also very respectful. Elder Ling, I'm coming. How about this unmanned submarine? How does it compare to ours? Long Tian asked the old man earnestly like a student. Now the folly of salvaging unmanned submarines is almost ashore. This unmanned submarine is the first to be shipped back. In the end, how to reward the fisherman. One of the things that depends on the value of the unmanned submarine. The higher the value, naturally the more generous the reward is. Advanced. Ahead of us by at least 20 years, Elder Ling said with certainty. The crowd was shocked at these words. This is the first time the old man has made such a statement. Nor did anyone object. For this one old man's identity was not simple either. Not only a peerless nationalist, but also the vice president of the Dragon Science Academy. That is a high-powered, but will not be easy to take a position. Access to the top of the dragon country's technology is also more. You could say you're the authority in this field. At least 20 years. That's a lot of generations. Long Tian was also flabbergasted. He didn't expect this thing to be so advanced. They themselves also developed unmanned submarines. He thought that his own was not bad. Who would have thought that it could actually be like this? You don't know. This unmanned submarine is powered by electricity. It's more of a stealth design. A number of special materials were also used. It's safe to say that this unmanned submarine, even if it's right under the noses of our warships, we can't even spot him. It's absolutely silent and absolutely invisible. Ling Lao's eyes were filled with shock. He was one of the references of the unmanned submarines in the Dragon Kingdom. Originally he thought that they had almost kept up with the advanced level. Who would have thought that he had really seen the other side of the unmanned submarine? I realized I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. Perhaps you don't know, but this submarine can even mimic the water pattern characteristics of several large fish. Fully integrated into the school of fish, it completely fools existing means of detection. Once we don't know it exists, even he can blend inside our carrier formation. All of our military secrets could be compromised. Yes, the unmanned submarine is small, and it's true that it can't carry much in the way of weapons, but who says it's only good for war? It can be turned into a scouting tool. When there is no means to detect the other side, directly follow the other side's warships together. That's just horrible. It's so advanced. Long Tian's forehead was also covered in sweat. He didn't expect this tiny submarine to have such power. Kaiji may not be in the Navy, but he knows the possibilities of this thing. It's possible to blend in with the enemy, so that even the enemy can't detect it. There's only one way to find this thing. That's visualization. Otherwise it's a non-starter against all kinds of detection equipment. Lucky, we actually got an unmanned submarine. And there's a lot of data in there, too. It's all underwater data collected over long voyages. This is so important. A smile appeared on Elder Ling's face. If they hadn't gotten such an unmanned submarine, it is possible that they may also fall into some misconception that there are no advanced unmanned submarines in the world at all. I didn't even know about the other side's skill level, but now I not only know that there is such a sharp weapon, it's even a finished product, which could be a breakthrough for their development. Dragon Sky. These fishermen must be rewarded. They took credit for it. They're all heroes. They're all a credit to the Dragon Kingdom. We can't afford to treat them badly. They could solve one of our great pitfalls and maintain the safety of the underwater world. Elder Ling has also heard about the origin of this unmanned submarine, and knowing that the fishermen are fighting to the death, it's not luck anymore. It's more of an effort. That's a hero. That's a credit. The importance of this unmanned submarine cannot be overstated. Yes, now that I know the importance, naturally, we won't treat these fishermen badly. Long Tian nodded, already knowing how to apply for rewards from above. It's worth applying for as much as you can. But Elder Ling, one thing is rather strange. Wanted to ask you. Long Tian was trying to speak at this time, not knowing how to open his mouth. Instead, the old man scolded the other man and told him to say what he had to say. That's right. This one was able to salvage an unmanned submarine. Not by accident. Long Tian had known about Chen Fan from Zhang Zhen's mouth. This is something he doesn't know how to handle. Realize that if you get it by accidental salvage, it's more conscious to salvage unmanned submarines. That's two different things. They're not the same thing. The former is just that one time, and there may not be a chance to salvage it again in the future. The latter, however, has the potential to continue the myth, to continue the miracle. Maybe even go ahead and salvage more eagle stuff to make up for their tech levels. Although he also thought his idea was a bit outrageous. But what if it really worked? You mean, a young man who can get the boot from a dolphin? Accurately salvaged unmanned submarine. Elder Ling's brows furrowed. This was really beyond his imagination. It's not his field of study either. That's for oceanographers. He's feeling a little out of touch, too. Why did the dolphins guide them? And why were they able to accurately capture the unmanned submarine? Yes, it does sound unbelievable. But all the fishermen present can confirm that they were under the command of a young man named Chen Fan. Arrive at a predetermined location and cast your net. The first couple times were accurate catches of tons of valuable fish. The last one was an unmanned submarine. We have verified that the fishing boats do have a large amount of valuable fish, and what is said is true. It's not just witnesses, it's physical evidence. The various tuna and precious seafood above are evidence that their trip to the sea was indeed a great harvest, and the harvest was too much, and all the fish they got were precious fish, and there were basically no cheap fish. It's worth a lot of money. If it was faked, it would have been shipped straight back from the shore. Why would they fake it? It's not necessary. Moreover, judging from the freshness of the fish, you can tell that it's not faked, but really caught from the sea. All of this made Long Tian very puzzled as well. Chapter 017, Reward. Give me a hard reward. This is indeed incredible. Perhaps this one young man really does have some secrets on him, but judging from the other side's performance, at least it's favorable to the Dragon Kingdom. We have to reward hard. Maybe the future is still capable of bringing us even bigger surprises. 2. Elder Ling was interested in Chen Fan, a dolphin who could be guided by the. It's a great harvest. It sounds outrageous, but the evidence is all there, and the unmanned submarine has been recovered. It's enough to prove that it's possible. Yes, I know. Long Tian nodded. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the unexpected. What if Chen Fan really can still replicate miracles? That's why the rewards must be met, and you can't demotivate the other side. As long as they contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, they can be greatly rewarded. Soon the matter was in the papers. Only exactly what kind of awards and honors are to be given, but it's caused a lot of controversy. Some people said they could apply for the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, this was a great contribution to the technological progress of the Dragon Kingdom, especially since Elder Ling had expressed his support at the meeting. More than that, it speaks to the importance of unmanned submarines, although they are not in the same weight class as heavy weapons such as aircraft carriers, but it's not that advanced. It's a technological masterpiece. Straight away, they've improved their technology by 20 years, but there are those who are opposed to it, and the reason is, Chen Fan is just a college student, and it's not possible to prove its inevitability. It's just chance. Awarding the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom is too big, and the other party's contribution doesn't reach this one point yet. To put it bluntly, it's because the salvage of an unmanned submarine is going a little too well. It just seemed like chance, and chance is luck. Although it took quite a bit of effort to fight off the warships in the background, but it's always due to luck. The contribution is there, but to say it's a hero of the Dragon Kingdom is just too much. There are many people who have contributed more than Chen Fan. In the end, the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom could only be called off, but it was in exchange for a second-tier title, Heroes of the Sea. Though not so domineering enough compared to the Heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, they are recognized as heroes now. At once, the official media of the Dragon Kingdom began to publicize the event. For such a hero, it is natural that more people should see and learn from it. Chen Fan, based on your contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, after researching the decision, you will be honored with the title of Hero of the Sea. I hope that you will keep your promise and continue to do so. At the same time, we will award $10 million in cash. Inside the conference hall of one of the Hay Division's bases, Chen Fan and the rest of the group were standing solemnly at attention, accepting the reward. Thank you for cultivating Long Gong. I will continue to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Fan this time is really smiling. Honor is not important. The key is the cash reward is really very generous. Directly reached 10 million. This is something he could not have imagined. Originally thought that the money was only symbolic. To be able to give $1 million would be the top of the sky. Who'd have thought it would be $10 million? In fact, there was Long Tian's fight behind this. He wanted to give great material rewards to increase Chen Fan's motivation. Utilizing his special abilities, he once again contributes to the Dragon Kingdom. And the real cost of the unmanned submarine would have been $10 million or more. And now with a reward of 10 million dragon coins, they've still made a profit. At least the other values behind the unmanned submarine are even higher and immeasurable. So the 10 million reward can just get criticized. Chen Fan, if one is able, I hope more of these items are fished up. The future title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom will definitely belong to you. Long Tian personally awarded Chen Fan with a very high honor. Even more so, they encouraged each other once again to contribute more. Regardless of this, who minded that there were more unmanned submarines? If they dare to fish, they dare to award. Yes, I will. Chen Fan reveals a bright smile. This can also get the honor, but also be able to get the reward of the thing which cannot do it. That's more money than he's ever made fishing. Since we have the system, how can we not use it? Long Tian nodded with satisfaction and then began to reward the other fishermen. After a study, it was decided, Wang Ping, Zhang San and others will be honored as guardians of the sea. At the same time each person will be rewarded 500,000 dragon coins. The fishermen were overjoyed at this statement. They were really making a lot of money. As fishermen, they only make 100,000 or so a year. This 500,000 reward is what they've been earning for years. In some smaller cities, it's possible to just pay for a house in full. What's the point of protecting an unmanned submarine? The reward? Naturally. That's $500,000 in real money. And everyone's face is happy. Leader. This defender of the seas title. Can you give your child extra points on the college entrance exam? Some people just laughed and inquired directly. That's what they were more concerned about. Money is important, but a child's future is more important. They also think that their children can get extra points on the college entrance exam, so it will be easier for them to get into college. It's all about getting the title of hero, and it's good for the kid's future. This shouldn't work according to the rules, but it is an advantage for getting a job. It was also the first time that Long Tian encountered such an inquiry, and he quickly replied. This Sea Guard is more of an honorary title, not linked to the college entrance exams, and naturally, the extra points won't work, but it's a plus that the father is a hero, and it's still favorable for the kid to take the editorial exams and stuff. So, that's not bad. Fishermen are simple, although some disappointment, but there is always good. Find work favorable is also very good. After all, they are still alive. Being alive is the greatest reward of all. Thanks to the South Fishing Vessel 5718, because of you, the gap between our unmanned submarine technology and that of foreign countries is narrowing dramatically. You have made a great contribution to the advancement of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Likewise, I hope you will continue to do so. Protect the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and act as a second navy. The fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom have always had a tradition of heroic performance, and can be said to have fought with the warships of various countries as well. There's quite a bit of glorious history, and this time, it's added to the list. Once again, the second navy's reputation was made even louder. They can afford all the glory. Yes, we will definitely guard the coastline. Acting as a second navy, the fishermen are also excited. This is from the official mouth to get the second navy. This is saying, before it is all just the name of the internet. Now it's different. They've been recognized for what they are. Even Chen Fan's blood boiled. Who doesn't want to honor our ancestors and defend our country? Nowadays it's possible to do all this by relying on your own system. Chapter 018, The Quiet Captain Who Was Mocked by the Group. Chen Fan, I can't believe you're a hero. Other people in turn to get a job. You in turn to be a hero. Right after finishing receiving the award, Chen Fan received a phone call. The caller was no other than his own counselor. As a student of the South Vocational College, it's impossible for the school not to be notified of such a great honor. This is the title of Hero of the Sea. Although it is not as good as the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom, for a student to be able to get this one honorary title, that's already burned a lot of incense. Already don't know how many people over. Even the South Vocational College is also a face-off. Now the whole network is publicizing Chen Fan. South Vocational College is also constantly being mentioned, but also to have official media to come to interviews. Such a great honor was brought by Chen Fan. Ha, don't you tease me, guide. I'm just following in my father's footsteps. I didn't expect to be so lucky as to go out to sea and pick up treasure. Chen Fan slightly smiled. The heart is also thinking about the counselor at this time to call us what to do. Now only is March. From graduation there is still a period of time. As for thesis, this kind of thing, they are just a specialist. This thing casually tossed to be able to pass. It is just a formality. Ha, you're a great hero of the South Vocational College. I've been informed by the school director. The school will hold a special presentation on your exploits, to get you ready for a trip back to school. Yes, now Chen Fan is the treasurer of South Vocational College. The school has a big hero. All kinds of opportunities to get the word out again. Unfortunately, yes, Chen Fan will graduate soon. Otherwise it has been in the school will. There are a large number of publicity materials can be written every year. While Chen Fan was still at school, it was natural to seize the moment as well. Such a deed is many times better than producing a good student. Want me to go back and join in? Chen Fan was puzzled, and then realized that he had been caught in the act. This is going to be put to good use by the school. Aha! The school will also reward you one. You hurry back. You won't get any less benefits. The counselor directly is to urge up. Usually with him with the students is the same talk. Now is also a bit anxious. This is back to get benefits. This is a good thing. Okay, I'll be back. Chen Fan nodded. It was a little cute not to take advantage of a favor. Right after Hess rewarded 10 million, the system mall also increased 10 million points, which means that these points can be used to exchange for a variety of underwater creatures. Chen Fan also figured out that it meant that as long as you got a reward, that increased the same amount of points. 10 million points, that's good for 1,000 dolphins. At present, With only 100 dolphins, it's still not enough to deal with the warships, but with 1,000 of them, Chen Fan can spread all these 1,000 dolphins throughout the southern sea. It's got them looking for all kinds of valuable stuff. Fishing, he's not feeling up to it. If you're going to fish for eagles, fish for eagles. Not only do you get awards and honors, but you also get points. This is a way to make money. How can Chen Fan let it go? Imagine in the future, the entire southern sea is under his control. Other countries' warships will be able to know everything as soon as they arrive. He's the true god of the sea. On the ocean, he's the king. 100,000 points for a whale. 1,000,000 points for squid. Looking at these huge underwater creatures, Chen Fan already had a huge idea in his mind. The quietus. Right. I let you get away this time, and the next time I see you again, I'll definitely let you have no return. Chen Fan was almost reimbursed at sea. This revenge must be avenged. Now with a large amount of points that could be exchanged for more creatures, he was even more confident. After a few days of sailing, the quietus has entered the carrier formation. At this point Robert arrived at the carrier's conference room. He'll be interrogated. Who let him fail in his mission? Someone has to take this responsibility. Robert, do you realize you lost our most advanced unmanned submarine? You gave up this advanced technology to the dragons. The meeting just started, and immediately someone took a shot at Robert. The people present are all captains of combat ships. Naturally they look down on the captains of survey ships, where there is still face to talk about it this time. They went straight into accusation and ridicule mode. You're funding the enemy. All our secrets will be known to the Dragon Kingdom. You must be court-martialed. A fishing boat you can't deal with is so disappointing. Robert, you can go back to being a big-headed soldier for letting a fishing boat get away with what you did. Damn it, you've made us a joke. You've disgraced the honor of the Eagle Navy. The crowd kept accusing Robert. The latter, however, was only able to endure so much. He was indeed speechless, and in spite of his excuses, the unmanned submarine had indeed been snatched from his hands. Ahem. Mike, who was sitting in the upper seat, coughed. The crowd immediately stopped arguing and listened quietly to the fleet commander's statement. Robert, I need an explanation. What made you lose to a fishing boat? Mike's so powerful that when speaks, no one else dares to argue. At this point, they're all listening attentively. He was not a very overbearing person, and naturally he had to give the other party a chance to explain himself before making a punishment. General, we are indeed under attack by the unknown. Based on our full investigation, we are suspected to be under a powerful ultrasonic attack, resulting in varying degrees of injury to our crew. Roberts had this formation reviewed over the past few days. Finally, a lot of evidence has been found to find the real culprit of the attack. Ultrasonic attack. Mike frowned. This one statement was much more reliable than what had been said before. It takes a lot of power to injure someone with an ultrasonic attack. No way. Robert, you don't make excuses. There's only one fishing boat across from you. Could it be that the fishing boat is utilizing the ultrasonic waves to attack you? Stop your sophistry and take responsibility if you're a man. Everyone else just thinks it's an excuse, because they don't have any ultrasonic weapons. Ultrasonic attack on the quietus, and a fishing boat attacked it. How is that possible? I do take responsibility for mission failure. I'm just reminding everyone. It is possible that in the future you will be attacked in this way. The source of the attack was found, but exactly how the attack came, they were still unknown to them. Trying to use it to get out of his responsibilities is impossible. He's just doing his last duty to remind these people of that. Since you accept the punishment, I'll report back truthfully. Mike didn't dwell on it anymore. There wasn't much evidence of an unknown attack. Obviously it's not real. He's just skeptical. It was ultimately reported as such, and Robert will pay for his mistake. Chapter 019, Returning with Honor, but targeted by the little ones. What the hell is this school doing making us come to the playground? Yeah, straight up canceling classes and making us come here to listen to lectures too. No. What the hell kind of speech is this that's worth all the fuss the school's making? At this time in the South Vocational College, a group of freshmen and sophomores who have not yet graduated are being placed in the playground. At this time the playground was full of people. Nearly 10,000 students were sitting quietly below, waiting for the upcoming report of deeds. At this time, some informed people, but has begun to discuss in low voices. I'm afraid you guys don't know. Chen Fan, who majored in international business, seems to be famous, and is said to have gotten a hero title, and this time it's being held for him. What? This deed report, not some celebrity, is actually a student from our school. How is this possible? The crowd was also shocked. In their opinion, such a big battle must be some big shot. Who would have thought that it was actually a student and a student at their school? What exactly is this Chen Fan's background? How come he deserves to be fated by the school like this? I've asked around. It's rumored that his family are fishermen with a broken fishing boat. Not exactly a rich man's. Fisherman? That's not a poor boy. What's there to praise? It's meaningless. It is said that the people who went out to sea, but they found a treasure and handed it over to the country, which is what got the title of hero of the sea. Che, it's no fun. To put it bluntly, it's just a fisherman. Southern City is one of the 4 major cities, although the South Vocational College is only a specialist. But in the big city, many are some of the rich sons over to study, who let them study poorly and have money, and their parents didn't want to keep them out of college, so they just sent them here. It can be said that the rich second generation of the South Vocational College or more, they do not care what heroes, as long as it is not a rich man, that they cannot see. International business. Our school beauty UEE is in the same major, so it's in the same class as Chen Fan. Indeed. It's a pity that this schoolgirl is about to graduate. It's no fun. Old 6, you've been chasing UEE for a year now, and you haven't seen any progress. You useless thing. Brother, it's not that I don't work hard, but UEE's family strength isn't bad. She can't look at us. Several rich second generation at this time to discuss the school flower. After all, good color is a man cannot think of. These rich second generation of money naturally is to play with the woman. Unfortunately, the South Vocational College's school flower is folded, a lot of them. No matter who to chase, all lost, but let them lose face. However, UEE is also a child of a rich family. For them these playboys also cannot see, although their hearts are not willing, but there is no way. Look, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil 1 inch, if it isn't our schoolgirl. Yeah, except, how with a guy? This kid is looking for death. If we can't get it, he won't be able to get UEE. The rich kids were furious, and directly greeted the people and walked over there. The other students took one look at these rich kids and immediately made way for them. Chen Fan, I didn't realize you'd become a hero. Congratulations. It was Chen Fan who came alongside UEE. Coincidentally, he had just walked to school when he directly encountered UEE. The two of them were classmates, and although they usually had little contact, they did talk to each other. This time, after the school beauty saw Chen Fan, she even took the initiative to open her mouth. Face naturally has to be given, so Chen Fan followed the other party out of the playground together. Ha ha, luck. Go out to sea and pick up a title. Chen Fan smiled faintly, looking down on the sudden enthusiasm of this one schoolgirl. The other party's background is not simple. He'd better not provoke the other party for the time being. Although he had gotten a reward of $10 million, this money Chen Fan was thinking of replacing it with a new fishing boat. If you buy it, you'll have no money left. It's more than just luck. I knew this one was dangerous. UEE smiled slightly, revealing her white teeth. She naturally had channels to learn a little more, but knew the dangers of their journey. It was precisely because she knew quite a bit about it that she took some interest in this usually obscure classmate. Fluke. Chen Fan was non-committal and stopped talking. Kid, you've got a lot of nerve. Who let you walk with UEE? Oh, a beating. Don't you? At this time, a rich second generation directly stood over, stopped in front of Chen Fan, and said viciously. In fact, the rich kid echoed it loudly. Kid, UEE is sixth brother's man. How dare you touch it? Get as far away from me as you can. At this time, UEE's face is not good, for these rich second generation in front of her, but there is no good feeling at all. She's not just a little girl who can't take it. Her family is her backbone. Sun Fei, get out of my way. UEE's domineering spirit was revealed, and some of the rich second generation were really intimidated. They naturally knew the strength of the Yu family. The strength is not good, but being scared like this is a step backward. They don't want to cause trouble for their family. The Yu family is very powerful. Yue, don't you think your old man's a big shot? I'm telling you, real estate isn't working right now. Sooner or later your family will collapse. Although Sun Fei wanted to pursue the other party, now that he was being scolded like this to his face, he was naturally unwilling to show weakness. Face is more important than a woman's, so how can you give in at this time? He can't get you anyway, so he might as well fight for some face. Boy, the schoolgirls are so protective of you. Looks like it's really taken a liking to you. Except you just hide behind it and be a shrinking violet? This is probably the white boy raised by the schoolgirl. Not to mention, it's really fine skin and tender flesh. I didn't think that you school flower would actually like this kind of goods. I didn't expect it. The others who weren't afraid of UEE continued to mock at this time. They don't want to mess with UEE, but they can find Chen Fan's trouble. For a while, Chen Fan has become the target of the second generation of rich people. Get thee out of here. Get out of my way like a dog. Chen Fan coldly smiled. He did not idle these years in college. His studies were not considered excellent, but the physical quality is up. Usually he is low-key, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have strength. For this kind of rich kid who is already physically exhausted, 3 or 5 of them are not scared at all. It's his home turf today. How can he be weaker? Boy, you seek death. Hit me. This kid wants to die. These rich kids speak from strength. They can give you some face. But now that there's a kid who doesn't know his way around, how can they stand it? They're ready to charge up. You guys are crazy. Don't you guys know who he is? He's Chen Fan. He's a hero at sea, but the pride of SJC. Seeing that she hadn't subdued these people, Yue was suddenly annoyed and insisted on telling Chen Fan's identity. Only if they didn't say so. The rich kids froze for a while and their smiles grew even wider. Chapter 020, a clueless rich kid, unaware of his mistake until death. Ha ha. Who did I think it was? It was the son of a fisherman. Ha ha. Not just a small fisherman. Not just a poor boy. How dare you go against me? Who cares if he's a bull ***** hero? He has to be beaten. Fight. So what if you're a hero? Just fight. With that, the rich kids charged straight up. They were indeed pissed off today. Especially the one called Sun Fei. But he was ignored and insulted by a poor boy. Today, this breath must be vented. Even if the heavenly kings and geniuses come. Chen Fan watched these drunken bags rush up and was also preparing for a big show of force. I'm graduating soon, so there's nothing to be afraid of. And with the system, he doesn't need to worry about the future. What with the graduation certificate and all? You're not crazy. You're a teenager. Stop. Just as the clash was about to start, a group of people approached to find that the leader of the principal of the South Vocational College both sides immediately stopped their hands. Even the rich kids, this time also have to yield 3 times. This is the principal in front of the principal fight. That is really fed up with it. Boy, you're lucky today. You wait. The rich kids watched the principal come and immediately put away their playboy looks and became honest. They are not afraid of the principal, but the family is afraid. If they are really expelled, their old man will definitely kill him, but also shut their confinement. I wouldn't dare offend the principal. Sun Fei, you again, trying to make trouble again. Principal Liang Yuan had a headache when he saw Sun Fei. He was a bully in the school and was usually punished. One look and you'll know it's bullying your classmates. He didn't have the time to care about this before, but the main character today, Chen Fan, was there. This is to find trouble with Chen Fan. What a mess. Now Chen Fan was the school's treasure, able to bring many benefits to the school. How could he be bullied? Chen Fan, you're okay. Yue student, you're here too. Liang Yuan smiled and greeted Chen Fan, and the two of them, at this time, was looking Chen Fan up and down. It's the first time I've seen a student who has earned such an honor for the school. It looks better and better when you look at it. Headmaster, I'm not okay, Chen Fan said calmly. If not listening carefully, thought it was saying it was fine. In fact, Chen Fan would not let the other party off easily. Now that we're in trouble, let's just get revenge right away. What are you waiting for? Today is the best chance. Something. What? What did he do to you? Liang Yuan frowned and looked at Sun Fei with unkind eyes, thinking what else had he done. Even more so, he took a fresh look at Chen Fan, wanting to know where it was hurt or not. Headmaster, we didn't do it. Not a hair on his head. Everyone can testify for us. We're not taking the fall for this. Sun Fei looked at Liang Yuan's eyes and was also a bit flustered, and then directly engaged in a rebuttal. In the past, they are all slander other people. Now someone is slander him. That naturally cannot endure this aggrieved. He didn't do it. It's not his fault. Yue, is that so? Liang Yuan directly inquired about Yue. The other party's identity he also knew, and the study was also very good. He believed what the other party said. Headmaster, indeed no hands, but they deliberately made it difficult for us. Yue wouldn't lie, but she didn't want to let Sun Fei and the others go. But before he could say anything, Sun Fei jumped to his feet. Principal, you heard me. We didn't do it. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Feeling fine, Sun Fei was not willing to stay for long, and was about to leave, but he gave Chen Fan a vicious look, with a look that he wanted you to look good next time. And how could Chen Fan let him leave? Headmaster, he did not do it, but their behavior is 100 times worse than doing it. Chen Fan mentioned to Sun Fei, as well as the rich second generation behind him, and said solemnly. Liang Yuan, who had wanted to make a big deal out of it, also got serious once he heard that Chen Fan had something else to do. What in heaven's name have you done? Liang Yuan viciously reprimanded Sun Fei and the others, which caused Sun Fei to be directly confused. They don't really seem to have done anything yet, rushing to speak of their innocence. I can't tell you what a pain in the ass that is. Headmaster, they insulted the heroes. said my title of Hero of the Sea. What a title. You see? Chen Fan stared coldly at Sun Fei and even more seriously at Lian Yuan. In the old days, students argued and yelled at each other. There's really no way to convict him, just a verbal warning. However, this time, Chen Fan had come with the title of hero, but the hero of the sea. If he is insulted, it's a big deal. Heroes can't just be insulted. It's against the law. Who told you to mess with me? I'll just scold you a few times. So what? You're making a big deal out of this. A private report. Don't think you can make rumors like this just because you become a celebrity. Headmaster, he's slandering me. I didn't do anything. This is trying to throw sewage on me. Sun Fei seemed to have found his footing, thinking that this was Chen Fan making a big deal out of it, and was preparing a counterattack. However, Lian Yuan directly interrupted the other party. Shut up, don't you realize what a mistake you've made? You're insulting the hero. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Sun Fei didn't know the seriousness of the matter, but Lian Yuan knew the seriousness of the matter. Nowadays, Chen Fan is not just a simple student, but also has an honorable title. The usual mannerisms require special attention, but there's a protective layer when people call him names. Insulting a hero is not a small offense. You can be arrested for serious crimes. Headmaster, I just scolded him. What does it matter? Just fooling around. Yeah, Fei didn't go too far. It's a big deal. He cursed us too. Why should we be the only ones to apologize? In fact, the second generation of rich people also cannot figure out how to apologize on this. That is, both sides of the fight. Chen Fan also scolded them. If we're going to deal with it, we should apologize to each other. That's not good enough for them. Looking at this uninterested and unrepentant rich kid, Lian Yuan was a bit tired. Headmaster, report it to the police. Since mistakes are made, there is always a price to pay. Chen Fan is not the kind of person who will forgive others, especially if he takes the initiative to mess with them. That must be a firm blow, and the blow must be hard. So hard that everyone will be afraid of him. Hey, if you say so, then report it to the police. Today's protagonist is Chen Fan, and he's going to be on stage for the next presentation. Regardless of this, Chen Fan's request had to be met, and this one was also legal and reasonable, so naturally it could not be refused. Soon after, Sun Fei and the others were arrested without realizing that they had made a mistake. Before they left, they were also full of shock. They were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect that just scolding Chen Fan for a few sentences. The consequences of this were actually so serious. Chapter 021, shocking the whole audience. Who dares to say that being a fisherman has no merit? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sun Fei was actually arrested. What's going on? That's a rich kid. How did he get caught? What's going on? I heard that he was arrested after cursing Chen Fan a few times. No way. What's the origin of this Chen Fan? It's actually that bullish. You don't know. The principal was there, and reported it to the police for arrest straight away. No mercy at all. And it's rumored that there's a possibility of jail time. My goodness. Cursing Chen Fan for a few sentences and going to jail. This is too powerful. This little tidbit then continued to spread, and the nearly 10,000 people who were sitting in the playground were all talking at that moment. Sun Fei's reputation in the South Vocational College is still quite loud, although it is not the top of the second generation of rich people, but also a gang of. This time they were arrested just for cursing. It was an eye-opener for them, and some of them had a new idea, whether they could deal with those who cursed him in the future as well. Soon, however, more and more news came to light that left these people without ideas. You guys are afraid you don't know it. The one who came to give a speech today is Chen Fan. It can be said that Sun Fei is blind. Directly scolded today's protagonist, the principal, which can let him off. No, it's true that the principal defends Chen Fan, but the more important reason is still Chen Fan's identity is not ordinary. I'm afraid you guys haven't read the news. Chen Fan is a hero of the sea. That's a person of status. That can't be scolded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The truth is actually like this. In that case, it really doesn't seem to be comparable. Ha ha, cattle. Finally know what can be done to deal with these rich second generation. Good is to become a hero. That scold you a sentence is wrong. I'm going to be a hero too. And I'm going to make sure those rich kids don't dare to fool around in front of me. The students of the South Vocational College have been suffering from Sun Fei's rich second generation for a long time. And their families are no match for Sun Fei. It's the parents' generation. And there's nothing they can really do to change it. Now that they were in the middle of their studies, they had no way to earn money, making them powerless to fight Sun Fei at all. But Chen Fan's appearance had provided them with another path. That is, to become a hero, to become a person of status. If Sun Fei is so powerful, he'll have to be a little bit lower, or at least he won't dare to mess with them anymore. Once you scold, it's a serious problem. Class, now let's welcome the outstanding students of SJSU. Chen Fan, who won the title of Hero of the Sea, give us a state-of-the-art presentation. Just as many students were thinking, someone in the middle of the stage started to make an opening statement. Soon we got to the point and invited the main character of the day to the stage. At this moment, Chen Fan, with a slight smile, was wearing a proper suit, which could be described as a graceful manner. The schoolgirls below took a look and immediately shrieked with fascination. Many girls think that those who can be heroes are usually not very handsome, but Chen Fan just came out and immediately transformed into a little fangirl. He kept shouting, "Senior Chen Fan, I love you. Senior Chen Fan, I like you." It could be said to be like an idol meeting in disguise, giving Chen Fan the warmest of cheers. This can make a lot of boys is also a burst of helplessness, but after reading the news, but also have to admire people this a title, that is also desperately to change they can only be envious. Class, I'm Fan Chen, a junior majoring in international business. It was a great honor to be invited to speak at homecoming today. The fact that I was able to get an honorable mention is nothing to talk about. We're not going to say anything polite. We're just doing our part for the Dragon Kingdom, jointly guarding the sea defenses. Chen Fan was speaking earnestly and eloquently, and he had really prepared some. After all, he has a title of honor. That cannot be a hasty, cannot be their own shema. It's a good thing he doesn't want to talk much in big words, and the people below him don't want to hear them, and they say the straight stuff, but picking up some of the interesting, but insensitive, aspects of your experience and saying them. For a moment, there was thunderous applause. This hero of the sea is really something, although I do not know exactly what was fished, but it must be very important, otherwise it is impossible to reward so much. Yeah, not just the title, but also the 10 million reward. It's an overnight fortune. Asterisk. Who said when the fishermen have no future? This fishing directly is 10 million. I want to go to do it. This is a real honor for the fishermen. If we can keep fishing for eagles things, can't we get rich all the time? It's best to just empty the eagle's arsenal. That would be a huge credit. Just think about it. It's already great luck to be able to salvage one. It won't be easy to continue in the future. In fact, we also know that it is not easy, but the dream is not let everyone do it. Who do not want to like Chen Fan, ruthlessly rule a Sun Fei generation? More than anything, they want to be rewarded. It's a matter of fame and fortune. And Chen Fan was making his final closing speech at this time. Class, as long as the heart is patriotic, in any position, you can shine. Take me for instance. I have set a goal to throw whatever the eagle throws into the sea in the future. Let's fish for what we can, to make them all afraid to come to our territory. No guns, no cannons, the eagles build them for us. As the last speech ended, the school leaders were nodding their heads. It was a sublimation of the theme, but it was able to make the students put up good values. That's a very meaningful speech. Even Lian Yuan was secretly nodding his head, expressing his approval for Chen Fan being so articulate, and the students below went even more crazy. Some of the boldest boys even stood up and shouted, "Senior Chen Fan, we want to be heroes too. I wonder if I could sail with you. Senior Chen Fan, I want to go too. I want to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom as well. Brother Chen Fan, take me out to sea with you." With this reminder, there were more and more people who wanted to stand out and be a hero, and they all stepped forward in the hope that they could go out to sea with Chen Fan. Looking at the scene with such excitement, Chen Fan was also a bit surprised. The principal's in a bit of a panic. 2. Class, you have classes to attend. You don't need to follow me out to sea to be a hero. You need to help people more often. Helping a grandmother across the street a little more can likewise move the Dragon Kingdom and become an ordinary hero. Chen Fan waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Joking, which can take them out to sea. Take these students out to sea, and not be able to work, is to go to the tourist. If you do get something, you might even get credit for it. Where's the good in that? He won't take any money. Chen Fan then walked straight off the stage, no longer caring about the excited crowd below. Below, however, a very good-looking girl who could well be given a 9.5 out of 10, had her eyes twitching, looking earnestly at Chen Fan's background. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Chapter 022, Principal, am I qualified to specialize? Chen Fan, you were great today, but it's a good lead for the underclassmen. At this time in the principal's office, Lian Yuan invited Chen Fan over for tea. That little encounter a while ago was just a chance meeting, not really a meeting. For the student who brought a lot of benefits to the Southern Vocational College, he was obliged to meet him, and it's going to be rewarded. The principal is too kind. Chen Fan nodded his head and quietly waited for the other party to say the main topic, to see what else he was looking for himself. Chen Fan, You have brought great honor to the school. We've decided to reward you with $100,000. Don't be too short on this money. You're a student. We can't afford to award too many material rewards, but the spiritual rewards, just say the word and I will fulfill them. Liang Yuan said somewhat helplessly. This 100,000 was indeed a bit low. After all, they all knew that Chen Fan had gotten a reward of $10 million. Except that without the prerequisite of a $10 million award, $100,000 would actually be a hefty reward for the student. It's not so little. Headmaster, can I specialize? Enough to qualify for a helicopter to Capital University? Chen Fan seriously asked. In fact, the South Vocational College of Education is indeed too low. The community that is not to see, or have a bachelor's degree to be able to get it right. Capital University is the best university in the Dragon Kingdom. If you can go to it, it's a real honor for your ancestors. It's a far cry from the South Vocational College, and Chen Fan is naturally thinking of going to a good college. However, Chen Fan's whimsical words had caused Liang Yuan to look embarrassed, but after slowing down for quite a long time, it was only then that he slowed down and said with a helpless look on his face, Chen Fan, your grades aren't bad enough to qualify for a college degree. Can qualify for a college degree, but if you want to enter the Capital University, it's up to you to work hard and pass the admission line. Liang Yuan explained in great detail what the requirements for a college degree were. What are some of the things you need to do to prepare for admission to KYU today? And Chen Fan's heart was cold when he heard that he had to take the exam. He could have gone out to sea to fish for treasures. How could he have time to prepare for the exam? And he got this one system, but there is no ability to increase the speed of learning. Let him go to the examination. The ordinary university can, but 985 university that is estimated to be a little difficult. Chen Fan, you don't have to be discouraged. With your ability, you won't have much problem getting into a normal undergraduate college. Your honorable title is also a plus. Colleges do give you priority. Liang Yuan comforted Chen Fan, not wanting to dampen the confidence of this good seedling. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was brightened up when he heard about the extra points. Headmaster, you said if I could get the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom, can you get busted by Capital University? Chen Fan suddenly asked such a question without a clue, but it made Liang Yuan confused too. He hadn't thought about that one either, but after just a few seconds of thinking about it, he just nodded his head vigorously. Yes, it's a national title of honor. As long as you apply to Capital University, the other side will definitely break the rules. If they don't break the rules, I'll go and speak for you too. Are you kidding? This is a huge honor. This is the highest honor an ordinary person can receive. Just like the first-class merit in the army. It's a huge contribution to get such an honor. He didn't believe that the Capital University wouldn't be interested. Once there was such a figure inside the school, the publicity every year wouldn't need to worry about it. I'll do whatever you want. So, then I know. Chen Fan's heart was greatly determined. As long as there was a way, that would be fine. You can get an honorary title for fishing an unmanned submarine up here. If we get something even more awesome back, this national honorary title is also coming. For others, it's a lifetime away, but it's still a lot of opportunity for him. Chen Fan, Capital University is too far away. Why don't you try Southern University? It's just in South City, or I could tell you to talk about it. Liang Yuan looked at Chen Fan's serious thoughts about the Capital University and didn't want to hit each other. But that's too far away. The hero of the Dragon Kingdom can't just say he's a hero. It's better to be in the moment. Southern's a good college. Mainly in the Southern City, he is able to make strength, able to help Chen Fan to say some words. Headmaster, thank you for your kindness. Capital University. I have to go there. Chen Fan had already made up his mind, and that was to go to the Capital University. If he wants to go, he should go to the best college. Anyway, he's not short of money now. Nowadays, they're just looking for fame. Their family is looked down upon as fishermen. He's going to get great honors, and then he'll look back at those relatives and see what kind of faces they'll have. Thinking of this, Chen Fan intended to leave this place. He had an important thing he needed to do. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, then I'll be on my way. Liang Yuan saw that he could not persuade Chen Fan and could only give up. Thinking that there was nothing else to explain, he nodded his head. Okay, then I'll go. With that, Chen Fan turned to leave, while Liang Yuan suddenly remembered something. Right, Sun Fei insults you. This is something I will pursue. I'll make sure to give you a satisfactory result. At the end of the day, Liang Yuan turned back to Chen Fan and mentioned that this matter is on his mind, and will do it properly. Okay, principal. After saying that, he turned around and left, and soon his back was out of sight, leaving Liang Yuan alone in his office. He sighed a great deal. Hero of the Dragon Kingdom. This is more than a billion inside to take a few dozen people. It can't be that easy. But with this lofty ambition, a good student indeed, said Liang Yuan. Remembered what? Finally decided to make a phone call over. He still want to lay a back road for Chen Fan. When don't be able to get into the capital university. Ordinary undergraduate no chance. On the other side, Chen Fan, who left the principal's office, run straight to some well-known Q&A platform. A question was raised. Brothers, if I get the honorary title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom, please ask if I can get the family to redo the genealogy for me. This one question was just sent out and immediately caused great discussion. People were laughing and interested when they saw this one question. Soon, a large number of quality answers continued to pour out, dazzling Chen Fan with them. Chapter 023, just repairing the family tree? I'll even start a new one. Brother, you can really get such an honor. Directly remove the ability to be able to. That's for sure can. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really such an honor, that the middle gate of the shrine must be opened wide to welcome you home. That's not it. To get into the capital university to go to the ancestral hall are only able to open the side door. Only this kind of honor can open the middle door. Brother, I'm serious. If you really become a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention repairing the genealogy, even starting another genealogy won't be a problem. Ha. If that's the case, all the people in your city who share your last name will become your family's collateral. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a lot of your 9 clans will be proud of you. All have to thank you for your contribution to the family. The netizens really weren't wrong. Leaving aside whether or not they could become heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the benefits of receiving the honor alone, that's definitely something. Women gained direct access to the patriarchal shrine. The genealogy has to be redone. And even more so, the center door is wide open. This is all history, not just nonsense. A netizen is citing ancient examples to explain the importance of this honor in detail. In ancient times, it was no less than a knighthood. As for men getting it, that's even more beneficial. It's entirely possible to start another genealogy all over again. All relatives will become collateral. Only yourself. This is the family's legacy. As for the city within the same surname to become a collateral said a little too much. But a county, if there are no other celebrities appear, there is still a real possibility that some of the old man directly climb relatives. Directly climb over the. It can't be helped. Who made this honor too great? But it's the greatest honor for ordinary people. This is a problem. But also let a lot of netizens have grown a lot of knowledge. Did not think that genealogy actually can really repair, and can even recreate a genealogy. This is not just to honor the ancestors, but their own family into the future generation to look up to remember the object. Who can future generations to their own perfume? No one can resist this temptation, including Chen Fan. This hero of the Dragon Kingdom is actually so powerful. All the more reason to find a way to get it. A mere title of Hero of the Sea is capable of sending rich kids to jail. He used to think that $10 million was the biggest reward, but he didn't realize that the title was the real core reward. His parents were disliked by his relatives, and in that case, in his generation, that's been reversed. If they have a bad attitude, let's just kick them out of the family tree. Chen Fan's mind was thinking of a few relatives who were not on friendly terms with their family. It's rich, and it's still the next best thing to having the other guy sucking up to you. The other side is also not convinced. If we can fix the genealogy and kick the other side out, no one will be panicked. Anyone would have knelt and compromised. Chen Fan, who knew the answer, also cheered up. At this point, it's trying to figure out how to get a bigger title of honor. Chen Fan, can I buy you dinner? I have a favor to ask you. Just as Chen Fan was about to walk out of the school gate, a red sports car drove over. One of the beauties up there stopped the other. Chen Fan took a good look and really recognized him. Yui, you're kidding. What else can I do to help you? Chen Fan smiled, surveying the red Ferrari from time to time. In his mind, he was also wondering if he was going to buy a car, now that he was rich and able to make money. It's not too much to ask for a car, is it? Chen Fan, I really want to talk to you about something. Give it a shot. Yui looked at Chen Fan seriously, but requested. Chen Fan nodded his head in agreement when he saw that a beautiful woman invited him and was so serious about it. The two then went to a cafe and sat down. Chen Fan, I want to sail with you. Yui's words can make Chen Fan surprised, is drinking the coffee but almost sprayed out. It was hard to swallow. What did you say? To sail with me. Just you. No kidding. Are you kidding? His uncles and uncles are all men. What's the point of having a woman here? Let's not talk about whether or not Yui can handle the pain. It's very inconvenient for a bunch of men like them. Taking you to sea is a drag. Forget it. Chen Fan rejected it straight away, without even thinking about it. This is a joke. And Yui seemed to have foreseen that Chen Fan would refuse. and did not panic in her heart, because she has her own leverage. Chen Fan, are you going to continue to go out fishing? The girl inquired earnestly of the boy, who nodded his head. Sailing is for sure, and he still wants to get into the capital university. There's still the genealogy to be fixed, so that the relatives who don't see them in the right light can get a good smack in the face and make the other side beg for him to let them back into the family tree. You don't want to be a loose cannon with no family. I'm sure you'll take that money and buy a new fishing boat now that you have it. Yue once again pursued the question, and Chen Fan frowned, but did not deny it, or nodded his head. Not bad. The family's fishing boat is too small and too broken. I'd like to buy a fishing boat with more tonnage and more equipment. As the saying goes, sharpening a knife is not the best way to cut wood. Having been bullied by a large tonnage warship this time around, Chen Fan had plans for a larger. That way the next time you get an unmanned submarine or something, you can just salvage it. Not so much as to slow down the pace. As long as you take me out to sea, I can provide fishing boats, and a large trawler of nearly 10,000 tons. Yue looked at Chen Fan with a slight look on her face and said very seriously, her bargaining chip was the fishing boat, and her family actually took over a fishing boat. To put it bluntly, it's kind of from asset liquidation. A big boss bought their house, ended up going bankrupt, owed her family a lot of money, and eventually the fishing boat came into her family's hands. Chen Fan needs a fishing boat at this time. It's a good opportunity. What? You have a fishing boat? Or nearly 10,000 tons? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He knew that these types of fishing boats, that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. His $10 million was a lot, but he really wanted to buy a ship at best, nearly 1,000 tons, and it's still an average configuration. If you want a good configuration, then I guess it's just about 500 or 600 tons. Nowadays, they're nearly 10,000 tons of fishing boats. There really are fishing boats like this. The next time you encounter a warship you won't be afraid at all either. Thinking about this, Chen Fan was really moved by it. The larger the fishing boat security is, also the higher can salvage things is also the larger. Even if the following is a few thousand tons of submarines, is also able to have the power to salvage How about it, Chen Fan? As long as you agree to take me out to sea, I can make the call, rent this fishing boat to you for free. Of course the daily maintenance costs will be on you. Yue is also to send a passing favor, this fishing boat to her home, but also put aside not to be used. In the end, it was probably just going to be sold, so now it would be better to rent it to Chen Fan and use it, and maybe it could really work wonders again. Their family will be able to get a lot of benefits. Chapter 024, 10,000 tons of fishing boats in place. Starting to go treasure hunting. Chen Fan was really moved. This was a large fishing boat of nearly 10,000 tons, and it's free for him to use. With a big fishing boat, that's a big deal. He won't be afraid to meet the quietus again. Full of tons of security. It's a sure thing that you can get just by taking each other out to sea. Naturally, he doesn't have the time to take ordinary students out to sea, but he's offered a fishing boat. So what's the point of hesitating when you're so sincere? As for the inconvenience, it's obvious that with a fishing boat that big, you definitely have to hire more people to come, and the conditions on the big fishing boats are a lot better too. It's not appropriate to say it's inconvenient anymore. It's the point where a small fishing boat becomes a huge ship and a pauper becomes a landlord. It seems, I can't really find a reason to turn you down. Chen Fan smiled slightly, although he didn't know why Yue had to go out to sea and why she had to give him such a big favor. But at least it's not harmful to him, and what's the harm in accepting something that's not harmful? It's a cutie if you don't take advantage of a bargain. There's a big difference between a fishing boat of a few hundred tons and one of nearly 10,000 tons. With $10 million in hand, we can use it to hire fishermen on board. You can conquer the deeper oceans. There might be even more goodies there. Good. Let me show you the fishing boats. To put you a little more at ease, Yue directly invited Chen Fan to get into the car and prepared to drive him to the harbor. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and got into the car directly. Soon, the red Ferrari disappeared directly into the campus, and this scene was just seen by a group of uneducated rich kids. Isn't that Yue's car? How come I saw a man getting into her car? Your eyesight is failing you. It's not just the man who got on the bus. I saw who got on the bus. Who? Chen Fan, the one who took Lao Lu in today. Asterisk. So it's him. Looks like he's still really chasing Yue. This is not provoking us. Boss, you have to do right by old Six. He just cursed the other side a few times and got caught in, and now he's still flirting with the woman old Six has his eye on. A dog's leg was adding fuel to the fire. This could cause a tall, handsome-looking man to frown. He's the biggest dude in the South Vocational College. The rich kids are all dominated by him. At this time, he heard that Lao Lu was arrested. Which can he feel his face was severely humiliated. They're rich kids. Touching one of theirs is a slap in his face. Penis. Go and investigate Chen Fan properly for me. I want to know his details, especially his family background. The man in Chinese clothes is obviously smarter than Sun Fei, but he won't just rush up and do it. Sun Fei just doesn't know anything, but he suffered a big loss. One is a hero of the sea. The other is the daughter of a real estate tycoon in Southern City. He had to find out just how deep the friendship went. Only after understanding how to determine how to do it. Face he naturally want to find back. A little fisherman. Even if it gets an honorable mention, that's a poor boy. 2. They are a bunch of rich kids. Which one is not worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Chen Fan's $10 million is nothing in their eyes. It's just the money for a sports car. That's all they get in pocket money for a year. $10 million is their pocket money. But it's all Chen Fan's savings. And they can also have countless 10 million. The other side want to get rewarded again is basically very difficult. Or maybe it is impossible. So under the circumstances people, where he will still be afraid of it. Okay boss. This guy is killing Lao Lu. We have to get revenge. A yellow hair said viciously. For Chen Fan is full of hate. Because of each other, their group of rich kids were ridiculed. Even quite a few of the people they had bullied could be hardened now. Upsetting him even more. This is your family's fishing boat. At the harbor, Chen Fan finally saw the so-called fishing boats. This fishing boat is indeed a world of difference compared to Chen Fan's several hundred tons. It made him marvel as well, and he liked it just by looking at it. This is indeed more massive than the other side's warships, full of security. Right, the family took over, but there's no one inside. Uee nodded her head, and then her cell phone rang. Uncle Cho, you're here, aren't you? I am the fishing boat below. Okay, I'll wait. Soon a commercial car pulled up next to the crowd. A middle-aged man came down from above. After seeing Uee, she immediately walked over quickly. Miss, I brought what you asked for, said the middle-aged man directly handed over a pile of documents, with a respectful look on his face. His afterglow at this time was also constantly surveying the man beside him. There was some surprise in her eyes, for this lady did not usually get along with men. Now the two of them seemed to have come in the same car, or their own lady's car. This made him extremely curious about Chen Fan's identity. Uncle Cho, this is Chen Fan. It's my classmate. It's the recently widely reported hero of the sea. Uee had asked Uncle Zhao to help investigate this matter, and when he said that, the middle-aged man also understood it at once. At this moment, once again, he carefully surveyed Chen Fan, but knowing that this one man would show up here, it's even more important to come see the fishing boat. It all makes sense. Uncle Cho, I'm going to prepare to follow Chen Fan out to sea. Don't you tell my dad about this. Uncle Zhao is the housekeeper of her family, but he is also a responsible uncle. Uee usually relies on each other's help in her daily affairs. At this point there was no hiding, and he told the story. Okay. You have to be safe. Uncle Zhao has watched Uee grow up, but as half a daughter to look at. Now follow a boy with the sea. Although I know that the other side is a hero of the sea, the population should not be bad, but I'm still a little worried. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Uee jumped up happily. Then he handed the document to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, here's the drawn-up lease. You can rent it for 3 years for free. He explained why he could only sign for 3 years. Not for fear of losing out, but because he thought that the fishing boats might be disposed of after 3 years. When the time comes to force Chen Fan to be dismissed, it's not going to be good. Okay, no problem. Not to mention 3 years, even 1 year is a pie in the sky. So naturally, you have to sign it. There's no telling how much money this could save or how much money he could make. Chen Fan, right. Let me tell you about this fishing boat. The normal displacement of this fishing boat is about 8,000 tons or so, but full load displacement can reach nearly 10,000 tons. It's not too much to say it's a 10,000 ton fishing vessel. You can catch up to 200 tons of fish in a single drop. The bilge can be stuffed with 4,000 tons of fish. It only takes 20 times to get a full load. Uncle Cho was seriously reporting on the fishing boats. Then it is even more clear that to run this ship, it's perfectly possible to just bring the original staff back on board. This piece of news has solved Chen Fan's urgent problem. Okay, looks like I don't have to worry about anything. Uncle Cho, I wonder how long it will take to get this boat going again. I'm going to get ready to sail again. 2. Chapter 025, is this still a squid? It's so powerful. Chen Fan can't wait to try out the new fishing boat. You have to go to sea to make money. Uncle Chiu did the math. This fishing boat pays out $2 million a month in wages alone. Maintenance isn't really cheap. You have to get out to sea fast and make some money to get back. A week and I can get this ship out to sea. Uncle Zhao is also a capable officer. and after some thinking, he said the time. This made Yu Yi and Chen Fan very satisfied. The time of sailing was soon fixed. That's set for a week from now. Then the two men went on board to see the boat and left. At the time of parting, Yu Yi was very serious in her reminder. Chen Fan, you sent Sun Fei in this time. That's a lot of blood. I reckon they're gonna get back at you. You have to be ready. Yu Yi knows very well the mentality of the rich second generation. These days, because passers-by look at each other's girlfriend one more time, they are able to beat each other to death. Now Chen Fan has sent the other party in, ruthlessly breaking the prestige of the second generation of the rich. There's no way this is going to go away that easily. The honorary title of Hero of the Seas is not a talisman, and there are occasions when it can be very useful indeed. But in the dark it's useless. These people come to be ruthless. Chen Fan will surely lose out. Thank you. I know. Chen Fan smiled and gestured. This friendly reminder had to be accepted. He actually knows it's a problem, but it's just a matter of soldiers coming in and water coming out. He's not afraid of anything. If you have a problem you can't solve, you can call me. I'll fix you up. They wouldn't dare touch me, Yu Yi kindly reminded. After all was said and done, Chen Fan got into trouble with the other party or because of her. If she hadn't followed Chen Fan on his walk, there wouldn't have been so much going on. She is responsible for this. Ha ha, I don't need a woman to protect me yet. That's it. I'll get off here. Chen Fan smiled faintly and bid farewell to Yu Yi. At this time, he had already arrived at the urban village where he had rented a room. Okay, you stay safe, said Yu Yi as also the throttle to the end. The sports car immediately disappeared on the road above the. 1 week later, inside the cockpit of the huge fishing boat, Chen Fan has issued instructions. Departure. Go to sea. Then the huge fishing boat slowly moved forward. The crowd was also excited, especially Uncle Wang at this time. He never thought that he would be able to drive such a big fishing boat in his life. Fanny, you're good, but let us all go to sea in such big ships. Fishing won't have to be so hard anymore. Thinking of this, Uncle Wang's eyes are a little moist. Before they go out to sea fishing, that a bitter relying on can be artificial to fish nets. This fishing boat is now fully automated. No longer need to sell their strength. Uncle Wang, I'm inexperienced. I'm still counting on you for the sea voyage. Chen Fan smiled. The heart is also very excited. Stood high up in the control room, looking at the sea outside. This mood can be all too much better. Yes, I'll do whatever you want me to do, and I won't drag my feet. Uncle Wang laughed, and in his heart, he had decided that he had to properly assist Chen Fan. This was a good opportunity to make a fortune. If Chen Fan makes money, he'll be able to follow suit. He was treating Chen Fan as his son-in-law, only looking at the girl standing beside Chen Fan. He's a bit wary, but he's afraid that Chen Fan has fallen for that woman. So the marriage between the two families will be broken. System. I want to exchange it for an underwater creature. Just as the fishing boat went out to sea, Chen Fan enjoyed the temporary tranquility. I'm ready to play my own card. There are 100 dolphins in the sea that he has summoned. He's waiting for the fishing boats on their way. Only this time he has 10 million points. That's for another one. 000 dolphins. The points mall then popped up, and Chen Fan could make a selection. Nice dolphin sonic attack, but individuals are still too small. Squid is good. Chen Fan has played games where dolphins can attack warships. The squid is also useful for pulling the entire ship to the bottom of the sea. It's just as powerful. Especially after Chen Fan saw the attributes of the redemption. Chen Fan was even more violently shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 50 meters in length. Weighs up to 5 tons. This isn't a squid. This is a super squid. Chen Fan was indeed dumbfounded. The redeemed dolphins being able to ultrasonically attack warships was already very impressive. I didn't realize there was more. The largest squid in existence is said to be only 20 meters long. It's a 50-meter exchange. It's a giant. This one squid can completely overturn a former fishing boat. This squid may not be able to overturn a warship of several thousand tons, but it can definitely overturn a fishing boat. Now that's a super bodyguard. Must buy. Chen Fan did not hesitate any longer. He had to exchange the super squid. Such a powerful undersea creature. It was a must for the sea. But this squid is 1 million points apiece, while the dolphin is only 10,000 points apiece. I know why it's so expensive. It's worth every penny. Redeem 5 squid. 500 dolphins. Soon all 10 million points will be used up and all these fish will soon converge. This makes Chen Fan feel safe. Now there are 600 armed dolphins, and 5 giant squid. Meet that warship again. They must be made to run away. Chen Fan is confident. With huge ships and now massive undersea creatures. That's not killing God and Buddha. Chen Fan, what are you laughing at? On the side, Yu Yi also stayed in the rest area of the control room. Watching Chen Fan giggling was a bit confusing. Nothing, It's just the first time I've been out fishing in a fishing boat that big. Excited. Chen Fan naturally couldn't tell the other party about his intentions. It was a secret. No one close to me can tell you. Okay, then I won't stay with you. I'm going back to my cabin to rest. Uee has never been to the sea before. This just started, did not feel anything. At this time I feel that the stomach is a little difficult to bear. We have to go back. We'll lose face then. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Huge fishing boats are sailing ever deeper into the sea. There is no purpose at this point. And Chen Fan simply commanded 600 dolphins to all the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, looking for opportunities. At this point it's just a matter of sailing around aimlessly, and once we get a signal from the dolphins, then it's official. Chapter 026 I am the son of Chi. You still don't believe me? The proprietor. You're a god? There's a real school of fish down there. It looks like it's tuna. After a day of sailing, Chen Fan had entered the deep sea, and according to the data coming back from the dolphins, there's a huge said swarm down there, and it's a valuable species. There is said not to arrest is a little cute. How could Chen Fan not arrest him? After all, fishing for unmanned submarines isn't an everyday occurrence, and eagles don't lose them every day, do they? Fishing boat to do the right thing. First will be laborers to earn money back before, can not do nothing, is out of the travel to it. The one who was questioning Chen Fan was Zhao Chang, the old captain of this fishing boat named Genoa. If Chen Fan wanted to maneuver this huge fishing boat, he still needed to require the cooperation of the other party. At this moment, he followed Chen Fan's command and came to this area, not realizing that he had really found a school of fish. Well, it's still a very valuable school of fish. Very valuable. Uncle Cho, the sonar has caught the fish, right? Then start fishing. Now in the vicinity of the fishing boat, 100 dolphins have returned and are cruising around the perimeter. It can be said that it also becomes a barrier that encloses the fish. These dolphins don't just find fish, they can surround fish, and can make it very easy for Chen Fan to catch fish in the. It's not surprising to find a school of fish. It's just a small test for yourself. Yes, then I'm ready to get off the net. At my command, get ready to drop the net. Zhao Chang put away his smile and became serious. Discovering schools of tuna was so exciting that he had been out numerous times and could spend days and nights in pursuit of the fish. Nowadays, just by the other party's light finger, he was able to spot the fish. For this new proprietor, Zhao Chang was also convinced this time around. The new owners have offered them higher wages, and now it's time to show what they can do. Otherwise, I'll be sorry for the paycheck. Soon, the Genoa fishing boat was busy. Lower the net of the net. Manipulation of the manipulation. But instead Chen Fan is idle. After all, he is only a decision maker. Really fishing is really not especially not mechanized fishing. Chen Fan, I'm always with you. You just have to play with your cell phone. How can you spot a school of fish so easily? And a school of tuna. Uee wasn't a cutie either. He can see the anomaly. It's just too much of a coincidence. It's just too weird to point randomly and have a school of fish down there. She's never fished before, but she knows it's not easy. Do you believe in Chi? Chen Fan didn't reply directly, but stared at Uee seriously. That stare made the other guy a little unnatural. After all, she'd never been that close to a boy before, and now the other guy was even staring at her. This is something unreal. It just exists in fiction. You're not trying to say you're a son of Chi, are you? I don't believe it. Uee frowned, feeling that this was a bit outrageous. She did not believe that this kind of thing existed. However, Chen Fan was laughing. You're right. I am the son of Chi. Where I appear, I bring luck. This thing, luck, is dispensable. Some people don't believe in it, but some people believe in it very much. Using this one thing to hide Chen Fan's superpower. It couldn't be better. I can't say that I can communicate with underwater creatures and even command them to work. I don't believe it. You snubbed me. Uee pouted and said, but revealed a cute side. Usually that is a high cold image. It's written, do not approach, but even a rich kid like Sun Fei wouldn't dare to mess with it. Unbelievable. It's okay. Slowly you'll believe it. The fishing boat is capable of holding 4,000 tons of fish, so Chen Fan naturally wants to fill it up. The next thing the other side will realize is that this luck is going to get better and better. In the end are able to occur all kinds of fish. An hour later, there's good news from Zhao Chang, because the nets were already being reeled in at this point, and tons of fish were already starting to show up. The proprietor. Good news. It's not just tuna down there, but the even more prized bluefin tuna. We've made a fortune this time. No wonder Zhao Chang wasn't happy. How many times had they gone out to sea? But this bluefin tuna was rarely seen. It's basically just catching some fish and spawning a few in the process. I didn't expect this net to go down, but it's a direct hit. Fanny, this time we've stabbed the fish in the back. This net goes down. Not just 200 tons, right? 300 tons straight up. And all these bluefin tuna. Uncle Wang is also smiling to report the good news. He is currently acting as Zhao Cheng's deputy. After all, the first time to manipulate a large fishing boat or do not have much experience. Chen Fan is trying to let him be the captain, but also postponed, ready to first learn again. 300 tons of bluefin tuna. Is that much? Yue inquired doubtfully from the side. She didn't have any idea about these fish. Think it's worth being that happy? Zhou Sung is starting to come to the literacy program. The girl. This bluefin tuna is a valuable species. The price, at least, is $500 a pound. If it's of good quality, it can be auctioned off and sold for thousands of dollars a pound, or even a pound or two is possible. This 300 tons of bluefin tuna, counting even cheaper at $200 a pound, is conservatively estimated to be worth $120 million. Zhou Sung is just estimating by the common goods. If the auction is based on quality, the price will be even higher. It's definitely a big profit, right? 120 million. It's too easy to make money. Yue was also a bit surprised. They say it's hard to be a fisherman, but just 1 hour passed and you made a $120 million. It's indeed easy. If we keep on fishing, we'll be able to make hundreds of millions of dollars a day. We'll be ashore in a week. It won't take long to make back the cost of the fishing boat. Ha ha. It's not easy to say it's easy. It's hard to say it's hard. This kind of depends on luck. At least it means the proprietor is lucky. Zhao Cheng once again resized up Chen Fan. Going to sea was indeed more luck than ability. Well, they did get lucky. It made him happy. Uncle Cho. Sonar shows the fish seem to be regrouping. We can still lay another net. A shipwright ran over and reported the latest situation. This made Zhao Cheng also shocked. This net of theirs had broken up the school of fish. I didn't realize the fish were up again. That's a real help. Strange. I can't believe this can still happen. Looks like we got really lucky. Master, I'll get busy first. Might be able to catch another 300 tons up here. With that, Zhao Cheng left in a hurry, leaving behind a shocked Yue. All of this seemed to validate what Chen Fan had said about the matter of Qi luck. Could it be? Is he really a son of Qi? Chapter 027, The Dark Sea. Danger awaits. Ha ha. This girl is going to be crippled by me. It took Chen Fan a long time to get rid of Yue and stop discussing luck with the other party. In fact, it was his doing that the fish regrouped just now. He directly drove the dolphin to function as a fish-herding warrior, but it drove the fish back in. It's hard to find the fish. How can we let them go with just one net? We have to eat them all. There's no one left. A second net then brought in 200 tons of bluefin tuna, which workers immediately refrigerated. Under Chen Fan's instructions, Chen Fan immediately entered the next location. This could make Yue even more interested. She wanted to know, could Chen Fan really special ability? It looks like you're interested in this classmate of yours. When a woman is interested in a man, it's a sign that she's going to fall. Accompanying Yue on board, there was also one of her girlfriends, Su Wan Air, except that she usually seldom appeared in the wheelhouse. The reason is that after coming up, she felt seasick, so she's been resting in the lounge all this time. She didn't know what was going on outside, and her head was still spinning, and she needed a lot of refreshing before she could get over it. Wan Air, you're better, aren't you? You know how to talk nonsense when you're in good spirits, but don't forget, we're out here for something important. Yue disliked her best friend and followed the sea this time. Instead of myself wanting to go sailing, my girlfriends want to go sailing. She was only accompanying the other party, and of course they had their own purpose for this trip to the sea. I'm just not going to say it yet. I'm going to wait for the fishing boats to finish catching. They're asking for more, so they won't get in the way of Chen Fan's fishing business. Ha ha. You've been talking about Chen Fan all day today, isn't it? Su Wan Air smiled faintly, revealing her delicate face. Especially at this time, the spirit is a little sluggish, looks a little sick, but it is more moving. Let the crowd look at the heartache and the hidden body is also more attractive. Not only pure beauty, but also can defend sweet. Of course not. I'm not interested in men. That much you know. Yue pouted and looked at the other party with a dissatisfied face. Okay, I got it. So tell me what's wrong with you. Su Waner also stopped teasing the other party, while Yue also said what Chen Fan said about the matter of Qi luck. Sighing Chen Fan's luck was really quite good. It's so infuriating to always be able to catch the prized fish when you've obviously done nothing to them. Originally. But didn't he tell you to take your time? We'll just keep waiting, and then we'll know if he's really strong in Qi. Su Waner smiled faintly. Her heart was also interested in this one man. She doesn't believe in this luck thing either. After all, it can't be seen or touched. But she also had to admit that some people were just really lucky. Like the lottery, for example. Ordinary people couldn't win it once in their lives, but some people win once and then win a second time. It's so frustrating. Perhaps some people in the world just really have luck, don't they? That's all she could think about. The two chatted on into the night. Suwon-air was also finally energized enough to go out to eat at the restaurant instead of having it brought over to her. Only the two of them had just walked out of the lounge. I found the ship's crew excited and busy. Master, what happened? Why are you guys so happy? Uee blocked a boat and asked. But the other party said happily. The proprietor has found another school of fish. This one seems like a rhubarb fish. And with that, he went about his work. This sentence, however, caused both beauties to be slightly shocked, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had only just finished talking about this thing called chi-luck. Who would have thought that Chen Fan would once again give them more evidence? This, again because of Chen Fan's good luck? It's possible. I'm getting more and more interested in this one of your classmates. There must be a secret behind him. Suwon-air laughed, then pulled the shocked Uee to walk to the restaurant. That's nearly 10,000 tons of fishing boats. That's a lot of everything. The proprietor is a real cow. It's true that wherever you point your finger, you'll be able to meet a school of fish. This time it's really big yellowtail. That can sell for hundreds of dollars a pound. No, I heard from the guys in the sonar room that the signal was strong on this one. It could have been as much as a pound of rhubarb said the bigger the thing the more expensive it is. But it can sell for thousands of dollars a pound. $1,000 a caddy. My god. In that case a net will be hundreds of millions of dollars. This proprietor is really making a lot of money. Yeah, I estimate that this shipment pullback certainly can be worth a few small goals. This fishing boat a year's expenditure on a trip to earn back. The future are lying awe. Keep this up and you'll be able to buy several fishing boats in one trip. The shipwrights, who were eating in the dining room, were also discussing the matter, and they ate very fast, but taking turns to eat, because the nets are being lowered now, and they'll be even busier when they're collected later. They have to eat in advance, so they'll have the strength to work then. Some say that the proprietor is a son of fortune, with great fortune and a burst of luck. At first I didn't believe it. Believe me, I really did. Yes, this is really good luck. Bluefin tuna and yellowtail. Many people can't meet the good market in a year, but the proprietor has met it. Stop talking and eat. We have work to do when we get back. The boatman was told off by the older man and ate even faster. Soon finished eating and left. One-air. Looks like we're not the only ones. Everyone is starting to believe that Chen Fan is a son of Qi. Uee is a bit helpless. Chen Fan is getting more and more godly. It's somewhere in the sea 500 kilometers away from the Genoa's fishing boat. There's a carrier group sailing at the moment. A new type of fighter plane is being catapulted for takeoff. There's a warship cruising around the perimeter, guarding the carrier. Report, Commander. A new group of pilots will soon be on an acclimatization flight. Request instructions. A colonel was saluting the man of the General Star, and then asked for a. The old man was busy with his own work, and after looking at it, replied casually, can be carried out. Be safe. It's not the first time a rookie has flown on a ship like this. The commander didn't pay much attention to it, and now he's writing a report about the loss of the unmanned submarine. I'm having a headache trying to explain it. He's heard it. It's been publicized in the Dragon Kingdom, and the fishermen have been rewarded. Although they didn't specify that it was an unmanned submarine, they lost a lot of face. They're looking for an explanation from him. Yes, the colonel nodded and left. Soon, a new group of pilots is preparing to fly fighter planes at night. Only the fleet commander doesn't know that. A crisis is about to happen. Chapter 028, Planted. The big plane planted in the water. Report to the tower. 003 ready. Requesting takeoff. At this time, above the carrier's ejection position, a fighter jet is ready to go. Requesting takeoff. The tower announced the release of the flight after receiving reports from all departments. Ready for takeoff. Soon the catapults were catapulting the huge warships like slingshots. The pilot felt a tremendous push and almost passed out. Fortunately, the pilots were all in excellent physical condition, and after a short period of difficulty, they immediately recovered and maneuvered the flying machine upward continuously. However, at this point, the pilot sensed that something wasn't quite right, because the wind speed seems to have suddenly decreased. The fighter plane he was flying was like a kite with broken strings, but it was headlong into the sea. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm, low altitude. Fighter planes are getting closer to the surface. The alarms are going off, and it's too late to report the situation on the airplane line. It's a direct pull on the emergency exit device. Soon the driver's seat ejected directly into the sky and opened the parachute. This scene happened in just 10 seconds. Before anyone had time to react, they simply fell into the water. Hurry! To the rescue! Fighter plane overboard. At one point, the The tower immediately directed rescue crews to the rescue. Everyone's panicking. Right full rudder. The captain quickly gave instructions to turn immediately, for to continue any further would not only destroy the fighters, even the pilot could have crashed. It would have been a total loss of life. However, the carrier is a 100,000 ton ship. This turn, and then a big circle back to the origin. That's a long way off. We don't even know where the fighters drifted out, because it's nighttime, and you can't see them in the ocean. The plane is out of sight, but the pilot has a sign that he can still see it. Take off the helicopters immediately and go to the rescue pilots. At this time, as a carrier commander, when Mike found out about this, he immediately gave instructions and came to the control room at this time as well. Knowing the details, he didn't realize that he hadn't come to observe the tragedy. Commander, we've lost track of the fighters. Will the formation stop advancing? The vice commander inquired earnestly. They had a mission, and it was a question of whether to proceed or to leave the other ships behind to rescue them. Stop moving forward. All efforts to salvage the fighters. Our fighters, they must never be lost again. Mike's head hurts a little bit. It was only a short time ago that an unmanned submarine was lost, as well as long-term monitoring data. Now that the plane is in the water, if he loses it again, he's probably finished as a commander. You can damage the fighters, but to be salvaged by the dragons, that's a really serious matter. They can't afford to lose anymore. Even if they can't salvage it, they'll have to destroy the fighters for good. Yes. Soon the entire carrier formation was ready to stop advancing. It's just that it's harder for a carrier to stop, because 2 planes have already been flown. Now these 2 must be recovered, and the recovery flight, which must be an even sail of the. This meant that the carrier had to keep going, which made it necessary for the whole formation to go forward as well. 001 requesting landing. Soon, an airplane came in slow motion and was preparing to land. The tower has also indicated that it's now clear to land, but because of the panic at the scene, the new pilots were worried when they heard that a fellow pilot had fallen into the sea. This landing, once again, was an accident. Fighter aircraft 001 failed to hook the stopper. Accelerated resumption of flight. The tower controllers rushed to inform the pilot, but at this point the pilot thought he had made a successful landing and was descending to a predetermined level of speed. Soon, another fighter plane also plunged headlong into the sea. There were cries of agony from the control room, and even Mike was on his feet. He looked at the fighter plane that was stuck in the sea, but he was so angry that he threw his hat to the ground. He even exploded in foul language. FK. What day is it? Is it disaster day? Mike is really in a hurry. A fighter plane falls. It won't be easy to salvage it. And now another one has fallen. It'll take days to get it back up. There's still a plane in the sky that hasn't landed yet. It's really too bad if it continues to fall again. Left full rudder. The carrier once again emergency avoidance. But so avoidance. And the first fell into the water inside the warplane is getting farther and farther away. At this time has appeared a few nautical miles away. God, be sure to keep this plane from falling again. At this point everyone is praying that the last plane doesn't fall, and if it does they're going to have even more accidents. Countless people have to write reviews. Numerous people are likely to be removed from their jobs and transferred. It seems that their prayers seem to have been answered. After the carrier had made a wide circle, with a sound of tires scraping against the deck, the last plane, though somewhat less stable, but it landed without incident, and the crowd finally felt a little relieved. Stop the fleet. All units are fully committed to the rescue and salvage of the pilot. Mike's powerless to give instructions. After 2 accidents, his resume was tainted again, and his frown was never relaxed again. Then the entire carrier formation came to a complete halt and began to be fully occupied. Various helicopters are rising from various types of warships, searching for fighters and pilots. That's a lot of work for one night. And at this time the fishing boat Genoa. It's chasing all kinds of fish, slowly, and it's heading for the carrier formation. Both sides are getting closer too. Fishing boats are busy catching yellowtail. The carriers, on the other hand, are busy salvaging fighters. Both sides are doing the same thing. It's just that it's not easy for a carrier to salvage a fighter plane. After all, there is no professional equipment. That is the need for cranes. This thing can only be handed over to the rear of the supply ship. The carriers can only watch. After one night, both sides got something. At this time, Zhao Cheng had not slept all night, and the day had just dawned. Looking at Chen Fan getting up, he immediately excitedly reported the good news. Donger, you wanted to come. I'll check in with you. Zhao Cheng, who hadn't slept a wink, reported back in high spirits, saying that people are happy when they are in good spirits. This night they had caught a large number of large yellow croaker, and naturally they were happy with a full harvest. Yes. How much was caught? Chen Fan woke up and then listened to the report. After all the work we've done all night, we caught 1,000 tons of yellowtail, and most of them are a pound or more. Very high value. Fishermen don't know what kind of fish is valuable. The bigger the fish, the more valuable it is. They were happy all night yesterday. In just one night, they caught millions of dollars worth of seafood. How could they not be happy? Thanks for your hard work, Uncle Cho. Give the brothers bonuses when the time comes. You go ahead and rest. Chen Fan smiled slightly. This was worth $1 million, but it was the first big bucket of money he had made from fishing. At least half a year's wages will be paid. Chapter 029, Making Way for an Aircraft Carrier. This fishing boat is too arrogant. Fanny, look at that. What's that? By now the sky was getting brighter and brighter. Uncle Wang also got up very early, and at this time, he was a bit dumbfounded when he looked at something flying high in the distance. Then realizing that it wasn't a seagull, he immediately reminded Chen Fan with excitement. What's good? Let's see. Chen Fan was also dumbfounded when he took a look like this, because there's a ship in the distance, and it seems to be a very large one. That doesn't look like a fishing boat. The outer outline of the fishing boat is not like this. Uncle Wang is used to seeing all kinds of fishing boats. He could tell something was wrong at a glance, but Chen Fan shouted, Uncle Wang, that's not a fishing boat. That's a warship. No, that's in the center. It appears to be an aircraft carrier. Chen Fan was also dumbfounded. The last time he encountered a warship it felt like it was going nowhere. I didn't expect to meet an aircraft carrier today. That's a real shocker. What? An aircraft carrier? Is that our carrier? Have we encountered our own carrier? Great. It's a rare opportunity to go out and meet our own warships. The many shipwrights were also excited when they heard it was an aircraft carrier. This is a big treasure. Usually where to see this in the sea encounter also can be a big eye-opener. Soon, Uee as well as Su Wan Air were also by the sound outside, but got up the bed. After coming to Chen Fan's side, he also inquired about the situation. Chen Fan, what happened? What's all the noise? Have we found another school of fish? Last night, Uee had talked a lot with her best friend, and she was already convinced that Chen Fan was really a person with great luck. Naturally, I thought I'd found another school of fish. No, we hit an aircraft carrier, and it was a formation. Only I don't know if it's ours or a foreigner's. The distance was still far away, and Chen Fan was unable to identify which one this was. But then the distance got a step closer and the carrier turned a corner. Not after turning its back on them. Chen Fan could finally be sure. Uncle Wang, this is not our aircraft carrier. This is a foreign aircraft carrier. Yes, the decks of our own carriers are warped, whereas this is a straight and flat deck, so obviously it's not. When he thought about it, Chen Fan was a bit nervous. Looks like they're about to break into each other's territory. We have to break into the other side's identification zone. What? It's the gringo. Why have they come to our waters? This is something. Uncle Wang's patriotism is so strong at this time. Fishermen are the most patriotic. They've been bullied before, and when they hear it's a gringo, but the teeth are clenched. Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. Please stop advancing immediately. We are the Eagle Carrier Group. Please do not enter our guarded area. Just as Chen Fan and the others discovered the carrier formation, the carrier formation also spotted the fishing boats, and early on, only when they knew it was a fishing boat, they didn't care too much. After all, it was normal to have fishing boats in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. However, as the Genoa slowly entered their guarded area, a warning was necessary at this time as well. Asterisk 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 this is the Eagle's carrier. They are still so arrogant in our territory. Yes, this is our territory. Why can't we go in? Really think it's their doorstep? It's strange. We're fishing in our own pond and people are telling us to leave. How can that be? Yeah, we're about to go over there and catch some fish. What's up with that? The crowd herd can have a reverse psychology. The heart is very unconvincing. People are to fight for a breath of air. Now they feel very stifled. Who can bear to be evicted from one's own turf? Some people are even calling for a direct pass. They are fishing normally. Fan, why don't we just turn around? This school of Greater Amberjack is about as well fished as it gets. Let's switch places. This time it's a real warship. Uncle Wang persuaded Chen Fan. It was still more trouble than it was worth. It was a real warship. The last time they encountered a survey ship, it was unarmed. But now it's a warship armed to the teeth. All it needs is a missile. I could have left them in the dust. It's a lie to say you're not scared. Who'd dare mess with a carrier group? They're just fishing boats. The proprietor. The fish are heading for the carrier. Are we going after it? At this time a first mate asked Chen Fan seriously. They were still continuing to pursue the fish. There were still fish to be caught. Only the number was going to be smaller. It's just a couple dozen tons in one net. But these are precious yellowtail, so it's worth catching them for a little less. Fan, don't chase. Almost enough. It's not worth it. Uncle Wang continued to persuade. UEE and Suwon Air are not scared at all, because they don't know anything about warships, let alone the military. I don't care if it's an aircraft carrier or a warship, they just know they can't afford to wimp out now. Chen Fan, you're a hero at sea. You can't admit defeat so easily. That's a loss of face for the Dragon Kingdom, UEE said solemnly, and Suwon Air on the side also agreed, staring earnestly at Chen Fan, wondering how this one man would choose to. This caused Chen Fan to be shocked as well. Yeah, I'm a hero at sea. How can you be afraid of them? We're just fishing boats. We're unarmed. We're just fishing legally. What are we afraid of? Joking. This really goated. That can be girls to look down on. Especially Su Wainer, he is also seen once or twice. Cannot be looked down on. They're just fishing anyway. They're not going to attack them with missiles. That's ridiculous. Nowadays, at sea, every word and action represents the face of the Dragon Kingdom. His status is special. He can't afford to lose face. Eagle Carrier Group. We're in the middle of a fishing operation. Please leave our fishing area quickly. To avoid interfering with our fishing operations, Chen Fan took the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the other side. These words left everyone at the scene dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so strong. Not only did he not back down, he made the other guy get out of the way. UEE was dumbfounded. Suwon Air was also staring wide-eyed. Unbelievably, he looked at Chen Fan, at this heroic classmate of his girlfriend's. Uncle Wang is even more dumbfounded. Did not expect his own persuasion is not at all effective. Fanny, you're being presumptuous. It's an aircraft carrier. Uncle Wang is still worried about everyone's safety. It sounds exciting, but the risk is very high. We all know foreigners are not good people. It's hard to tell if we'll get out of here if we run straight into them. The proprietor is awesome. So dominant. This is the best proprietor I've ever seen. Must worship. It's so awesome. It's just awesome. It actually made the aircraft carrier give way. It's the first person in history. Ha ha, a fishing boat actually made way for an aircraft carrier formation. When this is rumored back, the proprietors is going to get the attention of the whole nation. No, I'm afraid you don't know who the proprietor is. He's a hero of the sea. The crew members were all excitedly talking about Chen Fan's domineering reply. Countless thumbs up. He praised Chen Fan for being a real man. This scene also made the opposing carrier formation look confused as well. Chapter 030, if you break down at the same place, don't let the road go. Put pressure on the other side. Commander, the other fishing boat told us to get out of the way. They're going to conduct fishing operations. They said we were interfering with their homework. The correspondent was shocked and reported the reply from the fishing boat. I don't know how many times I've been shocked in my mind. They are a powerful aircraft carrier formation. Where to go are not all domineering come. All ships have to give way to them. Even if they meet equal opponents. It's them who will have the last laugh. But now, they were actually ignored by a fishing boat and granted to come over and command them. For a while, everyone in the command room was also shocked, their mouths hanging open. FK, one fishing boat, and it's actually making our entire formation get out of the way. How dare they? One of the officers slapped the table and cursed directly, a humiliation they had never encountered before. It's outrageous for a fishing boat to fight against a military ship. This Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. Do they really think we don't dare to make a move on them? As soon as we enter our guarded area, consider it an invasion. That's right, we can't let a fishing boat enter our core area. It's possible that the other side is more than just a fishing boat. It could be a disguise. We have to be careful. Not to mention, they really have encountered a lot of situations. They have a warship was hit by a fishing boat, and in the end a lot of losses. Now this fishing boat is not a small one, and it's really getting into their core area. When the time comes to randomly crash around, it's not a good choice whether they attack directly to destroy them or to avoid them. The best option is to stop them. Never let them in. Commander, we still have one fighter plane we haven't been able to salvage. We can't let them break in, the vice commander said solemnly. After their night of salvaging, it was with great difficulty that they were able to fish up a fighter plane. But when we turned back to look for the second one, it was already being pushed along by the ocean current. The fighters were on the move, and they were only able to follow them all the way, ready to look for cooperation in salvaging the. If a fishing boat breaks in, then they're warplanes, that's a possibility to be fished away. Fishing boats warned again. If you don't heed the warning, you can send a warship to intercept it. Absolutely no more Dragon Kingdom fishing boats salvaging our fighters. Mike, who had been silent, finally spoke up. And he didn't even have an expression on his face when it came to ramming carriers, because it feels like it's unreliable, and the other side would never dare to provoke them like that. It's a death wish, but when it comes to salvaging fighters, it hits him where it hurts. It's a real possibility that this could happen, and the unmanned submarine would be fished out. If this fighter was fished out on their watch, He really had no excuse, and his command would be a great dereliction of duty. Commander. The correspondent solemnly recorded the instructions and then walked out. Soon the Genoa received another warning, and this time the warning is even more blatant. Rokoku fishing boat, please leave the current waters immediately. Continue to approach and we will consider it a hostile act. We will take the necessary steps to neutralize the threat. That's vague, but the vaguer it is, the less it says exactly what's going to be done to you. However, the more people were afraid. Originally the crowd who were feeling relieved by Chin Fan's domineering behavior. Once again, hearing a serious warning, for a moment they were afraid to speak, quietly looking at Chen Fan. They didn't dare to encourage it anymore. If something really goes wrong here, their little lives will be gone. Fan, don't take any chances. Let's back off. The people don't fight the army. We're a fishing boat, not a warship. Uncle Wang persuaded once more, and Zhao Chang was also woken up at this time, and was shocked to hear that he had met a warship. At this moment, he also spoke. The proprietor. There's not a lot of fish left in the school, so let's not go over there. It won't be worth it to be detained by the other side when the time comes. Zhou Sun's concern isn't too serious. His life is not in danger. He's still afraid of being detained. They'll make a fool of themselves. They don't dare to be attacked. If they are attacked, they are heroes if they die. But it's a shame to be detained and sent back to the country. Even the two girls, Uee, sensed the seriousness of the matter, and at this time also advised Chen Fan to forget about it. Just when Chen Fan was also ready to use the slope to get off the donkey, the sudden reception of a message immediately made Chen Fan dispel this one idea. No, we're not retreating, we're not leaving, but not forward either. We'll wait for them right here where we are. I'll see what excuse they have to drive us away. Yes, the carrier is now traveling in the direction of them, so to speak. Both sides are coming in opposite directions. If you don't get out of the way, you'll soon meet. Only Chen Fan does not necessarily have to avoid the can be directly in place not to go. By then it won't be them breaking into the other side's guarded area. It'll be them taking the initiative to let the fishing boats in. This, it seems to work. Makes sense too. Zhao Chang nodded his head, not backing down, just not admitting defeat. Even if they don't move in place, that's still a sign of toughness. They didn't back off. That is, they didn't lose face. I'm for it. Let's just stay put, not threaten them or back off and see what else they do. Yeah, it's the best way to be tough without losing face and without provoking the other side's bottom line. That's right. I support what the proprietor is doing. We can't let these foreigners underestimate us and think that we have to run away in dust when we encounter a warship. Support. We will not go, nor advance. I do not yet believe that even then they attack us. The crew also came out in favor of it. It felt safer to do so and save face. Su Wanner looked at Chen Fan, and it wasn't as if she didn't recognize that this man's approach was domineering without losing face. Sort of a very solid approach. Couldn't help but look at the other side a little more. And Chen Fan had also just looked over, and for a moment their eyes met. Both of them awkwardly shifted their gazes. Good. Since we're all in agreement, then we'll anchor in place. Straight up immobile. Chen Fan gave out instructions with a solemn face, and then the huge anchor chain dug into the sea. The advancing fishing boat was yanked so hard that it finally stopped moving altogether. This scene was quickly captured by the carrier. At this time they are also surprised. Do not know what this fishing boat in the end want to do. Eagle Carrier Group. We will anchor in place. Please be aware of the safety of maritime traffic. Safe passage. This time the attitude of the fishing boats is moderate but not overbearing. It's all about attitude. We're not leaving. You can leave if you want. Get out of my way. If you run into me, it's not my fault. For a while, the ball was kicked to the other side, and the pressure was put on the other side. Chapter 031 Aircraft Carrier Giving Way to a Fishing Boat. Bullishness. Asterisk. This Dragon Kingdom fishing boat is too much. How can you do this? If you see us, you should get the hell out of here. Too arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant fishing boat. The last time I saw such an arrogant one was a pirate ship, and we ended up destroying them. FK, we should have taught them a lesson. We should have warned them and told them to leave. A group of school officials were furious, but they were all shocked by this operation by Chen Fan. They didn't expect the fishing boats to have such a strong bottom, facing a raging carrier fleet, actually not even letting go of the road. But while there are many impulsive people, there are also many sensible people, and now he's come forward to speak. Commander, this is the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. They're fishing boats from the Dragon Kingdom. It is indeed inappropriate for us to use the opening to warn them. Yes, we can't afford to aggravate the conflict. We've already irritated the other side by showing up here, and warning the fishing boats again will put us at a disadvantage. We need to be discreet. We can't give the Dragon Sea Division an excuse to attack us, so we have to keep a low profile. The deputy commander also nodded. They cannot be impulsive. After all, this is not their traditional sphere of influence. This is still very dangerous. They can't afford to aggravate things. So, you are asking us to avoid a fishing boat? Eagle faction spoke up once more. A rhetorical question that caused many people to hold their breath for a while. Not only were they unable to expel the fishing boats, but they had to give way to the other side, to avoid them. It's a disgrace. If word gets out, they'll lose face in the Eagle Navy. No, this will never work. We can't avoid fishing boats. It's a joke. A fishing boat doesn't have that kind of face. We're lucky we don't hit them. They don't get to enjoy that kind of treatment. If we do this, doesn't it mean we're afraid of the fishing boats? Absolutely not. The crowd continued to shake their heads, and then one by one they all looked at Mike. This is a commanding officer. He can make the final decision. And Mike's head hurts at this point. I didn't expect to meet a dragon fishing boat that wasn't afraid of threats and death. Something he'd never encountered in his career. It's just that too many things have happened on this trip and he's a little tired in his mind. Don't really want to make more of a scene. We can't afford another accident. Carrier turn. Avoid fishing boats. They've anchored in place, and we're running out of time to wait for them to get out of the way. Mike's telling the truth. And that's that they're running out of time. The two sides were already getting closer and closer, and they were coming after the fighters again. The other side stops. Unless they stop too, to avoid them only being able to avoid the. But he didn't want to lose track of the fighter. Even if it was to lose face, he couldn't take this risk. Commander, this is without precedent. Once word gets out, the dragons will laugh at us for avoiding a fishing boat. Some people wanted to struggle some more, but Mike had clearly made his decision. And he synthesized the most important thing is that there are no more accidents. Since the other party has already anchored and has shown their harmless attitude, they can't do anything more to the other party. Execute. That's an order. Mike said solemnly. The subordinates heard that there are no conditions to speak, but also can only lead the order. Soon, something strange happened. The carrier, which was advancing, suddenly swerved. Yes, that's the turn. It wasn't a big one, but it avoided hitting the fishing boat. This scene made Yu Yi as well as Su Wan Air look dumbfounded. My god, the carriers are actually avoiding us. I can't believe they gave us the right of way. Chen Fan, you're awesome. Yu Yi directly pulled Chen Fan's hand was dancing. She was also excited. The closer this huge aircraft carrier got, the more oppressive it felt, the more she felt. Facing an aircraft carrier armed to the teeth, she doesn't dare to say she's not afraid of the sky and the earth. It's a real fear. Yet the unstoppable aircraft carriers, I can't believe they're actually avoiding them. It's so exciting. Chen Fan, you're strong. Suwaner also looked at Chen Fan adoringly, unable to imagine that this one mediocre man actually had such a boldness. The most important thing is that the other side's plan actually worked. It's incredible that a carrier group would give way to them. Asterisk really gave way. Eagle Navy wimped out. Ha ha, it's true that the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones. And the hard ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. They are really just paper tigers. Yes, our forefathers were right. The reactionaries are paper tigers. They don't have any guts at all. As long as we are brave, they will be afraid too. I don't know why my opponent conceded, but it's really cool. I can go back and blow my brains out for the rest of my life. That's not true. It's still the Dongjaz cow. Indeed, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. It's a scare to repel the aircraft carrier formation. To scare off an aircraft carrier with one man's power. That's heavy news. I'll be sure to testify. I also testify. The crew got excited. They felt proud. They felt a great sense of satisfaction. Especially the older generation of fishermen such as Uncle Wang who followed Chen Fan here. That's a small fishing boat. It's always bullied. When it sees a warship, it runs away. Nowadays the unbeatable Eagle fishing boats have to go around them too. Relief. Fan, you've grown up. He's already a big, loud man. Uncle Wang was also shocked to the eyes are also admiring Chen Fan. This is the more Chen Fan looked more like. Cannot wait to let him directly as a son-in-law. Seeing Yu pulling Chen Fan's arm again, she also coughed at this time. The girl realized she was out of line when she saw someone looking at her hand. Her face immediately turned red. Hurriedly loosened her hand. Su Waner on the side was also covering her mouth in laughter, but her eyes had some envy, and the way she looked at Chen Fan was not quite the same anymore. Ha ha, that's to be expected. We're all anchored. It's harmless to the carrier. Naturally they have no fear of us crashing into them. Chen Fan smiled faintly. This time it was an invisible pretense than awe. But let the two women are convinced. Not to mention, Yu just pulled his arm. But a burst of comfortable awe. The other side of the body is indeed good awe. It's a pity that such a beautiful thing was broken by Uncle Wang. But it's not over. He's got work to do. Uncle Wang, prepare the nets. We're in for a real treat. Chen Fan laughed once more, because he knows that down there's a good thing down there. The dolphins are sending out great signals. Let him do the fishing. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's good, you have to get it. Chapter 032, what's going on? The airplane is moving by itself. Fanny, what's good again? Is it another unmanned submarine? Uncle Wang lowered the decibel level when he talked about the submarine. It's still not something that can be publicized. It's good to know. Ha ha. It's a carrier group this time. And we're right in the heart of it. All kinds of babies are possible. Maybe it's not just an unmanned submarine this time, but a nuclear one as well. Chen Fan smiled faintly, half joking, half serious, and said, Uncle Wang was shocked, but he was dumbfounded. A nuclear submarine? That's a national weapon. It's the most threatening thing in the world. How is that possible? But he does know some common sense. There's got to be a submarine underneath the carrier, right? Fanny, we'll never get a nuclear submarine. They're bigger than our tonnage. But those big airplanes, it's possible. Uncle Wang also saw that Chen Fan was joking with him, and at this time he was also smiling. Ha ha, whatever it is first. Now that we're here, then we'll have to take a look at the net. We're fishing boats. Fishing is normal. In fact, Chen Fan already pretty much knew what it was, because this time the system seemed to have been upgraded, and his messaging with the dolphin was much clearer. He can now see the world through the eyes of a dolphin. But a dark object was seen, being pushed by the currents. Chen Fan was already able to guess what this thing looked like. That's a big airplane. It'd be an absolute cow to get a big plane back. Then the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom might even be in play. When the time comes it's really going to be glorious. It's worth the risk. Yes, it's a good opportunity. It's got to go down a net. Uncle Wang expressed his support. Other people who don't know are a bit confused. Especially Uee. Once she heard that Chen Fan wanted to fish she also found it unbelievable. It's in the other side's coverage area. Will it irritate the other side? However, Chen Fan doesn't care about this. He doesn't fish for good things. It's hard on the body. Of course, to avoid the risk, he naturally wouldn't try to provoke the carrier formation. With the carrier already rounding the fishing boat, the two sides missed each other. Chen Fan immediately asked for the anchor, and then it's time to move on to. If the carriers were traveling west, this time they're turning north. Commander, fishing boats have been driven away from our cordoned-off area, an officer reported. This made Mike finally let go of the fact that the other side was doing nothing until they bypassed the other side before they started to restart. Sort of passed harmlessly. Aha! Leave the fishing boats alone. Salvaging the fighters is the priority. Mike's only got eyes for the plane. The day it sits in the ocean, he's gonna worry about it. The sea is very corrosive. If we don't get it out, we'll ruin the fighter planes. Commander, just now, the fighters stopped moving. While we were talking, another officer came to report that the fighters indeed stopped moving. This is a great opportunity for salvage. You have to take advantage of this one. Pass the word. Salvage immediately. How can we miss this opportunity? We can't afford to lose this chance. Soon the whole formation was busy once more. Multiple helicopters flew over the fighters, and a supply ship was extending its huge mechanical arm, ready for the lift. But everything was ready. Just one more step to take. An unforeseen circumstance that left everyone dumbfounded. Report. Sudden rapid movement of warplanes, heading northeast. Yes, the fighters, which had stopped, suddenly gained power and moved directly and quickly. The speed was very fast, but the person in charge of surveillance was so scared that he immediately came to report. What? How is this possible? Did the fighters start up on their own? Impossible. Ocean currents don't work like that, and don't flow to the northeast. Warplanes can't. My God, that's moving that fast. It's definitely not caused by the ocean currents. You guys, that's already going to require a quick helicopter chase. Yes, and now a helicopter has gone after it. That's not slow, means it's very fast. It also confused Mike as well. That's something that's never happened before. Chase. Full pursuit. When necessary, you can use a hook gun to hook a fighter. Originally, in order not to damage the aircraft, has not been the use of violent means, only the use of fishing nets to fish up the. But looking at the fighters to run, Mike couldn't care less. Even if he destroyed the fighters, it's better than losing them. Yes, anyone who receives the order will deploy immediately. And it's become more urgent. The carrier formation is also turning fully at this time, chased along the fighters. Except that they didn't notice this one direction is exactly where the fishing boats are traveling. When they turn like that, it looks like they're going after the fishing boat. The crew of the fishing boat, which controls the radar operation, also quickly realized this one problem. I'm a little confused at this point. Is this the carrier formation coming after us? It's pissed off and ready to get back at us. It took the dumbfounded crew a long time to recover, then immediately ran to the control room. This one must be reported. When everyone knew, each face also had a complex look. Some were worried, some were confused, and some of them are feeling scared. They really think they are going to get back at them. What's going on here? Why are they suddenly turning? It's so strange. Or they're just pissed off and really want to come and teach us a lesson, right? Impossible. Carriers are on a mission. There's no way they'd suddenly turn. This must be what's happening. But why is it moving in our direction? We haven't done anything. Yes, it's strange. Let us give way. And now we're chasing after him. What's going on? Do you think we should call for help from the Seas Division? It's a carrier group. I'm a little scared. The crowd was discussing the matter, while Chen Fan was calm, because he's the one who drew the other side. It wasn't any ocean currents that moved the fighters just now. It was because he made a move. The 5 giant squid he exchanged for are finally working. I didn't think so. These squids can still be used in this way. Yes, Chen Fan but drove the squid to work, directly allowing the other side to seize the opportunity to fight. On the way to the fishing boat this even rode. 1 giant squid may be a bit of a challenge, but 4 squid, towing an airplane, are moving fast. Luckily Chen Fan had already turned the fishing boat around long ago. We're already 20 nautical miles from the carriers. What's going on there has nothing to do with them anymore. They're on their way back now, but we're going to have to turn in our fighters. Chapter 033 What? The Kraken took our plane. Commander. Emergency. Our helicopter took the latest photos. A strange phenomenon has been discovered. Soon an officer came hurrying. Get out a bunch of underwater cameras and aerial shots. These photos have been processed, but you can see their fighters more clearly. Mike took them directly and looked at them one by one. The more you look at it, the more shocked you get. And then he flashed the pictures to the rest of the crowd. Commander. There appears to be an object entangling the airplane. Yes, there is indeed an object attached to the airplane. The figure is too blurry to recognize what it is for now. The crowd was also shocked, and finally understood why the fighter suddenly accelerated. There's obviously something attached that's dragging the plane along. My God, what the hell is this dragging away the fighters on the move? Is it a sea monster? It's possible. The sea has not been conquered by humans. Who knows what might be on the bottom? Maybe our planes woke them up. Damn. What can we do then? Do we attack them? But this is the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. We can't raise an army. The crowd couldn't discuss it at this point. The thing under the water was unknown. They didn't know what it was. A direct attack is too much noise. It's hard to explain. For a moment, everyone looked to Mike once more. This is a fleet commander. He has the power of life and death. We don't care if he's a sea monster or some other fish. Did you guys find out? Who are all the fighters moving in? Mike said gravely. As the commander, he had long since found out more. I used to just hold back, but now it's something that has to be brought up. When they took a look at the charts, they were dumbfounded. The fighters are heading towards the dragon fishing boats. At this rate, we'll meet after an hour. The vice commander was also startled. They had forgotten all about the little interlude. I've long forgotten about fishing boats, but who'd have thought that this time they'd be involved with them again? Not good. Fishing boats are trawling once the fighters continue to move. It's entirely possible that it was salvaged by a fishing boat. It'll be hard to get it back then. Amazing. The crowd was stunned. Who would have thought that a fishing boat would become their biggest opponent? And the other side is regular fishing. It's a warplane that delivers itself to the door. Never mind the sea monster. Once the fishing boat is salvaged, they'll have to deal with the other side. If the other party doesn't give it to them, they won't be able to rob them directly. Thinking about this, it became clear to all that this was very serious indeed. No. We have to stop it. Can't let fishing boats get our fighters, then we'll be laughed at by the whole world. FK, we can't let them get away with this. We should take immediate action to get rid of the fishing boats and get rid of the sea monsters again. No, there is no way the fishing boats will listen to us. They have a tough attitude. They just have normal operations. Yes, the last time the two sides met, the other side didn't give way. This time they were carrying out a normal fishing operation, and they had even less reason to drive the other side away. The other side won't agree to it. That's something a lot of people know very well. So what do we do? Using weapons to attack sea monsters. And you think the impact is too great. It's not like we can drive away the fishing boats. We're a powerful carrier group. When have we ever been so stifled? Many hawkish officers can't stand it anymore. They are armed to the teeth with aircraft carriers, but they can't drive away a fishing boat. Even more so, they let the fighters get dragged away by the sea monster, and they can't seem to do anything about it. This is going to make them very helpless. Commander, we can go full speed ahead. We're warships, and we're faster than fishing boats. If we rush up there, we can totally control the situation. Yes, carriers are very fast and can reach over 30 knots, while fishing boats are just over 20 knots. After all, you have to be economical, and you don't need to go too fast on a fishing boat. So by relying on speed, it's entirely possible to catch up with each other. Mike nodded as he listened to this one suggestion. This is indeed the more appropriate approach for the time being. Fighters can move pretty fast, but they are irregular. Not like fish that can swim fast and are subject to very high resistance. Their warships are perfectly capable of catching up. With that in mind, Mike gave instructions. Carrier formation full ahead. Go after the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. For a moment, the formation, which had to cruise economically, immediately turned on full power and advanced at full speed. An even stranger phenomenon emerged. That's a carrier group chasing a fishing boat. Only they still underestimated Chen Fan's strength. It's true that fishing boats can't match the speed of an aircraft carrier, but the squid is under Chen Fan's control. When Chen Fan realized that the other party was pursuing at full speed, he immediately issued instructions. Then the squid's direction of movement changed once more. Report. Shift in direction of Kraken movement. Direction northwest. This maneuver, once again, added distance between them and the fighters, who were the entire formation. It's very difficult to command. You can't just turn around. It's all about layers of communication. And finally a unified turn. With a turn like that, at least 15 minutes have passed. The bigger the boat, the harder it is to turn. However, when the carrier group managed to turn successfully, again, they realized that the fighters had turned again, and were once more moving to the northwest. That made Mike slam the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this? They're teasing us. Our entire carrier group was teased. Yes, Chen Fan was just teasing his opponent all the time. This kind of curved movement, utilizing his opponent's inconvenient steering, letting the distance widen more and more. It's also playing with the other side. It's playing with the most powerful carrier group on the planet. There aren't many chances like this, so how could Chen Fan not seize the opportunity? It's just that the Eagle's navy is being played for a fool, and it's suffocating. Especially since a series of troubles in the meantime had made Mike very cranky, and my mood is getting worse. Carrier direction remains unchanged. Send 2 warships in pursuit of the fighters. Aircraft carrier chases fishing vessel. Mike made the latest deployment. The first thing they need to do is make sure this thing doesn't get picked up again by a fishing boat. It's the biggest threat and it has to be mastered. And Mike's sudden smartening up was what made Chen Fan's ploy temporarily ineffective. It's not easy to chase a fishing boat. Chen Fan still has a lot of cards, and it's too late for that. Chapter 034, damn. They're taking our fighters. Uncle Wang, prepare to drop the net. Let's see what we can get out of it. Chen Fan's heart was greatly relieved, for he had already reintroduced the squid to rush this way, and the fishing boats are slowing down and getting ready to work. Soon, the fighters are getting closer to the fishing boat. Chen Fan, however, seized the opportunity and immediately let the man go under the net. For a moment, it was a frightening rush for Mike. Call the Rukoku fishing boats immediately. Tell them to stop their homework. Can't let them fish out our fighters. In the binoculars, they could see that the fishing boats were getting ready to drop their nets. He was in a real hurry, and their helicopter had already come back because they had been tricked all along. It's a real net. It's a real catch. That's gonna be a real problem. The proprietor. We got a call from the Eagles and they told us not to go off the grid. What's going on here? Should we do what we're told? Zhao Chang ran over to report with a confused look on his face. He was still confused today because the other party didn't say what the reason was either. It's a strong warning that they can't get off the grid. Absolutely not. Do it, for s sake. Who the hell are they? We still have to listen to them when we fish. Uncle Wang directly disliked him back. This hand is stretching too far. He can't help it. Who can stand it when the other side messes up again and again? And naturally, Chen Fan was even less likely to listen. He was the one who was behind all of this, just waiting to fish the fighter plane out, and even doing it in a very natural way so that no one would suspect them. Keep fishing. Next time don't answer the phone. We're fishing for the big stuff. Chen Fan laughed, and Uncle Wang also remembered the last unmanned submarine as soon as he heard about the big shipment, and at this time, he also smiled mysteriously. The others didn't know what it was. Only they who came over on the small fishing boats knew, and one and all laughed. This caused Yue and Suwon Air to be confused. I don't know what this is supposed to be funny. Big cargo. What the hell? Chen Fan must be hiding something from me, Yue said with a pout, but she didn't dare to bother because Chen Fan was busy. FK. These dragons are ignoring us, and it's picking up our. They shut down the communication signal. The vice commander gritted his teeth and looked furious. Today they were ignored several times by this fishing boat. It's so infuriating. It's so suffocating. But they can't do anything. They can't control each other. Damn those Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. They didn't listen to our warnings and dropped their nets. It's over. Our fighter just happened to be down there. I'm afraid it's going to be fished out. Damn. What are we going to do? How are we going to explain this to the top? The officers were at their wits' end at this point and looked at Mac in unison. It was the other guy's time to make the call. Commander, based on the weak signals that can still be received, it is certain that our fighters have stopped moving fast. The same speed as a fishing boat. Someone reporting this one sounded a little unsure of what to say, but a wise man knows a thing or two when he hears it. Their fighters were indeed caught in the net of a fishing boat. Only then did the speed suddenly slow down and it was the same speed and direction as the fishing boat was traveling. Finished. Our fighters have fallen into the hands of the dragons. Some people are paralyzed directly on top of their positions, their eyes filled with unwillingness. If this falls into the hands of the other side, things will get messy. Commander, we must speak plainly to the other fishing boat. Tell them to hand over our fighters. We can give them some compensation. Someone suggested it, but it wasn't a very mature idea, because how would it be compensated? Jack, what compensation can we give the fishing boats? That's tens of millions of dollars on that plane. Do we give them that much money to redeem it? Yes, all we have is shells. And we have food. But that food isn't worth much. And what are we going to trade with them? Once again, the crowd stopped talking. And that was the truth. Fishing boats are civilian vessels. It's all about profit. Who can pay for it? They work for a living. How can they come up with the money to trade for a fighter plane? The only thing Mike can do is to use some of the supplies in exchange. But tens of millions of dollars worth of warplanes. It's obviously a bit naive to rely on food in exchange for them. For a while, all parties did not discuss any opinions. In the end, we can only hold on to the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse, and communicate with the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. The proprietor. Come and see. Look what we've fished up. Looks like an airplane. At this time, Zhao Cheng anxiously came to report, but Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes. He'd always had it in his mind. Except that salvage takes time too. And he didn't want to be out there tossing and turning all the time. That's what's been waiting to be fished out. It wasn't until he actually saw a gray plane that a smile finally appeared on his face. Ha ha, this is indeed the big one. We've got a treasure here. Chen Fan put his heart down and smiled happily. More and more of the crew heard of the good catch, and one by one they all ran to the deck to check out the. Everyone looks dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too awesome. We are not fishing at sea. How can we still fish up big airplanes? The proprietor is really lucky. Yesterday he was fishing for all kinds of high-priced fish, but today it's good. Directly fishing for a big airplane. We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. If we really sell this airplane, it's worth a lot of money. Dude, what kind of plane is this? Is it worth a lot of money? Someone then inquired in a puzzled manner. One of the older ones can be introduced in a serious way. It's not worth it. This one airplane can buy several of our fishing boats. It's rumored to be selling for up to $100 million to the public. Have you ever seen so much money? The young man was dumbfounded when he heard this. Not to mention 100 million US dollars. 100 million dragon coins have never seen. 1 million have never seen. Who'd have thought this plane would be so valuable? Brother, then the proprietor has made a lot of money. Directly turn a sail. Can be more profitable than fishing. We work hard for 2 days. The cargo hold inside the value of a few million only. This is actually worth 100 million. It's a great deal. Fishing for airplanes is better than fishing for fish. It's worth so much money for just a little bit. It's really awesome. After such a transmission, everyone was taken by surprise. That's a shocker. Even Yue, a rich girl, was shocked at this time. $100 million. That's not 600 million dragon coins. You can buy several fishing boats. Chen Fan is so lucky. At this moment, Yue no longer doubt that Chen Fan is the son of luck. If not, how can it come out to fish for what is there? And now you've got a big plane for the first time in your life. You've got a bright future ahead of you as a classmate. That's a huge potential. Su Wan Air was also dumbfounded. Originally for Chen Fan's sea hero status is quite respect. Think is a real man. But that's about it. She's got an eye for the big picture. 2. Only looking at Chen Fan's luck along the way, she had not so strange thought in her mind. If we can recruit Chen Fan, maybe it can continue the Su family's chi. Only this one thought flickered for just a moment and then disappeared. Because Chen Fan was brought up by Chen Fan. She, a bosom friend, can't rob a man. Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. South fishing no. 1205. Our commander wants to negotiate with you. Chapter 035. If you say the fighter is yours, you have to issue a certificate. Soon after, the carrier officially shouted at the fishing boats. Chen Fan also picked up the walkie-talkie as soon as he heard it. I am the captain. What do you want to talk about? Chen Fan was confident. The others quietly watched Chen Fan's performance. This is General Mike, Carrier Group Commander. Mr. Captain, you fished out the fighters we dropped in. I want you to return it to us. Mike also frowned when he heard the voice of a young man on the other side actually. It's a wonder that he, the commander-in-chief of an aircraft carrier, has to talk to the captain of a fishing boat. Mr. Mac, looks like you're watching our every move. We did fish out an airplane, but it doesn't prove it's yours. Chen Fan directly play rogue up. You say it's yours? I say no. Have the ability to take out the evidence first otherwise, they won't talk to you at all. That's our Y-35. It's exactly the same as the one we stopped on deck. Don't you guys have any military common sense? Mike was getting a little pissed off, sensing that the other guy was teasing the hell out of them, mocking them for not doing their job properly and losing their fighters. Mr. Mac, I'm just a fisherman. I don't know anything about weaponry, so I can't confirm if it's yours or not, unless you can produce a certificate. Prove that the plane is yours. Chen Fan's sentence, but it made Su Wanair laugh foolishly. Uee also laughed. This is too difficult for people. Chen Fan is too funny. I can't believe I have to issue a certificate. Who can issue a certificate for this? He said, covering his mouth and snickering, and the others also gave a thumbs up, cheering Chen Fan for being so bullish. Bull, get the eagle to certify that the plane is his. It's the real-life version of proving you're yourself. Ha ha. Yes, the key to this certificate to find who did not open it. This is completely insulting. Ha ha, it's a relief. We fishermen also have this day. The commander of an aircraft carrier has to beg us. It's a pleasure to sail with the new owner. You've seen a lot. The crowd was whispering and discussing, but on the other side, Mike was about to be pissed off. Making them prove the plane is theirs is teasing them, insulting them. Captain Rukoku, if you ever insult us like that again, we will show you that the Eagle Navy is not to be trifled with. Mike's got the power of life and death. It's just a fishing boat. A single missile can take care of the battle. Now sitting and negotiating with the other side. That's giving enough face already. Mr. Mac, it's a shame. The moment we fished the plane out, we'll just turn to haze. Once you have dared to use force, you will be court-martialed. Chen Fan is naturally not a wimp. Who wouldn't know how to put a hard word in? He can do it too. Who's afraid? If he can't, he'll have other ways to save his life. Great. You're very smart. Mike's ruthlessness disappeared. Indeed, he was stunned. This really moves the military. Really will cause a huge dispute. He also just scare the other party. Naturally he will not easily do it. I didn't realize he wasn't scared at all. He doesn't know what to do. Mr. Captain, you make an offer. What will it take to get the plane back to us? If you can't scare me, you can only talk about conditions. If you can't do it the hard way, you can only sit down and talk. At least we should know if the other party intends to exchange. Mr. Mac, this plane, whether it's yours or not, but it was salvaged by us, and it's a trophy that belongs to us. This is what we have. We can decide whether to turn it in or make an exchange. It depends on your attitude. Chen Fan continued to bull the other party, which was also stalling for time. You can't outrun a warship. Now it's up to Haiji to protect them. With the presence of the Haiji ship, they could only get away. Otherwise the other side would never let them leave peacefully. It's just that he was also bluffing the other side just now. And in fact he hadn't had time to report it to the Sea Division yet. Okay, come back when you've figured out the terms. That's it. With that Chen Fan hung up. He's gonna call Hayes right away. That's what's so urgent. Hello, is it Heiji? We're fishing boat no. 1205. We recovered an airplane. It's a Y-35 airplane. Now the Eagle Carrier Group is pursuing us. At this point, the Hess operator, hearing the call, was dumbfounded as well. Once again, hesitantly inquire once more. Mister, are you sure you fished out an airplane? As soon as Chen Fan heard this voice, it seemed to have some familiarity after which he thought that it was the operator from the last time. Girl, I'm the captain of the last unmanned submarine we fished. This time I've got a war machine. You'd better report it. Send a ship to protect us. Chen Fan directly told his identity in a heartbeat. The operator also took it seriously when she heard that the last unmanned submarine was indeed real and she was praised for it. This time it was an airplane again. And while she admired Chen Fan in her heart, it's also quick to serve. So maybe this is another opportunity to get some praise. This captain sounds young. That's too much luck. Something that happens once in 10,000 years. And it actually happens twice. Soon after, the top brass of the Sea Division received this one piece of news. Elder Dragon is also attracted to come. Picked up the phone myself. You're Chen Fan. You've really got another treasure? Long Tian asked with an excited face, knowing that this one young man should have some secrets. That's what raises the incentives, raises the motivation of the other side. What I didn't expect was that the other party would go out to sea again and actually find the treasure again. And it's even more valuable than the last unmanned submarine. It wasn't just Long Tian, the other Haiji people were also waiting quietly in the back. The whole department takes this call very seriously. You are Elder Dragon, aren't you? I'm Chen Fan. We did get the big guy. Chen Fan said and told the story of how he had fished out the big airplane. It's just a matter of encountering a carrier formation and ending up with your own unintentional netting, and then just fishing for fighter planes. But it directly saves the story that this war machine will walk on its own and run under the fishing net on its own accord. This one passage with a legendary color made Long Tian also dumbfounded. You mean, you met up with the carrier group, you tell them to get out of the way, and they really let it. Long Tian was surprised. This was an aircraft carrier formation, actually really gave way to a fishing boat. This could be a movie. Yeah. We're fishing in our own backyard. How can we possibly get out of the way? Regardless of whether it's an aircraft carrier or a warship. Just don't let it. Even Long Tian had to give a thumbs up for these words. The others were secretly impressed. It's easy to say, but to be able to have such confidence in the face of an aircraft carrier formation is bold and courageous. This is the style of the Dragon Kingdom's maritime heroes. It's a title you deserve. Previously, Long Tian had thought that Chen Fan was too young to receive this one honorary title, and that it might be a bit too much. Now it's a real honorary title that no one can question. Chapter 036. What? You really got the Y-35? Good. You're doing great. Living up to the title of Hero of the Sea. I want to make sure now. You really did get a fighter plane. And it's the same kind that's on the Eagle carriers? Long Tian confirmed once again. Really, this was too shocking. It felt unbelievable. This is a warplane on an aircraft carrier. Well, how did Chen Fan get it? Elder Dragon. Is it that I can't be sure? But the commander-in-chief of the other carrier spoke to me personally on the phone. They just say they dropped the plane. Let us make restitution. Chen Fan reported in detail, word by word, but he had told the contents of the conversation between the two men. When Long Tian heard that Chen Fan actually wanted the other party to issue a certificate to prove that the airplane was theirs, couldn't help but laugh too. You boy. I can't believe they're being asked to issue a certificate. Who's going to issue this certificate? I think I'm going to have internal injuries. Long Tian laughed cheerfully. This phone is amplified. The other people here is also cannot help but in the laughter. Only not laughing loudly. The crowd's comments on Chen Fan were even higher. Not only was he bold, but he was also very funny. With good reasoning. But it's hard for the other side to fight. Elder Dragon. I'm making the other side make an offer in exchange. But it's just stalling. You've got to send backup, or we'll be eaten. If they really rob hard, we really can't stop them. Chen Fan said with a serious face. Returning the warplane? That was definitely impossible. Chen Fan knows the importance of this advanced warplane, but now he fished it out. Where to return it? I'm sure we'll have to take it back and study it. Maybe he can make the technology level of the Dragon Country take off again. Then he will be able to make a merit again. I know. You're the only one who could do this. The others might actually have returned it. I'm sending out the Hessian ships immediately now. No. Send military planes directly to keep you safe. Don't worry. The motherland is your strong backing, Long Tian said solemnly, and the others immediately stood straight and held their heads high. Even Chen Fan was infected by this overbearing energy, confident and full of confidence. Okay, Elder Long, then I'm counting on you, Chen Fan replied solemnly. Long Tian also agreed heavily. An old man and a young woman have come to an agreement and are all working towards the same goal. Soon after, Long Tian immediately called an emergency meeting. It's just begun. And the parties are immediately taking positions. Elder Long, I'm willing to travel to the sea to provide support. Rokoku, the high-sea military aircraft are ready to go for support. Good. Since you're all ready for that one new fighter, we'll risk our lives to bring it back safely. At my command. Long Tian stood up and began to read the order. Everybody stand up and stand at attention. Order. All Sea Division ships near the Genoa's fishing boat to go to support it immediately. Reinforcements at all costs. Order. Sea Division take off a squadron to support the fishing boat Genoa. Their safe return must be protected. This order mobilizes all the forces that the division can mobilize, and all the forces that can be mobilized urgently. Long Tian has put all his strength into it. Yes, yes. The men followed orders and left anxiously, and a support mission was begun, with one idea firmly in the minds of all. That one fighter must be left behind. Absolutely no restitution. The safety of the fishing boats must be protected. For a moment, all of Heisei was united as one. All hands on deck for the incident. On the other side, Mike asked to speak to Chen Fan on the phone again. He's got the terms figured out. Captain Rukoku, as long as you're willing to return our plane, we will be able to supply you with 1/3 of a supply ship's worth of supplies. These supplies will be worth millions. We are very sincere. All Mike could move was supplies. Good thing they had 2 supply ships. You can give up some of your supplies. We'll figure out how to explain the supplies later. The key now is to get the plane back. Captain Mike, this plane is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You're just giving me millions of dollars in supplies. I'm afraid it's just a way to get rid of the callers. Chen Fan laughed. This is something that he indeed can't look at, but we can still talk about it over time. So he turned to me and said, I need cash. I still need at least $5 million in cash, so I can sell you this airplane. Chen Fan doesn't say anything about restitution. It's a direct sale. After all, this thing already belongs to his people. He didn't rob it. He fished it out of his own house. Fishing it up is theirs for the taking. That is, to sell it. $5 million. Mike frowned. It was indeed a pain in the ass to ask for cash. He doesn't have this money, and if he really wants to apply for it, then the matter will come to light. He's going to lose all his face. Only the other side asked for money, but let him down. At least the other side is not fooling around with him. This one was the right amount of money. No more and no less. And he had a feeling that this one, the young captain, did really want the money. This, I can promise you that. So be it. As a gesture of good faith, we can ship the supplies to you first, Mike said with a sincere look on his face. And Chen Fan heard but felt the danger. The other side suddenly so good to talk some perverse. No, I want to see the cash first. The cash is coming in, and then the supplies are being shipped, Chen Fan said solemnly, which caused Mike to be a bit disappointed at once. And then I could only say yes. He said he was going to make preparations. Chen Fan's refusal, on the other hand, was something that Yu couldn't understand. Chen Fan, why did you say no? Wouldn't it be nice to get their supplies first? Looking at Yu is a bit silly. Chen Fan is a ruthless criticism. You're stupid. You think you're really going to sell them the plane? It's definitely not for sale. There's a conspiracy in what they're doing. Really letting them bring in supplies would surely be an excuse to get on our ship. What are we going to do when the time comes to just threaten us with a gun? Chen Fan is also thinking carefully before it is to feel afraid. Fortunately did not promise to. If you're greedy, you'll definitely say yes. After all, the other party seems to be full of sincerity. Just give the supplies first, not the planes. But if you do, you'll be fooled. They're so evil. Yu lowered her head knowing she was wrong. She was still too young. I can't believe I didn't see through the extreme pull here. I'm a little aggravated. I can't believe the eagle is playing tricks on us. We are indeed getting dangerous. If they can't succeed in one plan, they'll surely use a second one. Chen Fan's face was grave. Looking out at that plane, I realize it's not easy to stay. Chapter 037, Sonic Attack. Scare off aircraft carriers. Commander, this Rukoku guy is smart. He didn't fall for it, the vice commander said irritably. In fact, they were really planning to come on strong. When the time comes, we'll send someone to board the ship, seize control of the other side, and finally get the plane back. At best, it's just another supply for the other side, which is a compensation. It's a low-intensity attack, or just coercion. It's not that big of a deal. Yes, they're tricky, but it's not for them to decide. Full speed ahead at once. Surround the fishing boats. Mike couldn't really get $5 million to give to the other guy. He never wanted to. The most we'll get is material compensation. Since we can't do anything soft, then we'll just surround the other side first and board the ship then. Same thing. They're traveling faster than the other side. Commander, you are so wise. The crowd can't help but blow rainbow farts. Mike had a smile on his face as well, finally feeling able to maneuver around everything. Soon, the entire carrier fleet was moving at full speed, getting closer and closer to the fishing boats. Fanny, something's not right. They're catching up. Only 5 nautical miles to go. We're about to get caught up. Uncle Wang was the first to realize that the situation was not right and immediately reminded Chen Fan, who was resting. Chen Fan also froze for a moment when he heard it. The other side is really not talking about martial arts. This is still negotiating, and directly want to catch up with it. Once they're surrounded, it'll be harder for them to run. The proprietor, our fishing boats are slow. At this rate, it's definitely catching up. When the hell is Haiji coming? We're afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. Zhao Cheng is also worried. The situation was getting more and more complicated, while Uncle Wang was staring at Chen Fan seriously. Fanny, what can you do? The last time the warships were chasing them and they got out of the tangle. Uncle Wang thought that Chen Fan had some way of doing it. Let's start with full horsepower. Chen Fan didn't answer Uncle Wang positively. but returned to the restroom. Then he closed his eyes, communicating with nearby dolphins and squid. It's his biggest card. Ha! The last 100 dolphins weren't powerful enough. This time, I'll try how powerful 600 dolphins really are. Chen Fan smiled. So this was for the quietus. Now it looks like it's going to be used on carriers first. That's the command ship. If we paralyze the other side, they'll be as good as dead. It's gonna be a real mess. They'll be able to get away with it. My dolphin warriors, let the battle begin. Soon, 600 dolphins are charging the carrier from all sides, and the crew of the warships on the periphery, watching so many dolphins swimming, but the excited cheered up. The crowd came to see it and almost pictures with their cell phones. After all, people still have a soft spot for dolphins, but they don't know that these dolphins will bring them bad luck. Dude, that's a dolphin. Look at it. Yes, that's dolphins. There's a conservative estimate of 100 of them there. It's the first time I've ever seen that many dolphins. Yeah, that's spectacular. Too bad the cell phone wasn't around. Ha ha, I snuck my cell phone. Let's take a picture. For a while, the whole formation was disturbed by these dolphins. Everyone relaxed their nerves at the sight of such a beautiful scene. They didn't realize that the dolphins were slowly swimming up to the carrier, and Chen Fan issued a timely instruction. Attack! Ultrasonic attack! In a moment, the dolphins had all disappeared. They've all gone to the bottom of the ocean. Everyone is lost for a moment, and in the carrier's sonar room, powerhouse, and rest areas, people soon picked up a large number of ultrasound waves, which were so silent that the human body could not perceive them, but it's being very destructive to the human body. This one is even more powerful than the last one. Soon, one by one, the crew members kept fainting on the ground. Some of them were directly foaming at the mouth. Chen Fan also stopped his attack at the right time. He wasn't so ruthless that he didn't want these people's lives. It's okay to teach the other side a lesson and let them mess up themselves. Soon the dolphins surfaced once more and swam away slowly with a harmless look on their faces. Come softly, then leave quietly, and no one would think that just in time had attacked the carrier. At this point in time, the carrier commander is still receiving reports of news from various departments. Powerhouse reporting but suddenly stopped, which made him a little surprised. The words are not finished yet. It should not be so impolite. Powerhouse, continue reporting. Please continue to report. Yet there was still no response from the other side. This surprised the officer in charge, who then proceeded to call the other departments to report the incident. But he never called. At this point, he finally felt bad. Come on, man. Send someone to the powerhouse and sonar room immediately. Proceed immediately to the bottom of the carrier and check it out. Why are you suddenly out of touch? For a moment, the reserve members immediately moved, but the carrier was huge, and it wasn't easy to get over there. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that someone finally reported in. Deputy Commander, something's wrong. All members of the powerhouse fainted. It's bad. Everyone in the sonar room is foaming at the mouth. It's not good. The restroom staff are fainting. One by one, the bad news came, making the vice commander's eyes glaze over. The walkie-talkie he was holding fell straight to the floor. It was so shocking. If the alarm hadn't gone off, he'd have thought they were under attack. What's going on? Report in detail immediately. Is the hatch broken? Reason for reporting. The vice commander inquired gravely. He had to find out what was going on. How did these people faint? How did they fall to the ground injured? Why didn't they fall to the ground? There were just too many question marks in his mind, and he was impatient at this time. Report, Lieutenant Commander. There is no damage to the hatch. Looking at the scene, it appears to be a short period of rapid stunning. There was clearly no sign of a struggle. The person who was checking said with a solemn face, but they had checked and there was no trace of an attack. They really don't know what's going on. It all seems to have come so suddenly. I know. Continue to investigate the cause. Counting the wounded. I need a more detailed debriefing. The vice commander immediately went to the command room anxiously after saying this. It's too big. We have to report it. Soon. Mike was listening to the report with a shocked face. The shock in his eyes was beyond description. The number of injured reaches 200. Cause of injury unknown. What kind of debriefing is this? Mike's in a hurry. Nothing's happening here. Hundreds of people have been damaged. How do I report this? Yet while they were still discussing, another piece of bad news has come out. Chapter 038, another unknown attack. This can't be a coincidence. Commander, 2 destroyers were also attacked. A supply ship reports an attack. They're all reporting unknown attacks. Personnel fainted. One thing leads to another. And before we know what happened to the carrier, other warships have been attacked. For a moment, the entire command room was in chaos, as if it were an enemy. This is an unknown attack. They're already under attack. At this point everyone is looking at Mike to see if it's an emergency. Formation on emergency status. Sail away from current waters immediately. Get into combat. Mike looks at the situation and immediately pulls the plug. All of a sudden, the alarm bells went off on the carrier. Everyone is back at their posts, and the formation is maneuvering to avoid the attack. Whatever the attack, this unseen attack, let's escape this area first. Soon the carrier formation, which was in pursuit, made a left turn. I don't know where I'm going, and the helicopters are working, dropping sonobuoys into the sea, trying to find out what attacked them. The entire formation is on alert. This is the first time Mike has been in such dire straits since he became commander. It's the first time I've been this nervous. It's the most dangerous. Look, the carriers are gone. They're actually gone. Yeah, turned the corner. What are they trying to do? Why aren't they chasing us anymore? Look at all the helicopters working over there. What's going on? No, the carriers' planes are starting to take off too. What the hell's going on here? Yes, under attack. The carrier's biggest role is the airplane. Naturally, Mike let the plane go. Although their training stopped when they dropped 2 airplanes into the sea, now that they were in a state of war, they had to make the most of it. Looking for the enemy. Whatever happened, at any rate we seem to be safe. Yeah, they've turned. We're more distant from them. We're kind of safe. Could it be that the Sea Division is coming, and they are running away like this? I don't see it. If it arrives, they'll contact us. But what the hell is going on? They can't just leave like that. They didn't even explain the situation to us. The crowd of fishing boats couldn't figure out how to stop chasing after them when they were so close to catching up with them. Uncle Wang, on the other hand, looked at Chen Fan with a shocked look on his face. Actually, people don't know Chen Fan's previous performance, but he does. He told the other side to think of something, and right away the warship had another civil unrest. It couldn't possibly have nothing to do with Chen Fan, only he didn't know what exactly Chen Fan had done. Or maybe that's something he'll never know. Commander, we conducted a full-scale survey of the waters to which we belong. No suspicious submarines have been detected. In response to the attack on the fleet, there were no other ships in the vicinity. Obviously, this attack can only come from the bottom of the ocean. So the whole formation was launching an anti-submarine force, thinking to be able to catch the submarine at the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, they were busy for a while, but they didn't get anything out of it, and the attack stopped, which made them even more suspicious. Expand the scope and depth of the search. The source of the attack must be found. Our warriors can't afford to get hurt. Mike's pissed off. They've just injured hundreds of members all at once. None of them are fatal. But what about this report? It's a non-combat attrition. His reputation will suffer greatly. We have to find the killer. Commander, but even a submarine. There don't seem to be any such soft kill weapons either. Our ships are unharmed. Just casualties. That's what's so strange, said the vice captain solemnly. If it's a submarine, it's a torpedo attack. It's a hard kill. That's not right at all. Commander, I remember. Didn't the Quietus survey ship experience this kind of attack? We were laughing at them at the time. Yes, the captain of the Quietus came over last time, and they made a mockery of it. Think it's a sign of incompetence and making excuses, and now they're in the same situation. The Quietus, unknown attack. Personnel fainted and foamed at the mouth. It's very similar indeed. Mike Young got serious. Apparently they were both careless. They all overlooked this one surprise, and they seem to be attacking even more strongly this time. What the hell is the connection? Why are they attacking us of their own accord? It's a shame Mike can't investigate. Even if the Quietus was here, he might still find some clues, because he had talked to Chen Fan on the phone, and this time Chen Fan has changed his fishing boat, and the target has also changed. Not at all. There's a common thread here. The scene is all about Chen Fan. For a while, the two commanders couldn't think of anything else. It was really catching people off guard. Finally, they decided to call the Quietus and ask for more information. They'd done their research. They must know more about this kind of attack. What? You've had your share of these attacks, and multiple ships were attacked. Hundreds of people fainted. Captain Robert of the Quietus was also dumbfounded when he heard that. He too thought he was overthinking it. It could be something else. Who'd have thought the attack would come again and target their carriers? It shocked him all of a sudden. Robert, I withdraw my criticism of you. We can confirm that we have indeed encountered an unknown enemy. Mike slowed down and apologized for his last one. Now he needs help to understand what's going on here. Commander, unfortunately, we didn't find out exactly what it was either, because I've given up on the investigation. Robert did give up on the investigation, except that it could be a sonic attack. I don't know about the others. This was a bit of a disappointment to Mike, but who let them discourage the other side? And in the end, after asking some questions, they were only able to let it go. Gentlemen, we have met an enemy like no other. We can't let our soldiers get hurt for nothing. We have to find him out. Mike was pumped up. They were the most powerful navy. They could never be attacked and not be able to fight back. If we can't find it, we'll expand it. Yet at that moment there was a reminder. Commander, the fishing boat has gotten away. What about our fighters? The Quietus also encountered a fishing boat last time. And this time we were also fished out of the plane by dragon fishermen. Could this not be a coincidence? That one guess was a wake-up call that they had lost the fishing boat. Their plane is still there. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why did we come under attack when we were chasing a fishing boat? Mike was also angry, and now he was faced with a dilemma once again. At that moment, however, he had an idea in front of his eyes, though I don't believe it could have anything to do with a fishing boat. But as soon as we catch up again, just so we can know if it's a coincidence? Chapter 039, Fishing Boat Suspected. Chen Fan to be exposed? Someone else actually reminded him of that. The last time the Quietus was fished out of an unmanned submarine by a dragon fishing boat. This time it's an airplane. They're all dragon fishing boats, and they're all under unknown attack. At this point, he's including the most easily overlooked fishing boats in his suspicions. Commander, you mean the fishing boats attacked us? But it's not right. The fishing boat was clearly in front of us. How they were able to attack multiple units? Yeah, we've been scanning the fishing boats for a long time. They're unarmed. The bilges are full of seafood. How did they attack us? The other officers don't believe it. They think it's possible that a submarine attack is possible. Maybe the Dragon Kingdom really does have advanced weapons, but to say that a fishing boat attacked them, that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The more easily the purpose is neglected, the more likely it is to be the killer. Is it just a matter of trying to find out? Mike was determined to give it a try. And the bottom of the sea, they were checking it out carefully. There's no problem. Now that's a problem with a fishing boat. The plane went under a fishing boat for no reason and was just caught by the fishing crew. They were just about to catch up with each other when the attack came. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious Mike felt about the fishing boat and wanted to dispel that suspicion. The only way to do that is to go after them again. We'll know the result immediately. Commander, I follow your instructions. Fishing boats are indeed suspicious. We only have the possibility of conflict with them, the deputy commander said solemnly. At this time the other officers this is to react to the. It also made some sense and nodded in support for a moment. Yes, in that case, some of the ships continue to expand their search for the enemy. The other warships follow me in pursuit of the fishing boats. Soon, the carrier formation turned once more. This time it was again aimed straight at the traveling side of the fishing boat, and it was aimed even further ahead, which was the shortest distance for a pursuit. At one time, the ship's full horsepower, desperate pursuit. At this time the distance from the fishing boat, but reached 20 kilometers. It won't be so easy for them to pursue. Fan, carrier turns again. They seem to be catching up again. Uncle Wang reminded once more. And Zhao Chang also frowned. Sure enough, they must have been delayed for a bit. But there's no way they're going to let us get away safely. The plane was involved in a technical leak. There's no way they wouldn't take it seriously. The heads of the two fishing boats, who had managed to relax their brows, were once again in a tight frown, and they needed to be responsible for the safety of all of them. Chen Fan, if we can't do it, we'll just give them the plane back. It's theirs, after all. Yue was scared by the last carrier chase. It was an aircraft carrier, and she used to think that it was nothing. But actually seeing it live did scare her a bit. Now they are plotting against the tiger, but they want to transport the tiger's stuff back. Once the other party loses patience, she'll lose her life. Suwan Air pulled her best friend on hearing this, thinking that this was not the right time to speak up. It's a distraction. Absolutely not. Since we fished it out, it's ours. We have to turn it in. It could advance the dragon's airplane technology by at least 10 years. Chen Fan refused with a stern air, and even stared at Yue with a very unkind attitude. Stopped the other side to continue to say, this really say, he really want to kick the other side out of the command room locked up. Whoever she is, if she disturbs the army at this time, she is an enemy and even more of a traitor. The proprietor is right. We can't wimp out. Fishermen are the most patriotic. We can't lose the face of our fishermen. That's not true. We fishermen are not afraid of the sky or the earth. It's the second navy of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, last time we were not afraid of a small fishing boat of a few hundred tons. This time we are a huge ship of 10,000 tons. Fear of death is not a dragon nation. We have the Dragon Kingdom behind us. Haiji will come to protect us. We have a strong backing. What are we afraid of? For a while, the men were all fearless and red-eyed. This scene is deeply shocked Yue, but also let Suwan Air side-eye. Eyes look at Chen Fan's eyes once again changed. Feeling humiliated, Yue was very embarrassed at this time and eventually left the command room. She's losing face. Guys, Go back to your post. Follow my instructions. I promise to bring everyone home safely. As long as we turn the plane in, we can all be rewarded. Are you kidding? If the plane is turned in, everyone gets a piece of it. Even if there are too many people, then the rewards can be less. But it's impossible to not have them. Let's say $10,000 for one person. That could still work. For honor, for reward, for merit. The men inside the fishing boat were united in their understanding and excitedly went back to their posts. And Chen Fan, at this time, also closed his eyes to rest his mind. Prepare to summon the dolphins for another attack. Since one attack is not enough for you to remember, then let's do it again and make a complete mess of you. Seeing that the carrier was once again chasing closer and closer, Chen Fan was also ready for it. And on the other side, Mike was ready. The hatch below. But this time they had only placed a few people. Everyone has a button. As soon as the identity is uncomfortable, the switch is pressed and they know instantly. By then they'll know if it was a fishing boat that launched the attack and if it was related to the fishing boat. At this time, Chen Fan did not know that Mike had already suspected him, and was still preparing to launch a second attack. Once the attack is launched, Mac will have a lock on the fishing boat. We're not going to be able to get out of here. Report. 5 kilometers from the fishing boats. We will catch up with the fishing boats. A correspondent reported back at all times, and Mike looked at the time. The crowd waited in silence. The last time they were attacked from this very distance. If it really has something to do with the fishing boat, then the danger is imminent. At this point in the perimeter, once again, the crew saw a large number of dolphins coming to the. Look, these dolphins are back. Yes, dolphin. So cute. Look, you seem to be smiling at me. No, that's what they're supposed to be. Not laughing with you. The crew is still happily watching these harmless dolphins, not realizing that this is the one who caused their loss of life. Look good, but it can kill without a sound. Chapter 040 A Scary Moment. Almost planted. Aircraft carriers Then I'll teach you another lesson. The dolphins are ready. Chen Fan is about to attack. Mike was ready and waiting to be attacked, and this time they had all the scouting tools at the ready. As soon as they are attacked, they can tell what it is and where it's coming from. Right now, rumble. There was a sudden roar in the distance. The crowd immediately looked up to see 4 airplanes whizzing by. That looks like one of our fighters. Yeah, plane I think, like a Y-11 plane. Those twin drogue-tails, that must be our plane. It's so recognizable. Uncle Wang, look if that's our airplane. You've seen a lot. The crowd was in a state of surprise, except they didn't know whose plane it was yet and didn't dare to cheer. Uncle Wang, however, is always drifting in the sea. Encountered the aircraft is also very much. No matter which place the aircraft, is also able to recognize at a glance, is also forced to become a military fan. Nice. That is indeed our plane. That is indeed a Y-11. Uncle Wang nodded his head heavily and his face showed excitement. Their strong backing is finally here. They finally have someone to protect them. Genoa fishing boat. We're a Hess airplane. I have been ordered to come and protect your safe return to your country. With the signal coming from the radio, the sound at this point makes you feel grounded and full of security. The familiar sound made the whole crowd cheer up. People. They could finally be safe. Great. We're finally saved. Thank you Haiji for coming to our rescue. Thank you. Our country is strong and will never be bullied again. No one on the scene was in tears. They were moved to tears. On the other side, the carrier also received a warning from the Sea Division. Eagle Carrier Group. Please stop pursuing our fishing boats. Please keep a safe distance. Otherwise we will take the necessary measures to protect our fishing vessels. This warning quickly brought the carrier down to speed. It did work. No one wanted to go against Hess. So did Mike. And without the intervention of the Sea Division they would have continued their pursuit. But now that it had become like this, they could no longer come on strong. Next, it's time for more high-level negotiations. Commander, they only have 4 airplanes. We shouldn't be afraid. We have a carrier group. Some people are a bit unconvinced that they slowed down just after the other party came, which is really a bit stifling too. Those who don't know will think they're afraid of the Haiji ships. This is a great way to show off the other side. Shut up. Do you want to start a war? The vice commander harshly criticized the person who just spat. They're here to train, not to fight, not to mention trouble. There's no way they're gonna start a war. They're not just 4 airplanes, and their seafaring ships have arrived. A very large number. Yes, airplanes in the front, Seabees in the back, and they're coming from all directions. Carrier groups have a wide range. Realizing that this was not going to work, Mike gave up the pursuit of the. It seems there's nothing more we can do. There's no way we're getting the plane back, unless we go to war with them. The deputy commander had a bitter smile on his face. It was also a false proposition. It was crazy to go to war over a single airplane. They could never give such instructions. No one would dare. Report it. It's my responsibility. I will ask for my own punishment. Mike looked disheveled. They had actually failed. The plane just wouldn't come back. He has a huge responsibility. The commander has no fight in him. And the others are like cucumbers with no energy. They all bowed their heads. Turn. Keep on with our mission. Mike gave his final instructions, knowing that there was a chance he might not be able to keep his position if he went back this time. Unmanned submarine lost. Airplane lost. Hundreds of fighters were also wounded. It's all about someone coming out and taking the fall. And Mike is on the hook for that too. Soon, the carrier formation turned. Mike left with the resignation that he hadn't tried to find out who was attacking them. Hello, I'm Captain Lu Hao of Haiji 35466. You're Chen Fan, aren't you? At this time, on the command of the fishing vessel Genoa, a group of men in blue uniforms boarded a fishing boat. They're the very people Hess came to support. When I heard about the airplane, I had to come up and check it out myself. Greetings, Captain Lu. I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan warmly greeted him. It was exceptionally exciting to meet one's own family on the sea. Where's the plane you're fishing for? Can I see it? Lu Hao said solemnly. He had to be sure of the facts before finally reporting upwards. At this moment, Elder Long is waiting for news from them. Sure, this way. On our deck. Soon, Lu Hao saw a big black guy caught in a fishing net. As the deck is not in something can tie the airplane, ultimately is how to fish up, is how to put fishing nets over the aircraft, is also to ensure the safety of the only this scene, but also let Lu Hao also dumbfounded awe. He was also shocked to hear that the airplane had been fished out and that it had really been fished out at the scene, and that there was no bragging at all. Immediately go up to view the model at this time. That's right, this is the same airplane that was on the Eagle carrier. It's AY-35 indeed. Chen Fan, you've done it again this time. Lu Hao shouted excitedly. As long as the plane was brought back safely, it had to be a meritorious achievement. If it's them, it's definitely a first-class merit. Maybe Chen Fan is just an ordinary person, but that's a lot of work. Thank you. This one airplane is very important to us. Lu Hao. These words made the people who came with him excited. I thought that fishing boats fishing for airplanes was just bragging, but who would have thought that it has really become a reality? The planes were right in front of them, and the carriers stopped pursuing them as soon as they saw them. It's like a movie. Ha ha, Captain Lu. This airplane or you guys can just pull it. Being on our boat affects our fishing. I don't want to be chased by carriers again. Last time I was chased by a warship. This time it's being chased by an entire carrier group. This is crazy. If it were a normal person, he'd be scared less. He's just a fishing boat. He's no match for a warship. He can't kill himself anymore. He just wants to fish. Aha! Okay, I've given you a fright. Lu Hao comforted. Then immediately commanded the Heisei ship to approach the fishing boat. Prepare to lift the plane. Their ship has a helideck. The fishing boats are in better condition now, so they'll be able to get the planes back again faster. Otherwise the fishing boats are too slow. That's gonna slow down time. Chapter 041, you have to come back, and I'll give you an award. Do you think we can save the fishing boat or not? That's a fighter jet sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not just about money, it's about technology. There's no way the Eagle's carrier formation is just going to give up. The group was sitting in front of Hess's office, waiting for the call to come in. At this time they also have a calm. Some people are constantly walking around, obviously very anxious. It's the other side's carrier plane. This thing is a treasure. They really want it. It all depends on whether the other commander has enough guts. If they have the guts, they'll just round up the fishing boats to snatch the airplane in this way. That Chen Fan can't do anything about it. They're just a fishing boat. They can't take on a carrier armed to the teeth. Elder Long also had a worried look on his face, both excited to have fished out the airplane, but then he was feeling worried about Chen Fan's situation. It is indeed too dangerous for a fishing boat to get what they don't deserve. That will only bring danger to the other party. At this time he can only hope that the other party can be more reasonable, not directly hands to rob. Hey, I wish the plane could have been saved. Then we'd be stronger again. Chen Fan is really a lucky star. This trip to the sea, always able to fetch treasures. The crowd couldn't help but praise Chen Fan. Originally thought that the unmanned submarine was already the limit. Who would have thought that there is a bigger surprise? This is no longer luck to be able to describe it. This is really a great fortune exists. Indeed. Though I don't know what this kid's secret is, but if we do manage to get the plane back safely, I'll be sure to claim credit for him. Long Tian said solemnly. With the contribution that Chen Fan had made for the Dragon Kingdom, that was no longer an ordinary contribution. That's a great achievement. No reward is too great. Of course, only if the other party can come back safely. Jingle bells. Just as the crowd was discussing this, the phone on the desktop rang. Elder Long glanced at it, then solemnly picked up the phone. I am Dragon Sky, Elder Dragon. I'm Lu Hao. I've rushed to the incident area and successfully received the fishing vessel Genoa. The caller was Lu Hao who arrived in time to report the incident. This one phone call was a relief to the bigwigs, and they were all relieved to hear that they had successfully received the fishing vessel. Only they wanted to know an even more important one. Are fishing boats safe? Is the plane still there? Long Tian, who was the big brother of the Sea Division, also looked at that airplane, and directly inquired about it at this time. Report, Mr. Long. Aircraft we have successfully transferred to the HMS. We've made the return flight and will escort the plane all the way back to port, said Lu Hao, but he told the whole story. When it was said that the carrier was about to catch up with the fishing boat, the crowd was also worried for Chen Fan. Luckily, eventually the HMS planes as well as the ships arrived and eventually the other side was slowing down and turning around. So there are now 6 Sea Division ships in place. Not bad. With so many ships, the opposing carrier formation wouldn't dare to rob them openly. Long Tian is finally relieved. If it is a Sea Division ship then there is still danger. But now it is 6 ships have arrived. The problem will not be too big. The others got excited when they heard that the airplane had arrived. At this time as excitedly stood up. Face are showing excited smiles. That's more than a New Year's Eve. What about the fishing boat Genoa? Must we escort him back with us? They are all heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. I want to give credit to all of them. The dragon said in a domineering voice. A ship of men. All of them? This one honor was theirs by right. It was their efforts that fished out an airplane worth hundreds of millions of dollars for the Dragon Kingdom. Potentially worth even more. This is something that has to be rewarded properly. Especially Chen Fan. It must be reported for credit. Yes, Chen Fan. This kid has made a lot of money this time. He actually got an airplane. It's no less than developing a new type of warplane. Ha ha, with this ready-made fighter, we'll definitely be able to make up for our shortcomings. The crowd laughed and said, already thinking about how to reward Chen Fan. Report. The fishing boat Genoa said it hadn't finished fishing, and they will continue to operate. Request instructions. With that, Lu Hao stated Chen Fan's request. Yes, Chen Fan really does not intend to go back now. Their trip to the sea is only out 2 or 3 days off. It was a bit of a rush to go back, and his 4,000 ton hold wasn't full, not even half of it today. It's too early to go back. It's a waste of time to go back and forth. Furthermore, Yue and the others had made a request, stating that they didn't want to go back so soon, so Chen Fan directly rejected the escort's good intentions, hoping that he could stay on his own. What? How can this work if they don't come back? They've been targeted by the carrier group. You let Chen Fan speak to me. When Long Lao heard that, he was really worried about his lucky star having an accident. It's not a skill to get a big load once, but 2 times in a row, and 1 time more than the other. That's not luck, it's strength. Long Tian is now treating Chen Fan as a treasure, and may be able to salvage something better in the future. We can't let anything happen to Chen Fan. Elder Dragon. I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and picked up the phone. Long Tian was directly scolded by the head and face. Chen Fan. You've got a lot of nerve. I've heard it's just dangerous. You hurry back with me and get out of the way before you do. You're fishing for the eagles twice. They're definitely going to hate you. The more Long Tian cursed, the more he showed care. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't come back. He wouldn't go so far as to curse a couple of times. You'd only say something if you're hurt. Chen Fan was also feeling full of goodwill, but refused to do so. Elder Long, thank you for your concern, but the carrier formation has turned. Now that the plane isn't on my ship either, that's something the other side must know. The hot potato has moved on. We are safe. The real danger may still be the HMS. Chen Fan laughed. The carrier had already turned, but hadn't gone too far, obviously still expecting something from the airplane. However, they were obviously already on the Haiji ship and were keeping a certain distance from it, but instead they were less concerned about it. Now he has sailed east to the deep sea. Instead, the seasiders sailed backward, and so did the carriers. This all shows that they are no longer a target. You've got a lot of nerve, kid. It's no wonder you're able to keep raking in the treasure. Since you want to keep fishing, I can't keep you from making money, but be sure to keep in touch, and I'll send a boat over to pick you up as soon as something happens. Long Tian nodded. Aircraft carriers want airplanes, not fishing boats. Where the airplanes are, that's where the target is. What Chen Fan said does make sense. In the end, he was only able to agree to the other party's request. Be sure to come back safely. I'll give you a merit award when the time comes. Long Tian said solemnly. This credit is bigger than the last one, and he has to try to get it for Chen Fan too. Yes, Elder Long, then I can wait. Chen Fan also laughed, and the other party laughed as well. Chapter 042, The most dangerous enemy is following in the dark. Soon, the 6 HMS ships formed a formation and returned to the harbor in great numbers, and the reluctant carrier formation, however, looked on from afar, following all the way. I don't want to give up like this. Seems like he's looking for a chance to get it back. Report. All ships of the carrier group are following us. Did not follow the Manhwa fishing boat. A correspondent reported to Lu Hao. In fact, although Long Tian agreed to Chen Fan's departure, he was still uneasy about it. It was also a task for Lu Hao. Once the other side sends a warship to follow the fishing boat, they also have to immediately detach their ships to escort it. We can't let the fishing boat get away. We have to keep the other side safe. The other side is a meritorious fishing boat. At this time, Lu Hao also put down his heart when he heard they were able to hold the other side, so that the fishing boat will be able to be more secure. It can be said that the fishing boat may still be in danger following them, but now it is the safest instead. I have to say Chen Fan is really quite smart. Good. Report to the Seas Division immediately. Indicates that fishing boats are safe, Lu Hao said solemnly. The correspondent recorded carefully, along with going forward to send a message. Only they didn't realize that all the warships in the carrier formation had indeed stayed put. But that doesn't mean there aren't other ships that can't be used to chase fishing boats. In the carrier formation command room, Mike gave the order. Have the phantom ship track the fishing boat immediately. This fishing boat reveals oddities everywhere. He's not happy about it. He's got a feeling it's not a coincidence. Both times it's been about fishing boats. It can't be that simple. Especially since he just got a message. The last fishing boat to retrieve an unmanned submarine was actually a young man. And this time it was a young man who spoke to them. At the moment he couldn't be sure if it was the same person, but he had this hunch that it might be the other guy. Commander, do you think this time we've met the same young man that the Quietus met? But the last fishing boat was only 300 tons, but we encountered a 10,000 ton fishing boat. The information doesn't match. The vice commander asked in disbelief. He didn't think it was the same person. This information is still too far away, although they are both young people, but a small fishing boat and a large fishing boat, but a world of difference. He doesn't believe that young man owns this huge fishing boat straight away. Yes, Commander. Even if he got tens of millions of dollars in rewards, there's no way he could have bought such a big fishing boat. It can't be the same person. Joking. 10 million can buy what fishing boat? At most is the level of 1,000 tons. Not even up to this tons of fishing boats can reach hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not something a young man can handle. Of course they didn't know that this fishing boat was rented by Chen Fan by chance. Otherwise they wouldn't have said so. You guys make a lot of sense, but anything is possible. This fishing boat reveals oddities at every turn, and I have a great hunch that the young man we met is that one young man. Why else would the unknown attacks all be the same? Mike believed in his hunches, and this one hunch had never been wrong, and had always made him a general. He was convinced of his judgment. Okay, Commander, but with the ghost gone, there's a hole in our undersea security. The deputy commander reminded that the so-called Phantom was actually a nuclear submarine. Naturally, a carrier formation is impossible without a submarine escort. The Sea Division ships see the ships on the surface, but they can't see where the most advanced submarines are. And Mike is preparing to launch a nuclear submarine to follow the fishing boats and wait for the right moment. Aha! I have my own thoughts on the matter. Don't worry. Of course Mike knew the consequences of losing power under the sea. Their undersea security is about to come out of the hole, and when they do encounter a similar submarine, there's no equivalent means of doing so. It's just a risk he's willing to take to get what he wants. Anyway, his responsibility has been great to find out the secret of the fishing boat. Find the source of the attack. He's got to get to the bottom of this. Seeing how determined Mike was, the crowd had no more objections. Anyway, the responsibility lies with the other side. They're just following orders. So deep under the sea, a huge submarine, breaking away from the carrier formation, traveling in the direction of the fishing boats. This is the most advanced submarine in the world, and the quietest, known as the Ghost of the Sea. They're following the fishing boat without a sound. With the strength of the Seas Division ships, it would have been impossible to discover that even if a real warship had been on the spot. It's also impossible to detect each other's presence. Chen Fan didn't realize that there was such a dangerous enemy behind him. At this time, he was listening to Yu Yi's request. So, you all sailed with me for a purpose, just so I can lead you to an ancient shipwreck. At this time, Chen Fan frowned as he listened to Yu Yi's request. I'm sure this woman has a purpose for following him to the sea. I thought I was just going out to see the sights, but I didn't realize I was actually looking for a shipwreck. Chen Fan, this isn't about me. It's for One Air. She's about to graduate, and she's doing her thesis on it. If we can really find ancient shipwrecks, then her research on the subject could be a historic breakthrough. It's straight to graduate school. UEE and Suwon Air are very close indeed. UEE's students are really not that good. However, Shen Fan had learned that Suwon Air was a senior student of the archaeology department of the capital university. At this time, it is also close to graduation. In order to help girlfriends successfully graduate as well as to maintain graduate school, that's what's going to mobilize the forces that are going to find the shipwreck. In UEE's opinion, this fishing boat was his family's, and it was also provided to Chen Fan for free. That's a favor. That should do it. This, can I refuse? Chen Fan said with a displeased face. He really didn't want to get into any shipwrecks. It was still fishing that was the right thing to do. Now he is still a poor man. The hand of 10 million is also used up a lot. Must make good money, taking advantage of their own advantages. As long as less than a year, he thinks he's capable of becoming a billionaire. Chen Fan, I want you to help me. You do have a lot of luck. I also have some road maps of shipwrecks, and I hope I can use your luck to find them. Saying that, Suwon Air handed over a map. Her eyes were full of expectation. Full of please, but it makes Chen Fan look a little intolerant. This, I'll help you. What's in it for me? Are you kidding? How can he do anything without benefits? He doesn't want to be a charity. These words made Suwon Air flinch and made UEE dumbfounded. This is a request from a beautiful woman. How many men hear it and immediately say yes? It's all about pleasing a beautiful woman. And Chen Fan is good. He directly wants benefits. This is really a bit infuriating. Chapter 043, The Death of the Dragon Kingdom. Haiji's anxiety. Chen Fan, are you out of your mind? After all I've done for you, can't you do me one little favor? And Wan Air has said so. Don't you know how to behave in front of the girls? I can tell you, Wan Air is the school beauty of Capital University. How many people are lining up to impress her? Now you don't appreciate this one chance. UEE was really angry. How many men flattered them in front of them? I'm trying to please them, just to make them laugh. Chen Fan is so good. He doesn't even care. Why would I want to curry favor with her? It's not like I'm chasing her. Chen Fan's wave of rhetorical questions had flabbergasted both of them. With a hint of loss in her eyes, Suwon Air also lowered her head. And UEE is the one who fights for justice. I don't even want to talk about you. Just say how about you help? Looking at UEE's angry face, Chen Fan was not at all flustered. After some thought, he finally spoke. This way. You're all about the research, aren't you? I don't want anything else either. That is, if I do find the wreck, all the treasures belong to me. Chen Fan said seriously, and the two girls didn't have much to say once they heard the agreement. As for what's down there, they don't think there'll be any gold or silver. You can't be that lucky. This is simply impossible. So it is also a direct yes. Yes, then we'll fish our way through. This is just a side trip. Don't interfere with my fishing. Chen Fan once again warned UEE. Anyway, the fishing boat lease has been signed. This boat is his to make the decision. But the real owner of this ship is UEE. Wanner, let's go back to our room. UEE left in dissatisfaction. Suwonner still gave a thankful look and followed suit. Chen Fan, however, was also thinking about another way to make money. Since I was able to find the fish, maybe an ancient shipwreck, it's really possible to find it. 2. That value can be more lucrative than fishing. Fishing for unmanned submarines, warplanes, whatever. It's risky, and it's unattainable. If the plane hadn't fallen into the sea, would we still need to rob it? Now that we've got the plane, what else can we do next? Airplanes are valuable enough, and there are too many shipwrecks on the bottom of the sea. He has the Neptune system. He's the god of the sea. It's not too much to ask to dig out some treasure from the bottom of the sea. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about how he was going to look for the shipwreck, in the depths of the ocean, a submarine has fallen heavily to the bottom of the sea. Captain, we've lost power. The uplift system is malfunctioning. Communications are down. Unable to contact superiors. The co-captain reported anxiously. They've been down there for a while. Now the delay in repairing it has made them very anxious. How much longer can we use our oxygen? The captain knew they'd had a disaster. And if they couldn't get to the surface again, it would be a serious submarine accident. They're going to the bottom of the ocean. Conservative estimate. Only 12 hours to go. This is still the most frugal state. The vice captain looked worried. He had sent all uninvolved personnel off to rest, which would have saved the oxygen supply considerably. Only some of the maintenance crews are still working on it. Except that it takes a lot of oxygen. And 12 hours is optimal. Only less. Not more. Hey, let's get everyone to write their suicide notes. Unless a miracle happens, we can't be saved otherwise. Yes, they're hundreds of meters under the sea, with no communication, no exact coordinates. There's no one to save them. Even if an ordinary warship discovered their position, it would be impossible to save them without a specialized rescue submarine. The captain was reluctant to release the uneasiness, but he knew their end was already doomable. A submarine rescue is a difficult rescue in itself, and now there are only 12 hours left. There's no way the rescue submarine can make it. Captain, I know. I will pacify the crowd. All submariners, the moment they get on the submarine, have this realization. I'm sure they'll be able to come clean. With that, the submarine's captain left, and soon the submarine's radio came on with the submarine's captain. A passionate speech that I hope will make us all face the situation with openness. Comrades, I don't want to hide it from you. We may not be saved, but we are valiant submariners, and I'm sure we've all been ready to die for a long time. This time the crowd is still listening intently to the radio. On the other side, at the headquarters of the division, the HMS is back in port without incident. It should have been a joy to watch the Eagle's warplane, but Long Tian couldn't be happier. Comrades, there is one piece of bad news. One of our submarines has lost contact. Their last report indicated that they were having power problems and that the submarine was sinking. Eventually we lost each other's communication signals. We suspect the submarine has had an accident and has crashed to the bottom of the sea. Long Tian spoke the matter out with a heavy face, the result of a comprehensive analysis. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to report. Elder Dragon, if that's the case, we should send a rescue ship immediately. Late is late. The crowd was shocked to hear of such a big deal, and soon came up with a solution. If there's a problem with the submarine, I don't care if there's a problem or not. Let's send the rescue ship out first, otherwise it's too late. I've sent a submarine rescue boat, except that it will take them a day and a night to reach the sea where it happened. There's no time to lose. Saying that, Long Tian told the matter that the submarine hadn't surfaced for several days, and the oxygen itself was already insufficient. Now that it's sunk to the bottom of the sea again, they're at the limit of oxygen. It's a lot worse than it looks. Only 12 hours of oxygen reserves left. There's no way this is going to make it. Even if we get there, there's no way we can save it. The crowd was dumbfounded. Submarine rescue is not an easy thing. Even if the rescue ship arrived, it would take several days of busy work to be able to successfully save and it's dangerous. At this time, hearing this one bad news, everyone's face changed greatly. They had expected the worst end. Be shocked. If disaster strikes, this will be the death of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 044, Glorious Mission. Obliged to duty. For now, the situation is very urgent. We have to prepare for the worst. Long Tian sighed heavily. In fact, the experts were already analyzing the chances of a successful rescue are basically zero. Whatever way you look at it, they don't stand a chance. We've lost all contact with the submarine for the moment. Only the coordinates of the last place of disappearance are known. Where exactly is not known at all. And our rescue boats couldn't get there in time. Oxygen is also facing a shortage. It's basically unlikely. The crowd was dumbfounded. Yet as long as there was still a possibility, it was impossible for them to give up on the rescue. Lit. I want to see the living and the dead in person. Idiom, fig. I want to see the dead in action. There was no way they were going to let them heroes lie at the bottom of the ocean. They had to bring them back to the old dragon. I just looked at the coordinates. This coordinate is very close to the fishing vessel Genoa. A big man suddenly spoke up, which can make the crowd a little surprised. Well, how to talk about the Genoa fishing boats? That's just a fishing boat. Now they're talking about rescuing a submarine. Old Lee, what are you trying to say? Long Tian glanced at his partner and seemed to think of something, but couldn't be sure. Since there's no way to get there with what we've got, we might as well beat a dead horse. Involve the fishing vessel Genoa in the rescue, the sidekick said solemnly. Not jokingly, but seriously. In his opinion, the time to come is not too late. That is the Genoa fishing boat, can be completely within an hour to arrive at the incident area. That's an advantage that no other seagoing ship has. Even if there's no way to rescue the fishing boat, at least it'll save time searching for the submarine. It'll buy us more time. Hearing this, the crowd was astonished, but they still refuted it. Elderly. Fishing boats don't have advanced detection equipment, so even if they can reach the incident area, it's impossible for them to find the submarine at the bottom of the sea. Yeah, that's just a fishing boat. It's not in keeping with confidentiality to have them involved in the rescue. I also don't think it's a good idea for fishing boats to get involved. There's a lot of people. It's too big a deal. And the future is uncontrollable. The crowd still thought of secrecy. After all, the people on the fishing boat were not able to ensure a clean identity. It's not easy to keep these people from spreading the word when the submarine is really shipwrecked. Fishing boats may just be playing the sauce. What can they do? Is it possible to save the submarine? Fishermen deserve our trust. Chen Fan is more worthy of our trust. Chen Fan was able to bring good luck to the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm sure he'll be able to bring us good news again this time as well. Long Tian spoke up. endorsing this one proposal. He doesn't trust anyone else, but Chen Fan is certainly trustworthy, turning in advanced equipment time and time again, especially since Long Tian thought Chen Fan was a lucky star and could bring them good luck. Maybe I can. It was against science to believe in luck, but he really did for once. Not bad. I also believe that Chen Fan is someone worth trusting. Don't forget, their fishing boats have sonar too. It's a little behind, but if the submarine doesn't dive too deep, there's a chance it can be recognized. Elderly spoke out once more. This is no way out nowadays. We're just gonna watch the submarine and wait for it to die. To bring the plane back, all the ships of the Sea Division were escorted along the way. There's really no more boats there, only the Genoa fishing boat that didn't come back. Yes, since Lao Li agrees, I agree. Then I'll just take the shot. I'll contact Chen Fan immediately now, Long Tian said solemnly. Then the meeting was suspended. He personally called Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was enjoying the sea view, unexpectedly received a private phone call. Elder Dragon? I am Dragon Sky. Chen Fan, I have an important matter that needs your help. Long Tian didn't have time for pleasantries and went straight to the point. The current dilemma was quickly spelled out, especially with the reminder that the submarine may only have 12 hours of oxygen left, if not less. This sudden mission also caused Chen Fan to frown. He hadn't expected that he'd encountered so many things on this trip to the sea. I want to make good money. Who'd have thought they'd find an airplane and be chased by a carrier group? Later, I encountered Su Wan Air's request to find the shipwreck. Now we've been given another mission to find a submarine. He would very much like to say, hey, we're here to fish. How come this happens all day long? It's just that human life is at stake. Or Long Tian himself called and requested so solemnly. Chen Fan had no way to refuse, nor could he bear to do so. Elder Dragon, you want me to get the submarine up? I'm just a fishing boat, not a professional rescue boat. Chen Fan raised his own difficulties. He only had fishing nets. How could this save people? A professional submarine rescue ship could deliver oxygen to the submarine, but they have nothing. Sonar is also used for fishing. It's not very advanced. Chen Fan felt that this was indeed quite difficult, but had not thought that a fishing boat could still serve such a purpose. Chen Fan, you don't need to be stressed out. There's nothing we can do about it at the moment. You're the closest vessel to the incident area. Long Tian also sighed. He didn't want to force Chen Fan to accept you just have to be able to find out where the submarine is. A specialized rescue boat will come when the time comes. This will buy us more time, Long Tian said in a moderate manner. This was their responsibility. They could not give Chen Fan too much pressure. Whether it works or not, it's all Chen Fan's fault. And as soon as Chen Fan heard that they were the only ones, he also knew that this one old man had no way out of it. If there had been enough time, it would not have been possible to think of his. There's no way he's gonna be allowed to participate in a covert rescue like this. Elder Dragon, I know. I promise. I can get involved in a rescue mission right away. Chen Fan nodded heavily. Things crashed and he had the ability to do so. If we don't save them now, we'll be wasted as dragons. There are 60 people from the Dragon Kingdom down there. That's 60 living lives. That's their neighborhood. This has to help us scene. Yes, great. Chen Fan, on behalf of the Sea Division, thank you for what you do. We've seen everything you've done. When all the dust settles, when you return, Long Tian said solemnly, and Chen Fan was also excited. It's a historic mission. I'd like to do it. He took on this important task with honor. Soon after, Long Tian hung up the phone, but his eyebrows did not relax. Call the rescue ship immediately. Proceed to the incident area at full speed, regardless of losses. Increase speed by dropping some of your equipment if necessary. Make it mandatory for them to get to the incident waters within 12 hours. Long Tian is also fierce. Oxygen does not wait for people. Late life will be gone. Chapter 045, Arriving at the Incident Area. Searching for the submarine. Chen Fan, I heard about the change of course. This is not the location to go to a shipwreck. An hour later, Uee arrived at the command room, because she's heard that the ship has changed direction. Originally they were sailing east, but now they're sailing south. I got a new assignment. The shipwreck will come later, Chen Fan said coldly, and at this time had already arrived at the coordinates where the submarine had finally disappeared. I'm worried about that. I don't care about the shipwreck. Chen Fan, you're being a scoundrel. We had a deal and you changed your mind. Uee will not comply. She is a little disappointed. I did not expect Chen Fan actually do not count words. It is not easy for Chen Fan to build up a good feeling. At this time is also abetted a lot of. Even Su Wanner, who came along with her, frowned with some displeasure. A scoundrel is a scoundrel. You guys go back. I said there's a mission. Who cares about the other subject matter when human life is at stake? Which makes Chen Fan's attitude a bit less favorable indeed. Where have the two girls ever been so humiliated? At this time, they were very angry, especially Uee, feeling that they had met a bad person. She owns the boat, and now she has to take this kind of heat. One air, let's go. Surely a man's word deceives a man's mouth. With that, the two girls left. For a while, only Uncle Wang, Zhao Chang and Chen Fan remained in the command room. Fan, why don't you explain it to them? We're on a legitimate mission. Uncle Wang persuaded, while Chen Fan didn't have time to care about it. It's still a secret. We'll talk about it when we're rescued, but if we're not, the less people know about it, the better. Chen Fan should also pay attention to the impact of the vast and safe people. Do not end up doing nothing. Uncle Wang, you're experienced enough to analyze it. Which area this submarine will probably be in? Chen Fan is not a marine general, but also rely on these experienced captains. He could command 600 dolphins to find the submarine, but the ocean is just too big, and at least they'd have to get their bearings first. Otherwise, we'll be too late. According to Hayes, the submarine is from the north to the south side, and I think it's better to search the south side first. Wang Ping said seriously, and Zhao Chang also agreed. That's the most likely, so naturally we're going to look in that direction. Yes, then we'll go south. Chen Fan immediately commanded the dolphins to go searching for them. Fishing boat sonar doesn't work. If you really want to find a submarine, a dolphin will do the trick. It's just that the dolphins don't go very deep. It's only 20 or 30 meters deep. If the submarine sits on the seabed, there's nothing we can do about it. AI. It seems that the main force this time around is still going to be the squid. Squid are slower, but they're deep dwellers, thousands of meters under the sea. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough squid, and that's what needed to be allocated for the voyage. If he really had 600 squid, then just spread out the choices. It's faster. One air. You saw it. Chen Fan is You don't mean what you say, and you keep putting in a good word for him. Uee went back to his room and still wouldn't relent. He didn't expect Chen Fan to have such a bad attitude. I still can't get rid of it. But Su Wan Air was soothing the other party. Chen Fan is not someone who doesn't keep his word. Maybe he's really on a mission. He didn't say no. He just postponed it. Su Wan Air said with a smile, which made Uee even more angry. It seems she's the only one who's angry, and neither side cares. She's really in a hurry. And you speak for him. What kind of mission does he have? I think it's just that he regrets that he didn't make any money and wants to renegotiate his request. Uee skimmed her mouth and said, forget it. I see Chen Fan is indeed in a bad mood today. Tomorrow. Su Wanner persuaded again. And Uee also looked at Chen Fan's serious appearance for the first time, nodding in her heart. Half an hour later, Chen Fan was still nowhere to be found. The dolphins had all been sent out but none of them were looking for them. And the 5 squid had dived thousands of meters away. And still no luck. There's only one possibility. That's the wrong direction. The submarine's not in this area. Fan, our sonar sucks. There's no way we could have looked for the submarine unless it had just happened to be underneath us and was moving. Uncle Wang said seriously, if the assumption that this submarine is sunk, it is possible that it has become one with the seabed. For fear that professional submarines will not be able to find a rival. Their sonar is good for finding fish, but not moving submarines. It's blind. Yes, Mr. East. This mission is harder than we thought. I thought I could help, but it seems we're just looking for a needle in a haystack. The two were quite excited when they first heard about this one honorable task. Once it's done, it'll be a great achievement. It's not as bad as catching a plane. It's saving dozens of lives, but it's harder than they thought. I know, but even if it's hard we have to try. An hour and a half has passed, leaving us little time. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhao, I wish to search in a different direction. Let's go west. I looked at the charts and realized that the depths are shallower there. I think the submarine would have looked for a suitable place to land after it knew about the power failure. Avoid falling into the abyss. Just kidding. If the submarine really does not move, it is even more unable to float. Then at this point we'll slowly sink to the bottom. The best thing to do at this point is to find a shallower place to land. Or else once you lose buoyancy and just happen to be in a trench again, you'll fall directly into a few thousand meters. It's just gonna blow right out from the pressure. He was sure that these submarine commanders would have thought of it, and they were bound to find a suitable place to land. Avoid falling into the abyss. Makes sense. I'm in favor of this one. I've just looked it up on the internet, and the maximum depth of this submarine is 300 meters. We do look for areas at this depth. Both of them agreed, and Chen Fan also felt that this direction was good, and immediately started switching directions. And Chen Fan also let the squid turn. This is the biggest card to find the submarine. It's true that sonar is just for show. Soon, after half an hour of searching, Chen Fan snapped his eyes open and stood up directly. So here it is. Yes, Chen Fan has found the submarine. He sought the submarine from the eyes of a squid, which was very dangerous indeed. Directly above a flat land of underwater mountains, and down there is the trench. It's safe to say that if they make a mistake in maneuvering, they could fall into the trench forever, never to survive. Chapter 046 Adding worse to worse. Chen Fan becomes the last hope. Uncle Wang, drive forward another kilometer. Chen Fan commanded the fishing boat to move with precision. Uncle Wang didn't say anything and strictly enforced the soon. The sonar also gave some timely response, indicating that there were indeed some echoes down there, but the echoes were not clear, while Chen Fan was directly affirmative. I've got a hunch it's a submarine down here. Chen Fan can't say he saw it. Well, there are some fuzzy display of sonar, which can provide some corroboration. Zhao Chang naturally frowned and hesitated a bit. After all, the signal wasn't strong but Uncle Wang directly supported Chen Fan. I think it's a submarine, too. I lucked out with what Van said looking seriously at Chen Fan and giving a kind smile. He knew that Chen Fan had secrets. Otherwise how could he have been able to get good things one after another? Since Chen Fan said it's down there, it must be. If they can fish for airplanes, they can fish for submarines. Okay, since you all say yes, that's it. That's all our equipment can do. Except what are we going to do next? Just report it? Zhao Cheng solemnly inquired. Found them can do. Is directly reported or what to do? There's got to be an explanation. Let's report it first. But we can't be sure. I'm going to fish it straight up. Chen Fan had an idea in mind. Good thing the depth of the submarine wasn't too deep. Probably only 200 meters or so. It's still a distance they can reach. Fish it up. Master, we don't have specialized equipment. How can this be fished? We're in the dark. Zhao Cheng doesn't know Chen Fan has a secret. He thinks it's still just luck. With the current situation, it's a problem to confirm the location of the submarine, and now it has to be fished up. That's even harder. However, what Chen Fan has decided can't be changed just like that. Soon after, he directly called Long Tian on the phone. At this time, Long Tian is still in the office, worried about nothing, because he got another piece of bad news. Elder Dragon. According to the rescue boat's report, there was a thunderstorm ahead and they were unable to reach the incident area on time. Will be delayed for at least 6 hours. An officer reported with dark eyes. This is really a leak in the house. Originally, full-speed sailing is barely able to arrive in 12 hours. Who would have thought that the front suddenly heavy rain and wind up, affecting their traveling? There's no choice but to report it to the rescue ship. That's gonna throw their plans out the window once again. So, we don't currently have any forces that can arrive within 12 hours. Will the submariners survive? Just able to see if a miracle can happen? Long Tian smashed the table. His heart was in great pain. The same was true of the men who reported it. They did not expect to toss around some. Ultimately, it's the best time to miss. However, at this moment, Long Tian's cell phone rang. He looked up and saw the word Chen Fan. With a happy heart, he immediately picked up the phone. I am Dragon Sky, Elder Dragon. I'm Chen Fan. I may have found the submarine, Chen Fan said with a calm face. The excitement has been over. The main difficulty is not high well. A few squid is to find the. However, these words caused Long Tian to stand up directly, his eyes wide open. Seems to think he heard wrong. What? You found the submarine? The officer who reported to the side was also shocked. This fishing boat they actually did not hold too much expectation. Only the distance is close to just. They relied mainly on the HMS and the rescue ships. And who would have thought that the one they counted on the most would not be able to count on them? How can you not be shocked by the discovery of a submarine when you didn't expect much? Well, it should be. I have a hunch it is. Chen Fan can't be sure. He can only say that he has a hunch. Otherwise it's not really easy to explain. They can't see it. They can't hear it clearly. And they really don't have any strong evidence. It all depends on whether Long Tian believes him or not. Chen Fan, tell me the specifics. Dragon Genius whether it was a premonition or not. Now Chen Fan could be their last hope. We must trust Chen Fan's judgment. Well, the submarine is about 200 meters deep in a mountain flat. Only next to the unfathomable trench. The situation is still very dangerous. Now it's windy and drizzly again. In the event of an undersea current surge, there is a risk that the submarine could be pushed into a trench. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Long Tian also became greatly concerned. Obviously discovery is just the first step. It's how to rescue it that's more difficult next. Although he didn't know how Chen Fan was able to understand the situation so clearly, but he trusts Chen Fan and believes in what he says. What are you going to do? Chen Fan, our rescue ship has stormed. Can't get there in 12 hours. So you're the last thing we're counting on. Long Tian didn't want to put pressure on Chen Fan, but human life was at stake, so he could only say so at this time. And he did run out of options. What? Can't make it. What's to be done? Chen Fan was also flabbergasted, originally thinking that his mission could be accomplished this way. Maybe he wouldn't have to fish for it. Now it seems that he really has to be allowed to fish. It's already impossible to resist. It's a good thing he had a salvage plan in mind too, or he wouldn't have made this call. Chen Fan, do you have any idea? To be able to bring the submarine up. Long Tian's face also smiled bitterly when he asked this question. He knows it's very hard to do. There's never been a fishing boat that salvaged a submarine, but he really hoped that Chen Fan could create another miracle. The officer on the side was also dumbfounded. I didn't expect Long Lao to play so big. This is to let the fishing boat salvage the submarine. Ah, it's so scary. Usually when you say it, you'll be laughed at for being unprofessional. I'll try. Chen Fan can't make a promise. He can only say try. But try as you might. You put your own scenario into words. Elder Dragon, we have trawls that are thousands of meters long. Just strap on something heavy. You can reach up to 200 meters. Of course this one option comes with risks. Let's see if you can take it. Chen Fan directly spelled out his plan. In fact, his program would be more reliable. That's the kilometer-long nets that end up being brought directly to the submarine by the squid and subsequently knotted and entangled. The eventual salvage, in his opinion, was aided by the squid. This first step is not a big problem. You really do have a plan. But this one plan of yours does seem risky. So be it. I'll call you in half an hour. I'll start with this one message. Chapter 047, put up a fight. Maybe there's still a chance. Soon after, Hastings held an emergency meeting overnight. It's 8 p.m. It's safe to say that it's 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Today they won't be able to get the submarine up. Then all the submarine people are in danger. It's impossible to case them through this night. The darkness of the night made the rescue once again more difficult, more variable. Comrades, Chen Fan just called me. He indicated that there was a possibility that they might have found the submarine. I briefed him on the current dire situation. He gave out a rescue plan for me. With that, Long Tian said everything Chen Fan had said. The crowd was all dumbfounded. Some of them were excited. After all, there was finally some news. There were also those who wondered how on earth this fishing boat could tell that there was a submarine down there. It seems impossible to determine with the equipment they have. Others are worried. If it is true, Chen Fan's plan is too risky. Once the nets do not pull the submarine to stabilize, then the submarine will be pushed directly to the trench inside. Elder Dragon, the plan Chen Fan said was too risky. The equipment on the fishing boats is so outdated. They're trying to salvage a 3,000-ton submarine with fishing nets alone. It's like empty talk. There's no need to hide it. It's a matter of life and death. Yeah, there's never been a precedent for this. We can't give them the submarine as a test subject. It's 60 lives. No, we must be cautious. Fishing boats are still out of the question. Just be sure of the location. Or wait until our rescue boats are in place. The crowd shook their heads in disagreement, feeling that it was some bull. Rescuing a submarine is a difficult task, but now it's too easy for a fishing boat to just fish it up. Wait for the rescue ship. Rescue boats can't get there anymore. The only thing we're counting on at the moment is the Genoa fishing boat. Long Tian once again reminded the crowd. If it wasn't a last resort, how dare he risk proposing it? In itself, by bringing it up, he's actually making a statement of support for the old dragon. As crazy as this one proposal is, but there's really no way around it. And it's not unprecedented for a fishing boat to salvage a submarine. Just a short while ago, it was Chen Fan, but he salvaged an unmanned submarine. This is a success story. Elderly also expressed his support. This caused the crowd to stare, and at this point it was also a bit of a revelation. Yes, Chen Fan has salvaged unmanned submarines. Last time it was a 300-ton fishing boat pulling a 100-plus-ton submarine. This time it's a fishing boat full of nearly 10,000 tons pulling a 3,000-ton submarine. That's more than enough, Long Tian said with a serious face, which was one of the reasons why he supported it. After all, there's still an advantage in tonnage, but it's bigger than the tonnage of any of their rescue ships. There is no precedent. Let's set a precedent. Show the world that fishing boats can also rescue submarines, Long Tian said in a domineering manner, and the crowd was also infected by this aura. While still finding this a bit outrageous, the opposition is much less vocal, because they all know that this is their last chance. If you don't try, you're waiting to die. If you try, there's no chance of survival. Elder Dragon, in that case, then why don't we just decentralize? We'll just stay out of the way and let him act on his own. He's had 2 salvage trips. He's more professional than any of us. Not bad. Since we choose to support it, we have to trust him fully. Let him decide the ways and means of the rescue. We will only provide additional technical assistance. As things are said and done, Everyone's speeches become active. And at this point, they are all contributing and playing an active role as well. Now that the matter was decided, they could only make this plan of action a little more successful. Protect Chen Fan. Yes, now that there is a unity of opinion, then we'll fully decentralize. Just wait for Chen Fan's good news, Long Tian said solemnly, and the crowd nodded their heads heavily. Soon enough, Chen Fan was authorized, and even more so, he received the fullest affirmation from Long Tian. Even Uncle Wang as well as Zhao Chang were on the phone with Long Tian. This made all three of them feel a great sense of mission, and each of them had an unusually excited face. Keep nodding your head and shouting yes. Don't worry, Elder Dragon, we'll get the job done. Soon the phone hangs up. Both old men looked at Chen Fan, waiting for Chen Fan's instructions, and Elder Long also said that he would follow Chen Fan's arrangements in all matters. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhao, you've heard what Elder Dragon said. Now we're counting on us. The rain is getting heavier. Let's not stand around. Straight off the grid, Chen Fan gave a direct order. Soon, the entire fishing boat was all woken up and people were all busy. Brother, why are we tying heavy things to the net? What's the point? A young fellow was in charge of the lower nets, and at this point it was also unreadable, as they were all set to tie on weights. This has never happened before. Who knows? I heard from Lao Zhao that this one is going to be fished in 200 meters of seabed, so it needs to be tied heavy. 200 meters. What is this fishing? It's a deep sea monster. Could it be some kind of airplane again? The young guy was dumbfounded. Usually fishing for schools of fish is basically a few dozen meters deep. Now suddenly it's 200 meters. What kind of fish are there? He really has no idea. It's weird that this trawler is catching deep sea fish. Who knows? I heard that it was ordered by the master. Our master is the son of luck. Maybe we'll actually catch something new. Ha ha, that's right. Our trip to the sea is really thrilling and exciting. It's too much fun. And the key is also able to get credit. Who says it isn't? I've heard that Haiji has sent word that he'll reward all of us. We'll find out exactly what the reward is when we get back. Alright then, work hard and don't get yelled at. At this time, Zhao Cheng came. The people lowered their heads to work, no longer carrying on the discussion. Uee and Suwan Air, who were sleeping, were woken up by the noise outside. In fact, it was even more so when he was angry at dinner and didn't eat. And at this time he was also woken up by hunger. The two of them just got dressed and walked out, watching the busy crew. Uee was puzzled. Could it be that Chen Fan really has a mission? I don't hear about looking for schools of fish. What's this about? Only two people this with just Chen Fan had a quarrel. At this time also do not want to ask Chen Fan directly. Had to look out and guess what the hell was going on. Wan Air. You see the nets are tied with weights. Doesn't look like it's going to be a fishing trip. What the hell is Chen Fan up to? Uee has also seen several times fishing. At this time also can see that the situation is a little bit wrong. Chapter 048 Hundreds of millions of seafoods all gave up. School flower dumbfounded. Brothers, the proprietor has ordered it. Empty the warehouse. All seafood is dumped into the sea. At this time, Zhao Cheng came not only to stare at the people working, but also to publicize another shocking news. That is to salvage the thousands of tons of seafood that have been salvaged from the warehouse. Dump it all. Yes, it's just all poured out. Although Zhou Sung is also very reluctant to give up. But in the words of Chen Fan, to pull a submarine up, you have to have plenty of horsepower. It's important to empty all the seafood so that there's more power. Zhao Cheng also knows which one is more important. The fish inside the warehouse are all good. That's worth several small goals. But the lives of the submarines are more important. And Chen Fan can spare them for the sake of justice. Well, what can he say? What? Uncle Zhao, this is crazy. What's inside is good stuff. Yeah, it's all tuna. And rhubarb say, it's all good stuff worth thousands of dollars a pound. How can you just throw it away? Uncle Zhao, what does the proprietor mean by this? Are we angry that we didn't do enough? Uncle Zhao, we fished our way up here with great difficulty. So you can give us a statement, or else we can't part with it. The crew members were also puzzled, and at this time looked at Zhao Cheng seriously, hoping that they could give an explanation. However, Zhao Cheng has no way to tell the truth. They can't tell the truth until they fish it out. If you don't have a submarine, it's better not to say anything. Where's all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? The proprietor said to throw it away, and he's going to empty the warehouse for something more valuable. These rhubarb fish are too cheap to waste the warehouse. Zhao Cheng is also talking nonsense with his eyes open, and at this time he can only say so. Otherwise there's no excuse. What? This is a precious fish. The proprietor can't even look at it. It's impossible. That's not true. These big yellowtail, ordinary fishing boats can't even catch them. I don't believe it either. It's impossible. Uncle Zhao, can we change the reason? It doesn't make sense. We're not new. We know that these fish are already superb. The crew of those who know what they're talking about are obviously not convinced. This is indeed nonsense. This is the very best of fish. And really do not see the need to throw away can be sold back to the shore before coming to catch Zhao Chengyi looked at the prick who did not listen, directly as a ruthless glare. Is my word no good anymore? Throw it away when I tell you to. Anyone who disobeys a command, I'll get him off the boat when we get back. Zhao Cheng's majestic side was displayed, and the crowd immediately lowered their heads and dared to speak. They came here to get in at a high salary, and now they're constantly getting credit for a lot of favors. Who wants to get off the boat? That's grounds for expulsion. Okay, don't be mad at Uncle Zhao. I'll release it now. Hey, it's a shame. These are good fish. What a shame. The proprietor is also too rustic. This is a fish worth several $100 million, and it's just thrown away like this. The people were also forced to follow the command under Zhao Cheng's angry roar, and the fish inside is already frozen. That's all kept in cold storage. For a moment it fell to the bottom of the sea and quickly sank to the bottom, and Chen Fan was deep in thought as he watched the scene, wondering if this will work. Fanny, you dumped the fish in the cooler. It's not just about taking the load off the fishing boats, is it? It serves another purpose. That's for the submarines at the bottom of the ocean to see. Make sure it's alive. Uncle Wang looked at the frozen fish thrown down to the sea at that moment, only just understood why Chen Fan would do so. Chen Fan was right about reducing the load, but their tonnage was still enough, and there was no practical need to be superfluous. But these fish keep falling to the bottom of the sea and keep falling on the submarine. That's a sure way to draw attention to yourself. Such a different and unusual situation. It's also a signal to the bottom. Ha ha. Still guessed by Uncle Wang. Better get in touch with the submarine people. That's for the best. It's easier to save people with their cooperation. Chen Fan's rescue plan still had a lot of shortcomings. He had to keep improving it. Both sides cooperate with half the effort. And the good thing is that they still have time to make sure that the people below are still alive first. Not bad. It does seem more reliable with a tie-in. Fanny, it's all on you this time. Uncle Wang also did not say anything. He did not know what superpower Chen Fan had, but was full of confidence. For example, throwing frozen fish down this time is enough to be able to show that Chen Fan is too smart and bold. Yes, and hard work for you too. Chen Fan nodded his head. He knew that the other party should know something, but wisely didn't say anything about it. He's happy to play dumb. Soon, large quantities of frozen fish are being thrown to the bottom of the sea. That's thousands of tons of frozen fish. Such an earthy operation also stunned Yui's two girls. Crazy. Chen Fan is really crazy. What the hell is he trying to do? Yui can't figure out how to properly throw away the fish that were caught. This is all money. Chen Fan loves money. Why is he suddenly so upset about it? However, Su Wan-er was looking at the fallen fish with complicated eyes. While wondering in her heart, she also felt that they all seemed to have underestimated Chen Fan. This means we've all misunderstood Chen Fan. Maybe he really is on a mission. He's not a money grubber, or he couldn't have thrown those fish away. Su Wan-er said seriously, her heart for Chen Fan's misunderstanding but eliminated a lot of it. This also made Yui frown, and she also had a huge curiosity about Chen Fan. Maybe you're right. I didn't have much contact with Chen Fan before though, but it's true that the impression is not such a person. But what the hell does he want? This is a real rush. Yui was very curious to know what Chen Fan was trying to do by giving up so much money. But she had just gotten angry with Chen Fan, and now she couldn't turn around and ask the other party what had happened. Ha ha. Ask him if you want to know. He's your classmate. Su Wan-er also made fun of her best friend. Oof. I can't believe you're not curious. Why don't you ask? I did realize that Chen Fan is much gentler to you. I guess he's got his eye on you. Yui said this, but let Su Wan-er faces fluttering red up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. When she finished speaking, she turned her back, not wanting to let her best friend see her shy side. Chen Fan is indeed very mysterious, and she is indeed very curious about Chen Fan. The feeling is there. It's just that it takes time for it to turn into a liking. You can't fall in love with a guy after a few days of getting along. She's never been in love before. Think it's pretty crazy and scary. Oomph. Yui smiled and turned around as well. Her heart hesitated to ask Chen Fan. Indeed it was most appropriate for her to do so, but looking at the shy side of her best friend just now, the resentment in her heart towards Chen Fan had added a handful more. Oomph. Die Chen Fan. Let you mess with my bestie. Chapter 049, there's a response. Is this Morse code? Squad leader, are you still there? I thought I heard something hit our submarine. I wonder if it's a hallucination. A soldier in the sonar room, listening to the constant sound of objects hitting the submarine, feeling that something was wrong. He couldn't help but inquire, only to worry that they were hallucinations that had begun to suffer from oxygen deprivation. a condition so normal that even in normal times they are prone to. Talk less. Conserve oxygen, the squad leader said softly, not wanting to waste one more breath of oxygen. Only he did listen attentively. Boom boom. Boo-hoo. Outside the submarine, a large number of frozen fish were constantly being thrown down, while Chen Fan was constantly adjusting the direction of the fishing boat, so that these fish can keep smashing into the submarine in order to attract the attention of the other side. Thousands of tons of frozen fish thrown into the sea. It was a steady stream of submarines, and soon the commotion attracted everyone's attention, and the squad leader confirmed that they were indeed not hallucinating, but that something had really hit them, and at this time, the personnel in charge of the periscope also immediately used to check the outside. Where there are windows, they are also constantly poking their heads out to check the. It's a fish. It was the fish that attacked us. The crew of the submarine also froze at the sound of it. How is this so much fish smashed on the body? However, those with experience feel that this is not right. No, these fish are dead. Massive amounts of dead fish falling hundreds of meters deep. What the hell is going on here? It doesn't make sense that these fish would fall that deep either. They have air inside them and will float. Yes, dead fish have air inside them and eventually they do float to the surface, which is usually the case with dead fish, and floating up means they are dead, and not dying anytime soon. Yet these fish are strangely dropping to a depth of 200 meters, and they're dropping in a steady stream. It's just too much to handle. It's frozen fish. Yes, it's frozen fish, and only frozen fish can do that. My family is a fishing family. I couldn't know better. Yes, a veteran fisherman could just see that something was wrong and exclaimed in shock. That's going to attract a lot more people. Frozen fish. How does this produce frozen fish? It can't be. Could it be that it's a fishing boat up there? And there's already people on it. People coming to rescue us. There was a rush of excitement, but the fishing boat had found them, and that in itself was dependable. Otherwise, if this is really frozen fish, it means that there is indeed a possible fishing boat passing by up there. This is their chance. Ring the submarine immediately, signaling to the outside world. Let's hope the sonar from the fishing boats can pick us up. The captain looked at the opportunity that was available, and whether it was or not, they had to save themselves. So everyone was making noise with whatever they could knock around. In the past, submarines were designed to be silent and remain stealthy, but now they must make noise and expose themselves voluntarily. It's a chance to be rescued. Uncle Cho, I hear an echo. There's a lot of banging going on. I can hear it clearly, even from some percussive melody. They're singing the nation's song, the sonar man said with a look of excitement, and it could be argued that he was one of the few members who knew that he was saving the day. Chen Fan needs a sonar man to listen in. It's the moment when there's finally a reaction. Chen Fan also ran from the command room to the sonar room. Great! It means the person is still alive. Not bad. They sang, and even more so, they identified themselves as the submarines of the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd was shocked. This was the best news ever. However, they have passed the signal. How they are going to respond to each other is a difficult question now. I'm using an ordinary signal receiver. I don't think they're getting a signal either. That's gonna be really hard to do. Fan. The knocking. Seems kind of like code from Dishonored TV. Could it be Morse code? Uncle Wang is a cool TV watcher, and at this point, the sound he receives, the clutter is gone. There's only one other sound, and it's not the melody of the song anymore. He feels like it's really sending a signal to the. It's possible, all too possible. They are professional soldiers. They must know how to save themselves. Only who knows Morse code? Chen Fan wouldn't. Uncle Wang also shook his head. He would even less. He just loved watching movies. Who would figure this out? For a while, several people also looked at me, knowing that the other party was sending signals, and were somewhat powerless to do anything about it. Why don't we call on Haiji for help? Get them to send someone? Zhao Cheng softly proposed, yet Chen Fan directly shook his head. It's already too windy up for airplanes to fly, and then thunderstorms at night. They won't be able to get through, and even if the plane arrives, the people might be drifted away by the currents. It's too risky. Chen Fan directly rejected this one suggestion. However, unbeknownst to them, the two girls outside had secretly come to the sonar room in order to find out what Chen Fan was doing. They had listened to the conversation and had been dumbfounded. I will. A nice voice came out, and the crowd turned around, only to realize that the two women had already touched over without realizing it. Chen Fan's face darkened, feeling that his mission was actually known by someone else. Chen Fan, we didn't mean to eavesdrop. We were trying to come to you. Yui didn't expect Chen Fan's mission to actually save people. At this time all the misunderstandings were swept away, and her heart was also a little guilty. At this point, he quickly bowed his head and apologized, and as soon as Uncle Wang heard that someone understood, He also rushed to round up the scene. Girl, you really know Morse code. That's great. Come and listen. Said directly to the sonar room headset to Sue Wainer. The girl is also serious. Sit down. Quietly listen. Then he picked up a pen and made a quick note. Chen Fan couldn't afford to get angry anymore. He just glared at UEE and waited quietly. Deciphered. It can be confirmed that they are Hay Division submarines. They reported only 4 hours of oxygen left. Power can't be repaired. And all communications equipment is damaged. Only sonar is still operational. They won't be able to surface. The current buoyancy will allow them to dive. Sue Wainer seriously reported to Chen Fan. And the serious-faced Chen Fan frowned after listening to it. This is worse than it looks. I thought they still had sonar. We'll send them a message. 2. Tell them. We'll do everything we can to rescue them. Ask them to cooperate when the time comes. Chen Fan said solemnly, and Sue Wainer nodded her head. Chen Fan then took out his cell phone and pressed a phone number. Elder Dragon. I'm Chen Fan. We've made contact with the submarine. The situation is more serious than expected. Chapter 050 Rescue begins. Miracle about to happen. At this point there has been no sleep, and has been waiting for the big boys of the Hessian. As soon as he heard these words, he had just been refreshed, but his face sank again. Elder Long anxiously inquired what had happened. What? Contacted. How did you get in touch? What happened again? Only then did Chen Fan tell the details of the situation. When it was known that Chen Fan had directly poured a large amount of frozen fish to the bottom of the sea, but he had poured millions of frozen fish all over, just to wake up the submarine. One has to admire his drive as well. It's not something an ordinary student can do. So, the people in the submarine are connected to you by Morse code. As soon as Long Tian heard what happened, he was also surprised. He didn't expect it. The people on this fishing boat are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Someone actually knows this kind of code. This is really heaven's help for the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Fan's luck is really not covered. Yes, that's the good news I came to tell you. I know your old man won't be able to sleep tonight. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Dozens of lives, who can sleep, He is also to give each other peace of mind. Great. Looking at the way you handle things, it seems I really wasn't wrong about you. Chen Fan, do it boldly. We stay out of it. This is indeed unexpected pleasure. We all know it well, but also with the attitude of a dead horse to find Chen Fan. The surprises that Chen Fan brings to them nowadays are getting bigger and bigger. Yes, Elder Dragon. Next time I'll be ready to lower the fishing net. Chen Fan reported. This is the most critical step. Life and death depends on this net down. Can bring up the submarine. Good. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it if anything happens. Long Tian once again supported. Chen Fan had this sentence. That bottom line was even more powerful. Soon after, the two hung up on that. Instead, Long Tian slapped the table fiercely. Old Lee, looks like we really did get the right guy after all. Even if it means letting our rescue ship go up. It wasn't that quick to locate the submarine, was it? Long Tian said with a smile, and Elder Lee also nodded solemnly. Not bad. Just under 2 hours to get to the sea where it happened. It's more about finding the submarine. Such efficiency is simply unmatched. Li Lao was also impressed by Chen Fan at this time. In the past, he thought that this was just Long Tian's love for Chen Fan, but now the facts prove that. Where is this overestimation, or underestimation? Chen Fan's ability is far beyond their imagination. Old Dragon, looks like this kid does have some secrets. To be able to find the submarine so quickly, and it's unusual to rely on such outdated equipment from a fishing boat. Elder Lee also saw the problem behind this. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to reach it. Chen Fan must have a secret. Every man has a secret. Of course anything Chen Fan does is good for the Dragon Kingdom. Let's just pretend we don't know and not investigate. The two Haiji bosses are in agreement that they know there's a secret in their hearts. But there's no investigating, no deliberate questioning. It's good to know. Good thing too. Such a blessing we are bound to protect. Elder Lee nodded, and the two continued to discuss the submarine rescue, but also discussed that once Chen Fan really succeeded in the rescue, and it was a successful independent rescue, what a way to reward that. It's just that Chen Fan is getting more and more credit for this, and they do feel tricky about it. One Air, send a message to the submarine at once. We're about to use a fishing net to bring them up. Make them sit still and hold on. Chen Fan gave Sue Wainer an order. Only this one address made the other party frown, causing UEE to be a bit dissatisfied as well. This is called One Air. That is a close person can only call. UEE listening to the heart is also a little uncomfortable. Yes, after Sue Wainer was slightly stunned, she was also immediately busy with her work. Soon, the submarine's captain received this message. It really scared them. Captain, so far, all that's coming to our rescue is a 10,000 ton fishing boat. Other rescue ships were unable to come within the time limit. It's just that their plan is just too risky. We're a 3,000-ton submarine. They're really fishing us up like fish. The vice captain was anyway shocked by Chen Fan's plan. They did have fishing nets get tangled up in the propeller before, but that only caused them to lose power. Now they're fishing them out like fish. I'm shocked too, but they could say they received orders from the old Haiji dragon, and they seem to be the only ones who can rescue us. That's all we can do. The captain let out a bitter smile. I didn't realize that the one that came to their rescue was actually a fishing boat. It's just that something is better than nothing, and originally they were already prepared to be sacrificed. Hey, there has never been a historical example of a fishing boat rescuing a submarine. I hope they can work a miracle. Everything depends on them. The vice captain was also serious, and the two responded to the fishing boat, saying they received it. Then we'll get the whole ship ready. In a short time, the submarine sonar crew heard the nets fall overboard, and these nets are tied with heavy weights, so it's easy to smash them down and be heard. Everyone is expecting a miracle at this point. Chen Fan, does this really work? According to my calculations, even if all the nets just barely reach the submarine's position, these nets will be hard to tow a submarine unless they're all tied up. Suwon Air is a talented girl, and being able to get into Kyoto University is proof of her strength. She's still very good at physics as well as math, and that's still easy to figure out. Fan, how sure are you? Uncle Wang, who was at the side, also asked, although he believed that Chen Fan, but in my heart, I don't think the chances of success are too high. It's a submarine, not a fish. You can't just fish it out. Uncle Wang, watch, that's 60 lives. Without certainty, create certainty. Looking at such a domineering scene of Chen Fan, Su Wanner was slightly moved. Uee was also shocked, and both of them looked at Chen Fan in a somewhat different way. Uncle Wang also nodded his head when he heard that. With such an answer, he had a number in his heart, but at this time Chen Fan closed his eyes. Seems to be resting in position. Uee was just about to say something, but Uncle Wang immediately stopped the other party. Squid, immediately direct the nets toward the submarine. Chen Fan is controlling as well as directing the squid. 5 huge squid quickly grabbed the end of the net and started swimming towards the submarine. Above the fishing boat, the long nets are still being lowered. Everyone is waiting for a miracle. Chapter 051 moved. The submarine has actually surfaced. Under Chen Fan's control, soon these squid had already placed the fishing nets accurately on the submarine's position. The giant squid then exerted itself in one direction. The submarine was lifted directly from the ground. Luckily, the submarine is still buoyant, so lifting it up a little is not a big problem. It's to tie the nets to the submarine, ensure that it is more secure after dragging. What happened? At this point the crew in the submarine sensed that the submarine was askew and froze. The captain is directing his periscope to see what's going on behind him. Unfortunately, they realized that something seemed to be blocking the camera and they simply couldn't see There are only a few glass windows where you can see some of the outside. Captain, there seems to be squid out there. Yes, Chen Fan was blocking the periscope with the squid's tentacles though, not wanting the other party to see such an amazing scene, but it's hard to block them all. It's always possible to see something, but of course it's only to find a squid infestation. Not realizing that these squid, like people, are actually tying knots in the submarine. Squid, fishing nets, don't know what the hell is going on though, but it looks like the rescue has begun. Don't worry, everyone, we've put life and death on the line. Don't worry about what's going on out there. Keep quiet. The captain pacified the crowd, and the crowd slowly quieted down as soon as he heard, letting the outside toss and turn, and how the submarine moved without care. Just know that this is a rescue. Finally the fight is over. It's not really easy to maneuver a squid. After a busy hour, Chen Fan terminated his control over the squid. At this point, he was almost out of breath, but he didn't realize how tiring this job was. He's the only one who can pull this off. There's really no way to salvage a real fishing boat without this help. Success is infinitely more acceptable than zero. Fan, it worked. It's okay. Uncle Wang excitedly inquired about Chen Fan. His eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Fan smiled and gave a look. The order was then given. Slowly reel in the nets at once. Be slow. Don't break the nets. This time the nets are not only tied with heavy weights, but are also multi-layered. But they are much stronger. But it's still a rope. It's no match for a steel cable. If he really pulls hard, it's going to break. And all his hard work will be for nothing. Soon the nets were officially being retrieved. And the submarine, at this point, is moving more and more. And it feels like it's getting more and more obvious. The ever-tightening fishing net is strangling the submarine with a constant sound. It made the crew feel some backlash as well. They have no idea what's going on out there. Boo! Then there was a loud bang. While the crowd was startled, They also felt as if they had left the land under the sea. Captain, we seem to be getting dragged up. We have left land and are hovering in the sea. Having lived on the bottom of the sea for a long time, the crowd was easily able to feel whether they had landed on the bottom of the sea or whether they were suspended over the sea, which felt wrong, and which an ordinary person might not be able to feel. But they're submariners. They can feel it. Are we really being fished out? The nets are really dragging us up. The captain was also shocked. Who would have thought that it could be operated in this way? They didn't hold out much hope, but who would have thought it would actually work? Report. Depth gauge says we're surfacing. Has surfaced to 199 meters. If just now is still the human body's feeling, but the meters display, that's the most accurate number. They were at a depth of 201 meters, but now it's 199 meters, which means they're just floating. Unbelievable. It's a miracle. Miracles do happen. I didn't think. Fishing boat rescue submarine, actually going to have a success story. The captain of this fishing boat is definitely a big man. Without Bone his command, it's impossible for us to get out of the trap. The crowd is also discussing this time. The front has not been able to talk, but also not too much movement, just because it will consume a lot of energy, and ultimately will deplete the oxygen. It was a feeling of waiting for death, but now that they felt the hope of survival, they all got excited. Finally, I can let my feelings out. We're going to be saved? This is great. There's help. Someone's coming for us. The Hessians are sending someone. I'm going to take a big breath of oxygen. It's been a while since I breathed hard. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the squad leaders also laughed bitterly. Everyone was enduring too hard. Actually did not dare to breathe hard. It's alright. It's saved. We've got enough to breathe up there. But everyone will have to be patient and quiet again. We have not been successfully rescued. It'll take time for the fishing boat to get us up there, so we still need to breathe less. Soon, the squad leaders silenced the crowd once more. After all, if it's just up there, it's a long way from being fished up. The crowd quickly quieted down, but they still couldn't help but be excited, and the captain's face did not relax at that moment. He thought of another dilemma. Vice Captain, we're on a constant upswing right now, but with our weight, it's impossible for a fishing boat to get us out of the water. It's possible to reach a few dozen meters deep and not be able to float. The captain said with a grimace that at the bottom of the sea, by the towing force it was possible to pull up but the higher up the submarine goes, the more the submarine's weight will sink it. Namely, they still have downward potential, not upward buoyancy. Even a 10,000 ton fishing boat can't surface a submarine. They still have a huge problem. Nice. We are out of the deep, but we'll be stuck in the last few dozen meters. Fishing boats are just fishing boats after all. They don't have the ability to deliver oxygen to us. The co-captain's getting serious. It's too early to be happy. At this time, inside the fishing boat, the crowd watched the sonar come in more and more clear signals. Each one of them is also happy. The two women were also looking at Chen Fan incredulously. This one man was creating a miracle. They don't know how to describe their feelings anymore. However, at this time, Chen Fan frowned. It gave Uncle Wang a sudden shock in his heart. Fan. What? Yeah. What's up, Chen Fan? What happened? At this time, Chen Fan was opening his eyes. Somewhat worried, he said, the submarine is stuck at a depth of 30 meters. Can't pull it up. Yes, Chen Fan soon discovered this one as well. Although the nets were still being retrieved, the submarine had long since reached a depth of 30 meters and was no longer afloat. The distance between them and the fishing boat is getting shorter and shorter, and they are now 60 meters behind the fishing boat. I thought I could pull it up in one fell swoop, but at the moment, I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Chapter 052. What? Let them get out of the cabin underwater? In that case, what can we do? There's still the last 30 meters to go. There's still nothing we can do to save them. Uncle Wang is a bit anxious. I thought I could pull it up in one go, but now I see that it still doesn't work. Only this 30 meters and 200 meters are the same result. That is, people still cannot be saved. What to do? Miss Su, do you have a good idea? Uncle Wang looked directly at the schoolteacher Su Wanner. This is no longer a place where experience can be treated. Maybe the bully will be able to figure it out. Uncle Wang, 30 meters away, just under the human dive limit. Maybe we can get them to swim up out of the cabin. Su Wanner thought about it, can only come up with this one way. Although there is a risk, but is able to save one-on-one. However, Chen Fan shook his head. 30 meters is too dangerous. Realize that these submariners are already breathing hard and have a very poor mental attitude. They simply can't resist the tremendous pressure. It's possible that as soon as you get out of the submarine, you'll just pass out. This is no joke. 30 meters is the limit for a professional diver. But the people inside the submarine don't practice diving every day. They simply don't have the ability to do so, even if they are physically fit, but now they don't have enough oxygen. It's hard to realize your potential when you don't have the physical strength to do so. Fanny, I watch TV and it seemed like you could torpedo people by launching them. Would that be even better? Uncle Wang said and told the plot inside the movie. This time Su Wan-air was directly shaking her head. Uncle Wang, it's more dangerous than just getting out of the cabin. The thrust from a torpedo launch can push a man to the surface. But the tremendous thrust is not for ordinary people. Torpedo launchers, which are common in some special forces movies, but these people have been professionally trained to deal with this. Ordinary people cannot withstand this huge thrust. Perhaps in the water filling session, directly cannot hold their breath to fainted dead. So it seems, we have to reduce the depth even further. Reducing to 20 meters is safer. Chen Fan frowned, and at that moment was thinking about how exactly he could make the depth of the submarine shallower. Su Wan-air, however, brightened up and looked at Chen Fan excitedly. Chen Fan, in accordance with the principles of mechanics, as long as the fishing boats sail faster, then the submarine will be yanked up. As long as we're at full speed, I think it's entirely possible to reduce the distance to 20 meters. When an object is adjusted for drag, the faster the speed, then the easier it is for the object to surface. At this point, the forward force is even greater than the downward force, and naturally, it floats up even more. It does make sense when Chen Fan hears it. For a while it was also exciting. Yes, Wan-air, you're great. I want these submariners to thank you. Chen Fan looked at Su Wan-air with a smile, and then directly instructed to tell the other party his plan. This will be the last way to be saved. Soon, the submarine's captain received a message. For a moment there was also hesitation. It's a straight-up abandonment of the ship. All of them have to get out of here. Captain, our submarines have a huge down potential and indeed can't go up. At this point, it's really our only option, the vice-captain said with a grave look on his face. No one wants to die, especially when there's already someone who can come to their rescue. Abandoning the boat does feel like a bad idea, but it's something that has to be done for the sake of all lives. Aha! The fishing boat told us to send some of our more physically fit men to test it first. If successful, everyone uses this method to evacuate the submarine. To be on the safe side, it's natural to choose to experiment first while there's still enough time to do so. So Chen Fan directly suggested that the other party send 2 people to the independent cabin first, and then proceed to the exit cabin. Captain, give the order. We cannot afford to fail our rescuers. Speaking of which, the captain thought for a moment. Finally, Lu Fei, Saturday, you 2 go out of the cabin first. Front runner for all. The captain gave a direct order, and soon 2 soldiers stood up somewhat weakly after hearing about it, and came to the captain's side. A look at the 2 men caused both captains to raise an eyebrow. These are 2 very strong men, and now that they're like this, it's clear that the submarine's running low on oxygen. He's worried about whether they'll make it out of the water. Chen Fan, even if it's 20 meters away, there's a chance that the submariners down there might not be able to swim up all the way, either. We must be prepared for rescue. Su Wan-air voiced her concerns. She felt that this one plan was still very risky. The risk was still very high. After all, they're going full speed ahead. There was no way for them to recognize the people swimming up from below, and now that it was dark again, chances are they won't even find each other. Even if you come up, you might sink again because you're exhausted. However, Chen Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry, I was prepared. As soon as they get out of the submarine's hatch, and it will float safely to the surface. The crowd was also slightly stunned when they looked at Chen Fan with such confidence. I can't figure out what other tricks Chen Fan has up his sleeve. Yue saw that she didn't have any effect on the whole process, and her heart was also a little unhappy. Humph, it's that time of year. Still selling out. Chapter 053, Chen Fan's bottom card is surprisingly this? In the depths of the ocean, a fishing boat is moving at high speed at this moment, and above the sea, the sound of wind and rain is getting louder and louder. People on the deck can't communicate with each other at all. No one could have imagined that underwater, a submarine was being towed at high speed by a fishing boat. The depth is getting shallower too, and in the separate compartment of the submarine, 2 men have entered the hatch, which is being refilled with seawater. When pressure equilibrium has been reached, then you can open the hatch and enter the sea without any problems. Report, we are ready. It can be refilled with seawater. The 2 men reported back to the command room. And then a large amount of seawater began to fill up, and the men were slowly being submerged. All the submarine people are anxiously watching. This is the key to their salvation. It can be said that these 2 men are as much heroes as they are lucky people, because if it works, they'll be the first to be rescued, but if they fail, they could be buried at sea. Having died before them, it's safe to say that opportunity and danger go hand in hand. Captain, it's been refilled. They've opened the hatch. They're exiting the cabin. Through the cabin's camera, the crowd saw that the two were getting out of the cabin without incident, but when they got out of the cabin, they couldn't observe it. All anyone could do was pray that the two would make it out of the water and be rescued without incident. Signal the fishing boats. Tell them our men have entered the sea. Let them make the rescue. The captain ordered anxiously. Soon the submarine was making loud noises and sending messages through Morse code, and Uncle Wang, who received the news, also reporting anxiously, likewise waiting for Chen Fan's approval. Don't worry. Nothing. We don't have to go out on a speedboat for a while. Someone will be there to pick them up for us. Chen Fan's sentence still left the crowd in a daze. The anxious Yue can't help but anxiously ask what's going on, and Chen Fan still doesn't take the initiative, only telling her, "You'll find out later." And underwater, two submariners who just got out of the boat are pushing their way upstream, but when they felt physically exhausted and could no longer swim upstream, suddenly they felt someone lifting them up. Just a few seconds later, they surfaced straight away. The fresh air made them feel a burst of relief, and at this time they could finally take a big breath without having to control the frequency of their breathing anymore. We're saved. Great. We're really saved. The joy of being rescued was very exciting, and after the excitement, they realized that there were a lot of dolphins underneath them. Yes, a dolphin was holding them up, even letting them ride right on top of the dolphin, and they didn't need any power. Then you can float on the surface of the sea. Dolphins. So they saved us. Saturday. A dolphin. A friend of man. Yeah, it's dolphins. And lots of them. Look, there are dolphins all around us. Yes. Surrounding the two men at this time were a large number of dolphins. The quantity is very high, directly up to 600. Chen Fan dared to make no preparations precisely because he could control these dolphins. We can get these dolphins to save lives. It is not unusual for dolphins to save lives, and people in the middle of the ocean need not be afraid of sharks. As long as the dolphins are there, they can be saved. Now Chen Fan is moving 600 dolphins, ready to save all these people. 600 dolphins versus 60 people. That's quite a rescue force. As for revealing your strength, I'm just kidding. It's normal for dolphins to save people. He's got a lot of excuses, and a lot of people today already know that he's got a secret. Uncle Wang knows something about it, and he guesses that Elder Dragon knows it too. Dolphins. Look, you guys, it's a dolphin. The dolphins are catching up to the fishing boat with the two submariners. The men in the lookout room quickly saw it, yet when they took a closer look, they discovered something that was capable of scaring their jaws off. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's two people, right? Two men actually riding dolphins. My god, what the hell is going on here? At this point, not many people know about the rescue mission. Just a few. Of course Uncle Wang has also asked the watchtower to take a closer look to see if there are any abnormalities. The lookout took one look and reported immediately. Once the men in the sonar room heard this, they quickly headed for the command room, where the highest could see farther as well. What? Chen Fan, this is how you prepare. What's with the dolphins? Why are there so many dolphins? And still able to dutifully hold up humans? Yue was dumbfounded. Suan Air was also dumbfounded when she took a look. She thought of many possibilities. It never occurred to me that the solution Chen Fan said was this one. Only the next question came up. That's why these dolphins suddenly appeared here. And why Chen Fan knew that the dolphins could save these people from themselves. Too many questions for her to ask. But Chen Fan obviously didn't give her this chance. Wan Air, signal the submarine immediately. Security of personnel. So they can continue out of the cabin. He doesn't have the heart to explain now. We'll wait until everyone's been rescued. Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang were also excited at this time, feeling proud and happy for their successful rescue. I don't have time to ask questions. It's just that more and more of the crew are sensing that something's not right. They've been netting for a long time, and they never saw any fish, but they found a man. There was a lot of discussion. Chapter 054, we are on an honorable mission. Quiet. Be quiet. Listen to the proprietor. Just as the crew was talking, Chen Fan knew he had to tell these people the truth. Now that the men have come up safely, it's clear that the rescue was effective, and the next step is to send out men to fish the submariners out of the water. We'll need the crew's help. We can't do that without telling them the truth. As soon as Zhao Chang, everyone quieted down and quietly looked at Chen Fan. Guys, I know there are many doubts in your minds, wondering why they tie heavy things to fishing nets. More than anything, I want to know why. After the nets are lowered, no fish are recovered, but people are seen to appear. Now I can tell the truth. We are on a mission of honor. Chen Fan stood tall and said solemnly, but for a moment he was domineering. It makes the crew straighten up, too. A lot of people knew something was up, but they didn't know it was actually a mission of honor behind it. The proprietor. What the hell are we doing? Could it be that we are saving lives? Yes. Both submariners are wearing blue uniforms. Although at first everyone was a little unimpressed. After all, the wind and rain. But as they got closer and closer, and they went over with their searchlights, they could see it clearly too. If you're not saving lives, how can you explain the sudden appearance of two people? Nice. We are indeed on a rescue mission. Just below the fishing boat is a Rococo submarine that's experiencing malfunctions. There are 60 people in there who have been trapped for many hours and currently only have 2 hours of oxygen left for maintenance. We have to get them up. This is our mission of honor. The crowd was so excited. It's another honorable mission. It's always been the Dragon Sea Division that's helped them. And this time they can finally help the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division. At this point where there is any hesitation, everyone directly took a position. Donger, we would like to participate in this one glorious mission. Please arrange a mission for us. Yes, we must rescue our sons and daughters. They are the most lovable people. I want to save lives too. Proprietor, we haven't been with you long, but I hope you can trust us. We want to do our part. Donger, we'll never drag our feet. I'll never go west if you tell me to go east. I just hope you'll let me join this one honorable mission. For a while, the crew was excited, and each one of them scrambled. Hopefully it can be added into this one quest. Not to mention any rewards or anything for starters. Just from a humanitarian point of view, if someone is in trouble, we must save them. There's nothing to talk about. Looking at the crowd so enthusiastically, Chen Fan also took it as it came. He certainly needed the help of these people. He can save the submariners safely to the surface, but he still needs the speedboats to pick them up one by one. The submarine's men were preparing to leave the hold in large numbers, and he had to mobilize everyone to be ready. Yes, you're all good. This is a rescue mission from Commander Kaiji himself. Now I command you. Prepare immediately to receive our sons and daughters on board. Chen Fan nodded heavily, then pointed his finger toward the 2 submariners in the distance. The people also nodded heavily, and then immediately began to look for tools, ready to pick up the other party on board the ship. And Zhao Cheng looked at the crowd in such a hurry and once again cursed fiercely twice. There's no rush. On my command. You guys get the speedboat. You guys go throw the life preservers. Chen Fan is only responsible for mobilizing and ordering. The specific work has to be arranged by Zhao Cheng, the captain of the ship. He's more concerned about how the submarine is doing down there. Is not according to their arrangement. Is constantly arranging people out of the cabin. Captain, fishing boat report. Have managed to save our people. They want us to hurry up and get out of the cabin. A correspondent was reporting excitedly. Only the oxygen was too thin. The other guy is red in the face. And he's breathing heavily. That's got the captain worried. 2. Take it easy. Be still. But don't faint. Looking at the situation, both the captain and the vice captain saw concern in each other's eyes. Apparently the air is even thinner, and if they don't get out of the cabin, they're really going to have an accident. There's a chance we won't be able to wake up those who've fallen asleep. Sub-captain, now that it has worked, we need to arrange for everyone to get out of the cabin. Not a single one of them will be left behind, the captain said with a grave look on his face. But the co-captain had his own concerns. Captain, should we test a few more batches? Reduce risk? Obviously the vice captain was still a bit skeptical about this method of escape, and he had a lot of questions, and the captain seemed to know what the other wanted to say, and directly interrupted him. Stop it, time is running out. Our crew is agitated. They're consuming oxygen at a rapid rate. We can't wait any longer. We'll talk about the rest later. Now, all hands out of the cabin at once. The captain gave the order with a decisive slap on the wrist. What's the point of continuing to try? Success is just a waste of time. If someone fails and passes out and drowns, don't they just keep on going? If we stay, we'll die. If we get out, at least some of us will survive. He has to make the best choice. Yes, I carry out orders. The vice captains come to the same realization. We can't afford to dawdle any longer. We'll be contacting all the cabins and all the departments in no time. Comrades, wake up your comrades around you at once. Exit the cabin in the order I read them. We're taking you home. This one sentence directly brought tears to the eyes of everyone who was waiting for the news. They're so excited. They've got their suicide notes ready. They think they're going to die here. Suddenly being rescued at this time is really too much excitement. Saved. We're really saved. It worked. It actually worked. This fishing boat is too powerful. Thanks to these fishermen, without whom we would all be asleep. So touched and saved. I must thank these fishermen properly. Soon, everyone was waiting quietly in the arranged order. They need to conserve oxygen again. They can't let it get any thinner. Then they might not be able to swim to the surface even if they get out of the cabin. Just as everyone was lining up, an unexpected situation occurred. It's a surprise to everyone. Chapter 055, the situation was critical. All the dolphins were mobilized. Captain, 2 people passed out from lack of oxygen. It happened very suddenly. Originally everyone was lying quietly, but now suddenly one by one they are all walking around, which itself is in the lack of oxygen. The brain supply of oxygen is insufficient. Nowadays, when you walk around again, some of those who are not physically fit will directly have to faint. Immediately put them on the last remaining oxygen. Bring out all our oxygen reserves. There's no need to shed anymore. Success or failure depends on this fight. The submarine naturally has some emergency oxygen stored inside, but this oxygen will not be used until it is absolutely necessary. Now everyone's getting out of the cabin. The captain knew it had to be used. It would help restore oxygen to everyone's brains and prevent the next breath hold from causing fainting and drowning. Soon the paramedics had brought oxygen tanks and were treating the 2 men. Everybody stop looking. All take a few puffs of oxygen before entering the individual compartments. Immediate action. At the captain's constant urging, another group of personnel finally exited the cabin, and the dolphins waiting outside. As soon as they saw someone coming out, immediately more than 10 of them went over to help together. Soon a group of 5 was given a quick shove over the top of the sea. Hurry! 5 more came up. Take them next. At this time a speedboat was patrolling the water, and with a call from the dolphins they immediately saw the 5 submariners, who were at this time in some disarray. At once the speedboat was immediately driven over. Comrade, here, we're here to save you. You're okay. The speedboat drew up, and the fishermen, looking at 2 of their comrades lying directly on the dolphins, thought they had fainted, and asked with some anxiety. At this point the submariners looked at the riding dolphins with some bewilderment, but a smile finally appeared on his face when he saw the fisherman with a kind face. Old-timer, we're fine. Thank you for coming to our rescue. All the submariners shed tears of gratitude, and soon the 5 were rescued on board the fishing boat. At this time the first 2 were rescued to watch the successful rescue of their comrades, but they were also excited. Squad leader, you guys are out too. Squad leader, so lucky we were saved. Both groups looked at each other are safe. Once again excited, directly is embracing each other. Look at the fishermen who are gathering around. At this point it's a solemn expression of gratitude. Ha ha, don't thank us. Thank our proprietor. He's a really nice guy. Yeah, I didn't realize that we just fished an airplane not long ago, and this time it's actually a submarine. The proprietor is really capable. Ha ha, now I'm really looking forward to what we'll be able to fish for next time. Several submariners, though they could not understand what the fishermen were saying, kept thanking the. Only the mind is wondering. Fish for an airplane. What an airplane! Before they had time to react, someone else surfaced soon afterward. Once again, the crowd was busy. As time went on, when more and more people were successfully rescued, the submariners on the deck were getting more and more numerous, and at this time all the people also had their doubts. Lu Jun, were you riding a dolphin when you came up here too? Yeah, I just got out of the pod and was brought right up by the dolphins, and they were actually docile enough to let me ride them in the back. It was amazing. I'm the same way. It seems like these dolphins were just waiting for us at the hatch, and as soon as we got out, they immediately rescued us up there. Surely the stories from our childhood didn't lie to us. Dolphins really do help humans. That being said, I always get the feeling that these dolphins are overly obedient. By now the number of people rescued had reached more than 40, and all of them, without exception, were riding dolphins. At first everyone thought it was a coincidence, but dozens of people do. And these dolphins are as conscientious as the staff. This makes them shocked and even more puzzled. In fact, they were not the only ones who were puzzled, but many of the fishermen on the fishing boat at this time were also feeling astonished. Why do you think these dolphins are so obedient? Anyone who comes up will go over and help immediately. Without them, I reckon a lot of these sons and daughters would have been killed. Yes, it is very obedient, more serious than us, and plays a bigger role than us, I feel. Yeah, it's a bit of a match to carry someone right up to our speedboat. Both gangs have begun to focus their attention on the dolphins that surround the side of the fishing boat. Only the people hadn't finished rescuing them yet, and they were only able to whisper about it. There's no chance of finding out. Look, that's our co-captain. He's coming up too. Yeah, but the captain hasn't come up yet, so it looks like we'll have to wait until the end. With the addition of a new group of people, the number of people has now reached 55. Only the last 5 are left. As a captain, it's impossible to leave early. You have to be the last one to leave the submarine. It's a rule and a responsibility. Captain, let's go too. The air has run out of oxygen. It's too hard to breathe. By now the remaining communications officer was urging the captain to leave. After such a toss, the oxygen concentration in the air of the submarine is getting lower and lower. And if it continues, it basically won't be able to provide breathing for human beings. The captain was anxious in his heart. but at this time he still looked at the submarine reluctantly. This is his submarine. Now he's definitely abandoning it. Go! Go at once! The tear-filled captain quickly entered the exit hatch and closed the door tightly behind him. Instead, the heart recites a silent phrase, "I'll be back." With the filling of the seawater, someone opened the hatch, and then one by one they all stepped out. However, when I looked back, the captain was holding his face red and moving very slowly. Apparently it's dying, and the crowd looks at it and immediately turns around and pulls the other guy out. And the dolphins out there are just in time. Quickly push 5 people out of the water. Captain! Somebody! The captain's passed out. Medic! Help! The captain was a father to all of them, and the long time they spent together made them respect this middle-aged man. At this moment, they are all in a hurry. Comrade! Don't be in a hurry. We're coming for you. As soon as the fishermen heard this they also quickened their movements, and the dolphins, as if they had heard the call, carried the captain and leaned toward the speedboat. The people on the fishing boat were anxious when they heard about it. They don't want anything to happen to each other. And Chen Fan was a bit anxious at this time. All dolphins to the rescue. Soon hundreds of dolphins are all leaning over, doing their best. Chapter 056, the news was reported to the newspapers, and the bigwigs of the Sea Division were deeply shocked. Captain, you're finally awake. Look, the captain's awake. Half an hour later, in the medical room of the fishing boat, the captain finally woke up, and his subordinates ran over to check on him. Everyone was concerned about each other's well-being, and at that moment the 59 officers and men aboard the submarine were all staring at the captain of the ship. I'm saved here. The captain opened his eyes and looked at a familiar face, color finally coming to his confused face and his eyes becoming alive. Vice Captain, what's the status of the personnel? Have they all been rescued? The recovered captain immediately asked anxiously about the safety of the others. That's his main concern. Captain, all members of Submarine 106, all rescued. No casualties. We're all rescued. The vice captain stood up straight and solemnly reported to the captain, who was also forcibly trying to get up, but was not able to do so because of a slight weakness. Hearing the good news that all of them were rescued, he was finally relieved. Your eyes are slowly becoming moist. Miracle! This will be a miracle in the history of submarine rescue. I can't believe we're safe and sound. We were actually successfully rescued by a fishing boat. The captain was excited, and the co-captain kept echoing the sentiment. Who says it isn't? He didn't think they'd all make it out of the water safely. You know, they all actually planned for the worst. That is, if they can survive one, they can survive one. If one person survives, it's a family saved. Now it's all of them. Captain, this is Chen Fan. It was he who accepted Haji's request to rescue us. The vice captain introduced Chen Fan, who was on the sidelines, and although he had already expressed his gratitude, it was the captain who could represent the entire submarine. If you're awake now, you'll have to show your appreciation. Chen Fan, I am Captain Wang Pingon of Submarine 106. Thank you for the rescue. On behalf of all officers and men of Submarine 106, a big thank you to you, said Wang Pingon. Despite the objections of the medical staff, struggled to stand up and organized his clothes very carefully, then solemnly saluted Chen Fan with a military salute. It's the highest form of etiquette for a soldier to express his gratitude. Salute. Soon, the other submarine officers and men also stood at attention. Look at Chen Fan and salute in unison. This military salute expressed too many feelings, not only to thank for saving his life, but also to honor Chen Fan's noble qualities. A fishing boat to take over the rescue mission. That also needs great courage. Once the rescue fails, even if it will not be punished, that the heart is also difficult to rest in peace. They didn't know Chen Fan's exact identity, but they knew that it was Chen Fan who had taken over the rescue mission, and had accomplished it brilliantly. Captain, comrades, you don't have to. It's your duty as dragons. You protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and when you are in trouble, it is only natural for us to help. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom. We're all family. Chen Fan also shouted slogans and said all sorts of good words. This can make everyone once again moved. A man. Eyes can be full of tears. Chen Fan, you deserve our thanks. The captain continued to salute for a long time before lowering the. At this time, Chen Fan's cell phone was ringing. Chen Fan took a look and then remembered that he hadn't reported the news to the old man for some time, and he thought that the other party was already in a hurry. Captain Wang, it's a call from old Haijilong, said Chen Fan on the pickup, afraid that an old man is anxious out of the disease. Chen Fan, how's it going? Did you get them out? You don't have to be psychotic. Even if there are casualties, you're not responsible. At this time in the headquarters of the Sea Division, Long Lao Li Lao and a bunch of other big brothers are indeed anxious bad, because Chen Fan hasn't called them for an hour. They don't dare to interrupt. After all, Rescue is a matter of minutes and seconds. They said they'd stay out of it, so they stayed out of it. It's just that waiting with no news is what makes people most anxious. Finally Lon Lao still couldn't sit still. He had to make a call. I'm afraid Chen Fan doesn't dare to face this group of old men. Elder Dragon. I'm Chen Fan. The rescue mission is over. I was just busy and forgot to report back to you. Both sides were on speakerphone. And on the Hayes side, the crowd stood up in excitement at the sound of it. That's 10,000 people asking questions. And Old Man Long is even more anxious. This rescue is all over. How many people did you save? Chen Fan. How many survived? Speak boldly to me. Elder Long seemed to be mentally prepared for how tragic the outcome would be. He'd thought of hundreds of possibilities during the hour he'd waited. I've come up with all sorts of excuses. Elder Dragon. All 60 officers and men of Submarine 106. All rescued. Not a single casualty. Chen Fan reported solemnly. And Captain Wang also looked at the. I can't help but laugh. What? All rescued? How is this possible? How did you do that? Boss Long is alarmed. The C Division also has professional technicians who have conducted simulated rescues. That's a pretty low success rate. Let's not talk about the nets pulling up the submarine. Even if the submarine is being pulled up, the experts gave the percentage of people who survived, but they didn't make it to the surface. A pathetic 10%. Yes, only 10%. Out of 60 people. It's possible that only a few of the most physically fit might survive. All the others could have been casualties. And now Chen Fan was telling him that all of them had survived. He couldn't really accept it for a moment. They never thought they could all be rescued. Even if a professional rescue ship goes to the rescue, it's very normal for there to be casualties. A miracle. It's a miracle. Elder Long was still confused, while Elder Lee was feeling up with emotion. He also heard it clearly. At this time only 2 words of miracle can image this rescue plan. Elder Dragon. The exact rescue process will come later, but I can tell you this responsibly. Everyone is safe. In that case, I'll let Captain Wang speak to you. With that, Chen Fan handed the phone to the other party. It was more reliable to leave this confirmation to the other party. And Wang Pingan took the phone solemnly and straightened his back. Commander Long, I am Wang Pingan. With Wang Pingan once again confirming the accuracy of the news, as well as briefly describing the process of their extrication. Everyone in Hess is getting excited. They were shocked that such a risky rescue plan had worked. Equally shocked by Chen Fan's ability. It had actually succeeded. When you hang up the phone, Elder Long also slapped the table fiercely. Very seriously. Reward? Chen Fan must be rewarded ruthlessly. It is necessary to claim credit. He saved 60 lives, not to mention a submarine worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Chapter 057, The Ghost Creeps In. Fishing boat secrets exposed. On the sea, the wind and the rain. Deep under the sea, a ghost-like submarine is sailing at the moment. It's only getting closer and closer to the fishing boat. It's already 2 kilometers behind it. Report, Commander. We have observed that all personnel of the Dragon submarine have left the submarine. They have all been rescued by fishing boats. A correspondent reported the news with a shocked look on his face. Yes, they've been following the fishing boat all along, and can be said to have witnessed the rescue. A history-making submarine rescue that happened right under their noses. Asterisk. A fishing boat rescues a submarine. How am I supposed to report this? Who's going to believe it? But it really happened. The miracle of this one fishing boat. The middle-aged man sitting in the commander's chair is the commander of this nuclear submarine. They've been ordered by Carrier Commander Mike to follow them. Originally, they wanted to refuse at first. Tracking a fishing boat was too degrading. They're the sea ghosts. They'd be very excited to have them tracking a dragon carrier. But now it's tracking a fishing boat. So there's really no difficulty in that. But watching this one fishing boat work wonders has made Roger very interested in fishing boats. Commander, General Mack has put us at a distance from the fishing boats. And I think we must have discovered that they have a secret. We have observed a lot of dolphin activity in the vicinity of the fishing boats. These dolphins help the submariners escape the submarine. The deputy commanders also spoke at this time in due course, and they watched the rescue throughout. They have eyes and ears. The Dragon submarine couldn't see how they were rescued, but this one, the Phantom nuclear submarine, was very well understood. In particular, the large number of dolphins helping the submariners who had fallen overboard made it very difficult for him to understand and explain this anomaly. You're right. This one fishing boat does have a secret. They seem to have some kind of connection with these dolphins. Otherwise these dolphins wouldn't show up for no reason, much less help them rescue the dragons. Roger was also sinking into thought at this point, shocked that the fishing boat had managed to rescue the submarine. But it was the very fact that the impossible had happened that let him know that there must be some secret behind this. Under normal circumstances, a fishing boat couldn't have picked up the submarine just right. and done so in one go. There's no such thing as coincidence. Commander, at the time when our carrier formation was attacked, there seemed to be a large number of dolphins around as well. These dolphins have now reappeared and seem to have been following the fishing boats. This is so weird. The sub-commander continued to be deeply skeptical. By all rights these dolphins should have been on the carrier side of the formation. But now it suddenly appeared here. And the number is also very large. It is indeed suspicious. Yes, this is very suspicious. I have a wild guess. A fishing boat might be able to control these dolphins, or something might be able to keep attracting them, Roger said with a solemn face. All navies have trained dolphins to be used as dolphin warriors. Dolphins are also very easy to domesticate. So maybe these dolphins are really under human control. Rescue missions are possible. Commander, are you trying to say that all these dolphins are domesticated by humans? How is this possible? Even we don't have that many dolphin warriors. The deputy commander was dumbfounded. They do train dolphins for various tasks as well. But the numbers aren't much. Just a few dozen heads. After all, it's not necessary to use anything in normal times. Unless it's a large-scale training in wartime, which is not less difficult to train. Unlikely indeed. But it seems that this explains the appearance of the dolphins better. Of course, it's also possible that there's something on the fishing boat that attracts them to keep following. Roger mused, unable to think of anything else that would explain it clearly. Commander, if that's the case, I'm guessing our warships are under attack. Or maybe it has something to do with these dolphins too. We were in pursuit of a fishing boat, and as soon as we approached we were attacked by the unknown. And it's possible that this attack is a sonic attack. The truth was so close to being told by the vice commander. This one conjecture was indeed bold, and had been very much accepted as the truth. Except that Roger was shaking his head. It's too unreasonable. It's not normal. No. Dolphins can attack warships with bombs strapped to them, but using sound waves to attack a warship is impossible. This is not a game. This is reality. Absolutely not. The truth was thus denied, and the sub-commander was a little dismayed, but admitted that it was indeed a bit of hogwash. They've used dolphins in combat quite a few times for hard kills, but never soft kills. Scientifically, the sound waves emitted by dolphins are also unlikely to be lethal. For a moment, this one guess was just dismissed. They must have never imagined that the dolphin that Chen Fan exchanged was a mutated dolphin. It's true that normal dolphins can't sonically attack, but his dolphin can. Of course, this also allowed Chen Fan to ensure his safety, because once he sat down, then the attack on the entire Eagle Navy was the work of a fishing boat. They don't have much to worry about. It's daring to come down hard. After all, now that the fishing boats are once again alone. Forget it, we'll leave the fishing boat thing alone for now. We can't just track. Must find some work. Roger smiled slightly, already having his plan in mind. Soon, the carrier formation's Mike received a report from the Phantom. Eyes wide open once more. FK. A Dragon fishing boat rescued a Dragon submarine at a depth of 200 meters. This is unbelievable. Not only Mike, but the other commanders were shocked at first glance. They knew that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were capable of creating countless miracles, but they didn't expect it to be that exaggerated. Who'd believe it? It's that fishing boat again. They fished away our war flies. A submarine was subsequently recovered. What else are they not capable of? Are they still fishing boats? This sentence made the crowd also smile bitterly. Yes, the fishing boat is not like a fishing boat. Fishing boats are for fishing, but they are always fishing for all sorts of strange things. It really makes people laugh and cry. This one fishing boat is very odd indeed. Commander-in-Chief, you should have realized that too, which is why you had the ghost track it. At this point the crowd was also reacting to why Mike was pushing for the submarine to follow a fishing boat. It's worth it now. At least it's certain that this one fishing boat is very odd indeed. Nice. You guys take a look at Roger's plan. This one plan is very risky, but it was able to retrieve our face, said Mike, showing the contents of the telegram to the crowd. And for a moment, all were in deep thought. Some of them look excited. Chapter 058, the hunting program begins. It's dangerous. I think this plan is very feasible and I support it. We must preserve our honor. Since the fishing boat fished away our warplanes, we can no longer retrieve them. Then we'll take their submarine, the deputy commander of the carrier said with a look of excitement. Once they succeed, they can negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom. They can get their fighters back. I agree. This is our bargaining chip. As long as we get the other side's submarines, we can totally use them to get our fighters back. Another officer agreed, followed by others who spoke in general agreement. It's a very good plan indeed, not only to get revenge, but also to make up for their faults. Losing a fighter plane is a huge responsibility. If they get it back, they can still stay in office. But if they don't get it back, they're really screwed. For the sake of one's future, and even more so, for the sake of one's dignity and honor, It's okay to take a risk. Aha! This is indeed an opportunity for us. The Dragon Kingdom Sea Division ships have returned. If we had their submarines, it's our winning edge. Mike's eyes were firm, and he'd obviously made up his mind. Luckily, he had a submarine tracking the fishing boat. Now let him find a chance to make amends. Commander! You ordered it! Commander! We all agree. Give the order. Numerous officers were looking at Mike, which made him feel even more empowered. It was a collective decision anyway, and the loss of the fighter was enough blame to get him transferred. Failure isn't much worse, but if they succeed, they not only make up for their mistakes, but even receive the Medal of Honor. Yes, send a message to the Spectre at once. Agree with the plan. It's up to you to preserve the honor of the Eagle Navy. The airwaves are spreading this one order. A short time later, the Ghost looked at the official battle orders and a smile finally appeared on its face. With the order, he can be a little more daring, not just pulling a few tricks of his own. Commander! General Mack agrees, does he? This is great. The Vice Commander laughed excitedly. They had been waiting a long time to show off their muscles for a long time. And now we've finally found our chance. I give the order. Orders from the carrier's Commander-in-Chief. Agree to carry out the hunting program. I will now announce the specific arrangements. Soon, a group of officers came to the conference room, and Roger was making plans for the battle. I'm about to make a move on Chen Fan. At this point, the fishing boat doesn't realize the danger that's coming. Chen Fan, what's with those dolphins out there? Are you able to command these dolphins? At this time Chen Fan was resting. The reason being that manipulating the dolphins as well as the squid to carry out the mission was too taxing on the brain. His brain needs a good rest. It's so exhausting. After all the good receptions for the submarine officers and men, he went back to the lounge early to get some rest. However, UEE came after her. Apparently when the danger is over, everyone started thinking about all the strange and unusual things that had happened during the rescue. They didn't know squid existed, but dolphins letting people ride them and take part in rescues was something everyone could see. Now it's time to find the truth. No. What makes you guys think that? Where do I get this special feature? Chen Fan's head was shaking like a rattle drum, with an innocent look on his face. Are you kidding? How can you admit that? It's his biggest secret. He doesn't want to be taken back to do research. He can't admit it anyway. Then why are there so many dolphins in these neighborhoods? And participated in the rescue. Every submariner was able to get out fast because of the help of dolphins. Without their help, I'm sure there would have been casualties. Yue stared at Chen Fan's eyes, wanting to see the other party's panic, wanting to see the other party reveal his footwear. However, Chen Fan's opponent, a little girl, that was still able to cope with it. The heart is not panicked at all. After all, this is something without evidence. It's all just subjective speculation. How am I supposed to know? Maybe the dolphin saw someone in the water and just wanted to help. That's what the textbooks say. Chen Fan had a cheeky smile on his face. This one explanation could still be justified. It's not unusual to see dolphins in the middle of the ocean. I've heard stories about dolphins helping people since I was a kid. It's only natural. In that case, it's perfectly normal. Don't you dare try to hide it from me. These dolphins must have something to do with you. I realized it back when the carrier was chasing us. Yue wasn't a little cutie either. Although compared to Suwon Air, she might be a bit stupid. But what any ordinary person can associate with, she can naturally think of as well. Especially with Chen Fan's face that everything was within his grasp. That couldn't be hidden from anyone. Since Chen Fan dared to let the submariners venture out of the cabin, he had made this kind of adequate preparation. Hey, whatever you think, the mouth is on you anyway. Just go away. I'm going to bed now. Chen Fan didn't want to talk to Yue anymore. He was really a bit tired. I'm really sleepy. However, Yue did not hear a satisfying reply. At this time where to let go of Chen Fan or constantly entangled. Woman, what a bore. Some annoying Chen Fan looked at the constantly pestering Yue, simply directly on the vicious welcome up. The operation of advancing instead of retreating made Yue stop advancing immediately, but now she was afraid and kept retreating. However, she soon realized that there was no way to retreat, because the wall was behind her. What do you want? Yue was a bit scared, and only then did she realize that Chen Fan was wearing a pair of big pants. I'm really scared at this point. Instead, Chen Fan was serious and looked a bit fierce, pressing one hand against the wall. At this moment, Yue was scared, because she seems to be getting walloped. Don't you dare. I'll kill you if you try anything. Saying that, she raised her little fist to scare Chen Fan. However, such a scare where to play any role. It only made Chen Fan's face darken even more. Originally, I just wanted to scare the other party, but the atmosphere has been baked here. And at this time, I also found that it has become a little weird and unusual. Yue, Don't think you can be so casual just because this fishing boat belongs to your family. As soon as we get to shore, I can buy this fishing boat. So now, please leave immediately. Joking aside, even though a lot of the warehouse's seafood had been thrown away, there was still at least 1,000 tons remaining. Even at $200 a catty, these seafood are still worth at least $400 million. It's more than enough to buy this fishing boat. He could even buy several ships and go fishing all over the world. Get out of the way. I'm going. I'm leaving. Yu Yi's face turned blue as she laughed, originally thinking that Chen Fan wanted to do something to her. Who'd have thought she'd want her to leave because she's bored with her? Think about it. She's the school's top girl. She's the top girl at school. Now that I'm familiar with Chen Fan, I've become more verbose. Who would have thought that Chen Fan would be suspected instead? At that thought, she left with a sad face of disappointment, and Chen Fan shook his head and soon entered the dreamland as well. He was just too tired of people. While the crowd on the fishing boat was basking in the joy of a successful rescue, danger from the bottom of the sea is approaching. Chapter 059, Capturing the Dragon Kingdom Submarine. This is crazy. Spooky. Spooky. My seals. I'm safely out of the cabin and approaching the submarine. As the sound of a torpedo launch passed, a SEAL team is wearing specialized equipment and is approaching the Dragon submarine. They're on a mission of their own, targeting none other than the Dragon submarine. I am a ghost. Proceed as planned, Roger ordered solemnly, and soon the squad kept moving away from the ghost submarine and kept approaching the Dragon submarine. The Dragon submarine, on the other hand, is empty at this point in time, because it's running out of oxygen. Of course, the SEALs aren't trying to take the submarine. They don't know how to operate a submarine, especially since it's already malfunctioning, so it's obvious that they're going in there to die. What they're trying to do is not capture the submarine, but take temporary control of it. Roger that. 01, 02, proceed immediately to the front of the submarine. 03, 04, proceed to submarine stern. The rest of you, proceed to the submarine exit hatch. Soon the captain took command. A small group will start to move forward. They quickly reached their intended position and then grabbed the fishing net that was wrapping around the submarine. At this point the captain looked at the submarine, which was very tightly wrapped in fishing nets, and frowned. No! How in the world did this fishing net get like this? This is obviously a deliberate knot that someone tied to wrap the submarine. Yes, a bizarre scene occurred, and it seemed to all that the fishing net had fished up the submarine, luckily at best, but it had hung up the propeller as well as the top drogue. These are the points of focus, which is why the submarine can be picked up in one net. However, the scene is very shocking. The submarine is densely wrapped in fishing nets. Even some of the ports are tied in a dead end. It's not like the nets were formed naturally. It's like there were underwater frogmen who specialized in this. For a moment, the captain was confused, and quickly reported the incident. My seal, we found something interesting. With that, he told his findings one by one, which could make even Roger, who was in command, freeze up. It's just so unusual. Commander, is there a frogman on the fishing boat too? They sent someone there to do it. The second-in-command guessed, except that Rolf was shaking his head outright. No, it can't be a frogman. You should know that the submarine is at a depth of 200 meters. It is impossible for a frogman to reach such depths. Just kidding, the depth of the submarine is now 20 meters. Just the depth for frogmen to operate. But at that time the submarine was 200 meters deep. Fishing nets want to fish the submarine up, which means that it is 200 meters underwater to complete the knot, which can be dragged up. But it doesn't look like it was formed naturally. The SEAL team said it was artificially bound. That would be incredible. For a while, the officers were speechless, feeling incredulous. It's just so unusual. This is getting interesting. It seems this fishing boat does have a secret. We're about to recognize each other's secrets in one fell swoop. Order SEAL team, proceed. Roger's heart was glad at this time, and not troubled by this one unsolvable riddle. The more unusual they are, the closer they get to the truth, the more sense their actions make. And for that, it's worth the risk. The SEAL team that received the order is also adjusting their mood at this time. They're all battle-hardened warriors who've seen all sorts of strange things. Soon the captain gave the order. 01, 02, find the interface immediately. 03, 04, making connection. Soon, the 8-man team was divided into groups. We're looking for a submarine. The strong nets gave them a better choice, and soon they were connecting the nets with their own special ropes. One end is connected to the Dragon submarine, while the other end, at this moment, is ready to be connected to the nuclear submarine. In order to realize the diversification of tasks, the Eagle submarine has a variety of interfaces, and at this time the submarine has been rapidly approaching the Dragon submarine. The two submarines are getting closer and closer. The Rococo submarine is a child in front of the Eagle submarine. Rococo's submarines are only 3,000 tons. The nuclear submarine, but as high as 18,000 tons displacement. That is really an underwater behemoth. A more top 6 strong. Connection complete. Request to cut the nets of the fishing boats. After half an hour's busy work underwater, the towing of the 2 submarines is almost complete. Now that the haul is complete, the next step is to decimate the control of the fishing boat. It's indexed for a nuclear submarine. SEAL team, you can cut the fishing net. At this moment Roger was bursting with excitement, for his plan was about to be accomplished. This one plan is very risky, but when it's done, they'll be able to unknowingly slip away a Dragon submarine. It'll be their biggest bargaining chip, the one they can get back for the fighters. Even if they can't change back the people, they can still learn the biggest secret of the Dragon submarine. Commander, we're actually close to making it. I can't believe we're trying to hide it from the world. Snatching submarines from under the noses of the dragons. The vice commander was also excited. This one plan was fantastic. It was really crazy. They've certainly captured a Dragon submarine, which will be their booty. They'll be heroes, and their actions will probably be written in military history. Commander, once we haul in the Dragon submarine, what do we do next? Dragon submarines will destroy our stealth. We won't be able to be invisible anymore. An officer voiced his concern that their submarine, which is the quietest submarine in the world, is also the most advanced and powerful one. As long as they're in the deep sea, no one can find them. On the other hand, the Dragon submarines are very noisy and not very stealthy. With this one dragging them down, they'll be more easily exposed. Once it works, the carrier formation will come to protect us. As soon as the carrier formation arrives, we're safe. Roger naturally had a foolproof plan. The reason why he dared to arrive to rob the submarine was that he knew that the sonar performance of the fishing boat was very poor, and couldn't detect them at all. Of course, there may be a ship from the Sea Division to follow, but as long as the carrier group can make it, they're still safe. Haiji is not afraid of Dragon Kingdom sailors. That's the real danger. The high sea ships are just to maintain the security of the sea and have no weapons to deal with their submarines. Now they are just hoping that the Dragon sailors haven't come yet. Commander, it looks like you're about to perform a miracle. History will be made of capturing a Dragon submarine in times of peace. As soon as the crowd heard the concern ceased, they were all excited at this point as well, knowing that if they succeeded, they would all be heroes, and all might get medals. It would be a great honor. Chapter 060. What? There's still an enemy existing below us? Boo! The nets that had been dragging the submarine down were now being cut as the SEAL team powered up. As the nets got smaller and smaller, eventually the remaining nets simply crumbled away due to lack of support. For a moment, the huge submarine suddenly lost its indexing power and had lost speed. At the same time the submarine was sinking due to the presence of the lower potential. Mission accomplished. Return to the submarine immediately. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, the SEAL captain gave the order to return to the submarine. They're running out of oxygen. If they don't go back, they'll never make it. At this time in the control room of the fishing vessel, with the nets cut off, everyone on the fishing boat felt a sudden increase in speed. With the burden off my back, this stress is suddenly reduced. Fishing boats can feel the difference. This puzzled the crew for a while, and soon someone noticed something strange. Uncle Cho. Not good. Our nets seem to have broken. We lost the submarine. Zhao Cheng, who was resting, was also called up. At this time is still the night. Everyone rescue busy, very tired. At this time is the time to rest. But I didn't expect the bad news to come before the break was over. Zhao Cheng was also awakened. This submarine cannot be lost. Cannot be lost. Get dressed and head for the tailgate. Uncle Cho, we hauled up all the nets. Our fishing nets did break. One of the crew members picked up a broken fishing net and showed it to Zhao Cheng, which made the old man anxious. At this moment, it doesn't matter whether the shadow affects the rest of the crowd or not. Wake everyone up at once. It looks like we have a busy night ahead of us. Wake up the proprietor as well, and let him make up his mind about this. Tell Captain Wang the same. Zhao Cheng quickly made arrangements. This is something the submarine party must know. This is a submarine that belongs to them. And Chen Fan had to know, because it was he who was leading the rescue mission, and he couldn't have commanded it without Chen Fan. Soon, all the people who knew about the news rushed over anxiously. Even Chen Fan was shocked, not realizing that this sleep could not even be a good one. Uncle Cho, now what? Chen Fan hurried over, while Captain Wang and the others had already arrived, and the crowd was discussing something. Donger, the nets are broken and the submarine is feared lost. But the good thing is that the time was recorded as well as the coordinates. So if we go back, we should be able to find it again. Zhao Cheng said with a serious face. The bad news is that the submarine lost. The good news is that the staff is more serious and responsible. The first time to record down the coordinates, which can be for them to go back to look for a big help. Aha! How could this rope break? We're clearly reinforced and well on our way? Chen Fan was puzzled and picked up the fishing net to check it out. But he had strengthened the fishing net and even tied the submarine up very strongly. This shouldn't be happening. We don't know anything about it yet, but it could be that the waves were so big that they took a huge amount of force for a short time and broke the nets. Zhao Cheng can only think of this possibility. If it is traveling at a constant speed, naturally it is fine. But there are big waves. This situation is also easy to happen. Everything points to the unexpected. Once Chen Fan heard this, he also said that his luck was too bad and was about to turn around and go back to look for the. However, Captain Wang spoke up. No, this break is not right. These are indeed chipped, but these were totally cut off by the knife. Captain Wang is a very experienced captain, and when he saw the net break, he felt something was wrong. He can't be wrong. After all, his family grew up by the sea and he used to work as a fisherman too. Captain Wang, you mean this was cut off, not chipped? Chen Fan frowned. If that was the case, then the nature would be different and things could be even more complicated. It was cut off with a knife. That means it was vandalized. Nice. Chen Fan, look at these breaks. There's a clear difference between the two. These breaks are very neat and obviously severed. And these, not so much, are chipped. Captain Wan carefully explained to Chen Fan. But at this moment, Chen Fan was violently startled, because he took it upon himself to receive the dolphin's message, and in doing so he realized that there was a major problem at the bottom of the ocean. That's right, underwater frogmen. No, that's an even bigger submarine. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. He commanded the dolphin to go forward and check it out, not expecting to find that just a short distance from the fishing boat, a huge submarine was traveling, and the tonnage is even bigger than their 10,000-ton fishing boats. It's like an underwater giant. A closer look reveals an even more astonishing scene. At this time, their submarine was being towed along. A huge submarine is indexing the Dragon submarine traveling. Chen Fan was indeed confused. He didn't expect such an accident to happen when he slept so much. Fan, what's wrong with you? At this time, Uncle Wang looked at Chen Fan's eyes, and hurriedly inquired. And Chen Fan just happened to be awakened by the sound, and that's when he recovered. Captain Wang, you're probably right about it being man-made. Chen Fan calmed down and said indifferently, at this time thinking of ways to explain how there were people down there. And even more so, how can we get the submarine back? It's a submarine from the Dragon Kingdom. He promised to bring the people back with the submarine. Dropping the submarine at the bottom of the ocean is not a big problem, and you can still have a specialized submarine rescue ship come and pick it up. But it would be a great shame if a foreign submarine took it away from us. Donger, that's not a good thing to say. It's better to investigate again. Zhao Cheng quickly reminded that if this is really man-made, then it is not the object of suspicion to suspect their own family members. Submariners surely can't cut down fishing nets. It's their second home. Since it's not them, it's the fishermen on the fishing boat, which is suspicious of them. It could really affect the relationship. Uncle Cho, you misunderstand. I suspect the possibility of another submarine's presence underwater. They're the ones who messed up and cut the nets off. Chen Fan must step by step lead towards this one suspicion, so that everyone suspects it as well. And then he can do it. What? There's another submarine. The crowd was shocked. If that was the case, it would be dangerous. Especially Captain Wang, at this time, also thought of the seriousness. If the enemy is sabotaging us, they must be up to something else. Are they trying to take our submarine? Captain Wang said in shock, which caused everyone to be shocked as well. And once Chen Fan heard it, he didn't move. The submarine was already far away by now. It's also hard to detect each other using sonar. The best way to do it, that's forcing the frogmen out of the water. Then all suspicions will have a direction. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately commanded all the dolphins as well as the squid to. We're closing in on a SEAL team that's preparing to enter the submarine. Chapter 061. Damn it, we've been captured by fishermen. FK, what is this? Something is picking at me. At the bottom of the sea, a Navy SEAL felt his body suddenly heavier at this moment, and turned around to see countless tentacles coming at him. He panicked for a moment and tried to get out of the tangle. But how can human beings get rid of the tens of meters long squid entanglement? And even as long as it can, the squid can easily pinch him to death. Only Chen Fan is not so cruel. Killing things that still cannot do, has not yet reached that a point. Jack, there's a giant squid behind you. My God, it's really too much. At that moment the captain saw a scene that would last a lifetime. A huge squid, looking at them eerily. One of the tentacles, however, had pulled out the oxygen tank's pipe. Danger! The captain gave advance warning. However, it didn't help. The giant squid was firmly in control of the crew. The other guy can't move at all. Everyone just watched as the oxygen tubes were pulled out. Woo woo, the team, whose oxygen supply has been cut off, is calling for help. The others are also leaning over, ready to provide oxygen to each other. The squid didn't rest, however, and attacked the other member of the team directly with its tentacles. Soon, another member of the team had his oxygen tube removed. It was a very critical situation. Fire! The captain immediately took out his pistol and was preparing to shoot. In order to work, they did not take heavy weapons, only this small pistol. But underwater, the squid is the king of the underwater world. How could such a huge one be hurt by a tiny human? The other squid directly pulled out the oxygen tube, and even knocked out the other's small pistol as well. In just 1 minute, the oxygen tubes of all 8 team members were pulled out, and finally the oxygen cylinders were directly destroyed by the vicious leakage of gas. There's no more oxygen available. Spooky spooky, I am a seal. We are under attack by undersea creatures. We're about to float. The captain used his last strength to tell this news, but when he did so, he drank a few mouthfuls of seawater, which almost made him unable to hold his breath. Recovering, he immediately gestured for all to come up to the surface at once. Losing oxygen, they had no choice but to surface. They were no longer enough to get inside the submarine. Soon a large number of dolphins also arrived, and the squid, as if they had seen a natural enemy, immediately escaped. The dolphins let these seals ride straight ahead, and within a few seconds, surfaced. Great! We're saved! These were the first words uttered by the crew after they surfaced, and they almost thought they were going to die. I didn't expect to end up being saved by a dolphin. FK, those squid are horrible. It's an underwater monster. Dolphins are really good friends of humans. We were saved by them. These little guys are so friendly. The crew was still going on and on, except they soon realized that these dolphins weren't finished with their mission. Instead, they keep swimming. Soon, they realized the anomaly. Captain, the dolphins seem to be taking us towards the dragon fishing boats. By now the sky was already cloudy and the crowd could see the fishing boats in the distance. The direction of the dolphins is obviously the fishing boats. They and the fishing boats are enemies, and what they are doing is not to be seen. They can't be discovered by the other side. Then their identities will be exposed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go down to the sea at once. Stop the advance. The captain gave the order. They can't get any closer. As long as they hold out for another half hour, when their submarine surfaces, it's possible to save them as well. However, at this point, they can't just stop walking if they want to. They had just gone down to the sea, and the dolphins were directly underneath to let each other ride once again. Then we moved on, and it wasn't just one. It was more than a dozen in charge of a single person, almost like dragging the whole person up directly. Captain, we're surrounded by dolphins. Damn it, he's dragging me forward. There's no way I can resist. A member of the team has been lifted up by the chart and is now moving forward quickly. The scene startled the others, but the next scene happened to them as well. One by one, they all broke away from the water, and as they were lifted quickly forward, even the captain was like that, without a little way out, and at this point just watched as he was dragged away, step by step, closer to the fishing boat. Look, what's that? That appears to be human. At this moment, the people who were discussing on top of the fishing boat spotted a group of dolphins coming in the distance. Instead, there was a single human in the center, and it blew them away. It's really human, but that's white people. That's a gringo. The distance is close to see the more clear. The sky is also bright. Good eyes at a glance to see each other. At this time is also shocked awe. There wasn't a single ship around, and now these foreigners have suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. Look at that costume. That's the eagles. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These look like frogmen. Ah, really? By the proprietor guessed right. Our fishing net is cut by them. Right. This is why the eagles are here. What do they want? Captain Wang was shocked, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with curiosity when he looked at Chen Fan. Just spending half a night together had made him curious about Chen Fan. Said the submarine down there, and now the evidence is coming in. And a moment ago they were arguing that it was unlikely, or they would have found it already. Yet these frogmen, coupled with the eagle's identity, let him know that this is indeed not a simple matter. It seems we do have a submarine down there, and the most advanced and silent one at that. Otherwise there's no way we wouldn't have noticed it at all. Captain Wang said gruffly. Their submarine sonar wasn't broken. They could still actively search. Yet all the way over, they hadn't found each other. Then only the most advanced and quietest submarine possible. Everything is in evidence. Everything makes sense. Bring them up. These people came just in time, and there was a lot less explaining for him to do. If we catch them and interrogate them, then everything will be clear. It's more than enough to understand what the other side is up to and why they want to take away the Dragon submarine. The fishermen immediately got excited when they heard that there was going to be an arrest and that it was an eagleman. And the submariners, hearing that it was these people who lost their submarine, were furious and had to bring these people in to relieve their anger. The unbeatable SEAL team, at this point, is unarmed and has no means of escape. Soon, they were caught by the fishermen as if they were fish. It's a disgrace. FK, don't throw a fishing net at me. I'm not a fish. Damn. These Dragon Kingdom fishermen are too tough. I regret coming here. Damn. This was actually caught by the fishermen. This is going to be career staining. At this point the SEAL captain wanted to die. He had been caught in a fishing net. He can't do anything. He can't run away even if he fights. At this point a bitter smile greeted the biggest insult of his career. SEAL team becomes captive of fishermen. Chapter 062. Captive still wants to negotiate. Who gave you the guts? FK. Damn those Rikoku fishing boats. You can't do this to us. Set us free. At this time on the Genoa fishing boat, 8 seals who were tied up were on the deck. The fishermen are staring at them with anger. Some of the scared seals were only able to curse at this time, hoping to scare the fisherman. However, before he could finish, he was directly kicked over, and at that moment, he was also screaming in pain. Who the hell are you? Did you cut off the nets? Lost our submarine. Captain Wang was most concerned about the submarine, and his foreign language was very good, so he immediately conducted an interrogation. The crowd didn't realize that the Dragon submarine had been towed by the Eagle submarine. At this point it was thought to have been lost and sabotaged again. After all, no one trusts the Eagle Navy, which has always been all about self-preservation. I can't believe you'd risk towing a submarine. If you really mess up a nuclear submarine, it's a huge loss. You're the Dragon submarine commander, aren't you? We have your submarine. You'll never get it back. A member of the team said with a mocking look on his face, not being aware of being a captive. In his opinion they had made a very successful sneak attack, only to be unlucky enough to encounter underwater creatures. Jack, shut up. The seals are yelling at their team. This is a covert operation. They can't expose themselves. More than that, they mustn't expose their movements. Who would have thought that the team members would be so quick to talk that they would be exposed this time? As soon as the leaking team member heard the captain scolding him, he regretted it at that moment and lowered his head. And then I'm not going to say a word. Captain Wang was also a bit anxious. He had just pried open his mouth and now he couldn't get any news. The fisherman then went straight to work once more, and in a moment there was once more the sound of agony from the 8 members of the team. You'll never get your submarine back. Never. The Navy SEAL captain endured the beating with a stiff upper lip. This caused Chen Fan to reveal a bad smile. Others might not know what was going on, but he already knew pretty much what was going on. There. Stop fighting. The crowd stopped when they heard the proprietor call for a halt, and Chen Fan walked directly next to the SEAL captain and said coldly, "You must be a SEAL team. You must be the SEAL captain." Chen Fan looked at the other party with a mocking meaning, and the latter was shocked in his heart. I didn't say anything, so how did the other side know? This face is also constantly changing. A moment of red and a moment of black, but it is very good looking. Ha! Not only do I know who you are, I know better where our submarine is. Chen Fan continued to mockingly look at the other party, at which point the SEAL captain's face finally changed. He looked at Chen Fan with a shocked face, but his eyes were still filled with disbelief, because at the level of the fishing boats, it was impossible to know what they were doing. No one said, much less what was going on under the sea. Our submarine is being towed by your submarine. It's near the fishing boats. As soon as this sentence came out, the SEAL captain looked at Chen Fan incredulously. His mind directly collapsed. Your eyes are wide open. There were so many questions he wanted to know that he finally spoke up. No, you couldn't have known. How could you possibly know so much? At this remark, the captain also realized that he had blurted out his words, and he was so resentful in his heart. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had a look that was true, and a smile appeared on his face. Look at each other with a bad smile on your face. Captain Wang, however, was shocked, because from the other party's expression, he could tell that what Chen Fan said was true. TNs, you're trying to take our submarine away from us. It's really too bold. Come on, what the hell is your plan? Captain Wang went over and shook the other's head and interrogated him. The submarine is the second life. They survived but the submarine was lost. And even more so, they were robbed by the enemy, which would be a shame for them, and for the rest of their lives. They might as well be buried at the bottom of the ocean. They'd still be heroes. Come on, what did you do with our submarine? Where do you want to take them? The co-captain also interrogated the captain with a serious look on his face. The other submarine officers and men were also staring at each other with a look of anger. They felt humiliated. If they don't get it back, they won't have the face to go back to their country. They might as well die at sea, since it's no longer possible to hide it. Then on behalf of the Eagle Navy, I will negotiate with you. We're members of the SEAL team. I'm the leader. Now please let us go. Captain Eagle saw that the matter could not be concealed, and that now they were prisoners. A series of exchanges must have ensued. It's also a different way of playing the game, and that's to negotiate directly and openly. At this time the confidence of being the king of soldiers was also back, with a proud face and head held high. Negotiate? Who are you to negotiate with us? You are nothing but our prisoners now. Chen Fan directly refused, and even laughed and kicked the other party, completely letting the other party understand his identity. They're captives. Captives have no human rights, much less the power to negotiate. FK. You're evil. You're so inhuman. Don't you want your submarine back? The SEAL captain was also anxious. He didn't expect Chen Fan to be so unkind. He had conceded so much, but it actually didn't work at all. This is nothing like the Dragon Kingdom fishermen they imagined. Aren't they all cowards who run away when they encounter warships? How can they be so reckless when they know their identities? What do you want? Name the terms. Captain Wang was anxious to know the news of the submarine and took the first step to ask a question. That's a relief for the SEAL captain. He's finally found someone reasonable. We're all soldiers. It's better for soldiers to treat them well. And our demands are simple. Give us back our Y-35S, and we'll give your submarine back. The SEAL captain was still aware of the hunting program and knew that this was an order from the commander-in-chief of the carrier formation, to get the submarine back. In exchange, now that the submarine is gone, they've taken it. Although the man was captured, the next step is just negotiation. The only condition for getting the submarine back is to let them go. The SEAL captain was also going to have to perform a self-rescue, and at this point it was simply a matter of talking directly. Moreover, he knew that this fishing boat was the one that had fished out their fighter planes. Submarines for airplanes. Ha! What good intentions! Chen Fan laughed. Had to admit that the other party's commander's brain is indeed not bad. Originally thought that the warplane transported back to the Iron Shirley is to hand. It is impossible to return again. Now the other side has seized the opportunity. It's a huge bargaining chip indeed. Chapter 063 Brothers. Let's go fish for nuclear submarines. Fan. What do you think? Do you believe these foreigners? Uncle Wang quietly inquired about Chen Fan's attitude from the sidelines, and the faces of all the people were a bit unsightly. If what the other side said was true, the other side was stealing towers right under their noses. The submarines were stolen. They only realized it after the fact. Captain Wang, what do you think? Chen Fan actually had an idea, but he still had to hear what the other side thought. After all, this submarine was the other side's. Chen Fan, Elder Long emphasized it to me. You can be trusted unconditionally when things go wrong. It's up to you. Captain Wang talked to Long Tian on the phone, but he greatly affirmed Chen Fan, and Long Lao even told him all about Chen Fan's salvage of the fighter plane. It was even emphasized that Chen Fan could be trusted and could even listen to the other side. At this time, Captain Wang had no weapon in his hand, and he was even in Chen Fan's territory. It's true that they can't do much, and they can only listen to Chen Fan's commands. Yes, since everyone believes in me, then I can make you a promise. 2. I get the submarine back. It's ours. Not just anyone can take it. Chen Fan was domineering and aggressive, which infected the crowd as well. At this time, there was a great sense of trust in Chen Fan, both submarine officers and fishermen. After so many times of cooperation, everyone knew that Chen Fan was indeed omnipotent. There's nothing that can't be done. Well, I'm sure the proprietor will be able to get it back. Since we were able to salvage the submarine, we'll have to salvage it again. Yes, there are 2 submarines underwater. Why don't we just fish them out together? And then the Eagle's submarine will also become our captive. Ha ha, this is awesome. Not only have we captured the SEAL team, but the nuclear submarine can be captured. It's really awesome. Brothers, let's to capture the other submarine as well. Then we can boast about it for the rest of our lives. The proprietor is a son of Qi. He must be able to do it. Since he can fish for it once, he can fish for it countless times. That's right. We've recovered the Y-35. Now we can recover the other side's submarines. No problem. The people on the fishing boat that for Chen Fan is 100% believe. They all the way, but got a lot of honor. There were countless surprises every time I heard Chen Fan's words, and the submarine officers and men, listening to the fishermen, were getting more and more shocked. Captain Wang didn't tell the others that the fishing boat had fished out warplanes. Now listening to the fishermen, he was also dumbfounded at this time. Asterisk 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 this fishing boat is so awesome that it has actually fished up Y-35 fighters. No way. Are all the fishing boats so fierce nowadays? They really dare to fish for anything. I've only heard of sonar fishing before, but now warplanes can be fished out of the sea. No wonder the Sea Division requested a fishing boat to rescue us. It was such an honorable experience. It was so scary. Who the hell is the warship and who is the fishing boat? How do I feel that the fishing boat is even more fierce than the warship? The submarine's officers and men were also talking, and Captain Wan was once again taking a stand. Chen Fan, you give the order. As long as we can get the submarine back, all of us, officers and men, are at your command. Then straight away he stood up, looking as if he were following instructions. The other officers and soldiers also stood at attention and saluted, staring earnestly at Chen Fan as if they were following instructions from their superiors. Yes, we don't care what the enemy has in store for us. If they dare to play bo big, then I'm not polite either. I'm going to fish out the other side's nuclear submarine. A word that stirred up 1,000 waves. The fisherman said the capture of the other submarine was more of a joke. But from Chen Fan's mouth, it was no longer a joke. That would be an order. Everyone was shocked. Even Captain Wang. His body was slightly moved. Inwardly, he was very shocked. He also didn't expect that Chen Fan would actually play so big. I can't believe you're really going to fish for the other side's nuclear submarine. A nuclear submarine. It's a national weapon. It's not just a fishing expedition. Captain Wang wanted to persuade him again, but when he thought that his submarine had been taken, it seemed that this was the only way to get it back, and he also had a firm look in his eyes. The words of persuasion also became 6 words. Guaranteed to get the job done. Promise to finish the job. All submarine officers and men accept this one mission with righteousness and determination. And the fisherman took one look at it and didn't let up. Listen to the proprietor and fish for nuclear submarines. Yes, only the proprietor. Nothing to say. I'll do whatever the proprietor tells me to do. Ha ha, it's just a submarine. It's no big deal. The fishermen's voices were not in unison and their slogans were not uniform. But their morale was not weak either. They are even more fearless. The less they know, the bolder they are, not realizing what a nuclear submarine means to a country, but just fishing anyway. It's just fun to fish for it, and by fishing for it they'll be able to take credit for it and get great honor. For a while, both sides were unified. Looking seriously at Chen Fan, Uee and Su Wan Air, who were at the end of the crowd at this time, also stared with wide eyes. Chen Fan once again left an indelible impression on both of them. FK, you're crazy. You'll never get away with this. You will never capture our nuclear submarines. At this time, it seems that some people in the SEAL team understand some words. After all, they also often run to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, they will learn some words. Wide-eyed upon realizing that a fishing boat actually tried to hit a nuclear submarine. Jack, what did you say? What do they want? The other members of the team anxiously questioned those who understood the words. The latter incredulously told the other what he had heard. FK, these Dragon Kingdom fishermen have too much guts. Are they still fishermen? This is totally pirates. My god, what kind of demons have we stumbled upon? They're horrible. Damn, I have to admit we did underestimate the power of these fishermen. They're not innocent fishermen. They're demons who dared to rob our nuclear submarines. All the members were shocked. Even the SEAL captain was dumbfounded and speechless. Who would have believed that a fishing boat would want to fight a nuclear submarine? Dangerous. Looking at Chen Fan's bad smile, the captain was scared. It felt as if the other party seemed like it really might be serious. It really might be able to do it. Ah, damn it. Commander Roger says there's something strange about this one fishing boat. Now that seems really wacky. FK, we must inform Commander Roger. Let them escape from here. The SEAL captain broke his defense. Now Chen Fan was in his eyes. A devil who did no evil and was not afraid of the sky and the earth. Not just nuclear submarines, but even aircraft carriers in the future. And at this time in the depths of the sea, the ghost submarine learned that the entire SEAL team had surfaced and was nowhere to be found. I'm in a hurry. 2. Chapter 064. Quickly. Alert the submarine at once. They're in danger. Commander, we've lost all contact with the SEAL team. According to intelligence, the fishing boat has slowed down. The squad should have been captured by a fishing boat. The vice commander said with a heavy heart. They had been watching the SEAL team. It wasn't until the squad surfaced that they even opened their periscopes and viewed from a distance the squad being caught on the boat. It's impossible to know for sure, but it's the only possibility for now. Asterisk. What the hell attacked a SEAL team? I can't believe they were forced to float. And even more so, they were captured by the abominable dragon fishing boats. It would be a great shame. Roger was furious beyond words. Things were going to be alright. As soon as the squad returned it would be a perfect operation. They're going to make a history and get a great honor. But the capture of the squad makes it impossible to avoid exposing things. Commander, shall we surface and negotiate with the fishing boats? The deputy commander solemnly inquired. Their people were captured. They can't just let them be captured so easily. They have to be rescued. It's a matter of face. It's a matter of face for the Eagle Navy. No, we can't be exposed. Our main mission is to bring the submarine back. Exchanging submarines for fighter planes is the goal. As for the SEAL team, they can be swapped along with it. In the grand scheme of things, Roger still knows how to prioritize things, and the capture of the 8-man squad is a big deal. But the fighter plane is a big deal. If we can get it back, it's worth it even if we have to sacrifice our team. They're all about values. They won't do anything that doesn't benefit them. That's one way indeed. It seems that's all that can be done. Let's let the SEAL team suffer a little bit first. Apparently, the crowd didn't feel that the squad's lives would be in danger. The fishing boat was unlikely to kill these people, who were still a bargaining chip. We'll be able to negotiate with them in the future. It's a shame. Once this gets out, the reputation of the SEAL team will suffer greatly now. But they were captured by fishermen. I'm afraid I'm going to fall out of the world's top 10. There was also a sigh of relief among the officers, and a feeling of sympathy for the SEAL team. More than that, I have to admit that these fishermen's luck is really too good. First they fished for fighters, now they've captured a SEAL team. This is not a fisherman. It's not too much to say it's a special forces team. This strength as well as luck is too powerful. What the SEAL team didn't realize at this point was that the Phantom wasn't going to come to their rescue, but was just going to change course. Rendezvous with the carrier group. At this time the carrier formation also received news of the success of the hunting program. It was also exciting for a while. Great, gentlemen, our plan worked. Roger has captured a dragon submarine. This one honor will belong to all of us. Mike was really happy. Lost an airplane, captured a submarine. It's still acceptable. The submarine is worth more. If you do the math, they still made a profit. Not to mention that with the submarine, he'd have a huge bargaining chip that could be traded for a fighter jet. Even if he can't exchange it, handing it in would be a great credit, something that would make up for his faults. You might even get a medal. That's great. Roger's done a great job with that one. Commander, Roger must be rewarded properly. This solves a big problem for us. We finally have the courage to report to the top. Yeah, one credit and one mistake. I'm sure the top won't say anything. Yes, they didn't report the carrier's loss of fighters. Now that they have a submarine, they have a lot of confidence, and they are no longer afraid that the top is going to remove their. However, the deputy commander looked at the back of the telegram and frowned, prompt the crowd to say, "Guys," Roger also reported. The 8-man SEAL team stationed on their submarine lost contact, suspected to have been captured by a fishing boat. The crowd, who were still happy, were also shocked when they heard this one piece of news. Even Mike had a frown on his face. He too had seen the first half of it and didn't continue reading, thinking that the following was all some nonsense. Who'd have thought that something important would happen? My God, how is this possible? What happened and why was he captured by a fishing boat? Captured? Won't they know about the Phantom submarine and our plans? Damn. Don't know why the SEAL team was captured, but it sure is a shame. We have to get them out. We can't let our people fall into the hands of the dragons. The officers were all high and mighty at this time, and some of them were clamoring to teach the fishing boat a lesson, and that they must rescue the people. We must teach the fishing boats a lesson. They have humiliated us time and time again. We can no longer reason with them. Yes, last time we let them escape. This time we must teach them a lesson and save our people. Whatever the secrets of the fishing boat, everything can be known if we board it. Fight. Just fight them so they know the Eagle Navy is untouchable. These Eagle officers are not going to wonder why the SEAL team was captured. It's clear that they were doing something bad, and that's why they were captured. Now all they know is that they have to teach the fishing boat a lesson and make a save. It's more about getting the fighters back. It can be said that the mistakes they made were all caused by the presence of fishing boats. If it weren't for the fishing boats, we wouldn't have lost our fighter planes and the SEAL team wouldn't have been captured. At this point, Mike was also thinking of ways to, only he wasn't thinking about saving the SEALs. Instead, he watched as Roger recounted that the SEAL team's last report was an encounter with an undersea monster. Only after being attacked was he forced to surface. Looking at the undersea monsters that had once again appeared, he was shaken. Wherever fishing boats appear, monsters appear. Where dolphins also appear. This is too much of a coincidence. Thinking about it, Mike felt a deep sense of danger. Soon, he gave a direct order. Give orders to the Phantom at once. Approach the carrier formation at full speed. Remind them to be safe. Don't get caught by the dragon fishing boats. Numerous officers listened to this one instruction from Mike and all of them were dumbfounded. The commander-in-chief of the carrier formation, knowing that the SEAL team was captured, wasn't the first to rescue it. Instead, they're going to order the other side to run away immediately. This is incredible. What's even more unbelievable is that the submarine was warned not to be caught by fishing boats. It was a joke to them, but that's what Mike ordered. Commander-in-Chief, you think fishing boats are a possible threat to our submarines? the vice commander inquired with a solemn face. But the former nodded his head heavily, not thinking it's possible. Rather, it's very possible. They were able to rescue the Dragon submarine. It means they do have the ability to capture submarines, even if no one believes it. Mike didn't want to believe it, but the fishing boat was a bit creepy. He has to worry. This is really messed up. Their submarine was caught. That's a huge shame. Eagle's Navy will be nailed to a pillar of shame now. Chapter 065, don't worry. I'll help you to mend the broken sky. Chen Fan, don't worry about it. Even if you break the sky, we'll patch you up. At this time, Long Tian had already received Chen Fan's report. When he knew that their submarine had actually been taken away by the Navy SEAL Squad. I'm anxious and angry. It's not Chen Fan's fault. After all, no one could have imagined that there was actually an opponent's submarine down there, and it was still deployed with an elite Navy SEAL Squad. He's pissed that the Eagles are so shameless that they've resorted to using a special forces team to sabotage them. And when he heard that he had already captured the SEAL team, Long Tian but put his heart down and praised Chen Fan's ability once again. The evaluation of Chen Fan in his heart was even higher, so he quickly agreed to Chen Fan's plan, and even made important guarantees, which can be said to give the highest support. Ha ha, Elder Dragon, that's what you said. When I do capture the nuclear submarine, you'll have to send someone to protect me. This time the carrier group is really going to make a move on us. Chen Fan of all reports, not only to inform the situation, but also to want power to support to protect Once they do capture the Eagle submarine, it's a really big deal. The other side won't think they're just ordinary fishing boats and won't attack. They'll use all their power to destroy the submarine to protect it. Maritime nuclear power is a national treasure that can't be compromised. Chen Fan was indeed bold, but he really didn't have the ability to fight against an unlocked force carrier formation of Chen Fan. Don't worry about it. This time it's not just the Hessian ships that are coming. The Dragon Kingdom sailors will also be there. I'm responsible for your safety to the end. Long Tian said solemnly. The situation has changed. Just by relying on the Sea Division ship without heavy weapons, it is clearly impossible to provide strong protection for fishing vessels. After all, this time Chen Fan is going to break the sky. They've observed the carrier group turn and are heading for rendezvous. It's time to send a warship of equal strength. Elder Dragon, with your words, that's a relief. I'm still trying to get back safely to collect my award. Chen Fan also laughed out loud. He had made a lot of achievements on this trip to the sea. Going back to the reward is definitely inevitable. When we sell the fish, we'll be a billionaire. He doesn't want to be buried at the bottom of the sea. You have to think about your safety before you do anything. Aha! This way. I now appoint you Commander-in-Chief of the front line. The future ships of the Sea Division that arrive will also be under your command. Long Tianyi Si Chen Fan but no position. Now dry will again be sensational things. A temporary position was immediately appointed. This also unifies the command. And for Chen Fan, who has repeatedly made miraculous achievements, he is completely trusting and completely at ease. Ha ha, I like this one. Then I will accept this mission and this position of Commander-in-Chief. Chen Fan laughed out loud. Afterwards, Long Tian also carried on with Captain Wang for a while, and only then did he hang up the phone belatedly. Commander Chen, all submarine officers and men are at your disposal. If not long ago, they were shocked by Chen Fan's plans as well as moves, and would listen to each other's commands. And this time, Elder Long had personally ordered that they were truly Chen Fan's subordinates. Everyone has to listen to the other side. At this time the attitude is naturally to pose more good. Once again, the crowd took a stand. Strongly support the decision of the Sea Division. Resolutely follow Commander Chen's instructions. Watching Captain Wang and the others act in such a manner, Chen Fan also nodded his head. He did need a powerful booster. Need a team that performs unconditionally. These guys couldn't be better. With the order, you can rest assured that they can do anything they want. Yes, in that case, now I give the order. Convert the nets immediately. This time we're going to catch a big fish. If you want to salvage a submarine, you still need a fishing net. It's a good thing they have so many nets. This time it was cut off about 500 meters. But a large trawler has nothing but the most nets, which can be thousands of meters long at a time. So they still have a lot of nets they can retrofit. And so it was that everyone on the fishing boat began to work on it. Once again, the existing nets were modified. And this time the crowd stopped talking about what was possible. Instead, they worked silently. They had already firmly established their confidence that with Chen Fan's command, anything was possible. Commander Chen, I wonder what your plans are. At the moment we don't know where the submarine is. It's going to be very difficult for our sonar to detect the quietest submarine. Captain Wang, as a submarine commander, knows how advanced the Eagle submarine is. That was technology that was out of their reach. And even if they were able to use the lost submarine, chances are they would have a hard time spotting each other's And there's another problem. According to the SEAL team, below is the Eagle's most advanced nuclear submarine, displacing up to 18,000 tons, bigger than our fishing boat. We don't have the ability to capture each other, Captain Wang said somewhat helplessly. Such a huge submarine, the largest submarine in the world. Not only is it several times bigger than their submarine, even the fishing boat isn't as big as the other side. A calf pulling a big cart. Not to mention a fishing net, even if it's a steel bar, that can't pull the other side. This one reminder also caused the others to raise an eyebrow. They realized that this time the strength was so unequal. Captain Wang is right. For one thing, we can't find them. Secondly, the tonnage is not as good as the other side. This time it won't be the same as salvaging our submarine. When we still have power left, it would be hard to pull a submarine now even if we threw out all the fish in the warehouse. Uncle Wang originally didn't want to talk. After all, this was beyond his knowledge. It was better to let more professional people communicate. But when I heard that I had to fish nearly 20,000 tons of submarines, I also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. It's really too hard. Captain Wang, I've thought about everything you said. It's true that we can't locate the Eagle submarine. Our submarines, however, are capable. I might as well tell you that I have a locator tied to the fishing net. Chen Fan laughed. Originally he was just doing a means of prevention, because it felt like trying to pull a dragon submarine back. It was guaranteed that there would be an accident, and it would be difficult to get it lost at that time. The last thing to do is to put a locator on it, so it's easier to lose it. Now I didn't expect this one locator to actually work, and in another way at that. This directly solves the problem of finding the submarine. No need to reveal your special abilities. Joking aside, without this locator, Chen Fan really had no way to explain how he was able to locate the other submarine. You can't say you can see it. That's bull *********. For dolphins to be able to control dolphins is even more capable of transmitting information, and that's what it sounds like. Now that he had a locator, even if Chen Fan pointed wherever he wanted, no one would suspect him. What? You put in a locator? You're very steady, proprietor. Commander Chen, your backhanded move is high. The crowd all showed excitement and praised Chen Fan with thumbs up. Chapter 066 Aircraft carriers deployed to protect a fishing boat? Headquarters. I am Tarzan. Roger, go ahead. At this time, somewhere in the southern sea area, an aircraft carrier formation is cruising. At that moment, the formation's commander received a call from headquarters. Tarzan, your mission has changed. Headed southeast. Execute escort mission immediately. At this point the caller communicated the latest mission. This was a shock to the formation commanders, who were on a daily training mission. It's not over yet. It's still in training. This is an immediate change of mission. An escort mission. Everyone was dumbfounded. You looked at me. I looked at you, wondering what was going on. Tarzan, copy. Escort duty will be performed immediately. As commander of the carrier formation, Lin Zhongxing did not have any hesitation. Firmly carried out the order to take over a new escort mission. Military orders are like mountains. There's no room for bargaining. We'll find out why later. Great. This can be clearly told. The vessel you will be escorting will be a fishing vessel named Genoa. Now I'm giving you, Lin Zhongxing, a death order. Fishing boats must be kept safe. Not a single hair can be lost. The old man's attitude was resolute. His tone was sure, a tone that could not be questioned. This could make the hearts of the people shake once again. Knowing that the importance of the matter was very high. High-end is more important than their training. At this point everyone is speculating. What is it about this fishing boat that makes the bigwigs of the Navy give orders that it must be protected? This is so shocking. Good. You don't have to guess who the fishing boat really is. I can tell you that they are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. They have made great contributions to the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Is now on an even bigger mission. Once it's done, the Eagle Carrier Group will strike at them. Their mission, to arrive at the scene and protect the safety of our fishing vessels. Once again, the old man made things a little clearer, letting the crowd know the seriousness as well as the urgency of the problem. He didn't want anything to happen to the fishing boat either. He had promised Long Tian that he had to keep the fishing boat safe. Yes, promised to finish the job, guaranteed to get the job done. Lin Zhongxing also gazed up at this and made a solemn statement. The same goes for the other commanders. Yes, be fast. After that the old man also hung up the phone. At this time there was also an old man sitting next to him. It was Long Tian of the Sea Division. Old ho, it's up to you, Long Tian said seriously. It was true that their Haiji no longer had enough ability to protect Chen Fan. We'll have to rely on the sailors. He didn't expect the other side to be so forceful, directly deploying an aircraft carrier formation to protect it. It's really something. Ha ha. It's not like it's your business. It's the Dragon Kingdoms. We're facing an eagle carrier group. This one goes less and doesn't always subdue the other side. I've got face, too. I can't let the other guy beat me. The one who spoke was He Yuan, a big shot in the South China Sea. When Long Tian finished talking to him about Chen Fan's plan, he was also shocked straight away. It's close to just calling the other side too bold for their own good. But when you realized that Chen Fan had salvaged a warplane and a submarine, after successfully rescuing 60 people, his eyes were also wide open. Finally, the plan was agreed upon. An even more shocking decision was made to send out an aircraft carrier formation to escort. Ha ha! Indeed, Chen Fan is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. If we can't keep each other safe, we're all responsible, said Long Tian with a heavy face once again. That's a lot of fishing for a nuclear submarine. It's not an attack, it's fishing, but that's not a low level of danger either. He was also afraid that the other side would not be able to stand it and would simply sink the fishing boat on the grounds that it was under attack. It's going to be a big deal. And don't you worry about it. Chen Fan is as divine as you say. That's also a man of great fortune. There is no loss for such a man. And didn't you say this kid was supposed to have some secrets? He Yuan laughed while Long Tian nodded his head. It was because of this one that he was agreeing to Chen Fan's plan. If he's confident, he must have a way to finish the job. The capture of a submarine would be very advantageous to them in every way. It can boost the morale of the whole army and suppress the opponent's arrogance, so that the other side is no longer dare to wander freely in front of the door of the dragon's country. There, we've got a carrier group out there. Let's just see if this kid is competitive enough. Can you make another miracle? Only then I won't know how I'm going to reward him. Long Tian laughed bitterly. Even now, he didn't know how he was going to reward Chen Fan. Turning in the fighters is a huge credit, followed by rescuing the submarine, and now the capture of the SEAL team. Each of these credits is very big. If their men did it, every one of them would be a first-class merit, or even a special merit. Now that all these credits are concentrated in one person, it really makes them worried. Ha ha, don't fret. If Chen Fan really succeeds, let the people up there fret. Elder He smiled faintly, and Long Tian also smiled without saying a word. Comrades, the order has come down. You all know the situation. There is currently a risk of attack on our fishing boats. This fishing boat has done a great service to the Dragon Kingdom and we must protect it. I hereby command. Headed southeast. Full speed ahead. Soon, the entire carrier group was finishing their training, and the helicopters were returning to their positions. Fighters on board. All hands on deck. The formation also went from economy cruise to full speed ahead, and the tension was immediate. Ordinary people don't know what their mission is, but the formation commanders knew that. They're going to protect a fishing boat, a meritorious fishing vessel. Mr. Lin, what's going on here? Tell us about it. When all preparations have been made and the formation is sailing normally, the idle formation commanders finally couldn't help but ask the formation's chief commander, Lin Zhongxing, what's the deal with this fishing boat? Comrades, you may not believe it when I tell you, this is the same fishing boat, successfully salvaged the Eagle's Y-35 fighter jet, and even more successfully shipped it home. The latter was even more successful in rescuing our stricken submarine, freeing 60 officers and men. You guys tell us if this is worth a personal escort. Lin Zhongxing was indeed shocked as well, originally thinking that it was just an ordinary escort mission. Perhaps the fishing vessel had a breakdown and needed them to save it. I didn't realize that it wasn't just a malfunction. There's a chance it'll be destroyed. My God, this fishing boat is so powerful. It's doing things we can't even do. The Y-35 can be more advanced than our sharks. Great. Ha ha, if we get the technology, we might have more advanced carrier aircraft as well. Must be protected. He deserves a personal escort. The commander was dumbfounded, and then unified as well. That is, no matter what, the fishing boats must be protected. Such a heroic fishing boat should never be harmed. And thousands of kilometers out to sea, the Genoa fishing boat has finally begun to catch the game. Chapter 067 Dolphin Cluster Attack. Submarine confused. Commander, the carrier's commander-in-chief warned us, keep us away from the fishing boats. At that moment, the Phantom, still following the fishing boat, received a notification from the carrier. It's more of a reminder to get away from the fishing boats as soon as possible, and even more so to speed up the process of meeting up with them. It made the heart alarmed and a little flustered at the same time. Apparently Mike guessed that there was something strange about this fishing boat. Dive immediately. Quick, dive immediately. Roger immediately issued an order. The vice commander didn't know what was going on, but seeing this, he also acted immediately. Soon the order had reached the cockpit. However, just as they were about to dive, woohoo! My stomach hurts. I can't. FK, what's going on? I feel sick. Then they all fell to the ground quickly. with a lot of white foam coming out of their mouths. That's gonna scare the hell out of the guy next to me. He was just about to report back, but he had just acted and also felt his body was hard and his actions were stiffening up. Soon he also fell to the ground in pain. It's not just in the cab. Sonar room, power room, pipe loss chambers all appear to be. Suffice it to say that this has happened in all the compartments except the command room. Hundreds of men on a submarine, falling one by one, each one foaming at the mouth. And then I fainted from the pain. And after the submarine, it's a dolphin. Except these dolphins have red eyes. And there were so many of them. They were there in an endless stream. But they surrounded the submarine in 360 degrees. Hiss, hiss. In the command room at this time, the communicator was trying to give other instructions, yet there was a hissing sound coming from the other side. There's no answer. Report, Commander. We lost contact with the cab. The correspondent was not in a hurry at this point and thought it was just a minor problem. After all, it happens all the time as well. And Roger didn't pay much attention to it, but let the other side continue to call other units. But then the sweat on the correspondent's forehead grew, because there's no response from hatch to hatch. It's very unusual. Report. Sonar room, intelligence room, etc. All out of contact. At this point Roger finally raised his head, no longer able to sit leisurely in his chair, and then directly stood up and walked over to him. I am Commander Roger. Calling all units. Copy, please reply. Yet there was silence on the other side. No sound. For a moment Roger's eyes were wide open and the vice commander was in shock. All the people inside the command room stood up anxiously. They didn't know what was happening, because they didn't feel anything unusual or loud. Report. To Commander. Everyone fell down. I don't know who answered, perhaps forcing himself to do so, but when he finished his sentence, he also fainted from the pain. That's going to make the temperature in the command room chilly as hell. Everybody's scared. We're under attack. This was the first reaction of the crowd. After all the personnel were down, so it was probably under attack. However, when the crowd looked at the system's display, they also shook their heads as the meter showed that the submarine didn't have any problems and was powered normally. The data is also very normal. There's no sign of an attack. Send someone forward immediately to check it out. I want to know what the hell is going on. Roger gave the order excitedly. This time, however, no one in the command room responded because they were all scared. With all the hatches out of contact and no idea what the attack was, it's possible that they just happened to be in danger when they went out like this. This is the safest place to be. FK. Frank, you go at once and carry out the order. Roger was furious to see that no one was following his commands, and that they were still obsequious. They're all elite officers and now they're scared. It's humiliating. Yes, Frank was in a panic, but the military order was like a mountain, so he could only go out with his head held high. But from the way he walked, he could tell that the other party was very scared and left with great vigilance. Soon, all Frank saw after checking out a couple of hatches was one fainting person. All the cabins were all the same, and some were even more horrible, directly foaming at the mouth, but fortunately not losing their lives. After 10 minutes or so, he quickly ran back to the command room. There's already panic in his eyes. Frank, what did you see? What the hell happened? The crowd all stared at the startled Frank, while their hearts sank, for this one young fellow, with his awe-stricken eyes, was evidently in a state of shock. Commander, all fainted. All the people I saw, they were lying on the ground. Many were foaming at the mouth and very miserable. Frank trembled as he related what he had seen. The more the crowd listened, the more they were amazed, and the more their hearts sank. The situation was more serious than they had imagined, and their men were actually all wiped out. Only the 5 or 6 men in the command room didn't fall. Are they still alive? Roger asked with a grave look on his face. This was crucial information. Once they're all dead, they're really screwed. I don't know. They were in great pain and their faces were deformed. The young fellow went on with his narrative, which gave Roger a jolt in his mind. It's really a matter of life and death at this point. The crowd was shocked for a while. Commander, looks like we've encountered an unknown attack as well. And this attack is even more violent than the last one the carrier group encountered. Yes, they were aware of the carrier formation when it came under attack. Only they were far behind so they weren't attacked. The news that we learned later was that the bilges of the ship had been attacked, and the damage was not very great. And now this time they've met. Unknown attack. It's doing it again. What the hell attacked us? Roger felt scared too. An opponent who didn't know and could attack them without them realizing it. This is incredible. It's the unseen opponent that's scary. Commander, we should report back immediately. We need backup. The vice commander is also in a hurry. Now they are alone. Everyone fainted. There was nothing they could do. Now we can only ask for help. They don't have anyone to enter any operations at all anymore. Aha! Contact the carrier immediately. We need backup. We are under unknown attack. However, just as the crowd was about to report, the correspondents suddenly received an important message. This left everyone dumbfounded once again, and even more insulted to the core. Chapter 068. How is it possible for them to surrender of their own accord? That's the power of a dolphin cluster attack. Looks like these dolphins really do specialize in submarines. At this time, Chen Fan knew that the submarine was directly paralyzed is also overjoyed. Last time he had 600 dolphins, but it's a scattered attack on several ships. It finally scared off the carriers. At the time it was a pity that the damage wasn't too great, after all, it was only to the bilge. Above the water, there's nothing we can do. However, this time, the submarine attacked the dolphin sonic attack, which was completely utilized. Not only are there more of them, they can be attacked in clusters. More so, the position of the attack is also comprehensive, directly 360 degrees. You can say that the attack is deathless. In the end, Chen Fan directly attacked all areas except the command room. It's crippling a submarine. As long as there's no one to operate the weapon, the submarine is a toothless tiger. There's no need to be afraid. You can hold each other as long as you want. Commander Chen, you came up with something great. The crowd has been discussing how to catch. Looking at Chen Fan but laughed out loud, but also feel a little strange even hurriedly asked. Chen Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly. I've come up with a great idea. Submarines can be captured without much effort. These words startled the crowd, and were followed by curious inquiries as to what was going on. Although they knew the submarine's position and had leaned over, but it's harder to catch a moving submarine, especially when the other side is perfectly capable of turning. That's not the same thing as a submarine that can't be salvaged. Fan, you're on to something, Uncle Wong inquired with some anxiety, and everyone else stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, on the other hand, laughed at this moment. Ha ha, let's just warn them to surface immediately, or the SEAL team will be executed. If you don't want more people to die, come up to the surface now. Chen Fan's words seemed like a smile, making the crowd confused as well. It just feels like a joke. If you tell them to float, they'll really float. It can't be. Donger, they're the Eagle Navy. That didn't work, did it? And we're not really going to kill them. Zhao Chang frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. This trick might work for Captain Wang and the others, but with the Eagles, it might not really work. Commander Chen, I also think it might not work too well. This one's not a big chip, and surfacing is a sign of begging for mercy, which is a great shame for submariners. No one will do that. Captain Wang is also a submariner. They've fought foreign warships too. The submarine was forced to surface, and that was a sign of admitting defeat, which was intolerable for all of them. Even more impossible for a nuclear submarine. Captain Wang thinks this joke has gone too far. Of course I know, but it's totally okay to try. I thought that one would work. Chen Fan's smile became solemn, and then became even more serious. He wasn't really joking. He really wanted to warn the other side. It's also a reminder that if they don't come up for air, more people will pass out. More people die. He was sure the other man would know what he meant by that. You could say it's an indirect admission and a threat. It's up to the other side to understand the meaning of this one. Commander Chen, you're serious. Captain Wang looked at Chen Fan seriously, hoping to see the meaning of the joke, but he was disappointed. I'm serious. A warning wouldn't hurt, would it? If they do come up for air, that would save us a lot of trouble. It's decided. I'll take care of this, said Chen Fan directly to the radio, getting correspondents to turn on public access channels. Constant shouting. We're a fishing boat from the Dragon Kingdom, the Phantom submarine underneath. Please come to the surface immediately, or we will execute the SEALs. Let more people fall down with injuries. But Chen Fan emphasized the total destruction of the army, and kept repeating the words, but it stopped after 3 times, and finally get back on your feet. It's over. Fan, what the hell are you trying to do here? Uncle Wang is a bit confused. This operation is indeed a bit anti-intellectual. Who would believe such a threat? A fishing boat threatens a submarine, and a submarine armed to the teeth that can pulverize a fishing boat. This threat is just to provoke the other side, and then the other side will jump over the wall. What are we going to do? Donger, we may be angering the other side. Zhao Chang also cannot figure out what Chen Fan this in the end. What do you want to do? In front of the command is very good, but this time some child's play. Guys, don't be in a hurry. Just a little longer. Chen Fan didn't comment on it, but just asked everyone to wait quietly for a while. He was sure that the other side would have picked up his warning. The other side must have been listening to their communications, and now that the public channel was calling, there was no way that they wouldn't have picked it up. As long as it was received, he was sure the other party would make a wise choice. Commander, fishing boats send us messages. They warned us to surface immediately, or the seals will be executed. And it's going to bring more of us down. The correspondent froze. Roger was dumbfounded. And the others' eyes were wide open. They all knew a lot of information from this shout. Their seals were really captured. And even more so, the information about the submarine was extracted. FK, how dare they? I'll kill them. Once they kill our crew, it will be a direct declaration of war with the Eagle Navy. We could just shoot them down. Damn fishing boats. How dare they threaten us? How dare they be so naive as to think we'd come to the surface? No, there's no way we're surrendering for a couple of seals. Ever. The crowd shook their heads. And after some of them were shocked, they even felt that the fishing boat was joking. Very innocent and cute. Roger, however, was grave, for he heard an even more critical remark. How does a fishing boat know our crew is down? Roger's words were a shock to the crowd, pulling them back to reality. I'm in a cold sweat just thinking about it. You know that their members are down. Only they know about it. I don't know if I meant to say it or not. Everyone's in shock. Commander, are we under attack? Really something to do with fishing boats? The vice commander was dumbfounded, and had an incredible suspicion. But it's been proven many times over. Every time it's attacked, the fishing boat is next to. There's got to be some kind of connection. And this time the other party is even more direct warning threat, is already indirectly recognized. My god, how the hell did they do that? Is this fishing boat a secret weapons testing platform for the Dragon Kingdom? All too likely. The Dragon Kingdom tests weapons like to camouflage them. This is certainly no ordinary fishing boat. Damn. We knew too late. We actually got attacked by them and lost the fight. They're crazy. They killed all of us. Even though people still can't accept this fact. But we all have to admit that this is the most likely explanation. That one fallen crew member is proof of that. And who knows if they're dead or alive. Fishing boats are just too weird. And the truth behind the original weirdness is this. Chapter 069, see? Capturing a submarine is so simple. Looks like we've really hit a rough patch. The source of the unknown attack can also be determined. It was the fishing boats that caused it. Except we don't know how the other side did it. Roger's face was heavy. They were currently faced with difficult choices. And if they didn't make a decision, they were in danger of fainting as well. Only this one decision is so difficult that actually volunteering to float would be a surrender and admission of defeat. All their face will be lost. Commander, we should report back to the formation commander-in-chief, the vice commander said solemnly. It was beyond their ability to cope at the moment. And this one message had to reach more people. Let them prepare their response. Yes, report immediately. Soon. The Phantom submarine is preparing to report to the formation. But at that moment, they suddenly found their stomachs hard too. Many of them are already foaming. Only they haven't fainted yet. This took them by surprise. And it was clear that the threat the fishing boats had set had begun. And at this time, inside the public channel, once again, Chen Fan's voice rang out. I'll give you 3 minutes to surface. If we don't come up for air, we'll take the necessary measures. Let them be buried at the bottom of the sea forever. Chen Fan's words struck like a thunderclap, making a group of commanders who were nauseous and wanted to vomit shudder inwardly. And now the discomfort of their bodies, coupled with the fact that other people on the submarine were alive or dead was not yet known, makes them feel the fear of death. It's a terrible feeling. Soon, someone spoke up with difficulty. Commander, let's surface. If we keep this up, we're all going to die. Yes, come up to the surface, or we're in real danger of being buried at the bottom of the sea. Damn, how the hell are we doing? What the hell is this attack? Why do I feel like I'm going to die? The people were frightened, scared, and uncomfortable, and one by one they forced themselves to hold on, hoping that they could persuade Roger to. They've run out of time to get to the paper because there's only 3 minutes, especially if this attack continued. He felt that they wouldn't be able to hold out for more than 3 minutes before they were likely to die. Commander, float up. The vice commander was also persuaded that everyone is afraid in the face of death, especially since the Eagles value that there's no shame in surrendering when faced with certain death. For a time, the crowd that was still alive exhorted Roger to. Eventually, the commander of this one nuclear submarine. Good commanders, already with decades of experience, make tough decisions. Call back immediately. We agree to float. Soon. The correspondent was on the public channel. The voice did not speak coherently, for he was also quite badly injured, and his guts were very hard to bear. Frank, proceed to the control room immediately. Drain to the surface. Roger gave instructions, and soon not only Frank but everyone else was fighting back the pain and speeding to the control room. It was a life or death situation. 1 second too late, and they could be dead. Report. The Spectre is responding. They agreed to float. By now, the radio had been switched to the submariner's controls. The other side was also dumbfounded when they heard the response, which no one was expecting to get. They all thought that Chen Fan was joking, letting the other party float. How could they just float? But once again, reality shocked them and they didn't take it seriously. But the submarine took it seriously. What? Did you hear me wrong? Captain Wang solemnly inquired again. Instead, the correspondent nodded heavily, reporting to the captain. It can be determined. They did agree to go up. Said even more will be radioed to expand the sound. A time when all the people all hear it clearly. I am the Phantom. We agree to float. Please do not attack. This is the Phantom. We agree to surface. Do not attack. For a moment, the crowd was dumbfounded, and at that moment, they looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes, a face of incredulity. This is really amazing. No one expected that this actually really succeeded. Commander Chen, what the hell is going on here? Captain Wang doesn't think it's that simple. There must be some other reason behind it. There's no way they're gonna surface for 8 seals. Even if he had, he could not have surfaced. It would have been an undeniable surrender. Unable to put the officers and men of the submarine in danger. Ha ha, that's what you saw. They're intimidated by us. Chen Fan naturally wouldn't tell them that all the submarine members below had been put down by him. That was a great deterrent. In fact, Chen Fan didn't expect the other party to be so afraid of death. Those people just fainted from the pain. They didn't die. He's not that cruel. Really, the blame is on the one member who went out to check on the situation and didn't check to see if these people were dead. And that's what scared Roger and the others. I thought Chen Fan was going to kill him. Captain Wang definitely doesn't believe it, but he can't say it directly either. Uncle Wang was likewise in disbelief that the proud Eagle Man was actually going to surrender. This was really the sun coming out of the west, and Zhao Cheng even did not know what to say. It seems that this one proprietor, that really is omnipotent. One by one, impossible things were all done. Wait, let's see if they really come up for air. Chen Fan immediately went to the watchtower to check it this time, and as long as he went up to the surface, he could see each other's. Everyone was also looking out to sea in disbelief, expecting a huge ship to surface. This is going to be a historic moment. A fishing boat, forcing a nuclear submarine to surface of its own accord. Eagle nuclear submarine surrenders to Rokkoku fishing boat. Everyone knew that once it surfaced, it would be another exciting and globally shocking event. Have you heard? The Eagle submarines are surrendering to us. They're coming up. I've heard about it. Only is it true? It's so strange. Strange indeed that the other side, said to be of even greater tonnage than our fishing boats, should surrender to us. Yes, they still have weapons. Our weapons are just fishing nets. Are they afraid of our nets? Ha ha, it's really possible. Didn't someone say that fishing nets around the submarine, and finally forced the submarine to float? Maybe they are really scared. We'll know if it's real or not if we take a look at it. Let's find out if anything has surfaced. The crew were all wide-eyed at this point, checking around for any submarine sightings. They also have very many doubts in their minds, but if the proprietor asks them to check it out, then they should really observe it. Look, 3 o'clock. What's that? Asterisk. That's a submarine. A very big submarine. This is the Eagle submarine. It's really big. It's spectacular, isn't it? My God, I've never seen a submarine that big in my life. How much money did it cost to make? Chapter 070, Report, we have successfully captured the Eagle submarine. How is this possible? They're really coming up for air. At this time the most shocked than Captain Wang. He is a peer, the most understanding of the submariners. It's incredible that the most unlikely scenario has happened, and that the other side is the most advanced and powerful nuclear submarine of all time. This is the Eagle submarine, and it's really, really big. Yeah, our submarines are really just child's play. They're just kids. This is the most advanced submarine in the world, and we forced them to surface. The submariners were also staring wide-eyed at the submarine, which was several times larger than theirs. The Eagle submarines, which were several laps larger, had envy in their eyes. The condition of their submarine is indeed too poor. The other side of the submarine, that is really powerful. No one does not want to get such a submarine. Uncle Wang, sail through immediately. Net our nets to each other. Let them completely lose the possibility of escape. Chen Fan gave the direct order. It's not safe to go up. The other side may still run away. You have to hold your opponent in the fishing net, and only if the fishing net catches the other side. That's the booty that belongs to them. Commander Chen, will this be too much? Captain Wang laughed a little bitterly. Forcing the other side to surface had been incredible. It would be a shame to catch your opponent in a fishing net again. Yet Chen Fan didn't accept it. He had his own ideas and he knew that. The Spectre couldn't have stopped it even if it wanted to, because the other side didn't have that one strength anymore. Chen Fan had made the Dolphin increase the strength of the attack, so that the other party was incapacitated, just not to the point of fainting. Brothers, get the speedboat over there. Throw the nets over there. We're going to net the submarine. Asterisk 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 it's so exciting. This submarine is really becoming our trophy. Awesome. The proprietor is awesome. We really captured a submarine. The crew excitedly ran over to help. That dragon submarine officers and men also quickly went to help. They were more than eager to see what this Eagle submarine was really like. Normally they don't get the chance, but now it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For a moment, the fishing boat stopped and the submarine stopped moving forward. The sea was also restored to calm. Some anxious people directly jumped into the sea to swim over. Cannot wait to go over to see it. Soon, the crowd even spotted the dragon submarine at the back. Commander Chen, our submarine is 100 meters behind. We got it back. Some people waved excitedly as they saw the index rope. Although the dragon submarine did not complete its ascent because of the effect of having a down potential, but it's already looming. This sentence made Captain Wang shocked. The thing he missed the most was finally settled. At this time, they were also happy. This was their submarine. Now it was really taken away. They were sinners. There's no way to go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Commander Chen, our submarine has been found. It's really in the back. Captain Wang looked at Chen Fan excitedly. At this time was finally convinced by Chen Fan. Although I do not know why the other party will agree to float, but it is really done. Commander Chen, thank you. Help us find the submarine. For a moment, all the submariners saluted Chen Fan in unison. A salute that had to be paid, because Chen Fan not only saved their lives, but now he has brought back their submarine once again. Nothing. There is no way we can take the submarine with us now. We must report it to the Sea Division at once. Let them come to us now. Chen Fan wouldn't dare to let the Eagle submarine continue to walk around. He had already caught the other party with a fishing net, directly disabling the other party's ability to act. Fishing boats also do not have enough power but a pull to There's no way we can pull the nuclear submarine alone. We've got our own submarine in the back. At this point, we can only wait for the ships of the Sea Division and the Marine Division to come. Now we have to wait. Jingle bells. At this time, Long Tian's phone was ringing. As soon as Long Tian saw that it was Chen Fan calling, he immediately answered the call. They also wanted to know what the situation was really like. Is this one amazing plan that can actually be accomplished? Chen Fan, having any trouble? Long Tian anxiously inquired, but then heard Chen Fan's laughter. Elder Dragon, Eagle's submarine has surfaced and stopped. We have control of the submarine. We got our submarine back too. Hearing Chen Fan's laughter, Long Tian was shocked and dumbfounded, subconsciously glancing at his watch. 1 hour and 5 minutes. Don't you fool me, kid. That's how long it's been and you've captured a submarine. You know, it really hasn't been that long since he gave the order. So what can he do with this time? There's not enough time to make a battle plan. It's very difficult to execute it. But Chen Fan actually succeeded just like that. It's also very casual to say things that sound unbelievable. Elder Dragon, you still don't believe in my ability. Can I still lie to you when I say captured? Chen Fan laughed, and anyone who didn't really have much to believe in. After all, the capture of a submarine by a fishing boat, and the most advanced submarine in the world, is indeed bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No one will believe it. Yes, great, you've got a lot of guts, kid. I didn't expect it, but you actually succeeded. Long Tian was so excited that he stood up, but it made Elder He, who was on the sidelines, also stared at him with eyes wide open, with a look of incredulity on his face. He shouted, "It worked! It really worked!" Long Tian hurriedly explained to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, this is Elder Ho of the Southern Marine Division. He's sending a carrier group to protect you. You have a really big face. Yes, an aircraft carrier, a national treasure. To protect a fishing boat, even to protect someone, this is a treatment that only a great elder can have. But Chen Fan is enjoying it. Even Long Tian felt that Chen Fan's face was really big. Thank you for the love and care of Elder Ho. I am here to thank you. Chen Fan also said good words when he saw people, which made He Yuan's impression of Chen Fan 1 point better. Capable but not proud. This is indeed a rare talent in the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Fan, you're good. Very good. No wonder the old dragon favors you so much. You deserve our love. You are truly a blessing to the Dragon Kingdom. He Yuan nodded his head heavily, and was considered to have completely recognized Chen Fan, and Chen Fan was climbing up the pole at that moment as well. Elder He, Elder Long, now we can't move forward. We need protection. Requesting backup. Chapter 071, if you want your nuclear submarine back, you have to pay for it. Next day, just as the day dawned, the fishing boat radar showed a few points of light. Soon after, a voice came from the public channel as well. Sea Division submarine rescue vessel reporting for duty. Reporting, HMS 36578, 36579, 36580 reporting for duty. The night storm has passed, and calm has returned to the sea. The Haiji ship has finally arrived. They had likewise received orders from Elder Dragon that they must follow Chen Fan's instructions. After all, this is the frontline commander-in-chief's, Commander Chen. Here comes our Heisei ship, Captain Wang said excitedly. This is their own family. The other party's arrival makes them have a great safety guarantee. At least they're not alone anymore. I'm Chen Fan. Please come closer to us. Submarine rescue ship forward to salvage our submarine. Chen Fan immediately gave instructions. Now was not the time to meet with the other party. It's better to work first. After all, they have a lot of work to do. Seasider ship received. We will proceed with the escort. Submarine rescue ship received. We will proceed immediately. In a moment, the four ships began to work in an orderly fashion. Only when they saw the mysterious submarine that had been blinded by a fishing net, they were also shocked, though they had heard of the plans for the fishing boats, but they didn't think they could succeed, and were about to come to their aid. Who would have thought that they had already captured the Captain? That's the Eagle's nuclear submarine, isn't it? It's really TN big. Above the flagship of the Heisei ship, the vice-captain looked at the submarine with a shocked face and wide eyes. No one believed that a fishing boat could capture a submarine, but it was right in front of them. It's indeed exciting. One has to believe it. A miracle. It's a miracle. This is making glorious history. The captain shouted excitedly. What the Dragon Kingdom sailors hadn't even done. A fishing boat had actually done it. It's really scary to talk about it. It seems that this Chen commander-in-chief of ours, a man of God indeed. The impossible just happened. The other officers also had sideways glances and their mouths were wide open. At this point there were only two words in the mantra that could describe their shocked colors. This submarine is both an honor and a hot potato. There's no way the Eagle Navy is going to leave their submarines in our hands. They'll surely find a way to snatch it back. That's why we must escort the fishing boat and the safety of Commander Chen, the captain said solemnly. And the crowd was nodding seriously. They know the responsibility they have. Even if it's an ordinary fishing boat, they have to protect it. And now it's a meritorious fishing boat, even if it costs them their lives. Soon, 3 Seas division ships were escorting the fishing boat and the submarine rescue ship in a triangle. Rokoko's submarine is also being salvaged. On the contrary, the huge Eagle submarine. At this time no one cares about it, because Chen Fan also knew the truth that there was no way for them to fish it back directly like a warplane would. Commander Chen, what are we going to do about the Eagle's submarine? We can't possibly ship it back. Captain Wang inquired seriously, wanting to know Chen Fan's truest thoughts. That's how you can make suggestions. Fan, this is a nuclear submarine. It's a national treasure. We don't have the strength to ship it back. The other side must have fought tooth and nail to get it back. Uncle Wang also knows that it's too big for them to eat, and if they force it down, it'll only prop themselves up. Well, it's a submarine. Naturally we won't ship it back, but now that we have captured them, if they want to redeem it, they'll have to pay for it. I can't work for nothing. We've lost a lot of time trying to catch this submarine. Chen Fan laughed. He was indeed bold, but he also knew what he could want and what he couldn't want. This thing just can't be wanted, but it's so hard to salvage. It's got to make money. It's got to make up for the delay in his fishing operation. Commander Chen, what do you mean? We ask the Eagle for ransom? Captain Wang's face was shocked. He was a soldier. He really didn't think that he could ask for money. It's just to make the other person apologize, and even more so to make a fool out of them. And basically that's the end of it. Now you're asking for ransom? But when you think about it, asking for money is the most feasible condition. Is it really detaining the submarine to study the technology, or asking the other side for some silent technology? This is obviously not possible. Instead, asking for money has become the minimum requirement. Nice. It's all about the money. I am a fisherman. Fishing at sea is all about making money. The submarine then becomes my prey. Of course you have to pay. Chen Fan had the look that asking for money was giving the other party a great deal of face. This makes Captain Wang laugh and cry. But Uncle Wang is a bit excited. Fanny, how much ransom do we want for them? When it comes to ransom, everyone's curious. And Chen Fan thought for a moment and directly extended one finger. 100 million dragon coins. That much? Zhao Chang was shocked to the point that this $100 million ransom was very much indeed. You can buy back this 10,000 ton fishing boat straight away. Although the fish inside the warehouse is also still worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But now there is another $100 million. It is still really exciting. However, Chen Fan shook his head straight, indicating that this was not the case. Fan, could it be $100 million? Uncle Wang also thought it was unlikely when he heard 100 million dragon coins. This 100 million dragon coins is not much. The fish in their warehouse is worth a lot. And now fishing a huge nuclear submarine. How can it be just 100 million? It's only $100 million. That's a fair price. Yet Chen Fan still shook his head. For a while, both Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang, as well as Captain Wang, who had long been surprised, all showed shocked colors. This $100 million can't even satisfy Chen Fan's appetite. Do you want more? Mr. Chen, could it be $1 billion? Captain Wang said incredulously. He had never seen so much money before. That's $1 billion. That's enough to buy several of their submarines. Of course, this is already a discounted price. You know they built this submarine for $6 billion. I'll give it back to them if I only have $1 billion today. It's already the price of conscience. Chen Fan said rightfully. Only the price of $1 billion is worth bidding to get into his eyes. This, the crowd didn't know what to say at this point. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had made up his mind. Soon, the terms of the ransom demand were sent to the submarine Phantom, which was already on the chopping block. Without a ransom, the submarine will never leave. Chapter 072. Just a few Haiji ships. Let's simply destroy them. Commander Roger. All aboard the submarine have awakened. So they didn't die. They just fainted. At this point the second in command reported on the submarine, and as time went on, the fainting crew members slowly regained their senses, and one by one, they woke up. It was only this one piece of news that made Roger remorseful. If he had known that these people were not dead, but only fainted, he might not have made such a surrendering move out of the upwelling. Asterisk. Frank, you screwed us. Why did you say they were all dead? Why don't you go check to see if they're breathing? FK, Frank, you scared us into surrendering a fishing boat for nothing. It's because of your stupidity that we're now trapped. The other officers in the command room all turned on Frank. It's because he went out on his own to see what was going on. But he brought a complete message. If they had known that these people were not dead, they could not have been so afraid and would have resisted the threat of surfacing. Commander, I was wrong. Frank also realized that he had made a big mistake, and directly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Roger, however, just sighed, and couldn't blame the other side for all of it. They're all responsible. Without understanding the situation, the fear of death gripped him, and he finally made the impulsive decision to go up. Vice Captain, now what's the deal with submarines? Can we escape from here? Roger inquired with a grave look on his face. Now that the situation had improved and the manpower had been restored, it was time for them to find a way to escape from here. Commander, our propeller got caught in a fishing net. We have no way to travel to and back, but we were still able to make the dive. Speaking of which, the vice captain was also helpless. The fishing boat, but while they were all injured, there was no way to manage the submarine. Directly on top of their submarine, it can be said that as soon as they start, the propulsion unit will be caught in the net, and it will be impossible for them to move forward at all. The good news is they can dive with water. Damn it, we can't dive. Once we dive, the attack is likely to come again. Diving is indeed a way to get out of today's situation of being captured on the surface, but they can't be sure that once they make a move, the attack may come again. Roger wouldn't take that chance. Commander, let's report to the carrier. Let's just call for help. The vice commander said helplessly. Now they couldn't run away. They could only let others save them. It's just that it's really hard to ask for help in today's situation. They had originally captured the Dragon submarine, but now they've been captured instead. How can you say that? Report. Fishing boat sending us a message. They demanded that we pay a ransom before you can let go. The correspondent reads anxiously, still in discomfort. Not too loud. At this time they still have a deep fear of the fishing boat. My God, he really took us as prisoners. They've made us their trophies. FK, that's too much. How can this be? We haven't surrendered. We haven't lost yet. Yes, we can dive, and we can still get rid of them. Good, let's dive. Even if the attack comes, the dive won't stop because of the attack. The many officers were very angry at this time, and the fishing boat was now coming in with a bold offer of ransom. It's so insulting. They're treated like captives, like prey. They are absolutely unacceptable. Forget it. The matter is no longer ours to decide. Let's report it. Roger shook his head. There was no point in saying anything more now. There was indeed no way for them to escape. It's a good thing they didn't force them to open the hatch. They weren't going to take over the submarine. It's a blessing in disguise. This time, hundreds of nautical miles away from the fishing boats, a carrier formation is moving at full speed, and a reconnaissance plane takes off from time to time, scouting the surroundings. At this time, the correspondent received a message from the Phantom, and after translating the contents of the telegram, the correspondent did not dare to wait much and quickly reported the telegram to the formation's commander-in-chief. When Mac looked at the contents of the telegram, he slammed the table heavily, startling the other commanding officers. FK. Roger is so incompetent. They were actually forced to float by the fishing boats. Now they are surrounded by icy ships, Mike shouted in exasperation, the content of which also surprised the crowd, who had been shocked countless times in the meantime. Shocked more than once, this time too dumbfounded to know what to say. My God, what's going on? Why is the Phantom surfacing? Why are they surrounded? They're nuclear submarines. How could they be detected and how could they be forced to surface? They have 10,000 questions and too many doubts to explain though. After all, this is the world's most advanced submarine. As long as they're underwater, no one can find them, especially a fishing boat with little advanced equipment. Trying to force a submarine to surface is simply impossible. How can a fishing boat stop a submarine if it's unarmed? And Mike didn't say much about it, but gave the telegram directly to the others to check out. For a moment, the crowd's eyes were stunned out of their sockets. With decades of work experience, none of them have ever encountered anything so bizarre. What? Unknown attack. Demand a ransom. Submarine lost power. Why has the situation been reversed? The last time I briefed the Spectre, the other party was the one who communicated that the hunting program was a success, with just a few minor missteps, and that only a few of the SEAL team were captured. But the operation was a success. They did capture the Dragon submarine, but how long has it been? One more contact, and the Dragon submarine is lost. They've also been forced out of the water, and even more so, they've been trapped, and they've been sort of literally taken prisoner. With such a vastly different reversal, everyone was so shaken that their scalps went numb and they already didn't know how many times they had cursed FK in their hearts. Commander, the Phantom is our most advanced submarine. We have to rescue them. Yes, that's our heavy weapon. It definitely can't be a trophy for the Dragon Kingdom. Our submarine technology must never be leaked. It's more serious than warplanes. The officers felt fearful. Submarine technology can be more important than warplane technology. It's a ghost on the water. But the biggest deterrent, once this technology is known by the Dragon Kingdom, their submarines will be broken, and the other side submarines will be much harder to find. Commander, once the Dragon Kingdom gets our mute technology, it will be harder for us to find to get them in the future. Yes, the Eagle scatters tons of sonar buoys on the bottom of the ocean every year, as well as all sorts of reconnaissance equipment. It's to know the location of Rokoko's submarine. The other side submarines are so noisy that they can easily find them, but once they get more advanced technology, their sonar buoys won't be of much use. Commander, I recommend immediate action to retrieve the submarine. We're a carrier group. The other side is just a couple of Hessian ships. We can easily destroy them. Chapter 073, Aircraft Carrier Confrontation. Ransom doubled again, just as one of the hawkish commanders was taking action, using force, when the submarine was forcibly retrieved. Another piece of news has come through that has directly caused these stupid hawkish bigwigs to go right off the rails. Report, Commander. To the northwest of us, an aircraft carrier formation has been sighted. It is clear that it is the carrier formation of the Dragon Kingdom. They're moving at high speed. Once again, the correspondent reports news, and it's bad news. An opponent equal in strength to them had appeared. They had to be taken seriously. Asterisk. This carrier formation, too, must be headed for the fishing boat's location. They must be going to support the HMS. FK, why are they so fast? They obviously trained in other areas. It looks like we're too late to make a move. With the presence of the Dragon Kingdom's carrier formation, there's no way we can really make a move. The crowd looked resigned. Originally they could have relied on their strong force to deal with the icy ships without heavy weapons. They could easily destroy the HMS Seaside and rescue the Phantom. But the appearance of the Dragon Kingdom's carrier fleet realized they didn't have any more chances. We indeed can't make a move. This matter can only be negotiated. Mike was so close to doing it. He really wanted to do it. At the last moment, the appearance of the Dragon carrier made him immediately change his plans. Once they do it, it's going to be a big battle. They won't necessarily win. And even if they do, he'll be the one who started the war and be pushed out to take all the blame. He can't start a war and let countless people get caught in the battlefield. Then he will also become 1,000 years of sins. Damn Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. How did they get so lucky? Is there nothing we can do about them? We should have eliminated them long ago. Now that they are heavily protected, we don't stand a chance. An aircraft carrier formation bailing out a fishing boat, which has a really big face. The Eagle's commanders were both helpless and resigned, and even more curious about the fishing boats that kept costing them their troops. Everyone wants to know what is the secret of this fishing boat and what exactly did it rely on to attack the submarine. Unfortunately, they've suffered several losses and still haven't figured out why. Commander, message from the Dragon carrier. They want to negotiate with us. At this time, in the command room of the dragon carrier, Lin Zhongxing has learned of the fishing boat's capture of the submarine. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock. They hadn't even arrived yet and Chen Fan had already succeeded in his actions. It was really scary. And when he heard that Chen Fan was going to ask the other party for the ransom money, in his heart, his evaluation of Chen Fan was a few points higher. To take advantage of the situation, and to withdraw from the situation with courage and tact. This is a man of truly great wisdom. The deputy commander-in-chief on the side was also a bit surprised to hear this evaluation of Lin Zhongxing, the commander-in-chief of this carrier formation, but seldom gives such a high evaluation to others. Usually they don't compliment people, they just scold them. Mr. Lin, your evaluation is too high. Chen Fan, this kid does have a lot of guts, but he does have good luck too. I'm kinda eyeballing him. However, Lin Zhongxing shook his head. It's not luck anymore. It's someone who inevitably has special abilities. I'm very curious now as to what kind of young man this is. This is truly a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Zhongxing still couldn't help but continue to praise Chen Fan. The others also nodded. Very lucky that such a young man was from the Dragon Kingdom, or else it would have been them who would have lost out by then. Comrades, what do you think of Chen Fan's offer? Do you think we should fight for him? Lin Zhongxing for Chen Fan asked for 1 billion US dollars in ransom is actually in favor of. Especially the other side is illustrated. This 1 billion US dollars inside. The two sides are divided equally. Just ask for this amount back. Then they'll get $500 million of it. According to Chen Fan, they damaged the submarine of the Dragon Kingdom. They must pay for it. It's not too much to ask for $500 million from them. Seeing that Chen Fan knew how to advance and retreat, and even more so that the benefits were shared equally, Lin Zhongxing had to support Chen Fan's request. No one can afford not to support it. They just made a trip to the sea, and earned $500 million directly back, which when a bodyguard's appearance fee so high, you have to take it seriously. Mr. Lin, it is true that we have no means of disposing of the Eagle's submarine. It is indeed best to let them redeem it. Good, that's a nuclear submarine. If we move it, it's going to cause a war. Chen Fan's conditions are reasonable and I think I can support them. Mr. Lin, we can ask for the ransom, but we can ask for it in the name of the fishing boat. They're fishing boats, so naturally they need the benefits. Obviously, to be in command of a carrier formation, the people were wise enough to know that the Eagle's submarine thing was not to be done. Now we have to settle for second best. Your suggestions are great. Since we're all out on the field, let's simply help Chen Fan again. Raise the ransom to $2 billion. Lin Zhongxing smiled slightly. Chen Fan's words of giving them $500 million was frankly a gift to them for their hard work. It was true that he couldn't refuse, but since he had taken this hard-earned money, he had to fight for more benefits for Chen Fan as well. Mr. Lin, $2 billion. Will they say yes? The crowd was a bit shocked. It's a very big number now. However, the deputy commander-in-chief laughed out loud and said, "Don't you know that the Navy is the richest of the rich? Especially the Eagle Navy, where a warship can move billions and billions of dollars. $2 billion to redeem a submarine is a great deal." Everyone is nodding their heads when they hear this. The Army's equipment is even more expensive. It's not that expensive. A fighter plane in the Air Force is, at best, $100 million. However, the Navy warships, which are worth billions of dollars, are indeed very rich. Ha, let's hit the dirt for once. Knock the Eagles dead. Lin Zhongxing laughed, and so did the others, laughing earnestly and happily. Soon, the Eagle carrier formation received a message from the Dragon carriers, only they don't know it. Originally, Chen Fan only wanted $1 billion ransom, but he had to realize that it had turned into $2 billion. At this point Mike and the others looked at the negotiation request sent by the Dragon carrier. In the end, I had to agree. Because, both carrier formations are traveling at about the same speed and at about the same distance from the fishing boat's location. The next step is just a standoff, and ultimately a return to the negotiating table. It's better to negotiate first. Sir Commander, I think as long as we can get our submarine out safely, not to divulge any technology, not to be damaged in any way, we do accept ransom. Of course, the ransom amount can be negotiated. The deputy commander of the formation expressed his opinion seriously, and it was obvious that they had seen the reality. Knowing that this is the easiest and fastest way to end this. Chapter 074, a fishing boat sea cargo worth 8 billion dragon coins. You're lying. Yes, Commander. The addition of the Dragon carrier formation has made it impossible for us to retrieve the submarine. Force doesn't work anymore. We can only negotiate. Damn. We haven't even held the fishing boats responsible for attacking our submarines. And we actually have to compensate them. My God. We have to compensate $2 billion to a fishing boat. What kind of fishing boat is this? Numerous officers were at this point unable to figure out what to do, and they all had a knot in their hearts, unwilling to accept the claim in such a humiliating manner. It's a bit ridiculous that they have to pay compensation to a fishing boat, and yet Mike was moved. Gentlemen, we're going to have to pay for our mistakes. We lost the warplanes. We can't afford to lose the submarines again. Since they want money, then maybe we can use the money to redeem the submarine and the fighters. The ransom model, apparently, gave Mike another hope, then ransomed the airplane as well as the submarine for money. He wants not only submarines, but also airplanes, and once they're ransomed, the technology can be used without external leaks. For a moment, Mike tapped right into the decision, but there's no way they'll be able to come up with that kind of money. In the end, we had to report the incident to the authorities. It wasn't long before the command room. Mike was receiving intense abuse from the other side, and a commander of a carrier group. At this moment, he could only bow his head like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to answer back no matter how he was scolded. Mike, I can't believe you lost our nuclear submarine. Damn you, I'm gonna court-martial you. The responsibility has to come to him. FK, what are you guys doing? A carrier formation is being outmaneuvered by a fishing boat. You have thrown all the prestige of the Eagle Navy out the window. Across the street was an old man in his 60s, who was cursing so much he could barely catch his breath at this time. He was really so angry that Mike had hidden such a big thing for so long, and because of the unauthorized action, the losses are getting bigger and bigger. Not only a plane, but also 8 SEALs, and now a nuclear submarine. This is a black history that has never been seen in the history of the Eagles, only in the fact that they teased the Dragon submarine. They in turn were teased, and the other party was still a fishing boat. Sir, this fishing boat is definitely not simple. We suspect there are devices up there capable of launching sonic attacks. Although we don't have much evidence, but we've been attacked one after another. There must be something to do with the fishing boats. Mike affirmed. Of this he was certain, that the fishing boat must have a great secret. We can continue to investigate the fishing boat thing, but now we need to get all our gear back. It's out of your hands. We'll have high-level negotiations with the other side. The old man shook his head helplessly. Now that the front lines gotten into trouble, they were the only ones to wipe their asses. It's just that this one is a bit of a big deal. The old man sighed at the thought. Sir, I was wrong. I'll take any punishment. Mike conceded. It was indeed his mistake. There's no more excuses for it. At this point it would be better to admit your faults early. Maybe you can even reduce some of the penalties. We will penalize you. But before you do, you must bring the carrier formation back safely, the old man said solemnly. He didn't want another accident on the carrier. If this keeps up, they'll lose all their money. Yes, promise to finish the job, Mike shouted firmly. The phone was then hung up and Mike looked confused. At this time the other commanders are also seriously looking at each other. They are also confused. They are also commanders, also need to bear the responsibility of the stay on course, maintain a safe distance from the Dragon carriers, wait quietly for the latest orders. Mike knows that now that the puzzle has been turned in, it's no longer relevant to them. That's going to be the upper echelon of negotiations. Ho, you're asking for $2 billion too much. It's impossible. At this time a video conference was being held. On one side was the Southern Ocean sailors represented by He Yuan. On the other side was the Eagle sailors represented by Henry. The two sides are negotiating a $2 billion settlement. As soon as they came up, the bigwigs on the other side of the table went straight to the fact that the price of arms was too high and wanted to abate the ransom. However, how could He Yuan give up? He also got Lin Zhongxing's report, but he raised the ransom to $2 billion. The following people were all trying to help Chen Fan out, so naturally he wouldn't budge at all. Henry, you should know that your submarine cost a whopping $6 billion, and with the various equipment as well as the members, the price tag is over $10 billion. We only want a ransom of $2 billion. That's a very good deal. And you're delaying the fishing boats. This is what the fishing boats have calculated and figured out for lost wages. He Yuan smiled faintly. Chen Fan had really calculated the lost wages. This ransom is also justified and the compensation demanded is very reasonable. No, a fishing boat? How can you possibly incur that much lost wages? We can compensate them for a whole shipload of seafood, Henry said seriously. In his opinion, even a 10,000 ton fishing boat would be 5,000 tons of seafood, at best. They compensated the other side for a shipment of seafood. That's not good enough. It's not much at all. Very well, that's the attitude I want from you. I can do the math with you guys. The Genoa fishing boat can hold 4,000 tons of seafood, and they're catching all kinds of top-quality tuna, as well as big yellowtail. The prices are all up to $1,000 a pound. Let's go by this one price. the value of a fishing boat will be as high as 8 billion dragon coins. Add to that the cost of artificial fishing, and it's not at all unreasonable for us to ask you for $2 billion. He Yuan said with a face of excitement, not afraid of the other side to mention seafood. This mention of seafood, absolutely to enter the pit, because what Chen Fan fished for were all extremely good goods. Ah, very high value. Of course the average price may not be as much as $1.000 a pound, but at the bargaining table, for good measure, let's just do it this way. No, how can it be so expensive? This can't be right. Henry was dumbfounded. I thought that compensation for a shipload of seafood is not much money. Who would have thought that the other side of the calculation directly shocked him? A boat actually costs 8 billion dragon coins. Is this really a fishing boat? A fishing boat actually has that much value. Oh, prices can't be calculated like that. Ordinary fish are at most 10 dragon coins a catty, so your price is too high. A shipload of seafood is only $80 million at best. They can't be that lucky. All the ones that are rhubarb, tuna. Henry was no cutie pie either. He quickly figured out that the price was inflated. However, He Yuan shook his head. No, they're just that lucky. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to take a look. Their luck will shock you for a month. He Yuan smiled faintly. He wasn't afraid of inspections. Chen Fan told him for sure. They're all good. Anyway, he's made up his mind that he won't be able to rest easy without $2 billion in compensation. This, no way. Henry shook his head, not believing this one fact. He Yuan, however, was adamant that the other party could send 1 or 2 people on board to inspect the ship, and if he didn't believe in the situation, the bottom line is that it's a lot to take in, which makes Henry not know how to take it in for a moment. Chapter 075, Sky High Compensation. This guy is richer than my dad. Genoa Fishing Boat. We are the South Sheep Water Division. Ordered to come and escort. At this time, 50 nautical miles away from the fishing boat, a huge aircraft carrier formation is approaching at high speed. They're the carriers that came to escort us. After a long, high-speed voyage, they're finally here. The news of the arrival of the aircraft carrier was a shock to everyone's heart, and then their hearts were completely relieved. Great! Our carrier is coming to take us back. This trip to the sea is an eye-opener. Decades of experience are not as valuable as this trip. At ease, at last, no one dares to move against us. Ha ha, we actually got an aircraft carrier escort. We can brag about it for the rest of our lives when we get back. Ha ha, it's still the proprietor's power. The aircraft carriers all come to escort. Ordinary people can't enjoy this kind of treatment in their whole life. The fishermen on the fishing boat, where have seen this scene? Some young excited, from time to time to take out their cell phones to take pictures. This will be their back to brag about the capital. And some of the older ones, at this time the old tiers, they are usually outside by foreigners bullied much, now actually someone to escort them. At this time one by one shed tears of excitement. This is too touching. Commander Chen, we're safe. Our sailors are coming. Captain Wang was overjoyed. Just a few minutes ago they had spotted the Eagle's carrier formation, and it had been a tense moment. It's a good thing that their own carrier formation is here too. They are completely down for the count. With the carrier escort, they're no trouble. Thanks to the carrier formation for the escort. On behalf of the fishing vessel Genoa, I would like to express my gratitude. Chen Fan responded happily, and he was also completely letting go of his heart. In fact, he was also worried. After all, facing the other side of the aircraft carrier, he had no way to resist for the time being. There weren't enough dolphins to paralyze the other side with too many warships in a short period of time. And warships aren't submarines. They can only attack the bottom crew, not the top half. It still seems like we have to make more money and have more attack dolphins before we can do that. And at this time, Chen Fan's phone was ringing. He looked up, and it was none other than Elder Dragon's call. Chen Fan, you kids are rich this time. We negotiated a $2 billion settlement for you. Ha ha, don't forget about us old men when you have money. This call from Long Tian is to report good news. Henry, they finally gave in. They're offering $2 billion for submarines and planes and SEAL teams. He Lao, however, refused. The airplane is impossible to return. They have already shipped it back, and have already begun to study it. Henry, on the other hand, is still harping on the matter, hoping to return the plane so that the ransom can be paid immediately. Elder, he used a direct move in order to kill the other side. That's a delay. They can talk about it in half a month, and they can get a good look inside the submarine while they're at it. That's a direct hit on Henry. Submarines are too important. 100 times more important than airplanes. In the end, it is helpless to accept the compensation. But the airplane thing? You can continue to negotiate later. And is not willing to take the plane just like that. Thank you, Elder Long. And thank you, Elder He. We still have a deal. We'll split the ransom equally. Chen Fan directly put forward a person half. After all, has always thought that he is the meaning of this one, and now he'll help them to fight for 2 billion. All the other parties credit this can be money for nothing However, Elder Long refused. Chen Fan, listen to me. According to our decision, we don't want a penny of this $2 billion. All of it. Don't you say no just yet. Long Tian once again interrupted Chen Fan's opening and continued to say seriously. You deserve this $2 billion. You helped us salvage our airplane. And even more so, you rescued our submarine. We didn't lose anything, but rather we fought for our lives and thwarted the Eagle sailors. It's priceless, and we've gotten too much of it. Originally, when Chen Fan proposed to split the ransom money equally, there were quite a few people within the organization who agreed. After all, it was $1 billion, which would allow them to build a warship. But in the end, He Yuan and Long Tian's opinion was not to pay a dime. In their words, this is what Chen Fan has earned. We have done nothing, but have received a great deal of good as well as honor. We can't rob the credit. No more than Chen Fan should get the ransom. Hearing Elder He's words, those who still wanted to use the ransom money to build warships also stopped talking, especially the last half of Mr. Ho's sentence. Chen Fan rescued a submarine and saved 60 lives. How can we ask him to give us money when we can't reward him enough? This one sentence made everyone feel disgraced, describing them as heartless and greedy. For a while, no one dared to ask for ransom anymore. Instead, they had to consider rewarding Chen Fan nowadays. Chen Fan, take this money piece. We'll even give you a reward when you get back. Sure, don't mind the money when the time comes. Long Tian laughed. Rewards were definitely to be rewarded. It's just that compared to $2 billion, their cash rewards are probably a drop in the bucket. Just like last time, Long Tian had to continue to increase Chen Fan's motivation, and definitely not be able to suppress motivation. Today's Chen Fan is comparable to a fleet of ships. You can't be rewarded enough for doing more than a carrier group. Yes, Elder Dragon, if you say so, then I'll take it in peace. If you need to use me in the future, just tell me. Chen Fan laughed. With this $2 billion in hand, he was considered a rich man. That was tens of billions of dollars in assets. He might even be on the list of the richest people in China. It's a dangerous trip, but it's worth every penny. Okay, I'll call you if I need anything from now on. Long Tian also smiled cheerfully. The omnipotent Chen Fan could give them great help. Such a lucky star. Naturally, they should make good relations. I might be able to do them a bigger favor and make a bigger contribution in the future. When the phone hung up, what Chen Fan saw at this time was a shocked face. Uncle Wang is dumbfounded. They heard the phone call. At this time, Chen Fan is already a 10 billionaire, and now he feels that his daughter seems to be no longer worthy of Chen Fan. The possibility of having Chen Fan as his son-in-law is getting lower and lower, and Zhao Cheng is even more shocked. Just like this directly to the hands of $2 billion. No one does not I read Captain Wang, however, was happy. Just like Long Tian thought, Chen Fan deserved a heavy reward. Yue and Su Wan Air, who are outside the command room. At this point, they were also staring at the fact that they had been excluded from the command room, but still curious. Heard Chen Fan get $2 billion ransom is also dumbfounded. $2 billion. This guy is richer than my dad all of a sudden. Thinking of this, Yue gritted her teeth and didn't know what was on her mind. Chapter 076 Unlocking New Creatures. Even aircraft carriers must beg for forgiveness. Brothers, the Eagle has paid the ransom. Let's retrieve the nets. Let them go. When it's done, each man is rewarded with a year's salary. When the $2 billion arrived, after asking for the consent of Elder Dragon, Chen Fan ordered the nets to be retrieved. The nets are on top of the Phantom submarine. Once the other side drives, the propulsion unit has to be scrapped. The fishermen went crazy when they heard about the reward of a year's salary. Originally, their salaries were already as high as $20,000 a month, and now they're directly rewarded with a year's salary for a trip to the sea. So who wouldn't be thrilled? At this moment, each one of them was working hard, saying good things about Chen Fan from time to time. Ha ha, following a good proprietor is a cow. So worth it, and see the world and make money. Yeah, well, the point is that none of us seem to have worked very hard for our money. The proprietor's atmosphere. There are hundreds of people on board. This directly spends tens of millions of dollars. This is nothing. The proprietor the Eagle's ransom of $2 billion. He's a rich man. It's nothing. Don't say that. Get to work. This job can't be taken away. Cherish the opportunity. When the people heard that this is also a reason, this a well-paid job must be kept. Work is also up. In 3 tries, the nets were all retrieved. Submarine Ghost, you may return. I'll give you a word. It's best to stay out of Dragonland's waters. Otherwise I would have been able to capture you once. And countless times. Chen Fan's words were so domineering that everyone on the fishing boat gave a thumbs up. It was so relieving. It's a serious warning, telling them to come back in and take prisoners next time. Roger, who received this message at this time, was humiliated in his heart. The situation is not stronger than the people. He can only accept, and then Grey dive. Slowly escape from this piece of the sea. I'll never come to the Dragon Kingdom again. It's too dangerous here. Even a fishing boat is that awesome. A bitter smile appeared on Roger's face. This would be a stain on his life. How could he not wash it away? They'll also be the laughingstock of the Marine Division, and even more so of the submarine community. Creation of the legend of capture by a fishing boat. At this point he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible and never wanted to stay any longer. And for the remaining 8 seals, Chen Fan also sent someone to put them on top of the speedboat. Send it to the center and wait for the speedboat from the other carrier to send someone to pick it up as well. Similarly, he sent a message to the seal captain. The Dragon Kingdom is off limits to all mercenaries. This also includes the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. I sincerely remind you not to come back to the Dragon Kingdom for another mission. Next time, you may not be so lucky. Chen Fan laughed coldly. The Dragon Land was guarded by the army and no one dared to enter at will. But it's not easy to guard the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. There are too few ships and access to the bottom of the sea, which is very difficult for the sailors of the Dragon Kingdom. Since I have the Poseidon system, then let me be the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom's waters. All foreign warships that dare to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, it's all going to take a hit. Now that Chen Fan is rich, his ambitions have changed. I used to just want to become rich with the system, but now this one goal has been achieved. Next, it's time to become an ocean guardian, guarding the miles of ocean for the Dragon Kingdom. Whoever dares to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom will be beaten up. Hey, the future is going to have tens of thousands of dolphins, if not hundreds of thousands of underwater creatures. Nothing gets past me. I'll make them never dare to enter the Dragon Kingdom waters again. Even made them afraid to drop anything in the sea anymore. Imagine what equipment countries drop into the sea in the future. They can immediately send squid to catch it back. Anyone who enters dragon waters is warned of an attack. Equipment damaged. Personnel paralyzed. Who dares to come here? I remember. Gotta admit, you're pretty strong. You're the first person to ever subject the Eagle sailors to such humiliation. The SEAL captain nodded solemnly. And he did listen. At this point, I still recall being attacked by a sea monster. It was indeed horrible. He didn't know if these sea monsters were related to the other side, but the experience of being captured told him, never be able to come back to Dragon Country missions in the future. It's too scary. Aha! Go! I hope I don't see you again. Chen Fan said coldly. Next time, he might not let the other party off gently. That would be a real possibility, because he saw some new underwater creatures in the system mall. Megalodon. 5 million points. Up to 20 meters long. With sharp, aggressive teeth that can tear through anything. Once launched, the suicide attack will be able to destroy the warship. Chen Fan looked at this kind of movie appeared inside the Megalodon is also a bright eye. This can really move the movie into reality. With a shark like this, it's a real attacker. Especially that suicidal attack that could even chew up and crash a warship. With such awesome strength, Chen Fan also had to shout out 2 words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And when he saw the second newly appeared creature, it made Chen Fan even more excited. Fierce killer whale. 10 million points. 50 meters long, weighs 100 tons and packs a powerful punch. Cluster attacks can knock over warships. If a Megalodon can chew up a warship and make it leak, whereas the Orca was able to just knock it over. It's going to be a much more powerful creature now, redeeming a 100-head co-collision warship. I'm afraid it's going to tip over an aircraft carrier. Thinking of this, Chen Fan was ecstatic inside. These creatures were all treasures. Previously redeemed attack dolphins and squid. They're all relatively docile underwater creatures that aren't terribly aggressive. However, with the tens of meters long Megalodon sharks and the crashing killer whales, this will be the most aggressive creature of all. 12 billion points. It's really possible to control the entire ocean. Yes, the $2 billion in Eagle's compensation is now converted into $12 billion in points as well. With so many points, when you do the math, that's capable of exchanging 1.2 million dolphins. Even if it's squid, that's 12,000 of them. All of a sudden, they've become rich and their power is overinflated. Ha, if it was only possible to control a small piece of the sea before. Controlling the entire Dragon Kingdom sea area is not even a big problem nowadays. At this point, Chen Fan was already thinking about how exactly he was going to exchange these goodies. I have not been able to fight off this encounter with a carrier formation. Next time, I am never to be afraid again. I can fight a carrier group by myself. Now that Chen Fan is facing an aircraft carrier formation, he's a bit overwhelmed, but the presence of these two new creatures really pissed him off. Aircraft carriers would be knocked over, the warships will be chewed up, he will also be the true master of the sea. Chapter 077, a new type of sonic weapon. Attracting covetousness from all directions. Chen Fan, I'm Lin Zhongxing, Commander-in-Chief of the carrier formation. Now, I'll take you home. After half a day's rescue, the Dragon submarine has been salvaged, and the semi-submersible ship that came afterward was directly loaded onto the. When everything was all done, Lin Zhongxing discussed with Chen Fan. In the end, he decided to go back to his country first. As for what Yu Yi said about searching for ancient shipwrecks, Chen Fan was not excited at all. Even if there's gold down there, it's not worth much. It's still not as much as making eagle money. Simple, simple, simple. $2 billion. That's more than you can spend in a couple of lifetimes. Mr. Lin, the fishing boats are ready. Thank you for the escort. Chen Fan nodded seriously. It was better to go back nowadays. It's been a long trip. It's time to go back. And quite a few of his cards have been exposed and have drawn the suspicion of the other carrier. It's better to stay out of the limelight for a while. As for Yu Yi's dissatisfaction, he didn't care anymore. With a huge amount of $2 billion in his hand, he didn't need to look at anyone's face anymore. He was going to go back and buy more fishing boats. We're going to start a wider fishing operation. Fish up all the good things in the sea. More than 10 billion dragon coins is not too much. From the richest man in the dragon country is still dozens of times the difference. It still have to work hard. Yes, Manhwa. Please enter the core area of the carrier formation. We'll escort you. Lin Zhongxing quickly gave up his position, so that the fishing boat and the aircraft carrier are in the center of the position, and even more with the aircraft carrier in tandem. This one range will be protected by the strongest, and there will be no need to worry about security anymore. At this time, the people on the fishing boat were also standing on the deck with excited faces, looking at the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier not far away. The fighter planes that were placed on the deck were both excited and thrilled, and many of them once again shed tears of excitement. Great! We actually got a carrier escort. So impressed. This is the first time I've seen an aircraft carrier from the Dragon Kingdom. It's really majestic. We're strong, and our carriers have as many planes as the eagles. Yeah, look at our plane. The head is bigger than the one we got. Ha ha, nothing more to say. Let's go home. After this experience, I'm still really homesick. Yeah, it's been a really long trip out to sea, but we're finally safe. This trip to the sea, I can go back and brag to my brothers for the rest of my life. The fishermen were still staring blankly at the carrier, and the whole formation had begun to accelerate. Inside are carriers and fishing boats, and on the outer edge are marine ships. A formation belonging to the Dragon Kingdom is sailing north and is about to return home, and in a sea to the east, another carrier formation is watching the Dragon formation intently. They were very reluctant in their eyes and could only watch the other side go back. Commander, the Phantom has returned. The submarine was not damaged and the seals were not seriously hurt. With the return of the Phantom, the formation immediately brought Roger, as well as Captain Seal, to the carrier's conference room. They're being interrogated right now. After all, the Spectre, as well as the SEAL team, were captured by the Dragon Kingdom. It's got to be security checked. Major Gar, you must give a serious account of your entire capture. Every detail must not be divulged. The staff is interrogating the SEAL captain several times by now, but the other man continued to ask for the fifth time, which annoyed the SEAL captain very much. I told you, I didn't leak our secrets to the dragons, and they didn't torture us. We didn't betray the eagles. The captain was still trying to defend himself, but it didn't do much good. The other side still continues to ask if they've revealed any secrets. On the other side, Commander Roger did the same. Colonel Roger, you're telling me you've been hit by an unknown attack. All other crew members are down. You thought you'd been killed. Together with the persuasion of the other officers, he was the one who made the decision to go afloat. You surrendered because you were afraid? The staff likewise interrogated Roger using harsh words. Roger, equally exasperated, retorted earnestly. We did not surrender. We're just floating up. We were at the end of our rope. The staff member was not satisfied with this explanation, and then continued to inquire about the Colonel, when you made the decision to go afloat, didn't you think about giving your life for the Eagle sailors? You're the commander of a nuclear submarine. You should know how important this submarine is. Even if they were sunk, they wouldn't have surfaced. This remark of the interrogators left Roger at a loss for words. He was indeed flustered and indeed scared to death. An unknown attack that can't find an opponent is what scares you the most. If it's a real attack, he's not so afraid to fight back, but he can't explain the feeling. Soon the interrogation of Roger, as well as that of the SEAL captain, was presented on Mac's desk, and looking at the results of this, he frowned. Gentlemen, we've basically established that the unknown attack we encountered was a sonic attack, and this one kind of sonic attack has something to do with fishing boats. It's a new type of weapon, capable of wounding people invisibly. The good news is that it's not capable of causing death at this point. Mike's voice was heavy as he said it was safe to say that the dragons had taught them a lesson. A brand new weapon that attacked them and even paralyzed the entire submarine outright. And they didn't know it until now. Damn, the Dragon Kingdom people actually have this kind of advanced weapon. It's so unexpected. Unbelievable. How the hell did this launch? Why can't our instruments monitor it? It looks like our equipment has to be updated. We're experiencing attacks and surprisingly we haven't been able to find the source. Commander, we've suffered heavy losses this time. We have to get back at these dragons. The officers were talking to each other. Some were shocked, some were angry, and others were already plotting what they could do about the fishing boats. After all, they are not blessed with losses. Since they have suffered a loss, they have to carry out a fierce retaliation. Harmony is only a principle that only the Dragon Kingdom can abide by. The honor of the Eagles was lost to us. We have to fight our way back. Mr. Henry is willing to give us another chance. As long as we can capture the fishing boats, all our faults will be atoned for. Mike said solemnly. It could be said that the appearance of the sonic weapon had also given him a chance to take credit for his sins. The authorities are very interested in this kind of weapon and told him to find a way to get it. A new weapon has the potential to change the way battles are fought. This kind of weapon definitely can't just be possessed by the Dragon Kingdom. They must have it too. That's how you can avoid being captured again. Chapter 078, greeted by high rules and returned with honor. Lu Bing. What the hell are we doing in formation? Who is this to greet? At this time in a military harbor, a group of soldiers were lining up neatly, looking like they were going to welcome the arrival of a big shot in a grand manner. This has made some soldiers curious, wondering who's here to make such a big show. I don't know. I heard it was the carrier coming back, but it's not necessary for the carrier to come back like this. We did send it off when it left. The squad leader at this moment watched someone muttering in a low voice and immediately reprimanded in a low voice. However, the reprimand did not dampen the curiosity of the group. People are still talking more quietly about it. In the end, the squad leader was only able to speak up. Don't talk about it. Today we are welcoming back our heroes of the sea. He turned in the Eagle plane, rescued the Dragon submarine, and was a hero for capturing the Eagle submarine. He deserves a warm welcome. The squad leader also had a look of admiration on his face. An event like this, if made into one, would accomplish a period of legendary myth. Now it's one person who did three. Even if it's a movie they wouldn't dare to shoot it like this. But it's a reality. A hero like that deserves it. My God. So that's where that airplane came from. I can see our commander is as happy as New Year's Eve. Such a hero is truly a blessing to the Dragon Kingdom. Simply a national treasure. Come on. Stand up straight. The hero is coming back and must be welcomed with open arms. Elder He also came to personally greet them. This is very important. Yes, He Yuan did come to greet him personally. And together with him came Long Tian. He and Chen Fan have had a lot of acquaintance with each other. At this time the hero returns, which cannot come to meet Ha. This is the lucky star of the Dragon Kingdom. Must give the most enthusiastic welcome. At the same time, along came Chen Fan's parents. Chen's father has now been taken to a hospital in the military region and enjoys the best medical conditions. At that time, they were also confused. Looking at the uniformed men coming to them, they thought their son had committed some crime, when they knew that their son was a hero of the sea, and had made a great contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. Even after hearing about his son Chen Fan's feat, he was completely dumbfounded. And even now, he still doesn't quite believe it. His own son, who is about to graduate from college, has actually become a hero? And there are so many bigwigs who have personally come to greet him. It's really scary to talk about. Elder Chen, your son has done well. He's a great hero of our Dragon Kingdom, an officer said seriously to Chen's father. He also hoped that his son could also become a hero. Ah, with such a son, this life can really be satisfied. And Chen's father just nodded his head repeatedly. Without seeing Chen Fan, he always felt that his heart wasn't too solid. Coming, that's our aircraft carrier. Just as the crowd was talking, a whistling flute sounded in the distance. A huge warship is slowly approaching, and behind it, a much smaller vessel, the Manhwa. Seemingly aware that the main event of the day was a fishing boat, the carrier gave way hard and did not arrive directly at the harbor. Instead, the fishing boat was allowed to advance, which was a great courtesy, in honor of Chen Fan, a hero returning to the city. As the fishing boat slowly approached, the people on the deck were also excited, especially when they saw the neat procession that greeted them. The excitement could not be happier. Cousin, look at that. That looks like it's greeting us. It's really something. Ha ha. I would have never thought that I would be able to be greeted with such a high profile in this life. It's really in the light of the proprietor. I'm afraid you don't know anymore, but our entire fishing boat has become a hero fishing boat, and all of us have been given credit for it. I'm so excited. I'm going to be the one who's welcomed by the parade. I'll be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. We are all ordinary fishermen. Where have we met such a battle? Even if we have seen it, it won't be to greet them. They're just fishermen who can't afford to be treated so well. As the distance got closer and closer, many people had already seen the words written on the banner, and at this moment, they could finally be sure that this was really meant to greet them. Warmly welcome the honorable return of the fishing vessel Genoa. This paragraph in large letters. Very conspicuous. At this time the flash has been lit up, filming the return of the fishing boat's gallantry. Some of the crew have been excited waving their hands, by the camera directly capture it. Two of them, two great men dressed in a star, had also stood on the shore waiting for the crowd. Soon a young man was pushed out. From a long way away, Chen's father recognized the other person at a glance. It was his son, Chen Fan. Mom, that's really Chen Fan. Truly our son. He's right on top of the fishing boat. Chen's father hadn't been in very good health since he had a serious illness, and the family's fishing boat had been given to the other side, which was only a small fishing boat of a few hundred tons. Looking at the 10,000 tons of fishing boats today, I really don't believe that they are the fishing boats commanded by my own son, Chen Fan, our hero. Welcome back. Long Tian took the lead in extending his hand, and soon, two pairs of hands, one old and one young, clasped tightly together. Elder Dragon, you're making a lot of noise. I'm flattered. Chen Fan smiled, but his heart was very happy and excited. I did not expect that the welcome ceremony to meet the big man in the movie. Actually let him meet They say it's to welcome the Genoa fishing boat, but it's actually to welcome him. Ha ha. Compared to what you've done for the Dragon Kingdom, this is nothing. The old man laughed brightly and then introduced Chen Fan to the one behind him. Chen Fan, this is Commander He of the Southern Marine Division. He's the one who sent the carrier group to escort you. Chen Fan rushed forward upon hearing this, and the old man also took the initiative to extend his hand. Chen Fan, I've heard the old dragon praise you all the time. I've seen the real thing today. You're really a good-looking young man. He Yuan laughed happily and patted Chen Fan's shoulder. A seemingly insignificant move, but it's the best way to show one's trust in one's juniors. Fan, it's really you. At this time Chen Fan's parents were also helped to slowly walk over. Chen Fan looked at his parents were also a little excited, and quickly ran over to him. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Dad, your body. Chen Fan looked painfully at his father who was wasting away and should be resting well at this time. Fanny, the leaders got me to the military hospital, and I'm pretty much cured of this disease. It's all thanks to you. Chen's father, naturally, knows that there is no free lunch, naturally, or his own son made the achievement. That is stained with light. Chen Fan is already his pride. Elder Long, Elder Ho. Thank you. Chen Fan naturally knew that it must be the good intentions of the two old men. Expressing their gratitude once more, the two old men waved their hands hastily. It was just a small matter to them. Soon, the greeting ceremony was sort of over, but there was still a heated debate at this point about how Chen Fan was going to be rewarded and what kind of reward he was going to give. Chapter 079, The Big Brother's Patronage. First-class merit must be awarded. Comrades, everyone knows about Chen Fan's credit. Turned in an airplane, saved 60 lives, and captured another Eagle submarine. Each one of these is capable of taking a first-class merit. But Chen Fan's identity is a bit special. He's not a soldier, just a student. Does not meet the requirements for the award of first-class honors. He Yuan said solemnly, and it could be said that they had reached a consensus on some of the rewards. For example, going from a hero of the sea to a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. This is already properly able to meet the criteria for this one honorary title. But since Chen Fan is again taking credit for the army this time around, many people suggested that Chen Fan should be awarded the first-class merit. Only the difficulty lies in Chen Fan's identity. Chen Fan's merit is a first-class merit, but first-class merit is only awarded to military personnel. Chen Fan indeed doesn't quite fit the bill. We still have to follow the rules. Someone stood up to object. He didn't question the merits of what Chen Fan had done. He just felt that regulations were regulations. You can't make an exception if you don't meet the requirements of the grant. Not bad. I think helping Chen Fan apply for the honorary title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom is already the highest honor. There's no need to award first-class honors anymore. It's really out of order. We can reward him a little more materially, right? Only this proposal was quickly challenged. Chen Fan has already gotten $2 billion in ransom money. We simply can't motivate each other materially anymore. I support the awarding of first-class merit. Chen Fan's contributions to the Dragon Kingdom and to the Water Division are obvious to all. Rewards are needed for meritorious service. Material rewards we can't provide, but spiritual rewards must be, and it's more socially recognized as a first-class merit, where one person gets credit and the whole family is honored. Another officer stood out in support, but he was more grounded and knew that although Hero of the Dragon Kingdom was a national honorary title, but the people are more interested in meritorious service. If you get a first-class merit, your whole family will be honored, and even the whole village will be honored. Chen Fan is not short of money. Now more important is the reputation. In that case, they can meet each other well. I also support the award of first-class honors. Regulations are dead. People are alive. Merit should be rewarded. Chen Fan can make 3 first-class merits. It's worthwhile to make an exception. Special treatment for special cases. Long Tian also stood out. He was Chen Fan's staunch supporter. The first time he fished out the unmanned submarine, he was the one who forcefully argued for Chen Fan to be rewarded with high specifications. This time, he likewise supported giving Chen Fan a breakthrough reward. Only in this way can we motivate Chen Fan to continue to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. I support Elder Long's statement. Chen Fan's credit is too great. 3 times first-class merit. Finally not worth an exception to our first-class merit. The deputy also came out in favor of an elder. He took a stand at this time. Since the majority of comrades agree, I think it's perfectly fine to apply to the top. Report back our comments. He Yuan was naturally in favor of rewarding Chen Fan. If Chen Fan had just fished for an airplane, he wouldn't have supported it. I'd also like to knock each other out a bit more. It's not good for young people to grow up too fast, but time and time again it contributes, and time again it matures. Now it's not a knockout, but a cage. Such a lucky star can't let the other side suffer. If not for the fact that Chen Fan already has a large amount of money, He Yuan would like to give Chen Fan a special enlistment into the army, directly saving this general discussion today. I agree. Support. The crowd nodded their heads and finally agreed to make the application for Chen Fan. This also means that Chen Fan's first-class merit is basically stable. After all, the following are reached the consensus broken application. It's usually not rejected. Dad, almost home. You slow down. Just as the crowd was discussing how to reward Chen Fan, but Chen Fan followed his father back to his hometown in the countryside. They usually only go home once a year for the new year, but this time, Chen Fan's father, Chen Jun, was determined to come back for once, to burn incense to the ancestors and tell them that their son has made it. You have to burn incense to say something like that. It's okay. The doctors at the military hospital are just great. I feel like I'm already alive and kicking. The doctor said that as long as I take my medication seriously, the roots of my illness will be able to heal. Chen Jun was very happy, and when he was in a happy mood, he felt like he was almost cured of his illness, and now he's walking with a spring in his step. You don't look like you've just recovered from a serious illness. If it isn't old Chen too, what are you doing back here? I thought I heard you were dying. Just then, a discordant voice struck the tranquility. This caused Chen Jun's face to change drastically. Then he glared angrily at the other party. Chan Ka Ming, what do you mean? Who are you saying can't? Say another word if you dare. Chen Jun is furious. This is not cursing him to death. He's just very sick. Why is he rumored to be dying? Old Chen too. Why are you being mean? I'm not the one who sent it. It's your big brother Chen Shi who said that. The middle-aged man had an innocent look on his face, as if he felt he had said the wrong thing, and after explaining, he directly closed the door. No more talking to each other. Chen Fan looked in his eyes, but he knew that this one middle-aged man, he needed to call a little uncle. Just by looking at the other side's 3-story house, I can tell that his family is rich. They look down on the family as small-time fishermen. Only if they can't survive in the village will they go out to sea to fish. Humph. Uncle Jun, you're right. I remember you. Chen Fan laughed coldly, having already written down a name. Once the genealogy could be repaired, this would be the first character to be kicked out. Uncle, you're as ruthless as ever. Father's brother, his own uncle. Chen Fan's hatred once again increased by a few points. It can be said that they have not been on good terms with the eldest uncle's family, and the house has always been next to it. Since childhood, they have fought over the building of the house, but it is only because of kinship, and we still have to pay homage to our ancestors together at the Qingming festival, which is why they are at odds with each other. We're getting along without each other. The other party has even been bullying his own dad on the basis of his family having some money and a rich son-in-law, as well as his big brother's identity. Chen Jun belongs to the good old man, can tolerate it, do not want to make too much trouble. But this time, this uncle actually rumored that his father was dying in the village. Chen Fan was completely enraged. Don't want such relatives. No amount of kissing will help. Chen Fan had already made a note in his mind of the second candidate to be kicked out of the family. The mind is even more expectant as we go along, to see who else will pop up, who else would voluntarily come forward and seek death. When the time comes, they won't even be able to find their family, and they'll become retailers and loners. Chapter 080, the man is back, but the family is gone. What's going on? Why does it feel like they're all avoiding me? Walked all the way. Chen Jun saw several relatives. Just wanted to say hello, but the other party casually answered a little, directly back inside the house. It made him feel that something was wrong with the situation. In the past he had not been on good terms with these kisses. At least he had to say hello. You look so nice on the outside, but there's something wrong with you today. Dad, I feel like we're being shunned. There's something wrong with your eyes. Chen Jun helped his father walk, and all the way over he could see that something was not right, but without knowing what's going on. I don't know. We'd better go home and check it out. Chen Jun's heart was uneasy and his footsteps were getting faster and faster. When they were almost at their old house, they found it to be very lively. A construction vehicle is going in. Whose new house is this? Chen Jun said. After all, so many vehicles go in. It should be building a house. But the next second, his face went black. He saw a scene that could make him vomit blood in anger. Our house. How it was demolished. Who's tearing down my house? Chen Jun violently ran over, his eyes full of anger. The original two-story small house, at this time has been demolished. Half of the second floor has been demolished. And at this time an engineering truck is still dismantling the crowd also looked over when they heard this, and all of them froze in their tracks as well. When he realized it was Chen Jun, he had a very nice look on his face. Chen Jun, why are you here? Didn't I say you couldn't make it? Uncle Chen, you're not dead. What's going on here? Didn't you say Uncle Chen was very sick? Why does he look so fine? It's over. It's over. Nothing happened to old Chen, but the house was demolished. It's going to be a big deal. The people present are a bunch of relatives, and they are helping with the work. However, watching the homeowner run out all of a sudden, they were all dumbfounded as well. And some people are even more weak-minded and are now hiding at the back. It's a house demolition. What have they done? Who the hell said I couldn't? I'm doing fine. The doctors say I'll be fine for another couple decades. Who led the charge? Step forward. Which old bastard tore down my house? I don't know whether Chen Jun was too angry, or because of Chen Fan's sake. The bottom line, at this time for the first time began to swear so forcefully in front of the relatives, and it's a very nasty scolding, but it throws away all the image of a good old boy. For a moment, the relatives at the scene were also stunned. They did not expect Chen Jun to directly yell at them. Only they are all involved in the demolition of the house, and can only be scolded in this way. Do not dare to speak up at all. All know that they have done something wrong. Uncle Chen, it's none of our business. Your brother told us to do it. And even more so, he told us to come and help. Yes, Uncle said it was you who agreed and was willing to have the house torn down. So we came to help with the work. Yes, you agreed to it. And now you're coming out against it. Which is wrong of you. Uncle Chen, you can't go back on a promise. You can't do this. The relatives who reacted at this time seemed to think that they had a legitimate reason to come over to help, and for a while they also resumed their previous attitude toward Chen Jun. He even bit back, saying that Chen Jun promised and then backed out, which is not making it difficult for them to do their job. For a while, the situation changed once again, but people were pointing their fingers at Chen Jun, as if it was wrong for him to stand up against it at this time. Old people also have tempers, especially when they tear down their own homes and are blamed in turn. Chen Jun was angry once again. I'll tear your house down now. Do you promise? It's my house. I never said yes. Even if I die, I still have a son to inherit. Why should I tear down my old house? If you don't restore my house today, I'm not done with you. Chen Jun sat on his butt in front of his house, stopping the construction team from working. For a while, the situation was a stalemate. At this point, someone is also immediately called them to help people. A few minutes later, a Land Rover pulled up. A middle-aged man in his 50s came down, with a big thick gold chain around his neck and a fat-looking head, with an evil look on his face. This person was Chen Fan's eldest uncle, as well as Chen Jun's elder brother Chen Qi. This is an image if not know that they are brothers. Did not believe that a fat head, a bone-thin two people are actually brothers. Ah, second brother, how did you get better? I thought my sister-in-law said it was serious. Why didn't you tell me when you got well? Have you used up the $100,000 I lent you? Tell me if it's not enough. As soon as Chen Qi arrived, he directly took control of the initiative. He even accused Chen Jun of not telling him when he got well, or the fact that he lent $100,000 to his brother. Chen Fan heard all these words in his ears and sneered in his heart at this time, as shrewd and vicious as ever. There's a reason why my own dad has been bullied and my family has been suppressed. This uncle came to establish the image of a good man, but also to borrow money to try to pressure his father did not dare to be angry. After all, it's money owed to the other party, and it's always bad to scold the other party for owing money. Chen Chi, you're a bully. I'm not dead yet, and you're trying to take over my house. You have to give me a statement today, or you'll never be recognized as a brother again. Chen Jun's performance made Chen Chi a little surprised. Even if things were exposed and this one brother of his came back, he wasn't afraid at all. He can be black into white, but also directly take the 100,000 yuan owed to pinch the other side. After all, the treatment must have spent all the other side's savings. I'm sure we'll have to compromise when the time comes. If the house is torn down, it's torn down. But the other party seemed to have smartened up and actually said that he was the one who was hogging it, and even threatened to cut him off, causing him to frown. Second brother, you can't say things you don't mean. How come I'm the one hogging your house? At that time, my sister-in-law said you couldn't make it, and even asked me to borrow money. I told you I wanted to use your land to build a yard. My sister-in-law promised. It would be unethical for you to regret it now. That's not going to give me a bad name. Or I don't want your land if you give me back the 100,000 now. Chen Chi directly pointed the finger at Chen's mother, but also said that it was agreed upon. For a while, people couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Many people still choose to believe in Chen Chi. After all, without the consent of the other party, that still do not dare to easily demolish other people's houses. Kai has a point. Xiao Jun, if you've agreed to it, then you can't come and make trouble. You're counting on buying your family's land for $100,000, which isn't a bad deal. Uncle Jun, if this house is demolished, it's demolished, so let's just let Uncle Kai make up some more money for you. Just forget it. Yeah, if you don't feel satisfied with the money you can just say so. I believe Uncle Kai is still reasonable. The people are still saying good things for Chen Chi, but they are also trying to fool Chen Jun into continuing to tear down the house and give the land over, so they can just forget about it. Chen Jun looked at all these relatives helping his big brother, and his heart went cold. I didn't promise anything about the house. You mentioned it at the time. I rejected it outright. This house is the last retreat for our old couple. We won't sell it for any amount of money. Chen mother stood out and said, at that time, this one big brother did mention, but she naturally knew that the old house is the last retreat. How could she be willing to If you can't fish in the future, you can still come back to farm for your old age. When you say that, your relatives and friends think it makes sense. After all, everyone in the countryside is saying the same thing. No matter how bad you are outside, you have to build a house in your hometown. It's a matter of face. It's more about future retirement. It's a farmer's last resort. Chapter 081, once the money is over, demolish this villa for me. Then maybe I misheard you, but the demolition is halfway done now. That's the way it is. I'll tell you what, I'll give you another $100,000, and I'll forget about selling me this land. Let's all be witnesses. Don't say I bullied you then. Chen Chi face of fat meat moved a movement. He is not afraid at all. Anyway, is to take the Chen Jun is the lack of money. Lack of money to do The big deal is to spend more money. Now the rural land is difficult to approve. He built a villa just by the younger brother's house blocking sun, next to and close to blocking light. My son has long wanted to bulldoze this house and turn it into a yard, so naturally he wants to fulfill it. Of course, you can also not sell, but the $100,000 I lent you, then you have to give it back to me first. Chen Chi sneered, looking disdainfully at the incredibly skinny Chen Jun. With that in mind, I'm not eating you yet. At this moment, Chen Fan, who had been silently watching his eldest uncle's performance, let out a cold laugh. If he hadn't made a name for himself in the past, there was a real possibility that he would have been overwhelmed by the other side, and that his father would have really compromised. But now he has $2 billion in his hand, which is currently about 13 billion after converting it into dragon dollars. It's ridiculous to try to overwhelm me with $100,000. Looking at Chen Chi, who was still performing, Chen Fan moved, walked right out. Shine the code. I'll sweep you. A simple sentence caused the crowd to focus on Chen Fan. It was only at this time that I realized that it was not only Chen Jun who had returned, but also his family's son. Some of the relatives knew Chen Fan and hurriedly shouted, Fan, stay out of the adult's business. Come here. Don't be a hero. But Chen Fan is no longer the Chen Fan of the past. As the saying goes, how much money you have in your hand, how big your bottom line is. Nowadays he's not afraid of anyone. So what if he's a little bully? Whatever his relatives are, we'll just it up and be done with it. Fanny, you've got $100,000 bucks. Don't come out and try to be a hero. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Fan with a disdainful face, and even touched his big gold chain, as if he was showing it off. What are you wasting words for? Open the QR code when you're told to. Bragging or not, you'll find out later, Chen Fan said expressionlessly, looking at Chen Shi with such a cold look in his eyes. This makes Chen Shi a little surprised, but also a little angry. Okay, I'll see what you can do, said directly opened the QR code, and Chen Fan was just about to sweep the money, but then he thought of something and asked out of the blue, how much did your cottage cost to build? So asked Chen Shi has doubts, but talking about the villa can be proud of it. At this time, but show off, want to teach a lesson to the juniors. Don't think $100,000 is a lot of money. The difference between the two is still huge. It cost $5 million to build and renovate. Fanny, do a good job, and when the time comes, have your son build you one. Obviously, in Chen Shi's opinion, it is simply impossible for Chen Fan to build a villa. So wait for the efforts of the next generation. Ding! PayPal arrived with $10 million. Just as Chen Shi was showing off, his cell phone rang with an alert that the transfer had arrived. That's a reminder that wakes everyone up, because it's not $100,000 bucks, it's $10 million. For a moment, everyone was confused. Even Chen Shi was shocked to pick up his cell phone, opened the Alipay, seriously looking at how many zeros. Individual, 10, 100, million inch. It's really 10 million. How do you have so much money? What the hell do you want? Chen Shi panicked. This is still the younger brother's family, that a failure of the children. Not to say that just got into a college. How suddenly there is so much money. If he had $100,000, he'd think he borrowed it from someone and was just pretending. But this is 10 million. It cannot be borrowed. For a moment he was a bit flustered. The other side suddenly have so much money, so that his plan is going to be in vain. There's no way to pin them down. What for? Of course it's tearing down your house. It cost $5 million. I'll give you twice that. Now I'll tear down your house. Are you kidding me? A house being torn down to make the other guy money? That's child's play. Naturally, I'll return the favor. If you tear down my house, I'll tear down yours. That's what I call fair and square. After transferring the money, Chen Fan immediately found the foreman of the construction team. Master, here's $100,000. Tear this house down today. I've bought this house. Feel free to tear it down, said directly, asked the other party to give the QR code. Directly transferred $500,000 over. At this time, the foreman saw the $500,000 to the account. Originally still a little confused, but a look at the boss so generous. I don't care who called them. Money is God. Originally thought that today's wages did not fall. Now there is a boss to come. A moment. Immediately let the two demolition of the machine began to work. With a roar, the digger turned around and headed for the villa next door. Brothers, demolish the villa. The boss is paid for his work. Work me hard. This villa must be demolished today. Kidding. This is 500,000. They are out of 5 engineering vehicles. A work day. At most, 10,000 yuan. 5 is 50,000. Now directly give him 500,000. You'd have to work your ass off. It's all pure profit. A day's work is worth a month or two of work. The situation on the spot has reversed, but everyone is shocked. Who did not expect the Chen Jun family that undergraduate cannot get the sun? Actually gently move the hand. Spent more than 1,000 flowers. Directly bought all the villas of Chen Shi's family, but also the foreman will be directly turned. Such strength. Let a person's jaw drop. I didn't say I was selling the house. I'm not for sale. You can't tear down my house. At this time, Chen Shi was flustered and finally realized that the situation was not right. Although he didn't know why Chen Fan had so much money. This house definitely couldn't be demolished. It was a matter of his face. Having his family's house raised by a junior in public. In the future, he won't be able to hold his head up in the village at all. Only Chen Fan ignored the other side, while Chen Shi rushed to stop the foreman. But the foreman was also fat-looking, even more obese than Chen Shi, and there were 2 stout men following him around. At this point, they wouldn't even dare to do it. Mr. Chen, sorry about that, we took the order, then we have to finish the job, said simply ignored Chen Shi, continued to let people start work. Seeing that the foreman didn't work, Chen Shi turned to his relatives and villagers at the scene for help. Chen Zhang, you kid quickly lead people to stop but they want to demolish my house I didn't say I'd let it be torn down. Third brother, what are you looking at? Come and help. I'll blame you if my house is torn down. Chen Shi named names one by one, trying to get his fox friends to come over and help. However, this time talking was useless, because they saw Chen Fan's sharp eyes, which were tinged with hatred. In the past, Chen Fan's family had no money, and Chen soldiers were honest and easy to bully, so they would help Chen Qi. Now his son is bullish. In the countryside they all value money. With money people don't want to be offended. For a while, no one wanted to get involved anymore. Chapter 082, the situation reverses. The greatest dependence finally arrives. Uncle Kai, this is your family's business. I'll stay out of this. Right, Uncle Kai. You two discuss it yourselves. And Xiaofan can give you 10 million. You don't lose but also earn it. That's not it. We don't care about this. It's not good to help anyone. You guys handle it yourselves. Big brother, it's not that I won't help you, but you're really not doing this right. Yes, you demolished Uncle Jun's house and didn't give any money. Now you gave money to buy your family's villa. There's nothing wrong with Xiaofan for doing this. Chen Jun is a good old man. And although good old men are easily bullied, they are still able to have many good relatives. They were also blinded by Chen Qi, and now that they already knew what was going on, they immediately came out to speak for Chen Jun. This picture is a very quick change. The people who were still supporting Chen Qi are now afraid to come forward, while those who support Chen Jun are now coming forward one by one. They all came out to accuse Chen Qi. Chen Qi, you're obviously hijacking someone else's house. It's good that Jun Di came back, or else the house would have been torn down without even realizing it. Yeah, $100,000 and you want someone's house. What a bully. You demolished other people's houses. Now it's reasonable for Xiaofan to demolish your house. Yeah, come on. I'm gonna go give a hand with this house. Yes, tear it down. A good relief. Usually this Chen Qi is too overbearing. Now finally someone can fix it. Yes, the money has been collected, but it is not allowed to be demolished. Where is this rule? For a while, the relatives as well as villagers who had endured Chen Qi for a long time stood up to revolt at this time. Some are even directly helping the engineering team to work to demolish the villa. They are also making up for their own faults. And if they don't help Chen Jun, they will really become accomplices. Seeing that the situation cannot be controlled, Chen Qi really anxious. Originally happy to demolish his brother's house, now his own house was demolished instead. That's a lot of self-inflicted damage. Don't tear it down. Just as Chen Qi shouted, the digger went straight down with a shovel, but it pushed down the gate of the villa. At this moment, Chen Qi was sitting on his butt on the ground. This is the most elegant gate of the Chen village, the most luxurious villa. It's just been torn down like that. Chen Jun, Chen Fan, okay, you guys are tough? With that, he directly picked up the phone and unplugged it to his eldest son-in-law, which was his biggest asset. How? You get your ass over here with all your men. Someone raised the family cottage. Come on, if you're late the house will be gone. Chen Qi, a big man, anxious to cry. This life he was the first time to be so humiliated. Today he had to get his face back. He had to let the people of the Chen village know who is the master of the village. Who's the head of the Chen family? At this time, some close relatives saw Chen Shifa ruthless, rushed forward to persuade Chen Jun. Uncle Jun, why don't you let Chen Fan forget about it? Uncle Kai has gone to call his engineering son-in-law. Your two families are brothers. Don't make a scene. Yeah, I know you're aggrieved, but after all, you're still in the same family. So if you don't see your head in the future, let's just forget about it. The gate can be pushed down to relieve the anger. Really demolish the villa. I'm afraid that in the future to become a world enemy. His son-in-law is a big boss, cannot afford to mess with Relatives also wanted to diffuse the hatred between the two families and persuaded them. They're all from the same family, and they're all about peace, so it's impossible to let the conflict continue to expand. In their opinion, bringing down that compound gate of Chen Qi's house was already a relief, and it would be too much to go on further. I have to say, friends and relatives of some persuasion, but also really played some effect. Chen Jun, heart of the gas in the door pushed down at that moment, is also solved half of the. At this point, he once again became a good old boy with a weak nature. I don't want to get my son into big trouble later. Fan, how about we just leave it at that? Don't tear down his house. After all, they're brothers too. Chen Jun persuaded Chen Fan, yet Chen Fan shook his head, eyes coldly looking at the panicked Chen Qi. So what if they're brothers? Is it okay to take over your brother's house just because you're a blood brother? It's okay to bully our family for decades. If that's the case, it's better not to have such a relative. Dad, from now on, our family is done with his family and we will never see each other again, Chen Fan said in an overbearing manner. A relative with a corrupt character. That is not as good as a strange neighbor. You can't have a relative like that. Even if you're close to him, he's just gonna break it off. He's never gonna see me again. Seeing these people is disturbing. Fan, don't talk nonsense. Chen Jun frowned, stopping his son from going on. The relatives on the side also persuaded Chen Fan at this time. Xiao Fan, you can't break off your friendship. Your two families are the closest of kin. There are some things you don't understand. To put it mildly, when your family has a white affair, you'll still need each other's help. You can usually stay away, but it's hard to meet a white belt. Yeah, it's all in the same family. You can stay away, but don't break it off. It's not the right thing to do. A bunch of elders can persuade Chen Fan, saying that this is not a simple matter. The body is indeed relieved of hate, but someone in the family really passed away. That can really not be done. Moreover, every year, when we visit the graves at Qingming, we still have to share a common ancestor, which can't be broken just by saying it. And Chen Fan was a little troubled listening to these persuasions. I'm in so much trouble. I'm just going to call out, then expel Chun Chi from the family. I have to tear down the house anyway, and no one can stop me. Vengeance is long past, and I'm not afraid to make a bigger one. What was Chen Fan afraid of? Since he had done it, he would just come up with a vicious move and expel the other party from the family. Then all the problems would be solved. Only this one sentence shocked everyone. You should know that expulsion from the family is something that has never happened before. But there has never been a precedent for this. Fan, stop it. It's impossible. You can tear it down if you really want to, but think of the consequences. That big sis-in-law of yours is no pushover. Yes, I see his son-in-law is coming. You don't want to lose out. The people see persuade not can only stop. This is a revenge is indeed very big. They are still on the sidelines. Both sides of the strength is relatively strong. Now help who are not good. Hiss. Just then, at the head was a Land Rover. But behind it were 5 vans, which immediately walked down a group of people, especially in a van. You never know how many people are in a van. When all of them got out of the car, in a moment, at least 50 or 60 people came forward. The leader is also a fat-headed man, about 40 years old. He also wears a big gold chain, and his face has even more flesh, just like his father-in-law. Dad, who dares to tear down our house? I'm gonna get him. The person who came was Chen Fan's big sister's husband, Sun Hao. The moment he arrived, he stunned the crowd. There is no way. Dozens of juniors in the back. The momentum is too scary. The demolition of the excavator to see that the situation is not right at this time is also stopped. We'll see how it goes. 2 dogs. It's you, boy. You let this door in my house come down. Chapter 083 Extreme Humiliation. Tearing down the house and building a toilet. Ho! This is your house. I'm sorry. It's really a big flood. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I'll wrap it up in a minute. At this time to receive money from Chen Fan's foreman but a face of panic. Our dry engineering? Sun Hao. He naturally recognizes he's just a small foreman in the city. He can't mess with the other side. He won't have any business then. Boss, I'll give you this money back. You can't make this money. The foreman is also dripping blood. This is 500. 000 after the work can earn at least 400. 000 or so, but a full meal is not the same as a full meal. He's still clear. This job is just a full meal. And if he gets into trouble with Sun Hao, there's no way he can continue in this business. 400. 000 is a lot of money. But if you don't have any work to do, you'll have to sit on it. Not yet. What company does he work for? Tell me about it. Chen Fan smiled. An engineering boss? He did not believe that he could not fix him. This foreman would rather not make money than offend him. Boss, Sun is from Haorang Jiangqi Company. Not only in Longjiang City, but also in the southern city are on the list of famous construction companies. You can't afford to mess with that. The foreman was afraid that Chen Fan wouldn't know what was going on, so he still told Sun Hao's identity. Only Chen Fan laughed when he heard it. Originally from South City. That's easy. Chen Fan smiled and picked up the phone. Then a call was made. The other party was a girl who answered the phone. Looking at Chen Fan's phone at this time, some excitement. Chen Fan, why did you have time to call me? The opposite party was Yue. Since her return, she could be angry with Chen Fan, and Chen Fan didn't have time to take care of the other side. Neither one seems to be talking to the other. Just looking at Chen Fan taking the initiative to call, his heart was still quite happy. I hear your family is in real estate. I have something here. Ask your old man for me, said Chen Fan directly. The Haorang Jiangqi this company out. Yue heard actually for other things to find her a little angry, but also a little lost. Only thinking about Chen Fan's status as well as his strength, he eventually agreed helplessly. On the other side, Sun Hao had already figured out the matter. At this moment, he looked at Chen Fan hanging up the phone and looked at him viciously. Chen Fan, do you realize what you're doing? Now you get down on your knees and apologize to my father. I'll let you off the hook for a while for the sake of my relatives. Otherwise you won't be able to leave today. I don't have a cousin like you. Sun Hao is a son-in-law from the outside, so naturally he has no feelings for his wife's relatives. He didn't care how close it was. Now that it had damaged his face, it had to be recovered. You know, he was responsible for building this house. It would be a slap in his face if he really dismantled it. Ha, Sun Ho, right? Do you really think that just because you're the big boss, you can just keep your hands to yourself? You disowned me as a cousin, and I was ashamed to have you as a cousin-in-law. Chen Fan won't let go. He hadn't been afraid to face the Eagles carrier group, so what was he afraid of facing a bully now? What's more, it's in the Chin village. It's on our own turf, so we're not afraid of an outsider. Sun Hao, don't bully our people just because there are more of them. I won't agree. Right, you're an outsider. Don't try to bully the Chen family. That's not it. Do you really think that we family members are just for show? If you dare to make a move, we will drive you out of the Chen clan village. Joking. Chen village can be a family name. It can be said that almost all have relatives. Only some relatives are too far away. Not in a family only, but it belongs to a big family. At this moment, when they see outsiders bullying them, they immediately unite to fight against each other. They don't care outside, but in the village, they can't let their own family be bullied. For a while, the villagers, but the people brought by the other side were shocked and didn't dare to come forward again. Very good. Looks like you've really grown up. These wings are hardening. Okay, I can't beat you here. But today, you'll never tear the house down. Sun Hao is indeed brutal, but he is also a businessman, and naturally knows that he has to go in this fight too. Bringing these people was just to come over to support the scene. If he really wanted to deal with Chen Fan, he had too many ways to do it. However, you cannot deal with Chen Fan today, but the house he must keep. You can't lose your home. He usually comes back to stay. Yes, that depends on whether you have the strength. Can we keep the house now? Chen Fan laughed coldly, then glanced at his cell phone, and his smile grew even wider. Maybe later you'll tear the house down yourself. Sun Hao listened to this with a disdainful face. In his eyes, Chen Fan is a small child. His mouth is not hairy. The kind of work is not firm. Small children bragging who will not How could he voluntarily tear down his own house? Cootie. That's why. As for the $10 million, it's tempting, but it's a matter of face. Even if it's a good deal, he can't sell it. Jingle bells. Just then, Sun Hao's phone rang. He looked up and immediately blushed and solemnly picked up the Mr. Lu. Hello. The other party is his party, eh? Where dare to offend? At this time but fawning up. 1 second he was a bully image, but the next second he became a horse patterer, a scene that made the crowd look at. Sun Ho, what's the matter with you, kid? Did you offend someone and the higher-ups told me to terminate my cooperation with you? The Hao Ranch Company has been blacklisted from the group. The visitor asked with a puzzled face. This project was given to Sun Hao by him, and naturally he got a lot of advantages. At this time, the project has just begun, and suddenly it was cancelled by the top. He is also a face of confusion and Sun Hao is also dumbfounded. This is a big project he just took over. At this time was cancelled. That's a big loss. His foray into the south is about to be halted. Mr. Lu, I don't know. I've been up and down. I haven't offended anyone. Sun Hao had a bitter smile on his face. He really couldn't think of who he had offended. And the opposite side of the hearing cannot be helped. Said a good since it can only hang up the phone. Only just after the call hung up, another call came in. Sun Hao, what have you done that's so outrageous? Did you know that you've been blacklisted by the Southern Real Estate Association? No one will dare ask you to take over the project in the future. Sun Hao collapsed. If the loss of a large project, he still save, but also to continue to go to the other project investment. But being blacklisted from the real estate industry would be a big problem, meaning he wouldn't be able to make a living in the South. This is 100 times worse than losing the program. Mr. Tao, what the hell is going on? Who pulled the plug on me? Sun Hao anxiously inquired, wanting to know who he had gotten himself in trouble with. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Did you mess with Yu's group? This is the head of real estate in South City. I heard that it was General Manager Yu who issued a direct order for all real estate agents to blackball you. I really doubt you touched the Yu family's daughter. Otherwise why would Mr. Yu come out personally? Mr. Zhou shook his head. Something big had to be going on behind the scenes. Otherwise the real estate boss couldn't have spoken personally. After all, Sun Hao had some fame, but it wasn't that up to par yet. It's not enough for Mr. Yu to take it seriously. What? Mr. Yu gave the word. It can't be. I haven't been wreaking havoc on women lately. Usually it's also very careful. It's impossible to offend Yu's group. Sun Hao was confused. Yu's group is the boss of the real estate industry in the southern city even in the country, that can also be ranked in the top 5. The other side so a word, that is equivalent to sentenced him to death directly is the closure of his How can he not be anxious? Think about the bad things you've done. That's it. After saying that, Mr. Joe also hung up the phone. Soon, another call picked up. Sun Ho. You've got a lot of nerve. Kid, you dare to touch Yu's son-in-law? I hear you're tearing down people's houses. No wonder Yu's group is doing this to you. I'm telling you, kowtow and apologize right now, and maybe you'll have a chance to live. That's it. Sun Ho, who had a confused face, finally reacted when he received this one call. At this moment, he raised his head violently and looked at Chen Fan, who was smiling playfully at him. Have a buzzing in one's head. It's you. You did this. Sun Ho is no cutie pie either. When he heard that he moved the Yu family's daughter, he was dumbfounded. But when I heard about the demolition of the house, I suddenly woke up. And Chen Fan's cold smile made him even more certain that this must be the thing. It must be Chen Fan who did it. Nice. It's me. Chen Fan smiled. Just a moment ago, he had received a text message from Yu, indicating that it was done. He's just being reckless. The other party is not in the engineering business, and Yu's family is a real estate developer. That's just right. I didn't think it would really help him, which would make things much easier to deal with. You're the Yu family's son-in-law? Sun Ho shocked. At this time the heart of 10,000 regrets how he kicked the iron plate. No wonder the other party can suddenly easily take out tens of millions of dollars. Dare to climb the high branch Yu's group such a giant. Not he a project boss can confront him. Pinch him as pinch an ant, so simple No. Chen Fan frowned. How did this turn around and become the Yu family's son-in-law? Chen Fan also smiled bitterly in his heart, not knowing exactly what had happened. In fact, after Yu received Chen Fan's phone call, she went straight to her father to seek his help. It's used when a friend of his is being bullied and has to take on a company. And Yu's father was surprised to hear that his daughter actually asked him for help for a man. But after thinking about it, he knew that this friend should not be simple. Then it was decided to do the favor, only as soon as the subordinates passed on. That's distorted information. It's gone from a friend to the Yu family's son-in-law. If Chen Fan knows the truth, that must also be crying and laughing This aid has not yet been a skimming it. Chen Fan for but not too much feeling How did you become a son-in-law? Chen Fan. No. Fan D. Give me a break. I was wrong. Don't let Yu's group block me. At this time Sun Ho made a move that made the scene dumbfounded. The man who had been so aggressive just a moment ago had become docile. Even his tone of voice has become polite. This made Chen Shi confused. And the foreman was confused as well. Everyone at the scene was confused. The invincible Demon King has actually conceded. And to a young man at that. Yeah, you'll tear this house down first. Chen Fan had an innocent smile on his face, but it made Sun Ho look very oozy. He was scared, really scared, and couldn't imagine that this one cousin who was usually unassuming and didn't feel like he had much to accomplish. I can't believe how powerful it's become. And Sun Ho listened to this one request that hit him hard in the face. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. 2 dogs. Demolish it for me. Tear this house down. Don't look at Sun Ho as very strong and overbearing, but the more people who do engineering, the more they know not to mess with the father of the party. They don't give you money. Then you're nothing. These days business, which can't not be flattering at this time is only a change of object, only to be able to save their own industry. That do anything. It's not like we're asking him to kill or set fire to a house. It's just a house demolition. What's there to be afraid of? Auntie, what are you doing? This house can't be torn down. This is my foundation. Chen Chi panicked. It's not just the house that's going down. It's his face. From now on, he won't be able to hold his head up in the village, and he'll be even more overwhelmed by his own brother. How can the old man, who has been strong for most of his life, endure this? He would rather die than lose this face in his old age. Dad, tear it down. The other side has a backer. Let's hold back. Keep it. I'll build a bigger one later. Sun Ho comforted his father-in-law. As long as he could solve today's matter, as long as he kept the company. In the future, there will be as many villas as there are villas, and it's even possible to develop a neighborhood on your own. And Chen Shi's dependence is Sun Ho. Now the son-in-law has said so. What else can he do? All the economic foundation is the son-in-law to give. He also has no way to oppose It's because of this son-in-law that he's been able to make a fool of himself in the village. Chen Fan, you're so mean. Chen Shi glared viciously at Chen Fan, venting his heart's dissatisfaction. And the diggers were re-instructed to work aggressively at this time. With the cooperation of several parties, soon the villa was directly dug through a big hole. A few more digs and a multi-million-dollar villa collapses. Chen Shi's heart violently hurts so a bit. This can be his face, his dignity, his heart and soul. Now that he's fallen like this, he feels like his face is hot and spicy. Vandy, you're satisfied. Sun Ho looked at Chen Fan seriously. hoping that he could spare him a moment. Chen Fan, on the other hand, smiled faintly. I've bought this house. Now my house lacks a toilet. Just build an outhouse where it was. One sentence caused Chen Shi to violently open his eyes and incredulously look at Chen Fan. And Sun Hao's face changed drastically. It's already a great insult that the house was torn down, and now a toilet is being built on the same site. It was so insulting that for a moment, the air was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. People looked at Chen Fan in shock, but the expressions on their faces were complicated. Chapter 084, Where is the House of First Class Merit? We're here to deliver the plaque. Chen Fan, you're being too deceitful. Cough cough cough. At this time, Chen Shi was also infuriated, having seen the insulting. I've never seen such an insult. It's a good idea to build a toilet on top of their house. He was so angry that he coughed so much that he almost lost his breath. Vandy, the house and land are yours. Whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy. Although Sun Hao was angry in his heart, but for the sake of their own family property, at this time can only beg and plead. This kind of humiliation is nothing. He was in order to get the order. The greater humiliation can be suffered. It's just a house for sale. If it's sold, it's none of their business. He's planning to never come back here again. What remains unseen is deemed clean. Okay, if you're in pain, then I'm in pain. I can do this without deliberately targeting you. You go. Chen Fan waved his hand. Although he would not deliberately target the other party, he thought that the future would not be good either. Even if you pulls the blacklist out, we all know it's offended. And if you want to get another project in the future, it's probably going to be difficult. And Sun Hao is also dry. After seeing his own thing fade away, he's ready to leave, and he wants to take Chen Shi with him. However, Chen Fan called out to the other party. Sun Hao, you're on your own. I've got things to talk about with this bossy uncle. You're an outsider, so you won't get involved anymore. Chen Fan didn't let go of his grudge. Tearing down the other party's house was only the first step, but my house was demolished, and there's no word on that. There's no way this is going to go away. Chen Fan, what else do you want? Chen Shi shouted angrily. He has lost all his face today, but at this time he doesn't want to stay here for a moment. Well, you tore down my house and you're just going to leave. Chen Fan looked at the other party coldly. This is a one-size-fits-all matter. He's paid to tear down the other guy's house. He can do whatever he wants. But the other guy didn't pay a dime for demolishing his house. You've torn my house down. What more do you want? What more do you want? You got it for your $10 million. But did it cost you money to tear down my house? Chen Fan this also let the other villagers are also nodded. Is indeed this reason? A lot of people really with Chen Shi's attitude. Think you demolish me. I demolish your home. Belongs to be even. But did not think. This also involves the issue of money. Chen Fan is demolished to the sky. But Chen Shi is forcibly demolishing it. That's really occupying it. Uncle Kai, it's not right for you to demolish the house. You have to pay compensation. Yeah, you tore down half of it. How can you let Fan live tonight? It's already become a dangerous house, right? Pay up for each other. And let's leave it at that. One by one, the crowd blamed Chen Shi, which made Chen Shi feel a lot of pressure. How much? You're a 2-story house. I'll pay you $1 million. No, $2 million. I'll turn you now. Chen Shi but received 10 million. Still really rich. Now only think of the matter will be solved. He doesn't want to stay here any longer. Just then, however, there was a convoy of vehicles outside, and a Mercedes was slowly driving by. There were even some people beating gongs and drums in the back. This scene attracted the crowd. What's going on? What's happening? That looks like a military vehicle. What kind of people are here? No, look, the village chief is here, too. Why did he bring the gongs and drums? It's not like anyone's getting married. We haven't heard anything about it. For a moment, everyone looked sideways, wondering what was going on. And at that moment, an old man rushed to his feet, shouting from the mouth. Where is Chen Jun? Is Chen Jun back? Come on out. The leader of the military district is here. The crowd took a look, and it was Chen Zhang, the village head of the Chen clan, and likewise the patriarch of the Chen clan. That's a highly respected old man. He's got a lot to say. As soon as he spoke, the crowd was startled, then immediately replied. Village chief, Uncle Jun is here. He's back. The crowd was a bit puzzled as to what was going on here, and people spontaneously made way for the old man to come along very smoothly, only looking at Chen Shi's house, which was being demolished, and Chen Jun's house, which had been half demolished. While his heart was shocked, he was also a bit dumbfounded. What's this about? The village chief was anxious. Today is an important day. How Chen Jun's house was actually demolished. This is not to let people look at the joke. What's he going to do about it? Soon, someone told the whole story in detail. At this moment, the village chief called Chun-Chi over with a single glance. Kai, you did this. I didn't expect you to be so bold. You really dared to hog it. The village chief was furious. In the past he was not unaware that the relationship between the two families was not good. Moreover, he knew that Shin-Jun was an honest man who was often bullied. But I didn't expect Chen-Chi's guts to be so big that he really dared to take advantage of Shin-Jun's illness to forcefully occupy Uncle. Chen-Chi didn't know how to defend himself. There was no way to explain this matter, and no one would believe it if he explained it again. So he could only lower his head. Outside he could be arrogant and domineering, but in the face of the elder-like patriarch, he wouldn't dare to be reckless. You're in big trouble. The village chief pointed at Chun-Chi and started cursing, but at this time, he saw Chen Fan at a glance and immediately walked over in surprise. You're the son of Xiaojuan's family, Chen Fan, right? It's true that you're young and talented. Go, Xiaojun, Chen Fan, come over here. There's something great waiting for us. Saying that, he ignored the gazes of the crowd and forcefully pulled Chen Jun and Chen Fan over to him. The villagers are also very surprised to hear. Very curious about what happened. How suddenly so look on Chen Fan this a junior. At this time, the military car down a few officers. The back is standing a man in a suit. A look at the faction know that from the city too. Leaders. This is Chen Fan. This is Chen Jun, Chen Fan's father. The village chief pulled the two men over and solemnly introduced them to a few leader-like people. You're Chen Fan. Remarkable. I have heard of your valor. You're our big hero. Longview feels proud to have a hero like you. A middle-aged man with a country face excitedly stretched out his hand and held Chen Fan's hand with great excitement. On the other side, an officer also saluted Chen Fan. Comrade Chen Fan, you have done a great service to our army, received instructions from our superiors and sent us here to award a commendation. And now, you are officially awarded the plaque of the House of First Class Merit. As he spoke, a few warriors came forward solemnly holding a huge plaque. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that these people were actually here to deliver the plaque. And it was Chen Fan who took the credit. Only some people look at the home that has been half demolished. Many people froze, especially Chen-Chi at this time is panicked. But really panicked. But to be scared half to death he is not kicking the iron plate that is a steel plate Chapter 085, Dare to demolish the House of Merit. Must be severely punished. This is a first-class honor. How is this possible? What exactly did Chen Fan do? How was he able to get a first-class merit? Right. Brother Fan is not a student. Why did a first-class merit suddenly appear? My God. Isn't it said that third-class merits are received standing up, second-class merits are received lying down, and first-class merits are received by family members? Brother Fan is alive and well. Could it be a mistake? Yeah, it's not like what the internet says. What's going on? The sudden scene made everyone forget about the demolition of the house and the conflict between the two families. At this time curiosity all in Chen Fan, want to know what virtue and ability, actually able to get a first-class merit how to see this is how unreasonable first-class merit. Chen Fan was also a bit surprised. He knew there would be a reward, but he didn't think it would be this one You know, he's still a student, not a soldier. It doesn't seem reasonable to take credit for this. Leader, could it be a mistake? I'm not a soldier. How can I take credit for anything? Chen Fan gently so asked, wanting to know what the hell is going on. In his opinion getting a hero title is more likely this time it's a first-class merit, which is unexpected. Chen Fan, we're not mistaken. You're our hero. Your contribution to the Dragon Kingdom can be more than a first-class merit. The officer said with a solemn face. They have heard of some of them. At this time for Chen Fan is also incomparable respect and admiration. That's a well-deserved first-class honor. Leader, what exactly did Chen Fan do? Can you tell us about it? Some of the villagers were bold enough to ask directly, who all have curiosity. Even the village chief was looking forward to it at this time. He also wanted to hear about Chen Fan's deeds. It's not easy for their family to produce a first-class merit, and he wants to publicize it well, and even put up a monument, for posterity to remember. It's still under wraps. We can't talk about it. I can only tell you, Chen Fan is great. He's the pride of the Chen family. It's more the pride of Chen village. Although the crowd was a bit disappointed, the more mysterious they were, the more curious they were about Chen Fan and the more they respected him. Some elders at this time to treat Chen Fan can be polite but will not call his name, have to be called a sound fan so-called. Village chief, please lead the way. We're hanging this plaque in our home. A leader said excitedly. Let the people go forward. They can go to Chen Fan's home to have a good sit, a good condolences. Longjiang City has a first-class merit, but the city's pride must be a baby for the future of the city's publicity tools. can rely on Chen Fan's advanced deeds. However, at this time, no one dared to respond to this sentence, and the village chief's face was also strange, not daring to say anything. In fact, the villagers looked at Chun Shi with a gloating expression. It's over. Uncle Kai is afraid to be finished today. You said he forced the demolition even if it has to be today. All the things are crashing into today. It's over now. Asterisk 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 demolished the home of a first-class meritorious official. This is a big deal, which makes the face of these leaders where to hang on. Right. The meritorious minister was actually demolished by the bullies. I'm afraid that today's matter is going to be a big deal. It's not just a matter of paying compensation. Ha ha, what goes around comes around. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Today Chun Shi is considered to be planted, and it's also considered to be a way to get rid of harm for the people. Do you guys think Chun Shi will be arrested in This is an insult to the meritocracy. It is even more bullying the meritocracy. For a while, the villagers' minds were wondering how Chun Shi would be treated. These people who came to deliver the plaque were all big leaders, and now the home of a meritorious official has actually been demolished, and it's the same time they came to deliver the plaque. Now there is no place to put the plaque. If they don't deal with this matter and give an explanation to the meritorious ministers, they are not ruling well, and they can't even protect the meritorious ministers. Leader, that's the house of merit. The village chief was helpless, and with a dark face he pointed to Chen Fan's house, whose second floor had been demolished. Suit leader took a look. His face was green. He had heard that Chen Fan's family was not rich, but who would have thought that it was actually the first floor of the building that had been half demolished. And now that the rebar is exposed, it's clearly a dangerous building. What's going on? What happened? The uniformed leader of some surprised inquired. Now this home has become a dangerous house. This plaque, but where to send? The leader. Is this? Leader. Blame me. Blame me for not protecting Chen Fan. I'll take care of it right away. The village head Chen Zhang cannot dare to hide. More will not go to harbor the Chun Shi. The other side did the wrath of God has a grievance thing, but also a long time to bully the village inside the people. It's not that he doesn't know, but the other side is rich and powerful. He can't say anything. He can't care about the small things. Only when something big happens he will stand up to defend the people. Now find the opportunity to knock each other. Naturally will not let go. It can be said that the people of the Qin village to endure Chen Shi has been a long time. Now he's even dealing with a meritorious official. How can he still be sheltered? The crowd was also dumbfounded and shocked when they heard that someone actually dared to demolish the home of a meritorious official. The leader of the suit said with all due respect, the homes of heroes are feared to be demolished, and our first-rate heroes are actually being bullied. It's not a matter of civil conflict. This is a crime. Whoever demolished it must be severely punished. Leader a word. But the following subordinates are also scared. At this time one by one are taking a stand. Are you kidding? This kind of thing of occupying other people's houses and demolishing the houses of meritorious officials is actually happening under their rule. This is their responsibility. At this time do not take a position. That hat but do not want to. This will become their stain. And the uniformed leaders were infuriated that something groundbreaking had happened under their noses, and that they had encountered it. They have to take care of this too. Otherwise how can they do justice to the meritocracy? It's something we're going to have to investigate in the military district as well. Those primarily responsible must be severely punished. They are desecrating the meritocracy and provoking the army. Kidding aside, what Chen Fan had done could almost be considered a great achievement. Now that the meritorious ministers have been wronged in such a way, it would be an insult if they didn't help to stand up for them. For a while, the local leaders and the military district leaders all took a stand, and were bound to be severely punished. Investigate whoever's involved, and take out whoever dares to cover up. When both sides reach this kind of consensus, it often means that things are big, and that will come as a double whammy. And the originator of this moment, Chen Qi, but his legs were so scared. Not only was sweat pouring out of his forehead, but his back was even colder. Cold sweat is pouring down his face. He's scared out of his wits. He didn't realize that he hadn't read the calendar today and had just kicked a steel plate when he had just started to do something bad. I accidentally demolished the home of a meritorious official. Demolished? Actually still a first-class merit, and also just met today to send a plaque. At this point, he also knew that it was in the bag. Without looking, Chen Qi sat on his butt on the ground. Chapter 086, The Ancestral Hall opens the middle gate to honor the ancestors. Village Chief. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was larded up. At this time Chen Qi could no longer hold on. His dependence was nothing more than his son-in-law, and now his son-in-law was also taken by Chen Fan, although he did not know what was going on. But it's true that the son-in-law can't say anything and can't make any effort. Now there is a double investigation with the local and military. He is just an ordinary person. At this time we're not afraid of the. He just came right out and admitted his mistake. Chen Chi, you've really made a mess of things. There's no one to protect you this time. The village chief shook his head regretfully. After all, he was also inside the family, and he didn't want to whatsoever. But now that we've been hit, it's so bad that someone has to come out and take responsibility. He couldn't say anything else. It was entirely the other party's own doing. Soon, he briefed the leaders on the matter, and for a while, the leaders were all filled with righteous indignation. A straight shot at severe punishment. The nature is so bad that it must be punished severely. Men, take the man back for questioning. It's important to give credit where credit is due. The leader in the suit shouted angrily. A big happy event. Hard by the other side into this. They no longer maintain the merit. That is really going to let the heroes cold-hearted. And the uniformed leader also spoke up and will investigate together to uphold the honor of the meritocracy. For a while, Chen Shi was taken away with two confused eyes, and no one knew yet exactly what kind of punishment he was going to receive. However, the plaque still needs a place to hang, and while the crowd was trying to figure out what to do, Chen Fan spoke up. Leader, here's the deal. Hang this plaque in the shrine. This is an honor that belongs to our Chen family, and so invite back again. Chen Fan's construction of this one immediately gained everyone's agreement. This was a practice that brightened up the entire family. Everyone benefited, and when the leaders discussed it, it seemed that this one solution was the best. It was not possible to hang the plaque inside the ruins, right? That would be ironic, and it would make people laugh at their incompetence and failure to protect their ministers. Good, that's a good idea. The plaque was granted to you, and you get to call the shots. The people nodded, while the village chief also smiled. The biggest problem was solved, so they all led the group to the Chen clan's ancestral hall. Some of the village elders were also smart enough to immediately send someone to buy firecrackers, which was the most important thing in the family, to be more grand than New Year's Eve, to be more lively than the annual ancestor sacrifice. Quickly, notify all the clansmen and tell them all to come to the shrine. The Chen family will be at its peak. Have all the little kids in the family come over as well to motivate them to pick up where they left off and make the family look good again. Kidding, this is a first-class merit. Chen's family has not produced such a talent again for a long time, and now it must be treated as the biggest thing to do. Soon, those who were working in the city received a call from the old man at home, asking them to immediately drop all their work and come home at once. Children who are studying abroad are also able to take time off work and come back immediately because something big is going to happen. This is the patriarch opened his mouth, but also described this matter as more important than the ancestor sacrifice. Although the clansmen do not know exactly what happened, but also sent word. How can they not come back? At one time, the people of the Qin clan were coming back from all over the place, and those who were inside the village were all called. No matter how old or young they were, they all had to watch in unison at the periphery. Open the center door wide. Receive the first-class plaque. When the group arrived at the Chen clan's ancestral hall, the patriarch immediately ordered the door to be opened, and it's still going to be a wide-open center door. This is a shock to the clan. We must know that the center door is not open casually. Only once in 10 years the ancestor worship will open the center door. Usually will not open. At most, just open a side door only. Now it was for Chen Fan to open the middle door. The young people may not know its meaning, but the old man inside the clan was shocked inside. His heart was incomparably excited. This is the highest honor given to Chen Fan. Soon, the middle door of the shrine, which hadn't been opened for a long time, finally opened, and the thick door carried thick memories. Two warriors carried the plaque, which was then also picked up by the patriarch, as well as the patriarch of the clan, who would greet this plaque into the ancestral hall. Hang it in the center of the shrine. Fanny, you stay behind us. Take the center door. With a kind face, the patriarch reminded his juniors and taught them etiquette. Chen Fan also nodded solemnly, and then walked one step at a time. Then some little children tried to follow, but they were stopped by the adults. Don't go through the center door. Let's take the side door. The respected old men at the back have reminded the later people to walk on both sides, but also stopped in front of the center door to prevent other people from entering by mistake, but also guided the other people to walk away from the side doors on both sides. That's got some young people wondering, Uncle, why can't we use the center door? Why can't we just use the side door? Yeah, why is the center door often not open? They only open the side doors on both sides. I've never entered the shrine through the center door. Why only Brother Chen Fan can go off? This is some discrimination, right? Right. I remember Brother Chen Ping got into the capital university and didn't even open the middle gate. Brother Chen Fan is just a junior college. Why is he able to go through the middle gate? Can it be that first-class merit is more important than getting into the capital university? The young people were puzzled, but also made all kinds of comparisons. For example, 2 years ago, someone in the family got into the capital university. And that was also the whole family shook. It's an ancestors festival to celebrate the fact that the family has a senior student from the capital university. Only that time, although it was very lively, that student of the capital university also only took the side door to go in. The center door is still not open. Today, however, was not the same, leaving them a little confused. Looking at a group of young people who were a bit disgruntled, the old man directly scolded "What do you know? The center door doesn't just open. To open once is the most important moment for the family. Getting into Capital University is indeed a joyous occasion, but it's just that. Now the first class is an honor for the whole family. Glory, get it? It's something that can really honor your family. How can the Capital University compare with the first class? Far from it. Old people have a scale in their hearts. Thousands of people get into the Capital University every year. However, the first class merit, that is 9 deaths to be able to obtain. Every year to obtain can be single digit. Not up to the standard even if one does not, will not send the. And how can you compare it to going to college with poorer grades and the same number of students? So it is. I can't believe it's that far apart. Brother Chen Fan is so powerful. I also want to use the center door to enter. It seems that I must work hard. Well, Brother Chen Fan is my role model now. As long as I contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, I will also be able to open the center door for the sake of the grand opening in the future. A bunch of young guys with envy in their eyes. This scene is an inspiration to them, who all want to honor their ancestors. Anyone who wants to open the middle door wide and enjoy the highest honor as well as respect. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were staring at Chen Fan, filled with envy as well as admiration. Chapter 087, If I don't kick Chen Chi out of the clan, then I'll leave. At this time, Chen Fan was following the patriarch's instructions, offering incense and worship from time to time. But it's a lot of rituals that I've never done before. It was only finally that the plaque was hung right in the center. Then the patriarch, in front of the whole clan, also began to give a lecture. Chen Fan, son of Chen Jun, is the 30th generation of our clan. I hereby report to my ancestors that the descendants of my clan have been honored with the first class merit. I hope that the clan will remember the honor and create another brilliant and glorious clan. The following clansmen listened attentively, each one very solemn, even some small children of 7 or 8 years of age, who had been carefully taught by their families, listened attentively. All remembered this one great moment of glory. Looking at the one young man who brought honor to the Chen clan, Uncle Jun is really lucky to have a good son. AI, Chen Fan is so good. If only my son was half as accomplished. There's no way to ask for Chen Fan's first class merit. If his son can earn a third class merit, that would be a supreme honor. No one would have thought that Chen Fan, who everyone still laughed at for failing the undergraduate exam back then, would actually become the hope of the family. The old people at this time are sighing. When Chen Fan only examined on the college, people feel that it is not much of a success. In the future, it's just a life of working in a factory. But who would have thought that now it's a change of destiny against all odds? He's become the family's greatest hope, the hottest man in town. Soon, the leaders who delivered the plaque completed their task and offered Chen Fan some public condolences. It was even more motivating for the Chen clan to leave. This is a shrine, and they don't take long to wait. Then, hundreds of firecrackers went off. After everything calms down, but Chen Fan spoke up. Patriarch, Chen Chi is a bully in the village. I don't want this one relative. I wish I could kick him out of the family. I want to change my genealogy. These words were a shock to the crowd that was still in a happy state, and all of them looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. Some people had heard Chen Fan say that once, but they thought it was a joke at the time. After all, how could that be possible? Now, however, it's not. Chen Fan, however, still insisted, and for a while, the elders of the clan didn't know how to answer, and at that moment were constantly thinking of measures to deal with it, while some peacemakers started to persuade Chen Fan, though you got first-class honors, but if you do that, you'll be accused of taking credit for it. It's not good for your reputation, either. Right, Chen Fan? After all, they are all from the same family, and Chen Chi is still your own great-uncle. It's indeed not good to do so. I've never heard of kicking someone out of the family. There's never been a precedent for that. Chen Fan, let's forgive him where he can. Why don't we just forget about it? Just give him a lesson. When he comes back, I'll personally make him apologize in front of his ancestors. The old men of the clan said solemnly. They had lived for decades and had never heard that it was still possible to kick someone out of the clan tree. The Chen clan is indeed a big clan. They do have a genealogy, but no one has ever done that before. In their opinion, Chen Chi is indeed at fault, but not to the point of kicking out the family. Even Chen Fan's father, Chen Jun, came over to persuade him at this time. Fanny, let's call it a day. I'm sure the leaders will decide for us. Your eldest must have been duly punished. Chen Jun knows that his son is rich, and very much so, and he himself is not a strong man. Now that this breath has been taken, I don't want to continue to toss and turn. But Chen Fan felt that the great revenge has not yet been avenged. He grew up watching his family being bullied by his eldest uncle's family, but suffered decades of shadow. Now there's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can we let it go? He's working so hard to serve his country so that he can change his family tree after he's honored his ancestors. Thinking of this, Chen Fan shook his head, still sticking to his decision. Matriarch, our family and Chen Shishui are no longer compatible. If you're still in the family, then we leave. Chen Fan directly took out his killer weapon. Whether it was strong or arrogant, he had to kick Chen Chi out of the family and leave the family group completely. Don't talk nonsense. Fan, don't say such things. Everything is negotiable. Yeah, don't move and leave. You're the honor of the Chen clan. The village elders were also shocked when they heard Chen Fan's words. Just kidding. It's not easy for the family to produce a great hero. It's the time to glorify the ancestors. How can we let Chen Fan leave? That's not a joke to the others. But it will make the leaders think that Chen Fan was bullied before leaving. This is a serious problem. It's like kicking out a meritocracy. Yes, Chen Chi was in the wrong, and he's a bully in the village. As the head of the Chen clan, I now propose that Chen Chi be expelled from the clan. The elders of the clan may vote by a show of hands. More than 2/3, kick out of the family. The patriarch had also made up his mind. Since this matter had come to him, and he was still in the patriarch's position, he absolutely could not let Chen Fan suffer. Today is the first day of the award ceremony. Many people are watching. If he's bullied, he won't be able to get away with it. As long as the family elders are in favor of it, let's set this precedent and kick the clan out of the family. For a while, the clan was shocked, not expecting things to change so quickly. We've been welcoming the plaque, and now we're talking about such a big deal. This is a new thing. Countless people have lived for decades have not encountered this time. At this time all quiet down, to see what will happen. I don't agree. Chen Chi is indeed detestable, but has not done anything to harm the prestige of the family. This does not agree with kicking out of the family. An old man took the lead, hoping to set the tone and spur more opposition. Soon, however, there was someone who sang his praises. I'm all for kicking out the family. Everyone saw what happened today, but Chen Chi demolished Chen Fan's house in front of the leaders. He's totally bullying the clan. He only knows how to harbor people, and he's also tearing down the home of a meritorious official. Such a person must be kicked out of the clan, otherwise we wouldn't be able to answer to our leaders. An old man with white hair stood out, firmly supporting Chen Fan. It can be said that he has also long been fed up with Chen Chi's behavior, but the other party has money. They all have to endure it. Now that you have the chance, you'll naturally be driven out. Good. We have to give an account to the leaders. And even more so, we have to show our attitude. We don't harbor clansmen. And kicking Chen Chi out of the clan is the greatest attitude. It can be said that this time is also a coincidence. Just met the leaders to deliver plaques. One more reason. Otherwise just a first-class merit. Chen Fan wanted to really convince the support of these clan elders. It was still a bit difficult. Chapter 088 Revising the Genealogy Overnight. Chen Chi fainted with anger. I'm all for kicking out the family. I'm all for it. Soon, 7 of the 8 seniors in the release were in favor of kicking out the family. There was only one objection, and for a moment, everyone looked at the patriarch. He was able to veto it, although the proposal was made by him, but what he thought was still unknown. You guys, how can you do this to your people? But there's no such thing as kicking out the family. How are they going to tell their ancestors? The one who objected pointed at this time to the crowd and cried out anxiously. His face was filled with loss. He didn't expect that there would be no support and that he would actually have to drive Chen Chi away. There's no precedent before. So let's set that precedent, since there is such unity of opinion. Now then, I formally report to my ancestors, officially remove Chen Chi's family from the genealogy. The patriarch said solemnly. A Chen Fan had brought infinite honor to the Chen clan. Compared to losing a Chen Chi, it was obvious that losing Chen Fan was even more terrifying. Judging from the other party's situation today, it was really possible for Chen Fan to do what he said he would do. I've even started my own clan. I've started my own family. There will even be some people who will volunteer to join in. At that time, the Chen clan will be facing a split, and his responsibility as a patriarch will be even greater. Sacrificing a Chen Chi but being able to make the family thrive was well worth it. Boom! This one piece of news was a blow to the head of everyone on the scene, and no one was expecting it. Chen Chi was voted out of the family just like that. It seems so flippant, yet it is the result of a fair and impartial deliberative vote by the family elders, and it is forbidden to study it. For a while, Everyone stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes and looked at him even more differently. That was by virtue of his own strength. He kicked the person who dealt with him out of the family. It's over. It's over. Chen Chi's family has become a loner. There will be no family in the future. It's horrible, losing the family, passing away in the future, but there's no one to carry them up the mountain. Yes, not only that, but also not be able to enter the Chen family cemetery again. After death there are no descendants to sweep the grave off. I'm afraid I'm really going to be a lonely soul in the future. The clan was constantly talking about the consequences of losing the clan, something that had never occurred to anyone before. Now that I've heard it so much, I'm getting more and more alarmed, and I'm feeling that it's good to have a family. As for the young people of the same generation as Chen Fan, they were full of admiration for Chen Fan. Brother Chen Fan is too powerful. He actually kicked someone out of the clan. This is really a relief. This is real revenge. Ha ha, who cares if he's a pro-uncle or whoever? Since he messed with it, then he has to retaliate. And this is the worst retaliation ever. Yes, letting the other party pay for the money and letting the other party apologize is nothing. Kicking out of the family is the most fatal, the most devastating. I want to make a mark too. I want to be the glory of my family like Brother Chen Fan, and when the time comes, I will also kick the relatives who bullied my family out of the family clan. For a while, Chen Fan was setting an example for these young people, who didn't have relatives they didn't like. As long as you can take credit, then you have a voice and everyone will support you. You'd give up the rest of the family to keep you in the family. But these young men don't realize that first-class honors are not that easy to come by. Ordinary people that really have to family members to lead the first-class merit. If it is not, Chen Fan has a system, which can be so easy to merit. It is so decided. The elders of the clan are busy with me tonight. We're reorganizing a new genealogy. A new genealogy after kicking Chen Chi's family out of the clan. Chen Jun, from now on, you will also become an elder of the clan. You can conduct deliberations, the patriarch said to do. Since the decision to do not drag, must give Chen Fan an explanation, but also to the leaders above an attitude. Similarly, in order to retain Chen Fan's family, the patriarch had pulled Chen Jun in as the family administrator. Chen Fan, after all, is still young. There are still a lot of things that he does not understand, and this is also a release of great goodwill to let his old man enter the management. Matriarch, Chen Jun was also dumbfounded. He usually didn't have much prestige. After all, he was the good old boy, belonging to the type of being bullied. Who would have thought that he would become the oldest man in the clan? At that moment a thought came into his mind. I can't believe I got to the top with my son. Yes, he was indeed relying on Chen Fan's relationship to be able to become an old man in the clan. Otherwise, unless the old men in the family were almost all gone, only then would it be his turn to speak. It's decided. Starting tomorrow, each family will contribute a laborer. Help Chen Fan rebuild his house. Obviously, Chen Fan's house was in ruins, which was so ironic that a new house had to be built as soon as possible. Since Chen Fan brought honor to the family, the whole family is naturally to have the power to contribute. If it is not watching Chen Fan casually take out tens of millions of dollars, he really wanted to call on the clan to have money to contribute. We're building a new house for the meritocracy. Leader, I was wrong to take over my brother's house. It can pay out money. It can pay out lots and lots of money. I can pay $10 million. Chen Chi, who was taken in at this time, has already been locked up. It has not been decided exactly how it will be handled. At this point, we can only lock up first. After all, this is not a law and order problem. It's still being discussed by the leadership. Just wait. The man in uniform didn't bother. At this time, Chen Chi's phone rang. Uncle Kai, big deal. Chen Fan demands that the family kick you out of the Chen clan. This one request was passed. The patriarchs are going to work on the genealogy all night today, and they're going to remove all your names. Chen Chi naturally has some close relatives. We've just made a decision here, and someone tipped us off over there. These words directly let Chen Chi dumb believe. At this time the body is frozen. The amount of content was more than he could accept, and he knew that the people in the clan would discuss how to punish him. The big thing is to make him admit his mistake. But who would have thought that Chen Fan would be so cruel as to kick him out of the family? I never expected this. No. Chen Fan, how dare he? Didn't Uncle Quan speak up for me? There was no way he was going to let that happen. Chen Chi also had supporters among the elders of the clan and wasn't worried about passing a decision that went too far. But the reality was beyond his imagination. Uncle Kai, Grandpa Quan has spoken up for you, but the other 7 old men are in favor of it. In the end the patriarch was only able to pass. There is no turning back now. When Chen Chi heard this piece of news, he couldn't stand any longer and sat his butt directly on the ground. Eyes glazed over, staring at the ceiling in a daze, unable to see the future. No, I can admit I'm wrong. I can even die. But why kick me out of the family? What will I do with my grandchildren and offspring without my family? Then the middle-aged man's head tilted, but he fainted. I don't know if I'm angry or in a hurry. Chapter 089 Elder He's Request. Purge of Incoming Enemies. 3 days later, Chen Fan has appeared at the headquarters of the Nanyang Marine Division. Across the street is Elder He, who has been quietly supporting Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I heard about you. My attitude is to punish severely, not to let our heroes be bullied. He Yuan had naturally heard about the demolition of the Chen family, and his heart was furious. You didn't remove it sooner or later, but you went to remove it when you were delivering the plaque, which is a slap in their face. This was reported directly to his desktop, and he made a direct statement that it had to be dealt with as an insult to the heroes. He Lao, thank you, but I've relieved myself. I've kicked that one great uncle of mine out of the family. Chen Fan had gratitude in his eyes. As for whether or not Chen Shi was going to be arrested, whether or not he would sit in jail for half a year, it didn't matter anymore, because the biggest punishment is to be kicked out of the family. You're indeed relieved enough. He Lao is also a little confused, did not realize that without realizing it, actually did this matter. This way of revenge is ruthless and relieved. Even if he heard all feel very relieved. Elder Ho, I wonder what your good deed is in seeking me out this time. Chen Fan didn't just come here to express his gratitude, but also the other party took the initiative to invite him here. He was sure there was something going on, but he wouldn't have called him over for no reason. Something did come up. This time it's not just about awarding you first-class honors. Likewise, you get the title of Hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, this time we will reward you with $30 million. Don't think it's too little for you. You're a rich man now. 2. Once the spiritual rewards are given, the material rewards should naturally follow. Chen Fan had done 3 inspiring things on this trip to the sea, and each of them was a reward of $10 million. So that's 30 million. Not that they don't want to reward more, but they don't have much left over either. Plus they didn't ask for a ransom to make it up to Chen Fan. Not too little. $30 million in state awards. That's a lot of money. It's more important than $3 billion. Chen Fan also said some good words. He is indeed not short of money anymore. Even don't want it can be. But he knows that this money means something different. Or to take it down. Okay, since you took it, I really do have a favor to ask you. He Yuan's face became solemn and he began to describe the difficulties they were currently encountering. Chen Fan, you should know that our nuclear submarine technology is inferior to the Eagle nuclear submarine you captured last time. It was the most advanced submarine in the world. The most threatening submarine. Enough to destroy a large country. And our submarines still have a big gap in terms of noise. He Yuan Tong gave a lecture, but Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Surprised, he replied, He Lao, you're asking me to go get you a nuclear submarine back. This is not going to be easy. Just kidding, the plane can be retrieved. But the nuclear submarine, which represents the national weapon, how can it be retrieved just by saying so? He did take prisoners last time, but knew he couldn't salvage it. There were too many secrets involved. It was going to cause a war. It's not that. I really want you to fish. We won't give it back to them last time. That's not hard for you. We don't dare to transport them to the shore if they're really captured. How could He Lao not know the importance of the nuclear submarine? What he actually wanted to beg Chen Fan to do was not to fish for the submarine, but another approach. You do realize that the Eagle survey ships make frequent trips to our waters. They've lost count of the number of sonar they've dropped and the number of UAVs they've put out at sea. These devices are constantly collecting information about our hydrology. It's even spying on our submarine. It also makes our nuclear submarines, as soon as they go out to sea, known to the other side. We are already in the process of continually pulling out those nails, and yet we still don't have much means to spy on each other's submarines. Let me just ask if you have a way to be able to look for submarines on the bottom of the ocean. You don't have to worry, just yes or no. We won't pry into your secrets. He Yuan inquired seriously. They knew that Chen Fan must have some secrets. That is a nuclear submarine but also rely on the sonar of the fishing boat. How can accurately find each other's position, but also to force each other to surface. Of course the sailor will not look into this one secret, as long as we know whether Chen Fan has the ability to anti-submarine boat on the line. This, Chen Fan was in deep thought. He didn't know if he should say he could. He might not have been able to before. After all, the number of dolphins was a bit low, but now that the points were in his hands he was literally able to cover the entire ocean. Finding a submarine on the bottom of the ocean is still really feasible, but if you really say you can, then the secret might be out. He doesn't know if he should trust He Yuan. Chen Fan, the threat at the bottom of the sea is the worst for us. We can't detect their presence, but they can detect ours. This is a disgrace to the sailors. He Yuan sighed. But the foreigners had always laughed at the idea that their submarines would be known as soon as they went to sea. Even though the technology is now upgraded and not so easy to capture, they don't have an effective way to spot their opponents. If Chen Fan could really have a way to discover the other side's submarine, it would be a great credit to them. No one would dare to violate the Dragon Kingdom's waters anymore. He Lao, if you need me to help you find the submarine hiding at the bottom of the ocean, I may be able to offer some limited help. Chen Fan eventually chose to believe He Yuan. Obviously, as long as he wasn't a cutie, all knew that he had a secret. Now that they've said that, it would be disingenuous to deliberately hide it any longer. It might be hard for Chen Fan to go to the bottom of the ocean to look for sonar buoys dropped by the survey ship. After all, it's too small. But if you're looking for submarines on the bottom of the ocean, especially Eagle's submarines, the chances of success are just higher. It's easier to spot them when they're big. Great. We just never spotted the Eagle's nuclear submarine. If it's really possible to keep tabs on them, our seabed will be safer in the future. I'll make them never dare to enter the Dragon Kingdom waters again, He Yuan said with firm eyes. The Eagle submarine often came to their doorsteps by virtue of being silent and stealthy. If we could see the submarine's movements with our eyes, we could spot them as soon as they arrived. It's more like forcing them to come up to the surface. In that case, they won't dare to come again. He Lao, may I ask a question? What's in it for me? Chen Fan smiled brightly. This is to expose their own cards. But it is not possible to work for nothing. He's a pragmatist. He can't be persuaded by reasoning. He can help with things that don't benefit him, but he can't help all the time. He's got to eat and make money, too. You boy. But it's a real no-brainer. Elder he smiled and wasn't disgruntled. They also wanted face. It was impossible to let others work for nothing. If they really want to be able to detect foreign submarines, they have to deploy hundreds of thousands of sonar buoys in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It's a very big expense, and difficult to maintain in the future. And even more so, it's going to affect the safety of their navigation. Now that they were able to complete the test of the seabed by relying on Chen Fan, that was a huge credit. So be it. Don't you want to go to college? All the colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom. You just have to enter whichever one you want. You can take your pick. The Old Natural for Chen Fan conducted a survey, but know each other is to want to specialize in, and the will is the capital city university. Of course, as long as they can finish, none of this is a problem. There's no problem getting into whichever one they want to get into. They have this one power. Really? You can really choose whatever you want. Kyoto University will do. Chen Fan asked tentatively, but the latter nodded with a smile. Repeat again. All universities are optional, as long as you can name them and their public colleges in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, it's a promise, but I have one more condition. That means I need a bigger fishing boat. 10,000 tons is still too small and vulnerable to bullying. Chapter 09030, 000 tons of supply ship. Really give it to me? Previously looking at the 10,000 tons of fishing boats, Chen Fan thought it was quite good. Compared to the previous 300 tons of small fishing boats, it was much better. But looking at the Eagle's nuclear submarine was actually as high as 18,000 tons, twice the displacement of a fishing boat. The Eagle's carrier is 100,000 tons, but it's the equivalent of 10 fishing boats. Chen Fan is not satisfied. A 10,000 ton fishing boat is still too much of a disadvantage when it meets an aircraft carrier. It even did capture the Eagle nuclear submarine, but it couldn't even pull. So Chen Fan needed a bigger fishing boat. And of course it wasn't limited to fishing boats, as long as the tonnage was large enough. Elder he is a big shot in the Navy, but he deals with ships, so it should still be possible to get them to help find a new ship. Do you really want to use a fishing boat against an aircraft carrier? He Lao was a bit teary-eyed. The other party actually wanted to not lose out in front of the carrier and wanted a bigger ship. Their carriers don't even have an advantage against the Eagle carriers. It's possible that they all have to suffer. Even the biggest fishing boats are asymmetrical and self-defeating when they face the carriers. He Lao, I have to protect myself. And next time, if we do capture an aircraft carrier, we'll have to pull it. And this time it's a search for a nuclear submarine. It can't be smaller than their tonnage. Chen Fan's face was full of smiles. He really wanted to capture an aircraft carrier back. After all, a nuclear submarine is no match for him. Next target. It's an Eagle carrier. Let's not talk about whether we can get them back or not. At least we can capture them for a while, and then we can ask for the ransom again. This carrier is worth more. It's worth tens of billions of dollars. It wouldn't be too much to ask for a $10 billion ransom, would it? Capturing an aircraft carrier? For crying out loud. But now that you mention it, there is some truth to it. This way, we have a supply ship about to be decommissioned. You can have this boat as a fishing boat. He Yuan thought for a while and made a big decision. That's giving Chen Fan the use of a soon-to-be-retired supply ship. Only supply ships are big enough. Ordinary warships are tens of millions of tons. It is estimated that Chen Fan is not to see and warships are indeed too sensitive. A supply ship would be more appropriate. Supply ship. How many tons? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He originally hoped to let He Lao help find some boats, but did not want to target on the sailor above, who thought the other side actually want to give subsidized boats 30,000 tons. Secure enough. This vessel would have to be modified to turn it into a fishing boat entirely. Yes, supply ships and fishing boats really do have some similarities, and are a bit easier to alter. Able to store a variety of fish, but also a large number of substances. It can be said that with a supply ship at sea, half a year without docking can be this a subsidized ship but the supply of a carrier fleet use. Self-sustainability that is quite high. Great, Elder Ho. I'll take the supply ship. I'll buy it for any amount of money. Now Chen Fan is not just for fishing anymore. How much money can you earn from fishing? It's not as much as the ransom money. He also has a more lucrative way of making money. The supply ship is built like a military ship, which will give him enough security. This is free for you to use, as long as you can help us find the submarines at the bottom of the sea, so that they will never dare to come to Dragon Kingdom again. Then this military supply ship will be given to you for free, He Yuan said in a domineering manner. Decommissioned supply ships. The use is not great. Ordinary warships can be transformed into a sea division ship to play a residual heat. Supply ships will not have this good luck, but now it's converted into a fishing boat, which is not a very good choice. Okay, deal. I'll take the job, He Lao. Then I'll be waiting to take delivery of this supply ship. I hope it's given to me soon. I want to get out to sea soon. As long as you go out to sea, you can realize Chen Fan's value, and only by going out to sea can you manipulate the undersea creatures. Chen Fan can want to see. After 13 billion points to exchange the undersea creatures, how far will his power expand? I want to see if I can fight against the carriers with my own strength. Last time he was chased by an aircraft carrier. This time, he'll be chasing the carrier. Likewise, it's not helping the Navy to find nuclear submarines, so that they won't dare to come to the Dragon Kingdom's waters anymore. It's a very lucrative business. And if you capture the other guy and ask for ransom, it's a sure thing. It can be said that even if Elder He didn't request it, he would have done it himself. The ransom is very tempting. Now that we have official orders, it's perfect. Megalodon. Killer whale. I'd really like to try your powers soon. These two newly unlocked undersea creatures. Chen Fan really wanted to try them out. Before he was all about soft kill. This time, he's going to use a bit of hard kill as well, to see if he can shake an aircraft carrier. Yes, in half a month. I'll pass it on, He Yuan said solemnly. The ship had been lying around for a long time and could be delivered at any time. Now it seemed to be in need of some remodeling. We're gonna have to add some more equipment to the fishing boats, but it's easy. He also wanted to see just how much Chen Fan could play a role, just how much potential he had. As for Chen Fan, he also wants to play his own role, and even more so, he wants to enter the capital university to study. It's a great honor to go to the highest school in the world. Who cares if the light bulb is a little bit more frequent? Thank you, Elder He. Chen Fan smiled faintly, and by now was already imagining driving a 30,000-ton ship on the sea. This time, even against a nuclear submarine, it's easy to pull. You don't just have to be captured and left to rot. As for the carriers, 30,000 tons of displacement can be pulled slowly. A small horse-drawn cart is a bit laborious, but it can be pulled. It's a shame there aren't bigger boats. Only soon, a light came into his eyes. Aircraft carriers are even bigger than supply ships. There seems to be one sitting as a carrier park in Dragonland. Chen Fan thought of a 50,000-ton aircraft carrier, and there really was one. Although that one carrier is rusted and unpowered, it's just an empty shell. It'll take some time to turn it into a fishing boat, but it's really 50,000 tons. It's a giant of the sea. It's really going fishing on an aircraft carrier. That's really awesome, Kesla. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at He Yuan, filled with a bad smile. As soon as He Yuan took a look at Chen Fan's bad smile, he felt a little numb, thinking that the other party would not want to regret it, right? Chen Fan, you promised. Don't regret it. The old man revealed a helpless smile, but the latter revealed a bright smile and said, He Lao, I have another favor I need you to do. I want to buy an aircraft carrier for fun. Chapter 091. What? You're converting an aircraft carrier into a fishing boat? Aircraft carriers? You're kidding. He Yuan was a bit shocked. This was a national weapon. How could it be given to an ordinary person? Even if the other party is Chen Fan, a hero of the Dragon Kingdom, a man of merit, and that's definitely not an option. Take it easy, Old man. I'm not going to be active duty. I'm going to be the retired kind. Chen Fan smiled. He is also aware of the importance of light. How can you want to active duty? Cannot be so brainless. Retired. Neither do we. Elder, he asked suspiciously, and was relieved in his heart, but just now he thought that Chen Fan had swelled up and dared to make such a request. Yes. We have a second-hand carrier that we bought to use as a carrier park. I want to convert this carrier into a fishing boat. A 30,000-ton supply ship is already very good, but a supply ship isn't always overbearing. The aircraft carrier is the only one that is good enough. The netizens have always said that the military photographer is not good. Always take pictures of the aircraft carrier as a fishing boat, right? Then he'll really change it to a fishing boat to use it. The carrier is idle and not much to look at. Might as well give it to him to get a rebirth. You're the carrier USS Pike. He Yuan thought about it and came up with the carrier. That's been used as a carrier park in South City. It's been more than 20 years since I bought it, and I've never used it much, so I just put it away. Nice. Elder Ho. I was hoping you could pull some strings to get me this carrier. It shouldn't be sensitive to change to a fishing boat. Chen Fan laughed, his heart filled with longing for this aircraft carrier. Nowadays he's not short on money. Now he's short on powerful and dominating ships. You can't just buy a 100,000-ton container ship. That's big enough, but it's not dominant at all. Well, it's not impossible to convert to a fishing boat, but sell it to a private party and take it to sea. It's still an aircraft carrier after all. It's easy to misjudge. He Lao is still worried about Chen Fan. The aircraft carrier can be changed into a fishing boat, but then how to change? But the appearance is still the appearance of the aircraft carrier. If the sailors of other countries saw it, they might think it was their aircraft carrier. It could be potentially risky. It's not something he'd dare agree to. He Lao. Nothing. One of my fishing boats took on an entire carrier group. Now that we really have an aircraft carrier, should we be afraid of them? Don't worry. I have ways to protect myself. Just kidding. Back when it was just a fishing boat, he wasn't even afraid of the other side's warships. With a 50,000-ton aircraft carrier as a fishing vessel, who's afraid of who? There are so many converted underwater creatures that soft kills directly paralyze personnel. Hard kills can bite and sink warships. That's alright. All the more reason not to be afraid. As for the real sword, you can still let the creatures protect your master. He's got too many tricks up his sleeve. This, I agree in principle. But still, we need to go back and discuss it some more. You wait for the news. He Yuan couldn't make a decision. Aircraft carriers aren't for sale just because you say so. It's too sensitive. Especially when the fishing is out at sea and concentrated in the hands of individuals. It's a question of how to explain it to the public anymore. Okay, then I'll be waiting for your good news. I'll buy it if I dare to sell it, at whatever price I want to call it. Chen Fan is not poor in money at all. Now 13 billion dragon coins do not know how to spend it. Buying an aircraft carrier. It's exciting to think about. Chen Fan, the carrier mink is currently an empty shell. It's not easy for you to buy it back and buy and start it up. He Yuan reminded the other party that this carrier had been idle for decades, and the deck was rusted out. Even if it's a fishing boat, at least solve the problem of power. It's not an easy task in itself. Elder Ho, you're here. Just put a steam turbine on the carrier. It doesn't matter if the technology is backward as long as it can be driven. I don't ask for much. Chen Fan does not expect to directly on the advanced propulsion system of the active aircraft carrier. Anyway, as long as it can drive, can go out to show off on the line. Who cares if it's slow and burns gas? Aha, that would work. That means only you, a small fortune cookie, can afford to keep an aircraft carrier. He old laugh no. The whole dragon country as Chen Fan is estimated to be able to play with aircraft carriers. Ordinary people where maintenance can afford. This trip to the sea will have to spend a lot of money. Thank you, Elder He. Chen Fan revealed a look of gratitude. 3 days later, Chen Fan received a call from Elder He. Chen Fan, disgust. Agree with you carrier to fishing boat. But we have one condition. Elder He said solemnly, but he had reported Chen Fan's request to him. But it took days of discussion before it was finally agreed to. Even though that one used carrier is not under their management, the carrier's transformation into a fishing boat can only be done with their consent. In the end, the bigwigs also made a decision to agree to Chen Fan's purchase of an aircraft carrier to remodel a fishing boat. This discussion was also very arduous, and many people said that there is no precedent for an aircraft carrier to be handed over to an individual, even if it's a decommissioned second-hand carrier, even if it's bought back from abroad, and that's still quite sensitive. Great! What conditions? Chen Fan got excited. As long as we agree, we can talk about the conditions slowly. Since you converted it into a fishing boat, that's the biggest fishing boat in the Dragon Kingdom. you also have to take on the burden of protecting the fishermen, and at the same time maintain the safety of the Dragon Kingdom's waters as much as possible. Chen Fan has a secret. This thing is already through the record. Only all-knowingly do not go to ask what the secret is in the end. Since Chen Fan had the ability, he had to take on more responsibilities as well as obligations. Let the people up there know that the carrier was worth every penny when it was given to Chen Fan, making a real difference. No problem with that. I'm from the Dragon Kingdom, also a fisherman of the Dragon Kingdom. Will definitely protect the fishermen. If I find anyone infringing on the maritime rights of the Dragon Kingdom again, I will firmly defend them. Chen Fan was solemn and serious, and swore with all his heart. It wasn't a condition. It was an obligation he had to fulfill as a Dragon Nation man. This is incumbent upon us. Good. We also discussed the cost of the carrier modification, which, together with the purchase cost, is conservatively estimated to be at least $2 billion. This one will cost you money. There's no way the 2 billion sailors can afford it. That's enough to buy dozens of fighters. Anyway, Chen Fan is a small fortune maker. He can totally afford these expenses. It's not like you're not welcome. Great. That's too cheap. Elder He, how long will it take to remodel? Only 2 billion is indeed not expensive. He knows that the first aircraft carrier renovation of the Dragon Kingdom but spent tens of billions of dollars it. Of course that's an operational carrier, while he's converted into a fishing boat. So naturally there's no comparison. Aha! 3 months. 3 months must be accounted for. This is something they've also arranged for, and will arrange for a dockyard that builds warships to be used for the remodeling of the carriers. 3 months is enough for 3 shifts. Undoubtedly it's just a matter of revamping the power and getting the water and electricity back on. Paint the carrier again. There's nothing after that. The workload is estimated to be less than 10% of an operational carrier. Okay. Then I'll take the supply ship out to sea for now. Chen Fan smiled, and He Yuan also smiled slightly. Both of them have their own plans. Soon, the supply ship's refit was complete. Chen Fan is also going to start his third voyage. Only this time the strength had once again increased tremendously. Chapter 092, The Third Sea Journey. Purge the Sea of Ghosts. Fanny, I didn't realize that our fishing boats are getting bigger and bigger. 30,000 tons. Our fishing boats used to be only 300 tons. At this time on top of a 30,000 ton displacement ship, Chen Fan was sitting leisurely in the command room. Next to him were Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang, who had been following them all along. These are the original crew. And the crews are all fishermen from the original Genoa. He didn't want to recruit more crew. There were some secrets the fewer people knew the better. Uncle Wang looked at the now huge fishing boat and was excited. No one can say no to a huge ship, especially being able to drive it out to sea. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Donger, you're quite capable. The Marine Division actually gave you this decommissioned supply ship as a fishing boat. That's a tremendous amount of trust. Zhao Chang also feels a bit of a dream. Used to think that 10,000 tons of fishing boats are already to the top. Who'd have thought that there are even bigger fishing boats now? Up to 30,000 tons? And this ship can be more advanced and convenient than ordinary fishing boats. Itself is a supply ship. Carrying supplies and so on is too convenient. The only thing is that although the tonnage has been increased, it is not a specialized fishing vessel, so the cold room is not very big. But this ship is capable of storing tens of thousands of tons of fuel oil, and after these are converted into a cold storage area, that's also capable of storing nearly 10,000 tons of seafood, still more powerful than the Genoa fishing boat. Donger, this revival supply ship is perfectly capable of getting us 10,000 nautical miles. We can go 6 months without docking. This is the fishing boat of your dreams. Just kidding. This is such a big fishing boat is simply a paradise. In the past, the fisherman's greatest fear is that there is no material. The food brought in is eaten up. They have to eat sea fish every day. But now this one fishing supply ship is able to reserve 250 tons of water alone. And their numbers add up to just 100 people. So they won't be able to drink it all in a year. As for the food, there's even more. It's not like fishing at sea. It's like vacation fishing. Ha ha. I'm out here on a mission. There's more to our trip than just fishing. Chen Fan gave the 2 old men a heads up in advance. There's a chance we'll have to deal with some more complications. And the 2 old men were glad to hear it. It's good to have a mission. I'd like to get another credit. Uncle Wang laughed. This time they were all commended as well. They all received rewards ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the local awards. They've made a trip out of him, too. Nowadays, he is also a prominent figure in the village. And with a sweet spot. Who wouldn't want to continue to take credit for his work? Donger, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I listen to you anyway. Zhao Chang was also quick to state his position, and it can be said that not only they, all of the crew members were of the same opinion. Who wouldn't want to follow a mission that was both profitable and meritorious? Many people even wanted to bring their relatives and brothers on board. Only Chen Fan didn't agree to it. All of them just refused. Everyone's fighting spirit is high, as long as Chen Fan gave the word. Where to hit the... Okay, let's get out of the harbor first. I'll take a break. Chen Fan said that and returned to his own independent lounge, which was nearly 100 square feet large, and could be described as luxurious. And at this time Chen Fan didn't really want to take a break. Instead, we're going to exchange them for underwater creatures. System, I want to exchange underwater creatures. With that, he opened the points mall. Looking at the points of up to 1.3 million, Chen Fan was overjoyed. Dolphins are cheap and a mainstay in the search for undersea treasures. Spend 3 billion points. Soon, 3 billion points were spent, and Chen Fan only felt a large number of signals appear in his mind. This number is up to 300,000, and he knows that this is a signal from 300,000 dolphins. With 300,000 dolphins, it will cover the entire Dragon Sea. Squid is not bad. Let's exchange 2,000 of them. After all is said and done, another $2 billion will be spent. Megalodon for 500 heads. Orcas for 502. Soon, another 7.5 billion was spent. In a short time, more than $13 billion was spent and only $500 million was left. But feeling the signals coming from one underwater creature after another, Chen Fan's heart was full of energy. With that kind of power, even an aircraft carrier can be paralyzed, not to mention a submarine. All dolphins. Squid. Search the waters with all your might. Megalodon. Killer whale. 500 nautical mile range alert. Chen Fan made some arrangements, but he was next in line for the task of finding the submarine. It would have to be a full search of all the waters to see how many submarines are circling their home turf. After an hour, Chen Fan searched for 3 targets. One of the targets was following the carrier's movements, the very same phantom that was captured last time. The other 2 targets are one south and one north. One is in the Southern Sea, the other is in the Eastern Sea. Soon, Chen Fan reported the coordinates of a submarine closer to him to Elder He. Chen Fan, you're saying there's a submarine of unknown nationality cruising in the southern waters? Well, that's about where it is. Why don't you send someone over to take a look? Chen Fan said casually, purposely speaking with uncertainty. Yes, I'm sending anti-submarine planes to the waters immediately. This one ghost submarine must be forced up. Tell them we can spot them anytime. Times have changed. Capture of a nuclear submarine by a fishing boat may seem like a relief, but it's more likely to be perceived as luck. But if the sailors find each other by their own efforts, and force each other to the surface, and every time the same, then the other side will be scared and won't dare to come back. Since He Yuan chose to trust Chen Fan, he naturally attached importance to it, and soon, the 3 anti-submarine planes quickly traveled to the coordinate point. The same anti-submarine vessel also went to expel, and Chen Fan simply changed direction as well. I want to go to the Eastern Sea and catch the other submarine. This one seems to be a much smaller submarine, obviously not an Eagle. Sakura submarine. As long as it's not a nuclear submarine, it's much less important, especially if it's Sakura's submarine. Chen Fan unknowingly had a sense of hatred come up. Sink him. In the past, when Chen Fan looked at the history books, he could only be clenching his fists, wanting to take revenge but not being able to do so. Now he has the strength. At this time do not go to give Sakura some bitterness to eat. Can really look down on the identity of the Dragon Country people. Thinking of this, Chen Fan immediately became energized. Uncle Wang, turning to the northeast. We're not going to the South Seas, we're eastern. Uncle Wang was a bit surprised, but also knew that there were some things that it would be better not to ask. Eventually, no inquiries were made but orders were carefully carried out, and a huge fishing boat soon turned northeast, toward the Eastern Sea, and at this time in the Southern Sea. The 3 planes are searching the area where the submarine is likely to be. The 3-toed sonobuoys entered the sea and quickly formed a triangulation, and the submarine below, unaware of the danger, was soon located. Found you. Finally. Chapter 093. What? Someone's killing my orcas. Ding. Orca distress signal received. Will be dead in half an hour. Just as the revival fishing boat was heading for the Eastern Sea at full speed, the hints coming from the system were a shock to Chen Fan. He's got these attacking creatures covering a 500-mile radius of the fishing boat as an alert force. There's no danger at all. Suddenly one of them is injured and dying. And when he mobilized the other killer whales to go there, he found a shocking news. Asterisk. It's actually a whaling ship. Yes, it was a whaling ship that killed the orca. And Chen Fan was able to know which party's whaling ship it would be just by thinking about it. Damn those Sakura whalers. How dare you lay hands on my orca? Chen Fan was also on fire and had originally wanted to attack Sakura's submarine. Who'd have thought a whaler would come out of nowhere? And as far as he knows, only Sakura has a whaler. They've withdrawn from the agreement to protect whales and have resumed commercial whaling. On the whaling ship at this time, people are excitedly hauling their prey aboard. As far as they're concerned, they've caught a huge whale this time around. Based on the size, it could be a humpback whale and much more. Catching today's huge whales leaves the crew all excited. Mr. Tanaka, it's possible we caught the world's largest whale. This whale was very aggressive and almost broke free of our fishing gun. The crowd was excited, and the more the whale struggled, the more excited they became. Poor things don't realize that this is no ordinary whale. That's a ferocious killer whale, and it's a mutated killer whale, so its aggressiveness has increased by many times. The injured orca was struggling frantically and sending out distress signals to his companions. However, even more ferocious orcas were being stabbed inside the flesh by the huge fishing lance, and with every struggle, the backstabbing doubled the orca's injuries. I can see that my strength is diminishing little by little. The fishermen on the boat are smiling more and more. When the whale has no strength left, it's a good time for them to pull it up. Nowadays it's just a matter of controlling it so it doesn't break free. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the captain suddenly felt 3 loud crashes and the fishing boat tilted to one side. It was a shock to the crowd, and the noise was like an earthquake, making the crew dizzy. The 8 frames. What happened? We hit something. The captain cried out in surprise. The shock was so great that it made the crowd a little ill. The first mate checked it out, but there was nothing to be found. Captain, this is the deep sea. There's no danger of hitting the reef. Maybe we hit a whale down there, the middle-aged man said solemnly, as if this was the only one that could explain it. Whales are huge, and when they do collide, it's a violent collision. Soon, however, they realized that the impact did not stop, but continued to exist. Thousands of tons of fishing boats at this time was also hit to make people a little alarmed, although there is no danger of capsizing well, but some people are afraid of awe. Immediately identify the source of the impact. Can't keep bumping like this. Can't say whales are destroying our fishing boats. Tanaka was angry. They were the hunters and now the prey was trying to resist. It was unforgivable. The prey should be aware of the prey, and should wait honestly for the catch. Uncle Wang, there's a cherry blossom boat nearby. It seems to be hunting whales. Let's take care of it. Chen Fan was already angry. This was an orca that had only been exchanged for 10 million points. He was killed by a fishing boat. This must be avenged. Since he had awakened the Poseidon system, he had to stop whaling as well. Whaling had been banned all over the world, and it was Sakura that still allowed whaling, and it was still fully commercialized. These whalers must be stopped. Sakura whaler. It's happened to us before. They're really cruel. Dozens of tons of whales were caught by them. It's a giant of the sea. Not like we're just fishing for fish and shrimp. They did go overboard one. Uncle Wang said with some indignation. They had encountered it a few times, but they were all large fishing boats. They were just small fishing boats. There was no way for him to stop anything. I don't like it, but I can't do anything about it. Donger, we're going to get rid of it. Now we're the best ship in the world. It can be done. Joking aside, a 30,000 ton supply ship, and a military ship converted into a fishing boat. Even if it were to make a direct hit, you could have wrecked the other team's fishing boat. 30,000 tons against 30 million fishing boats. That's just like playing. Nice. Call the Sakura fishing boat immediately. Tell them to stop fishing whales illegally, or they must be punished by the whales. Chen Fan already had an idea in his mind. Now he would warn the other party first. The other guy won't listen to him, and he'll be on the offensive. At this time 500 nautical miles covered with sharks as well as killer whales had been summoned back by Chen Fan. He must teach these whalers a lesson. Let them never forget this scene. Soon the whaler received radio communication from the revival. I'm the Dragon Kingdom Renaissance fishing boat. You are illegally fishing for whales. Please cease fishing operations immediately, or you will be punished by the whales. Tanaka was a little surprised at first, thinking how someone could come to warn them. I thought it was a HMS, but it's a fishing boat. Especially the warning. That's not even remotely threatening. To actually talk about being punished by whales. What punishment are they afraid of? They're the hunted. They've already caught an unknown number of whales. In front of humans, whales are just food. There is no way they can hurt them. As for some resistance to the crash, that's not going to change anything. Mr. Tanaka, there seems to be something wrong with this one fishing boat. It seems a bit like a warship, and it's very large. The first mate, binoculars in hand, looked incredulously at this strange fishing boat. This is too much tonnage. It doesn't seem like a large trawler at all. On the contrary, some of them look like warship supply ships, but they have encountered the supply ships. A glance feels a bit familiar. The 8 frames. No wonder they dared to warn us. So it's all about tonnage. Oof. Since their ostensible identity is a fishing boat, then there is no right to govern us. Notify our other friends immediately. Get them over here for backup. Tanaka immediately made the decision to call out to the whaling ship they were sailing with. Once the numbers are high, the other side, no matter how powerful, won't dare to do anything to them. They also know that whale fishing is often subject to some interference from other countries, and they usually travel in pairs, and now that they are in a situation, they naturally want to be united. Soon, all the nearby whalers received Tanaka's call for help. 9 whaling ships are coming in force. That's going to make this matchup even more intense. Chapter 094 Panic? No, it's a chance to get rich. Tanaka, what happened? You're in some kind of trouble. Soon Tanaka was getting calls from other whaling ship captains asking what was going on. Some thought they had encountered one of the law enforcement ships and were trying to drive them away. Noda, we've encountered a warning from a dragon fishing boat. Their fishing boats are huge, conservatively estimated at 30,000 tons displacement. The visitors are not good and may make dangerous moves. Tanaka said seriously. Tonnage is everything. In front of the tonnage, Tanaka is still a little afraid. Especially the Dragon Kingdom fishermen. Especially crazy. When they encountered the high sea ship they could still run away on the line. The other side could not possibly crash into them. But when they encountered the Longboat fishing boat, there was a possibility that the other side could attack them by virtue of their tonnage advantage. The fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom have a grudge against them. The 8 frames. You're actually intimidated by a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. They don't have the guts to attack us. This sea is not far from the Sakura Sea. In case of an attack on us, we can also ask for help from the security department. Noda was a bit disdainful. They had only just entered the deep sea not too far away. It's still safe and secure. There's no need to be afraid of the dragon fishermen's. No, the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats seem to be aiming at us. They're pounding at high speed. They're very fast. At this moment Tanaka was looking at the huge ship of 10,000 tons being aimed in their direction and was a little scared. Especially the other party's speed was unusually fast, making him feel even more of a hint of fear. It's not a fishing boat, it's a warship. Yes, the benefits of converting a warship to a fishing boat are obvious. Not only is it stronger and more resistant to collisions, but it's faster as well. At this point, the Fushing fishing boat will push forward at full speed to scare the other side, because the radar is picking up a lot of red dots, and it's clear that numerous targets are on their way. If he's tough, he's tougher. Tanaka, just wait. We're on our way. Noda hung up the phone. Although he didn't know why this one Longboat fishing boat was like this, but his companion was in trouble. They had to help out. In a moment, other whalers were coming in at full speed. Soon a large fishing fleet was formed, but they've surrounded the Fushing fishing boat. Fishing boat revival. Please leave immediately. Don't interfere with our fishing operations. Watching his companion come, Tanaka's bottom line was full of energy. At this point, where is the fear of the other side? And in turn warns the other side if they meddle in their business. Well, they're going to have to do something about it. Prepare the water cannon. They're close to us. Immediate water cannon attack. This is the whaler's self-protection weapon. The impact of the other side is naturally a loss. But if 10 whalers for water cannon attack, then the other side really have to suffer. Their numbers have absolute advantage. All at once, all 10 whalers opened their water cannons and showed their strength. It was even a warning to Chen Fan that if he affected them again, he would be impolite. Fanny, they're more numerous and their ships are more nimble. We might be at a disadvantage. Uncle Wang said with some helplessness. These cherry blossom fishermen were not simple and had prepared for it earlier too. It won't be easy for them to deal with. The proprietor. We also have 2 water cannons on this supply ship. It can also be attacked. Should we turn on the water cannons? Zhao Cheng solemnly inquired. This conflict came very quickly. He also looked at the configuration of the supply ship. And only then did he figure out that there were also water cannons on the ship. And it's still 2 doors. But the other side is still more numerous. The advantage is not obvious. As for the impact, it's feasible, but you have to be able to hit it. No need for us to do it. I believe in the dead whales. Is going to spontaneously retaliate against these whalers. Chen Fan smiled slightly. He did not intend to do it himself. With the other side of the water war, what fun. Water cannons can still be submerged, whaling ship is not. It's so childish. All he wants is to sink these whalers. And you can stay out of it. Oh, these attacking undersea creatures. They've come back pretty much the same way. Chen Fan is also stalling for time. After all, the sharks sent out are some distance away from the killer whales. The farther is 500 nautical miles. It takes time to call them all back. And originally there were enough in the neighborhood for 1 whaler. But now it's 10. It's going to require the return of 1,000 sharks and orcas. This, maybe? Zhao Chang was dumbfounded. Just now they were crashing straight into the whaling ship. At that time he watched all the blood boiling. Why don't you do it now? The other side has turned on their water cannons, and now they're not moving. He couldn't read it, and Uncle Wang was a bit confused too. It was only that Chen Fan was always able to perform some miracles, and it seemed that it was not surprising. Watch, everything has a spirit. Whales are spiritual too. They see the enemy. It's also going to be a fight, Chen Fan said very seriously. At the bottom of the sea, more and more megalodon sharks and killer whales. They've also surrounded the whaling ship. These whalers are equipped with advanced sonar systems. At this time the sonar operator looked at the dense countless red dots and was also a little panicked. Report, First Officer. A large number of giant creatures have appeared on the seabed. There's a chance we're surrounded by whales. The sonar man reported back in shock and some panic. And the first officer was just a little surprised to hear that. But then came the excitement. Can you be sure? What a whale! I can't believe they turned themselves in. The first mate was close to jumping up and down with excitement. In the past they had to chase whales for 10 days and half a month before they were able to find any tracks. Now that these whales are running on their own, it's a good time to catch them. They can catch a whale with a single shot. They're gonna be rich. Can confirm. Such a big sonar signal. Only whales have them. Are you kidding? The signal is so strong and numerous. It's impossible to miss. Only whales can grow this size at sea. You can't go wrong. Great. We're going to be rich. The first mate excitedly ran to the captain's cabin and reported the good news to Tanaka. And at that moment the other whalers noticed this strange situation. Some people are excited to see tons of money. Some are a bit worried. Like Tanaka. There's some surprise and some hesitation at this point. Could it be that we've really angered the whales? They want to come and get back at us. Thinking about the warnings from the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. Originally he didn't quite believe this one. But the sonar's signals couldn't be wrong. It's true that a large number of whales have come into the neighborhood. Mr. Tanaka, retaliation or not, but this is an opportunity for us. How can whales fight against our fishing boats? They're just flesh and blood. It's impossible to sabotage our fishing boats. As far as the first mate was concerned, this was a chance to get rich. Never mind if the whales were psychic or whatever. Is it revenge? Even if they really want to retaliate, these whales don't have the strength. They'll just fall prey to them. It's just food for their mouths. Nice. Man is the master of the sea. Since they want to get back at us, why don't we just kill them all? Tanaka's eyes had turned red. He was blinded by profit. Chapter 095, The Attack Begins. The wildest revenge from the bottom of the sea. Soon 10 whalers had stopped their water cannons, because they didn't see the reaction of the revival fishing boat. When there was so much money to be picked up down there, they don't care about anything else. They just want to make money first. The whalers are preparing their guns, but they're going to make a fortune. Greed will eventually destroy itself. It's getting to the point where you're still doing whaling. It seems that an ounce of sympathy is not worth it. Looking at these whalers, Chen Fan sneered in his heart. He would be able to spare the other side if he were panicked at the moment and even devoutly hoped that he could be forgiven for his transgressions. But instead of being scared, the other guy was excited to keep going fishing. Well, it's not his fault. Thinking of this, Chen Fan issued the command to attack to them. Soon, a megalodon shark and a killer whale are pouncing on the whaling ship. Boom boom boom. A huge killer whale is madly hitting the whaling ship. This is an uninjured killer whale. The impact force is very amazing. Then more orcas started crashing into the whaling ship, and it's even more lined up and uniformly bumped. Boo! This is a collision of 10 adult killer whales at the same time. The whaler was literally shaken to its foundations by the collision, and soon capsized on the other side. The ship was taken by surprise, but was thrown a long way. Some of those with fishing guns in their hands were directly stabbed by the guns themselves. Just one impact left the crew badly injured. Some into tables, some into steel tubes, and others into sharp objects. The whaler was in a state of chaos. Mr. Tanaka, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? In the control room, Tanaka was hit by the shattered glass, and his head is covered in blood. The others were also dazed and had a hard time getting up. Although it didn't knock the boat over, it displaced it by at least 10 meters. Tanaka's eyes finally showed a look of horror. The 8 frames. Where is this tremendous impact coming from? Could it be that these whales are concentrating on us? Tanaka was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the whale's revenge to be real. No one has responded to him yet. Soon, a second wave of impacts is coming. This time, Chen Fan had adjusted the height of the impact. It's just a little higher to knock over the whaler. And the number of orcas attending increased to 20. Boo! An even louder thud than earlier came out. And Tanaka, who had just gotten up, was knocked off his feet once again by the tremendous force of the impact. The man was slammed right into the window of the control room, which no longer had any glass. and there just happened to be some strips of glass that hadn't finished falling, but were sharp as hell. Tanaka then watched as he crashed into the glass and watched as he accepted death. Hiss! The old man let out a yelp as the glass entered his body, but then was knocked unconscious by the massive impact. No good! The boat is going to capsize! It's horrible! The ship is going to capsize! The left side of the whaler, however, capsized hard to the right, and a large number of men were thrown into the sea, and it was seen that the ship had turned over. But since the fishing boat is stable, coupled with the fact that the bilge didn't leak and wasn't full of water, it ended up flying high and coming down high again. The fishing boat still hasn't capsized, but there were a lot of injuries and people thrown overboard. That's a shark! Bugger! It's a shark! Somebody, help me! The crew, who had already fallen into the water, looked at the unique back of the shark and were scared out of their wits, begging for help. Only in the end, instead of tearing them apart, these sharks dived under the boat. Megalodon, rip the bottom of the ship. Show me your ripping power. That collision just now showed Chen Fan the orca's impacting ability. It is indeed very impressive, but the whaler is still too big. If it is a few hundred tons of fishing boats, so a collision can definitely be overturned. But the difficulty of large fishing boats is still a bit high, and you still need to make them leak first if you want to really hit them. The bilge is leaking, and when it hits again, it'll be just the right amount of force. After this trial, it also allowed Chen Fan to learn a lot of experience. Soon, all these lessons were applied to other whaling ships. At one time, 10 whaling ships were hit before they had a chance to catch whales, leaving them in disarray. When the whaling ships were in such disarray that it was no longer possible to organize the hunt, the Megalodon came into play. Hiss! A Megalodon shark bit into the fishing boat. Sharp teeth, coupled with a huge bite, and soon the teeth were biting into the steel plate was bitten through, and then the rampaging Megalodon kept struggling and biting, and the gap was widening, but the sharp steel plates also left the shark with a bloody mouth. Report! Water in the bilge. Soon the crew in the bilge realized that huge currents of water were coming up and the bilge was taking on more and more water. However, after some impact, the captain was fainted and injured. His report was not really heard. At this time it is a big chaos. Everyone is in the middle of the nervous rescue. Come on, help! Mr. Tanaka, wake up! At this time, the first mate looked at the captain covered in blood is also anxious. A sight of the doctor to see is also a bit anxious. He usually where to see this kind of scene usually the whaling but no one heard what. At best it's some skin disease or something. Too many injuries now. He's just too busy for that. Mr. Tanaka was stabbed with glass, causing hemorrhaging. We need to stop the bleeding now. The doctor looked at it and then spoke, and then proceeded to save it. It's only been a few minutes, and when the first mate looked out the window, he found a scene that made it even more shocking. In just a few minutes, there's already chaos outside, and other whaling ships are under attack. That's an orca. No, these killer whales actually crash in unison. How is this possible? And there are too many of these killer whales. The first mate is a veteran whaler. He's caught thousands of whales, if not 10,000. All kinds of whales were recognized, and it was amazing to see that the most ferocious killer whales were actually bumping into the whaling ship over and over again, and it seemed to be under a unified command, crashing at the same time, a scene that shattered all his perceptions. He's never seen anything like it. The 8 frames. Is this really the whale's punishment for us? We're getting our comeuppance. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. A thought that had never occurred to him before suddenly arose and frightened him completely. If it's really retribution, he's killed too many whales, and he's getting more and more intense retribution. No way. This must not be true. The first mate is still shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, however, he realized that something else seemed to have happened to the whaler. The 8 frames. Is our boat leaking? Why is sinking continuously? Chapter 096, Blood is repaid in blood, and a heavy price is paid. This is Whaler 180. We're having a whale attack. Our crew is seriously injured. Requesting backup. Soon, the captain of another whaler, seeing the ferocity of the attack, the officer was seriously injured, and sensing the danger, he wisely used a satellite phone to call the Sakura Security Department for help. Only the operator at this time heard the call for help, but was a little surprised, and finally even more disdainful laughter. You're not being funny. You're a whaler. I can't believe you guys are asking for help because of a whale attack. Did I hear you right? The operator did prick up his ears to hear more. A fishing boat that specializes in whaling at sea is attacked by a whale, and even more so to the point of asking to be rescued, which sounds like a joke to me. Whalers are still afraid of whales? They're hunters. Even if they're attacked, they're not likely to pose a threat to the fishing boats. This is an even better time to catch them. We're not kidding. These are all dangerous killer whales. Dozens of them hit fishing boats at the same time. All of us are hurt. Quite a few of the men have gone overboard, and there are tons of sharks in the neighborhood. We need emergency assistance. Noda said seriously once more. He was in a real hurry. All of them were carrying injuries. There's no such thing as a fake. These whales are ramming into fishing boats like they're being directed. He doesn't know what's going on. Only the operator on the other end of the line still didn't believe it. He couldn't see the scene and felt it was unlikely that anything would happen in this situation. Mr. Noda, let me double check. Do you guys really need to call for help? No exaggeration? The operator inquired seriously. They had to know how serious the situation was before they could finally decide whether to send a security ship or an airplane to the... It's serious. All 10 of our whaling ships were attacked. Rescue needed. Noda affirmed. And this time the operator was finally serious. Recorded this request. But instead of reporting it urgently, he wanted to study whether it was true or not. But as several more whaler captains similarly called for help, it finally made them realize that there might be a real problem. It's only now that it's finally in the papers. Sakura Security Department. An old man was listening attentively to the report, but his frown grew deeper and deeper. Mr. Ito, several whaling captains have asked for help. They're all senior captains. They must be in real distress. I think it's imperative to go forward to the rescue. A young man spoke up. If it was just one captain asking for help, they would have been able to ignore it. But multiple rescue. Apparently something really big is going on. If they don't come to the rescue, it's going to be a fatal accident. Especially when there are sharks and people in the water, which increases the likelihood of death. That sounds incredible. Whales actually attack whaling ships. Could this be their retribution? The old man's heart was shaken. He was a believer in karma, and such a strange scene happening had to make him think this way. Sir, everything has a spirit. It's possible that we're really catching too many whales. Their revenge, I guess. The young fellow concurred, while the old man was sighing, and the same curiosity was aroused. Immediately send 2 security ships to the area of the incident. Rescue of personnel. The old man eventually dispatched a rescue force. Of course, he still underestimates the seriousness of the situation. Thought it was just whales at most harassing and damaging the fishing boats. Not too much of a problem. After all, how could a whale knock over a professional whaling ship of several thousand tons? However, he didn't realize that not only killer whales, but another aggressive monster, the megalodon, also existed. The bottom of one of the whaling ships has been torn out by a megalodon, and the crew is wounded in their own way. There's no way to fight it. The boat is slowly sinking as more and more water is coming in. Asterisk 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 off. Send someone to plug the leak immediately. All hands on deck. The ship cannot sink 1 inch. At this time Noda looked at the ship as sinking. The heart anxious. Once the ship sinks, the tens of millions of dollars will be wasted. He's going broke. This is the deep sea. It's very difficult to salvage it. And even if it could be salvaged, it would take tens of millions of dollars to do so. Where can he afford to pay so much money? I can't let the ship sink even if it costs me my life. So they immediately drove those who could move down to the bilge to plug the leak. But it's too late now. The 8 frames. It can't be blocked anymore. Get out of the bilge. If we don't, we'll die here. The crew realized that something was wrong and immediately withdrew. But this withdrawal made the gap wider once again. Raging waters keep pouring in. Mr. Tanaka, you're awake. Great. Tanaka, who had been rescued and awakened by now, struggled to open his eyes. Then he thought of something and immediately asked how things were going. Mr. 1 inch. The bottom of our ship has been torn open by something. For the moment we have abandoned the bilge, but the boat is still taking on water. It's good you're awake. Please decide whether to abandon ship or not. Yes. By now the whaler was half sunk, and everyone was scared. Sinking was already a certainty, except that he wasn't the captain. Tanaka was, and abandoning the ship still required a decision on his part. What? The ship is sinking. The 8 frames. This is my life savings. Tanaka was in tears. His life savings were all here. He'd be broke if the ship sank. Sir, the ship is beyond saving. If not abandon ship, more people will die. The first mate hurriedly reminded the other side that the ship sinking was only a financial loss. But if people die, the other side that is to be jailed. After all, these people are following him out. It is the other side did not abandon ship in time caused by the death, which is not much different from murder. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Obviously the old man also knows that human lives are at stake. And if he doesn't abandon ship at this point, he'll be more than just broke. He'll have to spend the rest of his life in jail. And there's even all sorts of death benefits he'll have to pay off in his lifetime. And his grandchildren will have to continue to pay them off. It's not just him, it's the whole family. Which one is lighter and which one is heavier is still clear. The order to abandon ship was finally given. The whaler's scene, however, has made Revival and others look confused. Nothing happened to them. In less than half an hour, they saw the whaler go from being attacked to abandoning ship and sinking. At this moment each one of them looked at Chen Fan in shock. This is what the proprietor calls the whale's punishment. It's horrible, isn't it? Chapter 097, Volunteer to Save People? Are you kidding me? Fishing boat revival. Please inflict humanitarian relief. We need rescue. At that moment, Noda, who had also given instructions to abandon ship, saw the Fushing, which had not been attacked at all. Although they were a bit shocked as to why they were attacked, but the other party was not. It seemed that the only one who could save them now was the other party. The other side is the closest to them. And more tons. It can be said that the combined tonnage of their 10 whaling ships is just about the same as the other side. Rescuing them all was easy, and immediately called for help. Their security ship was still far away. They could not wait any longer. Only Chen Fan could save them at this time. Fan, the Sakura whaler, asked for help. Should we save them? At this time, Uncle Wang looked seriously at Chen Fan. And the other party's request was quite simple, humanitarian relief. Although they hated the Sakura people, if someone was really in danger, then they still had to carry out the rescue. One size fits all. Saving my ass. They're whalers. They're getting revenge from the whales. If we save them up, maybe the whales will attack us too. Though our ship is big and unafraid, there's no need to get involved in this mess. Some of the younger crew members retorted straight away, and also had a go at it, which in itself was a form of revenge. They don't want to set themselves on fire, and at this point they are also thinking that this is the whales' retaliation. They shouldn't have gone to the rescue. They had to teach the other side some lessons. Donger, though I also think they had it coming. Death deserves death. But we were right next to them. We couldn't really watch them die, especially if there are sharks. Better save it. Zhao Cheng is also kind-hearted. It can be said that people in the Dragon Kingdom prefer to sympathize with people. At this point, watching so many people fall into the water and there are sharks swimming around, it's just not possible to turn them around and leave. Fanny, Lao Zhao is right. I can't bear it in my heart. I can't just watch them die. Better save it. Uncle Wang is also sympathetic. Do not want to see these people really die. They are far away from the words, but when they did not see but they're right next to us. Aha! Salvation is possible, but we have to charge for it. Can't have free rescue. Chen Fan also opened his mouth. It was true that he didn't want the lives of these people either. Otherwise the Megalodon would have started attacking the people who had fallen into the water long ago. Now these Megalodon sharks are just swimming around, scaring the people who have fallen into the water. He wants these whalers to learn a deep lesson so that they will never dare to hunt whales again. Cut off this illegal business outright. Humph. I thought Sakura insisted on whaling. Then let them not dare to whale again. Uncle Wang heard Chen Fan agree to rescue is also nodded. As for the charges, also feel that indeed feasible. They don't want to save anyone. After all, they don't like these Sakura people. But if it's a charge, then it's better for them to save it for a while. Donger, charges can be made. We really can't save for nothing. Let these Sakura people bleed. Zhao Cheng also nodded his head in agreement. This is to increase some extra money. It takes time to rescue them. The cost of lost labor has to be accounted for. Aha! They're not a developed country. So be it. Just charge 1,000,000 dragon coins a person. Let them feed the sharks down there if they don't pay. Chen Fan is also dry. Anyway, no $1 million is not to save people. It didn't take long for Noda to receive a response from the revival fishing boat. We are a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. We will provide paid rescue. 1,000,000 dragon coins a person. Pay on the spot. No credit. Noda was furious at the response. They're going to make them pay money to save their lives. That's a rule that never existed before. Mutual aid rescue at sea has never seen a charge. But these dragon people want to charge sky-high rescue fees. It's simply abominable. Mr. Noda, it's too expensive. We can't do it. They should be free to rescue us. We need to expose them. They are seeing death. The first mate said emotionally, cursing from time to time under his breath. Chen Fan doesn't like them, and they are not used to seeing the Dragon Kingdom people. It's not working. If we don't say yes, none of us had a chance to be exposed. We're all going to the bottom. They're the only ones who can rescue us now. We can't wait for the security ship to arrive. Noda sighed. He wanted very much to say no, but it seemed like he really couldn't do otherwise. And at that moment, the revival sounded once again. You have 5 minutes to think about it. No one needs rescuing. We will leave these waters, and then you won't be able to bring any of the bodies back with you. Chen Fan once again warned these Sakura people. You could say you're holding the other side. He believes the other guy has to agree. No one is not afraid of death. Can take money for life? $1 million is not a lot. Try to get it together, still can get it. After all, the Sakura people are rich, and the fishermen who go out to the sea make a lot of money. He's going to make these people spit out all the money they've made from whaling. Bugger! These Rokoku people are abominable. The first mate cursed each other again. The captain, on the other hand, has figured out that if you give money, and your life is still more important. Agreed. We're saving our lives to expose the behavior. We want to return home safely. Fishing boat revival, right? I want them condemned by the whole world. Noda flashed a bad smile, willing to pay the money but still wanting to make a bad move. Soon the news that $1 million was enough to get the rescue was known to everyone. The crowd was cursing the immorality of the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats, actually sitting on the ground and making all this black money. It's no use cursing. There's only one way in front of them. Those who have abandoned their boats and are now sitting on top of their kayaks, looking at the sharks swimming around the neighborhood. The heart has long been scared out of its wits, and Chen Fan, in order to make these people compromise faster, immediately commanded the Megalodon to make a mess of things. Boom! A giant tooth shark jumped out of the water, revealing its sharp teeth, and its bloody mouth was directly exposed in front of the crowd, straight at the kayak. Everyone in the kayak is pissing themselves at this point. Stupidly, he can't move at all. Just as he was about to be bitten by the Megalodon, the shark swung its tail and dived into the sea, avoiding the kayak. My god, this is no ordinary shark. It's like the Megalodon of the movies, and it's enhanced, bigger and stronger. Mommy, I'm scared. I met a monster. I want to go home. I'll pay whatever it takes to stay alive. This scene scared the piss out of a lot of people. At this time they did not have any hesitation. They knew that if they hesitated a little longer, they would be the shark's food. Money can be earned again, but life is really gone. Chapter 098, No money? Throw them all into the sea and feed them to the sharks. When it comes to life and death, money is nothing. Soon, one by one, they were raising their hands and pleading for help in a begging manner. And at this time, Chen Fan was also transformed into the body of justice, instructed the crowd to rescue one by one. Great! We've finally been rescued. We are safe. Thanks to the great God in heaven. It's horrible. There are enough sharks down there to eat all our speedboats. Where the hell did these monsters come from and why are they only attacking us? The man who rescued them is feeling lucky for himself. Yet before they could rejoice, soon, Chen Fan took a bank card number to the other party, asked the other party to pay the rescue fee directly. Lucky they were rescued. Please pay for the rescue, said not only the bank card number, but also the QR code can also provide. Anyway, as long as the other party can pay the way, he is able to provide. It's not a lot of money, but it's disgusting. The biggest penalty that can be imposed on these whalers is also a good way to stop whales from being hunted even more. Chen Fan won't give up just because the money is small. Soon, those who were rescued were so helpless that they could only honestly shell out money. Some of those who don't have the means to pay on the spot are also directly calling back to get the money together, and have to put money into their cards. Chen Fan is also waiting for the other party. There is no way. This is a cross-country payment. Trouble is trouble some of the. We'll just have to wait. No. You are immoral. Humanitarian rescue. Should not have to pay for rescue. And even if I had to pay the fee, $1 million is too much for me to get. Some paid out. Some were rescued and outright regretted it. In the face of death, everyone will accept any offer. But after they've been rescued and their lives have been secured, there are those who want to bargain again. Now you know you're hurting for money. That's $1 million. They're well paid, but they'd have to work for a few years to make that much money. You are not willing to pay? Chen Fan asked with a smile, and the bystander immediately translated Chen Fan's words to the other side. But the other side nodded. You look like a dead pig who's not afraid of hot water. I'm willing to pay for it. But not $1 million, but 100,000. Watching someone stand up and fight back, the others were also supportive. They also thought the price was too high. $1 million is enough to wipe out their savings. If we can negotiate the price down, that's a lot of money to be saved. If they continue to make trouble, they may not have to pay a dime. Thinking of this, the people who originally wanted to give money also stopped, and have watched the play. Some have already paid the money but tensed up. If the price goes to $100,000, he'll lose money. Fan. What to do? Uncle Wang looked at the crowd and had some difficulty. The situation was indeed a bit out of control. The people they fished out were over 200, and they were already outnumbered. This could be a serious situation if it really provokes a mutiny. Since you won't pay for the rescue, it's a shame. We will refuse rescue. Chen Fan was unmoved and looked at the other party smilingly, with watching the crew of their own. Word for word, he ordered. Throw him back down to the sharks. Chen Fan is not spoiled. The price said how much, but also want to bargain. Who gave you the courage? If you don't have $1 million, you'll have to empty your house and write a note at the end. But if you want to cut the price without paying a penny, there's no point in keeping such a person. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the crew members following Chen Fan were a bit surprised, but looking at Chen Fan's eyes, the crowd was not afraid to question. At this time Chen Fan was a godlike existence, and had already possessed absolute prestige. Soon, the one middle-aged man who had screamed the loudest, pulled straight to the bow by two strong men. Then, in the presence of everyone, he threw himself overboard. Of course, the crew had the good sense to throw down another swimmer, at least keep it from drowning, but whether or not they'll be eaten by sharks, that's beside the point. No, you've gone too far. You're all saved. Why did you throw them down again? You are murder. At this point, Tanaka, as the captain of the ship, couldn't stand it any longer and immediately stood up to the resistance. It's his crew that's being thrown down. This scene shocked everyone, but some of the sneaky ones were nervous. They are the ones who don't have the money and don't want to pay, but watch as they don't pay and get thrown straight back down again. They really panicked. These Dragon Nation people are not easy to get along with. They will directly throw them down at the drop of a hat. He deceived us. That's the punishment it deserves. I'd advise those who don't want to pay for the rescue. Active jump. We're not a volunteer rescue. We're a paid rescue. You are not our compatriots. We are not obligated to save you. If it was a fisherman from the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Fan would naturally rescue him for free and provide him with good food and drink. And yet these are the damnable Sakura people. And it's good that he doesn't see them die. These people must be made to see that they are the saviors nowadays. You guys, damn it. Tanaka didn't know what to say. The other party did say it early on. At this point, I don't know how to retort. And just then, a huge shark was swimming towards the fisherman who had just been thrown overboard. It even opened its bloody mouth. Help me, Mr. Tanaka, help me. At this point the middle-aged man was horrified. Pants a stream of hot water attacked. Be wide-eyed. The crew up there were all panicked, watching anxiously, but unable to do anything. Only able to look at Chen Fan with an expectant face, hoping for rescue. However, Chen Fan was indifferent, not concerned about the matter. Boo! With a giant tooth shark jumping out of the water, it soon swallowed the middle-aged man in one bite, and then it's gone. This scene did not only make the rescued people weak in the knees with fear. The person who was soaking in the water is crying out at this point. I'll pay. Don't drive me down. I'll pay too. That's all I've got. I'll owe the rest first. Great God in heaven, please don't throw me down. I don't want to feed the sharks. Soon, this one downward spiral immediately forced everyone's attitude to change drastically, and they no longer wanted to haggle, paying willingly at this point, because they know that being rescued doesn't mean they are truly saved, and there's a chance they'll throw us off. But just then, someone else exclaimed, "Look, that looks like our security ship. The security service is here. They're coming for us." In the distance, two ships were approaching at high speed, and the red and blue iconography made it immediately obvious that they were maritime enforcement vessels. They were no strangers to the Sakura whalers, and saw at once that this was their security vessel. At this moment, everyone is like seeing a savior. Keep shouting up. Chapter 099. When the security ship comes, you want to bite back. Our security ship has finally come to our rescue. Bravo! It must be reported. These dragons murdered our crew. Yes, it's because he threw our people overboard that the sharks ate them. Dragons, you must pay for this. It was you who killed our men. The arrival of the security ship has given the whalers' crew a boost. With the intervention of the security department, they will all be rescued and the $1 million rescue fee will be waived. They don't need to pay any more money. And as for the crew that just died, they can take each other into custody as well. Give them an explanation. Dragon Nation, I wish you would apologize and admit your mistake. As long as you compensate enough and show your attitude of recognizing your mistakes, we can understand you. After all, you've kind of helped us prevent more people from getting killed. Tanaka once again came forward to negotiate. A more viable option is to ask for their forgiveness in turn. It's more about being responsible for the death of the crew. We're going to have to make reparations. As long as the other party is compensated enough, they are understandable. Mr. Tanaka 1 inch. He's the murderer. He murdered Kamita. We cannot understand him. The security department must be made to take him away. A life for a life. The others disagreed, and their eyes were filled with anger. Not at all grateful for being saved, but instead turned into hatred. Even one of them is shouting, "A life for a life. The murderer must pay." Looking at this scene, Chen Fan was smiling, and it's a good laugh. He didn't expect these Sakura people to be so shameless. Not only are they not thankful for saving them, but they want him to pay for the compensation. You must be the captain. Don't think you can resist the security department on the basis of your tonnage. We can understand you as long as you admit your fault and make amends. Tanaka spoke up once more. again insisting on just admitting fault and making amends. Of course he's not that kind. It's a conspiracy. 2. As long as the other party really admits his mistake and pays for it, then he can earn countless prestige, and even more so, he can take it as a proof to the security department. When the security department has evidence, they'll be able to arrest people. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's Haiji ship comes, there's still an excuse for it. Anyway, without this evidence, it would be a bit of a problem to get the security department to force their way onto the ship and arrest them. These Sakura people are so ungrateful. We saved their asses and they're blaming us. That's not it. What a shame. I don't know how many people would have already been eaten by the sharks if we hadn't saved them from coming up here. Serves them right. Can't pay for it. Who told them to lie to us? It's bad luck to get eaten by sharks. What's it got to do with us? Well, it's not. We just pretend we didn't save them. How is that murder? These kids just want money. They just want to be scoundrels. Master Dong, why don't we just drive them all down and let them continue to feed the sharks? The crew of the Fushing fishing boat was also filled with righteous indignation. At this moment they could see the face of these Sakura people clearly. Originally, many people also felt that Chen Fan's methods were a bit bloody, but watching the other party change their face so quickly, completely disregarding them as their saviors. Instead, he was treated as an enemy, and the hatred in his heart rose up. I really want to throw all these people off the boat. You can't threaten us anymore. Our security ships have arrived. You will only increase your guilt if you dare to throw us down. The security department will send someone to rescue us right away and catch you. The whalers crowd wasn't scared at all at this point. He believed Chen Fan wouldn't dare to throw them down again. That's just adding to the evidence. It'll only make the security department angrier and speed up their rescue. Even Tanaka and the other captains were looking at Chen Fan with smiles on their faces, as if they had him in their grasp. And at that moment Chen Fan laughed once more. You really think? Is it true that someone from the security department was able to save you? Chen Fan laughed, laughing at their naivety. Originally, if the other party had honestly paid the money, the other party's security department would have come over, and he could have immediately handed the person over. It's a job well done. But looking at the other guy so shamelessly, he got angry, determined to put these people's hopes to rest once and for all, and even add a few more extras. The security department is close at hand, and they have helicopters. You won't get away with this. Don't be stupid and confrontational. Tanaka laughed and reminded Chen Fan not to mess around. A fishing boat is a fishing boat. The security department has helicopters. They can't hit the Fushing fishing boat, but they can land in the air and attack from the air. What's more, the security department is armed. It's more than enough to deal with a bunch of unarmed fishermen. Ha, you seem to have forgotten. Is that how your ship sank? Chen Fan reminded these foolish captains to recall how their whaling ship sank. At this moment Tanaka's face changed drastically. They had indeed forgotten an important piece of information. The giant sharks and killer whales haven't disappeared. He's still wandering around. No way. Didn't they only retaliate against the whalers? They won't attack the security ship. Anxious. The crowd was anxious. Especially Tanaka, with a hint of panic in his eyes. This was a possibility he hadn't really thought about, but really panicked at the thought of it. If the security boat is attacked, they'll be in grave danger. At this point, everyone can only hope that the security ship will arrive without incident. Only their expectations will probably be a luxury. Megalodon. Orca. Begin the attack. Chen Fan was not idle, but once again summoned the nearby undersea creatures, targeting the security ship not far from him. Anyway, having done it, these whalers would surely bite him back, rather than being pestered by the other side. It's better to do it first. Soon, large numbers of sharks, as well as killer whales, are breaking away from the Renaissance's perimeter, swimming off into the distance. The unified action was also making the sea splashy. Let everyone see how things have changed. Look, the shark swam away, and the killer whale swam away. It seems, they swam toward the security boat. Someone shouted, a shout that stirred everyone's heart. They're in a real hurry. The security ship is 3,000 to 4,000 tons, about the same size as their whaler. 10 whaling ships were also easily torn up and sunk. Even if the security ships are a bit more rigid, it's still only 2 of them. There's not much chance of winning. Why don't these sharks and killer whales attack the Rokkoku fishing boats? Why only us? Could it be that there's some secret to this? At this moment, Tanaka looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes, wondering what the hell was going on. Yet it was a long time before he could explain it, but when he looked back again at the security ship, an amazing sight to see. Chapter 100, only 5 minutes. All the regiments were destroyed. Boo! Soon, the 2 security ships took a huge hit. A huge killer whale leaped out and crashed into the side of the security ship in a unified manner. This collision directly knocked the people on the boat dumbfounded. Everyone crashed to the ground. Even the helicopter that was preparing to take off. Bugger! Quick! Pull the plane. Don't let it fall. The helicopter is unhooked and ready to take off. And now, with this crash, the plane is headed straight for the edge. 1 foot in the air. 1 more foot and the helicopter will fall. The plane on the other security ship, which was in a better situation, had just about gotten enough lift to be able to fly. However, the orca's collision didn't end there. Soon, a second group of ready whales leapt once more. It slammed into the security ship. The helicopter, which was just hanging in the air, crashed into the sea. The other helicopter is pulling up without incident. Everyone's heart finally dropped. Great! Finally a flight. Quick! Get the helicopters to fire immediately. Drive the whales away. The captain of the security boat immediately instructed the helicopter pilot. Call for immediate fire. 1 more bump and they'll all get concussions. Can't let it crash any further. Machine guns at the ready. Fire. At this moment, the crew on top of the helicopter heard the instruction and immediately turned on the safety, already ready to open fire. However, the pilot did not pay attention to a fatal problem. That's helicopters flying very low. Humph. Really thought the helicopter was flying. I wouldn't have a clue. Chen Fan smiled. The opponent's biggest threat was indeed the helicopter. If the other side really landed on the revival with weapons, they can't really deal with them without weapons. That's gonna be a real pain in the ass. That's why he was the first to strike. Good thing one of the helicopters had already fallen into the sea. As for the other one, there are ways. Boo! A shark jumped out of the water right in front of everyone's eyes. Jump out very high. And the target is a helicopter flying at low altitude. The members of the whaling ship who were watching the battle at the moment, eyes glazed over, everyone's heart lifted up. They would have been shocked to watch the security ship being attacked. Now the sharks were actually going to attack the flying helicopter. A scene that was beyond all of their understanding. No, it can't be. It doesn't make sense. A shark can't jump that high. Great God in the sky. Won't you bless our Sakura clan? Bugger. Damn sharks. You all deserve to die. Danger. Pull up. Sakura's crew kept yelling as if to alert the pilot. But the pilot was in a blind spot and didn't see the shark coming from the bottom. All the pilot felt was a shaking of the plane. Then, as if being pulled down hard, the helicopter was sinking into the sea as far as the eye could see. It was a good coincidence that the shark didn't go straight for the wing, but instead went straight for the landing gear, and then with gravity, yanking the helicopter straight down. No! Bugger! With a sound of despair from the pilot, the shark fell into the sea, and the helicopter went into the sea with it. Poor machine gunner. He went into the sea before he could fire. It didn't take long for the other sharks to keep running over, and the plane, with the pilot, soon disappeared. Bugger! What the hell kind of monster is this? Why are they attacking us? At this point the security captain was also confused. They didn't believe it when they heard that whaling ships were being attacked by whales, but now they really do believe it. And it's not just whales. It's sharks, or an even bigger shark. It was a shocking moment for everyone. Captain, these sharks seem to have high intelligence. I can't believe they knew to jump up and attack our planes. The same goes for the killer whales, who uniformly rammed and did great damage to our ship. The mate was so alarmed that he quickly told what he had seen, but he missed the point that the sharks are not just jumping up. They're already tearing into the security boat. Even though the security boat is a bit tougher, it can't stop the sharks from biting it to death. Soon the security boat was leaking. Report. Multiple leaks in the bottom of the ship. Requesting backup. We are severely understaffed. Leakage is not easy to plug. Submarine leakage and pipe damage. A twist to be able to plug the leakage. But not ordinary ships. They're not well prepared. They never thought they'd leak. For a moment, the personnel panicked so much that the bilge immediately filled with water. Soon there were even more areas that appeared to be leaking, because there were enough sharks. That's a lot of rounds. That's a lot of sinking. Only 5 minutes had passed, and the security ship was sinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, and by now it was already half sunk, and there was no way to save it. Captain, we must abandon ship. The security ship is beyond saving. The vice captain reported helplessly, and the crowd in the command room, dead in their minds, who hadn't expected they came here to rescue people, and now they've been turned into people who need rescuing. 2. Report to the security department immediately. We were attacked by sharks as well as killer whales. Will now abandon ship. Requesting rescue. After giving this order, the captain only felt a loss of face. They had come to rescue and now they needed rescuing again. But as he watched the ship sink a little further, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. All personnel. Abandon ship. At one point, the 2 security ships were sinking at about the same rate, and the members on board had jumped on top of the escape ship. People watched the security boats keep sinking with mixed eyes, and the whaling crew on the Renaissance were likewise ashen, like a frosted eggplant. No more spirit. Why? Why is this happening? Why attack a security ship after you've attacked us? What the hell is going on here? What do we do? Do we still have to pay? No! These Dragon Kingdom fishermen aren't going to drive us down too. At this point the crowd reacted. They remembered what had been said not long ago, thinking of how they had forced Chen Fan to admit his mistakes and apologize, and how they were now arrogantly treating the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment their bottom was gone. Their hope vanished. They really panicked. Humph. Now you know you're wrong. Chen Fan stepped forward with a smile. He'd knocked the biggest expectations out of the other side, and this was the time to punish these white wolves. At this point, he will have no mercy. These Sakura people, they can't be thankful even if they're nice to them. In that case, let's not worry about justice or morality. Let's get right to the money. Boo! One of the Sakura people went straight to his knees. He's scared. He's really panicking. He kept begging Chen Fan for mercy. I hope I don't get kicked off the boat. At this moment, the dragon crew's heads are held high, but it's very relieving. It was a real pain in the ass. Chapter 101. All kneel and ask for forgiveness. Kamida, get up. Do not kneel to the dragon nation. Noda watched the people on his ship kneel down to Chen Fan. His face darkened as he tried to pull his opponent up. It's a great shame. It's a great shame. It's not possible to kneel down. Yet he underestimated the fear of death. Soon, more people knelt down, and one by one they all began to beg for mercy as well, hoping not to be thrown overboard. Their minds are literally broken. All hope is lost. The only way to survive is to beg for mercy. They also saw that Chen Fan was very indifferent to their lives and that death was as good as dead. If you want to live, you have to beg for mercy and pay. We pay. Here's all the money I have. I can call home now and have him wire the money immediately. Mr. Captain, I'll never resist again, but I don't have enough money now, so I beg your pardon for a few days. Mr. Captain, I shouldn't have contradicted you. I beg your pardon. Soon, the Sakura people were utilizing their bowing spirit to the fullest extent, bowing when they did something wrong, and this time, they even knelt down directly. There's no lower limit, and there's no regard for dignity at this point. Mr. Captain, I was wrong. I apologize. At this moment, Tanaka, the whaler's captain, also conceded that he had just jumped the most joyfully. I'm scared to death of being thrown into the sea. Fear of death. He immediately changed his attitude. Directly kneel down. The captain are kneeling. The rest of the crowd also no longer hesitate. Flush all kneel down. For a moment, everyone, whether voluntarily or forced to follow the trend, knelt down neatly, asking for forgiveness. At this moment, every member of the dragon crew was proud. The treatment that was hard to enjoy in a lifetime, they enjoyed once again. At this moment is receiving hundreds of people kneeling down. Cow. The proprietor is really cow. He's made these Sakura people obedient. Asterisk. Hundreds of people kneeling. I have to take a video. Later it is a good opportunity to show off. Ha ha. Must send friends. So relieved. But don't. This is a bit sensitive. The video can be taken, but don't post it in your friend circle yet. The crew members discussed excitedly, and one by one they also looked at their adored Chen Fan. Wanted to see what to do with it. Go! Send up men to arrest the man in charge of the security ship. Chen Fan's instructions to the crew, as he had heard the security ship's men calling for help. They need rescuing. 2. Then he looked at the Sakura crew who were kneeling down. You are ungrateful. Originally I was going to throw you all overboard. Now it's up to the security department to save you. Chen Fan scared these people and told them to keep kneeling, but we're going to negotiate with the security department. It was too hard to get the crews to come up with the money individually, and now he'd found the wrong man to pay for the rescue in one lump sum. It'd be easier if the security department paid for the ransom. He couldn't really kill all these people, though they were hateful and really deserved to die. These words scared these people so much that they continued to beg for forgiveness. It wasn't long before 2 Sakura men in uniform were brought to the revival fishing boat. Chen Fan also opened the door directly, spelled out his idea, which was to have the other side pay a one-time rescue fee. Then he'll be able to get everyone out. More casualties can be avoided. But this time, Chen Fan's rescue fee is a bit high. Captain Revival, you're asking too much for a rescue. $2 million a head. No way. The security captain shook his head at the cost. It's too expensive. But just now, the crew, who were kneeling, were panicking. Sir, help us. Save us. If we don't pay for the rescue, they will drive us overboard. Sir, this is Captain Tanaka of the whaling ship. Save us all. At this moment, the security captain was also confused as he watched these people persuade him to agree instead. At this time, Looking at these people kneeling toward Chin Fan, they were even more shocked. Originally, I thought these people were resting on their half-knees, but on closer inspection I realized that they were kneeling down to the young man from the Dragon Kingdom who was at the head of the group. What are you doing? Get up! You are Sakura people. Don't disgrace your dignity. However, the crowd did not listen to the security captain's words, or continued to kneel. At this time Chen Fan's words were the truth. Sir, we have offended Captain Long Guai, and we are atoning for our sins. Yes, we are atoning for our sins. You leave us alone. I hope for the sake of all Sakura people, pay the rescue fee and save us back home. Sir, save us. Promise. In order to survive. They didn't hesitate and directly persuaded the other party to agree. Anyway, as long as the security department stepped in, it would be the other party who would pay for it. 1 million and 2 million don't cost them anything. They don't care if the price goes up again. This also makes everyone persuade each other. Watching this scene, the security captain was dumbfounded. After thinking about it for a long time, the mind that was finally adjusted. It's also about getting to know these people. Looking at one of the Sakura people who were afraid of death, he gave a helpless smile. Mr. Captain, I need to report back to the top. Soon, the security captain made a decision. This was no longer something he could manipulate. At this point, he could only report it to the authorities. Let's give the brass a headache. Soon, the security department headquarters. Several of the seniors then received a heavy dose of news. Everyone's eyes are wide open. I can't believe things have turned out this way. Bugger! The Dragon Kingdom fishermen are so hateful. They're taking advantage of the fire. Shameless. These Dragon Kingdom fishermen are too shameless. Haven't they always emphasized on treating each other with courtesy? Why are they so rude? We can't let them get away with this. We actually have to support the rescue fee to the dragon fishermen. It's a total ransom. A bunch of bigwigs can't accept the high cost of the rescue. At 300, that's $2 million a pop. That adds up to 600 million dragon coins. That's a lot of money, and it's not easy for the security department to come by. There's no such budget. Rokoku fishing boats are hateful, but it has to be recognized. He was the closest rescue force. We're sending out security ships now. It takes at least 6 hours to get there. It's possible that our people have been eaten by sharks. The security captain had explained the seriousness of their situation. There were tons of sharks swimming around. If they move, the sharks will attack. For every minute they stay, they could be attacked by sharks and end up at the bottom of the sea. We can't pay this money. We cannot accept such blackmail. The dragons must be taught a lesson. Chapter 102 20 Dragon Kingdom fishing vessels under siege. Poor and evil. Administrator. For the safety of all, I recommend agreeing to pay for the rescue. As for teaching the dragons a lesson, we have plenty more up our sleeves. A grim-faced middle-aged man said softly. These words were also a wake-up call to the others. Then they are indeed a little too narrow-minded. It's not a good idea to get tough with the dragon fishing boats nowadays. Water from afar can't put out a fire. They do need the dragon nation's help now. Sasaki, what do you have in mind? The old man looked at the gloomy man. He could know that this one usually did not show his face, but the ideas he took out were very poisonous. It's a very constructive idea. Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. We can capture the Dragon Kingdom fishermen, detain the dragon fishing boats that cross the border and make them pay ransom. Not only will we teach them a lesson this way, but the money we paid for the rescue will just cancel out. The gloomy man laughed grimly, and in his opinion their personnel were safe as well. More than that, it can make those rescued Sakura people feel proud of themselves, because they're the ones who provided the rescue money for free and can reap tons of fame. As for the rescue fee paid, it's perfectly fine for the dragon fisherman to give it back again. If you can't, you can ask the person you saved to provide it. After all, the rescue fee should have been paid by the other party. Great, that's a good idea. The old man nodded heavily. He had indeed forgotten that it could be so. It's not like they haven't detained dragon fishing boats before. Since there's a demand for it now, let's do it again. Soon, the security department reached a consensus that it could pay for the rescue, and it's a one-time payment. Demand that the fishing boat Fushing rescue everyone immediately. Straight away it's a payment of 600 million dragon coins, and the extra can be added when the time comes. Subject to actual numbers. What's going on? When did the security department become so easy to talk to? We asked for it and they gave it straight away. Uncle Wang was a bit surprised and seemed to be a bit unable to understand these cherry blossom people. It seems that the other side doesn't take the lives of their people too seriously, and now they're making the other side pay for their rescue. It's a bit of a hardship, but the other party really paid for it. Yeah, I feel incredible too. I was under the impression that the security department wasn't that easy to talk to. Zhao Cheng echoed. They have encountered the security department before. That is very fierce, even tougher Maine. At this time actually just like this to concede. really out of their expectations. It seems a bit unreal. If it weren't for the fact that the money's already in the account. I don't believe it either. It really doesn't seem like they have any other way, does it? Chen Fan has received 600 million dragon coins. He just went to sea and made $600 million without doing anything. That's a lot of money. But when there's already more than 10 billion in hand, the 600 million is just some fluff. Save the day. Gather them all on deck. Send someone to keep a good eye on them. Of course they want food. That comes with a fee. That's more than 300 people up here at once. They don't even have that many crew members. They have to take care of it. With Chen Fan's command, revival fishing boats in action again. The people went to the rescue. All of them this time. Those crew members who have never agreed to pay the rescue fee and have not been rescued are also available for rescue at this time. And the members of the security ship, they've received the message and are being rescued. But before they boarded the ship, they had one more problem. Put the weapons on the speedboat. Can't bring it up. Chen Fan stopped the armed members of the security ship from coming up. Just kidding, although not all of them were armed. But if they really came up, they would be in danger. They are already outnumbered. And if they are allowed to have weapons, they will be captured. No, it's our weapon. We can't throw it away. A Sakura crew member shook his head and refused, while Chen Fan's attitude was even tougher. We won't let them on board until they lay down their weapons. In the end, the captain of the security vessel had no choice but to agree to it. After all, it's not as if they were told to drop their weapons, but not to bring them up either. Just as the revival fishing boat rescued the Sakura people. At this time, in another part of the sea, at least 10 security vessels are surrounding a group of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. At this time, most of these Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are a few hundred tons, and none of them are very large in tonnage. The 3,000-ton security vessel was no match for them. At this point, they can only link the fishing boats together as a whole, hoping to fight against the huge security ships. These brats are so hateful. They actually want to take us back. This is our territory. I think this time these brats are determined to mess with us. Everyone is united. I don't believe they can still pull us all away. We're 20 fishing boats. We're not afraid of their 10 security boats. Definitely can't wimp out. Can't weaken the Dragon Kingdom fishermen's momentum. Quick, call Hayes. Let them save me. These brats are catching us on our turf. And Haiji is here to make them look good. A group of fishermen were shouting in anger. They don't know what's going on. Everyone's out fishing in groups. Who'd have thought they'd suddenly be surrounded by Sakura's security ships? They're charging straight at us. The tactics were extremely insidious, almost to the point of directly sinking them, and pitying them for their small boat. Some of them ran out, but some of them were rounded up. Eventually the group, unwilling to abandon the crowd to escape alone, returned once more and formed a group of fishing boats to confront the Seasiders. We are a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. We encountered the Sakura security ship in the eastern waters. Dozens of security ships are besieging us, requesting backup. Soon after, the Hesswatchman received this one alarm message. It was a big deal for a while. 20 fishing boats are under siege. They're taking it seriously. Soon, this news was immediately reported to the layers, but reported to the headquarters of the Division of the Sea. It's too much. What the hell is the security department up to? They're definitely premeditated. While our seafaring ships are not there, just go straight for our fishermen. Long Tian directly slapped the table with force. This was indeed too much. The other side wasn't that bold before. It was all about repulsion. Now it's a direct siege to make an arrest. This is clearly premeditated. There must be something. Elderly also nodded. He didn't know what kind of madness the other party was having. But it's obvious that the other side just wants to make things worse. They can't afford to wimp out. Where's our nearest HMS ship? Long Tian inquired. At this time it was necessary to send out the Heisei ship to go to the rescue. If we don't rescue them, the fishermen will be arrested. The white ones will be called black by the other side too. And that will be even more troublesome. Chapter 103, Revenge. This is Naked Revenge. Report. We've been doing joint patrols in the Southern Sea lately. The bulk of the Sea Division's forces are to the south. The remaining seaside ships are still in the harbor. We are severely underpowered. The situation is indeed very unfavorable. And a while ago the Eagles made a mess in the southern seas. It's only now that they've organized a large number of Sea Division ships to patrol the southern waters. I didn't expect the Sakura people to be so restless in this gear, taking advantage of their weakness to directly make things Old Lee. It's not looking good. We were only able to mobilize 5 HMS ships. The main forces are in the Southern Sea. 5 versus 10, clearly a power mismatch. And our ship is still being refurbished. It will take time for us to get underway and reach the sea where it happened. Long Tian frowned. The situation was very bad. Many of their Sea Division ships were in full rest, although they could be immediately restored to their condition with a command. But it also takes time, and these days fishermen just don't have the time just yet. Or not. We ask for the help of the sailors? Li Lao tentatively inquired. The Sea Division has no ships, only able to borrow ships from the sailors. However, Long Tian shook his head. No, this will escalate the situation. Can't get the sailors out. That's no longer reciprocal. Are you kidding me? It's a military force to send out the sailors directly. The seriousness of the matter was immediately heightened. If the other side also sent their sailors, it would be a diplomatic incident. They can't afford to take the blame if a gun goes off. But in that case, there's a chance we'll lose, Elderly said worriedly. They didn't have as many ships as the other side and they were running out of time. If we get the nearby sailors to put out the fire, just one of them will be able to intimidate the other side. If we really let them go there, it may be too late to save the fishermen. Hey, think again. There's got to be a way. Long Tian frowned, his eyebrows almost forming a Chuan character, thinking about what it would take to solve this crisis. Suddenly, a light came to him. Where is Chen Fan? This guy's got a supply ship from Old Ho. That's over 30,000 tons. But Long Tian thought of Chen Fan, the young man who had created countless miracles and brought infinite benefits to the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the submarine encountered urgent problems and relied on Chen Fan to solve them. This time he remembered the other side. After all, the other side's strength had swelled once again. It's already a small fishing boat turned into a huge ship. Chen Fan. Yeah, I heard this guy ran off to the eastern seas. Maybe this kid has something to do with it. Elderly also remembered at this time. They were also concerned about Chen Fan. The other party's traces could be easily checked out. That's right. Check. Find out where they are. Long Tian came to be interested. Maybe this time, again, Chen Fan was able to solve their predicament. Soon, they found out where the revival fishing boat was. After all, ships have locator systems. They can be viewed. Report. The fishing vessel Renaissance is just 50 nautical miles from the incident area. It only takes 2 hours to get there. The staff will report back shortly. This brightened the eyes of the two big men, but they saw hope. This kid, he's in just the right place every time. I really don't know if I counted on something happening and waited there. Elderly laughed. They had to rush from the harbor and it would take half a day to get there anyhow. In the past the food was cold, while Chen Fan only needed 2 hours in the past. As long as the fishermen were allowed to hold out for another 2 hours, it was still not a big problem. Yeah, I'll ask the kid what he's doing. Why stay in that sea for half a day? But Long Tian had noticed a situation where the positioning hadn't changed for a long time. It's a bit unusual to stay there for half a day. Soon after, Chen Fanko received a phone call. Looking at Long Lao's phone call, Chen Fan cried and laughed a little, thinking that this must be another mission of some sort. This Sailor He Lao's mission is not yet completed. Don't get a new mission. Chen Fan, what are you doing in the Eastern Sea? Why doesn't your locator device ever move? Don't tell me your boat broke down. Long Tian's voice is not small, but straight to the point. Just want to ask if there is any problem with the ship. There is no problem before we can proceed to the next step. The same can also show the concern for Chen Fan. Elder Dragon, I'm here to save the day. 10 whaling ships have been attacked by whales and sharks. 2 other Sakura security ships have also sunk. I'm on a mission of justice right now, saving over 300 lives. To Long Tian, they didn't hide anything and directly told what had happened. It's just that it's a bit of a mystery. But the two bigwigs from the Sea Division were getting more and more confused by the sound of it. What? You mean giant whales and sharks attacked a whaler and a security vessel? Sink all these ships? Long Tian was shocked. Li Lao was also wide-eyed. This is what Chen Fan said. They were still able to listen to it. If someone else had said it, they would have been cursing. It's just bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can a whale of any size overturn a whaling ship of thousands of tons? This hasn't happened in centuries. Yes, I'm doing a great job, but it's a good example of civil exchange between the two families. You don't reward me for it. Chen Fan laughed, but he joked with the other party. However, it wasn't the first day that Long Tian knew Chen Fan, and he felt something was wrong as soon as he heard it. You boys are that kind. Say, did you get paid to save people? And, is this something to do with you and why aren't you being attacked? Long Tian seriously inquired. Wouldn't it mean that all 10 of Sakura's ships were attacked while Chen Fan's revival was unharmed? That's a questionable thing in itself. And Chen Fan smiled at that moment. That's for sure. How can you make a loss? $2 million a head for rescue. The Sakura Security Agency paid for it all at once straight away. As for why they didn't attack us, maybe we're a warship and we're big in tonnage, so they know we're not to be messed with. Chen Fan laughed and said this out loud. He also wanted to hear what Long Lao had to say. He always felt that the other party had promised a little too much too quickly. What? $2 million a head? They painfully gave you 600 million for the rescue. Long Tian sensed something was wrong as soon as he heard it. Considering the fact that the security department is now besieging the fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom, it's a case of one foot in front of the other. It's hard not to suspect that the two are related. Could it be? The security department has suffered a loss, so they want to get it back from somewhere else. Revenge. This is red-hot revenge. Long Tian had a terrible guess. The more I think about it, the more I think it's all too possible. Chapter 104, guaranteed to complete the mission without suffering any losses. Yeah, I thought it was a little weird too, but the money's already there. People I have delivered to each other as well, Chen Fan said seriously, not realizing what had happened. After waiting for a few hours, the security department came back with a boat, and then the men were transferred there. At this point this huge burden has been dumped. That's a lot of talk. This made Long Tian's face sink. I'm getting the feeling that there's a connection between this and the fishing boat. Chen Fan, there's something I want to talk to you about. With that, Long Tian told him about the 20 fishing boats being under siege by the security department. They even stated that they did not have enough Sea Division ships and it would be difficult to carry out the rescue. What? People from the security department are actually besieging our fishing boats. I just let them go. On the back foot they laid siege to our fishing boats. Chen Fan was also enraged, and it occurred to him that there must be a connection between this. Why is the handover so smooth? Why is the security department so easy to talk to? Looks like this is payback for us. They can't handle the revival. Specializing in going after small fishing boats. Chen Fan sank his heart. 30,000 tons of fishing boats. The other side indeed cannot afford to mess with. After all, really hard collision. The other side of the security ship simply cannot carry it. All conspiracies are futile in the face of tonnage. The security department obviously thinks that there is no way to deal with the fishing, which is why they are trying to deal with other fishing boats. I was wondering why the security department was suddenly so aggressive. Now we finally know why. Long Tian completely read it. This was indeed retaliation. I took advantage of Haiji's weakness. It's more about getting back and minimizing the $600 million in losses. It's money they'll have to earn back somehow. Elder Dragon, since this is happening because of me, I'm going to rescue our fishermen immediately now. Chen Fan said with a solemn face, this matter is frankly still he knocked too hard. Let the other side heart hatred. Ultimately, it's the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom who suffer. Whichever way it went, he had to strike. Yes, and we do need you to help. At the moment our Sea Division ships are too far away from the area of the incident. You're the closest. I want you to be able to surround yourself with them, at least until we arrive. Don't let the security department bring in our fishermen. Caught in the act. Things are in trouble. Yes, it's true that if you really catch them, you can't just go and rob them by force. Then the situation escalates. It's best to keep things the way they are. And when the seaside ships come, drive the other side away, and the matter is settled. It's just that the revival will have to fight off dozens of security ships on its own. Yes, promise to get the job done, Chen Fan said righteously, taking on this one honorable task. I didn't realize that I'd have to rely on you again this time. Long Tian lamented that last time it was to rescue the submarine, while this time it was to rescue the fishermen. It's a job for the Sea Division, but you have to rely on the fishing boats to do the work. Soon after, Chen Fan called Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang over directly. With this briefing, the revival turned her bow and headed northwest. It's a good thing the distance isn't very far. Now it's up to the dragon fishermen to see if they have the bloodlust to resist the brat's oppression. Old brothers, we can't just take a beating. We're going to fight back too. And if there's a fish in the bottom of the boat, smash it right into the brat's boat. Anyone with a water gun, go right at them. At this time, 20 fishing boats are in a company formation, but there is no way to move freely. Dozens of security ships are hitting them with water cannons, so they can't even raise their heads. It made them feel very suffocated and they had to find a way to fight back. We can't just wait to die. Lao Lu, Old Chang, I've got a squirt gun here. I'm up, said a middle-aged man directly risked the water cannon, the water to be sprayed to the security ship above. But it didn't last long, as the security ship watched for resistance, and immediately turned its water cannons to prioritize the middle-aged man. The huge current hit the fisherman, and soon it was knocking the other man unconscious. He fell straight into the water. The fishermen were in a hurry and started to rescue them. They even kept shouting, hoping that the security boats would stop attacking and not affecting their ability to save people. Stop. We have to save lives. Stop the attack. The fishermen were shouting hard, hoping the water cannons would stop. But no matter how loud they shouted, it didn't do any good yet. The water cannons are still blasting away, making it impossible to see what's in front of you. There's no way to save them even if you want to. Damn it. These brats are too much. Ends. Spell it out. A fisherman gritted his teeth and took various bottles and threw them directly on top of the security boat. It quickly fell apart on the security boat and someone actually got hurt from it. The other fishermen were also red-eyed at the sight and threw all kinds of sharp weapons onto the security boat. But the security ships, having learned their lesson, were quick to take cover. It's no longer of any use. Immediately, send a speedboat to make the arrest. At this time, on top of the security ship, a commander is also tired of playing. Look at the fisherman's stamina that has been drained. It's time to make the arrest. As long as the man is taken in, the fishing boat can be pulled back then too. That's 20 boats and 200 fishermen. Even the people in the boat are worth a lot of money. And it's finally possible to fulfill some of the target tasks. Although there's still some way to go before the 600 million mark. But it was a great relief to him. Watching the agonizing faces of the Dragon Kingdom fishermen made him happy. Hi, then a security ship. We're launching the speedboat and we're ready to make the arrest. For a while, the situation continued to deteriorate, and the dragon fishermen watched as their opponent's speedboat let go, knowing it's time to fight for your life. Old brothers, accelerate them all. Let's rush out. Can't let them wrap us up. The Dragon Kingdom fishermen are always fighting with these security ships. You know you can't let them get close enough. Although the other side won't use guns on them. If they really get close, then they really have to be caught. Then 20 fishing boats began to accelerate, and all of them formed a square formation, rushing straight toward the security ship. However, the security ship is not afraid to stand in front of it. There's no fear of the other side's impact. Humph, a small fishing boat of a few hundred tons. It's like scratching an itch. Unbearable. This is something they ran into us on their own accord. And it's none of our business if they die or get injured. 2 security ships are in the way, waiting for these dragon fishermen to crash up. Then even if something happens, they don't need to be responsible for it. Instead they can bite back. It was the Dragon Kingdom fishermen who attacked them. They're the ones making the arrests. I've got my excuses all figured out, just in the nick of time. The sea, however, was making unusually large waves. Chapter 105 Attacks before the arrival of the fishing boats. Boo! A security department speedboat is approaching the dragon fishing boat, only to watch an enormous shark leap out of the water. And even more so, with their bloody mouths open, they seemed to be smiling at them. But the next moment, the speedboat was directly bitten by a bite, and under the impact of the huge body, the speedboat was directly flattened. The crew of the speedboat are all in the water. Bugger! What is this? Why is there a shark that big? Why are they attacking us? The people from the security department were dumbfounded. They didn't expect it. The huge shark just attacked them. A speedboat just capsized. At that moment more sharks were attacking the speedboats, and soon 10 of them were destroyed. All personnel in the water. More sharks still keep leaping out and showing off their force, trying to get the security boats to back off. Commander, I've seen these sharks before. Our security boat leaked and sank, probably caused by these sharks. On top of the security ship, there were members who had been sunk by Chen Fan in front of them. They were the ones who had encountered this scene and knew at first glance that something wasn't right. Report to the commander of the security ship immediately. Bugger! Aren't they a couple dozen nautical miles away? How did they get over here? Why are they still attacking us? The commander is a middle-aged man named Koizumi. Listening to this, his brow furrowed. He had already learned in detail about the attack on the 2 security ships. Only he's a little less convinced. Whales and sharks, and how they sunk the security boat. It's too irrational, too impossible. But it's true that 10 whaling ships and 2 security vessels sank. He was at this point half convinced, and viewed the matter with his own mind. Send a helicopter for rescue immediately. Don't let our people get eaten by sharks. Doubtful as it was, at this point Koizumi also knew that the most important thing today was to save the people. Let's wait and see about the arrests. If it's really one of his own that gets eaten, he'll be responsible for it. A dead man is a big mistake. Soon, the helicopters began to lift off fully. They were afraid to release the speedboats again, for fear of being capsized by the sharks once again. Similarly, the security ships were also panicked, and for a while, they were busy trying to save people. But they had no time to surround the dragon fishing boats. This scene shocked the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom, but then they were overjoyed. Great! What a TN pain in the ass. These brats actually met a shark. They should have eaten them. Ha ha, it's a mess. They're in a mess. Quick! Speed up. Let's escape their encirclement now. Yes, speed up and break out to the southwest. Soon, the recovered dragon fishing boat immediately accelerated, as well as adjusted its direction. Unfortunately, their fishing boats are all linked together and it's harder to adjust their direction. The same speed has been slowed down, but it's a lot slower. This also led to the fact that although they were able to break away from the encirclement, they still had a long way to go before they were really safe. Commander! Rokoka's fishing boat tried to escape, Someone from the security department quickly noticed the situation and immediately reported back. However, this was a bit of a dilemma for Koizumi. One side has to chase and the other side has to save lives. In the end, we decided to save him first. It's not too late. They had received news that the Dragon Kingdom's Sea Division ships had only begun to depart at this time, and it would take a long time to rush over to the deep sea. They have plenty of time. Lao Lu, we seem to have escaped. I'm surprised they didn't catch up. Yes, indeed, but we're going too slow. They're bound to catch up again after they've rescued the others. What then? We're at top speed. The fishermen were also worried when they heard that the danger hadn't been lifted. It was just that the other side didn't have the energy to deal with them for the time being. At that moment, however, the fishing boat's radio went off. I am the Dragon Kingdom Revival fishing boat. Please keep sailing. I'll back you up. In the distance, a huge fishing boat is approaching at high speed. But there's still some distance to go. After all, it's only been an hour since then. Seeing that the situation was not right, Chen Fan directly sent the shark over to interfere with the other side first. That's a lot of time to buy. Fishing boat revival. Back us up. Someone's coming for us. What? It's just a fishing boat. Not a HMS? Is it okay? Let's not let him run away too. One more fishing boat over is useless. Yeah, old Lu. Don't let them come over. It's a sheep in a tiger's mouth. The captains of the fishing boats were happy to hear that someone was coming to support them, but they were not happy to hear that it was a fishing boat. They are also fishing boats. This peer to come over to support cannot play a big role, but will be in danger. They don't want to risk other people coming. It's better to wait for the HMS to come and rescue them. Fishing boat revival. Danger ahead. Please turn immediately. Leave us alone. Old Lu seems to be the leader of the captain's crew. Everyone listens to him. After thinking about it, he directly rebuffed Chen Fan's good intentions. They really don't need to have anyone else risk their lives for him anymore. And that's a kindness well appreciated. Hey! Oh, these good fishermen! Chen Fan was also a bit touched when he heard these words. He himself was facing a dangerous place, but he still cared about them. But it reinforces the need to save them. The other side is afraid to think that the Fushing is also a small fishing boat. Do not know that it is 30,000 tons of huge ships. Thinking of this, Chen Fan also no longer say anything. The shark at least can still interfere with each other for a while. The fishermen are still safe. As for why we didn't just take out all 10 security ships, it's still too much of an impact, and if it continues like this, he's afraid that everyone will be investigating his secret. So it's best to be able to find a plausible excuse to hide the fact that things are related to you. That's best. Report, Commander. A suspected warship has appeared in the southeast. It's coming at us at high speed. A 30,000 ton supply ship. That used to be a real warship. Whether it's a radar signal or the naked eye, it's easy to be able to spot it. The signals are especially strong. Warship. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom sailors are out? Koizumi's eyes widened. They were spying on the Kaiji ship, which was their main opponent. But I can't afford to keep an eye on Rokoka's sailors. If it does come, their plans will indeed go down the drain. Commander, radar signal strong. This is no ordinary destroyer. Over 10,000 tons of tonnage. It could be an amphibious assault ship or a supply ship. Today's huge targets are something they've encountered before. Ordinary warships don't have such strong signals, and with tens of thousands of tons of ships, that could only be what it says. Stay tuned. Keep me posted. Koizumi is on the verge of an attack. If a warship is coming, even one will be a huge pressure. It's an asymmetrical competition. The other side could wipe them out with a single warship. For a moment, all the security ships adjusted their direction and were on high alert. When they're done saving people, a huge ship is also finally visible to the naked eye. That's a supply ship. No, that appears to be a fishing boat. There are fishing nets there. Chapter 106, the Dragon Kingdom calls this a small fishing boat? At this moment, the security department's people are all staring at the distant fishing boat with wide eyes. The mind was shocked and at the same time kept guessing what kind of ship it was. And who are you? Koizumi, on the other hand, was at this point dropping his heart, whether it was a fishing boat or a supply ship. That's all unarmed, which is not much of a threat to them. Similarly, the besieged fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom watched as a huge ship arrived, while it was flying the flag of the Dragon Kingdom on it. But it's exciting. Look, there's our ship. Look, that's the Fushing painted on it. Isn't that the fishing boat that contacted us just now? They call this a fishing boat. And it's not much of a fishing boat. This is bigger than a warship. I think it's a supply ship. I've seen it before. Yes, this fishing boat is almost the same as the supply ship staged on TV. It's too powerful. I don't believe it at all when I say it's a fishing boat. The fishermen were also dumbfounded. and at this point were a little unconvinced that this was not coming to their rescue. It's not the same fishing boat that contacted them. It's unbelievable. Sakura security ship. I am the Dragon Kingdom revival fishing boat. Stop pursuing our fishing boats. You have crossed the line. Continue the pursuit, we will take the necessary measures. Chen Fan solemnly shouted to the security ship. Then he had the 2 sets of water cannons on the fishing boat turned on. All at once, more powerful, more gigantic water cannons appeared, comparable to those of the security ships, with a greater volume of water and a more intensified impact. The shooting range is also much longer. It's a great display of power. Bugger! It's that fishing boat again. How did they get here too? The fishermen don't know the Renaissance, but the security department has dealt with it, especially since a lot of people were still rescued by the revival. But it was the first time Koizumi had seen the Fushing fishing boat. At this time was also shocked a little by this one domineering and huge fishing boat. The 8 frames. The Dragon Kingdom calls these warships fishing boats. They're cheating. How are we going to deal with this? Joking aside, their 3,000 plus ton security ship is not small enough. A normal warship is this much tonnage. It's even easier to deal with ordinary fishing boats. But now suddenly faced with 30,000 tons of fishing boats, really dumbfounded, 10 times bigger than them all. How can we fight? We can't even hit each other. And our water cannons aren't as powerful as each other's. Commander, this fishing boat is clearly a supply ship in disguise. That's a warship. This must be a blindfold for the Dragon Kingdom's sailors. We can totally get our sailors to come and support us, the vice commander said seriously. Nowadays the giant ship was indeed not something they could fight against. In his opinion, this is not a fishing boat at all. It's a supply ship. It must be attached to the Dragon Kingdom's navy. Only now it's changing its identity to come to the rescue. However, this statement was quickly rebutted by other people. Commander, we boarded this fishing boat. It's all fishermen up there, not sailors. Maybe it did used to be a supply ship, but now it's really been converted into a fishing boat. A security captain who had been rescued by the revival said solemnly that whether or not he was a sailor could be seen by the crew. The sailors are all young men, but what they saw was a bunch of old men, not sailors at all, confirmed to be fishermen without a doubt. So, they really are fishing boats, and it was they who took our 600 million dragon coins in rescue fees. Koizumi looked at the revival fishing boat with a grim smile, and had some ideas in mind. Originally, they captured the dragon fishermen to demand ransom to make up for the loss they gave the revival fishing boat. But now the main man has come. Simply the other side also captured. That is a rich master may be able to make a big achievement it. Yes, Commander. Hearing this, Koizumi made up his mind. They originally would not have taken the initiative to provoke the other party, but since the other party had come to destroy their good things met, there was no other way out. It's an opportunity for him. Since our mission is to capture the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats, this one counts. They've got a lot of tonnage though, but there are more of us. Koizumi has a lot of experience, but he's trying to win by tactics. As long as they send 2 security ships to hold the revival, they'll still have room to catch other small fishing boats. Yes, the other security captains quickly received their assignment and nodded their heads. Then, under Koizumi's command, they began to divide their forces into smaller groups. 2 of them are headed straight for the revival. The other boats pounced on the small fishing boat like vicious wolves. It seems they really don't see it coming. Just as well. Let's draw the rules for them first, said a large number of whales and sharks, directly in front of the revival fishing boat. And it's like a line. It forms a straight line, but it cuts the sea in 2. On one side, there's a Rukoku fishing boat. On the other side is the security boat. This scene shocked everyone. It was amazing. Even the seafarers who run the sea all the time haven't seen this before. Report, Commander. Large numbers of killer whales and sharks ahead. Huge in size. More so than we've ever seen before. Do we stop the pursuit? The crew of the cab inquired earnestly. For these orcas were so large, if they really hit it, their ship will have to look like it hit a wall too. The key thing is, if you provoke these whales to really attack them in groups, they're in danger. 12 ships have already had it done to them. Commander, these killer whales are very dangerous. They'll attack in clusters. We can't provoke them, or our security ships will be in danger. One captain stepped in to stop it, and their security boat was attacked by whales. A scene too hard to remember. He'll probably never forget it. Commander, it was these sharks that attacked our speedboat. They were very aggressive. The risk factor is very high. One by one, the executives were persuading Koizumi. Tell him not to do anything rash, especially a captain who's suffered a shipwreck. For a while, he was also hesitant. He's been through the shark's arrogance as well as its power, and doesn't dare to take any more chances. Eventually all the security boats made a quick turn to avoid the collision as they approached 50 meters from the whales. Chen Fan also smiled when he saw this scene. Looks like this one could really work. They are afraid. Not afraid to anger the sharks again. In fact, Chen Fan let these whales block the front, both so that the other side to provoke these whales. The back can rest assured that the attack on the other side to bury the ambush. Again, the line is drawn. If we continue to pursue them, we'll have to face their most frantic counterattacks. Chapter 107, if you cross this line, you're dead or alive. Great. The brats are scared. They're not afraid to go after it again. Ha ha, what's going on here? Why aren't the sharks attacking us? Only the brats. And now they're even in front of us. It's unbelievable. Is this the whales and sharks raised by the Dragon Kingdom that have become the protectors of the Dragon Kingdom's fishermen? Who knows? It's just a relief. These sharks just attacked the little kids. The fishermen were so happy they laughed out loud. At this time Chen Fan also thought of an even better way to say it. A way to better conceal his secret. Sakura security ship. You have entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Kingdom's guardian god of the seas has appeared. Once you continue to pursue, we'll be attacked by demons. Chen Fan said seriously. It sounds a little crazy but these whales as well as sharks are in front of this. It's like a guardian of the sea. It's just bull asterisk. Just make it sound reasonable. In order to scare the other side. As far as the other side not believing it. If they dare to come up here, they can make this one lie a reality and even more of a legend. The 8 frames. They're scaring us. It's a shark and a whale. How can it be a guardian of the seas? Asterisk off. These dragons are trying to trick us. They're trying to escape. No, we're a big Sakura security ship. We can't be intimidated by a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. For a while, Chen Fan's words had stimulated the security department crowd, who were already a bit scared. But listening to Chen Fan's scares, I'm getting more and more angry. A dragon fishing boat, even if the other side of the tonnage is a little big, but it has no qualifications to provoke the security bureau. Bugger. Get around these sharks as well as the whales. Continue the pursuit. Must fulfill our mission. At that moment Koizumi thought of his mission. He had made a military order. It was a shock, but the mission goes on. Once they bypassed these underwater monsters, they could continue their pursuit. Nowadays this is indeed the Dragon Kingdom waters, but it's just the edge of it. In fact, it's also part of the high seas. After all, it's just a sea, not a territorial sea. But there's a fundamental difference. They also have the right to sail freely. Sakura security ship. Another warning. Into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Will be attacked by the guardians of the seas. They will protect the waters of the Dragon Kingdom from foreign invasion. Chen Fan said seriously as if he was handing down a death sentence to the other party. In fact, he does have the power to sentence the other guy to death. One thought from him and the sharks and whales will start attacking the security ship. Fishing boat revival. We're sailing freely on the high seas. Please don't get in our way, or we will consider it an attack. The security ship was also not at all abashed, and was very tough, almost directly saying that Chen Fan was in the way, and that if he got in the way again, then there would be an excuse to arrest him. It's safe to say that both sides have their own little agendas. Only in Chen Fan's opinion, the other party was really looking for death. It's all laid out in the front. Now it was up to these undersea creatures that Chen Fan had rendered as the guardians of the sea to make their move. Boo! Just as the security boat crossed the line drawn by the whales, the whale did it. A killer whale slammed directly into the security ship. It's a lot of noise, but it's shaking the tables and chairs in the control room. Attack! Attack! Pick up the alarm. The security ship that was attacked immediately sounded the alarm. But for a while, a red light kept flashing inside the ship, and the people were anxiously busy. This scene made the security ships at the back immediately turn around, not daring to go any further. It's a strange thing to say. After the other security boats turned and did not cross the line, there was no attack. Only the first security ship, which had already crossed the line, had no way to turn around at this time. At this point, more whales began to organize themselves and crash into the security ship. Boom boom boom. 3, 5, 10. Soon, the killer whales were hitting the security ships one after another. In front of a small fishing boat is a huge security vessel. At this time in front of nearly 100 tons of killer whales. Seems to be like a child. Cannot be folded. It seemed like a few more impacts and it might just topple over. Bugger. Why? Why are these killer whales attacking in groups? They can't be that intelligent. Commander Koizumi was dumbfounded. A head-on collision was understandable. But 10 killer whales hit the ship in unison. The timing was so uniform that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd never have believed in his life that it could have happened. Commander, we were in that situation. It's hard to believe, but it's really happening, said one of the sunken security captains. Previously they had been attacked on their own and had not seen so closely such a spectacular scene. Now as a bystander, I realized that these killer whales are really hitting the ground too hard. Human ships pale in comparison to these undersea monsters. Can't let them keep crashing. At this rate, the ship will not overturn, if at all. There will be casualties among the crew as well. Just kidding. The angle of tilt of the security ship is getting bigger and bigger, which means the impact force on the hull is getting bigger and bigger. The ship can still stand it, but the crew can't stand it. Injuries from hitting hard objects and the chances of being thrown overboard increased dramatically. Koizumi couldn't just stand by and watch the security ship being attacked. He could only watch. He couldn't do anything. Counterattack. Use your weapon to attack the killer whale. Koizumi gave the order. They do have some weapons. These whales are targets. They don't even need to aim. You can hit it with your eyes closed. Commander. Not able to attack. We'll provoke them. The sharks aren't out yet. They are so powerful they can tear through the bottom of a ship. One of the captains was afraid to stop the commander in time as he saw that he was going to risk his life. They've all been through shipwrecks and know all too well the horrors of these monsters. No. Must attack. Have the 106 ships counterattack and flee. Koizumi didn't ask the other security ships to attack, but ordered the ships in front of him that were being attacked to counterattack. We have to get back. Soon. There was the sound of gunfire. But this move really angered the killer whales and the sharks. No. To put it bluntly, it angered Chen Fan. After all, he was the real manipulator. I don't know how to die. You seek death. Then it's not my fault. Chen Fan had finally come down hard as his killer whale was once again under attack. You can ram the revival, but you can't attack his killer whales. That's 10 million points ahead. It's very valuable. A lot of people died in the previous battle, and he was heartbroken. Now it's no wonder he's hard-hearted. Chapter 108, Retreating the Enemy with Domineering Spirit. Legend of the Guardian God of the Sea Area. Sizzle. The security ships that are being hit by the whales are already firing their weapons. Only soon they realized that the whale had dived right into the water and disappeared. The next thing they knew, they felt the sound of biting coming from the bottom of the boat, and the ear-splitting metallic sound of steel being torn apart. Boo! With the bottom of the ship chewed through, a large amount of seawater poured into the bilge. Soon, the crowd was shocked and kept shouting for the leak to be plugged. That's a lot of anxiety for the captain. Report, Commander. The security ship is under attack and has begun to break and leak. Requesting backup. Soon after, Koizumi received a call for help. Everyone in the command room sucked in a breath of air. Looking at the sinking security ship, his heart was in shock. Commander, we can't leave the 106th ship alone. We should make a rescue. And someone offered to rescue them immediately. Their companions are not far ahead. They can't just stand by and watch. Now there's a real risk of sinking the ship. No, Commander, we can't send any more people there. There's a chance we'll be attacked again, and the losses will be even greater. At this point, some people were already afraid, although they felt that Chen Fan's words about the guardian god of the seas were still bull *********. But the fact is, these sharks, as well as whales, really don't attack without crossing the line of. Those who crossed the line were attacked. They had to think carefully. Commander, we have to look at the big picture. Can't risk my life anymore. We've already lost a security ship. All over to the rescue. There's a chance all the ships will sink. Apparently, the security ship in front of them is considered untenable. They can't afford to lose any more ships. Don't let this trip not catch the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats, but your own losses are serious. Looking at all the people objecting, Koizumi was in a dilemma in his mind. As a commanding officer, watching your fellow soldiers and not rescuing them, that's accountable too. But really rescue, he also had to pay attention. Will not lose more awe. Asshole. What the hell is wrong with these monsters? Why are they just in the way? Why don't you just let us through? Is it true that they only attacked us and not the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats? Koizumi vented his frustration. This is too arcane. How can I write a report back? Do the people above believe me? Thinking about it, he thought of a way. Send helicopters immediately to rescue the 106 ships. Simultaneous filming for evidence. There's no way for the ship to get there. At this point, he can only use the helicopter for rescue. The helicopter crossed the border, so it shouldn't be considered a crossing. It shouldn't be attacked. At this time, it is still important to save people and get evidence. As long as this scene is filmed, then we can also explain to the top. And at this moment, Chen Fan looked at the other party who really didn't dare to come over to rescue him and laughed out in his heart. It's still a very strong deterrent. It's kind of a real shock to the other side. Fan, I can't believe they're afraid to move. Looks like we're really scaring each other. These brats, they sure are gutsy. Uncle Wong laughed out loud. So did the rest of the crew. It's a great feeling to be protected by these whales. Don't look so close, but it's so far away. There's no way to cross it. Great. Thanks to the revival fishing boat. we've managed to break away from the chase. Ha ha, we're 10 nautical miles out. Old brothers, don't link together. Unlink and return at full speed. Yeah, it's safe now. The brats don't dare to pursue. We've got the revival fishing boat in front of us. It's safe. Overwhelming. I didn't expect our fishing boats to be able to resist the harassment of the security department. It seems that it's better to fish with big boats. At this time 20 small fishing boats also have been unlinked, connected in order to tie together to form a whole, so that the other side has no way to drive away from them. Now that they're sort of safe to run full speed ahead, it's still better to go their separate ways. At this moment, everyone is looking at the revival fishing boat with gratitude. If it wasn't for the arrival of the other side, they might have been caught. Lao Lu. We must go back and thank the captain of the revival in person. It's a real lifesaver. Yeah, if they hadn't come, they'd probably have been captured and put on the boat, but they've been bullied to death. Okay, let's remember the name of the Fushing, and we'll be sure to show our appreciation, and hope they won't look down on our little gesture. Ha ha, must get the Sea Division to report some credit for the revival fishing boats. They saved 20 of our fishing boats and hundreds of families. The fishermen all expressed their gratitude at this time, and the radio was constantly sent to the revival fishing boat, and for the time being verbal thanks were given first. We'll thank you when we're out of danger. I am the fishing boat Renaissance. I have received your thanks. You are requested to sail southwest at once. There will be a Sea Division ship there to meet it. You're safe. Chen Fan looks at the security department and doesn't dare to cross the line. It's also starting to turn, and his mission is to cover the fishing boat out of harm's way. Now it's time to disengage from the security department. Report, Commander. The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats have fled. If we don't give chase, we won't be able to catch up, and we're going to fail in our mission. Bad news reached Koizumi's desk. Everyone's waiting for him to make up his mind. It's time to make up your mind whether to pursue or retreat. Just then, the revival's warning went off once more. Young warned the security department. In the future you will dare to attack Dragon Kingdom fishing vessels in Dragon Kingdom waters again. You will suffer nature's wildest revenge. The line has been drawn, so please retreat quickly. At this time, Chen Fan already had a huge bottom line. He was completely able to guard the entire Dragon Kingdom waters. A significant portion will also be deployed in the future to patrol these junction lines. Once he realizes that there are security ships coming across the border, then he is also going to make his move. He'll be the true guardian of the Dragon Kingdom's waters. Retreat! Back up! Sakura people actually believe in ghosts and gods. Looking at the whale as well as the shark in front of him, Koizumi was still scared. Don't dare take any more chances. The security boat in front of us has sunk. Good thing they've got all the people over. While the green hills last, there'll be wood to burn. Idiom. Where there's life there's hope. They're retreating for a while so that they can build up their strength to fight back. And just now, Koizumi received a message from headquarters. Keep him back for a while. Said there'd be others going after him, though he didn't know what it was. At this point he just happened to follow orders. Commander, a retreat would be a disgrace to the security service. I can't believe we were scared off by the threat of a dragon fishing boat. We'll be the joke of the world. The crowd couldn't figure it out. Even if they weren't moving forward, they shouldn't be moving back. This is so embarrassing. Retreat. There will be other units going after them. Our mission is accomplished. Chapter 109. What? The fishing vessel Fushing was torpedoed. Elder Dragon. 20 fishing boats have been successfully extricated. Currently traveling southwest. I'm sure we'll meet up with the Sea Division ships soon. Chen Fan reported to Long Tian. This one. It's a surprise. There's no problem at all. It's a straight up show off and no more threats. And the other guy just wimped out. What? Just save it. It's only been 2 hours. You've just arrived. I'm afraid. Long Tian was dumbfounded once again. The other side was 10 security ships. They were coming on strong. The tactics are also very poisonous. And the decision is very strong. It's outrageous that this revival fishing boat ran over and helped get out of the way in 3 or 2 strokes. Even if their Haiji ships go over, the other side won't necessarily retreat, and they'll have to maneuver with them for a long time. He couldn't figure out how Chen Fan solved it and was very curious. Elder Dragon. I don't know what's going on. There were a lot of whales and sharks in front of us. They attacked the security vessel that crossed the border. Eventually the other side backed off out of fear. Chen Fan pretended to be shocked, cutting the matter off from himself. This is his biggest card. Even his own father cannot tell. Even if the other party suspected, will not admit it. This, incredible. Elder Long pondered. Digesting all that was out of character. It's just that these don't make sense. And then they're linked to Chen Fan. It seems to be a little clearer. Chen Fan. These whales and sharks. I'm afraid it has something to do with you. Elder Long inquired slightly. But Chen Fan was directly snorting and denied it 10,000 times. saying that he hadn't seen this scene either and felt it was very novel. And Long Tian didn't look any deeper, said he'd be rewarded again, to apply for credit and hung up. Old Lee, Chen Fan really isn't simple. Last time it was dolphins, this time it's whales and sharks. It can't be that coincidental that these undersea creatures show up. Long Tian was discussing with his old partner, and Elder Lee nodded his head. Aha! This is something Chen Fan won't admit, but it must have something to do with this kid. But let's not ask if he won't tell us. Let's just keep on keeping quiet. As long as Chen Fan is favorable to the Dragon Kingdom, that's all that matters. These words made Long Tian nod seriously as well. They had always been of the same opinion. This was also protecting Chen Fan from more attention. Both of them smiled at the thought that Chen Fan had brought countless honors to the Dragon Kingdom. It's a real treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Commander, we've crossed the dividing line. There was no attack by whales as well as sharks. At that moment, at the bottom of the sea, a submarine is advancing like a ghost. They're sailing in the same direction as the fishing boat Renaissance. Just now, they sailed past the line of demarcation drawn by the whales. We have successfully entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Great! Sure enough, these monsters have no way of spotting us. A middle-aged man with a slight smile. He is the submarine commander Yoshino of the Sakura Oyako. Just a short time ago, they received orders from the Marine Division to come and patrol the area. We're tracking a fishing boat. Originally it was the sinking of 10 whalers and 2 security vessels, and this one Rukoku fishing boat was present, ostensibly from whale strikes and shark attacks, but Sailor HQ thinks that may not be the case. It's possible that a dragon submarine attacked these ships. They're coming to this neighborhood to find out what's going on. Yes, the Revival fishing boat has a special identity. They can make it clear that it's a Dragon Kingdom supply ship, and it must not be a coincidence that it's now converted into a fishing boat. It's possible he came here with other targets, especially to join the ranks of the whalers and not be attacked. The Sakura people thought on their toes. We must suspect that this has something to do with the Revival, something to do with the dragons. Otherwise, why only their ships were attacked and the ships of the Dragon Kingdom were unharmed? Commander, do you think it was really a dragon submarine that attacked our security vessel? Taking advantage of the illusion created by the presence of the whale, the vice commander inquired earnestly. What they've given us is just a guess. Now they need to do a field survey. If the dragon submarine really did this, it will be the biggest provocation, and even a declaration of war. Anything is possible. At this point we have no evidence. It's all just our guesses. Yoshino shook his head. Now he could only be sure that the shark hadn't found them. That's how they got in. It's about being able to stalk each other in silence. If we follow it, we might be able to track down the dragon submarine. Commander, this one Rukoku fishing boat has disrupted the security department's plans. Their supply ship looking again. Should we attack them? Try it, the deputy commander said grimly. The Revival fishing boat was listed as a key target. It could be said that it was an enemy's existence. They've been at the bottom of the sea for a long time, and they're getting a little itchy too. This is indeed something to consider. We have training rounds. As long as we attack the fishing boats, if there are any dragon submarines in the vicinity, they will surely come, but we'd also be exposing ourselves. Yoshino was a little hesitant. It was the fastest way to find the Rokoko submarine, only they might be in danger. It's a provocative move. Commander, ours are just training rounds. They won't harm the fishing boats. There's no way a dragon submarine would actually attack us either. As soon as they show up, our mission will be accomplished. The second-in-command continued to persuade. In the end, Yoshino made up his mind and decided to agree to it. Yes, this fishing boat provoked the security boats. We provoked them, just reciprocated the countermeasures. And the dragons have no excuse to accuse us. Once we find out that the other submarine is in the vicinity, then all the shipwrecks will be caused by them. We are not at fault. Yoshino reassured himself. Soon, the submarine went straight to war. All crews to their stations. The radar is locked on the Renaissance fishing boat above. Everything is ready. Report, Commander. Torpedo 1 ready. Please instruct. The weapons officer reported loudly. Looking at Yoshino, so did the second-in-command. And everyone watched, and they knew that this one wasn't a maneuver. Instead, they were really going to attack the Fushing fishing boat. Although the only bullets used were training bullets that wouldn't do much damage to the boat. But this is a real-world launch. Everyone's excited about it. Fire. Yoshino gave the order. The weapons officer pressed the fire button. Soon a torpedo was ejected from the inside of the submarine. It's headed straight for the Revival fishing boat. At this point the fishing boat is unknown to the danger. After all, the attack came from the deep sea. Even if there are whales as well as sharks in the neighborhood, it is not possible to warn them in time. Soon, the torpedo came to 100 meters away from the Renaissance, at which time Chen Fan finally received the warning message. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Fan was shocked in his heart. He was still careless, not realizing that the danger was nearby. Chapter 110 Enraged. Beginning to darken. All units. Emergency escort. Chen Fan, who was alarmed, immediately asked all the killer whales, as well as sharks, and even dolphins, to urgently escort all of them. This is an incoming torpedo. Danger is coming. We don't actually need Chen Fan's instructions. These creatures watched their masters in danger, and were urgently defending them at this time. Soon, a wall of flesh formed in the last few dozen meters. It's in front of the Fuxing fishing boat. Boo! A killer whale was run right through the torpedo and stuck in hard. Killer whales make sounds of pain, and then it sinks. What's going on? Why didn't it explode? Chen Fan froze for half a minute, but realized that there was no sound. Even the king's uncles looked at Chen Fan with great surprise. After all, they didn't know what was going on at all. Just to see Chen Fan get agitated and even more so, he directly held his head to protect his appearance, which made them look dumbfounded. Fanny, what's wrong? Uncle Wang inquired worriedly while Chen Fan stood up puzzled and confused. A connection was then established with the orcas, which were seen to be sinking continuously. Be furious. Kids, you guys are really tough. I can't believe you're coming down on me. Chen Fan didn't answer Chen Fan, and his eyes began to burn with fire. He didn't realize that it was just a training torpedo, not one that was going to do much damage to the fishing boat. Only at this point it doesn't matter whether it's a real torpedo or not. It's already an assault. He's angry. Soon, he controlled the orca to dive down to 200 meters and searched the submarine out. In that case, that's not my fault. You will receive my most insane revenge. Originally, in order to control the situation, Chen Fan didn't make a big fight. 10 security ships, and only sank one, to teach his opponent a lesson, and scare him off, and that was it. But who would have thought that the other side still has a backhand? At this time he was figured out why the security ship suddenly smoothly retreating. I think a submarine is following them, and it's going to come right down on them. I have to say that this submarine is still very dangerous. Silent, even if he does not take the initiative to look for the other side of the, especially if these submarines dive to hundreds of meters. Dolphins can't dive to this depth, and there's no way to find it. And orcas don't come in large numbers, making it difficult to find whole areas of. I thought the next thing I'd do was look for you. Rush to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't think you'd mess with me in return. Last time Chen Fan searched for 3 submarines in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. One in the Southern Sea was issued to a sailor. The other is a nuclear submarine from the Eagle Carrier Group, the very same Phantom that was captured by Chen Fan. Now this one attacking the fishing boat was none other than Sakura's submarine. Originally Chen Fan's target was the other party. The whaler and the security ship were delayed, but who'd have thought they'd show up to attack a fishing boat? Donger, what's wrong with the brats again? What did they do? Zhao Cheng took a look at Chen Fan's face was not right. His face blackened to a very critical level, and his heart was shocked. Chen Fan organized his emotions and looked at the 2 old men. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhao, nothing much, except I want to turn to the northeast now. Wanted to run to see the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. Chen Fan laughed coldly as he decided to take revenge on Sakura ruthlessly. This one attack must be avenged. The submarines down there will have to retaliate, but a greater retaliation he had already thought of. Only at this point it required traveling to the Sakura Sea, which also belonged to the high seas, closer to Sakura. It's easier for him to operate. What? Running off to the Cherry Blossom Sea? That's not our traditional fishing waters. This is a real tiger's mouth for us to go over there. Uncle Wang said in shock. They usually go out to the deep sea to fish, where there are not many disputes and the area is much bigger, so they can fish any way they want to. But now you're fishing in the Cherry Blossom Sea. This is the equivalent of Sakura fishermen fishing in the Bohai Sea. It's too sensitive. Donger, it's really dangerous over there. We'll be a thorn in the side of the security department. They will send out all their forces to expel us. Zhao Cheng frowned. Couldn't figure out how Chen Fan had one idea a day. Not at all peaceful. Now they wear like what fishermen? This trip to the sea are not doing anything serious. All are relying on the rescue of people to make money. But it does make a lot of money. Nothing. We're a 30,000 ton fishing boat. It won't be that easy for the security ships to besiege us. And we don't necessarily have to go over there to fish. Chen Fan smiled. Fishing of course to catch, but also cannot catch. After all, the most profitable is not fishing. Rescue is a way to make money. Rescue submarines and what seems to be more lucrative. If you can't, you can get something good. Never mind. Listen to you. Anyway, you're the captain. You make the call. The 2 old men saw that Chen Fan was so determined that they stopped persuading him. They're small fishing boats that have fought against entire carrier formations. And now that they're facing a security vessel, They don't even seem to have the guts to do that. So it's a shame indeed. Okay, then let's change careers. Don't go too fast. Chen Fan especially reminded. The reason is that he still needs to deal with the Sakura submarine below first. A submarine that attacked him and tried to kill him. Chen Fan is not going to show any mercy. Soon, large numbers of whales and squid began to converge. They're all heading for the target. This number is dense. It's spectacular. And at that moment the commander of the submarine Big Fish received the news that the torpedo attack had failed. Bugger! Why didn't it hit the target? If the torpedo hits the target and follows the bottom of the ship in a collision, it's going to make the sound of steel on steel. Their sonar is easy to hear, but there's no such sound, which means it's not hitting the target. Commander, we seem to have hit an orca. We heard the orca's agonizing cry and the sound of sinking. The sonar man reported earnestly, trusting his judgment that this could not go wrong. Bugger! They're so lucky. Our plan has failed. Didn't manage to draw out the dragon submarine. Yoshino's heart was filled with anger. It was so hard to decide to attack, but who would have thought that he would fail? Instead, their position was exposed. Dive immediately. Radio silence. One shot misses, and his position is exposed. Yoshino, as the commander, immediately decides to cover up before looking for an opportunity. Only he didn't realize that this tentative attack of his had angered Chen Fan. Their death is coming. Report. Report. A large number of targets have appeared in our neighborhood. Sonar signals indicate that these are killer whales. The killer whales have found us. We will be attacked. Chapter 111, completely sunk. Life and death unknown. What? Killer whales are near our submarine. What's going on? What do they want? Yoshino was shocked. They didn't see the killer whales attacking the security ship, but they heard the debriefing. Knowing that these killer whales are so powerful that they can overturn a 3,000-ton security vessel, their submarines are only 3,000 tons. It's all in the sea, so it's easier for the other side to hit it. He's in a hurry. If they really encounter a killer whale, their submarine may be buried at the bottom of the sea. Boom! The sound of the killer whales began to attack, and the loud crash made everyone's heads buzz. A small fish hitting the surface of a submarine can be heard very clearly, and now it's a killer whale of nearly 100 tons. It didn't knock the submarine out of a big crater, but the submarine is sinking straight down. Report, Commander. We are under attack. The submarine is falling into the abyss. The pilots are in a frenzy. The submarine is in free fall. Their propulsion system is simply not right enough to fight the massive impact. Their depth was originally 200 meters, and upon impact, they fell directly and quickly, and had reached 250 meters. Report. The depth reached 260 meters and is still falling. One bad news after another reached Yoshino's ears. At this moment he was also confused. The sudden change of events had made him lose his judgment for the time being. It was too sudden, and at this point he regretted why he attacked the revival fishing boat. Why did you hit the killer whale? It's the killer whale's revenge. They killed their companions. Yoshino could never have imagined that a torpedo would hit the killer whale so hard. In the end, he was beaten up by his opponents. They have no power to attack against the giant deep-sea monster. Commander! Commander! The deputy commander watched Yoshino's daze and immediately went over to yell. The situation is too urgent, although their submarine is advanced. But the maximum dive depth is just over 300 meters. If they continue to fall, their submarine will be crushed. Surface immediately. Full power. Emergency escape. Report to headquarters. We're under attack. Yoshino was an excellent commander, and although he fell into a brief distraction, he quickly adjusted to it. At this point he knew they couldn't dive any further. They had to go up. As long as the submarine has enough air, then no matter how much the killer whales attack, they'll still keep surfacing. They don't want to be buried at the bottom of the sea. It's too dangerous at the bottom of the sea, and at this point it doesn't matter anymore to look for the dragon submarine. The safety of your own home is the most important thing. At one point, the submarine began to discharge large quantities of seawater. But it's too late now, because more killer whales have arrived. Head after head crashes into the submarine, and one head doesn't make a big hole, but the constant successive impacts, but also into the same location, but finally appeared a pit. The submarine is flat, and it's being slammed into the bottom of the ocean. Report. Power system loss. Can't get to the surface. We can't drain the sea. Another piece of bad news came, this time completely confusing Yoshino. The fact that they can't get to the surface means they're going to die. With the loss of the power system, they have even less of a way to escape. The situation is getting worse and the crowd is feeling a deep sense of fear. Asterisk 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 off. Why are they attacking us? Why don't you attack the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats? Some people are starting to curse in a hurry. However, someone was quick to say why. Perhaps we attacked their companions. This is them getting back at us. Damn. These killer whales are evil. They have a very high IQ. They actually came to avenge their companions. The many officers didn't dare to speak again at this point. And one by one they all looked at Yoshino. Seemed to be silently cursing the other side for their bad idea. If they didn't attack the fishing boat, this disaster wouldn't have happened. I don't want to die. I'd rather fight a dragon submarine. Nor would I want to be attacked to death by a killer whale. It's a disgrace to submariners. A soldier broke down. The psychological pressure on submariners is already very high, and now they are under such an attack. He couldn't take it anymore. It's as if fighting is all about dying in battle. No one wants to be buried at the bottom of the ocean for no reason. It's too upsetting. I don't want to die like this either. I want to fight. I want to fight too. All the people have invited to fight, but at this time where they have a target to attack for these killer whales, they simply do not have the power to fight back. Firing a torpedo directly, that's a near bombing. That's a lot of damage. They could have blown themselves up. Boom asterisk 10. Chen Fan didn't give Yoshino a chance to hesitate, and soon, he organized a cluster attack of killer whales. The submarine was completely knocked into the abyss. A submarine without power is like a kite with broken strings, in free fall at this point. Where exactly they would fall into, they didn't know. Whether they would survive, they didn't know. It just disappeared. Only the big fish was falling into the abyss. But it was the wireless signal that sent their last telegram. Sakura Sailor Headquarters. A group of seniors anxiously entered the conference room. One old man got right to the point. Speak up about their troubles. The submarine Big Fish on a special mission has lost contact with us. Their last telegram was a distress message. They said they encountered an orca attack. Their submarine was badly damaged. Commander Yoshino has sent us an urgent request for help. The old man's name was Sato, and with a deep look on his face, he spoke this news that shocked everyone to their core. He was also shocked for a while when he heard about it, and originally just asked the other party to find out some secrets. I didn't realize it was to their detriment. They could all be at the bottom of the ocean by now. Commander-in-Chief Sato, we should send forces to the rescue immediately. The matter must be investigated. One officer stated directly that the main task at hand was precisely to rescue the. Everything else is secondary. Yes, we must rescue. If suspicions are true, it's possible the Big Fish has sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Specialized submarine rescue ships are needed. You're kidding. The other side showed that they were attacked at a depth of over 200 meters. That's the bottom of the ocean. Any more damage to the power, and the only possibility is to sit on the seabed and sink. Submarine rescues are high octane. They're gonna have to take it seriously. Commander-in-Chief, is there a possibility? It was a dragon submarine that attacked them. Haven't we been looking for them? It's possible that the other side will once again use the killer whale as a false flag to launch a deadly attack and make us misjudge. Some people are still guessing that there is a dragon submarine nearby, which is why the Big Fish is headed there. Sato, however, shook his head. Whatever the reason, as soon as we salvage the submarine, everything can be checked. If it's really a submarine attack, we shall have our revenge, the old man said with a grave face, and the people below each held their breath and looked at the old man with determined eyes. Chapter 112, Crazy Revenge. Plundering Sakura's national fortune. Fan, we came to Sakuraki this time. What the hell for? Can you tell me about it? I'm curious. At this time, the fishing vessel Renaissance has appeared hundreds of nautical miles away from the missing position of the Big Fish. It's gone very far, and Uncle Wang isn't a man of leisure. It's his first time to go to the Cherry Blossom Sea, too. I can't help but ask questions. Uncle Wang, guess what I was trying to get over there for? Chen Fan smiled faintly and did not answer directly. Now that he's gotten his revenge on Sakura submarine, he's a little happy in his heart. The other party's life and death is unknown. Even if he's not dead for a while, he probably won't live for long. After all, when you fall into the abyss, the pressure will flatten the submarine. Eventually, it'll be crushed into a cake and everyone will be dead. As for trying to salvage it, it's even harder. If the other guy actually survived, Chen Fan also recognized that it was their good luck. It was fate. I can't guess. You're getting harder and harder to guess now. Uncle Wang shook his head. Before he was able to guess Chen Fan's thoughts, but now Chen Fan's tactics were becoming more and more frequent. Always inexplicably happy as well as contemplative. They didn't know why, but they always felt that Chen Fan was doing a lot of things they didn't know behind their backs. He does know the secret on Chen Fan. Uncle Wang, you watched me grow up too. Let's just say that the Sakura people have completely pissed me off this time. I decided to teach them a hard lesson. The torpedo attack on the Fushing wasn't just a matter of sinking the submarine. They want a bigger revenge. A crazy revenge. The kind that doesn't end in death. When he's comfortable, he'll let the other guy go. Fan, so what do you want to do? Uncle is all for you. Uncle Wang is not a person who is afraid of death. He only knows that after following Chen Fan, he is constantly making merits and gaining honors. On that basis alone, there's no reason to refuse. Uncle Wang, did you hear that Sakura bought a lot of oil and threw it into the sea to store it? Chen Fan asked with a smile. But this sentence was a big surprise to Uncle Wang. And then it was a clearing of the mind. Fanny, you're trying to hit all this oil. Uncle Wang, which cannot have heard of these legends. When I was a child on the network, but for the cherry blossoms or a burst of blowing said what to wash the dishes to wash 7 times. And Sakura is short on resources. They're saving for a rainy day. The strategic goods that are bought are stored in the sea. You don't use them yourself. You buy them in bulk and store them. Even if they are short of coal and are able to produce coal, they still don't develop their own, but buy a lot of it from outside. Uncle Wang has also heard of these. Only nowadays a lot of can be a rumor. A lot of legends are false. Fan, I've heard from quite a few big verses on the internet that these are just rumors. Not really. Like putting coal in the ocean, for example. That can be very expensive to store. And coal is so cheap it's just not cost effective. In the past, these rumors made the people of the Dragon Kingdom believe in them very much. But as the power of the Dragon Kingdom increased, everyone saw more and more after these become rumors that simply don't stand up to scrutiny. For example, if coal is stored in the sea, how much does coal cost per ton nowadays? Even more is about $1,000 per ton. But putting coal into the sea, that's something that needs to be stored in capacity. Otherwise it's just thrown into the sea and the water pushes it up. But with easy, it can make the cost of storage increase dramatically. Still have to be fixed to prevent the run. And when you need to use it is even more, still have to dig up again. The cost of storage is much higher than the value of the coal, which was debunked as unrealistic. Ha ha. It is indeed impossible to store coal in the sea, but storing oil is a possibility. It's true that there are tons of places offshore of Sakura where oil is stored. Sakura land is so scarce that they actually don't want to find a place in the sea if they can help it. Limited land needs to be farmed and built on. In the end, there was no choice but to keep all kinds of supplies in the sea. And Chen Fan really knows several places to store oil. These were all in the open. At least the dark storage places were estimated to be quite a few, which would require Chen Fan to conduct a search. I didn't think there was one. But Fan, even if Sakura did stockpile oil, what would we be able to do? Couldn't it be going to wreak havoc? Uncle Wang was a bit puzzled. He didn't know that Chen Fan's secret was manipulating underwater creatures. You got it. Indeed, it's going to wreak havoc. And it's not just oil. There are also tons of rare earths as well as rare metals at the bottom of Sakura. This is a treasure trove of Sakura's decades of reserves. If it's destroyed, that's real revenge. It's also able to indirectly help the Dragon Kingdom weaken Sakura. Sakura is staring at Rococo like a vicious dog, coming to bite as soon as she's weak. Facing a powerful enemy and a country with a long history of enmity, every dragon nation has the obligation to suppress the other side. Now Chen Fan has the ability to do so. It has to be done. Rare earths as well as rare metals. They really do keep all these treasures in the sea. Uncle Wang listened to this as if it were heavenly books, and never thought it could be true. And Chen Fan actually didn't know before, but it was while chatting with He Yuan that he learned some of these secrets. Of course it's no secret to the top brass. That's semi-public. Otherwise it wouldn't be rumored to be so godlike outside. Aha! The kids are used to being poor. They like to save the good stuff when they have it. What do you say if we snatch these treasures away quietly? What will they look like? Chen Fan laughed evilly, and could say that after the torpedo attack he was also completely open to the idea of not being able to utilize these underwater creatures just for fishing. It's not just about making money either. There should be a bigger goal in mind. That is to inhibit the development of neighbors and make a greater contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. If they do find the treasure trove, which has been stored for decades, empty, I'm afraid there's going to be a big earthquake. It's going to drive quite a few people crazy. Sakura's national fortunes are going downhill too. Uncle Wang's heart is excited. The mood is getting more and more excited. Just the thought of it makes you feel that your heart is racing up, and your blood is also boiling up. That's real revenge. The other side destroys a few ships and builds them again. A few deaths won't be a problem, but losing a treasure trove that took decades to complete would be a major strategic blunder. This is something that will affect the fate of the country. There's a chance it could all go to hell in a handbasket again. National luck. Ha! Then we'll rob them of their national fortune. Chen Fan's blood was also boiling. A huge plan was already slowly being generated. He's going to start a deadly crackdown on Sakura. And he's going to make them lose a lot of money on all fronts. Serious enough to affect the nation's fortunes. Chapter 113. One Chen Fan can top a fleet? Just as the fishing boat Renaissance is heading for the Sea of Cherry Blossoms, by now Sakura Sailor had sent 2 submarine rescue ships to the rescue. At this point, we've reached the coordinates of the final communication. There aren't any ships here anymore. A few warships are patrolling the perimeter. There's a helicopter out at the same time. It's scanning the seabed, looking for their submarine. Only after hours of work, they've come up empty-handed. This caused the commander in charge of the rescue to frown as well. Asshole! Where the hell is our submarine? What the hell have these damnable whales done? The commander slammed the table, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction. Only there was nothing he could do about it. Rescuing a submarine is difficult. First of all, it's difficult to find. You have to find it before you can rescue it. But submarines that need rescuing are often sunk to the bottom of the sea and are even more silent and don't make much noise. It's even fused with the mountains at the bottom of the sea. But it makes their search more difficult. Now they're stuck straight at the first hurdle. Commander, I think we should expand the search, also dropping more sonobuoys. According to projections, the Big Fish submarines has an AIP system though, but it also needs to surface to replace the oxygen. The vice commander said solemnly. Their submarines all had advanced AIP systems, and their endurance could be up to half a month. But the Big Fish has been underwater for a long time, and its oxygen reserves are running low. There's not much time left for them to search. Aha! Expand the range immediately. Request that security ships join the search. Leave no stone unturned. The commander nodded seriously. The more rescue forces there had to be the better. Even the security ships they would have to commandeer, as far as having to find them first. Soon, the sailors' headquarters sensed the difficulty of the matter and immediately reinforced it once again with more ships, even sending out survey ships. These survey ships will be dropping a lot of sonar, which will allow them to better identify their submarines. And with Sakura putting out such a big show, it quickly drew attention from all sides. At this time, at the headquarters of the Eagle's Third Fleet, an elderly man received this message. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell do these Sakura people want? Why did they send so many troops without reporting to us? This will lead us to miscalculation. The old man is a little dissatisfied. They are responsible for the entire ocean, can be said to be the overlord of the ocean. All the activities inside the sea have to report to them. Especially the cherry blossom is subject to their moderation of the. At this time the unauthorized dispatch of so many ships without informing them made him very dissatisfied. Commander-in-Chief, based on our inquiries, they said they were searching for the submarine. One of their submarines had an accident. Rescue is urgently needed. An officer reported seriously. The old man's face eased up when he heard that it was one of those situations, and that at least it wasn't some kind of trickery to save the day. In that case, it's still justifiable. But the lack of timely notification still makes the old man not too happy. Warn them. There will be no next time. We must be informed of all actions. Otherwise there will be misunderstandings and they will be responsible. To be able to achieve the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Third Fleet, the old man naturally has pride. Usually, he's a bully on top of the ocean, and no one dares to mess with him. He doesn't care about a little Sakura. Commander-in-Chief, shall we help some of our allies? They seem to be in a great hurry. Someone suggested. Looking at Sakura in such a hurry, and was trying to see if they could help. It's normal to help save the submarine when it's in trouble, and it's a better way to show that they're each other's close allies. Aha! We can send a rescue ship there, but they have to cover all our expenses. The old man smiled, a you-know-what look on his face. They have a knack for screwing the Sakura people. It's a fat job. As long as they are allowed to go out, rescuing people is secondary. Eating and drinking is the main thing, and even more so, they can provide a lot of benefits for their crews. Yes, I'll communicate now. Measure them and they won't dare to say no. The officer laughed, and the other commanders also laughed out. In their view, the Sakura sailor is a wrongdoer. No money can find each other. And just then, the Dragon Kingdom sailors are also concerned about this matter. Comrades, you guys tell me what Sakura is up to again. They sent so many warships to the eastern waters. What the hell do you want? Now the higher-ups are telling us to pull out 2 warships and head for support. Yes. Originally the matter of the Eastern Sea, do not need Yuan this a South China Sea division to be responsible for the point is that they're affected too. The other side is making so much noise. We must send an equal number of warships to check it out. Eventually, the most powerful sailors in the South China Sea went to support them. That's what brought this matter to Yuan's attention. It's rumored to be an accident with one of their submarines. Currently searching. Even the security ship's troopers are being used. Even the Eagle Mariner will send a rescue ship. An officer reported earnestly, but the latest situation was informed out. It was a shock to all of them, too, but Yuan suddenly thought of something. Is this guy Chen Fan in the Eastern Sea? I heard the kid made quite a commotion there. Could it have something to do with this kid? Submarines? Yes, submarines again. Yuan gave Chen Fan a mission to clean up the submarines at the bottom of the sea. A submarine is lurking in the South China Sea. They're following the coordinates Chen Fan gave them, forcing the other side out of the water, and finally being escorted by a naval ship of the Navy. They were driven right out. But it's a long face. And this is an Eagle's nuclear submarine. Being able to find the other side is undoubtedly a great victory. This is partly due to Chen Fan. He Yuan easily thought of Chen Fan. Obviously the other party could search for the submarine. In that case, the disappearance of the Sakura submarine seemed to have a very big relationship with Chen Fan. He Lao. Maybe it really is him. After all, we were able to defeat the Eagle's nuclear submarine because of the coordinates provided by Chen Fan. Although I don't know how he did it, it's undeniable that he does possess some unique abilities, a middle-aged man said excitedly, but the warship he had sent had forced the Eagle submarine out of the water. He's been honored, and he's very optimistic about Chen Fan. If that's the case, Chen Fan is not only able to search for submarines at the bottom of the sea, more than capable of attacking a submarine. I really want to know how the hell he did that. He Yuan was shocked in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen Fan was terrifying. Originally, I thought that the other party only had the ability to search, but now I see that the other party is not only that, but also has the ability to attack tougher than them. Sank Sakura's submarine straight away. Old ho. If so, Chen Fan is a blessing to the Watermaster. One Chen Fan is comparable to a fleet. An old man's face changed drastically. Only instead of turning black, it became a flushed red with excitement. Chapter 114, what's this guy doing at the Sakura Sea? Nice. It's a bit of an exaggeration though, but if that's the case, Chen Fan is indeed capable of topping a fleet. Where is Chen Fan now? He Yuan hurriedly inquired a sentence. There were many things he wanted to be sure of, but it's not good to say it outright. After all, it's the other party's secret, but they said they would keep it a secret and not conduct an investigation. He Lao. According to the locator, the revival appears to be heading for the Cherry Blossom Sea. He Yuan was also confused. The Fuxing was east of the Eastern Sea, deeper into the ocean. Now it's a bit of a long way to go north after returning. That's not Dragon's territory anymore. What the hell is this kid doing there? At this moment, He Yuan was really afraid that Chen Fan had gotten into trouble. After all, the other party's hidden strength could be very strong, and there was no evidence to show that he had sunk the Sakura submarine. But there's no such thing as coincidence. He's sure it has something to do with Chen Fan. I don't know. The only way to find out now is to ask Chen Fan. He's a man of the world. I heard it's a $600 million hole in the security department's funds. Once again, someone flung out the great things that Chen Fan had done. In fact, even Long Tian knew about it. The Fuxing was rebuilt with the help of the Sailor Master. Naturally, I'm more aware of these movements, but it's just a matter of whether or not I pay attention to them. After hearing about these feats of Chen Fan, elder, he was also dumbfounded. I didn't think this kid would be so good at making money. This is another hard-earned amount of money from the other side. This kid, he can really make money. Serves him right for getting rich. He Lao laughed bitterly, but didn't object. After all, the last time he rescued a dragon submarine, it was a two-way street. This time are all Cherry Blossom people. Charge a little money is normal. Cannot work for nothing. And Chen Fan also rescued the Dragon 20 fishing boats. That is also a penny benefit or not to be more able to show Chen Fan that is differentiated treatment. Old ho. Let's not speculate here either. Whether or not it was Chen Gon who sank the Sakura submarine, none of this matters. We just need to know that Chen Fan is still contributing to the Dragon Kingdom. We'll just back him up with full support. The old man was also the deputy of the Nanyang Marine Division, and at this time he was also supporting Chen Fan. Chen Fan's actions alone are nothing to sneeze at. Aha! Must support. I still understand Chen Fan. He makes a clear distinction between grudges. If he really did it, there must be some forced bitterness. He Yuan also nodded, once again trusting Chen Fan unconditionally. But it's not even a phone call. It's going to become clearer and clearer. They still had to protect Chen Fan, and asking too many questions would only make Chen Fan feel resentful. Soon after, the Nanyang Navy deployed warships to respond, and the Eagle Marine is sending a rescue ship that has promised to participate in the search for the submarine. With a strong search force, the Big Fish submarine was finally 5 nautical miles off the final coordinates of the being looked for. Soon, the rescue forces put the signal receiver in the deep sea. Finally, a connection to the Big Fish in trouble. The Big Fish, come in, please respond. We're coming to their rescue. Please report damage to the submarine. Soon, the Big Fish, which was quiet at this time, got excited after receiving this news. They've been underwater all night. Having gotten over the initial rush, the high level of mental exuberance was excessive, and everyone was becoming exhausted. Even Commander Yoshino, excited to hear the news, but also looking a little weak. Big Fish copy. Big fish copy. Submarine power system damaged. Unable to expel seawater to the surface. Submarine contraction at extreme speed. Our hatches warped. The oxygen will only last for 3 more days. Yoshino reported the submarine situation. But I don't want to miss a single detail. It's all critical in a rescue. And all could lead to a failure of the rescue. Especially the oxygen is the most critical. This is a deadline. Once exceeded, all of them will have to die. Commander, the big fish submarine is very difficult to rescue. They're at 350 meters down, unable to perform a breach and rescue. For now, it's just a matter of towing the submarine up. Soon, a group of rescue experts analyzed the submarine's condition. If it's a less serious situation, they could have just broken into the submarine, created a life passage, and sent the people up again. But now the bottom is too deep. The pressure is too strong. If they break it, the submarine won't be able to take it and will explode. Even people can't stand the pressure and die. The only way to save the submarine is to bring it down. The big fish is over 3,000 tons. Even if we had tugs with enough thrust, we have no way to immobilize with the submarine. We need specialized underwater robots, and it doesn't always work. Another expert came up with another dilemma. That's the problem of operation. They don't have Chen Fan's superpower. They can just let the squid go down to work. They can only use underwater robots. But underwater robots have to be specialized. They have to be able to work under enormous pressure. This is not an easy task, testing not only the robot, but also the operator. Similarly, the big fish is filled with seawater. It's really more than 3,000 tons, so it's not easy to pull it up. We only have 3 days left. Mobilize specialized robots to come immediately. When the commander in charge of the rescue heard this, he immediately asked for support from above. In the face of life, these requests were soon granted. All sorts of equipment has been airlifted in once again, and the rescue force is getting bigger and bigger. They even asked the Eagle Mariner to make a purchase. A day later, the site was well prepared. Soon, the rescue robot is officially in the water. They're going down with a tow line to the submarine. The submarine's going to be tied up. But that's a lot of detail that can't be accomplished in a short period of time. And just then, the revival fishing boat has appeared in the Cherry Blossom Sea. Chen Fan didn't have time to worry about the big fish. He wanted to take revenge, to make Sakura pay dearly for attacking him. Donger, here we are. We've reached the Sea of Cherry Blossoms, Zhao Cheng said with some excitement. This was the first time he came to the Cherry Blossom Sea. After all, this was Sakura's waters now, and although it still belonged to the high seas, it wasn't a traditional fishing area for the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. They've never been here before. The Sakura security ship is very powerful. We'll be caught if we come here. The initiative is in the hands of the other side. Are we there yet? Great. We're finally here. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His revenge had just begun. Now, here's the kicker. He was going to make Sakura regret messing with him. Chapter 115 The Truth Emerges. All eyes on revival. Report. There's a security ship coming in the distance at high speed. The crew in charge of the lookout immediately reported that this area was actually being firmly held by Sakura. It's impossible for foreign fishing boats to come here to fish. In fact, the revival was noticed when it appeared here. Only the Fushing doesn't look like a fishing boat, but a supply ship. That's what's slowing things down for the security department to respond. It was only when they saw the nets that they came to check and remove them. The 8 frames. This is actually really a fishing boat. And it's a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. Why is there such a huge fishing boat? The security ships are also a bit confused when they look at the Fushing, which is several times bigger than them. They used to deal with a few hundred tons of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. That was a casual bullying. Now all of a sudden there is such a huge one. It makes them really not quite adaptable. Asterisk 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 off. Why didn't anyone warn us? I can't believe I let them into the Sea of Cherry Blossoms. It was a mistake. He must never be allowed to fish. He's able to top 100 small fishing boats with one net. Who says it is not? Before Chen Fan's 300 tons of small fishing boats, now it is 30,000 tons, is indeed a top 100 fishing boats but to catch all their fish. They're an island nation. Fishing is a very important industry. And to have their fish fished away by such a huge dragon fishing boat, that's billions of dollars worth of fish lost. They've got a lot to lose. It's a very serious job mistake. Fast. Disperse immediately. Can't let them fish here. The security boats are coming in hot. Except they forgot one thing, the tonnage wasn't the same. The ones they have offshore are only 1,000 or so tons security ships. Not even 3,000 tons. It can only be used as a caretaker. But now it's facing a 30,000 ton fishing boat. The old way of removing them won't work at all. Fishing boat revival. It's a sea of cherry blossoms. Leave at once. Leave at once. This shout can be heard very clearly in the command room of the revival. Just that no one cares. Even Uncle Wang, who had the least guts, burst out laughing. I'm afraid these brats don't know our reputation yet. We have not been afraid of 10 security ships. Now an even smaller security ship is trying to drive us away. Uncle Wang smiled broadly. In his opinion, the other party was completely telling jokes. There's no way they can leave. And there's no way the other side can handle them. A direct hit is a death wish. This is a warship. It's built to last. The other side destroyed them all without a scratch. Ha ha. We came from their east to their west. It's normal to not know us. I didn't realize the security ships here were even more arrogant. Zhao Chang also laughed. In the deep sea, the other party is still a big security ship. Still have to be reasonable. Now it's good to be here. You see it, you drive it away. You don't even say a word. He is also angry in his heart. But the more he doesn't go, the more he feels relieved. They just won't leave and see what the other side does. Arrogant is arrogant some. But no harm, no foul. Let them fold. Let's get down to business. Notify everyone immediately that we're going off the grid. This is the first time since the revival has been at sea that they've actually laid a net. And if they don't, the nets are going to get moldy. I haven't used it since it was converted into a fishing boat. Soon, the crew finally received the notification. And all of them were immediately excited. They're real fishermen. They're all a bit embarrassed to be paid so much for not doing their jobs. It's hard to feel at ease. I'm so happy to have a job now. Soon, the security boats saw images that made them very angry. The nets that were originally hanging back were not moving. Instead, because of their warnings, the other side simply let the nets down. The whole fishing boat was busy. Except that their boat was too short to see what was really going on up there. I can only do nothing about it. Damn it. They are provoking us. They actually tried to fish under our noses. The security captain was furious when he saw the revival's behavior. It was a clear provocation. Not giving them any face at all. Not only are they not responding to them, they're protesting in kind. Commander, we need more support. We're too weak to deal with the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. The vice commander saw their situation. This one opponent was no ordinary opponent. It was an opponent they couldn't handle anymore. The security captain also realized this and agreed to ask for backup. Soon after, the security department received a request for support. And the old man from the security department looked at the name Revival with eyes wide open. Renaissance, train. Aren't they east of us? When did it get west of us? The old man was shocked, or he ordered the payment of $600 million for the rescue of the Revival fishing boats. Only when the sailors took over, they retreated, and there's no telling what happened behind them. I didn't realize that this one dragon fishing boat wasn't headed for the deep sea. Instead, they came offshore. It made him very puzzled, and he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. This ship has caused great damage to the security ships. One of their security ships sank in front of him. Commander-in-Chief, Revival is dangerous. Wherever they appear, they are able to bring danger to our ships. First a whaler, then a security vessel, and finally a submarine. We have to get him out of here. A middle-aged man, Koizumi, who commanded 10 security ships and was eventually defeated. It's a shame for him that a fishing boat scared off the security department and he's still the commander. Even with orders from headquarters to fall back, his co-workers actually thought he lost to the fishing boat. He's got a grudge, so he's paying special attention to the Fuxing fishing boat. When we found out that the submarine that was following the Renaissance was also in trouble, we felt that this was not right. There is no such thing as a coincidence. You mean, something happened to the submarine? Something to do with the revival? The old man frowned. It seemed that the other party did have some truth in what he said. It's as if the revival is a demon that's bringing them countless disasters. It cost them a lot of money. All their plans failed, and they were spending money that they were never able to make up for. Yes, I think there's a connection. His coming will bring us doom again. We have to get them out. Of course, if you can just capture it. It was Koizumi's crazy idea and the best means of revenge. Except the old man didn't nod his head. It's something he still needs to talk to the watermaster about. After all, with their power, trying to deal with a 30,000-ton fishing vessel is still quite stressful. The security department's main force has gone out to rescue the submarine. Nowadays in the offshore are a small boat. Want to capture the revival. How easy it is. Of course, no one can resist the temptation to face the big piece of meat of the revival of the ship again. Okay, but how are we going to deport it? Chapter 116, Unbelievable. Fishing for oil? Yes, today's security department doesn't really have the power to do that. Their security ships are all off saving submarines. Offshore, they're all small security vessels. It's like scratching an itch. Standing down there, you can't even see the people on the Fuxing fishing boat. Koizumi is also in a difficult situation. It's easy to say tough words, but it's not easy to really want to do it. It's true that they don't have any ships. He does have a couple of security ships that are still operational, but they're all to the east. It's not easy to get to the west. It's a long way around. Whatever. We're all going to be deported, even if it means requesting a sailor to come out. Are you kidding? The Sakura Sea is very important to them. They won't allow anyone to get their hands on it, especially the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely not. Really not. They sent out their sailors to drive away the other side as well. And after the old man thought for a while, he nodded his head, but he couldn't possibly ask for the help of a watermaster until it was absolutely necessary. It's humiliating and very sensitive. Eventually it was only possible to pull up all the security ships that could be brought forward to support them. But this all took time. The Fushing fishing boat didn't give the other side any time. At this time, Chen Fan had already arrived at the place where Sakura was storing the oil. Ha ha, that's the offshore oil storage base, isn't it? Then I'll be damned. Chen Fan had already commanded many squids to the bottom of the oil storage base. A brainwave connection is being established with the squid. But the bottom of the sea is looked at very closely. At a glance, we found a large number of oil drums. These oil drums were fenced off from being pushed away by the sea. Only for Chen Fan, it was very simple to get rid of these cement-made fences. Where is Megalodon? Bite me a gaping hole. The first few attacks, the Megalodon as the main attack force. But a lot of ships can be leaked and sunk. Only such a violent attack had also caused the Megalodon to lose dozens of heads, causing Chen Fan a great deal of heartache. Luckily, the 600 million points from the security ship's compensation had allowed Chen Fan to replenish the Megalodon sharks, which were still at a full complement of 500 heads today. After receiving Chen Fan's instructions, the sharks are converging on the oil reserve. Hiss! A Megalodon shark took a bite out of it. Cement blocks were quickly bitten to pieces. Jokingly, steel ships are able to bite through. Nowadays biting these cement blocks is really child's play. It didn't take long for a large number of concrete fences to be chewed out. At this time, it's time for the squid to do its job. Begin transportation. Chen Fan told the sharks to withdraw and let the 2,000 squid go straight ahead. Soon, these giant squids were a barrel of oil in each hand. A squid that left with 20 oil drums in its arms. A line of squid is constantly smuggling this oil. And by this time the revival had already lowered the thickened version of the fishing nets to the bottom of the sea. The squid threw these oil drums directly and accurately into the fishing nets, bucket after bucket, and on, until Chen Fan felt that it was almost ready, and if he didn't pull it down, then it really wouldn't be able to pull it up. Reel in the net. Chen Fan gave instructions, and the fishermen followed them to the letter, but not a minute too soon. No one will doubt Chen Fan's instructions. It's only when the net is pulled up a little bit. The crowd is slowly getting the feeling that something is wrong. Asterisk. What's going on here? Why do I feel like I'm struggling to pull the nets? Is there another big load? Big stuff. What could it be? There doesn't seem to be much ship activity around here. I don't know. Surely the proprietor won't let us fish here. I feel sure we've caught something good again. Cut the crap. Just fish it out and we'll see what it is. The crew murmured and wondered what it was. And soon they finally saw the first of the big cargoes. Only this thing took them by surprise. It's oil drums. No, that's oil drums, and there's a lot of them. Look, it's all oil drums there too. What's going on? We're not fishing. Why are we bringing up oil drums? Everyone was dumbfounded, and once again, they were very shocked by what was fished out. Look, it's not just an oil drum. It's full. It seems to be filled with oil. No way. There's really everything in this sea. Even oil can be swung up. Dumbfounded. Shocked. If you're fishing for fighters and submarines, at least they're solid. And now, even the oil is coming down. Next time, we'll get a warship, refuel it and drive it away. The crowd felt unbelievable. If they hadn't really fished it out, they would have thought it was a joke. A mythological story. Does anyone recognize the writing on this? There's some writing on the drum, but it's all in cherry blossom. People can't read. But while the entire text is unreadable, there are some words that everyone can see at a glance. Battle ready. Oil. I read a few words. It's really ing oil. Dumbfounded. Someone else is dumbfounded. Someone actually saw some keywords. At this time, Uncle Wang, as well as Chen Fan, also finally came to the deck. Zhao Chang but traveled far and wide to see the finally confirmed. This is really oil. It appears to be Sakura's stored oil, the kind that exists directly at the bottom of the sea. He then looked at Chen Fan in shock. His heart 10,000 reasons why. This oil is sunk in the bottom of the sea. How can also be fished up? It's just too amazing. And Uncle Wang also stared wide-eyed. He knew Chen Fan in a big action. Did not expect this big action. Directly to the cherry blossom's strategic oil above. Fanny, I'm afraid we didn't fish up the oil Sakura had hidden at the bottom of the sea. At this time, Chen Fan also smiled and nodded his head. Then the men operated the machinery. But the oil drums were lifted up one by one. The biggest advantage of a specialized supply ship is that it has more machinery and equipment, which is much better than a fishing boat. Soon, barrels of oil were in front of everyone. Someone then took apart an oil drum, which was all black with oil. For a while, everyone finally believed that they were fishing for oil. It's really incredible. The oil was able to be salvaged too. The crew was dumbfounded once again and really thought they were dreaming if it wasn't true. Only soon, a problem was again in front of Chen Fan. That's what to do with the oil. There's a lot of oil. Only oil is not really worth much. To put it bluntly, is not as valuable as fishing a little yellowtail. Directly placed on the deck cannot be loaded too much. As for pumping it directly into the tanker, it won't work. The fuel stored there is crude oil, and there's no way to use it. What is fished in the sea is mine. Uncle Cho, don't you know a lot of fishermen? You make contact. We have tons of oil here. Whoever wants to come and pull it, give it to them. Chapter 117. Thousands of fishing boats sailed out to sea, shocking everyone. In Chen Fan's opinion, even if all the warehouses were cleared out, it would be able to put in 50-100 tons of oil. At today's market price, it's worth just over $20 million. Chen Fan really doesn't care about more than $20 million. But for ordinary fishermen, if they can pull some oil back, it's also a fortune. Chen Fan is going to empty Sakura's savings for decades. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. The important thing is revenge. Vicious retaliation. Donger, are you giving them this oil? Zhao Cheng said with some surprise, not expecting Chen Fan to be so bold. You're giving this wealth directly to the fishermen. Of course. These are just pennies. I can't really see it. It's taking up too much space. This is out. The crowd is surprisingly speechless. Tens of millions of dollars think the money is too little. Is someone else? Everyone is sure to say bragging. But after seeing the security department's initiative to make a payment of $600 million, no one dares to say it's bragging because it's indeed true, especially since the $2 billion ransom was also obtained. It seems that $20 million is really just a drop in the bucket, and it's not of any interest at all. Okay, I'll make contact now. I'm sure they are interested. Zhao Cheng had a smirk on his face, and Chen Fan didn't think it was anything good. That's just luck. You can always catch something good, but for the average fisherman, it's possible to go to sea and get nothing, and even if you do get something, you may not be able to make back the cost of it. Now they're coming over here for free oil. Sweetie, no way. Oil is so expensive nowadays. It's over $100 a barrel. That's $1,000 a barrel. Free stuff. Don't be a cutie. Soon, Zhao Cheng got through to the phone, and after explaining his intentions, the other party was directly dumbfounded. Old Cho, are you going to make fun of me? Free oil? Where in the world is such a good thing? I don't believe it. A fishing boat owner was filled with disbelief when he heard this statement from Zhao Cheng. Only when Zhao Cheng said he was hanging out with Chen Fan, after asking the other party to search for Chen Fan's name on the internet, the other party was finally somewhat convinced. Chen Fan, this is our great hero. You're really sailing with him. You fished this oil out of the Sakura Sea. Fish for yes, Sakura exists oil in the sea. The owner of the fishing boat was shocked and had 10,000 questions in his mind. And Zhao Cheng nodded heavily. It's a direct message. Lao Lu, just tell me if you dare to take these oils. Don't want us to just throw it overboard. Our proprietor thinks the oil is worthless to take up space, which is why it's good to think of you. Zhao Cheng gang is angry. This free gift is so troublesome. So he is not happy. The brats have to have it. It's free again. Cootie. No way. Lao Zhao, can I ask the other brothers to pull? I'm afraid my fishing boat is too small to pull it all. Old Lu said excitedly. He was also a small fishing boat, also less than 1,000 tons of. As soon as I heard that there is a lot of oil, or free, naturally, I want to tell the other brothers. We all have a boat. Nowadays it is wool gathering. Must go together. Of course, Lao Lu also has a mind. That is, more people have more power. The guts will be bigger. When the time comes the Sakura security ship to chase, they will also be able to run away. Otherwise, it's easy to be intercepted if you go there alone. Okay, you can tell everyone who wants to come and pull it. Even if you call in 100 fishing boats, it's not always easy to pull through. You're kidding. Reserve oil. That's a lot of oil. Sakura is short of oil and likes to store things. The amount of oil reserves is a whopping 300 million barrels. Now what Chen Fan has found is just one hair of the 9 oxen. Instead of having fun alone, let's have fun for all the dragon fishermen to gather wool. That's doing a real good deed. Okay, say yes. Don't you dare lie to me, or I won't recognize you as a friend. Old Lu said solemnly. wanting to confirm the accuracy of this piece of information once again. And at that moment Chen Fan picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Chen Fan. I can guarantee that what Uncle Zhao said is true. You can organize a lot of fishing boats to come and pull. I'll give you as much oil as you dare to pull. Absolutely fill you up, Chen Fan said solemnly, and as soon as old Lu heard that it was Chen Fan, I got excited right away. 2. In the fishing industry, there's no one who doesn't know Chen Fan's name, and now all kinds of rumors have been circulated. He said Chen Fan fished out the submarine, and even fished out the Eagle's airplane. It was rumored that they had never encountered it, but they had seen it on TV. Now that he heard a real person's conversation, he was also excited. The other party was a great hero of the Dragon Kingdom, a hero of the sea, a fisherman's pride. Hero Chen, I believe you. I'm going to organize people now. We'll get the job done. Too many people want to follow Chen Fan to the sea, but with the Fuxing fishing boat is several tens of thousands of tons. We all know that the strength is not good. Follow is also dragged behind Now that they're useful, how could they not be excited? It didn't take long for old Lu to put the word out directly inside the fisherman's group. Sea heroes put out word for free oil. Whoever pulls it is the one who owns it. It's more of a sign that it's the brat's oil. When the group heard this, they were immediately outraged. Bottoms up. The brat's oil, it must be snatched back. And it's still the word from Hero Chen. Yeah, I don't have to say it. I have to do it. It's a welfare program. Free oil for nothing. That's not true. I just heard that the revival rescued 20 of our fishing boats, so we have to do something about that. Yeah, I'm the fishing boat that got rescued and had to go and do a favor. Soon, a fishing boat set sail, and they emptied their gear. They're giving up as much space as they can, because they're going to be loading oil, not catching fish. The number of such fishing boats is increasing, and the number soon exceeds hundreds. There are 300-ton fishing boats, and even more medium-sized boats of thousands of tons. We're heading out to sea now. This scene has attracted a lot of attention, and even some of the media has also paid attention to this matter. Where the hell are these fishing boats going? What do they want? Only no one answered them. Everyone was busy rushing towards the Cherry Blossom Sea. The revival is waiting for us there. This scene was seen in ports all along the coast. Hundreds of fishing boats in one harbor, and there are a lot of ports along the coast, and the news is spreading. When everyone realized that this was a unified action and that there were benefits to be gained, they followed suit. Soon, 1,000 fishing boats are heading towards the Cherry Blossom Sea from different harbors. The scene was quickly noticed by Kaiji, and even more so by the Sakura Security Department. Chapter 118 Gathering the Brat's Wool. The Ruthless Kind. Report. Dragon fishing boats seem to have fished up tons of oil drums. At this time, the security ships in charge of surveillance at the periphery watched in shock as the Renaissance continued to fish out barrels of oil. They'd been watching in awe. Originally, the people on the security boat thought the other side was very backward, and actually didn't catch any fish, but actually caught some garbage. But as the barrels of oil continued one after another, they finally realized something was wrong. Oil drums. What's going on? Why are there oil drums here? And in such numbers? The security captain also froze at the sound of it. This was offshore, but it wasn't right on the beach either. It's also 50 nautical miles from land. There can't be that many oil drums. Commander, could it be an oil drum dropped by one of the cruise ships? The second-in-command guessed, but the other shook his head. It's hard to say. Anything's possible. Forget it. As long as they're not fishing in our territory, ignore it for now. The captain finally decided to leave it alone, because there was nothing they could do about it, and now they had to wait for backup. They're only 1,000-ton security vessels. They can't do anything against a 30,000-ton fishing vessel. At this point he could only watch as one oil drum was salvaged by the other side. On the other hand, the security department headquarters has received a warning message. An unexpected situation has arisen. Report. We're monitoring a large number of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats, heading towards the Sakura Sea. They're very fast, numbering in the thousands. Request for instructions. And Aduka came to report anxiously. They had monitored the situation via satellite and airplane. Now they are on high alert and are quickly reporting the news. Now it's on the old man's desk. Mr. Murata, could this be related to the revival fishing boat? Are they here to support the revival? Koizumi is still at the headquarters, and when he heard that, he immediately associated it with the revival. After all, they are mobilizing their forces to attack the revival, and the Fuxing just rescued 20 dragon fishing boats. If we know the Fuxing is in trouble, it's only natural that these dragon fishing boats would come to the rescue. Izumi, you mean the Rukoku know we're going to deal with their fishing boats? This can't be right. There's no way our message is getting out. The old man's heart was shocked. This one news can only be known internally. Many security captains also do not know what their mission is. But the Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessels suddenly launched 1,000 ships, but it had to make him wonder if their news had been leaked. They're here to rescue the Fushing fishing boat. It is indeed unlikely that the information will be leaked. But if these fishing boats are really responding to the revival, then our security ship force is simply not enough. You're kidding. They're mobilizing a lot of security ships, but the main force is still on the side of the rescue submarine. There are only about 20 ships mobilized. It's a bit of a struggle to surround a single revival. If they were to face thousands of fishing boats, they'd be completely vulnerable and directly able to lay siege to them. It seems we are going to have to request a sailor out. The situation has gone beyond our expectations. It's beyond our capabilities. Murata shook his head helplessly in the face of the invasion of 1,000 fishing boats. They can't stop it at all. Even if all their security ships are mobilized, they can't handle it at all. Only now they have one more thing to confirm. And that's not the destination of these fishing boats. Is it the revival? Continue to send ships to monitor these fishing boats. Make sure you find out what they're up to, the old man said solemnly. And soon all the forces of the security department were conducting surveillance. And Haiji, at this point, is watching this. After all, 1,000 fishing boats go out to sea and at a uniform time. It was only after the fishing ban that there was such a bonanza. And now the sudden uniformity in the sea made them feel that something was wrong with the situation. Find out yet. Where the hell are these fishing boats going? At this time at the headquarters of the Sea Division, Long Tian was a bit anxious and inquired. A staff member is reporting in at this time. Elder Dragon, the situation checks out. It seems to have something to do with the revival. They are receiving the call of the revival. Let them travel to the Cherry Blossom Sea to pull oil. The staff member had an odd expression on his face. Even he couldn't imagine that the situation was actually like this. The Fushing is a star fishing boat. It's been listed in the Department of the Navy. It's a target of attention. I didn't realize it would end up being about the other side again. It's that brat Chen Fan again. What the hell is he doing in Sakuraki? What the hell does he want? Long Tian revealed an odd expression. Although he was cursing, in his heart he was also concerned about Chen Fan. Wanted to know what it was for. If I could help or something. If they really need help, they'll definitely go for it. Elder Dragon, based on inquiries, I heard the revival fished for the brat's oil. It seems to be oil hidden on the bottom of the ocean. So the fishermen are sent over to pull it. It says it's a freebie. Long Tian's eyes widened when he heard this. He had just thought that Chen Fan was in trouble and needed help. This is the call for 1,000 fishing boats to go over to relieve the siege. Is worried about the other side. Who would have thought? Actually is fishing oil. At this moment both of them had a somewhat odd expression on their faces. Because fishing for oil, that's amazing. Chen Fan the kid. Really TN's fishing for everything. Even if it's an airplane or a submarine. We can get oil out of the sea. There hasn't been anything as amazing as him in thousands of years. Long Tian smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say about this matter either. Criticize Chen Fan should not fish for Sakura's oil. How is it possible to scold this matter? Chen Fan is free to send oil to the fishermen. It's a good deed. For a while, he didn't know how to deal with it. But in the end, he called an elderly. Old Li, what do you say about this? Let's manage or not? Long Tian opened up the mountain and stated his concerns. And when elderly heard that, he was also a bit embarrassed. It seems like they could just leave it alone. But if they don't, it seems like it'll lead to bigger problems. Thousands of fishing boats ran to the Cherry Blossom Sea, although they didn't catch any fish, which doesn't count as an offense. But it's Sakura's reserve oil that's being fished. This is no small matter. This is something we have to take care of. And a little help. In that case, we'll send a high-sea ship directly to the edge of the Cherry Blossom Sea to meet them, to ensure that the fishing boats can return without incident. Li Lao said solemnly. This once the security department knows. Certainly want to pursue the fishing boat. They cannot run over to the other side of the waters. But you should at least take care of it. We can't let our fishing boats be bullied. Okay, that's it. Let's let our fishermen, too, pull the wool over the brat's eyes. Long Tian smashed the table and made up his mind. Soon, the high-sea ships were also going out to sea, escorting the fishing boats to set off. Chapter 119 Alarmed. Our stored oil has been stolen. Old Cho, here we go. Where's the oil? It's getting late in the evening. Fishing boats are coming in one by one. Old Lu, who had called with Zhao Chang, also called the other side at this time, smiling and demanding oil. And Zhao Chang laughed when he heard it. Lao Lu, don't worry, we've been fishing for half a day. The oil is almost too much to put in. It's raked in at least 10,000 barrels, thanks to the supply ship. If it was really an ordinary fishing boat, there is really no way to easily fish up the oil drums to put it. Everything here is mechanized, with a large number of robotic arms. There are all kinds of forklifts. The supply ship has become a construction site. is constantly transporting oil barrels. If these fishing boats don't show up, they won't be able to hold them. 10,000 barrels of oil. That's over 1,000 tons of oil. 10,000 barrels. You guys really stabbed the brats in the gas tank. It's really all for us, Old Lou said excitedly, while at that moment Chen Fan appeared. Fellow fishermen, I heard you came with thousands of fishing boats. This 10,000 barrels of oil isn't much. It's not even enough for you to share. There's tons of oil down there. Everyone can fish together. Just drop the net on my command and everyone will be able to fish for oil. Chen Fan didn't expect so many fishing boats to come, originally thinking it was only 100 or so. In that case, a ship could still get 100 barrels to start with. Nowadays, this is not enough. We can't let everyone go home empty-handed. Then we'll have to do it ourselves. Chen Fan is responsible for delivering the oil inside these nets so that they can fish it out themselves. That's very efficient. Look, it's Chen Fan, our hero of the sea. Sure enough, it's Hero Chen. We've come to the right place. What? We'll be able to fish for it too. Is there really that much oil down there? The crowd has been excited. There is a thought to get off the net to try, but was stopped by the others. After all, Chen Fan said to listen to the command. They cannot be chaotic. Hero Chen, whatever you say, we believe in you. Yes, we all follow directions. You give the order. No one questioned Chen Fan's leadership qualifications. After all, they all came here for Chen Fan. Now there are still some people who are half believing. If they can also salvage the oil, that is really believe. They salvage it, it is the real skill. Ah, yes, in that case, all those fishing boats, get off the net immediately. 1 hour, then close the net. Chen Fan said solemnly. He only had 2,000 squid, and it would take time for these squid to swim over from the beach. The oil has to be placed exactly on top of the net. In order to avoid fishing the squid up, it's better to standardize one time. Okay, let's get off the grid now. Soon, all the fishing boats uniformly lowered their nets, and all stopped their boats to stay still. The ones that came after had also heard about it and also went off the grid. At one time, 1,000 fishing boats were united in launching nets. This can make the security ship in charge of surveillance. Finally cannot help it. Asterisk off. They're fishing on our property. We have to step in. They've crossed the line. It's a fishing violation. At this time, the security department finally confirmed that these fishing boats are coming to the fishing, and even want to really fish. It's a lot of fishing. Thousands of ships. But they're taking fish from their fishermen. And that's no good. Absolutely not. For a moment, the security ships were in action. He's not just watching. He's trying to get out of there. A 10,000 ton fishing boat can't handle it. Small fishing boats of a few hundred tons. But we can catch them. Only soon they realized that there was nothing they could do, because the other team was already in the net. Fishing boats were lined up so thickly that they had no way of getting in. Asterisk. Get back. There's a fishing net. Can't get the fishing net tangled. Just kidding. If they get caught in the propeller, they'll be targets, and then the angry fishermen will stone them to death. They're in danger. Eventually, due to the darkness, the security boats are backing out again. They don't dare to take the risk. The other side is outnumbered. They're still not strong enough. There are less than 10 security boats coming now. Facing thousands of fishing boats, they still can't hold them back. Reel in the net. After an hour had passed, Chen Fan sent out instructions to all the fishing boats. Soon, everyone was reeling in their nets, and one by one, they all felt that the nets were catching something. Everyone waited with anticipation, wanting to witness a miracle. Look, it's an oil drum. It's really oil. Asterisk. It's unbelievable. We're actually getting oil. Mom, I'm getting ahead. I'm actually getting oil. Awesome. We can really go back and brag about how we've gotten the brat's strategic reserve of oil. See, the words written here. There's no mistaking it for the Sakura language at first glance. Follow brother Chen mix. Really cool. Ah. Never seen in my life can also fish up oil. Ah. People don't really know what's going on. They're all off the ship. They don't know how the barrels got in here. Is it possible that the oil will still swim away? But let everyone did not have the heart to think so much. Why? At this time one by one are excited to count how many barrels of oil fished up. Ha ha, I've got 50 barrels of oil here. I'm rich. I've got 80 barrels here. That's awesome. I've only got 30 barrels here. Why so few? Everyone was sharing the spoils of war at this point, constantly comparing their harvests, with smiles on their faces. Are you kidding? A barrel of oil is worth thousands of dragon coins. A net like this means tens of thousands of dollars. If I can get a few more nets, I'll be rich. They're just a small fishing boat. You can't always find seafood in one net. Now that you've fished up barrels of oil, it's a novelty and a feeling of wealth. Ha ha, what Chen said is true. When can we get off the grid again? People need to let me know when they hear it. Ha ha, we have to finish the Bratz oil tonight. And if we don't, you're all deserted. We have thousands of fishing boats. Even if each one can only hold 100 tons of oil on average, that's 700 barrels, which adds up to 700,000 barrels. Ha ha, 700,000 barrels of oil. Some of the ships are still relatively large. I estimate that they can carry 1,000,000 barrels of oil, but I do not know whether the Bratz will cry out when they realize that their oil has been fished out by us at dawn tomorrow. The fishermen laughed, and the security boats saw a fishing boat all fished up for oil. They're finally getting the feeling that something's not right. Soon, this news was reported to the security department once again. And once again, the security department reports to the top. Sakura finally realized that there could be a problem with their stored oil, because just 50 nautical miles offshore, that's where they have their biggest storage of oil. But there's usually no one on duty here, because there's never been a problem with the oil, and there's no tsunami or earthquake at this time, so there's no concern. No one could have imagined that their oil would be stolen on a calm night. Chapter 120, Never Abandon. Leave me alone. Bugger. The storage oil base has been destroyed. A huge amount of oil is leaking out. Our oil was fished up by a dragon fishing boat? When the person in charge of managing the oil reserves heard the news, he fainted straight away. There are thousands of barrels of oil stored there. It's the biggest oil reserve in the world. Now that the oil is being fished out, it's a major blunder and he already knows where he's going to end up. Soon, this one was reported up and down the hierarchy, and eventually the security department received the news. Or maybe they received an order to stop letting the dragon fishing boats continue to fish, though they don't know why oil that can sink to the bottom of the ocean is actually caught in fishing nets. But the fact that barrels of oil are being pulled on board is an ironclad fact that there is no denying it. Mr. Murata, we have to take action. Keep it up, and these dragon boats will return with a full load of oil. Tomorrow at first light, we'll be the laughingstock of the world. Koizumi said solemnly, this can't be hidden. It will definitely leak tomorrow. If they were able to intercept and hold the oil, or even directly intercepting a large number of dragon fishing boats and finding them, at that time, this black pot can also be dumped on the dragon fisherman. Face can be truly saved. An ending like this could save a lot of people's faces. Immediately, have all security ships make an interception. They absolutely cannot be allowed to leave the Sakura Sea. Go to the path they must take and surround them. As soon as tomorrow dawns, our warships can be in place as well, and we can surround each other then. Murata said anxiously. This matter is beyond the scope of management of the Security Bureau. He knew that he must rely on the Marine Division. Only the mobilization of the sailors is not easy. They now need to make interceptions, so that these Rikoku fishing boats can't get out. It's not easy to catch people in the dark. Now we can only block the boat. Yes, Koizumi nodded, then was leaving in person. He's going to go alone, and he's going to be the commander of the front line. It's not as simple as kicking out the revival anymore. The person responsible for the oil theft must be found, and the revival is the main culprit. Soon, the security ships were out in force. They had their orders. Never let a fishing boat get away. Even if it's ramming the boat, it's still a deterrent. In a moment, the original surveillance, as well as the 20-odd security boats that arrived behind, had formed a 3-layer protective circle, and were swimming from side to side, but blocked the retreat of the fishing boats. At this time, the fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom, which were still in a state of excitement, did not realize this, and they continued to fish for oil, bucket after bucket, until they couldn't fit any more in their boat. I can't let go. I really can't let go. I can't even stand up if I keep letting go. Yes, we can't put any more, so our speed will be affected. This is already overloaded. When we are pursued, our ship will sink. Brothers, don't overload. Don't be greedy. Hirochan said that after we pull this trip, we can still pull the next one. Stop in moderation. Yeah, you'll be slowed down when you're caught up by the Bratz ships, and that's not going to make things difficult for us. Yes, almost on the line, really cannot be loaded directly thrown into the sea. The next trip we will come back to load. Too full do not smash people. At this time, Captain Lu is constantly shouting to the crowd not to overfill. It's very important to go back next. There may be a chase. If you can't get away, it's over. It made sense when the crowd heard it. They had fished away the Bratz oil, and the other side certainly wouldn't let them go so easily. The more full the more cannot run away. Really become a greedy joke. This oil cannot pull back. That is also a shadow. For a while, many overloaded fishing boats, at this time, also had to endure the pain of throwing some oil back into the sea. And on the fishing vessel Renaissance, high-powered radar, also scanning the nearby waters. At this moment, Zhao Chang reported good news and bad news, causing the crowd to argue for a while. Donger, the fishing boats are basically loaded and ready to return. Except that the security ships are currently intercepting us on our way back. If we go in hard, we could get a lot of fishing boats wrecked. Now that it's dark and 1,000 fishing boats are moving en masse, there's a chance they'll crash into each other internally. Zhou Sung raised his own concerns about how to go. The oil is loaded. The brats are taking a big hit and are already in ambush. Now that it's dark, it's easy to dodge and crash into the. If a life is really lost, then what was a good thing for them to do will now become a bad thing. Nice. Can't be tough. We can go in hard. They won't dare stop us. But small fishing boats can't. Hundreds of tons will hit thousands of tons. And it's our fishermen who will suffer. Uncle Wang also reminded that it's too dangerous to act at night, and that we must ensure safety before letting people leave. Otherwise, I'd rather wait here until morning. Dawn does act well, but if we wait until tomorrow, there's a chance that the brats' reinforcements will come too. It's harder for us to walk. Chen Fan frowned. It was entirely possible. So much time had passed already. He couldn't believe the other side didn't know the oil had been stolen. The other side will surely use all their power to intercept. Even the sailors. By then the sailors were even more powerful and larger in number. Even the revival can hardly get away with it. After all, they're just supply ships with lots of tonnage. Sakura sailors also have large tonnage. Several ships directly surrounded. That really cannot run off. This does have that possibility too. Uncle Wan listened with a blank stare and also nodded his head. We're prone to mistakes in the dark, but for security ships, they're also more afraid of the dark. Since I summoned them here, I am responsible for returning them to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Fan is the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom's waters, and this is a responsibility he is duty-bound to fulfill. Not to mention the fact that this has something to do with him, even if it doesn't. If he finds out that a dragon fishing boat is surrounded, it's absolutely impossible to ignore it. Plus the darkness can do him a lot of good. His underwater creatures have a better chance of hiding this secret from more people. Donger, you're right. The darkness has done us harm as well as good. We can't wait any longer. The longer it takes, the more prepared the other side will be. Zhao Chang has also figured out that means he can go now and doesn't need to keep waiting. He's the one in charge of making the calls to call in the people, and he has a duty. The fishermen must be sent home safely if they are to make a good profit. Yes, in that case, then I'll go trip out a safe path. Chapter 121, I'll take you home. Tears in the eyes of the audience. Soon, Chen Fan was telling all the fishing boats to get ready. I'll take you home. A sentence that touched countless fishermen and made them feel warm to the core of their hearts. They'd be willing to do anything they're asked to do at this point. Then the revival rushed to the front, and all the other fishing boats prepared themselves carefully. They know they're leaving. They're going to reap the benefits and they're going to leave. They're not going to delay much. Coming. The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are trying to leave. Get ready. Izumi had traveled several hours by plane and landed directly on top of the flagship of the security ship, acting as a frontline commander. Watching the revival fishing boat coming toward them once again, he anxiously gave instructions for everyone to pay attention to the. It's safe to say he's already failed once. The last time 10 security ships, after losing one, retreated completely. It's a shame that not only did we fail to capture 20 dragon fishing boats, but we also suffered a big loss. Now that he has more than 20 security ships in his hands, he is even more powerful and he has to snowball his shame. Soon, the security ship was directly across the sea, not budging at all. It's the Sakura Sea. It's their home turf. A step back at this point would be a shame for them. But the Fushing didn't care about that. But it rushed forward with great vigor. That's the way it has to be. It's just that a direct hit is out of the question. Chen Fan won't risk his own life. He could have so many underwater creatures to protect his master. Forget it. Just soft kill. Don't use one move all the time. Chen Fan thought about it and decided to go for a soft kill. It would be best to directly make the other party's personnel unable to work, and the security ship would directly stop functioning. Sharks and whales have already been used, but boasting in front of a security boat. As soon as they enter the Dragon Kingdom waters, they will be attacked. It's not a good time to be here. So, thousands of dolphins are coming from all directions. This is their chance to make a difference. Vomit. Soon, someone on the security ship felt sick to their stomachs, and then vomited straight away. That's a shock to the rest of the world. Kamita, you threw up on me. The co-worker next to him was vomited on by the other, but he was covered in vomit all over his body. This made him very upset and he cursed right back. Only soon his stomach also felt a gush of water. And then I couldn't help but throw up, too. By now everyone else was puking too. It was hard to finish throwing up, but when he looked up again, he realized that all the others had fainted on the floor. What's going on? Kamata, what's wrong with you guys? As if he had exhausted his strength, The man who shouted then fainted with his eyes blackened. In time, other security ships were also experiencing this situation. This new contingency took Koizumi by surprise. Bugger! What the hell happened? Why are our people fainting? Koizumi has encountered sharks, he has encountered whales, and his greatest fear is that the whales will show up again. Their security ships won't be able to handle it. And yet the whales didn't come, and the sharks didn't seem to come. Everything was very quiet, which filled him with confidence when people fainted one by one. And as the security ships continued to report, half the people on the ship fainted. It made him finally panic. Commander, our personnel are falling. Requesting backup. One. Commander Koizumi, please help us. No, we need to get out of these waters. It's not clean. One captain after another was asking for help. The reduction in personnel had made it impossible for them to control the ship's movements, and although the bridge had not yet been attacked and could still be maneuvered, there was no one left to run the rest of the department. It made everyone feel fear. The unknown attack plus made everyone scared. Some of the believers, even more so, felt that this place was unclean. They must have encountered something or else they couldn't have fainted en masse. Commander, we're paralyzed in combat. What do we do? The vice commander looked at Koizumi with an anxious expression. But it was time for someone to make up his mind. He can't make up his mind. It's time for someone to show up and take responsibility. Report. The revival has come through. If we don't take shelter, Ship 115 will be rammed. The staff in charge of the radar gave an urgent warning that they were straddling the sea, and if they didn't do something about it, they were really going to be hit. And 115 ships have 1,000 tons of. The other side is 30,000 tons of fishing boats. So a collision. The results do not need to think about. Absolutely shipwrecked people are. Everyone was looking at Koizumi. Everyone was waiting for orders. At this time Koizumi regretted. Now he came over to be the commander again to take the blame. And to suffer humiliation. Again and again. His career will be over. Emergency evasion. All security ships avoid the revival. In the end, Koizumi chose to back down under tremendous pressure. He couldn't take the chance that this crash would justify the capture of the revival. And even more so that he could just fire on it. But with the ship wrecked, chances are they won't be able to catch up with each other, and the liability will be even greater then. Soon, the radar of the Fushing showed that the security ship in front of us had made a direct channel. The security boats are giving way to a 5 nautical mile long channel, and I don't know if the other side is scared. Still scared. A safe passage broke out for a while. Great. The brats are scared. They actually got out of the way. At this time, Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang didn't know that the security ship was encountering an attack, and only then did it back down. They thought the other side was looking at the viciousness of the revival and rammed it directly into the security ship to scare them off. And Chen Fan only smiled faintly and didn't explain much. Good job getting out of the way. In that case, get the fishing boats out of there in an orderly fashion at once. We'll just go around in circles, continuously expanding shipping lanes. Chen Fan's heart was happy and he immediately had a countermeasure. The other party this let go. If he didn't leave now, when would he wait? He was sure that the fainting of the security ship's personnel was going to cause the other side to cause pandemonium for a period of time. They can leave in the meantime. Brothers, Chen has helped us make a path. Now let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Pulling the Bratz oil home is just awesome. Ha ha, this autumn wind hit. What a relief. I didn't think I would be able to make the Bratz suffer. Go, 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 keep your distance. The channel is wide. Everyone leave in an orderly fashion. Don't cut in line. At this time, the old Lu was in charge of the back of the unified instructions and arrangements, but also very hard. No way. These people are also he called over. Must be responsible for they. Soon, over the 5 nautical mile long channel, a large number of fishing boats are traveling at a constant speed of 20 knots, formed directly into 10 rows and drove off carefully. And the Fushing is still ramming the security ships. Chapter 122, returning from a full load. Sakura humiliated. Heavyweight. Sakura's reserve oil was fished out by Dragon Kingdom fishermen, causing heavy losses. Breaking. Thousands of Rokoku fishing boats returned full of oil. Fishing for oil in the sea? This is not science fiction. This is reality. Misery. 1 million barrels of oil have been stolen, and the loss is up to $100 million. After a long night, when people start to get up and go to work, in Sakura as well as Rokoku, a weighty piece of news has been making the rounds on the internet. At the moment the front pages are all carrying a picture of a huge fishing boat that's taking countless small fishing boats along with it. If you look closely, you'll see that these fishing boats are full of oil drums, and behind them, a Sakura security ship. I don't know who took this picture. If Chen Fan knows, he must give the other party a big reward, because this photo captures the majesty of the Fushing. but it slapped the SSS so unwillingly as well as incompetently. Bugger. What's going on? Why are our reserves of oil being fished out by dragon fishermen? What's going on? Our oil is really stored at the bottom of the sea, but it's unbelievable how oil at the bottom of the sea can be fished away by fishermen. Why are so many dragon fishing boats coming to our waters? What is the security department doing? Why are they not doing anything? Bastards. Damned dragon fishermen. They're stealing. They're thieves. They're stealing our oil. The security department must come out and take responsibility for why they were only able to chase after them and why they didn't catch a single fisherman. Sakura's netizens are angry. They are angry at why the security department is so incompetent and why, with so many fishermen, they can't catch one. So many fishing boats. How can they not be able to capture one? Even if it is a collision, they can sink one. Their boat is obviously bigger than the other fishing boats. At the same time, many of the Sakura people knew for the first time that they really did have oil stored at the bottom of the sea. At this point there is also a lot of sputtering about why the oil should be at the bottom of the ocean. If it existed on land, these fishermen couldn't have stolen it. Soon, the netizens' attacks were directed at the department that manages the stored oil, and they actually mismanaged it, and it was actually fished away by the fishermen, which is a much bigger responsibility. Seeing that paper can no longer wrap the fire, this matter is all exposed. Sakura also had to go on a crisis attack, and they played up the spirit of bowing and apologizing like crazy, and the first one to come forward and apologize was the head of the stored oil. I'm sorry, it's our negligent management. Let the dragon fishermen seize the opportunity. I am here to apologize to the nation. Forgive us our transgressions. The person in charge then went straight to 90 degrees. No, this time it's 95 degrees straight up, bowing so hard you're knocking yourself on your knees. It looks like it's full of goodwill. Only the netizens didn't agree, because this time, they were humiliated all over the world. Countless people continue to curse the person in charge. Get the back. We don't need to apologize. We need oil. We won't accept an apology unless that oil can come back. It's not the oil we lost. It's our dignity. It's a very scary thing that our strictly protected stored oil was so easily fished away by the dragon fishermen. Yes, and if it's wartime, that means all our oil will be taken from us, and we won't have any security. Yes, the internet cares about money, right? Not really. Although the million barrels of oil, which are indeed worth a lot, are worth $100 million, but this 100 million is nothing compared to being humiliated all over the world. They've suffered a terrible loss. Let the world watch them laugh. And even more so, let the world know that their reserve oil management is now lax. Then, the second person to be pushed out to bow was none other than Koizumi of the security department. At this moment Koizumi stood in front of the reporters. He's reading out an apology without a face, and in my heart, I'm thinking back to last night. Why are our people suddenly fainting? Does this have something to do with that one Dragon Kingdom fishing boat again? At this point, Koizumi had been thinking about it all night, but hadn't been able to figure out why their man had suddenly fainted. They've been checking all night, and they can't come up with anything. Food poisoning is out of the question. Nor is it possible that the ship was attacked. There was no break in the ship, much less any sign of damage. But it was the damage to the personnel that left him with no way to intercept the fishing boats, only to be able to watch a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat leave safely under his watch. When their personnel woke up, thousands of fishing boats were already far away, and they were able to chase after them. But when the pursuit reached the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, they encountered the high sea ships, who likewise came with more than a dozen. With such treatment of the receiving force, no matter how unwilling, Koizumi knew there was no turning back. I can only give up. Who would have thought that the last scene of them chasing the fishing boat would be captured by the Dragon Nation's airplane? A photo that made the Dragon's fishing boats famous and humiliated the security department was created. Bastard! What kind of apology is that? You so insincere. We'll never forgive you. Bugger! This is your apology. And you didn't even bow. Yes, Koizumi finished his script and didn't bow, which made people in the audience so upset that they attacked each other directly. But Koizumi has his own dignity. He was pushed out to take the fall, but he was also a soldier with dignity and would never bow. It would be another insult to his profession. However, ordinary people don't care. They have seen a lot of bowing spirit. They cannot accept it, but the other party has to bow. Otherwise they are not satisfied with the asterisk. You're the ones who let the dragon fishing boats go. The security department is useless. You don't do your job, taxpayers' money. You should all be laid off. Yes, incompetent people cannot be kept. They must be fired. You're a disgrace to the security department. You've dishonored Sakura. All because of you. Then an agitated spectator picked up his own smelly shoes and threw them at him. But Izumi, who was quick on his feet, dodged them. However, so hide instead of hiding a big deal. The more people think, the more anxious. Not just one. Other people also follow the example. Some take shoes. Some take any props in hand. Soon, all sorts of things were smashing into Koizumi. There were so many of them that he was no longer able to dodge them. And soon he was covered in wounds. It's a terrible humiliation. And the originator of this scene is now dashing back to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, when the news spread that the last fishing boat had returned full of oil. Contrary to Sakura netizens' shame, the netizens are extremely excited. At this point it's constantly being cheered up on the internet. Even more so, the Renaissance was held in high regard, for it was this one fishing boat that led thousands of fishing boats. I've accomplished something amazing. Chapter 123, You're so close to becoming a bear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This news is real, not fake news, right? I look at how to feel some fake awe. Yeah, I don't think it's possible even if I look at it. Our fishermen are so brave. They just stole the brats home. Really, brothers? This time, but the CCTV are reported. This is absolutely true news. Did not expect this oil actually really can be fished up in the sea. Ha ha, our fishermen are too good. Right. In the past, fishing sonar, fishing submarine, even if, now directly fishing for oil, and still thousands of fishing boats run over. This is simply in the robbery. Too terrible. Brother, how can you say rob? We are fishing. Who let them put the oil on the bottom of the sea? This cannot be said nonsense. Awesome. Now Sakura won't cry to death. Hundreds of millions of dollars of oil will be retrieved by us. What a slap in the face. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom really don't know how to portray their excitement at this time. It's been too long since they've been so relieved. In the past, the news they saw was always about fishermen being chased away by security boats, or even outright arrested. Nowadays, the fishermen are so brave that they just set out together and steal each other's homes. But soon, they also knew that there was a mysterious person behind this who was directing this matter, and that was the owner of the 10,000-ton fishing boat inside the photo. Brothers, recently got a first-hand intelligence. My little uncle is one of the people in it. He said they were notified by our hero of the sea, Chen Fan. Let them go to the cherry blossom sea to pull oil. And when they've been there, they find out it's full of oil down there. Anyone can fish for it. They were able to return safely, all because our heroes were guarding them. Thousands of fishing boats, each with dozens of people. That's tens of thousands of mouths. It's impossible not to leak out this information. And Chen Fan didn't keep them from saying. As a result, the fishermen were constantly deifying Chen Fan and praising him. And all kinds of praises were given to Chen Fan without being stingy at all. Soon a heroic tale with a legendary twist was told. At that time, dozens of security ships of the brats crossed the sea. I see our hero Chen charging out single-handedly and without fear. You don't say. These brats' guts are really small. Watching the revival ship crashing through with no life. All their ships gave way. And then we were able to pass. It's Hero Chen, who made a way for us to live. He is our fisherman. And even more so, the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom's waters. Listen to the netizens as they hear this one legendary tale of valor and are mesmerized. One person tells these stories of valor and people still think they'll be artfully exaggerated. After all, they have seen a lot of advanced deeds, but when a fisherman have come forward, even more exaggerated the story, said more heroic time, everyone had to believe that it was true, especially with the photos, which corroborated Chen Fan's credits. For a while, originally, everyone didn't know much about Chen Fan winning the title of Hero of the Sea. After all, they didn't know exactly what feats Chen Fan had made. The last time we fished for unmanned submarines, warplanes and even captured submarines. These were not declassified because of their sensitivity. People don't know much about Chen Fan's accomplishments. However, this time, no one denied Chen Fan's credit. No one denied that Chen Fan couldn't afford the title of Hero of the Sea. And it's not just the heroes of the sea. Even the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom are able to afford it. That's a real hero. What a model for the new age. Yes. Not only did thousands of fishing boats profit, but they also bravely fought against the security department. This kind of vigor is not comparable to ordinary people. Soon, the whole internet was going to praise Chen Fan, and more news about the revival was revealed. For example, last time the Fushing rescued 20 fishing boats. This one piece of news made Chen Fan's reputation rise. UEE as well as Suwon Air, who were far away in the southern city, watched the new news about Chen Fan on the whole network at this time. Both happy about it and a little unhappy about it. Damn it! I did him such a big favor. I can't believe he's not taking me sailing. Yes, last time in the Chen village, he asked his father to help the other side, but remedied a construction company, although it was only a small matter. But later he heard that Chen Fan had a big boat and wanted to follow on air to go out to sea once again, but he was forced to refuse by the other party. This had always made her still hold a grudge. especially when she watched Chen Fan do another great thing. It made her a bit envious and jealous. And you don't blame him. As you can see, this trip is also dangerous. So close to a war. Su Wanner was helping Chen Fan. Since she came back last time, she was getting more and more curious about Chen Fan. I've been following along, and I'm sorry that I didn't get to go sailing. Just petty. Now that he's rich, he won't take us with him. Wan Air, let's not count on him either. Let's get a boat and sail ourselves. Yui remembered that they were going out to sea to find the shipwreck, and seeing that Chen Fan would not take them to play, they could only think of a way out. This is not good. Su Wan Air wanted to refuse, but Yui said so directly. She didn't want to be looked down upon by Chen Fan, and she also wanted to make something on her own so that she wouldn't be treated like a vase by others. Su Wanner could not say anything else, but she was looking forward to their meeting with Chen Fan at sea. Chen Fan, you boys have been heroes again this time, but leading an army of thousands to do a great thing. At this time, Chen Fan received a call from Long Tian. For Chen Fan to do this sensational thing in private, Long Tian still had to reprimand him a few times. After all, it was indeed too dangerous. He's not afraid of something happening to Chen Fan, he's afraid of something happening to the fishermen. So many fishing boats intruding into the Sakura Sea. That's like being in the enemy camp. What a dangerous thing to do. Elder Long, you're joking. It's still something I didn't think through properly. Forgot that other fishing boats don't have much protection. Chen Fan smiled slightly. He did indeed not think enough. Only thinking about fishing out the other party's oil and making the other party lose a lot of money. I've humiliated them, but I've neglected security. He's transporting by himself. He can come and go as he pleases. But with thousands more small fishing boats, the danger is indeed high, especially as many of them do not listen to their advice. But overloaded. It's lucky he didn't capsize. Otherwise he wouldn't be a hero, but he'd be in trouble with the law. Nice. It's good that you can think of that. It is indeed dangerous this time. I'm afraid you don't know, but after dawn, more than 50 warships of all types from the Sakura Sailor Division were reinforced. If you had left a little later, I'm afraid none of you would have been able to get out in one piece. Long Tian had to knock Chen Fan around a bit, reminding the other party to pay attention to safety. It's a good thing Chen Fan left at night, although it's dangerous to leave at night, but he avoided being completely surrounded. They won't be able to rescue them. They'll have to send out their sailors. Only that would be a big deal. Chen Fan would probably be blamed for it. Chapter 124, Rescue Failed. Only the Dragon Nation can succeed? Just as the revival is returning with a great reputation. On the other side, the big fish, which was sunk by Chen Fan, it's being rescued at this time, and the professional rescue boat has been lowered at this time with a professional rescue submarine, which is diving at this time. They will dock with the big fish and will be able to evacuate the personnel at that time. Report. We've got eyes on the big fish. It was discovered that the docking port had been lost and could not be docked, when the rescue submarine was able to dive to a depth of 350 meters, and everyone thought that the rescue would be successful. Bad news has come out. That's when the docking ports of the rescue ships were damaged and their rescue subs couldn't dock, and not being able to dock can have very serious consequences. That is, they can't get the people out first through the rescue submarine. At this time, the commander in charge of the rescue, his heart was shocked. The most unwanted result, actually really discovered. Bugger. What kind of impact did the submarine take and why are the docking ports damaged? The commander didn't realize that not only was the hatch broken, but the docking port was also deformed. The docking port is also damaged. Then they have no way to form a sealed docking with the big fish, and they can't possibly make a personnel transfer. It's safe to say that the first rescue, or the first step of the rescue, they failed. Commander, rescue submarine unable to rescue. We can only take the second option. Salvage the submarine as a whole, the vice commander said seriously. There was only the second way to go now. The time left for them was running out. A day has passed. The big fish has only 2 days of oxygen left. Commander, if we take the second option, it will take a very long time. There's no way we can salvage it in 2 days. Salvaging a submarine is a long-term thing. A professional technician had to remind that in general submarine rescue, people are transferred out first, and then the submarine is salvaged at that time. Only salvage is not easy. Spend a month or two is very normal, and even a salvage failed, but also need to be salvaged twice. It's impossible to do it in 2 days. They can't even tie up the big fish submarine in the first place. The commander's brow furrowed at the news. He didn't expect this rescue to be so grim. It hadn't been encountered before. Not only is the water so deep that conventional submarine self-rescue methods won't work, even docking doesn't work nowadays. Commander, we found the big fish stuck inside a trench. We're trying to salvage it, and it's very difficult. It's possible we'll need to send out robots to dismantle the underwater mountain. Another piece of bad news. Turns out the big fish is stuck. At this point, it's not easy to tow, and it's possible to get stuck and not be able to salvage it. Bugger. Get the Eagle Rescue Commander here now. We need to call for backup. Commander Sakura finally realizes that she can't fix it alone. Soon, the Eagle Rescue ship, which was assisting alongside, was called in as well. They don't have a way, or the other side does. But when the other party listened to the specifics of the situation, he also gave a look of love and helplessness. Very sorry. If there's enough time, we can rescue the submarine up here, but with only 2 days to go, there's nothing we can do. Even though our rescue technology is the best in the world, there's nothing we can do. Commander Eagle shook his head. The difficulty was too high. Too high. It just couldn't be done. It's still a balance between saving lives, and if it's not saving lives, it might still be able to use some rough methods. Captain Jack, really? 60 of our lives are at the bottom of the ocean, and there's no way we're not going to rescue them. Commander Sakura's eyes were red. 60 lives. You can't just watch people die. The white commander shook his head, but soon he seemed to think of a point, and was hesitating not to know whether to tell the other. The scene was captured by Commander Sakura, who immediately asked for advice. Even if it wasn't very mature, they were willing to accept it. Eventually the white commander was going to speak up. He was a rescuer too and knew how hard it was to not be able to make a successful rescue. Trying to do a submarine rescue in 2 days. Want to salvage the submarine as a whole. Maybe someone else can do it, the white commander said seriously, which caused a flurry of excitement among the Sakura people across the street. But I'm confused. The Eagles are the most powerful rescue force in the world, and they all say they can't do it. Is there anyone else who can do it? Captain Jack, please tell us who was able to do it, and we'll be sure to pay a huge amount. Money is secondary to human life. It's a submarine and 60 lives. Dragon Nation. They can do it. To be precise, it's a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. They then managed to spend half a day successfully salvaging a Dragon submarine. The same submarine of over 3,000 tons. The white commander was actually thinking of the Dragon fishing boat, or rather the Genoa fishing boat. It was the fishing boat Genoa that disgraced the Eagle Marine Division, that captured their nuclear submarine. And although this is an internal secret, but the number of people who know about it is not small. It can't be hidden. That is to say, it will not be spread. At that time, their submarine was monitoring the salvage of the Dragon submarine by the Genoa fishing boat. I just didn't expect that I'd be captured by the Genoa fishing boat. What? Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. Rescue the Dragon submarine. How is this possible? Captain Jack, you can't be kidding me. The crowd of Sakura officers were dumbfounded, each with wide eyes, as if they were listening to a joke. They've got a professional rescue boat, and they can't even get it out. Now a Dragon fishing boat is able to salvage a submarine. It's a complete joke. Only the white commander's expression didn't look like a joke, but rather a very serious one. As soon as he heard that the other party was skeptical, he was also very upset at this time. Sakura man, there are so many strange things in the world. I don't have to joke with you. All I can tell you is that this is what we witnessed with our own eyes. The Dragon fishing boats did succeed in salvaging the Dragon submarine. We were very shocked too, but the fact is it really worked. Jack shook his head and simply stopped talking even after a scolding pause. Anyway, it's none of their business. They'll get a high fee for following them, and they'll be able to get paid whether or not they can save the man. Commander Sakura seemed to know that she had said something wrong, and at that moment she hurriedly explained. No, Captain Jack, it's not that we don't believe you. It just feels like this is incredible. Who would have believed that a Dragon fishing boat could rescue a submarine? I can't get in touch with you. You're not a fisherman. How can you salvage a submarine? But Jack did not say anything. It is not possible to say that the Dragon fishing boats will not only salvage submarines, but also warplanes. These are their scandals. It is impossible to say to the other side. It's up to you whether you believe him or not. Chapter 125, requesting the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats to rescue the submarine. What kind of international joke is this? Mr. Murata. Rescue boat reporting. Rescue submarine unable to dock with big fish. Personnel rescue failed. The big fish is stuck in a trench, and the overall salvage challenge is so great that it will most likely take up to a month. Soon, the rescue situation at the front was still reported to the security department headquarters. At this moment, Murata was also frowning, not realizing that the rescue was not going as well as usual. It puts him in no mood to sleep. Last night he stayed up all night, for there was still the Dragon fishing boat to be pursued, and after daybreak, he had no choice but to push Koizumi out as a blackguard, and it was very hard for him to do so, as this was his favorite general. Now that he's almost done with things, the bad news is coming again. and there's not a single thing that can make him feel good about himself. 1 month. Our people are long dead. Let them think of something. The rescue must succeed. Older people pressed their temples in hopes of reducing some stress. Instead, the staff continued to report. Mr. The Eagle's rescue captain offered us a suggestion. They said they could go to a fishing boat called the Genoa. It is rumored that the other party then managed to rescue a successful dragon submarine. The staff read here has also stopped his mouth. At this time he is also a face puzzled. How this has something to do with the Dragon Country fishing boats. And Murata froze for a moment. He was troubled by the fact that all of the Rokoku's fishing boats had escaped. Why is this another Rokoku fishing boat? Bugger. Dragon fishing boats. How could they possibly rescue a submarine? How is this possible? This is playing with the lives of our soldiers. In Murata's opinion, it would be better to let their rescue submarine forcefully break the submarine, even though it might cause the submarine to be in danger. It's still much more reliable than calling a Rokoku fishing boat. No. The other captain said he could let us confirm it with the Third Fleet. Of course, the choice is ours. Yes. And Captain Jack knew that what he was saying was indeed unbelievable. So the other side was allowed to confirm with their headquarters, the Seventh Fleet. But I don't know if HQ will give confirmation or not. After all, it's a scandalous matter for the Eagle sailors. But Murata calmed down when he heard that. Eagleman didn't have to talk nonsense. He could have just ignored it and been able to get his money as usual. And the other guy said that, so there's a chance it's true. Thinking of this, he hurriedly and carefully examined the detailed instructions coming from the front. Upon seeing that the Dragon fishing boats managed to salvage the Dragon submarine in half a day, and that the other side submarine was also more than 3,000 tons, Murata was sitting quietly in his chair as they did with the big fish. I didn't say anything for a long time. Tell me, shall we try it? Murata was of what to do and looked to his assistant. The latter thought for a moment. Sir, we should be able to get the sailors to confirm that to the Seventh Fleet. The submarine is theirs, and it's their responsibility to confirm the accuracy of the message. Once Murata heard that, he made up his mind. It was a quick call. Then it went up the chain of command, and eventually the call actually made it to 7th Fleet headquarters. Faced with the news of the verification, the other party simply replied with 4 words. It's true. Then there was not too much explanation. We cannot let them say that the Genoa fishing boat but captured their nuclear submarine. It's a scandal that will remain in the archives forever. What? The message is true. How is this possible? When Sakura Mizukichi told him the news, despite his mental preparation, Murata's eyes widened and he couldn't calm his heart for a long time. The sailor headquarters was similar. They heard about it and thought it was a bit of a ripoff, but in the end they chose to try it. I didn't think I'd get a real answer. Murata, since this matter is true, even if there is a remote possibility, we're going to make an attempt. 2. It's up to you to make a request for help from the Dragon Kingdom's Sea Division. Let them step in and coordinate the Genoa fishing boat. The sailors are giving orders to the security department. Regardless, they needed to try. The Eagle sailors wouldn't lie to them for no reason. It's perfectly feasible. It's a rescue mission. After all, it's not too sensitive. There's still a chance for both sides to work together. Yes, Murata wants to fight back. After all, they just confronted Rukoku Kaiji. Now he's asking the other party to assist. He wants to face it too. How can he ask for it? But 60 lives are at stake. We have to compromise. Elder Dragon, Sakura Security called. He wants to speak to you directly. Soon after, a call was received from the other party at Haiji headquarters, except that the other party didn't say what it was about. Instead, we're going straight to Dragon Sky. At this moment, Old Man Long and Old Man Lee, who were having a meeting, also looked at each other. Security department, could it be that they're looking for us to settle a score? Long Tian smiled. After all, their 1,000 fishing boats had stolen the other party's home. It seems normal for the other guy to call and spit on the other side when they've been humiliated all over the world. Simply don't answer it. It's no good picking up. Li Lao's character is also fiery. Since he knows it's not a good thing, he simply doesn't answer it. Elder Dragon, the other side seems to be in a great hurry. Doesn't seem to be looking for trouble. The staff warned that as a professional wiring staff, this could still be felt. Not looking for trouble. So what else is going on with them? Forget it. I'll go and meet you for a while. I'm not afraid of him. I'll just yell at him. Long Tian greeted the attendees, then stride out of the conference room. At this time also curious. The security department this has something to find him. The two sides have always been at loggerheads. They don't communicate in private. Commander Long, I'm Murata. There's something else I need to ask you about. At this moment, Murata's attitude was very gentle, which surprised Long Tian as well. Their fishermen are the ones who fished away $100 million worth of each other's oil, and the call should be a room full of fireworks at this time. but the other party's attitude was such that it made him uncomfortable instead. Murata didn't want to, but he had to ask for help, so he couldn't just come and ask for help in an overbearing manner. Mr. Murata, what's the matter with you? There's no way we're giving back the oil. There's no talking about it. Long Tian directly blocked the other party's mouth, blocking all possibilities of returning the oil. But the other party quickly waved his hand, saying that he didn't mean that. That's the end of it. They won't pursue it any further. Such an unusual attitude made Long Tian's eyes wide open. At the same time, his heart sank. The other party kept giving in. There was obviously a bigger scheme. Commander Long, I would like to ask, do you have a Genoa fishing boat? Participated in a submarine rescue mission? Murata's getting right to the point. Time's running out. 1 minute less delay is 1 more minute of danger for their men. Chapter 126, Submarine Secret Affairs Revealed. Boss Long angry. Genoa fishing boat. Submarine rescue. Long Tian's brows furrowed. But then he was enlightened. He finally realized why the other's attitude had become so humble. Originally waiting for him here Long Tian, but no, the other side of the submarine is an accident. Now they're asking about the Genoa fishing boat, which obviously knows about the successful rescue of the submarine. Although he didn't know from which channel the other party got this news. But Long Tian put his heart down. This is not a problem. This is a request. Only thinking of this, Long Tian laughed in his heart. Perhaps the other party would never have imagined that the Genoa had changed ownership, and that the original owner had now become the Fushing. And it's the one who just led thousands of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats to steal the other party's home. If the other side knew, they'd be depressed again. Commander Long, I might as well be clear. We have a submarine in an accident and the rescue challenges are enormous. If you can't get the men out in 2 days, they will die. I would like to have the support of your division. Murata lowered his head, completely conceding defeat. Well, the fishing vessel Genoa is currently resting. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the rescue mission. Long Tian really is the truth. Now Genoa fishing boat was bought by Chen Fan, but is directly rested. Directly in the dock put it. Likewise, he was trying to whet the other side's appetite. And even more so, he wanted to negotiate a better deal. They'll go to the rescue without any conditions. That's not possible. Commander Long, we need your help. How much rescue is needed? We're all willing to take it on. Murata didn't want to test each other anymore. He just let the other party open the conditions. As long as it wasn't too much, they were all open to negotiation. After all, it's not as expensive as the Eagles side, but the other side pays millions of dollars for their appearances. As for letting them carry out the rescue, that's even more of a no-brainer. Well, the fishing boat Genoa will not go out to sea again, but all the crew of the Genoa fishing boat were transferred to another bigger fishing boat. Whether or not they're willing to participate in the rescue, I can't guarantee it, because you have had great conflict with him, Long Tian said solemnly. This matter he also dare not guarantee, because the security department just yesterday pursued the revival of the fishing boat. Behind his sent warships want to siege Chen Fan. He knows Chen Fan's temper. He hates the security department. Now he's going to rescue the other submarine. It's not a good idea. What? We're not upset about a Genoa fishing boat. Murata was a bit anxious. If there was really a grudge, it wouldn't be easy to invite the other party. But he checked before he came. There's no record of the Genoa fishing boat. Aha! It used to be called the Genoa. Now he's called Revival. Long Tian gently pointed out the truth. Murata's ears seemed familiar. Then something seemed to occur to him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. What? Fishing boat renaissance? Dumbfounded. Really dumbfounded. Any who do not know, they asked for people, actually became revived. Only on second thought, the revival is indeed very odd. The security department has suffered several losses on the Fushing fishing boat, and several security boats have been damaged. They're so concerned about the revival that they've put it on the most dangerous list. Who'd have thought they'd salvage a submarine? Salvage the oil. Salvage the submarine. The weirder it is, the more likely it is to actually be capable. Murata smiled bitterly. The big fish was supposed to go after the revival, not realizing that it had sunk behind it. It's ironic that it's the revival that's able to rescue them now. Mr. Murata, now you should know the gravity of the situation. I've even heard that you've put the revival on the danger list, to be apprehended as soon as it's discovered. The chances of you trying to get the revival to salvage the submarine now are not good, Long Tian said with difficulty, but in his heart he was delighted. At this time for Chen Fan hailed. This can really let the cherry blossom to eat a muffled losses. And you still have to smile when you've suffered a loss. And you still have to beg Chen Fan. It's really too much of a relief. Long Tian feels that after having Chen Fan, he's eating well and sleeping well. A Chen Fan has solved too many troubles for them. Dragon Commander, we will evacuate the list immediately. No longer targeting the revival. requesting revival to join the rescue. We will pay well. Murata was dumbfounded, but things still had to be talked about, and at this point he felt more and more that the revival fishing boat was really capable of rescuing the. It's a matter of one or the other. We'll have to negotiate any deal. Okay, I can connect you, but there's no guarantee of success. Long Tian nodded his head. Yes, he couldn't ensure the success of this matter. After all, the submarines in the Dragon Kingdom needed rescuing, and he was sure Chen Fan would agree, even more unconditionally. But to rescue a submarine from another country, it's impossible to force them to do so. So a phone call was made directly to Chen Fan's cell phone. Long Tian directly spoke briefly on the matter. Well, do you take this or not? You ask for the rescue fee. I'll go and negotiate for you 1 inch, Long Tian said with a smile, thinking in his heart that this kid was afraid that he would have another chance to make a lot of money. And it's still going on from the security department, which made 600 million dragon coins last time. I don't know how much this one will be. The big fish submarine. Need me to come to the rescue? Chen Fan is also dumbfounded. This submarine is the one he sank. Who told the other guy to him? The other side is actually still alive, still hanging on, and has been found and is doing all they can to rescue them. Now it was even looking for him. And at this time Chen Fan was also crying and laughing. Do you think you have to wipe your own ass for what you've done? You've got to be honest with me. Kid, did you have something to do with the sinking of this submarine? Long Tian had always suspected that this had something to do with Chen Fan, and now was the perfect opportunity to ask about it. Elder Dragon, I did do this, but I have a good reason. Because they fired torpedoes at the revival. Chen Fan has been hiding this from everyone, but now that the matter has been made clear, simply say that it's not that he doesn't want to do it, but that the other party really has a grudge against him. What? They're firing torpedoes at the revival. Long Tian was originally sitting, but at this moment, he directly stood up in excitement. This is a very serious matter. This is real fire, and it's covered fire. Chen Fan is a national treasure, and there's a submarine attack. This is something that can't be tolerated. TNs. The brats have bullied us too much to come to the dark side. Long Tian had figured quite a few things out, finally realizing the other party's sinister aura, and thinking of this, his temper came up. Straight up. No save. This submarine is sinking well. Blood for blood. They're called self-inflicted. A submarine's men are dead as dead can be. But Chen Fan cannot be harmed in any way. Chen Fan is a man who can stand up to a fleet of ships by himself. And this statement does not seem to be an exaggeration at all now, because Chen Fan sank the submarine. Chapter 127, Brothers, let's go for another big one. Yoshino, your mission is to track the revival. What the hell have you done to the revival that's so dangerous? Headquarters demands that you answer truthfully. At this time at the rescue site, the rescue commander solemnly questioned Yoshino of the big fish. Although he did not understand why he was interrogating the other party at this time. You're supposed to be trying to find a way to rescue them. But this is a double order from the Marine Division and the Security Department. So he must ask, and he must ask. Rescue may be suspended, but a satisfactory answer must be asked. We're not doing anything. Yoshino's mind was startled. He didn't know why he was suddenly asking about this at this time. They're so secretive about it. No one else really knows. Not knowing what's going on, he tried to muddle through. However, the other party was once again more serious in his inquiry. Yoshino, headquarters says if you don't answer truthfully, we will terminate the rescue. The current rescue challenges are well known to you. Rescue success is 0. If you tell us what happened in earnest, you might even be able to usher in a more effective rescue force. Yes, Long Tianku will reject Murata's request outright. It's more of a tough guy, straight-faced kind of thing. When Murata asked why his attitude had changed so much, the other man gave him a direct quote. The submarine Big Fish is engaging in dangerous behavior towards the Renaissance. Captain Revival vehemently refuses. So that's what's happening now, and they want to know what's going on here. Maybe this will tell us why the submarine sank. At this point, Yoshino finally felt panicked. Will this be a death with a secret, or a salvation by telling the truth? In the end, the desire to survive overcame the rest, and he finally spoke slowly of the dangerous move he had made. And in the security department, Murata was also in a state of shock when he heard this one news. What? The Big Fish has attacked the revival with torpedoes. Dumbfounded. The security department was dumbfounded. The sailors were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the other side to do such a dangerous move. Only when Yoshino revealed his plan, the sailor could not blame the other party entirely, for it was only a training torpedo, a way to draw the snakes out of their holes. There's no danger to the Fushing. However, the absence of danger does not mean that the assaults are not there, the nature of which does not change in any way. The 8 frames. How is it possible that the Big Fish attacked the revival and now they want the revival to come to the rescue? The dragons won't even agree to that. Murata can't even think about it. He's an enemy, but want to put the other side to death. But now it's the other way around to rescue. Who can bear it? Sir, we should explain ourselves. It's just a training torpedo. Maybe this one contradiction can be solved, the aide reminded. And Murata felt justified when he heard it. At this point, only the Fushing can rescue us. We can't give up even the slightest chance. So Murata once again called and begged like a pug. This time it was the play of the Bao craftsman spirit, deeply apologized, and even directly sent in front of the phone, expressed his apologies to Chen Fan. I hope I can be forgiven. At this time, Chen Fan also knew that this turned out to be such a misunderstanding, also hesitated to rescue, but was not at all sympathetic to the big fish. No matter, so the other party was attacked. Even if it was a training torpedo, the other party had made a serious error. It's only right that he sinks them, but with the revenge gone, it's time to talk about rescue. Thinking of this, Chen Fan had an idea in his mind and thought of a plan to amass wealth in the long run. A very stable source of income, that is, rescue. $200 million. $100 million is the cost of the rescue. The other $100 million is your compensation. Pay in advance and I'll rescue. Chen Fan said seriously. This fishing is too hard. It's still a direct rescue to make money. A simple rescue. And you're up to $100 million. I don't know how much you'd have to catch to make enough money. That means the other submarine is worthless. If it was an Eagle nuclear submarine, it would cost $2 billion. It's kind of cheap these days. What? $200 million? Faced with Chen Fan's lion's share of the price, Murata was indeed shocked. It's really not cheap. Too expensive. Forget it then, Chen Fan said casually. Anyway, this is something that can be saved or not saved. If you want him not to get angry, then you have to use money to hit him. If he doesn't get enough money, he won't get over it. Looking at Chen Fan said to leave. Murata is anxious, and hurriedly took the phone to retain loudly. Yes, we agree. $200 million is a lot, but their submarine is worth $500 million. The people up there are even more priceless. Spending $200 million on an astronomical rescue seems like a lot these days, but compared to the consequences of failing to save a human being, anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. Here's the card number. We'll leave when the money arrives. Chen Fan said his card number. Then Ko hung up the phone. At this moment, only Long Tian and Murata are still online. Long Tian was also a little surprised. Did not expect Chen Fan agreed. Did not want to look at the sky-high cost of 200 million US dollars, but also smiled helplessly. This kid, he's really good at making money. Long Tian really envied Chen Fan. This is too easy to make money. This is another 200 million US dollars in hand. Other people have to beg buyers to do business. Chen Fan can be good. Directly asked for money before goods. The attitude is also indifferent. If it were him, he'd be worried that Chen Fan would take the money and run. Commander Long, money, we'll fight right away. Bother to hurry. Time waits for no one. Murata has completely admitted defeat today. He's out of his temper. Chen Fan was pinching them. They didn't have any leverage. They could only pay honestly. And you have to give it well, in case the other party's anger doesn't subside and they don't come to their rescue. Ding! Bank card arrived with $200 million. Seeing the bank card arrival message, Chen Fan smiled. Then he looked at Zhao Chang. Uncle Cho, ask those fishermen friends of yours, do you want to go to Cherry Blossom with me again? We're going to pull the wool over the brats again. Originally, Chen Fan was not going to let the fishermen risk their lives anymore. The security department must have prepared for this, just waiting for them to come to their door. But now the situation has changed. The other guy is asking for it. As long as he hasn't gone to rescue the submarine, the other side will have to enlist him. I have to endure it even if I have to break the sky. Since the security department has been pinpointed, Chen Fan will be sorry for this opportunity if he doesn't seize the chance to come back again without a wave. Donger, we're going to fish for oil again? Zhao Chang was a bit excited. The last time was a real relief, but it was really enjoyable. No, let's go fish for something more valuable this time. You inform down. It can be, but it must be absolutely in command. I don't carry anyone who doesn't listen. Last time there were a lot of fishing boats that didn't listen, overloaded with oil and almost capsized, and he remembered all about it. You can't take these people with you anymore. Chapter 128, The Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessel swarm is on the move. The little devils stare in disbelief. What's going on? Why are the fishing boats in all the ports out in unison again? What's the big deal here? It's not going to Sakura to get oil again, isn't it? I thought the Sakura side was so heavily defended that it was impossible to get in. Yeah, they've suffered a loss once. They're not stupid. They'd be shooting themselves in the foot if they went over there now. At this time in the harbor of the Dragon Kingdom, A large number of fishing boats are on the move again. This has people speculating about what the hell is going on here. Some were curious to ask about a captain they knew. But this time, even if you say more good words, you won't disclose a word of it. Because they had received a warning from Chen Fan. Whoever didn't keep it a secret would never be taken out to sea together again after they found out. We should know that these people have already tasted the sweetness. This trip to the sea will be able to earn nearly $1 million. Can let them buy fishing boats to pay off the money are finished. They are also afraid of losing such an opportunity. So this time they are very tight-lipped. These captains have real hard mouths. But the more they do, the more I think they've got something big going on. Maybe it's really going for the big one. Ha ha, isn't it just a matter of looking at where the revival is? If they're going they must be following our heroes as well. Yes, go and ask if the revival has sailed. For a while, good people have been prying for news. When they know that the revival really went out to sea, they can finally be sure of one thing. That is, these fishing boats are definitely following the sea. Soon, as hundreds of fishing boats left the harbor and entered the outer sea, it's even more voluminous, heading for Sakura. The security department, which has been keeping a tight watch, has finally discovered this one anomaly. Bugger! The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are here again. This time we have to snowball. We can't let them get away again. Yes, they came just in time. We must not be afraid of them either now that our main force has returned in 50 security ships. Yes, it's a great shame that the security department was raked in hundreds of millions of dollars of oil by a dragon fishing boat. Though it's still not clear why the place where the oil was stored was damaged and why the oil appeared dozens of nautical miles out to sea. But it happened, and they were only able to play defense, while fixing the fence. On the other side, dozens of security ships are mobilized for protection. Other oil storage bases have done the same. And even some civilian fishing boats have been called up. It's to fight against the dragon fishing boats. The other side uses fishing boats. They use fishing boats too. Who's afraid of who? Soon. This news was reported to the security department headquarters. Murata was also double-talked when he heard this one. We just made a deal with the Fushing to salvage the submarine. Why are we making trouble again? Asshole. The revival took our money. They don't go to the rescue. What do they want? The subordinate said with a dissatisfied face. The money can they have played over but the other side seems to want to make a big deal. This is not in the contract is broken. Their $200 million is in danger of going down the drain. No. Haiji promised to be at the rescue. That's still guaranteed. They really don't rescue. And that will usher in our wildest fury. Murata calmed himself down. He was sure Kaiji wouldn't lie to them. And despite his grudge, he was considerate of his face. It's not a good thing to get the word out that you're really paid not to do something. Make a call to Rukoku Kaiji. Inquire about the situation. Murata instructed his subordinates to make a phone call. Soon, after a lot of tossing and turning, they finally got a reply from the other side. Revival is on its way to the rescue. Rescue is guaranteed within 2 days. Unsuccessful will be doubled. Yes, this is what Chen Fan told Long Tian directly. In fact, he had already sent the squid to look at the situation. And the situation wasn't that complicated. He can easily solve problems that others can't. Last time his strength is still relatively weak. Are able to rescue the dragon submarine? Now with such strength, where to worry about casually can rescue successfully. There's no hurry at all on this. As long as it arrives in 2 days. And now by the way, let's take care of the other thing first. Bugger, are they going to the rescue? But why are 500 fishing boats following behind? Murata frowned. You said the other party is not to rescue it, but confirmed that the general direction of the incident is indeed to go to the area of the sea. But rescue is rescue. Why bring 500 fishing boats? Mr. Murata. Hayes said it was required by the revival. Need help with these fishing boats. The subordinate laughed bitterly, and wondered if the claim was true or not. But it's Murata's problem. If the rescue really needs these fishing boats, then they really don't dare to intercept them. There are 60 lives at stake. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This makes us fully passive. Murata shook his head helplessly and finally gave the order. Attention all security ships. Don't make things difficult for the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. 1. As long as they don't make any dangerous moves, don't intercept them. There's no way. The situation is not stronger than others. Now they still need the revival to rescue the submarine. At this moment there is only so much they can do. Therefore, the Fushing led 500 fishing boats, even into the waters belonging to Sakura. You can also say that the other side's identification zone, that's also not blocked at all. The security ships could only watch these fishing boats operate in their waters without fear. Asterisk 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 off. Why don't the security boats take action? These dragon fishing boats are at it again. They've crossed the border. They've come into our traditional fishing area. Bugger. We can't let them do this. They're robbing our fisheries. It can't go on like this. The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats have bullied their way here. Are the people of the security department blind? Can't they see that? Could it be that the security ships are so intimidated by the dragon fishing boats? Where are their guts, that they don't even dare to capture the dragon fishing boats? The inaction of the security ship at this time has made a number of Sakura fishing boats who joined the defense dissatisfied, but they are in order to fight against the dragon fishing boats. They joined the defense on their own initiative. But now that the security ships are watching the dragon fishing boats pass by in front of their eyes, but not taking any action at all, it is indeed a great disappointment to them. Simply a great disappointment. So they protested. The poor captain of the security boat can only be scolded by the angry fishermen at this time, but they have no way to explain it. Is it that this is an order from the higher-ups? It's just that scolding them has turned into scolding HQ. In the end it's still scolding them all. Why? Why don't we arrest these Dragon Kingdom fishing boats? The crew of the security department also looked furious. They wanted to do it too. They can't figure it out either. But military orders are like a mountain. They can't do anything without orders. And the fishermen who were following at this time were happy. What a damn relief. These brats actually don't dare to touch us. Chapter 129, these dragon fishermen won't want to fish for our salmon. Right? Ha ha, I guess I was scared off by the fishing. That's a 30,000 ton behemoth. Who dares to come forward? Makes sense. The last time the revival rampaged, the security ships backed off. It seems the revival has killed its reputation. As long as we don't attack, they won't dare to touch us. The fishermen were smiling happily behind their backs, not realizing that the lack of danger wasn't a sign that the brats were scared. Without Murata's orders, it's safe to say that these security ships would have definitely made their move, and each one is more fierce than the other. It's a chance to make a name for themselves. The people of Sakura are watching them. They are afraid at this point, and that will be blamed on everyone. Stop the ship. After 2 hours of traveling east with the fishing fleet, the revival has issued instructions to all. Soon, all the fishing boats were at a safe distance. Slowly bring the boat to a stop. But this is confusing to the fishermen. This is even farther away from the Sakura coast. It's hundreds of nautical miles. What are they doing here this time? What are we going to do this time? We're not fishing for oil. Why did we stop here? Yeah, the nearest city here doesn't seem to have an oil reserve base. So what are we doing here? I thought we were sounding out a snake, but it doesn't seem to be the case. People did get suspicious, and the crowd set off with them, but they knew they were coming to wool gathering again. At first I thought I saw the largest reserve base was too strong defensively and redirected to a different target, but who'd have thought they'd come around here and stopped for nothing? There's really nothing there. What are they fishing for? Shoo! Listen to the command. Chen took us out to sea. Surely he won't let us return empty-handed. Just wait. Yeah, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll report you. The other fishermen pointed their fingers, and then everyone stopped talking and quietly listened to the command. In fact, even Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang were puzzled at this point. What were they doing here? Donger, are we resting here? Uncle Wang was also looking at Chen Fan and seemed to have the same question. Chen Fan, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. Not a break, rather to the place. Get all fishing boats to lower their nets immediately. Do not close the net without my order. Just kidding. Chen Fan is going to take revenge on Sakura. The last $100 million of oil was just an appetizer. It's just oil. If you lose it, you can buy it again. It's just a loss of money. It really doesn't affect Sakura's luck. But there are some things that are much more valuable. And if they are missing, even the eagle will be blind. Chen Fan had already sent out all the squid to go ahead and ship out these goodies before he left for the sea. This is where the net will be closed. Down the net. Just drop the net. What are we fishing for? Not only the captain of the fishing boat, Zhao Chang also inquired. Only that Chen Fan did not say anything about it. Just to put it in a nutshell, 100 times more valuable than oil. Good stuff. Once the fishermen's friends heard this, they were immediately motivated and no longer asked for specific. Straight off the grid. Just kidding. As long as they can make money, they don't want to know why this place can fish up good stuff. Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we fish for it. And Chen Fan doesn't need to fool them. At one time, the 500 fishing boats that were brought in were also united in lowering their nets, and directly stopped at an area 100 nautical miles away from the Sakura coast and did not move. This scene also made the security ship in charge of surveillance puzzled. Inuyasha, what are these Rokoku fishing boats doing? And why aren't they moving? How do I know? Maybe it's low on fuel. No, you guys, they seem to be conducting operations. No good. These fishing boats are lowering their nets. They're on the move. Quickly, report to headquarters for instructions. The dutiful security boats were also urgent when they saw the fishing boats acting in unison. And the last time these fishing boats acted in unison. But surprisingly, the oil was recovered. They're scared, too. They're afraid they'll catch something else. Soon, the news reached Murata's side, yet he was also confused. There is no oil reserve base here. What the hell are these fishing boats doing? Murata muttered to himself, while his subordinate, thinking about it, immediately spoke up. Mister, that seems to be our traditional salmon fishing ground. Could they be trying to catch our salmon? Yes, it's true that salmon is abundant there, and the Sakura people love to eat salmon. Just raw. It's a delicacy, and it's worth a lot of money. With a strong fishing value, it's a far cry from tuna, but it's still a good source of income for fishermen. No, these fishing boats are coming here in force. It can't be just for fishing. Murata doesn't believe that the Fushing came here just to catch fish. It's out of character for a revival ship, and the revival ship is getting paid an exorbitant amount of money to rescue them. There is really no need is to lead fishermen to fish off. What is this figure? It's just figure the other side wants to get back at Sakura. But what kind of revenge is that? Then, really don't know what they're doing. No one knew what Chen Fan wanted to do, and the security department had no choice but to press on, even thinking that if they were really fishing, then let them do it. This place has been fished many times by their fishermen. It's not as if they can catch anything good just by fishing. It wasn't until an hour had passed that Chen Fan finally gave a new order. Reel in the net. With the instructions to reel in the nets, the fishermen could not wait any longer and were more anxious than anyone else at this time. All at once, one and all, with all their strength, gathered up the nets, and when pulling at them, felt a great sense of falling and swelling beneath them. The fishermen are excited. It's heavy. There's a big load. There must be something big down there. Is it oil again? The last time it was this heavy. It just fished up oil. Ha ha, so much to look forward to. What the hell is this? Soon, the fishermen finally saw what was salvaged. Only this time it wasn't a drum of oil, but some plastic barrels. This left the crowd a little disappointed and a little confused. It's not an oil drum. What's this loaded? Come on, open it up and look at it. I can't really read these cherry blossom characters. Then a strong man directly dismantled the plastic bucket. The fisherman awake, at this time is also wide-eyed. No, it's a pile of dirt. The brats have a fetish for storing dirt. A fisherman was shocked. He thought it was something good, but realized it was perfectly normal dirt. You can tell it's dirt when you touch it. It's just that it's a little different from ordinary dirt. No, earth. Could it be rare earth? Someone shouted, and the others snapped to attention, and the disappointment in his eyes turned to excitement. Chapter 130, no good. Our rare earth has been fished away. What a rare earth. I've heard before that the brats will sink important resources into the sea to store them. Now it looks like it's true. It must be rare earth. They don't have that stuff. My god. Rare earths can be 100 times more expensive than oil. If this is really this thing, that can be rich. This bucket must have half a ton. That is worth more than 100,000 asterisk 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 so expensive. Everyone fish for it. It's going to be a fortune. The fishermen were wide-eyed and anxious, afraid that they had not fished up, until a plastic bucket was slowly fished up. The crowd was completely put down. I'm as happy as if I'd eaten honey. 2 cattle. Chen, this is another welfare. This is fished up more than 10 barrels. A barrel is more than 100,000. Then this is to the hands of 1,000,000 inch. Pinch me, is it true or not? Why do I feel a bit unbelievable? Millions of dollars just like that to hand. I can't believe it. In the past, our fishing boat, fishing for half a year can't catch $1 million of fish. Who would have thought that a gentle fishing is worth $1 million? Is it possible that the Fushing can get rich? This fishing boat is a small fishing boat into a 10,000 ton fishing boat. Feelings are fishing for precious things to start. Thank you, Hero Chen. This is really my savior. With these rare earths, I can pay off the loan for my fishing boat. Me too. Pull back and the fishing boat is truly mine. Free at last. At this time there is not a single fisherman who is not all smiles. A moment in history once again. Looking at the barrels printed on the cherry blossom text, they know it is another wool gathering. Finally, I've gotten back at them again. Set sail at once. Return to the harbor. With everyone having fished out their plastic buckets, Chen Fan gave the order to go back straight away. You're kidding. This one's 100 times worse than oil. These rare earths are Sakura's lifeblood. The Dragon Kingdom controls the export of rare earths. The other side can't even buy it if they want to. This time, Chen Fan has transported all these rare earths here. There's just no time to keep salvaging now, because he realized that the security ship is a little different. It's better to run away at this time. Anyway, we've got all the rare earths, so there's plenty of time to salvage them and put them on the ship. If you can't, you used to go out on your own and pull back, not letting these small fishing boats come and go out on their own. Chen Fan is not afraid of anyone. Hurry! Listen to Chin. Let's go back. Yes, let's leave as soon as we get the benefits. It's daytime. They'll easily be able to intercept us. The fishermen have undergone uniform training, and they act immediately on command. At once, 500 fishing boats immediately stowed their nets, then started their engines and started running back in a puff of smoke. It took less than half an hour for the net to be closed and the rare earth to be retrieved and returned. At this time, the security ship watched the dragon fishing boat run away, only able to be anxious, but could not do anything, because the headquarters has not yet a new order to come down. Their orders are still to keep watch. What? Manhwa fishing boat fishes for plastic barrels, and in very large numbers? Did you get a good look at it? What is it? At this time Murata was also shocked to hear about it, yet he didn't know what it was either. The oil drums look like oil at first glance, but the plastic drums are filled with. He's only from the security department, but he doesn't know that much about how much the resource department actually stores in the sea. Didn't see it coming. All we know is that after the dragon fishing boat was salvaged, started leaving soon. Our instructions are urgently needed at the front now, the aide said with a gloomy face. This time the Dragon Nation people came and left in a hurry. They actually didn't even know what they had salvaged. It's so frustrating. Then why are you still standing here? Immediately inquire with the resource agency and show them the photographs. Murata was furious. When the assistant saw the boss was angry, he did as he was told. Soon, the boss of the resource department was anxiously calling, and the first request was being made. Commander Murata, that's the rare earth we store at Sakura. That's a strategic resource we've been saving up for decades. I beg you, help us add more. The head of the resources agency was really anxious, and he was still sitting in a meeting inside his clean office, asking for a readjustment of the stored oil. Upon seeing those plastic photos, immediately jumped in a hurry. These are the rare earths. They're a strategic resource, even for better storage. Where exactly it was sunk to the bottom of the sea is not known by many people. Often, they choose out-of-the-way places and don't specialize in guarding them like oil does. After all, storing oil could possibly be used in an emergency, but rare earths are something that they won't use as long as they don't have a shortage of them. It's all about throwing the accumulated rare earths into the sea every year, and not using them until the most serious moments. Who would have thought that this most important resource would be salvaged by a dragon fishing boat? He's really panicking. What? Rare earth? Ah, so, how do you store rare earths there? Why is it that I don't even know about it? But the Dragon Kingdom people do. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Murata, whose position wasn't exactly low, and was even in charge of the management of the sea area. It's safe to say that he should know something about everything under the sea, but where these rare earths are stored, he doesn't know. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom knew. They even salvaged it. If you don't know the exact location, this is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. We don't know. And where we store rare earths is not where they salvage them. We are stored 5 nautical miles offshore. Aso also wondered why the dragons were able to transport their rare earths to the outer sea. Why did their rare earths just disappear? There's just too many questions. But it's already happened. And now it's too late to investigate. They must now add the fishing boat to the... This is a very important strategic material. How many rare earths are you storing? Murata inquired in shock. The latter, however, held out a finger. 10,000 tons. Worth 4 billion dragon coins. That ocean is a storage site. We have a total of 100,000 tons of the most precious rare earths stored, spread out over all the seas of Sakura. The exact location is known only to a few people in the lesser ministry. Aso said solemnly, this is a matter of confidentiality. No one who isn't the main person in charge knows all the storage locations. Only he does, and the deputies below him only know the parts they are responsible for. Bugger, why didn't you say so? These dragons have left, Murata said helplessly. Half an hour had now passed from the frontline report to Aso's call. In half an hour's time, these dragons are long gone. Chapter 131, The Dragon Kingdom's waters are sacrosanct. Donger, that's a lot of hindsight on the part of the security boat. We're just about to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and this is how they're chasing after us. We can win again. The brats are afraid they're mad, Zhao Cheng said with an excited face. This was a very smooth sneak attack. It's a real pain in the ass to take advantage and leave. Fanny, this one fished for really rare earth. The kind that's worth $200. 000 a barrel? As a fisherman, Uncle Wang doesn't know anything about these things. Farmers deal with the land. Fishermen only deal with fish. Ha ha. 200,000 a barrel is less. I understand there are even more expensive rare earths. That's millions a ton. There's no way the brats would stock the cheapest one. So that's a barrel that could really cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. This time, the revival didn't salvage the rare earth, and there was no rush. After all, He was going to be involved in a rescue next. You can always go back and fish it out later. There is no hurry at all. If the oil he is not excited. But for a barrel is hundreds of thousands of rare earths. Chen Fan can feel excited. The small head can give welfare to the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. But we'll get the big one ourselves. And he's got something else. He's not satisfied with a rare earth storage site. What he wants to touch is Sakura's foundation. This little rare earth isn't enough for his appetite. I didn't realize that a little bit of dirt could be so expensive. It used to be that if you could salvage a barrel, it would last a month. Uncle Wang exclaimed that there were so many valuable things in the sea. In the past, I thought it was a sky-high price when I caught a big yellowtail, but now there are actually millions of tons of rare earth that can be fished out as well. What an eye-opener. Donger, how did you know there were rare earths there? The oil storage base is in plain sight, but the rare earths seem to be untraceable to the storage location? Zhao Cheng was a bit curious. Chen Fan was always able to create miracles, but he didn't dare to ask too obviously. Just be careful what you ask for. Chen Fan, on the other hand, just smiled. The mountain man has a wonderful plan for himself, but I only found one storage location. I'm sure the brats have been accumulating for decades, so there must be more than just this reserve. There must be other storage sites. Chen Fan has mobilized a lot of dolphins, squid and sharks. Look around. But in the end, I only found one. Now that he's emptied that one storage site of all rare earths, it's been replaced. He's the only one who knows about this location. Donger, this rare earth is so precious. The security department is afraid to fight us. Zhao Cheng was a bit numb. I didn't expect this rare earth to be so expensive. It's no wonder that the security ship knows that it's almost in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, but the other side is still chasing after it. Spell it out. We're almost at the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, aren't we? You forgot. When we get to the Dragon Kingdom waters, we have a guardian deity. Chen Fan laughed. His sharks and whales are not vegetarians. As long as he crosses the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, then he can let these brats know again. The waters of the Dragon Kingdom are sacrosanct. Commander, it's almost time to arrive at the Dragon Kingdom waters. Are we still going to pursue? At this moment, the deputy commander is seriously inquiring. If we go any further, we'll be crossing the border. That's going to be a problem. Chase, have you forgotten? These dragon fishing boats have stolen billions of dollars worth of our rare earths. This is our strategic resource. It must be recovered. The commander said solemnly that it was another disgrace to them. They've been defending so tightly, but they still made a mistake. The other side actually completed the salvage under their noses, and they don't recover these strategic resources. There's really no face left in this world. All of it. But, the last time we crossed the border, we were attacked by whales. The deputy commander reminded. The last time Koizumi was in charge, they watched a security vessel cross the border and get attacked, and it sank. He's really scared. I'm in command now. I'm the commander, and there are no whales or sharks up ahead at all. The commander glared viciously at the other man, which was questioning his instructions. If he hadn't just taken over the position of commander, he would have wanted to remove him. Koizumi is a disgrace to the security department. He's been pushed out to take the fall. Now he's in charge. I'm sorry. I'll have all ships in pursuit at once. The deputy commander immediately apologized, but he was not afraid of offending the other party. Soon, more than 10 security ships crossed the borderline in great numbers and entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. With only a few more nautical miles to go to catch up, they could never give up. Nowadays, although it belongs to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, it's still hundreds of nautical miles away from the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, so they're not afraid at all. No good. The security boats seem to be coming after us. They've crossed the border. These brats are so bold that they dare to cross the border. It can't be helped. It's transgressive, but it's not really a territorial sea. It's just an exclusive economic zone. No, this is our territory. We definitely can't let the brats jump around. The fishermen were also angry when they saw the other side catching up with them. They're fishing boats. It's normal for them to go to the high seas, but the other ship is an official ship. It's a dispute. They're all angry and want to teach these security ships a lesson. And at that moment, Chen Fan watched as all of these security ships crossed the border. In his heart, he laughed coldly. Humph, you're asking for it. Don't blame me for being cruel. Chen Fan was a bit of a good face to the Sakura people. Even if all of them died, he didn't have any sense of guilt. Not to mention the feud. The attack on the revival is unforgivable. Misunderstandings can't kill his anger. Only constant revenge can make his hatred slowly disappear. Thinking of this, Chen Fan gave an instruction in his mind. Then a shark and a whale, but slowly surfaced out of the water, but also in the surface of the sea, constantly jumping, especially the megalodon sharks, with their bloody mouths opening with every jump, make people shiver. Oh my god, that's a shark. It's bad. The sharks are coming. That's a killer whale. That's the guardian of the seas. Return, return, Captain. These monsters are coming. He'll ram us into the ship. Run. The members of the security ship are in a panic. Several of these ships have followed Commander Koizumi in intercepting 20 Rokkoku fishing boats. As soon as they saw these monsters appear, they panicked. A great sense of fear came over me. The captain is being briefed on the situation, hoping to escape. And at that moment the commander of the security ship was staring in disbelief. He didn't see it last time. That's why he's fearless. But watching such a large monster appear, he was also startled and looked a bit panicked. For a moment the commander's authority disappeared. Chapter 132 Captured by Fishermen? The security department has lost all its face. Boo! Only a security vessel of relatively small tonnage is visible. The impact of a killer whale shows a substantial tilt. I was so close to sinking it. This scene woke the commander with a complete fright, when he looked at the now mighty killer whale, finally realizing how foolish he was for not listening to advice. However, crossing the line is crossing the line, and Chen Fan will not easily show mercy to those who do so. Soon, several killer whales are making a group attack. Under the tremendous impact, this 1,000-ton security ship, which was chasing after it, was hardened and knocked over by the killer whale. Yes, the kind that crashes over and flips right over on its side. Hagrid, why is that? My god, what kind of monster is this? Is this still an orca? Even a warship can be knocked over. What kind of impact force is that? The crowd on the security boat was dumbfounded. Truly dumbfounded. The scene was just too shocking. A lot of people are shaking in their boots. In the face of absolute power, mankind seems to be just an ant that is being attacked by these deep-sea monsters. Hurry! Leave the Dragon Kingdom waters and retreat. Finally, the security captains did not listen to the commander's orders any longer and simply gave instructions to pull back. Any later and they're afraid their security ship will be overturned too. In a moment, all the other security ships were evacuated. The commander looked at the crowd and wanted very much to reprimand them. But what was the point of scolding? Should we let them return and let them move on? That would only cause more damage. Originally he was laughing at Izumi, but he was actually scared off by some sharks. It's only now that I realize how scary these whale sharks are. He was also taught a deep lesson. It's horrible. There really is a guardian in the Dragon Kingdom's waters. These whales really seem to be guarding the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the second time. Mom, I won't dare to come across the border again. It's too dangerous here. The crew was regretting it and praying that they would never come here again. Even the security boat that was knocked over, no one was there to rescue it. They're abandoning the crew to stay alive. Even though many of them had already escaped from the boat and were shouting continuously, there was no response. This scene is even more dumbfounded by the vast number of fishermen in the Dragon Kingdom. Last time it was only 20 fishing boats that saw it, but this time, it was 500 fishing boats. That's tens of thousands of people who witnessed it. For a while, the legend about the Dragon Kingdom's Sea Guardian was once again widely spread. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These whales are also too fierce. It seems to know who is the enemy as if we are the impact. Encountered the security ship directly head on. Ha ha, that means these whales have spirit. They know we're fishing boats from the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha, I reckon it must be the brats who are evil. They like to hunt whales, but they smelled it, that's why they attacked directly. I don't know, but this is really a relief. We actually have a talisman. In the future, as long as we run to our own waters, we are no longer afraid of anything. That's so true. We do have patron saints. Brothers, in the future when you see a whale you must protect it. The fishermen were excited and felt that the whales were too spiritual. Unbeknownst to them, this is because all of these whales are manipulated by Chen Fan. Otherwise, how could the whales recognize each other? And Chen Fan looked at the Cherry Blossom crew that escaped one by one, looked at it, thought about it, and finally gave it a big wave of the hand. Let the fishermen go and take these brats prisoner. Ask the security department for a ransom. That's $2 million a person. Arrest them and sell them for piggies. Chen Fan said coldly. Since these people had survived, it was also their good fate. In that case, let's earn some ransom. As Chen Fan opened his mouth, soon, dozens of fishing boats turned around. One by one, they rushed towards the Sakura people who fell into the water. When they see their own people running away, the counterattack is the Dragon Kingdom fisherman they are chasing to come to the rescue. As soon as he was rescued, he cried, or even just get down on their knees and do penance. Don't cry, we're not that kind. Call the security department. Let them pay the ransom. $2 million a head. The fishermen were very greedy to see these cherry blossom people. In their eyes, this is a piggy bank. It's worth $2 million if you sell it. That's more expensive than rare earth. If they don't have to, they'll just tie them up and hand them over to high sea. Let them take care of each other. Soon, The news that the security ship had fled without even saving anyone was reported to headquarters. When Murata found out about this, he broke several cups. The office is a mess. Bugger. What does Kamita do? He actually escaped. Don't even have the guts to rescue the crew. I'm going to remove him. Murata was really angry. The last time this happened to Koizumi, he at least rescued him. Knowledge of helicopter rescue. But this new commander was so good that he ran away faster than the others and was finally captured by the fishermen. This disgrace is getting worse and worse, making Murata feel like he's lost all his face already. I'd like to find a hole in the ground. Sir, now the dragon fishermen want $2 million a head for the rescue. Do we have to pay? The assistant looked helpless. Last time, the revival screwed them for $600 million. And now it's happening all over again. Pay. Keep them administering. Try to get everyone back. Murata is still calm when it comes to what's right and wrong. But a human life? He believed that if he didn't agree, there was a possibility that these Dragon Kingdom fishermen would deliberately not save their people, even threw it right back into the sea. The security boats don't dare to cross the border anymore. At this point they can only lead the Dragon Kingdom fishermen. By paying for rescues, fishermen are more motivated. And that saves more families. Yes, the aide will do as he's told. I'm afraid that if I stay here, I'm going to hurt the innocent. Get permission from the head of the security department. The payment of these rescue bills went exceptionally well too. The fishermen got paid for their rescue. At this time, they are all happy. Brother Chen, even though I'm older, I still have to call you brother, and in the future when there are good things like this, I hope you'll still be able to take me. Yes, Brother Chen, take us out to sea. This trip is more than we can earn in a year of work. There's nothing to say. Everything I have now is brought to me by Chen. So if there's anything I need in the future, just say the word and be at your beck and call. That's not true. You have to be available. I don't want to be held back. The crowd laughed and said, innocent smiles on their faces. And Chen Fan isn't hiding anything. Why did he take these fishing boats out to sea? Not really empty with nothing to do. Not to mention taking them to get rich. Though it would be a good way to save face for the Sakura people. But Chen Fan had a plan that he had thought of long ago. Yes, there's one more thing I really want you guys to do. Wait until I get back to shore over next time. Tell you again. Chen Fan said solemnly. He was ready to carry on with Sakura. As long as it was something on the bottom of Sakura's sea, it could be taken down. This time he's got his eye on the other shipwreck. Well, or rather the sunken warship. Yamato. Chapter 133, Drawing Snakes Out of Holes. All storage points completely exposed. An hour later, Chen Fan sent off 500 fishing boats from the Dragon Kingdom. The security boats were afraid to come over again. And now they were also entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. He believed that there was no danger, and that the fishing boats still needed to go back and pull their booty ashore. And Chen Fan's loot is still waiting for him in the sea. Ha! The people from the Sakura Resource Agency have really come to check out the rare earths hidden at the bottom of the sea. Chen Fan was multitasking, leading the fishing boats to escape from the Sakura Sea. The other side is also concerned with all the cherry blossom coastline. Dolphins can be found all over Sakura's coastline. Chen Fan can clearly understand what kind of ships are out there. At this point he knew that the people from the resource agency were on a boat checking out the rare earth storage sites. Report. Scanned. We found all the rare earth down there gone. A resource agency staff member reported with a nervous look on his face. His feet shaking a bit. That's $4 billion worth of rare earths. Now it's just disappeared into thin air. It's a huge loss. What? A bald man's feet went limp at the sound of it. He was in charge of this one storage site. And now it's all gone. He's got a big responsibility. If it were ancient times, it would be harakiri in minutes. It's a strategic resource. It's very important. Why? How in the world did these dragons know that rare earths were hidden here? The water is nearly 100 meters deep here. So how did they steal these rare earths? Every cherry blossom man has 10,000 reasons why. But no one ever told him. It's all because of the squid. Chen Fan realized that these squids were too good to use, and directly exchanged all the points. And now he had 3,000 squids in his hand. That's a lot of transportation. Hurry! Report to headquarters. Tell them to check the other storage sites. The bald guy was scared, but knew this had to be reported. For a moment, the entire resource department was on the verge of a catastrophe. One by one, the people in charge were out in force, checking to see if the rare earths underneath were still there. And this scene was exactly what Chen Fan had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this situation, he smiled, just waiting for them to check it out. This way I'll get it all in one pot. It can be said that why Chen Fan is so excited to bring in people to fish for rare earths. There are many reasons for this, and one of them is that he can't inquire about other storage sites. There was no telling how much time it would take if we really had to keep asking. and the best way to do that was to just let the Sakura people lead the way themselves. The bigger things get, the more they're bound to go for an inspection. And as soon as they go out to sea for an inspection, then the hundreds of thousands of dolphins that Chen Fan is in charge of monitoring will be able to come into play. Soon, one storage site after another was discovered by Chen Fan. Well hidden. Some of them are actually hidden directly underneath military harbors. It can be a real pain in the ass to find without someone to show you the way. Chen Fan had to admit that these cherry blossom people were really good at hiding things, and it was no wonder that he couldn't find the other 9 points, because some of them are hidden directly in military-administered areas. And then there's the deep sea, which can be undetectable by dolphins. It's a good thing there are 10 storage sites. The amount of rare earths stored, that's really enough. Chen Fan thought for a moment. Empty a spot a day. That would take 9 days to move it all. Only such a large amount. Really, if a ton is hundreds of thousands, then the wealth he cannot even count it. Because he doesn't know how many barrels of rare earth there are. We won't know the exact number until we've moved them all. 20,000 barrels a point. 10 points. I'm afraid there's 200,000 barrels. I think there's a 100,000 tons. If it's really emptied, it'll bring in more wealth than the ransom for a nuclear submarine. How can you not be excited about this? Kids, you wait. You'll find out in a few days. Your rare earths, all your decades of accumulation are going to be emptied by me. Chen Fan laughed brightly. No one knew what Chen Fan was smiling about. Only he knew. Soon after, Chen Fan gave the latest instructions. Direction southeast. Proceed to the rescue rally point. Chen Fan has to do what he's paid to do. It took a day to lead the fishing boat to the rare earths, and to think that the big fish could only last one more day. He's got to get over there. So, we lost 10,000 tons of rare earths this time. There was no loss of any other rare earths? At the security bureau, Murata is checking with Aso. The latter was nodding solemnly. This one piece of news had been confirmed. It's both a blessing and a disaster. Fortunately, the other rare earths are fine, but 10,000 tons of rare earths are still missing. He doesn't know what to do. Yes, if we follow the observations of the security ships, a fishing boat salvaged just over 10 barrels of rare earth. So these dragon fishing boats may have only pulled a third of this. 2/3 of them are still missing. Aso thought of this as a sigh. Although the fishermen did not know one pull away 10,000 tons of rare earths. It's only about 30 or 40 million, but where the rest of the rare earths have gone is a mystery. Wouldn't, washed away by the ocean currents. After all, Murata warned, undersea currents can have tremendous impacts. Now that the fence is once again out of the way, there's a real possibility that it could be washed away. If so, these Dragon Kingdom fishermen are even more abominable. They let all our rare earths float away, but that's not very likely. We searched the entire neighborhood and found nothing. If it's being pushed away by the currents, it mustn't be too far away. Aso isn't a hard ass. He's also sending out a large search party. It's such a short period of time. It couldn't have been pushed away that quickly. And they've had marine experts analyze it, indicating that there are currents, but they haven't been hitting that hard lately. It's not the right direction either. It is indeed so strange. What's even stranger, though, is that the revival seems to know as much about the rare earths here as anything else. They salvage it as soon as they hit the net, and then left. Murata analyzed it seriously, but the more he analyzed it, the more outrageous it seemed to be. Obviously the place where they dropped the nets is dozens of nautical miles from the storage site. It's not the same place at all, and yet, it can still be salvaged. It seems to be pushed by the ocean currents, but with the currents pushing in, how did the revival know it could be salvaged here? Hey, it's going to be an unsolvable mystery. Only that one dragon nation can know. Aso shook his head. It was too much of a coincidence. It must have something to do with the young man from Revival. There's just no way the other side is going to tell them. Where is the Revival now? Murata inquired about his assistant, and the other looked away, then said, report, they have left the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, approaching submarine sinking point. They seem ready to fulfill their promise. Murata was somewhat relieved to hear that at least the other party was still planning to make a rescue attempt, but as long as the other side dares to come, then they'll have a chance to make direct contact with the other side. Maybe we can find out some secrets. Reinforce the rescue point immediately. We have to leave something behind for this dragon nation. Chapter 134, Entering the enemy's camp alone without fear. Chen Fan. We have discovered that the security department has once again mobilized more than a dozen security vessels to the rescue point. Is it really okay for you to go over there alone? Long Tian called Chen Fan on the phone. He was both worried and crying at the same time about Chen Fan once again making such a big deal of himself. At this time he is completely offended by the security department. If the last time just fishing for oil can still be because of the rescue submarine thing, regardless of the past suspicions, but then salvage the other side's rare earths. This kind of strategic material is too important. The other side will definitely not rest. He was really worried about Chen Fan's well-being. Elder Dragon. Nothing. They can't keep me yet. It's not good for you to show up in the Sakura Sea, Chen Fan said confidently. It was indeed not very appropriate for a security ship to appear in the Sakura Sea area. Although it belongs to the high seas, the nature of a security vessel is to guard its home. It's not appropriate to be on someone else's turf. Of course, the sailor is another story. As long as it belongs to the high seas, not 12 nautical miles of territorial waters, that's not a problem at all. But I'm sure you'll be watched by the other side. Afraid of what? Hess is not fit to go over there. I'll have Old Ho send a warship over for support. It's free sailing. We can go there too, Long Tian said worriedly. This time there weren't 500 fishing boats, much less 1,000 of them to cheer for the cause. Now you're going in alone. They're security ships. Warships are on the scene. Although the tonnage is not as high as the Fushing, but 20 to 30 ships together can completely surround the Fushing. Elder Dragon. It's okay. I don't really have them in my sights. Chen Fan laughed. If he really needed the help of a watermaster, Chen Fan would definitely ask for help. But the other side doesn't have any evidence. They say they're stealing oil and rare earths. What's the proof? He's been catching them all. From the sea. You can't even fish? Without evidence, it's impossible for the other side to actually send out a warship to attack. Especially when you succeeded in rescuing the other submarine on one foot, and then attack the revival directly on the next. That's gonna be a huge diplomatic incident. Row. If only you believed. But the sailors must be sent too. You've done the sailor a great favor. I don't believe the old why don't you send someone there. Long Tian could attach great importance to Chen Fan. Even if the other party said he didn't want to be protected, then he still had to be protected. If there's an accident, what's the point? Sakura had thought about the behavior of the torpedo attack, which was already revealing the other party's wolfishness, was not able to take the enemy lightly. Ha ha, whatever. Chen Fan laughed and didn't care about the matter. By now, he's already received the call from the Sakura security ship. Revival. I am the security department rescue commander. What do we need to work with? At this point the commander on the scene had long since received Murata's message and knew that the revival had arrived. I'm a little reluctant to deal with the other side, but people's lives are at stake. Only able to say hello. After all, the other party is also to help them ah. However, the revival was not polite at all and only returned 2 words. Clear out. Yes, Chen Fan is going to carry out a clearing. He's going to use the undersea power. So many security ships are here. Even a professional rescue ship. 1 ship, 1 sonar. It's always a secret. Chen Fan didn't want to expose his bottom card to others so soon. The other side can be skeptical, but they can't have evidence to prove it. Bugger. It's too much. It's so rude. They actually told us to leave. The commander on the spot didn't get angry, but the other officers did. A Dragon Kingdom fishing boat actually spoke to them so loudly, but it didn't take them seriously at all. Arrogant dragons, they must be taught a lesson. Commander, we can't hold back like this. It's too humiliating. A lesson must be learned. We have more than a dozen ships on site. The officers wanted to teach the arrogant revival a lesson. The commander, however, knocked on the table. A direct line to shut everyone up. How do we teach a lesson? What happens when you teach them a lesson and they don't rescue? You're kidding. Their security ships are weak. They're totally under tonnage. As for the warships that came, they were rescue ships and semi-submersibles. How can they teach a lesson when they have artillery to shell? But if you want to sink a 10,000 ton supply ship, you can't just shell it. Without missiles and torpedoes, you won't be able to sink it in a day. The officers had nothing to say, although they still didn't believe that a fishing boat could salvage a submarine. But there was nothing they could do about it. All of them pinned their hopes on each other. They've really pissed off the other side no matter what. What's going to happen to that? The key is that the other party has already collected the money, so there's really an excuse not to do it. Clear out. Let's leave. The commander was helpless to give instructions. They were no longer the protagonists. The revival was They all have to cooperate with each other. Hi. The crowd could only accept it helplessly. And then one ship slowly sailed away from the area where it was located, until it appeared at 5 nautical miles. Chen Fan was not letting the other party retreat any further. I'm sure I won't be able to see much from this distance. Brothers, it's on. Saving the Brat's submarine. Though, but let's take the money from the people and make it go away. Go back and give everyone a bonus. Chen Fan said to the crowd with a smile, and all the crew members were energized, each nodding their heads and bowing their heads. The bosses say what they want, and they get bonuses, so they're used to this kind of thing. So just take it seriously. Therefore, the retreating security ships just watched the Fushing get busy. Everyone watched attentively, even the rescue boat from the Eagles was watching silently to see how this half-peer, who was working miracles. Captain, these dragons seem to be casting a net. Are they trying to catch fish? No, my God. Are they trying to haul the fishing boats down with nets? Unbelievable. It seems that their nets are thickened and not ordinary nets at all. A group of eagles looked at the revival in shock, feeling incredulous, and so did the Sakura people, each one staring wide-eyed at the huge fishing net that was continuously sinking into the seawater. Why don't they use steel cables? Is it still no better than a fishing net? Are they really going to use a fishing net to pull the submarine up? The men of the security department looked at each other in disbelief. Both looked shocked from each other. This feels like a bit of a stretch. Some of the rescuing officers looked at such an irresponsible rescue and started cursing straight away. Asterisk 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 off. This can't possibly work. They're wasting our time. They are putting our people to death. You're kidding. The submarine is stuck. They're just fishing. They don't see any underwater robots being used. How can this work when there's no eye contact at all? It's a total insult to their intelligence. Chapter 135, half an hour of appearances and you've made $200 million? Break the mountain open for me. Don't look so easy on the outside. But Chen Fan is very busy. At that moment, he was directing the squid to break open the mountain, which was stuck to the submarine, and had to be cut open a little so that it could be pulled up. Too bad it's 350 meters deep. Sharks can't dive that deep. Killer whale impacts work, tooth returns don't. At this point, we can only let the squid do this. It's a little slower, but there's not a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's still manageable. Great, tie up the submarine for me at once. Watch as the choke is cut and the submarine is able to leave without incident. Chen Fan once again commanded the squid to accurately cover the submarine with fishing nets. It could be said that Chen Fan had long ago upgraded his fishing nets very much in order to salvage all sorts of things, not only thickening them, but also upgrading their style. It's for salvaging submarines and fighter planes. It can be said that the fishing net is no longer a fishing net for catching fish, but a sharp weapon for salvaging all kinds of treasures. Other people thought that Chen Fan was putting down a fishing net, but they didn't realize that this fishing net could be more useful than a steel cable. You can tie the knot as you like, and it's much stronger. Lit. At first raw, later ripe, idiom, unfamiliar at first but you get used to it. After half an hour, the submarine will be tied up. Reel in the net, with Chen Fan's instructions. Soon the nets are being retrieved bit by bit. At that moment, a professional rescue force saw this scene from a distance, but he laughed out loud. It's ridiculous. It's only been half an hour and they're closing the net. Did they really think the submarine would just be pulled up like a fish? FK, these dragons are recommended by the Eagles. They are afraid that they have been deceived by the dragons. The other side does not know how to salvage submarines at all. Bugger. We need to get the Dragonians to refund our money. They charged us $200 million. Did they just want to come over and put on a show? The cherry blossoms watched the revival come off the net not long before hastily closing it, which in their opinion was definitely a two-handed affair. Must be a failed salvage. Such an unprofessional operation is really insulting to the intelligence. At this time, while the other party is still, forcing the other party to refund the money is still feasible. Captain, did you mishear me? These dragons are very unprofessional. How could they salvage a submarine? Could it be a mistake? Even the officers of the Eagle rescue vessel were questioning the commander's claim that the other party had recommended the Dragon Nation to the Sakura people. It's even said that the Dragon Nation has performed a miracle, but they don't look like each other. A dragon fishing boat did successfully salvage a dragon submarine. It's possible that the wrong people are here. The captain shook his head. It was true that the Genoa had captured their nuclear submarine, and the Phantom had come back to tell them what they had seen. They actually salvaged the submarine and captured it. If it really didn't work out, it can't be that the other side is the wrong person. After all, this is the Fushing, not the Genoa. Yet when everyone thought the revival would fail, instead, Commander Sakura received a shocking message. I'm the big fish. The submarine is rising. We seem to be off the hook. Yoshino of the big fish felt the change in the submarine down there. First there was a loud noise outside. Then the submarine felt upward until it looked at the depth gauge, which was decreasing in depth. It was only then that he was finally able to make it clear that they were on the rise, that they were getting out of danger. But the good news was reported to the rescue ship up above. For a while, inside the command room, all the Sakura officers were silent, their eyes staring in disbelief. A look of disbelief. No, how is this possible? It only took them half an hour. Just salvage the submarine? One officer's eyeballs were dropping out of his head, which shows how shocked he was. Unbelievable. How did they do it? They don't seem to be doing anything but putting nets into the sea. Are these nets capable of automatically catching submarines? Someone made a guess, but quickly dismissed it. How can this fishing net be so functional? It's absolutely impossible. They must have done someone else. We just can't see it. Something must have happened at the bottom of the sea. Not to mention, some people did guess that something big was going on at the bottom of the sea. After all, on the surface, the revival didn't do much. That's what happens at the bottom of the sea. But they're far away. They don't know what's going on anymore. Sail the boat. As Chen Fan starts the fooshing, soon the submarine was subjected to even more upward force, and was dragged straight up by a hard. It's surfacing fast. The distant security ship took a look, and at this time was not sure if it should follow up, but finally decided to follow up, only to maintain a distance of 3 nautical miles. Because they were still receiving reports from the big fish that the submarine was still rising. The revival is indeed still in the works. Captain, Securigen informs that the submarine has surfaced at a depth of 200 meters. This is incredible. At this time, the officer who had just questioned the captain was directly hit in the face. So to speak, everyone was hit in the face with that, because they all questioned the unprofessionalism of the revival. But it was unprofessional. But the submarine was pulled up hard. What they couldn't do, the revival did. FK. How did they do it? The submarine got stuck in the mountain. Did they pull up by brute force? But how did they bind to the submarine? Why are 10,000 people in the head of an Eagle rescue captain? As a fellow traveler, he couldn't figure out how the revival actually did it even if he tried. There was no way around it. And as the revival was heading southwest, they followed suit. Only they didn't know that they were traveling in the direction of the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. There's still a long way to go, but it's getting closer. Donger, we're towing a submarine on its way back? The others thought the revival was towing off the submarine, but Cho Sung realized they were traveling in the wrong direction. There are plenty of directions for the submarine to travel, but now it's traveling in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Cho, still, you're sharp-eyed. I was talking about a rescue. Didn't intend to give them the submarine here. Once it's in their hands, there's no guarantee there's a dirty trick waiting for me. Long Tian's concern Chen Fan naturally knew, and at this time did not want to do more than one thing. If dozens of security ships attack him, even if he had the means to defend himself, he was going to have to play all his cards. When the dolphins, the whales, the sharks, all these secrets will have to come out. He can't do anything secretive in the future. Everyone knows it's him. It's gonna be a lot of fun. As long as the submarine reaches the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, then he's not afraid anymore. Chapter 136, If you dare to pursue me again, I'll let you collect your corpses. Commander, the revival seems to have lured us to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Another 10 nautical miles and we'll be at the junction. There are smart people in the Cherry Blossom people. Although everyone is fascinated by the fact that the revival keeps salvaging the submarine, but there are still professionals watching the location. After all, crossing the border is a serious matter. And so it was that someone reported this one piece of news. For a while, the people in the rescue command were also astonished. No, we have to make revival eat stop. They absolutely cannot be allowed to pull the submarine into Dragon Kingdom waters. Things could get really messy that way. Someone shouted anxiously. If they continue to be dragged by the revival, they would not be able to advance any further. If we go in again, we'll get into trouble, and then only the sailors will be fit to go out. Commander, once the revival is allowed to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, we will have no way to deal with it. Yes, the people here are all core members. They are aware of the latest orders issued by the security department. Once the submarine is salvaged, they're going to attack the Fushing. Our rare earths and oil are being fished out by the revival. We have incurred huge losses. We can't let him escape. Yes, at this moment, those who are in charge of the rescue at ease have also received the news synchronized from the security department. Knowing the shameless actions done by the revival, they are full of hatred for the revival as well, just waiting for the chance to make it give a statement. If it continues, then they can't do anything about it. For a moment, the commander also realized the seriousness of the matter, so we called out to the Fushing at once. Revival, turn at once. Don't drag our submarine into dragon waters, otherwise we will take the necessary measures. For a while, the security ships that were originally following behind were beginning to accelerate at this time, and no longer cared about the rules set by Chen Fan. It says they can't get any closer, and if they don't make an interception, they're really going to cross the border. And at that moment, Chen Fan looked at these afterthought Sakura people and laughed out loud. Humph, just reacting now. It's already too late. With that, Chen Fan directly ordered the revival to move forward at full speed. You're kidding. You know the revival's predecessor was a supply ship, and in order to keep up with the warships, that speed was also enhanced. It's no worse than a security boat. So the security ship was in full pursuit behind, and the revival was speeding along. The speed of the two sides is not far, but there are several nautical miles distance. which want to intercept. That is quite high difficulty. Donger, what are we doing? No more giving them back their submarines. Zhao Chang is stupefied. Didn't he say it was a rescue mission? How is this going to tow the submarine away? It's all about capturing the other side. Fan, aren't we going to give it back? Uncle Wang is also skeptical. This is a bit exciting, Instead, Chen Fan nodded his head. Ha, I only charged them $200 million for the rescue. Just promise to get the submarine up. It doesn't say it's going to be returned to them. Chen Fan laughed out loud and joked. No matter how the Cherry Blossom people interpreted it so, the torpedo was not fired as a training round. But after all, the attack was made. It's a big concession to let him save the big fish in return for the money. And that's for the money's sake. But Chen Fan's anger didn't go away. The big fish had to be humiliated before he could do that. Uncle Wang and Uncle Zhou looked at each other with a surprised look on their faces. But I did not expect Chen Fan's gut so big. This even want to insult the brats again. But also want to knock each other again, It's just a relief to think about it. The other side. The Sakura security ship also discovered the revival's intentions, and was in a state of anxiety. Bugger! The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are so shameless. They tried to steal our submarine. That's our most advanced submarine one. Definitely can't let them have their way. Bastard! I told you that you can't trust the Rikoku people. They won't cooperate with us that easily. At this point each one of them is spouting off like a horse's hindquarters. This made the commander's face look very bad. He had a lot of responsibility when things went wrong. At this point there was also a real panic. So security boats, full speed ahead. Report back to headquarters at the same time. Get the sailors to come and support the pursuit. The commander had to prepare for the worst. If he really couldn't catch up, it would be necessary for the sailors to continue the pursuit. Or the security department would simply authorize them to continue it. Otherwise they'll have to stop when they get to the Dragon Sea. In particular, there is the existence of the legend of the guardian god of the seas, so that each of them do not dare to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom easily. At that moment, however, a rescue ship was chasing after it at high speed. That's a lot of excitement for the crowd. Fantastic! That's our reinforcement security ship arriving. Yes, the security department has sent a follow-up security boat to reinforce us. It was to close in on the revival. Only they didn't expect the revival to salvage the submarine so quickly. It's straight out of the way. So they also changed their orientation and took the shortcut directly to the junction, blocking the back road. This sudden appearance of more than a dozen security ships had indeed surprised Chen Fan somewhat. I didn't realize that the other side was prepared for this and wasn't that stupid. Fishing boat revival. Stop this immediately, or we will simply fire. At this time, more than a dozen security ships are raising their rapid-fire cannons. Are you kidding? Although security vessels are not warships, they don't have strong force. But there is the threat of rapid-fire artillery. Now watching the Renaissance trying to tow their submarine away. Naturally they were reluctant to do so. They don't mind warning shots if the other side keeps going. You can even fire for real. Fanny, we seem to have pissed them off. They're coming for real. What to do? Proprietor, we're just fishing boats. We're not armed. Both old men were concerned. Their ship was indeed large enough in tonnage, but had nothing in the way of weapons. There's more than 10 security ships on the other side. There are more than a dozen ships in pursuit. They're really moving. Even if they are large in tonnage and won't be easily sunk, but the crew could get hurt, and that could be serious. Warn them. Continue the pursuit. We will cut down the nets. Let the big fish go to the bottom. Without us, all will die. Chen Fan wasn't scared at all because he still had too many cards he could use, like the submarine. Now he's demonstrated the ability to salvage a submarine. They're the only ones who can salvage it. He can't believe these people want to watch all the submariners die. Time was running out, and he was sure the submarine's crew was consuming oxygen at an accelerated rate. The other side is definitely running low on oxygen. Once we cut the nets, there's no way the other side can salvage it in a short period of time. In the end, it was just a matter of accepting that everyone would die. Continue the pursuit. It will be you who kill 60 lives. You'll just have to wait to collect your corpses. Chen Fan once again warned the other party and even threw a huge pot over the side. Chapter 137, Demanding Ransom Again. Murata was so angry that he almost lost his breath. Commander, the revival is going to sink the submarine back to the bottom. Our main mission is to rescue the submarine. Chen Fan's threat made the crowd panic. Their main mission is to rescue the submarine. They'll be attacking the Fuxing later, now that the first task has not been accomplished. And instead they are going after the revival. That's really putting the cart before the horse. If something happens to the submarine's crew, they'll all be held responsible. Ask the big fish about them. The commander gave the order decisively. At this time it is necessary to know the state of the big fish, which can make the most correct choice. Soon after, bad news came. Report. The big fish is indicating accelerated oxygen consumption. They only have 2 hours of oxygen stock left. Without rescue, they will all suffocate and die. Yes, everyone was thrilled when the big fish learned that they were being rescued up from their shallower depths. An excited consumption of oxygen is more. Originally still able to hold half a day. So accelerated. Only 2 hours left. If he continues to do so, he accelerated more. This one piece of bad news made Sakura's rescuers raise their eyebrows. A conclusion was then handed down. Commander, we don't have time for this. Once the submarine sinks again, there's no way we can salvage it in 2 hours. Even if salvage becomes less difficult, we don't have enough time. No way. They're not like the revival. They just salvage it in half an hour. They can't do it in a day, let alone 2 hours. This is still a good condition. The submarine is stuck again. Otherwise they can only watch the submarine's people die without being able to do anything about it. Asshole. The dragons have gone too far. They seem to be determined that we won't dare attack them. Someone hit the tabletop heavily, venting their frustration. It was just too suffocating. For a moment, everyone looked at the commander, needing him to make a decision. Clear the channel. If only they could save 60 lives. We let them through. Compromised. Anyone would have to be compromised. There's our only rapid-fire cannons, which are very threatening to small fishing boats, which can be wiped out by a few shots, but against a 30,000-ton ship, that's just scratching an itch, even if it's firing directly at the waterline. You can't sink it without bombarding it for half a day. The other side is not afraid of anything, but they don't dare to gamble with 60 lives. If they really lose, what can they do? Boo! Once again, someone punched the tabletop in anger. They had so many boats and they were still being held by a single fishing boat. It's really so humiliating when you can't make it even if you have the strength. Off. Never again will I be able to trust the words of these Dragon Nation people. Not even half a word. Yes, they don't keep their promises at all. It's too much. Each one of them cursed the revival. But while cursing, they had to make way for the security boats blocking the back road. The revival was also warned that the people had to be rescued or they would take revenge even if they had to fight for their lives. For a while, the security ships sailed away to make way for the channel. Only the guns were still aimed at the revival, which seemed to be the last stubbornness of the other side. Ha ha, we lost again. These brats are so timid. I was really scared just now. I really thought they would attack. Yeah, with those guns pointed at us, who's not afraid to come forward? Ha ha, it's still the Dongjia's Kawa. A word directly let them honestly give way. These brats can't take advantage of us at all. That's not true. We've been very happy all the way out. We haven't suffered any losses. We're really with the right person. Who says it isn't? There's no second proprietor under the sun for such a good proprietor. The crew of the Rejuvenation was also finally relieved. They were actually quite afraid of the. It's good that the brats wimped out, which filled them with confidence once again, constantly praising Chen Fan for his power. Soon, the Renaissance successfully entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. After Chen Fan was safe, there were no second thoughts. The ship's speed was reduced, followed by the use of a huge mechanical arm on the supply ship. The submarine is completely out of the water. Surely tonnage is strength. This is 100 times better than the Genoa. Last time tons of Genoa. Chen Fan rescued Dragon submarine. That cannot be dragged out of the water. Who didn't have a powerful robotic arm back then? And there's not enough tonnage to haul it out of the water. It's a 30,000-ton Fushing. The submarine is only 3,000 tons. More mechanized equipment. Apparently it's a lot easier. Soon a large black fish surfaced. Not only was the revival's crowd astonished, the security ship was shocked as well. I didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats were really successful. Incredible. They really did it. And it will be a miracle in the history of submarine rescue. I have to admit, they're bad people, but very good at rescuing. My God, the dragons really did it. It's the same news I heard, and it seems to be even more powerful. The rescue crew watched in amazement as a submarine surfaced. That's the big fish they've been trying to rescue. And at that moment the big fish seems to have realized they've surfaced. At one point, a change of air began to take place. The air coming in from outside was a relief. They hadn't had so much fresh air in a long time. We're rescued? We're really saved. It's great. Mom, I'm not dead. I want to come home and see you. My suicide note can finally be torn up. He won't need it. At this time the crew of the big fish, but the tears of joy, although their hatch deformation is not able to open, but the air can enter. Their lives are no worries. Even at this point Yoshino was already using a periscope and observing the situation outside. Report Mr. Murata. The big fish has successfully surfaced. Personnel life crisis relieved. But the revival refused to surrender the submarine. They have entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom 1. Request instructions, soon. The on-site rescue commander immediately reported the situation to Murata. As soon as Murata heard the good news, he stood up excitedly as well. 60 lives were on my mind, and now they're finally on the ground. Only to hear that the dragon fishing boats were making trouble again made him frown. I was going to praise the revival, but now I really want to swear at it. Bugger! What the hell do they want? We've paid for the rescue. What more do they want? They don't keep their promises. Murata was furious, and wanted to hit the revival hard, but reason told him no. Their submarine is still in the hands of the other side, and the other side only has one hand to let go, and the submarine will still fall back into the deep sea. The submarine rescue isn't really over. Revival demands another ransom. He said we only paid for the rescue. Now that the submarine has been successfully rescued, their mission is accomplished. The big fish is their trophy and must be ransomed if they want to return it. The commander smiled bitterly, but Murata was almost out of breath and almost fainted. Bugger! ***** off. I'm going to protest to Hayes. Chapter 138 Ridiculously Humiliated. Sakura's Day of Humiliation. Chen Fan. You boys can be a bit immoral. The security department could have filed a lawsuit against all of them. That old man is so mad at you he's having a heart attack. At this time Chen Fan received a call from Long Tian, and Long Tian had to call and ask what Chen Fan was up to. The security department filed a complaint. He's the middleman. He can't just ignore it. But there was nothing that could be done about Chen Fan being so bold. There's no way. Chen Fan is the main character. The other party is begging them to come to the rescue. Elder Dragon. But I kept my promise to save their submarine. That much is true, isn't it? Only rescued. It doesn't say they must be returned. Chen Fan also bit the bullet that he was only asking for the rescue fee. He had already rescued 60 people and now his life was not in danger. It's a job well done. Whether or not they return it to the other party is a different matter. And Long Tian's eyes widened as soon as he heard it. In my heart, I had to say, this kid has the makings of a crooked businessman. It's hard for the brats not to get screwed, but it's a matter of no loss for Rikoku, and he's not going to try to persuade him, and he's only calling to ask a reason why. Now there's a reason. You kid, but you're really good at business. You never do anything at a loss. Say it. How much are you trying to blackmail this time? Long Tian smiled bitterly. Even in his heart he wanted to knock Chen Fan a sum of money. It seems that they are a middleman, but they work for nothing. Instead of getting anything good, we have to work both sides of the fence and be taken as accomplices by the security department to extort money from them. Give me another $200 million, so I can return the submarine. You know this submarine cost all of $500 or $600 million. I can't afford to lose out. Submarines do cost money. A few $1,000s for a plane is a lot of money, but even a conventional submarine is not cheap. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars. As for the Eagle's nuclear submarine, it's even more expensive. I'll go talk about it and see. Long Tian smiled bitterly. Nowadays this evil person still has to be him to do it all. But Chen Fan is their treasure. It has to be protected. Besides, Chen Fan wasn't wrong. The submarine has been captured. A ransom doesn't seem too much to ask, does it? There's precedent for this. Eagles have been forced to pay up. Yes, Elder Dragon. Then please, if they don't agree, I really dare to pull the big fish back. Who made them attack me? Chen Fan's words were also meant to let Long Tian know that his purpose for doing this was not just to ask for money, but also for revenge. Such hatred can't be undone with an apology. If the other side fires a real torpedo, the Fuxing could sink. Okay, leave it to me. As soon as Long Tian heard it, he also knew what Chen Fan had in mind, and at this time, he didn't have any concerns either. Anyway, they're in charge. It's not that hard. Soon, Long Tian directly told Murata about Chen Fan's request. At this moment, Murata finally spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard that another $200 million was required. Off. This is outrageous. This is total extortion. Mr. Murata, we absolutely cannot agree to them. We can't keep giving in and compromising anymore. The top brass of the security department were furious when they heard this one request. $200 million has already emptied the house. Pay another $200 million. We'll have to sell the family fortune. What they can't accept, in particular, is the idea of ransom. By paying the ransom, we accept that the big fish was captured by a Dragon Kingdom fishing vessel. This is a huge shame for us. Yes, only captives pay ransom, and this sum of money given over would be a sale of all dignity. Not only did it slap the face of the security department, it also slapped the face of Sakura Sailor Master hard. Ahem. At this moment, Murata was coughing violently, coughing up some blood color from time to time. The great insult made him really angry. He was so angry. And he had all sorts of old people's diseases. It was hard to slow down and look at the crowd. This is the slow way to say. Do you know why the eagles knew that the dragon fishing boats were able to rescue the submarine? The old man's sudden change of topic caused the crowd to faintly stare at him, not knowing what was meant to be said. Everyone was only able to shake their heads desperately, because they really didn't know how the other party knew about it. He's not saying a word about it. That's because Eagle's nuclear submarine. It has also been captured by Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. Yes, in order to persuade Murata, Long Tian had told him this hidden secret. Of course said that his secret, in fact, is also the eagle to keep his mouth shut only. This is a humiliation. The other party naturally prohibit the spread. But this is for the dragon country is a big thing to relieve anger. There's nothing bad to say, and it's a good way to beat the eagle's sailors. What? A nuclear submarine captured? How is this possible? Yeah, that's the most advanced submarine in the world. How could it be captured by a fishing boat when no one could even look for it? Unbelievable. Never. How is this possible? The security department's jaws are about to drop. This is sensational. To them, the Eagle's nuclear submarine was out of their reach. It's the most dominating weapon in town. Now it's captured by a fishing boat. It's a disgrace to the world's #1 brother. I don't believe it either. But Haji said that the Eagles were trying to get the nuclear submarine back. Paid $2 billion. Murata's mood was slowly calming down as he felt fear. It's more about being lost in the unknown. A dragon fishing boat captured the submarines of 2 countries and demanded ransom. But it really happened. Even Hayes said they were lucky to only have to pay $200 million, which is way less than the Eagles. It was another slap in the face that made Murata is a bit numb. It's really numb. Likewise, the others were numb. They didn't think that this was really happening. Sir, do we really have to pay the ransom? All the dignity of a sailor is gone. Some people still wanted to have a last struggle. But it seemed that the eagle thing had given a step to a number of people. And at that moment they had gone along with it. The Eagles have paid the ransom. And we don't need to lose too much face by paying it. Yes, we're not the first. We're perfectly capable of talking the ransom into a rescue fee. It's worth it for 60 lives. Seeing that the crowd had been compromised, Murata closed his eyes. He knew this money had to be paid. This shame had to be endured. Just the thought of the revival humiliating them over and over again. The old man's eyes became sharp and full of killing intent. Chapter 139, the kids are up to no good again. Ding! $200 million on the bank card. Faced with Chen Fan's lion's share of the money, the security department finally compromised. Of course there are still some limit pulls here. Just like the other side still wants to rush over to the Dragon Sea to surround but with the appearance of giant killer whales, after attacking a security vessel, they are completely honest. It's all about negotiation. The kids had no choice but to play honestly for money. And with the money in place, Chen Fan also finally ordered the return of the submarine. As the submarine was handed over, the Renaissance returned at a leisurely pace, leaving only the security department and the Eagle rescue vessel in a daze. Commander, we just let them go. At this time, the security department is holding their breath. Originally was afraid of the revival of the submarine to put down again. This submarine is still not discharged seawater, is going to sink. Now that the submarine is in their hands and the other side has no more leverage, they all want to teach the unknowing dragon fishing boat a lesson. What else can we do? Directly shelling each other? The commander shook his head. It was impossible. It was just a bit of overkill. The consequences are endless, and there's no way to destroy them. They're too weak to do it alone. If we piss off the kaiji, there's a chance of a violent conflict. As for rushing after them, forget it. There are still giant monsters at the bottom of the sea staring at them. That's never going to happen again. Commander, the appearance of these sharks with the whales is no accident. Where the revival appeared, these monsters appeared. Someone fought straight to the monster that attacked them, and it wasn't the first or second time. The dragons say they're the guardians of the sea, but they're not theists, and this kind of thing can't be explained on technological grounds. Yes, Commander. This isn't the first or second time we've had to investigate. Otherwise we will all be trapped in the future. One by one, the unwilling officers, watching the revival leave in style at this time, were all disgruntled in their hearts. These monsters under the water were like a roadblock for them, preventing them from moving forward. If it's not resolved, none of them will be able to enter the Dragon Kingdom waters in the future. It's even possible that the sailors won't be able to get in. Soon, the speculations of the people also kept reaching the security department, and the security department received even more information. Not only the security ships reported, many fishermen also began to report that they often encountered the attacks of these underwater monsters. For a while, Murata also attracted a great deal of attention. The submarine rescue had come to a humiliating end, and the undersea monster, which had become their nightmare. Mr. Murata. We've received dozens of reports from fishermen. They were all attacked by killer whales as well as sharks. Their fishing boats are wrecked and torn up. The damage is extremely severe. A deputy reported with a heavy face. Originally these were minor matters. After all, it's important to avoid the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats from salvaging their oil and rare earths. But as security vessels have been attacked one after another, the fishermen have been complaining a lot. It made them feel like this wasn't simple. The revival was something they had no way of dealing with for the moment. But these monsters were constantly attacking, so it was obviously a very serious problem. Are these fishermen fishing across the border? Is it entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom? Murata asked a crucial question, although he didn't really believe in that one legend either. But the repeated attacks on their security ships were all after they entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. He needs to get to the bottom of this. Some fishermen say they didn't enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, but more than that it shows that they did cross the line a bit. In fact, Chen Fan's instructions to the whales as well as the sharks were very simple. Enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and then attack. Of course, for a whaling ship, even if it's on the high seas and not part of any managed waters, it's still subject to attack. Chen Fan is taking on these whalers, so they won't dare to hunt whales anymore. So even if they didn't cross the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, they were still under attack. This is the one piece of news that leaves Murata with no way of judging. Commander Murata, I think we have to protect the fishermen. We should do a hunt for these evil whales and sharks as if they were demons. Some people have suggested a specific way to fight back, and that's to go straight for the kill. They've suffered so many losses. These losses can't just be eaten. These sharks must be hunted down, and the whales as well. But, are we going to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom to hunt and kill? That's going to piss off Kaiji. Nowadays, the strength of the Haiji is equal to theirs, and it's no longer the same as before when there were fewer ships and weaker ships. It would be inappropriate for them to actually enter the hunt. Perhaps we can go to the deep sea and hunt these killer whales, and our whaling ships sank one after another. If they are no longer able to whale, we will lack a delicacy. Someone spoke up. Whaling is an important fishery. Now that whaling is legal and expanding, and now that these whaling ships are having problems connecting, they have to go and fix this one hidden danger of. We can keep ordinary fishermen from crossing the border, but whaling ships are also under attack on the high seas. We should escort it. Yes. The security boats have to protect the safety of the fishing boats. That's their duty as well. For a while, the crowd also nodded, thinking that this one idea was still quite good. We should hunt down a monster and come back. This should be very researchable. These killer whales are several times bigger than expected. Yes, orcas are already deep-sea monsters, but the orcas that attacked them were even bigger. They had to understand what had attacked them, and hunting one back was the perfect thing to do. In the end, Murata made up his mind. Yes. That's it. Send out 410,000 tons of security ships. These monsters must be dealt with. Protect the smooth operation of whaling ships. Obviously, these huge killer whales have a huge impact on a security vessel of 1 or 2,000 tons. It's completely collapsible. At this point, a 10,000-ton security vessel will not only have more firepower, there are also helicopters to aid in the search for these monsters. That's a huge safety net. For a while, the security department was also mobilizing security boats, ready to make a serious hunt. At this time, Chen Fan did not know that the brats were actually going to attack his underwater creatures in an organized and premeditated manner. He's staring at a huge amount of points, and the reflashing of new undersea creatures. Only the undersea creatures that appeared made Chen Fan double take. No, that's the thing. Bring it for what? Chapter 140 Objective, empty the kid savings. Super barnacles, 1 million points. Super adhesive, hyper reproductive, can corrode any ship for targeted soft kills. Chen Fan looked at the introduction, and at first it was a little hard to see. After all, the last upgrade brought out a megalodon and a killer whale. This is a super aggressive creature, but it's protecting the revival. I was expecting more powerful undersea creatures to appear in future upgrades, like some Godzilla or something. It's so fierce, it's like a second to the sky, a second to the earth, a second to the air. Who would have thought that an insignificant barnacle would have appeared? However, upon careful consideration, Chen Fan was enlightened. Asterisk. Can corrode any ship. Doesn't that mean that with these barnacles, you can just go ahead and paralyze the entire fleet? Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Originally thought that he could just let these barnacles affect the speed of the warships and disgust some of the other party. But I didn't realize that it could actually corrode the ship. So the danger is no weaker than that of a megalodon. Sharks are direct hard kills. They make a lot of noise. And these super barnacles are straight up warm water frogs that absolutely no one knows about at first. But by the time you realize something is wrong with the ship, it's probably too late. That's a total write-off. Aircraft carriers are also directly scrapped. That's a real killer. Chen Fan naturally had to settle the score of the carrier formation attacking him. The original had the ability to fight back with the sharks, but now it seems that he has a much better means of attack, and no one will associate him with being the murderer. For a while, Chen Fan valued these barnacles more and more. He really wanted to throw those barnacles under the Eagle carrier's ship. Only problem comes. The barnacles are swimming too slowly. Looks like it's better to do it when we meet them again. It's a needle in a haystack for these barnacles to swim hundreds or thousands of nautical miles in search of an aircraft carrier. It still seems like we need to find an opportunity to contact the carrier formation. As long as one of them is attached to a warship, then the Eagle sailors are basically done for. But it's really paralyzing. It's really killing people without even knowing it. It's more destructive than developing advanced weapons. Eagles. Wait. I'm coming. Chen Fan smiled slightly. At this time there was an even better way to deal with the Eagle warships. Only at the moment, he had more important things to do. That's emptying the Brat savings. 6 billion points. Almost able to round up the squid to 5,000. Chen Fan thought for a moment and quickly exchanged all his points for squid. This thing doesn't look like it has much destructive power. It can only sink small fishing boats, but it's useless against security ships. But a large number of tentacles can become a transportation captain. This time the plan to empty the Brat savings, that's really what it's all about. Soon, the revival is once again on the move. Start sailing directly around the island. Once again, the security department is on the verge of an attack. And 5,000 squid. At this point, we're out in full force, capturing one storage site after another. Report. An anomaly has occurred at the second rare earth storage site. We've detected our rare earths on the move. Inside the rare earth station on the shore, a staff member noticed an anomaly in their rare earth drums. One of the barrels equipped with a positioning device then shifted position, and soon the computer showed but it scared the station manager to death. How many locator devices have shifted? The station manager asked anxiously. It can be said that after the last loss of rare earth, they are on the surface of the rare earth barrels above, but installed a lot of positioning devices. Previously, it was felt that this approach was of no use. No one knew that they had rare earths sunk here. But with the dragon fishermen stealing the rare earths, a variety of technological means have been increased. Positioning makes it very easy to know if rare earths are moving, and is a very effective monitoring tool. Only 10 so far. No. Now there are 20. No. There are already 100 locator devices moving fast. Very fast. The staff was dumbfounded. Originally it had just moved some distance. Not very far. It's possible that the currents are causing it, but as the positioning is constantly being updated, the numbers are increasing. 100 locator devices. But that's half of what they put in, and it's all been fished out. Hurry! Sail the ship at once. Have the security ship check it out. Rare earths must be secured. The station manager panicked. This is 10,000 tons of rare earth and then lost. He directly have to remove the previous administrator was fired and sent home. He doesn't want to lose his job like that. For a while, the security ships were also quickly heading for support. Only they won't be stationed directly in the neighborhood. That would only expose the rare earth storage site, and it's still a long way to go to get here. However, it is not only the second storage site where this also occurs. Third storage site approaching at this time. The same accident happened. Again, a large number of positioning devices are moving quickly. For a while, Aso of the resource department was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously going to the security department to ask for support, and urgent support at that. Murata, something's wrong. 2 of our rare earth storage sites are under attack. We have a lot of rare earths that are disappearing fast. Aso looks despondent. He's really in a hurry. The ones fitted with locating devices were fished out, which means that the rare earths down there are also uninsurable. What? You didn't send in any reinforcements for defense? What the hell is going on? Murata was shocked that he was not able to defend himself in the end. He doesn't know what went wrong. Our barrels with locator devices are moving fast. The distance is now beyond hundreds of nautical miles. Apparently, we seem to have encountered an unknown kind of sneak attack. You're kidding. If it's an ocean current, how can it pull their rare earths hundreds of nautical miles away? Except that they haven't found any ships out at sea so far. It's so strange. Obviously the attacker came from the bottom of the ocean. Move fast, and still be able to move the rare earths for a short period of time. What the hell is this? Murata also froze. It seems that modern technology does not have such a tool. Right, capable of sailing on the bottom of the sea. That is not a submarine. But it's not easy for a submarine to steal rare earths. It would be detected by their offshore monitors. There's no way a submarine like this could have been built. Could it be? It's an undersea monster? Murata's eyes widened. They'd encountered too many monsters lately. Huge sharks, ferocious killer whales. These are so different from the traditional ones, they seem to be mutated. Since it can't be done with technology, it seems only possible with monsters that live at the bottom of the sea. Both Murata and Aso's eyes widened at the thought. If that's the case, it's even more strange. Chapter 141 Woe to the West. Hammer successfully lies down. Sure is a transportation captain. I should have known better than to exchange so many dolphins. At this time in the deep sea, Chen Fan was leisurely blowing the sea breeze. The revival was simply traveling like this without any dangerous maneuvers. However, they did not know that Chen Fan was not idle for a moment, but constantly commanded the squid to empty the rare earth. With 5,000 squid, one can take 10 barrels of rare earth, 50,000 barrels at a time, and one storage point was 20,000 barrels of rare earth, which allowed Chen Fan to sneak up on 2 storage points in one go. It only takes one round trip to empty 2 storage sites. With a little effort, it won't be long before all the storage spots are empty. However, what made Chen Fan a bit puzzled was, the squid is moving at high speed, but the security department is also reacting, and the world's dolphins are keeping watch. But then we saw a large number of security ships following behind us. What the hell? These security ships seem to see squids like they can see them. This traveling route is not bad at all. Chen Fan frowned. He believed that no one would be able to detect the existence of these squids, let alone pursue them. This is a member of the seabed directly into the hundreds of meters deep sea. Modern instruments are absolutely impossible to detect the. Thinking of this, Chen Fan decided to test whether this was a coincidence or if the other party really had eyes. Turn northwest. In a moment, 5,000 squid received instructions to turn immediately. It was originally rushing towards the Dragon Kingdom waters, but now it's still in the Sakura waters. After half an hour had passed, Chen Fan watched the security ship turn as well, finally realizing that something was not right. It seems there must be something odd on top of these rare earth barrels. It should be equipped with a locator device. Otherwise the other side couldn't have gotten eyes like that. Chen Fan was firm on this one idea. It was impossible for the squid to be controlled by someone else to install a locator. And rare earths are so plentiful and so expensive. Obviously they can only get their hands dirty here. And after figuring that out, Chen Fan was simply not busy. Directly the squid is scrutinizing the rare earths. This is not tested, but the inspection really found some minor changes. On some of the plastic buckets, there was a small red light emitting locator. For a moment, all doubts could be cleared up. The brats are getting smart. I didn't realize there was such a thing. It's a good thing, or I almost fell into a pit. Chen Fan also underestimated these cherry blossom people and did not expect to add a lot of means. If he didn't know, he would have transported the rare earths to the dragon's waters and salvaged them. It's safe, though, but the other side will surely find it and even link it to the Dragon Kingdom as well. By then, he would have suspected himself and even blamed Haiji. After all, it's 100,000 tons of rare earths worth $40 billion, or even $50 billion, and the other side will never accept the loss just like that. Thinking of this, Chen Fan had an idea in his mind. Hey, in that case, I'm going to have to make the best of it. Chen Fan had a bad smile on his face and thought of an excellent means of response. Commander Koi. Based on localized heading indications, continuing the journey further, we will enter the waters of the Hammer State. An officer reported seriously. He was in charge of location tracking, but the trajectory of their locator device is very strange. It's clear that we're about to enter the Dragon Kingdom's waters, but suddenly turned directly, after a big circle, but the eye is about to enter the Hammer Seas. It's got them puzzled. Asterisk. Couldn't it have been the work of the Dragon Kingdom? Instead, it's Hammerland. Commander Koi's brow furrowed. This changing trajectory was a mistake in their judgment. Commander, I think that's very likely. The Dragon Kingdom is a massive exporter of rare earths, and they're not short of them. And hammers, like us, need to be imported in large quantities. They are very likely to steal our rare earths. Yes, Commander, I agree with that. They've been at odds with us and I think the likelihood is very high. One of the officers also found their opinion. Originally the dragon fishing boats had staged a collective rare earth fishing trick. This time the rare earth is lost again. The first suspect is naturally also the dragon fishing boat. In particular, the virtual body is fast entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, more so that they will be able to directly clear. Will be able to report to the headquarters urgently. But now, after analyzing it so much, it seems like Hammerland is a big possibility too. The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats have not appeared on a large scale and are not making any new moves. Report. All localization devices have entered Hammer waters. Sailing will be hammered on Jimin Island. Another update from the staff. For a moment, Everyone was basically certain that that was definitely it. Commander, I just went through the inquiry. Jimin Island was found to have announced a half-month of maintenance 2 days ago. It's too much of a coincidence that this one attraction is currently all closed. Yes, Jimin Island is one of the most important attractions in Hammer and receives a lot of tourists every year. Now coincidentally, it's a direct result of the closure of the viewpoint, and the locator device, if nothing else, will be there to stay. This is a series of evidences that can show that this must be the work of the Hammerman. Damn it! They've gone too far. But how the hell did they do that? Why can't any of our security ships catch up? What the hell is transporting rare earths? The Sakura people still couldn't figure out what the Hammer people, whom they couldn't look at, had used to steal their rare earth from them. What's more, I can't figure out what the other side is trying to do. Is it trying to start a war? It's tens of billions of dollars worth of rare earths. It's a strategic resource that you can't even buy now because it's restricted. The 8 frames. We must report this to headquarters and expose the shameful behavior of the Hammers. They are thieves. Shameless thieves. At this time, the officers were filled with righteous indignation, constantly cursing their mother. But this time it was not cursing the Dragon Kingdom people, not to mention Chen Fan, but the Hammer Kingdom. The Hammer people could never have imagined that they would be shot lying down this time. A great trouble is coming and they will be the scapegoats, taking the fiercest revenge from the cherry blossoms. But it's not confirmed yet. It's all still their guess, whether or not it was the Hammers or not. More evidence is needed. An hour later, Koi dialed headquarters, saying solemnly, reporting to Commander-in-Chief Murata, all of our rare earths have arrived to stay in the waters around Jimin Island. I judge, it was the Hammer that stole our rare earths. At this time the positioning device has been in the waters of Jimin Island is not moving at all. It has been half an hour. Obviously, this has been the ultimate goal of the... No one would have thought that a famous scenic spot would welcome a large amount of rare earths. A trick that almost fooled the whole world. Chapter 142, our storage points. All of them may have been exposed. What? It's the Hammers that ship our rare earths. Bugger. They're shameless. At this moment, Murata was furious. How could he not have thought that there was a Hammer involved in it? Their target has always been the dragons. He's even ready to take it up with Hayes. Who would have thought that the rare earth would go to Jimin Island? I didn't expect that. It's not just the dragons who are eyeing our rare earths. The Hammerman is even more direct in his approach. They've emptied our other storage site. Aso is even more furious. He's in charge of managing these rare earths. Now another one has been emptied, which is again worth at least $4 billion. That's a lot of money. Enough to kill him several times over. What to do? Aso is panicking. His responsibility is too big for him to handle. Murata, on the other hand, comforted. We've got plenty of evidence. They shouldn't have guessed we had a locator on top of the rare earth. Now we can just surround Jimin Island. Expose what they're doing in front of the whole world. Murata opened his mouth in a domineering manner. This was already a big deal. And in that case, it would be even more so. Why don't we just surround Jimin Island? And as long as we don't let any other ships come to take away their rare earths, we can salvage them in front of the whole world. And then salvage them in plastic buckets printed with Sakura's text. The truth will come out straight away. Murata, should we take it up directly with the Hammer Sea Division and demand their return? Make the evidence available. Maybe it's a little faster this way. Aso said solemnly. Now that they had sufficient evidence, they could completely blackmail the other party to return the... But Murata shook his head. He'd seen too many plots and tricks. Demanding restitution won't work. It'll expose their cards in advance. No. Once we intercede, they'll know we've got the rare earths on the move. They will absolutely move the rare earths again. There's a chance we'll punt. Rare earths must be found on site for there to be any real evidence. Just kidding. Even if you give the evidence to the other side can totally disown the evidence. Or even just destroy the evidence and move the stuff around. It'll be a war of words. And it'll probably be over. But, Security Department to Sakura Sea. It's going to be hugely risky. Aso was worried. He could potentially face a bigger crisis when the time came. And was still worried about it. This calls for a joint debriefing. Just get approved. We'll be ready to move. Murata wanted to help. But for the sake of his own safety, he took Aso with him and reported to the authorities. Hopefully it would be agreeable to his plan. And he'd been wanting to teach some hammerheads a lesson for a long time. And now he'd finally hit upon an opportunity to do so. And they stand to reason. The bottom line kind of thing. While the security department and the resources department were working on plans to get approval from the top, Chen Fan didn't stop moving. Report. An anomaly exists at the third storage site. At this time, at the third storage site, the staff on high alert saw that the locator had moved. And at this time, they were also a little nervous. After all, the third storage site has been emptied. Now all the storage sites are on duty 24 hours a day. keeping an eye on things to avoid further problems. What happened? Did the locator device leave its original position as well? As soon as he heard that there was something unusual, the station manager jumped straight up, and the sweat on his forehead was getting bigger and bigger. If something goes wrong, he's really screwed. There's been an anomaly in the localization device, but it's only a few meters of overall movement. It's all gone quiet so far, the staff said carefully. At this time the nervous heart is also half relaxed. At least these locator devices are still in place. They're not moving. It just moved a few meters. Any other anomalies? Jin Chang was also relieved. He was scared to death just now. No more. Everything is back to normal. Maybe it's because it's now picking up big waves and raining heavily. The staff consoled. And at that moment it was really raining heavily outside. The waves are also very big. Since it's a big wave, it's normal for these plastic buckets to shift a little. It's all on the surface. Aha! If that's the case, that shouldn't be a problem. The station master completely put his heart down, looked at the heavy rain outside, or dismissed the idea of checking on the ground. Nowadays it's too dangerous to go out to sea. Soon enough, the third storage site put the matter down for good, and with only those locator devices still there was no problem. Except that the same anomalies are found in other storage sites as well. All of the rare earths with localization devices have been displaced, only not by a great distance. It's just a few meters. In the end, the resource agency did not pay much attention to it, but only asked to keep it under observation. Wait for the big wave days to pass and go out immediately for inspection. It was already dark, and within one of Sakura's offices. And there's a heated argument going on. You're telling me that Hammer stole our rare earths? Do you have enough evidence? An old man slammed the table and looked at Aso of the resource agency with an angry face. And if eyes can kill, Aso has died several times. At this time, he could only lower his head and solemnly state his bases, and Murata spelled out his plan. The old man frowned when he heard this. It's too risky indeed. Should we go and besiege Jiman Island? It can be discussed afterward. Have you ever thought? Since they were able to steal our rare earths without realizing it, won't they just keep raiding our other storage sites? Aso, why don't you order these rare earths to be salvaged? The old man said angrily, wanting to call the other person stupid. He doesn't care if he's a dragon or a hammer. 2 storage points have been emptied now. It means that all their undersea storage sites have been exposed. At this point they obviously just do not grasp the point. Rather than to find the stolen rare earth, more important is to keep the rare earth at the moment. After such a reminder, Aso froze, but then he slapped himself severely. Mister, I was wrong. You reminded me just in time. I almost lost my mind out of anger. Aso really panicked. He was thinking of asking the security department to besiege Jiman Island and poke holes in the Hammer's shameless behavior. But he almost forgot about the fact that their storage site had been compromised. Apparently, the dragons are done fishing and the Hammers are coming to steal, and their storage sites are no longer safe. There's a good chance it's been leaked. At this point, all the storage sites are no longer secure. For a while, his cold sweat was soaking his back, and the sweat on his forehead was constantly flowing down like water. Chapter 143. All the rare earths were emptied overnight. Sir, I'm sending out a salvage crew right now. The more Aso thought about it, the more wrong it was, and at this point, he couldn't be bothered to go after rare earth. The 8 remaining storage sites are more important today, and as long as they're preserved, the foundation is still there. If he can't keep it, he's finished. However, the old man called out directly to the other side, and even more angrily. Stupid. It's already too late. Don't you realize that a typhoon is up now? The old man shook his head in disappointment. How could he have never imagined that this person is so unstable when things go wrong? Not only did he not catch the main problem, but now he's trying to go out in the rain to salvage it, and he might have to take a few more people with him. Fishing boats have to run back in windy and stormy weather. It's not a death sentence to go out at this time. Aso was also dumbfounded by this, and at this point, he slapped himself hard again, feeling regret for having missed the moment. Again, this beating of himself was done to the old man, who hoped that he might be sympathized with, and be able to retain the position. I have to say, Aso is not as smart as he is big, but he's really smart. How can an old man not see such a clever little thing? At this time is also more disappointed. Until now, is still pretending, such a person to come what use. The old man is already looking for someone to succeed Aso. Mister, so what should we do now? Do we still need to go to Jiman Island? Murata's timely appearance at this point could be considered a relief. There has to be an argument. Are they going to protect the other storage sites or just rush straight to the Hammer Sea to secure the evidence? The old man was also thinking at this time. This was indeed a dilemma. Going immediately now will completely solidify the evidence, and Hammer will have absolutely nothing to say. But what if they leave and there's a problem with the other storage sites? 2 hands ready. A portion of the force for defense storage. Point 1. Another sector to the junction and wait for orders. We will use satellites to film Jimin Island 24 hours a day. As soon as a ship is spotted approaching that will salvage and transport rare earths, intercept it immediately. The old man has figured out a way to do both. Being ready to defend, on the one hand, can also give the opponent a false impression that Hammer doesn't know that they've discovered each other's secrets. This way the other side knows it's not exposed and won't rush to salvage the rare earths, and their rare earths are still safe. Yes, Murata nodded. It was indeed a two-way street, and it didn't spook the snake either. By then, when they've salvaged all the rare earths, they can go over and look for trouble from the other side, and then they won't have to worry about anything. Soon, Aseo and Murata left. They had a new mission. That's a security ship station directly in the vicinity of the rare earth storage site, which is a clear indication of surveillance and protection. Only a security vessel of 3,000 or 4,000 tons can withstand the heavy winds and waves. Only the weather was so bad that they could only be a symbolic deterrent. And for Chen Fan, such protection was completely useless. This weather. But God help me. It's a shame about the weather if we don't empty the brats of all their savings. Chen Fan looked at the windy weather as smiling. Ordinary crew members have no way to act, but his squid can, and it won't affect the move. The Sakura people would never know in death that the storage site they were protecting at this point had actually been emptied long ago. The next day, after a night of storms, the sea has finally regained its composure. At this time, a cargo ship is also departing. They're headed to the very spot where the rare earths are stored, and they're going to salvage all of them. In the past, when it was sunk to the bottom of the sea, it was done secretly at night, but nowadays, salvage is not concerned about exposure. Anyway, after salvage, these rare earths will be protected on land. They won't dare to throw anything into the sea again. Only at this point, at the other 8 storage sites, at the same moment, all the sirens went off. Crews who hadn't slept all night woke up straight away when they heard the alarm, and when they saw the locator device on the screen was moving fast, jumped straight up. Not good. Not good. The locator device has run away. The duty officer was in tears. She couldn't sleep a wink for fear of this. I didn't realize the freighter was ready to go for salvage already. I can't believe this is happening. And it's all the positioning devices that have shifted. Soon, the station manager also ran out and nearly fainted as he watched all the localization devices leave the area they belong to. Quickly, report to headquarters. Station the freighter for salvage immediately. Have the security ships look for the enemy. After the station master finished this order, he directly fainted in a hurry. But he had been worried all night, almost to the point of being able to put down the heart. Directly stolen home, high blood pressure came up, but also did not hold out. Fainted hard. It's not just this one storage site, it's the others as well. All of them were in danger. And soon the news was reported to Aso, who was so anxious that he almost fainted, and it was his aide who held him up, or else he would have fainted, too. No. Why yes, how dare they? Aso had been a little happy. Because of the big storm, the other side must not dare to come back to steal things. So they arranged a large number of cargo ships overnight, just waiting for the waves to stop and immediately set sail. Who would have thought that they were still a step too late? The other side was obviously probably waiting there early. They were a step too late after all. Soon, the helicopters from the security ship took off, dropping sonar buoys, looking for the suspected murderer. Some of the security ships are also in direct pursuit of the locator. The cargo ship is directly salvaged, ready to salvage as much as it can and save as much as it can. Only soon, as their underwater robots descended to the bottom of the sea, the images that came uploaded shocked everyone once again. What's going on? Why is it all empty down here? Where have our rare earths gone? Dumbfounded. Utterly dumbfounded. It hadn't been long since the rare earths with the locator devices had left, and everyone thought it was just the beginning, that it was impossible to steal all the rare earths. Yet the underwater images are staring you in the face, as not a single bucket of rare earth can be seen. Turn around and check out the other area. The staff bottomed out. Then the robot reversed direction. Yet after traveling a few dozen meters, it was still empty. Not a single barrel of rare earth was found. And for a moment, shock was written on everyone's face. And everyone was speechless. We've lost all our rare earths. All stolen. Numb. All of the people in the resource department were numb. And the most horrible situation still appeared. It didn't just start, but with the locator device also stolen. It's all over now. Chapter 144. The security department has crossed the border and both sides are carrying on. Aseo, you deserve to die. I can't believe you threw away all the rare earth. An old man threw a cup at me, but Aso didn't dare to dodge it. Just like that, he was smashed hard on the head, even if he was bleeding. Then he didn't dare to move at all. Just a short time ago, he got a report. All the storage sites have been emptied. You could say there's no hair at all, but it's moved to empty space. There's nothing left. At this point they realized that those positioning devices were probably just a means of confusion, to stabilize them and keep them from suspecting anything. It was only after they finally emptied all the rare earths that they came to their senses. It's too late. Sir, don't you be angry. We are currently in pursuit. All 8 points of the locator unit are currently moving fast. It's clear that these locator devices are still headed for Hammerland. It's basically a safe bet that they did it. Murata doesn't have much to answer for here. After all, he doesn't manage rare earths. They've done everything they can, but they've been there all night. It's useless to scold at this time. The key is still what to do. The old man couldn't afford to take it out on Murata. After thinking about it, the decision was finally made. Whether or not this matter was done by Hammer, it's time for us all to step up. The world is looking at us funny. We have to investigate. Find the killer. I now order that the security ships surround Jimin Island immediately. There's no way out. Now that all the rare earths have been lost, all the evidence so far points to the Hammers. If they don't get their act together, the Hammers will treat them like cuties. It doesn't matter if they think they've been teased. Sir, how many security ships do we have to send? Murata inquired once more. It was a matter of scale as well as the movement of the old man thought about it and made a direct and overbearing shot. Send out 50 security ships, split into small groups and head out to sea. After determining where the localization device last rested, conduct a complete siege. The old man thought about it. Now that the 8 batches of locator devices were still on the move, it was still unknown exactly where they were going to end up. It's possible there's more than one place, so they have to be well prepared. If we run into a Hammerhead division intercept, what do we do? Murata continues to clarify specific responses, which are very important. He has to get authorization, otherwise he'll have to take the blame if something goes wrong. Counter-intercept. Jimin Island must be surrounded. The more they resist fiercely, the more it shows that they are weak-minded. If necessary, I will call upon the sailors, the old man said solemnly. This time it is $4 or $5 billion in losses. This one loss, no one can afford to carry this one responsibility. In order to get it back, even if it's a big deal, that's what I do. Mister, if they fire warning shots at us, should we fight back? Murata pressed again. These were all possible scenarios, and the better prepared he was, the better he would be able to command when the time came. He's going to command this operation himself. You can't even get it back if you're low. The fire warning is ignored. In the event of an attack on a security ship, direct counterattack. The old man gritted his teeth. He didn't want to really fight, but if he was really attacked in a substantial way, the security department wasn't a wimp, and attacked directly. Anyway, they have tons of evidence. No matter how much they make a big deal out of it, as long as they dig up the rare earths, everything can be explained, even if the other side has to suffer. Hi, Murata nodded. And with that kind of authorization, he had a lot of confidence. The two then immediately retreated. Start boarding the security ships straight away. They're going to raise an offense, and the scale can't be less, or else they won't be raising an offense, but will be raised by the other side instead. Report. All locator devices are stuck on Jimin Island. There are some cruise ships appearing there at the moment. Most likely a cargo ship disguised as a cruise ship. Soon. The final word finally came through. Murata and Aso have boarded a security ship and are on their way to Jimin Island. Looking at this one confirmation, Murata nodded heavily and then gave instructions. All security ships, currently Jimin Island, full speed ahead. At that moment, the security ships scattered in various places, no longer carrying on the cover, have begun to form a formation, began to move towards the Hammer Sea in a voluminous manner. Murata, these rare earths are decades of Sakura's reserves. For the sake of Sakura's future, I beg you to recover the rare earth, said Aso directly 100 degrees bow. Once again play the spirit of the bow craftsman, but I'm pinning all my hopes on Murata. If we can expose Hammer's mouth in one fell swoop, all these rare earths can be recovered, and his life is safe from worry. Otherwise he'd really have to commit harakiri, without any face to face the Sakura people. For the future of Sakura, I'll do my best. Murata nodded, but the group of commanders behind him looked a bit agitated. This was a big battle for them. How many people have never been in such a situation, and now they can command this one operation? Soon, 50 Sakura security ships crossed the border and entered the waters of the Hammer. Soon enough, Hammerheads noticed this one. At this moment, he was also surprised. Nishihachi, what the hell do they want? Do they want to take over our island? The people of Hammer Sea Division were shocked. They had some disputes with Sakura, and usually fought a lot. At this time, they watched the other side 50 security ships come. Little cutie. We all know who's coming. For a moment it was straight away thought to be for the fight for their island there. Quick, report it to headquarters. the cherry blossom man is here. We have to be prepared. Then the staff didn't care what the reason was. The other party just crossed the junction anyway, and that was a big enough deal. With headquarters receiving this weighty piece of news, hammer all the HMS ships were out in force. Warriors, the cherry blossoms are running around causing trouble again. They've assembled 50 ships. We don't have as many ships as they do, but we absolutely cannot lose. The commander is conducting a pre-battle rally, and it's clear that this time there's going to be another fight, and possibly a firefight, and he's trying to boost morale. That's how we can beat the other side. With fewer ships, if we don't have enough morale, we're really going to lose. They won't be able to hold it. Yes, never lose. Get rid of the Sakura people. In defense of rights, all of them shouted unison, and then each ship started up to face the powerful Sakura Security Bureau. Conflict was about to erupt at the drop of a hat. Even the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division was concerned about this. Chapter 145, Haters Meeting, Eyes Reddened. What's going on? This is another fight at the Sakura Security Department. Long Tian also concerned about this matter. After all, they are also relatively close to the distance. The two sides that is also in front of the door fight. They are also to go forward to check out and this time the other side has deployed 50 security ships. This scale is indeed a bit large. This is a very serious situation. Elder Dragon. It seems that this time the security department is not targeting the same places as before. Based on the voyage, it appears to be headed for the Hammer's Jimin Island. A subordinate said seriously, as the security department had missed where there used to be a scramble. Obviously this time the target is not this place the other party but has been deep hammer waters. It's true, it's really out of bounds. What the hell do the brats want? Jimin is a tourist island. Not that there's any controversy. Elderly was also wide-eyed at the side, unable to figure out what to do there. There's no reason at all. Yes, but I heard that Jimin Island announced a half-month closure, and I don't know if it has anything to do with this. But then again, it's not the security department's place, is it? Long Tian shook his head. This was too unbelievable. Now that a large number of people are running to the Hammer Sea, those who don't know will think that there is a war going on. But that's not right. If we really want to fight, it's not the security department, it's the Marine Division. Obviously, this may still be related to the security department. For a while, no one could discuss the result, and Long Tian directly thought of Chen Fan, thinking that this wouldn't have anything to do with this kid again, right? What bearing is the revival on? What are they doing? Long Tian inquired, and the subordinate on the side turned over the information and reported earnestly. The revival is currently sailing around the island, currently turned back, about to return to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Tian frowned when he heard that. It looked like Chen Fan hadn't done anything at all, but he had a feeling something was wrong. Chen Fan only finished knocking on the security department in the front foot. Why did he go around the island again in the back foot? It seems like you're still trying to target Sakura. The boy. What the hell again? Chen Fan is not a person to worry about. He will always make something happen. Long Tian is really afraid of continuing to have accidents. Unbeknownst to everyone, Chen Fan was trying to find a buyer for rare earths. Yeah, it's not really appropriate for Hess to help with these things. Speaking of which, these are all dirty things, so naturally they need to be taken care of properly. We must find a more reliable person to deal with it, and we must keep it absolutely secret. After all, these rare earths are worth tens of billions of dragon coins, the kind that can make Chen Fan rich. Only Chen Fan no people can really not much. Finally looking for, or found UEE. After all, the other side of the old man in the southern city is also a loud big man. Maybe they have deep connections and know these businessmen. Chen Fan, you go to Wan Air about this. Her family has a mind. That's what she does. Yes, UEE was able to play with Su Wan Air. Her status was naturally similar. UEE's family is in real estate, and Su Wan Air's family actually has a real mine. Not only do they have mines, but they trade in resources. Chen Fan just asked to recognize the mineral resources recycling. UEE thought of her own best friend as soon as she thought of it. This way. Then give me her number. Chen Fan was also happy to hear that. He didn't expect to get it all with no effort. Only these words made UEE a bit unhappy. Beeping her mouth a bit hesitantly. She really didn't want Chen Fan to have too much contact with her best friend. However, knowing that Chen Fan must be on a serious matter, he finally gave the phone over reluctantly. I'm telling you, that's my BFF. Don't you dare hit on her or I won't let you go. UEE warned from the side, while Chen Fan was smiling, not caring what the other side said. A woman can't afford to jeopardize the great thing about making her own money. Soon, Chen Fan made a phone call to Su Wan Air, and even told the other party about his thoughts. At this moment, Su Wan Air was a bit dazed, but even more so, she was a bit joyful. After the last time, she has been trying to contact Chen Fan, but there was no exchange of phone numbers on the ship, and she couldn't face asking her best friend. Now that the other party has come to her for help, she's overjoyed. Not to mention it's just a small thing. Even if it's a big thing, she must do this favor. Chen Fan, my dad should be able to help with anything you want to buy versus sell, as long as it's related to resources. Or you can come to my house. You talk to my dad. Suwaner's face was a little red. This was an active invitation for boys to come to her house. She had never been so brave in her life, even though her own father had been obedient to her. But because she was so well protected, she didn't look good to any of her classmates of the opposite sex who appeared around her. She even warned her classmates who deliberately accepted her. But the boys were so scared that they no longer dared to touch her. Go to your house. Aha! Okay, but not until I get to shore. Chen Fan thought about this, or go to the home to talk about better. Directly run to the company to talk about. Then their whereabouts may be exposed. Go straight to the house. No one will know it's a rare earth deal. Without even thinking about it, Chen Fanka agreed. Yes. Suwaner was also very happy to hear that. But her old face was red again. Does this count as meeting the parents? Suwaner, how did you become like this? Why are you so unreserved? However, the smile on her face could not be deceived, but she was humming with joy, only to then freeze. I thought to myself, what are we going to tell my father? He's bringing a boy into the house. She couldn't stop smiling at the thought of it. On the other hand, the revival, which had already returned to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, encountered an old acquaintance. Donger, we seem to have run into an old acquaintance, said Zhao. Achievement gave the binoculars to Chen Fan to see, and Chen Fan was dumbfounded at a glance. I didn't realize it was an old acquaintance. The Quietus. Instead of being in the southern sea, they actually came to the eastern sea to make trouble again. Yes, the warship in front of us is the investigation ship Quietus. When Chen Fan was still driving a small fishing boat to fish for unmanned submarines, that was chased by the other party. The back was replaced by a 10,000-ton fishing boat. I wanted to take revenge on the other side, but I had other missions. For a moment, he was replaced by a 30,000-ton supply ship. Now we've finally met. Good timing. What an enemy. This time, it should be my turn to chase you. Chen Fan smiled. He finally had a chance to take revenge for the last time. Carrier Chen Fan didn't dare to come hard, but faced with an unarmed survey ship, that could definitely be pursued ruthlessly. Chapter 146, I didn't do anything. What are you chasing me for? Revival? Order. Align the Quietus. Straight into it, Chen Fan said in a domineering manner. Last time, it was 300 tons against 5,000 tons. The small fishing boat was only able to escape. This time, it's 30,000 tons against 5,000 tons. Chen Fan was full of energy. Even if he couldn't sink the other party, he would have to hit the other party and knock out a big hole. The kind that sends them straight back to their home port for overhaul. Who let the other side come to our doorstep again to make things happen? Crash TNs. We were bullied last time. We must get revenge this time. Yes, ram it. We're able to arm wrestle with the other side now that the ship is strong and tonnage is big. Charge. Fear of death is not a dragon nation. Smash the Quietus. The group of people following Uncle Wang have all experienced the scene where the Quietus hit the small fishing boat. They were still impressed, and this time when they saw their enemy, it was a different story, and they were directly killing the red eye. They were almost killed. They can't let go of this opportunity. Brother, you've been bullied by this ship, can you tell? At this time, those crew members of the Genoa fishing boat had never experienced this scene, and they were all curious at once. This is in the end how big the blood feud is, to let the proprietor fire so big. The words did not say two sentences. Directly open the mouth to crash the. This wasn't the case before. Even in the face of a security ship, it was just scaremongering. This time it's really going to hit the ground. You don't know. We were only a small 300-ton fishing boat at the time, and they rammed us directly based on their tonnage advantage. If we hadn't been so lucky, we'd be in the ground by now. Our proprietor, that cannot become a hero, also have to be buried in the ground. That time is really dangerous, The crowd's faces sank as they listened to such a thrilling experience, not realizing that there was such a history of humiliation. They also finally knew why the proprietor had to do this, and this heart was holding its breath too. Revenge. We can't let the foreigners bully us. Yes, revenge. Him. What are you afraid of? Their warships were also converted warships. The tonnage is still big. Who's afraid of who? At this time the other crew members also shouted, and for a while everyone was driven to shout for revenge. Uncle Wang was also in an excited mood as he watched. This moment was finally coming. Zhao Chang also understood what was going on and didn't object. After all, they had a clear tonnage advantage. Even if there is damage to the ship, the other side is more serious. All the while, the The revival was moving toward the quietus. At this time the quietus had not yet realized the danger, and was still sailing along quietly. It wasn't until the revival got within 10 nautical miles, looking at the heading bearing, that the men in the cockpit finally gave early warning. Report, Commander. A Dragon Kingdom fishing vessel is sailing abnormally. Keep moving. There's a good chance we'll collide with our ship. A staff member reported that these can be calculated. If they don't get out of the way, they'll be in real danger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why, it's a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat again. Tell them to turn at once. Keep a safe distance, Robert said with a disgruntled look on his face. Recently they had encountered dragon fishing boats frequently. These fishing boats always follow them as if they know they have the treasure. Once they drop the sonar and all that, they'll just fish around back. This can make him very dissatisfied, but there is nothing he can do, because this is the territory belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Commander, the other side is no ordinary small fishing boat. They're a 10,000 ton ship. The staff was a bit embarrassed. It's normal to let small fishing boats give way to the channel in normal times, because they're strong. But this time the tonnage of the other side is obviously more powerful than them all. The strength of the radar signal can be seen from the distance observation is to find that the fishing boat is surprisingly large. What? 10,000 tons of fishing boats. Robert was finally on his feet, grabbing his binoculars and starting to check out the. It's still a long way off, so I can't see it very well. It's not a 10,000 ton fishing boat. They know that very well. Accelerate. Robert recognized the situation and knew that the other side was unlikely to listen to them, and ultimately had to take evasive action himself. It's just impossible to turn him. They're warships. With more speed, we could have avoided the collision. It's a way of avoiding the situation without backing down, but rather more strongly. Yes, the crew nodded, and then the quietus, which was wandering, went straight ahead at full speed. For a moment, the risk of collision was removed, but it didn't take long. The warning went off once more. Warning, 80% probability of collision with vessel. The original impact may have dropped to 10% and suddenly become high risk once more. And once again, everyone froze. At this point Robert couldn't figure out why there was still the possibility of impact after all the avoidance. Report. Dragon fishing vessel changes course. They seem intent on crashing us. If there was a chance that one time could be a fluke, but they all hedged their bets. It's not a coincidence that the other side also changed their voyage. It's obviously intentional. The quietus is sailing due north at this time, but the Fushing is in the northeast, so the coincidence is definitely not a coincidence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did they try to ram us? These Dragon Kingdom fishermen are getting bolder and bolder. Robert was enraged. In the past, only they bullied the fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom. Now it's good. These fishermen are getting more and more domineering. They can't work without peace of mind, and now they want to hit them. And his anger was up. Warn the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats immediately. Identify us. Demand to stop making dangerous moves. Soon, the Renaissance received a call from the other side. I've been warned about the arrogance of the other side. Fishing boat revival. This is the survey boat quiet. Turn at once. Your dangerous behavior will affect the safety of navigation. If it does not stop, we will take the necessary measures. It's better if you don't. But VE made your identity known. The crew of the original revival was furious. The arrogance of the other side has completely enraged them. Asterisk 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 TN. Too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Hit it, hit it. All of them have anger in their hearts. And the revival, with fury, went straight for it. The crew of the quietus, on the other hand, were confused. We didn't do anything. So why are the dragon fishing boats crashing into us like crazy? We don't have homework. They have no reason to target us. We're sailing free. This is dangerous behavior on their part. FK, they are provoking the great eagle sailor. Even Robert was frozen. They were really just passing through now, and were about to return to the harbor. But I didn't do anything. If the sonar is deployed again, it's understandable that these fishing boats would overreact. But this time they really didn't do anything. Chapter 147, even an aircraft carrier can't save you. Ha ha, do you really think that you can freely enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom without doing anything? Chen Fan looked disdainful. Last time he just let the sharks and dolphins take the initiative to attack Sakura's security ships and fishing boats. And once they crossed the border, he would directly carry out harassment attacks. Only, he was ignoring these eagle ships. And this time, he'll let these warships know that the Dragon Kingdom waters are sacrosanct. Uncle Wang, tell them, have they forgotten the little fishing boat that fished away the unmanned submarine? Chen Fan laughed. The other side does not recognize them. This is also justifiable. Must Chen Fan every time out of the sea? That can be to change a fishing boat. After this return to shore, there is a possibility that the next time we go to sea, That's not just the Renaissance. It could be a carrier-modified fishing boat. In that case, he didn't mind giving the other side a reminder of why he was attacking them. Yes, Uncle Wang also laughed, feeling very relieved, and he was already imagining the other party knowing that they were the very same small fishing boat that had been bullied. What kind of shocked face would that be? Who could have imagined that the once small fishing boat of 300 tons had been replaced by a 30,000 ton supply ship, even larger than their tonnage, and that now it was a switch of offense and defense? For a while, other people who had been bullied were also excited and smiling. The quietus. Have you forgotten the little fishing boat you almost sunk? Now, we've come for your revenge. Soon after, the quietus received this one shout-out, with such a domineering and arrogant reply that everyone stared in disbelief. This could not help but remind a group of officers of a past event. It wasn't that long ago, and it's still fresh in my mind. My God, could they be the little fishing boats that took our unmanned submarines? No, it's impossible. How can a small fishing boat get a 10,000 tons megaship? It's unbelievable. If it's really them, it's easy to explain why they attacked us. They do want to get back at us. FK, why is their strength growing so fast? Even if they get tons of rewards, it's impossible for them to get a ship that big. Dumbfounded. The crowd was really dumbfounded, mainly because the boat was just too big, 100 times bigger directly. It seemed to them that even if the small fishing boat was rewarded, it couldn't have grown that fast, could it? This 30,000 ton ship is not something that can be compared to a small fishing boat. That's hundreds of millions or even more than 1 billion dragon coins to be able to buy it. You can't even buy it if you want to. No way. That's just a small fishing boat. How is it possible to get a 10,000 ton megaship? Robert's eyes widened as reason told him it couldn't have been that one small fishing boat, but reality reminded him that if it wasn't a deadly feud, the other side couldn't have come on strong. You can't just crash without saying a word. Commander, I can't believe it, but apparently they have a huge grudge against us. We've got them on our ass. As far as I know, this fishing boat is not simple. The predecessor could have been a decommissioned supply ship from the Dragon Kingdom's navy. The hardness is no weaker than ours. The vice commanders quietly analyzed the situation. They knew all about the ships of the Dragon Kingdom's sailors. At present, the large fishing boats reach 10,000 tons is the limit, but now it's 30,000 tons, and then he found out that it's a supply ship conversion. And once again, this one piece of news took everyone by surprise. Everyone is getting heavier and heavier. Commander, if that's the case, our survey ship is in danger of facing serious damage. Someone reminded that if the other party is just an ordinary fishing boat, the steel used naturally has no way to compare with warships, and even if the other party is even larger in tonnage, they are confident that they will not suffer too much damage. But if both sides are military-grade products, then the comparison is simple. The one with more tonnage will lose, and the one with less tonnage will lose very badly. They were really worried. If they crashed, there was a chance that their ship would break in half like a splinter. Commander, we have to get out of here. It's not safe here. The second in command was also alarmed. And it was not the time to analyze whether the other party was the same small fishing boat that was there. Now that the other party had a powerful hatred for them, if they didn't run away at this time, then they really wouldn't be able to escape. For a while, everyone looked at Robert. He was the commander. Whether to evacuate or so, need each other to take the idea of the, we leave. Do we leave? If the other side is really a supply ship conversion, they'll be going nearly 20 knots. Our speed is much weaker than theirs. Robert laughed bitterly. He knew it was dangerous too. He also wants to get out of here. But their speed is too slow. The other side is a supply ship. That is to keep the same speed with the carrier sailing. This speed is an advantage. However, they are only survey ships and have no requirement for speed. So the speed is very poor. You can't run away even if you want to. Especially since the other side is less than 5 nautical miles away from them. If they keep going, they'll catch up with them in less than half an hour. We can't just admit defeat. A warning must be given. They are declaring war on the Eagle sailors. Yes, once they attack us, it will cause a war. A group of officers also panicked. At this point running was impossible and tons were inferior. They finally felt a hint of despair. This despair was actually similar to that encountered by the small fishing boats, which were not fast enough and too small in tonnage. Simply like ants. But being chased by the quietus, now it's finally reversed. Chen Fan is going to make them feel like they've been there before. Soon the quietus was moving at full speed, while giving a formal warning to the revival fishing boat. Fishing boat revival. Once you attack our ships, we will treat this as a declaration of war with the Eagles. All consequences need to be borne by your side. You will meet the wrath of the Eagle sailors. The quietus solemnly warned, and came straight to the point, trying to frighten the revival. Even the direct threat of force directly can apply for an airplane to come to escort the revival of the provocation of the Eagle sailors. Direct destruction. Listening to such a strong statement really scared some people. After all, they don't really have any weapons. It's true that the other side is from the Marine Division. The other side has an aircraft carrier. I'm really afraid that a missile will come over and really reimburse the Fushing. For a while, everyone was talking and a little worried, afraid that if they really pissed off the Eagle sailors, they would really come with a wave of vicious awe. How dare they? This is the land of the Dragon Kingdom. It's not their turn to tell them what to do. They have carriers, don't we? Chen Fan sneered disdainfully. If he was on the high seas, he really didn't quite dare to directly impact the other party. After all, this is really provocative behavior. The Eagle really have a reason to use force. But now it's a dragon for the sea. And that's his bottom line. Not even the Eagle carriers will come to save him. Chapter 148, The Crash of the Quietus. Avenged. Commander. The revival does not heed warnings. They're not slowing down any. We need backup. Soon the Quietus realized that their stern warnings were of little avail. The distance between the two sides is still decreasing. Even though they are constantly maneuvering, there is no way to get out of being pursued. This made the crowd panic even more. This is really not going to end in death. Commander, we must report back to the fleet commander-in-chief. They must be made to come to our rescue. The vice commander was also in a hurry, and it was clear that warnings were useless. If they can't run away, they can only ask for support, and it's not too late for the carriers to take off their fighters to save them. Report to the fleet commander-in-chief immediately. Robert also made a snap decision. It was beyond their ability to handle the matter. Soon, inside the 7th Fleet Command headquarters, an old man slammed the table. FK, what does Robert do? He's a warship. Are you still afraid of a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat? Ask for help for that too. They're a disgrace. The old man was Durant, the commander-in-chief of the fleet, and at that moment he was frightened to hear that his own survey ship had been struck by a fishing boat. He even asked others to send airplanes for support, which made him very angry. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to the Eagle sailors. Commander-in-chief, the fishing boat the Quietus encountered was of great tonnage. It's said to have been converted from a Dragon Kingdom Navy supply ship with a displacement of 30,000 tons. An officer warned in a low voice, and the old man was a little surprised to hear that. I thought it was just an ordinary small fishing boat and wanted to yell at Robert, but I was actually surprised by a suicide attack by a small fishing boat. Now that I look at it, it's really not the same thing. Is the news true? The old man inquired, and the latter was nodding. And then the pictures of the revival were taken in large quantities. This is a photo of the Renaissance in the Cherry Blossom Sea. Obviously, it's clear that this is a supply ship conversion. Asterisk. It's actually the revival. It's what got the Sakura people burned out. I didn't think they'd actually collide with our ship. The old man shook his head helplessly. The revival had been very high profile lately, and they had naturally noticed it. It just didn't affect them much, and it was more than enough to make them happy to see the revival targeting the Sakura people. They can watch the show from the sidelines. Only now they can't watch the show. They're already in. Commander-in-chief, according to our projections, if the revival hits the middle of the Quietus at top speed, it's entirely possible to sink it. It's just that other positions can incapacitate the Quietus as well. If we rescue, we risk losing the Quietus. There were men in every department of Fleet Command, and projections had long been made which showed that the Quietus would not look well whenever she was hit. If you're unlucky enough to be hit directly by the other side, it's possible to be broken in half. We cannot afford to lose the Quietus. The old man affirmed that although the Quietus was no combat warship, it was still their ship. It's impossible to be wrecked and destroyed by a dragon fishing boat like this. It's a matter of their face. Commander-in-chief, our carrier is 100 nautical miles away. Shall we take off our fighters and warn the revival? A middle-aged man stepped forward to propose. At this time only the speed of the warplane is fast enough to be able to the shortest time to break the siege. However, as soon as this was said, there were immediately others who objected. No, that's the Dragon Kingdom waters. If we send out warplanes to threaten the dragon fishing boats, the other side will surely reciprocate. From what I've seen of the revival, they're not likely to compromise without a substantial attack. Yes, the Fushing has taken thousands of fishing boats to confront the security department, so it's clear that such boldness can't be intimidated, especially since the Quietus is still in dragon waters. It makes them cautious, or it will only lead to bigger disputes. No, our planes have to go out. Airplanes also enjoy the right to freedom of airplanes. We cannot afford to lose the Quietus. The old man shot straight, a move that would indeed increase the likelihood of the other side's misjudgment. But they couldn't just stand by and watch the Quietus get attacked. If they really do nothing, they'll be laughed at by the whole world. Soon, the distant carrier formation received this one combat mission. Formation Commander Mike heard it was to rescue the Quietus and also immediately took off 2 fighters. In a moment, 2 airplanes, loaded with weapons, set off in a volley. Jack, let's go teach the dragon fishing boats a lesson. Let them know what a mistake it is to provoke us. At this point the 2 pilots are leaving with smiles on their faces. It looks like an easy mission to them. It's just a matter of teaching a disobedient dragon fishing boat a lesson. As long as they show off their muscles, the other side will surely be terrified. With 2 planes entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, the sailors also received news. 2 planes were dispatched to monitor the situation. It's just that it's far away from the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, so it would take quite a long time to fly over here. But time waits for no man. By this time the revival had caught up with the Quietus, and the distance had gone from 500 meters, 200 meters, and then 50 meters. I'm about to hit it. FK. The Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are so crazy, they are intent on crashing us. Why hasn't our plane arrived yet? We can't hold out much longer. No, they crashed. At that moment on the deck, the crew looked at the revival, which was very much taller than their survey ship, with a look of horror in their eyes, facing ships several times their size, facing violent collisions. They're scared, they're terrified, and many of them are already running to the other side. Hold on to the handrail. The next second, however, the revival still crashed, though not into the fatal center, but into the stern. For a moment, there was the sound of steel rubbing against steel and being crushed, and the Quietus shook the whole ship, throwing people out of the way. We've been hit. Report. The Quietus is being rammed by a Dragon Kingdom fishing vessel. Please provide immediate support. The Quietus kept calling at this point, yet no miracle happened. The crash happened anyway. Their backup didn't make it. Soon the Quietus came to a complete stop, because their powerhouse is very badly damaged. There's no motivation left. But the revival started to make a U-turn. When the Quietus thought the revival was going to run away with it, someone else, however, spoke up in horror. No, they're turning around to build up their strength. They're trying to completely crash us. For a moment, Robert stared, and so are all the crew. Despair was revealed in their eyes. They were really scared. Chapter 149, Heavenly King can't save you even if he comes. Jingle bells. On top of the Fushing at this time, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. And Chen Fan took a look at the name on the caller ID. Pick it up in a hurry. He Lao. What do you want with me? Yes, it was He Yuan who called. And He Yuan called at the nick of time. So something's up. Chen Fan. Are you bumping the Quietus? He Yuan went straight to the point. In fact he had called someone at the Marine Division headquarters. And only then did he realize that the Fushing was actually ramming the Eagle's warships. The revival was decommissioned by their Southern Marine Division. So naturally they eventually found him. Only the reason for finding him was simple. The commander of the 7th Fleet was protesting seriously, indicating that their warships are being rammed by dragon warships is a serious provocation. Demand that it be stopped immediately and that the revival be held accountable. Sailor Headquarters side naturally does not recognize the other side's claim, but when it comes to ramming the other side's warships, even if it's just an investigation ship, this still needs to be properly understood what the situation is, and He Yuan is familiar with Chen Fan, so naturally he's the one to make this call. He Lao, you're not here to be a lobbyist, are you? This Quietus is spilling into our waters again. I'm expelling foreign ships, in keeping the seas safe. Just kidding. Chen Fan has a legitimate reason for this. Maintaining the safety of the sea is one of his missions. Now it was again in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and although it was overdone, who let the other party come to their waters? The crash was well deserved. And the Quietus when I was just sailing a little fishing boat. That's but trying to crash too. I'm just returning the favor now, Chen Fan said with righteous indignation, but his eyes were full of anger. Even if the Quietus crashed, Chen Fan didn't think it was too much to ask. Who let the other party attack in the first place? I'm not a lobbyist. I'm just learning about it. After all, the Eagle Fleet Commander-in-Chief himself called to protest. If that's all it is, don't worry about doing it. We'll take the fall if anything goes wrong. After He Yuan understood the matter, he directly expressed his support. Are you kidding me? As long as this happened in the Dragon Sea, then this is not too much at all. And the Fushing is just a fishing boat. The sensitivity is very low. The whole world knows it's just a fishing boat now. Then it's not about the sailors. They have a legitimate reason for rejecting the Eagle's protest. He Lao. With your words then I'm relieved. Chen Fan nodded and then hung up the phone. But He Yuan didn't end it there, but reported to the top immediately. We're also proposing to send a naval division to support them. It's even more important to show support for the airplane. Both to keep this from escalating. Again, we have to protect the Renaissance from the threat of force from the other side. In a moment, the headquarters of the Watermaster replied directly to Durant. The revival is just a fishing boat. This is just a civil conflict. It's not that they're in charge. Once the Eagle sailors send out their fighters to threaten the revival, then the Dragon Kingdom sailors will also do their best to ensure the safety of the Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessels. Durant was furious to hear such a dominating reply. That's not a reply. That's a threat. Threatening them not to make a move on the revival. And if they do, it'll be them who started the dispute. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not only did they reject our protest and providing support to the revival, don't they realize that our warships are under attack? The old man said angrily. He had meant for the other side to call off the revival's attack, because it will take some time for their planes to get there, and if they do, they may not be able to stop the other side. It's only natural to double up and take control of the situation, but this path is clearly failing. Commander-in-Chief, even if it's a fishing boat attacking our warships, that's still an attack. We must fight back. We attacked the revival only in self-defense. An officer said earnestly that they had always done so, yet another objection was raised. No, if it's on the high seas, we destroy fishing boats all right, but we can't do that in the Dragon Kingdom waters. This will completely enrage the Dragon Kingdom sailors. Obviously, there are people in there who know they're outmatched. They can fight back any way they want if it's in another ocean, but in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, once you use force, it's an escalation. After all, the dragons have all sorts of excuses, like it's just a civil conflict, or maybe the fishing boats are keeping the waters safe, or even the revival was just an operational error. Too many excuses, and it wasn't a blunder when they moved to attack with airplanes and missiles. For a moment, Durant also felt that the situation was somewhat unique. It's not going to be easy. Report. Our plane has arrived. Warning in progress for revival. At this moment, someone came to report, and for a while everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone expected the plane to scare off the other side, or at least make them wary of striking a fatal blow against the Quietus. Fishing boat revival. Turn at once. Stay away from our ships at once, or we will be forced to fight back. At the moment the pilot is leisurely warning the other side. A fishing boat only. Even if the tonnage is bigger. As long as it's unarmed, it's all just ants in their eyes. However, at this point, the revival still doesn't care. By now the turnaround had been successful, and the Quietus was lying motionless. The high-speed revival is aiming for the center of the Quietus and is about to launch a deadly attack. FK. How dare these Dragon Kingdom fishermen not listen to us? Jack, we should teach them a lesson. One of the pilots lowered his plane and jumped straight over the Fushing, as if he felt it was a great provocation. However, Chen Fan below spoke with disdain. Childish, as long as you don't dare throw missiles. This is nothing but a poor show. Chen Fan laughed coldly and his speed did not weaken. The distance to the Quietus is getting closer and closer. The pilots seemed to realize that their actions were not affecting each other, and were cursing continuously. Headquarters, we request a warning shot. The pilot, feeling ignored and having to save face, was applying for a firing warning, which was a much more threatening warning. Approved. After receiving authorization, the two planes fired a huge spray of water directly over the sea. At this point, the revival crowd finally reacted. Some of them were really scared. Asterisk 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 the Eagles actually came for real. They're actually firing at us. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare they? This is our territory. People are outraged. This is on their own turf. Being threatened with a weapon. Who wouldn't be angry about that? Brothers, don't be afraid. They would never dare attack us. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I'll give my opponent a fatal blow. Chapter 150, Brothers, catch the piglets for money. Boo! The 30,000-ton ship slammed straight into the middle of the Quietus. The Quietus had no power, and they could only watch as they were rammed. Until the moment of impact, the planes they were expecting didn't protect them. The planes did shoot to warn the other side, but the next scene they wanted to see was a direct shot at the revival. But they did not see. No. Why? Why aren't our planes attacking the dragon fishing boats? They're provoking the Eagle sailors. It's an attack. Can't we fight back? FK, what number did the pilots do? And why didn't they fire the missiles? The ships of the Quietus looked incredulously at the airplane. The reality was crushing their hopes little by little. Until the moment of impact, all their expectations were shattered. Report. The center of the ship is badly damaged. Report. The bottom has leaked. Tons of water in. No, we can't block it. We have to evacuate. Commander, the ship is already sinking. We must abandon ship. The Quietus had been struck hard, and the center, though not directly cut off, was in about the same condition. By now the Quietus had turned into a V-shaped hull, and was so badly battered that the ship took on water in all directions, flooding the cabins below in just a minute, and countless people fled to the decks. They're all running for their lives. Inside the command room, Robert looked at the tall revival with fear in his eyes. The fact that they were actually wrecked by a fishing boat to the point where they needed to abandon ship was shocking. "Commander, give the order. We'll have to abandon ship." A group of officers stared at Robert. It was clear that there was no way to save the ship. Escape was the most important task nowadays. Eventually, the responsive Robert used a sad tone of voice. "Abandon ship." For a moment, everyone jumped into the sea. An escape boat was also lowered, and a large number of life preservers were scattered all over the place. The Quietus is completely abandoned. This scene also shook everyone on the revival. They didn't expect it. They really did it. That's a real relief. We've finally gotten our revenge. The Quietus has finally been wrecked. What goes around comes around. We're just doing the same thing we're doing to each other. It's a relief to see the arrogant Eagle warships have their day. Ha ha, it feels really good to take revenge. Finally seeing the foreigners escaping. Before it was us who fled. There was no sympathy in their eyes for the fishermen who had followed them from the small fishing boats. Just a sense of relief. Because they know that last time they were also very close to death. And now it's just a matter of revenge. And the scene angered the two Eagle pilots. Headquarters. The Quietus is abandoning ship. The Dragon Nation crashed the Quietus, requesting a missile strike to destroy the Dragon fishing vessel. Before coming here, the two pilots thought this was just a small mission. A show of missiles and the other side would wimp out. But I didn't realize that their warning shots didn't help at all. The revival continued to crash. But at the last moment they asked for an attack, which was denied. Watching the Quietus get wrecked, they once again applied for the eyes already full of tears. They actually failed to protect the Quietus, which made them very self-conscious. Request denied. Falcon 1 and 2. Dragon Kingdom fighters will be arriving soon. Return to carrier immediately. Soon the Eagle carriers, 100 kilometers distant. Mike ordered their plane back. He was more furious than anyone, but there was nothing they could do. The Dragon Kingdom's planes are coming. That's the sea that belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. They can't attack in front of each other's eyes. This will lead to conflict. Headquarters. I don't understand. It's true that Jack the aircraft man doesn't understand. They used to have nothing to lose. They can do whatever they want. Why are they so scared in the Dragon Sea? Execute the order. Mike, however, took the communicator directly and solemnly gave the order. There's no way. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom's sailors can't be underestimated. They can run roughshod over other places, but they still have to abide by the rules here. We can't go to war over this. Yes, the two airmen left, gritting their teeth, with a mixture of resentment and humiliation. That made the crew of the Quietus even more desperate down below. They put all their hopes in the airplane. Now, not only did he not help them fight back, he just left. It's really disappointing. FK, we've been abandoned. We have become outcasts. The crew's hearts went cold. Their eyes became more desperate. And some of them even gave up struggling and watched the plane leave in disbelief. Shortly afterward, 2 airplanes flew in, which made them excited once again. But when they saw the model of the planes, sink your teeth into it again. FK, that's a dragon plane. Is there really no one coming to save us? Yes, the dragon plane is really here. This visit also showed the revivalists why the Eagle's plane had left, which gave everyone more confidence. That's real safe. Fishing boat revival. We are dragon warriors. Ordered to come and escort. The Dragon Country airman said solemnly, looking down at the foreign crew members who were escaping below. I didn't realize that the revival had done what everyone had expected it to do. This is really a relief. When the Eagle sailors were dominating the world with their strong ships and cannons, finally there is someone who can control the other side. Thanks for the escort. For the people. Chen Fan smiled and replied, I've got nothing to worry about at this point. Up front he was still really worried about these Eagle airmen attacking them, even if he was certain that the fleet wouldn't oblige. But unauthorized attacks by airplanes are also possible. Who saw their own warships were attacked, will not lose their minds even if they go back to be punished, but also thinking of revenge. It's a good thing our own plane came in time to get them to safety. Everyone, get the crew of the Quietus up at once. Chen Fan suddenly issued an instruction, which made the crowd a bit confused. How could this save the enemy? And there were quite a few escape ships on the other side. Doesn't seem to need rescuing. However, when Uncle Wang looked at Chen Fan's expression, he understood what it meant. Brothers, take these gringos prisoner. These gringos are worth more than the brats. They're a fat piece of meat. Hurry up and catch the piggies for money. I have to say that Uncle Wang still understands Chen Fan very well. The rescue is obviously not Chen Fan out of sympathy. That's for trophies. Back then, members of the security vessels also rescued up and directly demanded rescue fees from each other. It's perfectly possible to continue the rescue today. So saying, the crowd suddenly realized. One by one, they got excited. This capturing prisoners is something exciting to do. The last time they captured an Eagle nuclear submarine, they didn't see anyone. This is a real chance to capture these blonde, blue-eyed white guys. For a time, the crew of the revival seemed to become kind and friendly, rescuing one crew member after another who had fallen overboard. Only when they were rescued up there did they realize they had been duped. They weren't greeted with fish and meat. They were all tied up. Chapter 151, The Eagle Concedes, Brewing a Revenge Plan. What? The crew of the Quietus was rescued by a dragon fishing boat. They're asking us for a rescue fee. At fleet headquarters, Durant was so angry that he almost turned his back on himself. Even if their Quietus was wrecked by a fishing boat, now that the people have been rescued by the other side, they're actually asking for the rescue fee. That's just a nice way of saying rescue money. In other words, it's a ransom demand. How could he bear the shame of making them pay for the people? Commander-in-Chief, we must teach the revival a lesson. Can't just let them go. Our carrier formation has passed. A group of officers also felt that they had been slapped in the face, as if they had been slapped several times. Face has to be regained, and that's by their aircraft carriers. Report. The Dragon Kingdom's carrier formation is also approaching the revival. Soon, just as they were thinking about how to deal with the revival, the Dragon sailors were deployed. For the revival, even if they're in trouble, they're still coming over to wipe their asses. Not to mention the fact that the Renaissance is defending the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It's also foreign warships that are being chased away, no matter how it is justified and reasonable. Now the other side wants to deal with them. It is natural to protect this one news. But let a group of officers are not open mouth. Both sides of the strength to treat the situation. They are nothing to do. Commander-in-Chief, the Dragon Kingdom sailors are waiting to hear back from us. Do we accept revival's terms? They said that if they don't accept, the revival will return to the Dragon Kingdom with the crew of the Quietus. This is undoubtedly an ultimatum. And Chen Fan is not giving the other side to prepare for too long. Anyway, if we don't pay, we'll just leave. And then we'll turn these people over to the Sea Division and take pictures, so that the Eagle can make a fool of himself. Damn it! $1 million for a crew member. This is extortion. The crowd is also very dissatisfied with the price. Rescue 1 to be charged 1 million rescue fee. This can be really sky-high rescue. They even thought it might be a forced rescue, obviously coming to claim property. Only they have no evidence. The other side even took the person away. Now with the dragon carrier backing them up, there's no way for them to make things difficult for the revival. The revival also rescued the Sakura people, and they only charged 2 million dragon coins for the rescue. Why do we need $1 million? That's too. Damn it, they have a double standard here. Why would they have a different standard? When the Eagle sailor retorted, the Dragon Kingdom sailor side directly quoted Chen Fan's words. White people think they're noble, so they charge more. This one sentence left the crowd with no way to refute it, because that's what they've always thought. You said everyone is equal. All kinds of skins are the same. And no white man in his heart can accept this one statement. For a while, it was only possible to compromise helplessly. Everyone's looking at Durant. He's the fleet commander. It's the other side's idea. There's nothing they can do about it. From what I've seen so far, we've run out of ways to teach the revival a lesson. Respond to the other side. We pay for the rescue. The old man had no choice but to agree. The Quietus could have a crew of 100, so that would cost $100 million. Only last time, they were asked for a ransom of $2 billion, and this time they don't see much more. General, it's a disgrace to the Eagle sailors for us to compromise like this. Commander-in-Chief, we've already been extorted twice by the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. We definitely can't let the revival go again. Admiral, we must retaliate. This Dragon Kingdom fishing boat is too weird. The crowd came out against it again when they heard about the compromise. But they know there's nothing they can do about it. They just can't hold their breath. And naturally, the old man was not willing to endure such humiliation. He had already thought of a countermeasure. The joint military exercise will be here soon. This time, I'm going to add an item. That's free sailing. We're going to take a nice long spin through the Dragon Kingdom waters. Durant's eyes were firm. He had to earn back the face he lost. The Dragon Kingdom's waters are also the high seas. They are free to navigate. Definitely not going to stop just because the Quietus was wrecked. And since a carrier group couldn't scare the Dragon Kingdom sailors, then they'll gather more warships and cruise together. Great! This will show our military might. Prove who's the Sea Lord. The Dragon Kingdom sailors are that much power. How dare they deserve to go against us? We're the strongest fleet in the universe. We're the strongest. A host of officers also became excited. It was indeed a means of retaliation. Once that happens, it'll be a powerful blow to the other side. The fleet puts the Renaissance in focus immediately. 24/7 surveillance. Once the other side appears on the high seas, let's move immediately. Durant also cannot endure so long. The other side in the Dragon waters. With the protection they have no way to do it. But on the high seas, it's their world. We may even use the submarine to attack the other side directly. It's impossible for the dragon sailors to rescue them, and there's no evidence to prove it. Their submarines are the quietest. Yes, roger that. The crowd immediately agreed that. Durant, on the other hand, finished with a frown on his face and was fretting about the $100 million rescue bill. This money must naturally be paid, and quickly. The revival is not a sailor, and will not haggle with them for too long. It's good to know that $2 billion was given, and now $100 million isn't too much of a problem. Soon they picked up the crew of the Quietus, just looking at the slowly sinking Quietus. Still, there's a sadness in my heart. Revival, the next time we meet, I will sink you. At this time, the commander of the Eagle Carrier formation, Mike, who had rushed to his position, looked at the high-profile departure of the revival with clenched teeth, revealing a murderous intent. He would never forget this shame, especially when he knew that the last time the Genoa and the Fushing were all in the same group. His hatred for the Fushing was even stronger. This is the second time they've been teased by a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. However, they don't know, it's underneath the carrier. Some tiny organisms, with the help of the current, have attached themselves to the bottom of the carrier. The tiny creatures looked nothing out of the ordinary, but before long, it was fatal to the carriers. Of course, it was all an afterthought. By this time the revival had returned in triumph, with a newly arrived $100 million in rescue money. Chen Fan is so happy. This trip to the sea, although not as much as the last time, but it is a strong suppression of the cherry blossom, but also a great revenge. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, the key is to get revenge. It makes people very happy. Chapter 152. So, I have this huge amount of rare earth. Can you eat it? Your Chen Fan sure is a great instrument, worthy of being a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time in Su Wan Air's house, a middle-aged man scanned Chen Fan seriously and ended up with a nonchalant greeting. Su Wan Air on the side looked at Chen Fan, but was silent and did not say anything. But her face was slightly red. After all, this was the first time she had ever invited a boy to her house. Although it's a serious matter, in the eyes of the parents, it's almost like bringing a boyfriend to meet the parents, especially after Chen Fan glanced at her. It made her even more hungover, blushing so much that she was only able to lower her head. On the side of the Su mother looked at her own daughter so posture, where do not know what is the meaning. At this time more seriously measured Chen Fan. Several pairs of eyes were constantly staring at Chen Fan, which made Chen Fan feel uncomfortable. Uncle, Auntie, you are? Chen Fan asked if he didn't understand. He was here to talk about business. How did he feel that the eyes of the two men were a bit off? Especially Su Wan Air even ran upstairs, which is with what let him seem more and more confused. Nothing, Chen Fan. Right, come in and sit down. Su's mother greeted Chen Fan enthusiastically, but Su Jun frowned. With a glance at his daughter who ran upstairs, he sighed in his heart. Poor Chen Fan came in with a dumbfounded look on his face and then sat with a dumbfounded look on his face. But he was stared at seriously by the two old men. It's like sitting on pins and needles. Uncle Su, I've told you about me Wan Air. Chen Fan was a bit embarrassed and fast-forwarded directly to the topic. He was here to talk about selling rare earths. And there's a lot of them. Aha! I heard. You're trying to sell rare earths, aren't you? I've heard all about you. We are also responsible for recycling the rare earths that many fishermen pulled back. As soon as it came to business, Su's mother also left with a sense of humor, but she still looked back at Chen Fan from time to time, as if observing her son-in-law. In fact, once a fishing boat pulled back a large amount of rare earths, it attracted a large number of resource companies to recycle them, and the Soviets were running top-ranking resource companies, so naturally, they recycled a lot of them. That's thousands of tons too. Not as much as others, but it's a piece of the web. These rare earths can be packaged and sold again, and they can make a lot of money by turning them over. Profits can be upwards of 20%. After all, they're recycling at a 20% discount. Chen Fan is the lead organizer, and if he really sells it, naturally it's rare earth, which is still easy to guess. Rare earth indeed. Chen Fan nodded his head. If the other party knew, then the words would be good to say. How many tons? Su Jun said with a smile. The last time the recovery of 1,000 tons, that was spent 200 million, turned around and earned 30 to 40 million. This business can be very cost effective. Now Chen Fan sell rare earths to him, which is no different from giving money away. This attitude is also a lot better. Temporarily put down the matter of Chen Fan staring at her daughter. Aha! There are a few too many. I don't know if you can eat it. Chen Fan is a precautionary measure, because it is true that more ordinary rare earth is 200,000 tons. The expensive 500,000. He found out that one of stockpiles is particularly expensive. at $3 million a ton. This could potentially put the value of all rare earths in the hundreds of billions of dragon coins. Chen Fan couldn't help but ponder whether the other party had the strength to eat it. After all, the other party wasn't the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom either. Ha, I'm not ranked in the Dragon Kingdom though, but $3 to $5 billion can still be taken out. Don't you worry. Su Jun laughed. He is also considered $10 billion. Not too good but not too bad either. Sakura's side had heard that several thousand tons of rare earths had been lost, and in his opinion even if all the others had been lost as well, it would still be just a few thousand tons. He can still eat. Only the next moment, he regretted it and realized that he was dragging his feet. Uncle, I've got tons of it, Chen Fan said with a smile. In fact his conservative estimate was that there were more than 90,000 tons of. After all 10 storage sites had been moved by him, although some were left with locator devices. But that's just nearly 1,000 tons. It's a decoy. But it's a decoy to get the security department to go straight after the hammer. It's still going on today. What? Tons of tons. That's how much? Su Jun stared wide-eyed, knowing that nowadays the amount of rare earths exported by the Dragon Kingdom in a year is just a few tens of thousands of tons. If the other side said that, that's not a year's worth of exports for just one person. This is shocking. Uncle Su, we're not outsiders. I'll be honest with you. I have over 90,000 tons. It can be said that Chen Fan is the only one who can find Su Jun, who can keep a secret and also has the ability to eat it. While it may not be enough to eat for a while, the other side is perfectly capable of selling it once it's sold smooth. What? Over 90,000 tons. That's 3 years of exports. Su Jun was so shocked that he stood up and looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. You know that now rare earths have been limited. A year is to sell a 30,000 to 40,000 tons only. Chen Fan 90,000 tons. That is not 3 years of stock. If he can really eat this amount of rare earths, he can definitely become the most powerful resource company. Only soon, he fretted, because such a large amount of rare earths, averaging down to 400,000 to 500,000 a ton, that's tens of billions of dollars. He can't even sell all his assets to get that much money. The Soviets, who were still a bit high and mighty, were surprised to see their future son-in-law with so much rare earths. I thought I had a mine in my family, but I didn't realize that the other party was the one who really had a mine. Su Jun laughed bitterly. Chen Fan is a real rich man. But he was confused. Didn't Sakura say just a few thousand tons were fished away? How did it become 90,000 plus tons? That's not emptying the other side's pockets. Uncle, there's a lot at stake. I suggest you'd be better off sulking. It's hard to say exactly. We're not outsiders. I can tell you that these rare earths are the brats. The exact situation is indeed a bit complicated. He's the one who provoked the war between Sakura and Hammer. The less people know about this, the better. Yes, this I understand. But Chen Fan, with my strength, I might not be able to eat that much at once. Su Jun laughed bitterly. At this time where there is just now Chen Fan that kind of father-in-law see son-in-law attitude. Now Chen Fan is a god of wealth. Once he actually closes this deal, his assets have the potential to double, even triple. Such a son-in-law. But let him look more and more eye-catching. Originally also think Chen Fan character no problem but the family is average. Some cannot match their own daughter. Now it looks like they're the ones who are overpaying. Chapter 153, Sakura vs. Hammer. Elder Dragon saw something strange. Uncle, this can take its time. 90,000 tons of rare earths can't be thrown out all at once. We can take our time out. Chen Fan was also thinking clear. Anyway, these rare earths have been transferred to the deep sea by him. Only he knows the location. The ocean was his home, and things were much safer in the ocean than on shore. This rare earth directly throw out so much, not only will cause trouble, but also will cause the price to fall. Anyway, it's his own. He can sell it slowly, and the price of rare earths will only go up in the future. He's not in a hurry at all. Keeping this one secret is the most important thing. In that case, that couldn't be better. Su Jun nodded. With his strength indeed cannot eat, but also really quite afraid of Chen Fan and then cooperate with others. Now but ate a pill of peace of mind. Uncle, this still needs to be kept secret. We'll ship these rare earths to you on a regular basis when the time comes. Chen Fan is also not in a hurry. To sell at least wait until the wind has passed before saying. To make Sakura suffer a dumb loss is to make them not even know how they lost the rare earths. Even a big fight with Hammer would be best. Soon the conversation between the two was over, but happily they walked out. Su Jun is even more happy to let his wife cook a good reception. Chen Fan. Joking. Chen Fan is undoubtedly to send him money. And it's not a small amount. It's tens of billions to start with. Such a lucrative income. Where will still pose face. Now Chen Fan is directly proposed marriage. It is estimated that all have to agree to the. Only Chen Fan has no intention to do so for Su Wan Air. He's all about the money now. Chen Fan, come back often. Just like your own home. You're always welcome. After a full meal, Su Jun saw Chen Fan off and still couldn't help but happily invite Chen Fan to come often in the future. This can make Su Wan Air even more shocked and blushed, but do not know what Chen Fan said to his father. This attitude is a 180-degree turn off. Okay, I'll come back next time. Chen Fan also promised politely, and only with great difficulty was he able to get rid of the enthusiasm to send off and leave. Old Su, why are you so happy? What the hell did you guys talk about? The wife quickly pulled the sojourner back into the room and asked what exactly was being talked about, because Su Jun has not been drinking for a long time. This time he actually drank with Chen Fan. He's drinking pretty well. Something good has happened to him, only whether it's about his own daughter or business is not known. Ha, it's not something I can tell you. It can only be described as a great thing. Our daughter has really chosen a good man. Su Jun still can't suppress his excitement. Chen Fan, that is a good character in many gold. Such a son-in-law, he would be a little cute if he misses out. Old Su. I did just go and ask Wan Air. It seems that the two are not in a male-female relationship. I heard the two just met once. Haven't known each other long. Su mother is naturally concerned about her daughter. The boys are invited up to the home, which cannot be things to find out. Only it doesn't seem to be what they thought it would be. The relationship between the two really seems to be just a friendship. Even friends are a bit reluctant. What? Just one meeting. That won't do. Tell Wani, I've decided on this son-in-law. If Chen Fan doesn't take the initiative, then let Wan Air take the initiative. At this time, the Su Jun is also for the old. Actually said that ridiculous words. The wife wanted to say something, but there was some agreement in her mind. Eventually the decision was made hesitantly. Okay, then I'll have another talk with Wan Air. At this time, Su Wan Air did not know that she had really stirred up a hornet's nest by inviting Chen Fan. The parents have already decided on this son-in-law. I can't believe I'm trying to get her to take the initiative. Jingle bells. Chen Fan's phone rang. I see that it's Mr. Long of the C Division. Chen Fan was a bit puzzled and immediately answered it. Chen Fan. You kid, tell me the truth. Sakura's lost her rare earth. Is it something to do with you? Long Tian called Chen Fan. Or because at this time the Cherry Blossom Security Department and the Hammer C Division that has been tit for tat up. It's a standoff. The specifics of the situation Long Tian is also to find out. Originally the security department said that the seabed of Jiman Island has their missing rare earths. Request for salvage. And naturally the Hammer Seas Division wouldn't allow it. After all, this was their waters. How could they let someone else salvage it? The key is within 12 nautical miles of the territorial waters, which really let the security department salvage it. That is a real disgrace. So the two sides confronted each other, neither giving way to the other. And this situation has lasted for 2 days. It's also festering. And it's safe to say that the whole world knows that Sakura has lost its rare earths, but they didn't say how much they lost. And Chen Fan has a previous record. Last time he also salvaged away the other party's rare earth. Naturally he suspects Chen Fan's head. Elder Dragon. I'm a good citizen. I'm just an ordinary fisherman. Who could have known that rare earths could be salvaged from the bottom of the sea? Can't just blame me for the loss of the brat's rare earth. Chen Fan directly shook his head. This cannot be admitted. It is a nuisance to the body. I'll wait for the wind over and then say, anyway, it's been done covertly, and the pot has been dumped on the hammer. Let the other guy take the fall. Okay, I know you're an honest fisherman. This whole thing is just a heads up to you. If you do it thoughtfully, but don't show your face. Elder Long smiled faintly and kindly reminded him. Anyway, this is something that Haiji is happy to eat, and they're happy to see Sakura lose more money. Yes, thank you for reminding Elder Dragon. I shall bear that in mind. Chen Fan replied with a serious face, still dead set on denying it. Elder Long then stopped, only to turn to another matter. Chen Fan, the other side put up with you crashing the quietus, but according to the Eagle Sailor's temperament, they will find a way to retaliate. Elder, he asked me to remind you, it's best to just stay in the Dragon Kingdom waters during this time. Don't hang around out there if you're not okay. As long as you're in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, we can protect you. Long Tian said solemnly. The Eagle Sailor Master had suffered such a big loss. Surely he wouldn't stop at that. They were all very concerned about Chen Fan's safety. A fishing boat is just a fishing boat after all. And now the Fushing had really pissed off the Eagles. Maybe he's really doing something bad. It'll be too late for them to regret it. Yes, I'll be watching. But the Eagle tried to finish me off. It depends on them too. Chen Fan laughed. How could he not know that the other party would not give up? Good thing he had already buried his backhand. The other party wanted to put him to death and Chen Fan did the same. Chapter 154, The Hammer is trolled all over the world. Well, what does the boy say? At this time in the C division, the old man Lee on the side inquired about Long Tian. The latter, however, shook his head, didn't admit it. This kid is keeping his mouth shut, not a single word is divulged. But that's good. Even we can't find any evidence. Sakura can't find any more. In fact, Long Tian as well as Elder Lee had already suspected Chen Fan. After all, this matter had made such a big mess. Chen Fan's hatred for Sakura was also very sufficient. He was definitely the first suspect, especially since they knew that Chen Fan had some special abilities that existed, which they hadn't been too aware of before. But it's coming together now. It seems that the other side is related to whales and sharks. These undersea creatures are always able to appear by the side of the Renaissance, and even more so, they are able to relieve it, which is really a bit strange. Just as well, just let Sakura make a mess. Better have a big fight. That would be nice. Elder Lee also smiled a bit. He was also happy to enjoy it. Rumor has it that the Hammer is now finally agreeing to be able to salvage the waters of Jimin Island, only to let them carry out salvage. The security department also accepted. After all, the salvage site is the other side of the territorial waters. They then go over is excessive. You said salvage tomorrow. What in the world would be the result? Long Tian was also speculating on how exactly Chen Fan had done it and how the trouble had been drawn westward. Did Chen Fan really hide these rare earths under Jimin Island? I don't know. I guess only that kid Chen Fan knows. Ha ha, too. Then we'll wait and see. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. It had nothing to do with them. It was all a drama. Next day, at this time in the waters of Jimin Island, the security department is standing by. On the other side, the Hammer Sea Division ship is also on the sidelines to monitor the. At this time in the center, it is a salvage ship, is carrying out salvage operations. Everyone was staring, the media kept watching, and drones were up in the air waiting for the results to come in. Look, something fished up. The journalists' reports are attracting the attention of viewers all over the world, and this dispute between the two sides is being watched by the whole world. Once the live feed was open, everyone was also very active in watching the. At that moment Aso also stood up and was staring excitedly at the. Look, that's our plastic bucket for rare earths. That's our rare earth. Bugger. Hammer really stole our rare earths. Aso was getting excited. Their missing rare earths have finally been found and the truth will finally come out. Murata on the side was also relieved. If he really couldn't find it and couldn't hammer the other party solidly, then his responsibility would be big too. After all, you're leading dozens of security service ships into another country's waters. It's not in the 12 nautical mile territorial waters, but it's within the economic circle, which is also very serious. Asterisk 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 off. Now there's proof. They wouldn't dare to play around anymore, would they? Damn it, the Hammers are shameless. It's really them who stole our rare earths. At this moment, the officers of the security department were gritting their teeth, but they were excited to have their revenge avenged. The evidence is in, and they can let loose with their abuse of each other, and the audience inside the live broadcast room, but also directly open up the curse up. Shameless Hammers, you are thieves who can't break the habit of stealing for the rest of your lives. That's a great point. The Hammers are number one in the universe. Everything is theirs. What do you say now that the evidence is in your hands? Shameless thieves, even if you stole from the Dragon Kingdom, what are you doing stealing from us again? A bunch of Sakura netizens started spraying directly in the live broadcast room, and while Hammer is desperately trying to fend it off, trying to continue to find reasons to, however, the evidence is very clear. The drone even directly photographed the plastic drums printed with cherry blossom text, which is written on the Department of Resources Strategic Resources. Once the evidence is solid, there's really no way to say anything else. The internet's all over the place, calling the Hammers shameless. At this time the people of Hammerhead Division were also quite shocked, because they really don't know what's going on. No, this can't be right. It's planted. The Sakura people must have smuggled it in. The Haiji bosses are also confused, but they think they've never done this before. That's why it was agreed to salvage the site in order to settle matters. I just didn't realize that something had really happened when I salvaged it. Yes, it must have been planted. They came here early. They must have sneaked it in here. It was the Sakura people who did it. They tried to plant us. How could the Hammer people admit they did it? Not to mention that they didn't do it. Even if they did, it's impossible to admit it. At this point, he also stepped in to refute. It's planted. It's perfectly normal for the security service to secretly drop a few barrels of rare earths on the ocean floor. It can never be assumed that we are responsible because of a few barrels of rare earth. Apparently, the Hammer side thought that a few barrels of rare earth would be an easy thing to plant, and that any ship that wasn't paying attention could just drop them off. And yet, these rebuttals seem to pale in comparison. At that moment, Aso spoke up. If it's tens of thousands of barrels of rare earth down there, will it still be planted? This sentence directly shocked everyone, and people finally realized that Sakura had lost tens of thousands of barrels of rare earth. That's a lot of money, and it's no wonder that the other side is going to be so overbearing in their rush to get things straightened out. Likewise, the hammerheads are dumbfounded. If tens of thousands of barrels of rare earths are really found down there, then things are really going to get real. They're going to make a fool of themselves all over the world. No! How is this possible? How did the Sakura people do it? What the hell are they up to? Dumbfounded. The hammers are really dumbfounded. This is their territory. If it's true that there are tens of thousands of barrels of rare earth sunk on the bottom of the sea and they don't know a thing about it, obviously, it's their fault, too. Likewise, they wanted to know what Sakura was up to, and why she'd gone to such lengths to ship the rare earths here. But it never occurred to me that someone else was planting evidence on them. That night, as the salvage still continued, more and more rare earth was recovered. Asa was getting more and more happy. Their rare earths have finally been lost and recovered, and the hammers' faces are getting more and more grim. They're getting abuse from all over the world. They've become clowns, all around clowns. However, it soon took a turn for the worse. Report. There doesn't seem to be any more rare earth down there. We've salvaged it a couple times now, and we haven't had any luck. The salvage ship quickly reported back to headquarters, and this one news was heard by both sides, and at this time they were all in a daze. Sakura's side is dumbfounded. They are tens of thousands of tons of rare earth. How to salvage only a few hundred tons is gone. And the hammer people were confused. Didn't they say it was tens of thousands of tons? This quantity seems a bit wrong. Chapter 155, This Black Pot. The hammer is certain to take the blame. You're planting evidence. There's no such thing as tens of thousands of tons as you say. After a while, the hammer has evidence of a counterattack, and begins to fight back. After all, the thief, this one charge can be too big. Once the actual hammer international reputation is stinking, at this time to find the cracks. Naturally, to refute you can just turn around and say that the other guy planted the evidence. Once again, a heated argument broke out between the two sides. At this time, Sakura's side is also in a great hurry. Report. There are no longer any of our locator devices in this area. All locator devices have been fully salvaged. Yes, all the locator devices were salvaged, and now that these have been transported back to Sakura, the locator devices have been moved with the constant. This news has left Aso in a daze. All the locator devices of the storage sites have been transferred here. Why only the locator devices have been transferred? But where are the rest of the rare earths? Could it be someone only salvaged the surface rare earth? They knew about these locator devices and deliberately lured us here. Murata guessed that no one was foolish enough to salvage just the surface localization device. Now that only the locator devices are here, apparently on purpose, it's possible that they've been exposed by these locator devices. You mean, someone knew rare earth had a locator device? They deliberately transferred these devices to Jiman Island, deliberately bringing us into conflict with the hammers. The crowd, however, had finally gotten their IQs online, so thinking back, they realized that it was all too possible. They all thought it was stolen by the hammers, but now they realize that the situation seems to have changed. Could it be the Dragon Kingdom? It's a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. Murata guessed once again that the one dragon fishing boat was just too weird, although the other party hadn't organized any more salvage behind it. Yet the other party was clearly aware of their storage points, which was indeed an object of suspicion. Damn it! We seem to have been tricked by the Dragon Kingdom. Let's focus all our attention on the hammer. Forget that one damn Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. Aso was cursing at this point, feeling a pang of regret. It was obvious that the revival was the most likely, but they had been confused by the positioning device, trusting the locator device. Who knows it's being played? But questions have also arisen. Commander Aso, could there be a possibility? It was the hammerman who did it. They've long since moved the other rare earths, left part of it behind on purpose to trick us. Obviously this is possible. After all, the locator device appeared here. It is possible that a group of light and a group of dark. The bright spot is here to confuse people and make them track them down. But it's also a two-day confrontation. The other side has already hidden the other rare earths in the dark. Not to mention, that's a pretty good guess. For a while, everyone put their suspicions back on the hammer, as the revival didn't seem to be doing much of anything lately. The other side doesn't seem to have time for this. Commander Murata, according to our understanding, the revival has recently clashed with the Eagle Sailor Quiet in Dragon Kingdom waters. They sank the Quietus. It seems they have an alibi. Yes, revival still really has an alibi because they are out of rare earths, but the revival is following the Quietus into a conflict. If the revival really did it, it can't be doing two things at once and messing with the Quietus. For a time, This was used as a strong piece of evidence that made everyone once again leave the object of their suspicion. Even Murata was forced to admit that it was indeed unlikely anymore. It does seem unlikely that the revival is involved in this. The available evidence suggests that this was planned and carried out by Hammer. They're definitely not involved. At this time, the security department is already writing a tiger. Can say not also have to say? Cannot say that they got it wrong. Who's going to take the blame for that? So they're just going to continue to hold the Hammer accountable. Nice. That's them. We're going to make them hand over the rest of the rare earths. Aso also reacted. And now they could only go along with the matter to proceed. There's no room for weakness in attitude. Yes. Make them hand over the other rare earths. Soon. The two men unified their consensus and then unified their voices to the outside world. That's asking Hammer to hand over the rest of the rare earths. More than that, it shows that nearly 100,000 tons of their rare earths have been stolen by the other side. Even though it humiliated Sakura, as long as she could make the other party hand it over. None of this matters. They want to gain the sympathy of the world and put pressure on the Hammer. For a while, the whole world has been reporting this important news. Heavyweight. Sakura lost nearly 100,000 tons of rare earth. Shocker. Hammer is rumored to have stolen all of Sakura's stored rare earth. Nearly 500 tons of rare earth salvaged from Jiman Island. Relationship with Hammer is confirmed. Sakura demands that Hammer hand over the other rare earths and name the storage site. For a while, this news was also spreading in all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom. It went straight to the top of the internet. The brats are being stolen from their homes. All the rare earths have been stolen. Ha, that's a big loss, isn't it? It's a deadly feud. Are the brats that tough? That's not it. The total value is said to be close to $100 billion. Don't you get angry when you lose that much money? Dog eat dog. Let's just watch the show and see what happens in the end. Brothers, do you think there is a possibility that our fishermen fished it away? Shoo, don't go blind. That was clearly the Hammer's doing, not ours. The netizens laughed. Even if they guessed in their hearts that it might be the dragon fishermen who did it, at this time it is impossible to take this one pot down. And the Soviets watching the news. At this point, I finally realized what was going on. Concealment. Put yourself out there. How on earth did Chen Fan do that? At this time is a little cute. All were able to guess that Chen Fan must have gotten Sakura's rare earth. Otherwise where are the others? They must be in Chen Fan's hands. The other side said it was over 90,000 tons. And Sakura also said she lost 100,000 tons. So that's a pretty good amount to go by. Similarly, Long Tian was also dumbfounded at this time, finally realizing that all of Sakura's rare earths were gone. And the only one who could do it with such power seemed to be Chen Fan. The boy. No wonder you don't tell the truth. So it was very well done. Even more so with an alibi. This is a seamless thing to do. At this time, Chen Fan actually did not know that his encounter with the quietus halfway through the day could have become evidence of his alibi. Even Sakura didn't have any way to suspect him. After all, he could have clashed with the quietus at that time, and even did the big thing of sinking the quietus. Chapter 156 Civilian aircraft carriers are really coming out. Chen Fan, you go to the Mordor shipyard. That carrier you bought, it's back under power. In the rare earth this matter is making a lot of noise, but Yuan is to call Chen Fan a phone call. This can make Chen Fan excited. Originally thought that the aircraft carrier transformation still need a lot of time. Who would have thought that so soon there is progress? Hello. Great. I can't wait. Aircraft carriers transformed into fishing boats. That's really dare to think. Chen Fan did not expect his idea really came true. In the future, if you sail on an aircraft carrier, you'll be as powerful as you want to be. Didn't others say that all the photographers in the Dragon Kingdom had taken pictures of the aircraft carriers as small fishing boats? He would prove to everyone this time that it was true. Aircraft carriers can really be used for fishing. Ha, you're in a hurry too. We just happen to have a spare set of steam turbines. Straight up for you to use. You're not asking for much, and it doesn't take much time to install. The main thing is that Chen Fan's requirements are low. Anyway, can be installed on the line, can run on the line. Nothing else? That's easy. The equipment in place and then so installed. Half a month to get it done, but also directly for the test drive. And take advantage of the installation stage. But also in Chen Fan spent money under the ability to directly on all the cabins or painting as well as refurbishment. It can be said that today the Mink is fully navigable, but of course it's empty, and life is still out of the question. Thanks so much. I finally have an aircraft carrier. This is even more confidence to go out to sea from now on. A 30,000 ton supply ship is great, but a supply ship is a supply ship. It's not bossy at all. The Mink is close to 50,000 tons. That parallel deck is just dominating from afar. Who does not see panic? Although there is no plane cannot scare professionals, but their own pleasure is over. Chen Fan can act as an aircraft carrier commander. Allow, or you'll be a good man to the end. Sell me some helicopters. That would have been more energizing, Chen Fan said fawningly, but also really stared at the helicopter. Nuota deck does not put a few airplanes seems to really not work. It's a disgrace. This time, however, Yuan refused. Chen Fan, there's no way you can get a military machine, not even a used one, but you buy your own helicopters from folk. We'll leave this one alone. It's also protecting you. A fishing boat is a fishing boat and can no longer be associated with a warship. Since it's a fishing boat now, it has to look like a fishing boat, and the conversion of an aircraft carrier into a fishing boat itself is a bit sensitive. Putting up some more used military aircraft, even decommissioned ones, could be an excuse for the Eagle Marine. When the time comes, it would be bad to treat the mink directly as an aircraft carrier, so Chen Fan's danger would be even higher. Right, it's better that your old man thought it through. Chen Fan nodded. The idea was good, but it was indeed sensitive. It's better to buy a civilian helicopter. He's got the money. He can park it all over the deck. It's easy to recruit pilots. Just pay the money, or else you'll have to ask for help from old man Ho. Aha! Remember, this carrier is a civilian commercial endeavor. It has nothing to do with us. You can go ahead and receive it. Yuan laughed, and in his heart, he also envied Chen Fan, who actually owned an aircraft carrier. Yes. Soon after, Chen Fan hung up the phone and then immediately called everyone from the revival back. Let them sail once more to Mordor. And he's one step ahead of the plane. The carrier's got the power plant installed, but the decorations aren't done yet. The interior of the assembly was just painted. There is no hard and soft decoration, but the air conditioner must be installed. The bed must be installed, and all kinds of equipment must be done. All of this needs to be designed. Chen Fan can transform this aircraft carrier into a comprehensive ship integrating cruise ships and fishing boats. A fishing boat is just an identity. It's actually more of a cruise ship. Chen Fan is thinking of traveling around the world in an aircraft carrier in the future, so naturally he needs to decorate it. The convened revival can be used again, and in the future can also continue to accompany the sea. A carrier with a supply ship. You don't have to go ashore for a year. It's an aircraft carrier. It's really majestic. At this time, Chen Fan had already arrived below the mink, looking up at the domineering and incomparable bow. His mood was incomparably excited. This carrier, indeed, belongs to him alone. Mr. Chun, the deck of the carrier mink is in disrepair, but we've had it repainted and it's now brand new. It's perfectly more than enough if you're just using it for fishing. A boss of an engineering company introduced Chen Fan, who was in charge of the carrier's cleaning and painting project. The call-up work is done, but it's natural to get on the good side of the buyers of the carriers, so there may still be work to be had. Manager Wang, right, tell you what, do me a favor, an invitation to all remodelers nationwide. I'm going to renovate the carrier. Let them design the offer. Chen Fan said directly. This aircraft carrier was his second home. He wanted to decorate it properly. I hope we can build a castle on the sea. Mr. Chun, our company also undertakes this part of the renovation. You will be satisfied with our offer, or give us the works. Manager Wang was so excited. He said business, and business came. This painting and cleaning of the aircraft carrier is just a small job. It's a big job to take over the renovation. The renovation cost of a house can be millions of dollars. This is an aircraft carrier. It has thousands of cabins. The cost of this renovation that is hundreds of millions of dollars to start. For them, this single is absolutely able to hold out. I'm not bad. I want beautiful designs. As long as your designs catch my eye, I can choose you too. Of course, first you have to stand out. Is Chen Fan poor in money? He still didn't have a place to spend his tens of billions of dollars, but now he had found a place to spend it. It's a new home. You have to put effort into decorating it. Restoring power is just the first step. Yes, I'll get the word out right away. Manager Wang also knew that this big order could not be negotiated in a couple of words, and directly obeyed Chen Fan's orders. Soon the news spread that a civilian aircraft carrier was to be renovated. This immediately caused a sensation. Just kidding. It's an aircraft carrier. Although it was second-hand, and even more so, it had never been in service. It became privately owned. Now it's even going to be renovated for use at sea. And no matter what, it's shocking everyone. Even the whole world is concerned. There weren't many countries in the world that could have an aircraft carrier, especially not the Dragon Kingdom they were watching. And everyone was guessing who the buyer would be. Chapter 157, Salvaging the Yamato. Nailing Sakura to the pillar of shame. Just when Chen Fan was tendering for carrier renovators, a piece of news on the internet, but it caught his attention. Sakura netizens once again call for the salvage of the Yamato battleship. It's a symbol of Sakura's national strength. And even more so, it represents the glory of Sakura. We should salvage it and make it a memorial. Not to mention, Chen Fan was moved by the news. He hasn't really had much to do lately, and at this point is also busy choosing a remodeler, thinking of sailing in an aircraft carrier after it's been renovated. However, only by going out to sea could he reflect his value. And seeing such news, Chen Fan was instantly interested, because he had seen a lot of comments from the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The Brat's battleship. If we salvage it, it will be the biggest insult. Yeah, we all know where the location is anyway. We could have just gone and salvaged it. That's not. Salvage finished by then directly on the shore. It will be the biggest insult to Sakura. We can even turn into a trophy like display. Ha ha, why don't we just transform it into a public toilet and let everyone go to the toilet there? That won't piss off the Brat's Dragon netizens, but the more they think about it, the more excited. This is considered by the Cherry Blossom people as a worship of honor, although it was sunk, but in the hearts of the Cherry Blossom people and the status of the ship is not low. It's going to be a real shock when we get it back. Only the netizens were quick to say it wasn't going to be easy. Brothers, Sakura has wanted to salvage it for a long time, but they all say it's too difficult. It's a worship of tens of thousands of tons. Where's the easy part? Yeah, if it was that easy, Sakura would have done it a long time ago. After all, if a country can't salvage it, who can salvage it? This salvage cost is going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, I'm guessing. Not to mention the fact that the salvage process will be stopped. The key spends a lot of effort to salvage it back. Is it just selling the iron? Then it's probably going to lose money. Apparently, this salvage is a very costly affair. And even Sakura can't afford to spend that much money. Little cute, only to do it. Ordinary people salvage cannot make money, things will not do. Disgusting cherry blossom cost hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not something anyone can afford to consume. However, others can't, but Chen Fan can. I had plans. Now this looks like it's totally ahead of schedule, and it's a great opportunity to do so. Yes, the security department's main force can all run to the Hammersea side. Both sides are still pulling the rare earth issue, demanding that the other side must hand over the rare earths. The standoff continues. It's an open defense. The obstacles to salvaging Cherry Blossom Sea were minimal, so Chen Fan couldn't help but be impressed. Ding! Killer whale count -1. Ding! Killer whale count -1. Just as Chen Fan was hesitating, a system reminder was a bit of a surprise. This is fine. Why is he dead? He didn't make a move. Soon he checks it out, only to find that it's Sakura who's up to no good again. ********. The brats really don't know what they're doing. This actually tried to wrestle my orca. At this time in the open sea, several 10,000-ton security ships are cooperating with the whaling ship, and are rounding up the killer whales that Chen Fan used to harass the whaling ship's operation. I just didn't expect that this time the whaling ship actually brought helpers. Several security ships were also prepared for a long time. All kinds of weapons are also complete. At this time is constantly firing fishing gun. A killer whale is making miserable screams. This made Chen Fan furious. However, the number of killer whales he had deployed in the neighborhood wasn't very large, basically about 10, and working together, they could have just knocked the whaling ship over. The killer whales can't fight back against a 10,000-ton security vessel, but they were retreating, and there were many dead and wounded. Fantastic! We killed these monsters. These orcas are really big. They should sell for a lot of money. No, we catch them to go back for scientific research, and these orcas do have research value. A group of whaler captains said excitedly that they had finally killed these monsters, and the security ship on the side was exceptionally curious about these killer whales, because the size was really big. This great destructive power was also something that made them feel shocked, only they didn't realize that this move had completely angered Chen Fan. Since you seek death, that's not my fault. Soon, the angry Chen Fan gathered all the sharks and killer whales and sailed to the incident area. He's got to make the security department bleed. Previously, they just let the other side's security ship of several thousand tons sink. Apparently the other side still hasn't remembered this lesson. In that case, sink the 10,000-ton security vessel as well, and give them a heart attack. Likewise, Chen Fan was determined. The Yamato must be salvaged. Pin the shame on them hard. At that time, this Yamato ship will become the shame of the Cherry Blossom people. Even if the other side to open the sky price, he will not sell. To let countless Cherry Blossom people look at once feel insulted once. Soon, with the revival also coming to Magic City, Chen Fan immediately asked Zhao Chang to contact the 500 fishing boats he worked with last time, because he's on another mission, this time trying to salvage a 70,000-ton displacement battleship. Revival alone won't do it. We need more ships. Don't look at these little fishing boats. But it's a lot. A fishing boat is 500 tons. 500 boats adds up to 250,000 tons. Even if the force is small, a large number of them can create a qualitative change. Donger, what are we going to get this time? Zhao Chang also looked at the mighty aircraft carrier at this time, and in his heart, he once again saw Chen Fan's strength. I'm also excited to hear about the new mission. It's a secret for now. I want them to do me a favor. Of course the favors won't be small. I'll pay $1 million honorarium for one ship. Chen Fan naturally has to use his ability to use money. He's got more money than he can spend, and after selling rare earths, he's likely to be on the list of the richest people in the Dragon Kingdom. It's time to convene to do something practical. Something that can bring honor and uplift the Dragon Kingdom. I'm not the one who said that. Dongji, now that you've asked them to help for free, they're all willing to do it. $1 million is too much. Yes, Chen Fan can bring a lot of wealth to these fishermen. Even if it was free, these fishermen would come over to help. Chen Fan had allowed them to earn half a year's or even a year's income in just 2 trips. It's a small favor. Who wouldn't want to do it? But Chen Fan is not a person who lacks money. Letting people do things to pay, that's the natural right. Nothing. The money must be given. You get them ready. Bring enough fuel. This trip will be very gas-guzzling. It's a 70,000 ton battleship. It's a physical job. If you don't bring more fuel, the battleship could fall off again if it runs out of fuel halfway. It could be very dangerous. It's something to be avoided. Tell them, there's a certain amount of danger in this. You have to follow directions. Yes, salvage does have its dangers. Once an underpowered battleship has sunk, the index ropes are still undone and it's perfectly possible to drag a fishing boat to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 158, could it be that the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom have transferred the rare earths? What? Another new mission. Great. $1 million for hard work. How can we ask for money? It's just a favor. Yeah, it's just a little bit of gas. Brother Chen has brought us untold riches. This little favor must be helped 1 inch. No, we can't take this money. We can't let people say that we don't know how to repay kindness and only have interests in our eyes. The fishermen who heard the news were all very excited at this time. Not after the last salvage of rare earths. They are also resistant to loneliness. Salvage rare earths so profitable, and then let them go hard fishing. The mentality are a little changed. Now there is a new mission. Let's not talk about the hard work fee. Anyway, as long as they can follow Chen Fan to do it, they are willing to do it for free. Maybe they can salvage something up again and earn some money. Especially the last time we rescued some people up here and were able to get ransom money too. It was too much of a good thing. You don't have to say anything. The proprietor said $1 million must be given. He's not bad. All that is asked is that you listen to the command and get the job done. Zhao Chang acted as Chen Fan's spokesman and negotiated with these fishermen. The crowd heard that they still want to refuse. And finally Zhao Chang, a burst of threats, directly said that do not want money, not to let the dry after. Only is the honest collection of money. It wasn't long before the vast army of fishing boats set off in unison once again. Only this time, they were loaded with fuel. Nothing else on the ship. All of it. Although the revival can be resupplied, it's too much of a hassle, and it's easier to bring your own on a fishing boat. All at once, with the revival at the helm, these fishing boats set sail once more in a voluminous manner, and the target is very simple. It's still the Sakura Sea, only this time it didn't go any deeper, but stopped 200 nautical miles offshore. The distance to Sakura is very far, but it's not in the security ship's perimeter, only now a large-scale mobilization, but still attracted the attention of the security department. The revival of the ship is listed in the danger list of the queue. Once the appearance, immediately have to report the Commander Murata. Message from headquarters, 200 nautical miles south of Kuroku Island. A swarm of Dragon Kingdom fishing vessels led by the revival has been spotted. They're coming again. At this moment, Murata looked at this one message and was also shaken in his heart. They can all feel afraid of the dragon fishing boats. The other party has made 2 trips, one to fish away the oil, the other to fish up rare earths. Now that they're out again, it's really hard to say what they can salvage this time around. Aseo, what other vital supplies you have stored in the sea? Come on, come on. Murata is anxious. What's in the sea? Aseo knows best. They must find out what the revival intends to do. That's how you make an order. And Aso was thinking hard. In the end, he shook his head. We have some ore stored in the sea as well, but the location wasn't near Fawn Island. And these ores aren't expensive. They're not worth much. The numbers aren't that great either. Just kidding. The most valuable rare earths have been fished out. The resource department does still have some stuff in the sea. Just some coal or something. $1,000 a ton. It's not worth anything at all. And some of the ores are about the same. Salvage is more expensive than the ore. and they don't stockpile behind them. He couldn't believe that these fishing boats would salvage for these worthless things. That's strange. What the hell do these Dragon Kingdom fishing boats want? Why there? Murata was also puzzled. Since there was no good stuff left, what was the point of sending out the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats? Soon after, Aso was brightening up and thought of a possibility. Murata, could it be that the rare earths were really stolen by the dragons, and now they're salvaging our rare earths? Yes. After a few days of negotiating, the Hammers kept arguing that they didn't know how the rare earth got to Jimin Island. And even more so for these rare earths, they just let them go and haul them away. And they wondered why things had turned out the way they had. It also made Aso wonder if the other party was truly unaware of the situation. But if we don't know, then who is it? Now the target of suspicion has once again shifted to the revival ship. It's possible the Hammerhead division is cooperating in the investigation of this matter as well. They were very cooperative. So cooperative that I felt like this matter had nothing to do with them. Yes, Hammerheads don't want to take the blame for this one either. And they were clueless when they salvaged the rare earths. And then we're trying to find out where the rare earth came from. They also want to prove their innocence or the whole world will call them thieves. And both sides are investigating the matter, albeit with some tug of war. If that's the case, we should be watching them. Leave them alone. Once we salvage the rare earth, we'll be able to identify the real killer. Aso said excitedly. At this time all things are not as important as rare earth. They can not go to stop, but to not disturb that way the other side can be bold enough to salvage it. And as soon as it is salvaged, then they have very good evidence to make an arrest. Yes, we should be prepared at the same time. Cut off their path back to the Dragon Kingdom waters. Murata is also getting excited. This is a good chance for them to get all of them in one go. When they're caught, no one will dare to say anything even if they use their weapons. Murata, you can unite the Hammerheads if necessary. Also request the assistance of the sailors. Aso said solemnly. This is hundreds of billions of dollars of damage. Once it is confirmed that it is the work of the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats, they have to come down hard on them. I even asked the Dragon Sea Division to capture these fishing boats. Yes, I'll coordinate this, but Hammerheads must be watched as well. They haven't been cleared either. After all, the rare earth appeared in the Hammer waters. This matter may never be investigated clearly. The Hammer people cannot get out of it. They also want to avoid being diverted from the eyes of the other side is also in the back of the rare earth transported away. For a while, 500 fishing boats came to the Sakura waters this time, but they were not stopped in any way. The security boats stayed away, as if they hadn't seen them. It makes the fishermen. Ha ha, are we making a name for ourselves? The brats are actually not showing up. Yeah, we're so vast. There's no way the brats don't know anymore. It looks like they really dared. That's not true. They can't fight. They can't stop. They might as well not come and lose face. It's just great to follow Brother Chen. The brats have to concede. Except what the hell are we doing here? The fishermen are also puzzled. This is even farther from the coast of Sakura. The last time was 100 nautical miles. This time it's 200 nautical miles. It's deep water. They can't even reach their nets. Chapter 159, Universal Doubt. What the hell are they salvaging? Brothers, it's time to get your gear on the revival. Chen is handing out equipment. At this time Chen Fan did begin to distribute special ropes to the fishermen. This is a salvage of a battleship, or 70,000 tons, and he salvaged submarines of 3,000 tons before. This one went straight to 70,000 tons. That's going to require some specialized gear. The old nets probably won't work. The fishing will be the main towing force, so it's prepared with steel ropes. The other fishing boats are special strong tensile composite ropes. These ropes have the advantage that they can be cut. Once they really cannot be salvaged, you can let the fishermen quickly cut, to avoid being dragged to the bottom of the sea. The fishing doesn't need to worry. 70,000 tons want to tow 30,000 tons of fishing boats to the bottom of the sea. That's not the strength of this one. What? Handing out ropes? What the hell is this for? Not using fishing nets? Yeah, it's a little strange. Using a rope. Is it salvaging something? Shoo, don't talk on command. We're paid for our work. Just do it right. The people couldn't figure out what the hell they were doing, but the money was collected, so the job had to be done right. They're getting their gear. It's a good thing that the Fuxing is a supply ship. It's also very efficient in distributing equipment. It didn't take long to distribute. Uncle Wang, put the steel rope down. With Chen Fan's command, dozens of steel ropes sank to the bottom of the sea. The crew of the Fuxing was also dumbfounded, but faithfully fulfilling the principle of seeing less and doing more. They silently did their work. They know what it is when the time comes to fish for it. Chen Fan is controlling a large number of squid, and is tying up the Yamato with steel ropes. He had found the Yamato before he left, and was ready to salvage it. Other people have to have all kinds of robots to salvage, and he's so much easier. Fan. What the hell are we salvaging? It takes that many fishing boats to help. Uncle Wang can't help but come to ask questions. It was time to start salvaging, and curiosity compelled him to come and ask about it. The Fushing is a 30,000 ton fishing boat. It can salvage a submarine. It doesn't seem like we need a fishing boat to help us out at all. If it's really necessary, then what a huge thing to salvage. Ha ha, Uncle Wang, you finally can't help yourself too. Uncle Cho, come over here too. It's time to tell you. Chen Fan smiled faintly. There was no need for secrecy by now, so he told the news that it was the Yamato underneath. This one piece of news was so shocking they didn't know what to expect. They thought it was some kind of important material or something. No one expected to salvage a 70,000 ton battleship. This is incredible. Uncle Wang was dumbfounded, and finally figured out why he needed the help of these fishing boats at this point. It's a bigger battleship than the Fushing. They can't do it alone. Donger, you do this every time you move. It's all so unexpected. Zhao Cheng also laughed bitterly. Each of Chen Fan's missions was incredible. No one could have guessed. As in this case, he was sure that everyone thought that another fishing boat had been taken out to salvage some goodies. Who'd have thought I'd be salvaging the Yamato? The symbol of cherry blossoms? Just the thought of the little kid's honor being salvaged and shipped back to them is thrilling. It's exciting to think about. It's a good thing you guys know about this. Don't say out. We're going to ship it back unnoticed. It's safe to ship to the Dragon Kingdom waters at least. In Chen Fan's opinion, this Yamato is the honor of Sakura, a symbol of Sakura. They may not salvage it, but there's no way they're going to let anyone else salvage it. It's a warship they built. Once you know, you'll fight for your life to stay. Chen Fan's intention was to keep the warship from venturing out so that the other side wouldn't know what had been salvaged. And as long as he reached the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, he would be safe. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve to deal with the Sakuras. Yes, both were very excited. He's on his way to take command. And Chen Fan also closed his eyes and began to command the squid to carry out the operation. It's a very time-consuming job. According to modern technology, it's possible to salvage for a month or two, and Chen Fan couldn't have waited that long. It's been too long. The security department will definitely come looking for trouble. He had only one night to work, and he had to take advantage of the darkness. On the other side, Sakura's side is also making a lot of moves. The sailors went straight out to start the front-out campaign, and the security ship's power began to consciously block the revival's rear path. All of them will be intercepted on the way back to the Dragon Sea. This action immediately made Kaiji sense something was wrong. Old Lee, this kid Chen Fan doesn't know what he's doing out at sea again. The security department's reaction is very strange this time. Instead of stepping in to stop it, they keep deploying ships behind their backs. I have a feeling there's some big conspiracy going on here. Long Tian was still very concerned about Chen Fan. This time the other party was making big moves again. He is also worried about it. It can be said that the revival can be outside the dashing. This is behind a lot of people in silence to pay the. Long Tian was one of them, and the sailor's side was pretty much the same, all concerned with the revival of the. Everyone is silently defending it. Well, it does seem a little strange. In the old days it must have come straight to repelling, and this one straight up didn't bother to stop it. It just keeps moving troops around. I think they're trying to do it all in one pot. Block the back way, Elderly said seriously. They knew this old rival very well. They're not afraid of death. They'll just try to get revenge. Looks like we don't just have to warn Chen Fan. Gotta go over there and stir things up, too. Long Tian laughed. He was really afraid that Chen Fan would swell up and end up in an accident. The other side wants to block the back of the Fushing, so they'll go to the junction. At least they can put pressure on the other side, and a warning not to overdo it. Aha! This is the way to go. This kid Chen Fan makes big moves every time. It's definitely less this time, too. Elderly nodded and agreed with this one. Soon, the Dragon Sea Division ships were also massing. They needed to be prepared for emergencies as well. If the Fushing with 500 small fishing boats makes a big mess again, we'll be able to rescue them in a hurry. And the security department was dumbfounded looking at the revival at this point. What the hell are they doing? Why it's not salvaged with a fishing net anymore? Yes, it used to be a fishing net for rare earths and oil. If you continue to fish for rare earths, it should be a fishing net as well. And now they're just throwing the rope into the sea. How can we salvage it? Can the rope still hold the rare earth barrels? There was no one to explain it, and all they could do was keep watching. Chapter 160, 500 ships can't even pull it. And you're telling me it's not a big shipment? All fishing boats, place the rope immediately. With Chen Fan's order, all the fishing boats had thrown down their ropes at this time. The end of the rope is also tied with a heavy weight, allowing it to sink quickly to the bottom of the sea. At this time, a squid is catching these ropes and starting to tie them to the steel rope. and all the fishing boats, too, were divided into several groups, who would exert a common force. Chen Fan was also resting with his eyes closed at this time, and was constantly directing the squid to do its work. But the workload was too great, very consuming, but he was a bit weak. It's really laborious. No more salvaging next time. In the old days, to salvage a submarine, you just had to tie a few knots in a fishing net. Now there were more than 500 ropes, which meant that more than 500 knots needed to be tied, and the squid couldn't tie them, so he had to manipulate the squid directly to do the work, which was so complicated that the squid couldn't learn how to do it. That's very tiring. I don't know how many brain cells I've burned up. Just watching more and more tow ropes already tied up made him increasingly happy as well. It won't be long before the salvage begins. Mr. Murata, we have 30 security ships in place. 20 naval warships have also arrived in the intended waters. There's absolutely no way the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats can get away this time. One of the people in charge solemnly reported that their forces had been mobilized. Only at least half of the security ships are still in a standoff in Hammer waters. It's their best effort. Of course, once it's confirmed that the revival is salvaging their rare earths, all the forces can return quickly and will then also form a siege around the north and south of the revival. Aha! Now it's just a matter of waiting for them to salvage the shot. Murata nodded. They were ready to start moving as whether or not to salvage the rare earth out of the water, and then all the mysteries can be revealed. Commander, the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division has also sent more than 20 Sea Division ships to roam around the junction. It seems they are also making preparations to rescue the revival. The man in charge reports once again that this is an unexpected situation, while Murata is nodding flatly. He's been expecting this for a long time. The other side is just demonstrating. As long as they can block the revival, the other side can't do anything about it. Just as many parties were watching the revival's movements. After a busy night, Chen Fan has finally tied all the knots. At this point it's finally time to start salvaging. With an order, all the fishing boats have been launched. Full speed ahead. It's not just the fishing boats that have been tossing their engines to black smoke. Even the Fushing is on full power and is emitting a lot of smoke. There's no way around it. It's a 70,000-ton battleship. The hardest part is the beginning. Once the move is made, then the rest is easy. At one time, 500 fishing boats. No, 501 fishing boats were all smoking black. A large cloud of black smoke came out, but it blackened the sky, which caused those security ships that hadn't slept all night to be startled. They've been waiting all night. The dragon fishing boats have finally made a move. Only this situation makes them feel a little surprised. The 8 frames. What the hell are these Rococo people doing? They seem to be salvaging something. No, what the hell is underwater and what the hell are they salvaging? Why do you need hundreds of fishing boats to work together to salvage it? Asshole, can anyone tell me what the hell is down there? It's definitely not rare earth. Yes, at this point cutie, I can see that it's definitely not rare earth. After all, it's a simultaneous force, and each family has a traction rope behind it. This is an absolutely amazing operation. Something that would require hundreds of fishing boats to salvage together. It's definitely a big one. There's no way it's as simple as rare earths. In fact, not only were the Sakura people dumbfounded, but even the Dragon Kingdom fishermen were dumbfounded as well. Asterisk. There must be something big down here. What the hell is this salvaging that requires 500 fishing boats to salvage together? Are we salvaging a submarine? It seems like the only way we'd need that many people. I've heard that the revival has salvaged submarines. They can salvage them on their own. Why do they need our help? Yeah, maybe there's a possibility that the submarine is even bigger this time. Possibly suddenly in the tens of thousands of tons. The Eagle's nuclear submarine is almost 20,000 tons. So naturally the Fushing can't salvage it. It made sense to everyone. Only this is all their conjecture. Now they are looking at the engine that is still smoking black smoke. And their hearts are also very painful. This is tossing the engine. But they are paid for their hard work. And now they are salvaging a big guy. So they definitely can't drag their feet. At the same time, everyone was constantly adding fuel to the engine to keep the power going. And deep under the sea, a huge battleship, indexed by a huge drag force. Finally, it's moving. And this movement is separating the hull from the bottom of the ocean. The battleship, which has been lying at the bottom of the sea for more than 70 years, has moved for the first time. Moving. Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang, who knew the situation, were excited. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Now that it's moved that way, the next step is easy. It seems, the first step was a success. Chen Fan smiled. If the power was still not enough, he's really going to have to mobilize the whales to come over and do the hard work, more or less as a help. While it wasn't quite the turn to use these undersea monsters, the huge battleship was finally pulled. Oh my god, it's finally moving. A few more minutes of this and I feel like the engine is going to blow. Many fishermen were also relieved. They were really worried about spoiling Chen Fan's big event. Once it's broken, their ship is ruined, and they may even need someone else to pull them back. Damaging one fishing boat is directly paralyzing the war power of 500 fishing boats, adding up to 250,000 tons of tonnage. What kind of monster have we pulled up here? I reckon what's down there. Could it be tons of tons to start with? Otherwise it couldn't be that heavy. Too much anticipation. This is from Chen himself. It's definitely good stuff. Chen Fan's product must be a fine one. And the crowd was looking forward to it at this time, just wanting to see what they had spent so much effort to salvage. What kind of a thing is it? Soon, the 501 fishing boats finally began to move forward slowly, and at the same time, were reeling in the tow rope. The battleships below are getting shallower, too, and as soon as the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats made their move, it immediately made the security boats stupid, and they all followed suit. What the hell did the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats salvage? Is it rare earth? Chapter 161. No matter what we salvage, we'll help this place. Aso, far away from the Hammer Sea, is very anxious. Anxiously, they asked. They were ready for anything. They just needed to confirm the news. Murata, however, shook his head sadly, unable to confirm. It doesn't seem like they're salvaging rare earths. They seem to be salvaging some kind of giant. Murata said helplessly. This matter made him depressed as well, delaying the evidence of the revival. It doesn't allow him to sit on the evidence. There would be no way to leave the Hammer Sea directly and not be able to make a full siege of the revival. What? Not rare earth. And what exactly are they salvaging? Aso was a bit shocked. All his hopes were in this place. It's not like it killed him. Asashi-kun, I want to know what's out there. In the waters of Fawn Island, more than 500 fishing boats are needed for full salvage. What in the world is it that even the revival has not been able to salvage? Murata knew that the revival could easily salvage the big fish, and that there was no pressure at all on an ordinary submarine or supplies. At this point he's more concerned about what the revival is doing. I don't know. Aso shook his head. All he cared about was his own acreage, just wondering if the rare earths were there. This makes it difficult for Murata at this point. Now these dragon fishing boats are returning to the dragon waters in great numbers. Are they going to intercept or not? Commander Murata, Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are traveling towards Dragon Kingdom waters. Do we intercept? Koi, who was in charge of the frontline command, also inquired about it. It wasn't the same thing for them to keep guarding there, and if it continued, it was just getting closer and closer to the junction. It's better to intercept in advance, to avoid the Dragon Sea Division coming to look for trouble. Proceed with the interception mission, even if it's not rare earth. As long as it's in our waters, we can't let them take a single brick. Murata finally managed to give the order. They were so well prepared. The arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. For no other reason than the fact that these dragon fishing boats used to salvage rare earths, they should be intercepted and caught. Make them return the rare earths, or they'll be punished with a fine. Yes, all security ships, intercept the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. The sailors are responsible for deterring the Longhua High Sea ships. Soon, Koi directly commanded all the security ships to start the action, while the sailors would not be able to act, because the dragon fishing boats did not sit on the fact that they were stealing rare earths. It's not a good time for them to go AWOL, and there's no way for the security ships in the Hammer Sea to back them up. For a while, although the security department acted, its power was much weaker, but the other side still has a huge advantage. Dragon Kingdom fishing boats don't dare to run around. Yes, all the fishing boats are towing heavy loads. It's impossible to jaywalk, and if they do, they risk crashing into other fishing boats. This time, we can only let the security ships drive us away. Dragon Kingdom fishing boat, stop the ship immediately for inspection. Otherwise we will take the necessary measures. Soon, more than 30 security vessels rushed forward with a tiger's eye and their guns were aimed at the fishing boats, as if they would immediately open fire as soon as they met resistance. And the security boat also saw the right time to lower the speedboat, and has begun to prepare to go forward to arrest the. This time they had to avenge their 2 humiliations, and they absolutely couldn't fail again. Donger, what to do? The security boat is coming to arrest people. Zhao Chang was a bit anxious. Their revival ship at this time is also no way to move around otherwise directly can be crashed up to solve the siege of the. They're the main output, so if they really mess up and the battleship sinks, all their efforts will be lost. Even the fishing boats will suffer. Keep all ships close to me. Form the whole. Moving forward together. Chen Fan didn't believe that the other party wasn't afraid. With these hundreds of ships combined together, there was no way for them to steer that. You could say it's a full-blown shocker. These speedboats really dare to come close. They'll definitely be knocked over. Now it's time to see if the other side dares to come charging in. Soon, all the fishing boats slowly approached the Fushing, with the Fushing at the head and the other fishing boats forming flanks, which by now had formed an arrowhead that rushed straight ahead. On the other side, Long Tian of the Sea Division also heard the news at this time. What? The security department is out in force. They're making arrests. The other side's warships are spying on our Sea Division ships. This is not good news. Long Tian frowned. The warships are watching them, so there's no point in them going out there. On the contrary, the other side will be caught by the other side. That is to cross the line. Then the conflict is going to be bigger and bigger. Old dragon, looks like we need to get the sailors out. The strength is not equal. Joking aside, how can they possibly cope with letting their Seas Division ships touch the other side's warships? It's a descending blow to the. Even if we ram it, it's still too much to ram. A warship has to be against a warship. He's not in charge of the Eastern Sea. That's 20 warships. You can't go less than that. Long Tian was also in a difficult situation. If it was in the Southern Sea, he believed that He Yuan would definitely help out. But here it's out of He Yuan's hands. Even if He Yuan could influence and send a few ships over, a few ships against dozens of ships wouldn't do much good. Maybe we have another way. Elderly suddenly brightened up and thought of a possibility. With the revival's reputation and their cooperation, it seems really possible to reach the. It's more troublesome to send out either warships or sea divisions, but if you use this one method, you can solve a lot of problems in the future. It's not like the other side will find much of an excuse. What a way? Long Tian asked curiously, and then Elderly spoke his plan out. Long Tian was also wide-eyed, but then he kept nodding. That's a good idea. The success rate is very high. Long Tian directly shot the board, and then even more excitedly stood up. Uncontrollable excitement. Elderly also smiled faintly. Since you agree, then I'll have someone do it. This Chen Fan brat really doesn't let people worry about him. Let's hope what he salvaged this time is worth our help. Elderly laughed. Although they didn't know what Chen Fan was doing, the field had to be helped. Chen Fan has helped them a lot. Yes, just do it. If this kid doesn't come back with something good, it's a waste of time for us to worry about him. Long Tian smiled faintly, was putting his heart down. However, at that moment, Sakura's side was in a big mess, because someone seems to have guessed the purpose of the revival. Being both on Fawn Island and something of great weight, there is a possibility that the odds are very high. That's their national weapon, the giant battleship that symbolizes Sakura. Yamato. Chapter 162. What? The Dragon Nation wants to take away the Jingui Shitsi. Commander Murata. News from the direction of the Marine Division. The area where the revival is located is exactly where they detected the sinking of the Yamato. The position is not a hair out of place. A subordinate reported in shock. This one piece of news surprised him as well. They're waiting for the dragon fishing boats to salvage rare earths. Who'd have thought he'd be salvaging the Yamato, which is a much more important ship. If we lose the rare earths, we lose some money, and we can pay to get them back. But if the Yamato is really fished out, not only are they out of it and can't be built, it's a great shame. Their national treasure was actually fished away by the Dragon Kingdoms. What? Yamato? How? Murata was dumbfounded. This had upset a lot of his plans. It was more the situation was even more serious than it was rare earths. It's the Yamato. It's a sunken warship, but it is the largest tonnage of warships Sakura has ever manufactured, but also has a special symbolic significance, the loss of which can be 10,000 times more serious than the loss of rare earths. Bugger! This is our warship. The dragons are so shameless. They're stealing. This belongs to us. Asa was also enraged by this news and was not thinking about rare earths at the moment. Rare earths are nothing compared to the Yamato. If we can intercept it, it's possible that the rare earth thing can be suppressed. Immediately, all ships proceed to reinforcements. Evacuate the Hammer Sea. Murata made a quick decision that the Hammer issue could be discussed again, but the Yamato can never be lost. Even if his life is lost, this warship can't be transported by someone else. It involves the face of the entire Sakura. At one time, all the security ships were evacuated. That's a move the Hammerheads won't understand. There were inquiries about what had happened, and at the worst of it, the Hammer warships came over for a standoff, and the security department didn't evacuate but now the other party is not saying anything. Just like this to go. Let them surprised. Soon, it seemed that the Sakura sailor warships, which were responsible for monitoring the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division ships, had also received instructions and joined in to intercept the Fushing. They're going to try to storm the fishing fleet with their boats and guns. It can be said that all of Sakura's power was utilized. The dragon fishing boat is now completely surrounded. Report. According to the information we have received it's possible that the revival is salvaging the Yamato, Sakura's largest warship. All forces are currently surrounding the revival. A staff member ran over anxiously, and although his face was anxious, his heart was both surprised and happy. Surprised is Chen Fan courage really big. Happy is also this time actually in the salvage of the other side of the Yamato. This one warship in the Cherry Blossom people's importance. That is no less than the Dragon Country first aircraft carrier Yamato. Battleship. Long Tian was dumbfounded. Elderly was dumbfounded. None of them thought that Chen Fan had so much guts. In the past, they were targeting Sakura's strategic materials, but now they're directly targeting Sakura's glory. That's a lot of nerve. Old dragon. Our worries were not unwarranted. This kid really dares to go and stab the sky. Elderly laughed bitterly, really able to toss and turn. But then again, this Yamato shipment really is coming back. It's really going to shake things up. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom will have to cheer. Yes, but get used to it. The boy has never done anything small, but this has to be supported. Ryuten also took a stand. The Yamato belongs to Sakura, but after all, it was a shipwreck on the high seas. If the revival goes for salvage, it's not much of a theft, not to mention the deeper meaning behind it. In any case, he's all for it. Only on the surface, but they are even more bad to take a position. After all, the official position, the meaning is different. Support is going to be supportive. Only in that case, it's even worse for us to call out the official forces. Li Lao said helplessly. Originally they could still let the Sea Division as well as the warships go over and walk around a couple of times. But if that's the case, Sakura will have even more reason to send out all the sailors. That would be an even bigger conflict. It would be an international incident. It's not only bad for the revival, it's also giving Cherry Blossom nothing to worry about. Aha! It seems that solution of yours was indeed a rainy day. This could be the key to reversing the situation, Long Tian said solemnly, while Elderly also nodded his head. In that case, let's just make it bigger too. Let's get more people to support the revival, Elderly said in a domineering manner. In fact, he did the other hand to prepare. It's not like the fishing fleet is rescuing the Fushing. This time the revival only brought 500 ships, yet the first time they fished for oil, it was thousands of ships. It can be said that he just gently put out a message and these fishermen responded in droves. By now, they're coming from all directions. Yes, I'm sure the fishermen know this one. There will be a mad dash for support. Let the fishermen work another miracle. Long Tian also made a direct statement. Since things have gotten bigger, let's make it even bigger. Soon, more and more dragon fishing boats, whether resting in the harbor of the, still out there fishing, all received a message at this time. The fishing vessel revival is under siege. Backup is urgently needed. The revival is salvaging the battleship Yamato. If you say the former sentence, you'll be able to make a lot of dragon fishermen run to support them. After all, the revival is famous in the Dragon Kingdom, became the idol of countless fishermen, and now the last sentence is added. But the battleship Yamato is being salvaged. People who know what they're doing are jumping up and down with excitement at this point. There was no hesitation in casting down the fish, and some even cut the net straight through. They're going to support the revival quickly, in case it's too late, and some of those who don't understand are constantly asking about it. What a Yamato! Isn't it just a shipwreck? As for being so excited? However, after the people explained the importance of this to each other, they didn't say another word, and immediately left what they had done before and turned to support the revival. Joking aside, the revival will give Sakura a fatal humiliation. Fish out all the other side's priceless treasures. It has to be supported. At one time, not just 1,000 fishing boats. It's more like 10,000 ships in a row. They're heading for the Cherry Blossom Sea from all directions. They don't care if they'll be driven away by the security department. At this point, they can bring the Fushing back safely. That's a success. It's like when a fishing boat hit a security boat. The men who rammed the security boat are in the county records. If the Fushing can really succeed, it will definitely go down in history. Chapter 163, 10,000 ships. Reinforcement of revival. Commander Murata. A large number of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are heading our way. They're ramming our security ships like crazy. Soon, the arriving dragon fishing boats directly and frantically harassed the security boats. Even the warships dared to directly ram into them, and the number is growing. Originally they were in a position to win, but they were interfered by the dragon fishing boat that came out halfway. And now the scene is already in chaos. The situation is very dangerous for them. After all, although their ship is big, but the number is not superior. Not to mention that there were already 500 dragon fishing boats, and with the free fishing boats coming behind them, they couldn't cope with them at all. At this time, a security ship can be harassed and hit by several dragon fishing boats. What? How did they get the news? Where the hell did these Dragon Kingdom fishing boats come from? Murata was dumbfounded. They hadn't even rushed there yet, but these dragon fishing boats were already in place instead. and the number is said to be really high, but it's getting bigger and bigger, and I don't know what to do for a while. Just how many fishing boats are there? I want the exact number, Murata inquired. The only way to know how to respond was to know exactly how many. However, the subordinate was the one who made a statement that made people even more confused. Commander, at least 200 dragon fishing boats have converged so far. According to radar, more fishing boats are converging, possibly thousands of ships or even more. Yes, the radar at this time is showing a dense number of dots. All of them are fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom. The number is simply uncountable. It's still in all directions, and they're already monitoring it. In the end, they don't know how many people they've grown to. Bugger. Why doesn't the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division take care of their fishing boats? Damn it. It can be said that originally they were trying to keep the Dragon Sea Division from being able to come to the rescue of the revival, trying to block the other party. But now I really hope that the Sea Division will recall these fishing boats. Yet it was impossible, and there was no way they would let Hess come. With this in mind, Murata had the security ship speed up, and on the other hand, he even mobilized his troops. I hope I can handle it. And on the spot, the fishermen were really excited when they saw a fishing boat crashing into a security boat without any fear. So touched that our great fishermen actually came to our rescue. Great! As long as the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom are united, they're just kids. They don't need to be afraid at all. Yes, we have thousands of fishermen. As long as we are united, no one will dare to mess with us. If we didn't have a mission, how could we be pressed by the brats? I really want to hit them, too. Don't. We have our own mission. I heard we got the Yamato, the biggest warship of the brats. This time, it's no wonder they're suddenly coming at us strong. The Yamato. I've seen the movie. That's really the biggest ship ever. Turns out we're actually fishing for this 1 inch. Soon, more and more fishermen knew what their mission was, and for a time, they became very honorable about their mission. It becomes impossible to be firm. Just kidding. This is a great thing to raise your eyebrows. If you really pull the Yamato back, the brats will never be able to hold their heads up for the rest of their lives. Let's fight. Even if the ship sinks today, we'll pull the Yamato back 1 inch. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the brats can never hold their heads up. It makes me happy to see them gnashing their teeth. It's really done. I'll have something to brag about. And I'll be able to brag to my kids that I was part of the shipment of the Yamato. For a moment, the fighting spirit of all the fishermen was so high that they were no longer helping Chen Fan for the sake of money. Rather, we fight for honor, dignity, and to defend the rights of the fishermen. When people have the will to fight and have faith, the fight becomes very strong. All were united in their understanding and advanced without fear. Donger, here come lots and lots of fishing boats. We don't seem to have informed them. At this time Zhao Chang was also dumbfounded, seeing that they were about to be in danger. All of a sudden rushed out a large number of fishing boats to relieve the siege, so that they were also touched. But then it was worried about their safety, because these fishermen were very strong in combat, but they directly hit the security ship. It's not a direct hit, but it's still a dangerous move. I had no notice either. How did they know about this? Chen Fan was also puzzled. Originally he was ready to strike, using the power of the dolphin. We're gonna cripple these security ships. It's a way to hurt people. But watching a large number of fishing boats rush in, instead of striking again, he watched in amazement at the fishermen's actions. That's strange. The crowd was puzzled for a while, yet at this time Chen Fan's phone rang. Looking at the fact that it was Long Tian, his eyes lit up. Elder Dragon, did you help us? Obviously, it wasn't their doing, so it must have been someone else's. To be able to be so concerned about his well-being, Long Tian is definitely the #1 big shot of. Haha, it wasn't me who helped. This method is still something elderly came up with. It's true that we can't conveniently go over there. Long Tian laughed. In fact, the way Li Lao said was to call the fishermen to go there. If the number is absolutely high, then the security ships will only be able to do nothing. I didn't expect the crowd to hear that it was in support of the revival, especially knowing that the revival was salvaging the Yamato, where there was no second thoughts. They went straight to the. Now that the fishermen are out of their control, they can't estimate how many fishing boats will go over there. Thank you, Elder Li. I didn't think we'd be relieved by our fishing boat. Chen Fan also couldn't help but be moved. In the past he was the one who brought the fishermen to make money. This time they had come with selfless dedication. In the future, there is an opportunity, but also really want to let all the dragon fishermen to get more benefits before the line. He does not like to owe favors. You kid too, not even informing us about something that big. We're not going to stop you by force. Long Tian is accusing Chen Fan. Really want to salvage, or openly will stop a little, but privately will still agree to the. This is a great thing to raise eyebrows. As long as the people of the Dragon Kingdom, there is no one who does not support it. even if they are the big brother, but they also want to relieve their anger. Ha ha, I'm not afraid of the repercussions of this. Chen Fan also laughed out loud, and Long Tian also laughed out loud. Chen Fan, now that it's done, then do it successfully, Long Tian said solemnly, also considered a private indication of his attitude, that is, to go all out to do it. They can take care of it if anything happens. And as soon as Chen Fan heard about this, he also felt a huge backlash. For a moment, looking at the security ship in front of him that was blocking the way, he also had a firm look in his eyes. There's no one. It could stop me from shipping the Yamato. Chapter 164, The Yamato in Hand. The Day of Sakura's Shame. Commander Koi, there are too many Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. We can't hold out. We're surrounded. At this time, a security ship commands ship, but is being surrounded by a large number of fishing boats, front and rear. It's a direct collision. The captain was anxiously reporting to Oi, the commander. He was already confused, but he had never seen so many fishing boats before. No, hold on. The world is watching us. We can't afford to lose. Koi panicked. His predecessor, Koizumi, was pushed out to take the fall before he could take the job. If he fails this time, it's possible he'll have to replace him. 2. He's deployed so much power this time. He can't afford to fail. However, looking at the uncountable number of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats outside, he was feeling desperate. Each security vessel is now surrounded by dozens of fishing boats. They can't move at all. At this time, these fishing boats have been pushed to the periphery, and have already given a channel to the Fushing and other salvage fishing boats. Commander, should we fire a warning shot? We can only expel these fishing boats if we use weapons. They're so hateful, the captain said angrily. He was running out of patience. At this point, if they fired their cannons, they could be expelled. Just relying on their power, they would not be able to scare off these fishing boats. There were too many of them. Fire? Koi was in deep thought. This was indeed the way to go. But the responsibility after firing is not his to take, and in the event of a hit, they will be met by thousands of angry fishing boats. Can they keep firing? No, they can't. They'll just come back with more fire, even more frenzy. Their lives could be in danger. Crazy fisherman can be very scary. He's afraid to take on such a big responsibility. No fire. Request command of Murata immediately. Oge can't make the decision, so he'll leave it to Murata. It's out of their control. They can't control it anymore. But how could Murata make up his mind? This is too serious a problem. When it is known that the number of fishing boats in the Dragon Kingdom has reached several thousands, he can't even speak. Is there really nothing we can do? Murata couldn't help but let out a question. This was their Yamato. It was their honor and their symbol. How are they going to explain to the people of Sakura when they're fished out by a dragon fishing boat like that? Murata, since the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats came to the rescue, why don't we launch our fishing boats? I'm sure they'll be even angrier, and they'll all volunteer to come and drive away. Aso reminded at this time. This reminder, can be really the authorities are confused, the onlooker clear. A moment to expand Murata's mind. Damn it, why didn't I think of this first? Murata regretted why he hadn't thought of this reciprocal counterattack. They had a lot of fishermen too, and it was even closer, so he could have directly supported them close by. In fact, Murata was afraid that the Yamato would be fished out, so he didn't mobilize the fishermen. They didn't expect that all the fishing boats in the Dragon Kingdom knew about this one news. It simply couldn't be hidden anymore. Soon, Murata immediately started mobilizing the fishermen, telling them that their Yamato had been fished away by the Rokoku people. For a moment, all the Sakura fishermen were also dumbfounded, each with wide eyes. Bugger, that's our warship and the Rokoku are shamelessly trying to steal him. Get out of here. Never let them have their way. That's ours, even if it gets sunk. It's still Sakura's honor. It's the Dragon Kingdom fishermen again. Why are they haunted? What do they want? The Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats don't fish properly and come to us to fish away the warships. We definitely can't let them have a good time this time. Soon, the righteously indignant Sakura fishermen were also out in force at this time, going to intercept the fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom. For a while, it seemed that the fisherman war between the two sides was about to break out. Only Murata didn't realize that he had made this decision too late. At this time the revival is only 30 nautical miles away from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It won't even take an hour to get there. At that point, the security department will be deterred. As the story continued to unfold, the media on both sides became aware of it. There are tons of videos and photos all over the internet. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom know that the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom are doing something exciting again. Yamato. It's the biggest warship Sakura has ever made. It's worth a lot of money to sell it for scrap metal. Silly, selling scrap metal. If we leave it here, the kids won't be able to hold their heads up anymore. Ha ha, Sakura herself doesn't want to spend money on fishing, so we'll go and fish it up. What's the problem? Yes, this is a decades-old warship, and belongs to the high seas. We can also fish. Why not be able to fish? Fish it back, piss off the brats and make them endure the humiliation hard. Netizens are also excited. Likewise, they are more curious about how the Fushing was salvaged, which is a huge ship that has been sunk at the bottom of the sea for decades. Even Sakura is bottomless, dragging her feet on salvage, fearing that if she spends a lot of money and doesn't succeed in the end, it would be a real disgrace. Such a claim, however, quickly drew a rebuttal from Sakura's online friends. A time online but launched a polemic. No, directly the two sides to start cursing up. However, no matter how much you yell at me, but it doesn't change the situation at all. The revival is still going strong. The security boats have been crowded out by a large number of dragon fishing boats. Even for a warship, the same is true. Commander Koi, if we don't fight back, our Yamato is just entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The captains of the security ships are asking Koi about it, wondering whether to fire or not. Their glory is about to disappear, about to be transported by the Dragon Kingdom. No fire. Koi shook his head in refusal. He had not been ordered to take the responsibility of firing on anyone. He wouldn't dare, and neither would Murata. After all, it wasn't like fishing away an active battleship. It's just a hulk that's been sunk for decades, and the other side is still coming with a fishing boat, and it's only in the EEZ, not the territorial waters. It gives them no excuse to fire. No. How? The security boat crowd let out a sound of despair, for by now the revival had entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The already waiting Rokkoku Heisei ship has come to meet us. Their last chance is gone. Our Yamato, just gone. Damn it, that's our honor. Priceless. This is our shame. The shame of the Sakura Nation. Chapter 165, the whole internet is abuzz. Sakura wants to redeem the Yamato. Heavyweight. The Yamato was successfully salvaged by Rokkoku fishermen. Sakura's largest warship was successfully salvaged by the Fushing. A 70,000-ton ship is about to surface. A time to witness a miracle. Yamato was salvaged? Is it true or not? As the Renaissance entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, the security vessels stopped pursuing it, but the warships still didn't want to give up and went straight into because the Yamato is a navy ship. It has more to do with them. As for Sakura's fishing boat, it similarly chased after her, only with the strong expulsion of the former Sea Division, but also the sailors also came to. In the end, the Sakura people failed. They didn't even intercept the revival in Sakura waters. It's even less likely in Dragon waters. They're doomed to fail and have already lost face. At this moment, the network of the Dragon Kingdom has long been boiling over. That's awesome. Chen really did Dragon Country a favor this time. The brats have lost face. That's right. The Yamato has a special meaning. Now that we've salvaged it, how can they hold their heads up? This salvage of the Yamato, that doesn't know how much more bullish it is than ramming a security ship. This is really a tiger's mouth. Ha ha, relief. I'm afraid Sakura would never have imagined in her death that they hadn't been able to spare the money to salvage it, only to have it salvaged by us. The netizens at this point no longer know how to describe it. I don't know what words to use to describe this anymore. I have to use two words to describe the mood at this time. That's just two words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. But it's been all over the news that the Yamato has been salvaged. It's all been said and done. But we can't rest easy until the Yamato surfaces. Even these are just speculations from all sides, and many people are still a little worried about whether this is true or not. And so the entire Dragon media was watching, focusing on the moment the Yamato was salvaged. And at this time, Chen Fan also requested the Sea Division to mobilize a few professional tugboats to come. With these specialized tugboats, it'll be better to salvage the Yamato out of the water. For a while, not only the Dragon Kingdom netizens were looking forward to it, but the Sakura netizens were looking forward to it as well. After all, there is a great deal of anticipation about what this largest warship, sunk for more than 70 years, will look like. Sakura people curse to curse, but still have to honestly run over to watch the live broadcast of the Dragon media. Only here can get the first-hand news off. Has it finally surfaced? Long Tian was focusing on the big screen at this time. They were not good to appear on the scene. At this time, we can only look at the real-time screen, and our hearts are also very excited. And aside from He Yuan He Lao, also ran over. This is a big event. With the water division also has a relationship. At this moment, they all felt shocked that Chen Fan was able to succeed. That brat Chen Fan. It's going to shock the world again, isn't it? He Lao said solemnly. Chen Fan has already given them countless surprises, this time not only for the Marine Division, but also for all the people of the Dragon Kingdom to fight for a mouthful of hard energy. Ha ha, I was really hoping he'd keep folding. This kid never takes any. Long Tian laughed, then the two old men also laughed out loud and continued to stare at the big screen. At this point in the scene, with the addition of numerous tugboats, a huge ship is slowly surfacing, vaguely visible already. People on the scene perked up and cheered, especially the revival crowd. It's so big, it can be even longer and bigger than even the revival. That's not true. I heard it's over 70,000 tons. We only have 30,000 tons. That's more than double. More than 70,000 tons. Isn't that about the size of our aircraft carrier? We're salvaging the equivalent of an aircraft carrier. Pretty much. This thing used to have more combat power than an aircraft carrier back in the day. This is really not wrong. Yamato really with the former aircraft carriers one-on-one. Aircraft carriers really cannot do it. After all, under the 10,000 guns, aircraft carriers directly scrapped. The old torpedoes were small, so the Yamato could withstand dozens of rounds without a problem. It was indeed Sakura's national weapon of the year, only to be beaten up by a group of people, but ultimately could not bear it, and was only able to sink. Out of the water. Out of the water. Look at the muzzle of that cannon. It's thicker than a basin. It's still a cannon. This thing is so big. Dumbfounded. The people on the scene but by the head of the giant gun was surprised. Although at this time the warship has rust, but still be able to see. Back in the day is how powerful and domineering. In the age of giant cannons, this is definitely a well-deserved first. Hagrid. That's our giant ship. That was supposed to be ours. It's so powerful. I've only seen this warship in textbooks. I didn't realize that the reality is even more powerful. We used to make such huge warships, so why can't we make them now? No, it's our honor. We should take it back, soon. The mindset of the Sakura people collapsed, because the Yamato was just too majestic, and many of them used to think that it was a sunken warship, and there wasn't much of a reaction to it being fished out of the water. But when you really see such a powerful man, you still feel empty in your heart. They're sour. They're angry. Then the entire hull of the huge ship surfaced. The world has finally met this decades-old juggernaut. As Chen Fan watched, he had to admit that the Yamato had indeed had its share of glory. It's just that if it had been made 10 years earlier, it would have been perfectly fine for world domination. But it was late, times have changed, and ultimately it was the end of sinking without avoiding manufacture. Finally, salvaged it. Chen Fan smiled faintly, sort of affirming his success. Again, this is all the more reason to thank the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom, who have given a great deal of support. And it shows the world the unity of the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. The Yamato was then successfully salvaged from the water. The Sakura sailor and the security department are not going to be able to sit still. We must have the Yamato back one. It's impossible for such a powerful weapon of the Zhengui to flow into the Dragon Kingdom. This is a direct order from the Sakura sailor. That means we must get the Yamato back. No matter what. As for how to get it back, open robbery is definitely out of the question. But they can file a lawsuit. It's more like you can just buy it back. Communicate with the Dragon Kingdom Sea Division immediately. We can pay for salvage. If only the Yamato could be returned to us. Sakura has dealt with the Renaissance and had it help salvage the submarine a while back, though, so maybe it can pay to get it back as well. Revival is agreeable as long as money is paid. Revival is just a businessman. Business is about profit. Soon, however, they received a reply. Everything is exempt. No amount of money will sell it. Chapter 166. What? You want to restore the Yamato? Not for sale. Not for sale for any amount of money. Elder Long. I'm not short of money right now. Chen Fan is really not short of money. Even if he has to renovate the aircraft carrier Mink nowadays. In the future, we still need to raise a few ships, but now we have tens of billions of dollars in our hands. So it's not a big problem to raise them for a few years. He can still afford to keep an aircraft carrier even if it's expensive. Some things can be sold for money, but some things, that can't be sold for any amount of money. He just wants to humiliate the Sakura people. It's so relaxing to watch. Chen Fan. This time the Sakura people are offering $500 million. The cost really isn't that bad. Yes, Sakura came straight out with a sky-high price. $500 million. The Yamato doesn't have much value these days. It's basically scrap metal. And all they're doing for a face is just a face. They also pay a salvage fee. They salvage. The cost is also hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a price is very sincere. In the opinion of the Cherry Blossom people, the revival should not be rejected, because the revival of salvage back is useless. Directly sold scrap metal. It is only a few $1,000,000. Not a bad price indeed, but I just want to embarrass them. Chen Fan has too many opportunities to make money. Really want to make money. Completely can directly mess up the Eagle's nuclear submarine. Then the other side or again can ask him to rescue. We can make a lot of money again. Eagle's a rich man. It's worth it. Ha ha, I'll make a bet with old Lee. Said you surely wouldn't say yes? Surely it would stand the test. Long Tian smiled and nodded, affirming Chen Fan's statement. In his opinion, this Yamato indeed cannot be handed over, but this all depends on Chen Fan's idea. After all, cannot prevent people from making money not. $500 million this is a large sum of money. In his opinion, only Chen Fan cannot look at this amount of money. Ha ha, looks like your old man guessed right. Chen Fan laughed, while Long Tian also adjusted his emotions and asked Chen Fan seriously, the Yamato's next destination. After all, this 70,000 ton ship had to find a place to put it, right? Elder Dragon, do you think this Yamato can be restored? It's really restored. It's more dominating to drive out than the Mink aircraft carrier. Chen Fan looked at the boat, also suddenly interested. Previously felt that the boat must be unusable. After all, in the sea air soaked for decades, always breaks down. But looking at the way it was fished out, though equally rusty, but it doesn't look like the corrosion is very high, and it seems to be able to be used if it's repaired. I don't know about that. Need to find an expert on sailors. Only badly damaged. I reckon it's hard. And this is a warship after all. It's too flashy, even if it can really be repaired. You're not afraid of the Sakura people taking revenge? Long Tian was a bit speechless. This Chen Fan really didn't mind the big deal. In his opinion, it's not bad to get it back properly as a military museum. It'll be a warning to everyone. And it'll be a blow to the Sakura sailor masters. And it'll make you lose face. This is really well repaired. That is not a living target. Hate value is absolutely to pull full. The Cherry Blossom people desperately want to take back the Yamato. Or directly is sunk. Okay, then I'll go find Elder He for help in this matter. If only there was a chance of repair. Spend what you can. Chen Fan intentionally. The original online said what changed into a toilet. Which is indeed disgusting. But just a momentary trick. Certainly cannot last long. The museum is indeed a good way. And can work. But the best way to humiliate the Sakura people is to transform into a fishing boat. And then show up in the Sakura Sea with bravado. That's the real insult. The other guy is probably pissed off. Soon, Chen Fan directly found Elder He. And Elder He even directly sent an expert over to look at the. A week went by and news was finally given. Chen Fan. It can be fixed. But the repaired hull is not carrying enough. The top turret has to be removed to do that. And if you really want to pull it out, you'll have to remove the turret too. He said solemnly, a sunken warship. The bottom of the ship has long been broken. Not to mention soaked in the sea for decades. And then good steel. But also have to corrode very seriously. It's impossible to fix it like it was before. You have to reduce the weight. And the turret is the best choice. It's very heavy. One is 500 tons. The three main guns add up to 500 tons. That's the equivalent of a warship. And it's also more sensitive. Not to mention that it's also broken. And removal is the optimal solution to reduce sensitivity. Yes, I agree. As long as it can be fixed, tear it down any way you want. But the main gun is dismantled. It's still okay to leave some secondary guns behind. I don't want much more than that. Just leave one door for show. And you don't need ammo. It's just for looks. The main guns are actually damaged. It is impossible to repair them. It would be better to just dismantle them, so that they can be lighter by nearly 10,000 tons. And the speed can be increased by a lot. The main gun is a 460mm muzzle, which looks very intimidating. But the secondary gun isn't bad either. That's also 155mm, which is bigger than the main guns of today's 10,000 ton destroyers. It's also already threatening and very powerful. Chen Fan wasn't trying to fight with the Yamato either, just to show off his power. Aha! That's something to consider. But restoring this Yamato is money indeed. It must be at least billions of dragon coins. You've got to be prepared. The Mink carrier is at least complete. It just needs to have gas turbines installed. The retrofit isn't that expensive. And a few $100 million to refurbish it again is basically almost enough to get it right. But not the Yamato. It has to be restored and powered up. It's even more important to dismantle it and try to turn it into a fishing boat for use. At the current cost of construction, it's no less important than restoring a new one. Nowadays restoring a ship is at least tens of billions of dollars. So even if it's restored, it's going to take a few billion to hit the bottom. More or less. He really doesn't know. It doesn't look like it's easy to flaunt your power. Chen Fan is a little helpless. Directly sold. Can be exchanged for 500 million US dollars. And can even continue to ask for a price. 1 billion US dollars may be possible. But now remodeling. That they have to stick money into. Not only do not make money but also backward. This business in the end is a loss or gain. He is a little hard to say. Okay. as long as it can be fixed. Any amount of money. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. He could make money again if the money was gone, but there was only one Yamato. Rebuilding it was also out of the question. If you miss this one chance, you'll never get another one. Humph, the carrier Mink has it, and so do the supply ships. There has to be a battleship escort. This would be perfect for sailing. Chen Fan smiled, already imagining the three musketeers out at sea when the time came. Now that's a perfect match for the future. It's exciting to think about. Chapter 167, Crazy Revenge from Sakura Fisherman. Soon, the Yamato was being transported to a shipyard for an unknown purpose, and upon learning that the revival had rejected their demands and refused to return the Yamato, the Sakura people's hatred for the Rokoku people deepened a lot. The internet was abuzz with curses, and that kind of bickering quickly carried over into reality. At this time in the open sea, several Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are carrying out fishing operations. However, in the distance, more than a dozen Sakura fishing boats are approaching at high speeds. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats spotted each other. Old Chang, the Sakura fishing boat is here. It looks like they're coming for a good reason. A captain called to the captain of another fishing boat and said with some concern, the fishing boats of both sides have always been enemies in general, and now that they meet at sea, the risk is still there. Leave them alone. Keep fishing. Old Zhang had a disdainful look on his face. These cherry blossom fishing boats just had the heart of a thief but not the guts. They always liked to provoke them, but in the end, they didn't have the guts to make things worse. They just made things difficult for them. They're fishing. They don't have time for them. Okay. I don't think the brats would dare. We're not far from the Dragon Kingdom waters. Dragon fishermen pay no attention and continue to fish. Yet the cherry blossom fishing boats seem to be going crazy, getting closer, but not slowing down. Instead, they're aiming at the dragon fishing boats. It wasn't until 2 nautical miles in that the dragon fishermen finally sensed that something was wrong. This is the time to finally pay attention. No good. The Sakura fishing boat seems to be trying to ram us. Quickly, steer for evasion. However, it was all too late. 2 nautical miles was all it took, and the dragon boats were still reeling in their nets and not up to speed. It's impossible to avoid. In a moment, the Sakura fishing boat crashed directly into the Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. The tonnage of the other party's fishing boat increased a little more, and it was still directly to the middle part of the boat. Such a collision, almost sinking the dragon fishing boat. Kids, you seek death. Old Zhang was furious when he was hit like that, but he hit the hull of the ship just now, and now his mouth is full of blood. His eyes were red, and he was frightened and angry. They all miscalculated. They didn't expect the kids to go crazy, and yet, the crash wasn't over. Next, another Sakura fishing boat crashed into the already stalled Rokoku fishing boat, and once again it was hit. When the 5th one came crashing through, the fishing boat finally couldn't withstand the impact and simply broke off. There's a lot of water in the bottom of the boat. It's obvious that the boat can't be saved. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. The captain immediately abandoned the fishing boat and moved on top of another fishing boat. However, such a collision did not end, and other fishing boats continued to collide, until each one of them collided with I. After all the venting rounds, these cherry blossom fishing boats, only then is with a smile, arrogantly leaving the Dragon Nation. You must pay for your folly. For your folly, you will not return the Yamato for one day. We will continue our assault on you. The Sakura fishermen walked away. They came for revenge, and in the end, the 4 Dragon Kingdom fishing boats, 2 were directly damaged, 1 was slightly injured, and 1 was intact. Soon the 2 ships that were seriously injured sank. The same thing is going on in other areas. The Sakura fishing boats are going crazy. They're constantly harassing Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. They're taking revenge on the Rokoku people, and they're trying to force them to return the Yamato family. Tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom fishing boats were assembled to help the revival steal our fishing boats. They are accomplices and we must get back at them. The dragons must be made to feel pain so that we have a chance. All for the honor of the great cherry blossom. The excited speeches of the owners of the Sakura fishing boats continue to inspire the fishermen. For a moment, all the Sakura fishermen fought with high spirits. They don't want to be weaker than the Dragon Kingdom fishermen either. The other side is united. Charge! For the honor of the great cherry blossom, attack the Rokoku. Soon, more dragon fishing boats were rammed and harassed. At this moment, the Dragon Sea Division is busy. They have received too many fishing boat distress messages. The operator immediately sensed that something bad was going on and quickly reported it to the headquarters. Elder Dragon, we're getting tons of calls for help. At least hundreds of attacks on fishing boats have been received. The finger is pointed at Sakura fishermen without exception. A staff member anxiously reported that the problem was so serious that their Sea Division ships were already too busy to save it. There's just too many. Shameless. This is abject revenge. Long Tian heavily slapped the table. Obviously, this was an organized, premeditated revenge. The security department must have been behind this. Otherwise no one could have organized so much retaliation. It's just a couple of cases. Tops. Elderly on the side was also blaring, his eyes tinged with anger. Definitely can't let them fool around like that again. Can't let our fishermen get hurt. Elderly said solemnly, protecting the safety of fishermen is their duty. Not only to guard the sea, but also to protect people. Now that the Dragon Kingdom fishermen are being victimized, they must take action. Suspend all sea division ships from resting. All ships go out to sea to deter the other side. Communicate with the sailors if necessary and have them escort as well. We can't cope with the power of the High-G ships. The warships are more of a deterrent and must be used in case of a crisis. I just hope I can knock the arrogance out of my opponent. An example must be made. Otherwise we'll have a hard time deterring the crazy Sakura people. Elderly said solemnly, they were not only driving people away, but they had to come up with some ruthless moves. Otherwise the other party would not learn from their mistakes. Instead of suffering pain, the opponent will find it interesting and relieving, and will only continue to attack the old Li. You mean, we just arrest people? Long Tian looked solemnly at Li Lao. They usually don't arrest people. After all, this will intensify the conflict. It's gonna blow up in your face. Nice. Arrests must be made. It's hard to take the heat off otherwise. Elder Li's eyes are firm. Only arresting some people has a deterrent effect. Of course, the arrests must be supported by evidence. There must be a video of them committing the murder, so that the arrests can be justified by the law. Even if the security department comes to negotiate, they'll be able to take advantage of the situation. Yes, that's it. We can't keep hiding it all the time. Why should the security department be able to arrest people? We can't catch it. In the past, the Coast Guard has always been very kind, and would not take the initiative to catch Sakura fishermen, but basically just drive them away. On the contrary, the other side will make big moves from time to time, and now they have to show their swords to the other side, telling the security department that the era of you're strong and I'm weak is over. The power of the Kaiji is no less than that of the security department. All at once, the game of cat and mouse officially began. Chapter 168 Lycanthropy in Bad Company. Destroying the Fushing. Kaiji's on his way to catch the cherry blossom fisherman. And Shen Fan also knew the news from Zhao Cheng's mouth. Once he heard that he had helped his fishermen, but ushered in the other side's retaliation. It's also clear that the source of this retaliation is because he salvaged the Yamato. It's his business, so he's the one who has to take care of it. Uncle Cho, proceed to the high seas at once. This has to be managed. Chen Fan was very angry and was thinking about how he could deter these fishermen in one fell swoop. It's very difficult to catch even one boat. There have been hundreds of attacks on fishermen in the Dragon Kingdom, and the number is growing. It's got to be a strong counterattack. Donger, if we go out on the high seas, there's a chance that we'll be attacked en masse by the Sakura fishing boats. Zhao Chang reminded that nowadays in Sakura territory, the revival had long been a thorn in their side. It's just that they can't find the Fushing. Once the Fushing shows up, these fishing boats will definitely attack like crazy. They need to vent their anger. Although the Fushing is not afraid of the tonnage, elephants are also afraid of ants. There were too many Sakura fishing boats surrounding them. Did they still just ram and sink each other? It's murder when it comes to that. It's possible that the warships will fire directly at them, and that's something to be wary of. Aha! You do have a good point, but these fishing boats are there to save us, and it would be chilling for us not to step in. Chen Fan insisted. They must be out. Must show the attitude. Of course, to avoid the cherry blossom to make a dirty trick, he is indeed to be on guard for some. It's not just the Sakura people who want to kill him now. It's also the Eagles. Once the two sides join forces, the revival's tonnage is no longer good enough. In fact, at this time, the Eagle and the Eagle are really in the same boat. At this time, at 7th Fleet headquarters, a Sakura man was nodding his head and was telling Durant about his plans. General Durant, revival has become our #1 enemy. We must find a way to destroy it. As soon as the revival dares to step forward, we can launch an attack on them. The speaker is Commander Harano of the Sakura Sailor Division. Sakura's collective attack on the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats is naturally driven by them. Of course, this is only the first retaliation, but it's also to lure the revival into appearing. As soon as the other party enters the Sakura Sea, or the open sea, there will be a large number of fishing boats surrounding the other party. Once the revival makes an excessive move and causes casualties among the fishermen, their chance to strike will come. Durant despises the Sakura people very much, but I have to say that this one plan is one that makes his heart skip a beat, because they have a very good excuse, an excuse to attack the revival. And opportunities like this don't come around very often. You want us to get involved? Durant coldly questioned. They did want to find an opportunity to take revenge on the revival. After all, the quietus was sunk hard by the other side. This one loss was too stifling to eat. They're going to get their revenge in a big way. Yes, I expect you to send your most advanced submarines. We can take out the revival without a word. Haruno revealed a sinister smile. This plan, but also a long time to plan. As long as the revival showed up, he had a way to provoke the revival, and then they could take all their anger out on them. Yes, I promise. Durant thought about it for a while and finally agreed to this one crazy plan. He didn't mind cooperating with the Sakuras as long as he could get his revenge and as long as he had a legitimate excuse to do so. If something does happen, the blame can be shifted to the other side, and they'll have nothing to do with it. General, thank you for your support. Haruno laughed and left. He still had to give instructions to the security department to make the fishermen even more crazy. The revival had to be forced to show up, and even more so, people had to put the word out on the internet to force the revival to have to go out to the rescue. Soon, a crooked wind was blowing over the internet. Our fishing boats are under attack. Where has the revival gone and why hasn't he shown up yet? Yes, the fishing boats were attacked, all because they helped the revival get out of trouble. They couldn't just leave it alone. It's so chilling. This is how the revival treats the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. This is how it treats its benefactors. For a while, on the internet, many people have come out to accuse the Fushing, but also urge the Fushing to go out to protect the dragon fishing boats. Otherwise, it'll be chilling for everyone. Netizens are also easily guided, and under the influence of people with a heart of gold. Everyone thinks that the revival should indeed do so, although some people have come out to speak for the Fushing, but in their hearts, they also hope that the Fushing can come out to help the fishermen. Everyone hoped that they could save the day and be able to protect the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. Brothers, the revival has moved. He's on his way to the high seas. Don't worry, he's coming to back us up. Soon, the fishermen, who are thousands of them, soon found out about the revival, and one by one, they started to dispel the rumors on the internet. For a while, the fishermen were very happy too. The Sakura people soon found out about this, and are using satellites to monitor the Fushing, and even mobilizing fishing boats to start messing around. We need to get the revival ship to the rescue. The brats have gone too far. It's true that when you're alone, you're under siege. They really are as good as eyes. At this time a dragon fishing boat looked at more than 10 Sakura fishing boats were coming towards him. Feeling bad about himself he immediately ran for it. The heart is also wondering, these fishing boats how long the eyes? As soon as they fall alone the other side came, they are with other fishing boats together. The other side is not come at all. I've got a real problem. The fishermen don't realize that these fishing boats are also under the command of the security department, with satellite surveillance and even drones to monitor them. So naturally, they can hit wherever they are pointed at. Brothers, this is East Fishing 1056. I'm being pursued by over 10 Sakura ships, requesting backup. In desperation, the captain could only ask for support. The enemy is strong and we are weak. It is not shameful to ask for help. Really besieged, crashed and destroyed, then the loss can be big. The face is also lost. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are the brats done? Are they really doing nothing but staring at us professionally? Yeah, it's so weird. They don't fish anymore like, they're specifically targeting us. It's so infuriating. Let's stop fishing and go save the people. If they want to play, let's play with them too. We can't weaken the Dragon Kingdom fishermen's prestige. Yes, the revival is coming too. We can't let Brotherchan see how we're being bullied. For a while, the nearby fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom immediately went to support them, and the news of this rescue also reached Chen Fan's ears. Immediately, go to the rescue. At this time, the revival did not know that a conspiracy was waiting for it. Chapter 169, Danger to Come. Deadly Threats. Damn it! There are actually hundreds of fishing boats that are besieging a dozen or so of ours. It's too much. It must be rescued. When the revival arrived at the incident area, it only looked at hundreds of Sakura fishing boats, which were attacking the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats in a steady stream. The opposing forces were increasing in number, and a large number of fishing boats were joining them, which made the crew of the Renaissance look furious. I'd like to go right back at you. Even Uncle Wang was looking at it with his fists clenched tightly, but his heart was furious. Quick, rush up and save them. Zhao set up an immediate command to rush up, and soon a 30,000-ton Fushing joined in. As the Renaissance approached, the Sakura fishing boat, which was like a fish on the hook, rushed towards the Renaissance without fear of death, directly abandoning the dragon fishing boat. Obviously, the revival is their biggest enemy, but it cost Sakura Nation a lot of money. Not only have the rare earths been stolen, but now the Yamato has been stolen as well, and someone has to bear the brunt of their anger. The revival is the perfect choice. As the saying goes, When enemies meet, they see eye to eye. Watching a small fishing boat crash into the fishing as if it were dead. Not only did they not run, but they ran straight into each other, which made the revival crowd a bit confused as well. What's going on? They're not hitting a rock with a stone. Yeah, what's going on? The Sakura people have never been that crazy before. My god, are they crazy? We're a retired military ship. How can a fishing boat hit us? That's just asking for death. So let them come. Ha ha, they took the initiative to send us to the door. We just don't need to bother chasing them. This being sunk has nothing to do with us at all. The revival fisherman laughed, looking at the Sakura fisherman's insouciance with a teasing face. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had a frown on his face, always feeling that there was something bad going on. The other party is really just like sending him to his death. Even if he hates him very much, it's not as if he dares to send him to his death. It's just that it's impossible for him to avoid these cherry blossom fishing boats. It's almost like admitting defeat. For a while, it was also simply to stop caring, wanting to see what was going on before doing so. However, Chen Fan did not know that at this time at the bottom of the sea, two submarines are eyeing the Renaissance. One is a captured Phantom nuclear submarine. The other is the Sakura submarine. Commander, the Sakura fishing boat is frantically ramming the revival. Our chance is coming soon, the deputy commander reported excitedly, and Roger's eyes were glowing at this point. Last time he was captured by a Dragon Kingdom fishing boat. It was a great insult, and this time, he will destroy the revival to retrieve the face of the Eagle Sailor Division. And even more so, to avenge the quietus. He's been authorized to attack once the revival has caused Sakura casualties, maintaining peace in the world. Torpedoes ready. 4 rounds loaded. Aim for a kill shot. 30,000 tons of revival. Roger did not dare to underestimate it. It was a real warship. Since the attack, it must be fatal, so that the revival did not have much chance to call for help. There's a trench thousands of meters deep down there. It can be said that they chose this place also has a very deep meaning. That is, completely sunk, so that the revival can never be able to see the sun again. As long as the revival can't be salvaged, the dragon has no evidence to put the blame on them. It's safe to say that this one plot was very vicious, which is why Durant agreed to it. As long as it's ruthless enough, it can definitely leave the Dragon Kingdom speechless. Revival is dead without a body. Then there's no evidence. It'll drag on for a couple of years, and then it'll be over. And a trench thousands of meters deep. Impossible to salvage with current technology, or 30,000 tons. Yes, the subordinates left in excitement. They were finally going to get their revenge. They can finally wipe out their shame. The whole ship is in a state of excitement. As long as they get it, their shame can be washed away. No more head down. All at once, this undersea phantom was making preparations for launching. For torpedoes are ready to be fired at the Renaissance at the word of command. And on the other side, the Sakura submarine is lurking at the bottom of the sea. 12 torpedo tubes ready. We're going to strike a blow. It must be said that the Sakura people's hatred for the revival is even higher. The Eagles are still only preparing 4 torpedoes, and the Sakura people directly is 12 rounds. Can be said to be blood money? Afraid of the revival of the ship can still be slowed down. If Chen Fan knew, he'd have to say something. How much hate it must be, as far as coming down that hard? But Commander Sakura is so, if not still need to maintain a certain number of torpedoes defense, really want to all bombard the revival of the... Yes, the subordinates were also surprised. After all, even if they encountered an enemy, they would only fire 4 at once, but to deal with a Fushing ship, it's more ruthless than encountering an enemy. Revival, it's bound to sink today. Everyone has decided that the Fushing will never survive today. A torpedo can sink a frigate if it hits it. 2 of them could sink a 3,000 or 4,000 ton destroyer. 4 of them could sink a million destroyers. Now 12 of them are more than enough to sink a Fushing. Not to mention the presence of the Eagles. Double whammy. No one thought the revival would survive. With an attack like that, the Yamato would sink, let alone a supply ship. Donger, these Sakura fishing boats really don't want to die. I see some of them are even crazier. And they're taking videos while they're crashing, watching other people fall into the water and they don't even try to save them. At this time on top of the revival, Zhao Chang looked at the frantic Sakura people and felt more and more out of place. These fishing boats are still crashing, and not caring about other people who fall into the water, even if they drown. It's really scary to see how each one of them looks like they're going to die. Yes, I always feel like something's wrong, and I noticed that the number of people on these boats is very small. There seems to be only a few people of fishing boat. Yes, a few hundred tons of fishing boat. It must be more than 10 people. Manpower is even more people, dozens of people. But so these fishing boats are really few people. It is estimated that only 2 or 3 people to manage a fishing boat. All of this makes people feel strange. It feels as if these fishing boats have some other purpose. These statements also caused Chen Fan's brows to grow furrowed, and he could feel it too. What the hell do they want? What the hell is the purpose of this? Chen Fan pondered, seemingly having shot enough material for the video, or perhaps having received some instructions in general. Suddenly, hundreds of Sakura fishing boats stopped committing suicide. It's starting to pull back. This puzzled the crowd once again. Chapter 170, not good. The Fushing is in danger. Quick alert! Heavyweight. Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats wantonly rammed into Sakura's fishing boats. Dozens of fishing boats were destroyed. The revival ship has caused mass casualties of cherry blossoms. Blood money, blood money, blood money. The Fushing wantonly murdered the Sakura fishermen. Soon, tons of videos were posted directly to the internet. Just see a huge ship, which is ramming across the sea, and a large number of small fishing boats are being sunk continuously. At this time, many crew members fell into the water, and the fishing boat was directly hit and sunk. This scene drew the ire of countless Sakura netizens. They want to kill the revival. Bugger. This is murder. The Rokoku are murdering our fishermen. Dozens of fishing boats have been wrecked. They want to abuse our fishermen. We must fight back. Where are our sailors? Why don't they stop it? Such murderers are perfectly capable of missile attacks and direct destruction. Damn it, that's the revival. He stole our warships and didn't realize he was murdering our fishermen again. 1 inch. Bastard. We can't let him go on any longer. We have to fight back. 1 minute later and we'll all have dead fishermen. I have to say that the filmmaker of the video shot it very professionally, and you can see very clearly that the revival was indeed rampaging, and a fishing boat was indeed knocked down. In front of the hard facts, people are getting angrier and angrier the more they look at it, and it has already aroused the anger of all Sakura people. They have only one thing on their mind, and that's to destroy the revival and pay the debt of blood. And when these videos also appeared on the Dragon Network, it also caused a huge sensation. At first, people thought the revival was overbearing, but it was expelling the Sakura fishing boats, and the revival was protecting its own fishing boats. However, the more you read on, the more many people feel that something is not right. Some people just clamor for it. The revival is murder. Those are just ordinary fishermen. They shouldn't rampage around on the strength of their tonnage. Yes, this is indeed too much. A few hundred tons of fishing boats are really just like papier-mâché in front of a 30,000-ton megaship. This is too much. Even if you're expelling a Sakura fishing boat, you shouldn't be so brutal. It's a life. Look, you guys, a lot of fishermen have fallen into the water. I saw several that were drowned. Yes, in the video, there are a lot of people who fall into the water, and after struggling a bit, they quickly sink to the bottom of the sea. They never came back up, and as far as the angle of the video is concerned, they didn't see anyone come back up. For a while, the netizens' sympathy immediately flooded. At this time, do not care what the truth is. This is the truth. All began to blame the revival of the ship. This is so disregard for life. We should save lives, not bully people. Yeah, we're not cold-blooded people. Even the Sakura people should be saved in front of life. We don't save people. We kill people. What's the difference between this and a villain? Chen Fan is still a hero. Don't want such a hero. That's right. Heroes at sea should be more respectful of life and more conscious of their demeanor. He's committing a crime. At this time, people were accusing Chen Fan, not caring what kind of achievements they had made in the past and what kind of status they had. They only knew that this time, Chen Fan was committing a crime, a murder. People are remembered by the whole world if they are wrong once, whereas they are not always remembered if they are good 10,000 times, which is the case at this point in time. Soon, the internet public opinion immediately gave great pressure to Haiji, and people hoped that Haiji could give the pressure to the side of the revival ship. Such dangerous behavior has to be stopped. No more murders. Elder Dragon, the security department called. He demanded that we hand over the murderer immediately or they will do what they must. Elder Long, the Eagle sailors have also let slip that they will maintain world peace. The revival may actually be in danger. Long Tian looked at these messages. His heart was anxious and alarmed. Anxious because he was worried about the danger of the revival ship. Shocked. He couldn't believe that Chen Fan had actually done such a thing. Old Li, what do you think? Get an idea. Long Tian's heart was in turmoil at this time, only able to look at Li Lao, wanting to discuss a way out. If we don't get this right, it could be a major incident. These videos were obviously taken by Sakura fishermen, and one thing that's strange is that it's a very clear picture, and it's also very stable. Li Lao but carefully watched the videos. These videos are not fake, but to be able to shoot very steadily at such a critical moment, either using professional equipment, either the person is very calm, or both. It made him feel something was wrong. When you put it that way, it's really true. This is so wrong. People are supposed to be very flustered. And using a cell phone. Even a good cell phone can't be free of jitters. It's obviously using a stabilizer. Long Tian suddenly realized. No wonder he felt that there was something wrong with this video. But he couldn't say anything about it. That's where it all started. But there's no way to refute that alone. After all, these ships did sink. Long Tian once again sank his face. This one discovery meant nothing. It meant that the other party was prepared. But if you're prepared for it, the fact that it's found is something that can't be erased. It seems that only Chen Fan can explain it clearly. Make the call, Li Lao said solemnly. This is not going to work without the parties involved. We'll know what's going on and who's lying when we confront them face to face. Right. Contact him immediately. Warn him that they may be in danger. Long Tian was still willing to believe that Chen Fan was innocent. He believed that Chen Fan would not be so cruel, and had rescued the Sakura fisherman in the past, although he had ended up charging a rescue fee, but at least he had saved people. Now he's worried that Sakura and Eagle will attack without declaring war. It's a very real possibility. Hurry! There's the open sea. Anything can happen. The revival was really sunk, and we can't even find it. Elderly was also shocked. That was the Fuxing. That was Chen Fan. No matter how big it is, they have to protect it. A Chen Fan can be comparable to a fleet of ships. At one point, the HMS was heading that way with all its might. The Navy also sent warships to rush over, and even took off fighter planes directly. Not to care about anything, first go over and fly a flight to deter the curmudgeons before saying, we can talk about other things later. If something really happens to the Fuxing, it's a big deal. The sailors know that Chen Fan has done them a great favor. This time, it's time for them to return the favor. However, everyone forgot one thing. The attack wasn't just a surface attack. It could have come from the bottom of the sea as well. That's what's silent. No one can prevent it. And by now both submarines have received their orders. Fire torpedoes immediately. Attack the revival. Chapter 171, Torpedo Launch. The Fuxing is really under attack. On your mark. 1, 2, 3, 4 torpedoes. Fire them all at once. At that moment, on the Ghost submarine, Roger gave the order to launch. This time, it's a real attack, and they can finally get their revenge. Soon a torpedo was launched and was heading at full speed for the revival dozens of nautical miles away. And on the other side, Sakura submarine did the same. 12 torpedoes. Fire in sequence. Destroy the revival. In a moment, 12 torpedoes left the submarine with the anger of the Sakura people and headed straight for the revival. Together, that's 16 torpedoes heading for the Renaissance. Once it hits, if the revival doesn't strike immediately, it'll be seriously injured and sink before long. At this time, above the sea, the cherry blossom fishing boats had finished running, and the crowd was puzzled for a while. What's going on? Those Sakura people were that ruthless just now. Why are they running so fast now? Yeah, this is too weird. Even if you take the initiative to bump into us, this is immediately running away. It's too weird. Are they stupid or crazy? So many fishing boats crashed and ran. They don't care about anything. The crew was puzzled. A few minutes before these Sakura people still wanted to put them to death. Not afraid of death at all. Said to leave. Said to come. The transformation is also too fast, right? However, right at this moment, Chen Fan was violently startled. Because he got a warning. Warning. Host's life is in danger. Protect the Lord at once. Chen Fan was indeed startled. This kind of warning. The last time was when the big fish fired a torpedo at him. There was also this warning. And the underwater creatures immediately returned to protect their masters, which ultimately dodged a bullet. Now that this sound was coming again, he realized something was wrong. There's a submarine on the bottom of the ocean. At this time, it is no longer necessary for Chen Fan to think carefully. Now all the dolphins, squid, sharks and whales, he's coming back as fast as he can. Luckily, this time out to sea, he was prepared for 2 hands. If the other side is too much, directly use the sharks to tear the cherry blossom fishing boat to the bite. If I can't, I'll crash it. I just didn't expect these fishing boats to crash into them before they had a chance to use this trick. Everyone, grab hold and hold on immediately. We may be under attack. Chen Fan directly used the pager to convey orders to all cabins. This one piece of news left everyone in a daze. They were so happy to have driven away the Sakura people. How come the attack came later? And what kind of attack is it? They don't have much of an idea. Attack? What attack? Is it another ship hitting us? But we didn't see it. Unless it's an aircraft carrier. We're not afraid of impact, are we? Don't be a fool. Hold it up. Whatever the proprietor says goes. Can't you hear that the proprietor is in a great hurry? Yeah, I can hear the panic in the proprietor's voice. Looks like something big is going on. Hold on. Listen to the proprietor. If you want to live, hold on and hold on. Chen Fan's power of speech is very heavy, and he usually doesn't give orders on his own. But if the order is issued, it's a big deal. They were just surprised, and now that they figured it out, they immediately helped themselves up. Even Chen Fan is holding up well at this time. He is also afraid of death. He didn't have any life preservation pills, and he didn't know if the undersea creatures protecting his master would work or not. How many torpedo attacks? There's no counting. Boo! At this time and 5 nautical miles away, suddenly came a loud bang. Then the water surface directly lifted up a waterfall of water mist. Such a powerful explosion. Jean faced the heart sank. The attack that Chen Fan had said had really arrived, although it was still relatively far away from them, and he didn't know why it had exploded so far away. But this is clearly no small matter, and people are panicking. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what an attack. Is this a mine or a torpedo? So powerful. No surface ships in sight. This must be a submarine down there. We're under submarine attack. As long as it's not a cutie. It's basically a submarine attacking a submarine. And Chen Fan was more than capable of knowing how great the killing power was. Ding! Killer whale 5-inch. Ding! Dolphin 99. Ding! Megalodon -3. Looking at a torpedo that directly took out so many of his underwater creatures, Chen Fan was heartbroken. These were loyal warriors, and now they're gone. Boo! Before he could grieve, another loud bang came, and this time it was even closer. Chen Fan's heart sank once more, which meant that there was more than one torpedo. All its undersea creatures are layering up their defenses, layering up their interceptions. Ding! Killer whale 8-inch. Ding! Dolphin 263. Ding! Megalodon -9. Another system sound came through, telling Chen Fan that the losses were even worse this time. The closer the distance, the more underwater creatures there were, and likewise, the losses would be even greater. By now, defense circles have formed around the revival. The dolphins are forming an impenetrable wall of flesh, and the sharks bared their fangs and turned their backs on the revival, facing the torpedoes guarding the. As for the giant whale, it's in the very center. At this time, it is the last defense circle. With its huge body, the revival of the ship is blocked tightly. Throughout the ocean, there were more dolphins coming fast, because they knew that, once the host dies, they will be destroyed. Report! Torpedo number 1 failed to hit. Torpedo number 2 appears to be intercepted. At this time in the Sakura submarine, the sonar operator is reporting what he heard. These torpedoes detonated early, so they were obviously intercepted and didn't reach their destination. Only they don't know what intercepted their torpedoes. Bugger! Why it failed to hit. The revival has no weapons at all. They have no defense at all. The commander was angry and very puzzled. It was clear that they had all calculated very well. The target was clear. There was no way they could have made a mistake. Why the sudden early detonation? Report! A large number of unknown signal sources have appeared around the Renaissance. Soon, the defense wall built by the undersea creatures was also captured by the submarine. And with so many creatures gathered, there was no reason why it couldn't be discovered. It was only too short a time for them to realize what it really was. And what they originally thought was a dragon fishing boat ended up being a negative. Because the features don't look like it, but that's not the point. All anyone cares about is whether the torpedo that's sent down will hit or not. Jingle bells. At this time Chen Fan's cell phone rang. It was Long Tian who called. Just connected. The other party immediately reminded that. Chen Fan, you are in danger. There's a chance that Sakura and the eagles might come at you. Return to the Dragon Kingdom waters immediately. Long Tian said anxiously. As long as he was in the Dragon Kingdom waters, the other side would throw in the towel. They were also able to take shelter. However, before Long Tian had the chance to hear Chen Fan's reply, he heard a loud crash. The third torpedo was also detonated. Elder Dragon. Late. That's the third torpedo. Chapter 172. No matter what the cost, we must blow up and sink the Fushing. What? They really did it. Long Tian was shocked. 3 torpedoes. This one is enough to sink a warship. Now the revival also directly received 3 of them. It seemed to go on and on. So where could he sit and stand? He just stood up. The side of the old man Li is also anxious to hear. But at this time but seems a little powerless. They're just sea divisions. They can't fight against the regular navy. Elder Dragon. It's a submarine. Except it's not known exactly how many ships there are. Chen Fan's face sank as another torpedo exploded. And once again the distance got a little closer. And he received another large string of alerts. Chen Fan. Hold on. I'll have the sailors send support immediately. Definitely get you guys out of here. Long Tian said solemnly. First of all, regardless of what exactly happened, this direct attack on the revival was obviously premeditated. It made him feel more and more that there was a conspiracy behind it. The submarine is waiting there. The revival ship just passed by. What kind of coincidence is that? Soon after, Long Tian directly transmitted this one message to Yi Yuan, who was also shocked, and then continued to urge the fighters to arrive quickly, and even more so, to carry out anti-submarine operations. The submarine must be forced out. In a moment, all the forces of the Dragon Kingdom rushed towards the revival. Only the distance was a bit far and it would take time. And Eagle and Sakura won't give it enough time. Boo! Boo! There were a few more loud bangs, and this was the 8th loud bang. It was getting closer and closer, and the crew had begun to get their clothes wet from the blasted up water. Just then, there was a loud noise from the other side of the revival. Another torpedo goes off. This made Chen Fan's heart sink once again. More than one submarine, at least 2 submarines. This time the explosion, obviously more powerful. Although the distance is still relatively far away, but the power at a glance to be able to compare it out. They're really well equipped, aren't they? Only Chen Fan had not yet had the energy to look for the submarine at the bottom of the sea, when all the creatures, still gathering, were still protecting the hosts. Boo! Boo! Boom! Boo! Then 4 loud bangs came, just 50 meters from the revival, and they all exploded. A huge wave shot directly at the revival, and a huge spray of water blinded the revival. At the close range of the explosion, everyone was affected by the shockwave, and their heads were buzzing. And on the other side, the same loud noise came, and after 3 loud noises, stopped advancing at 30 meters on the revival. At this point many of the crew were letting out cries of agony. The shockwave shattered the glass in the command room, just when everyone was afraid that the next second would directly blow up the revival, but suddenly quieted down. Is it over? We didn't get blown up? It's finally blown up and we're actually okay. That was a torpedo. And I'm surprised we didn't get hit. At this time the aftermath of the robbery of the crowd, but a happy smile. Many people can for them in the robbery. They really have to plant this time. I didn't think it would be a surprise. Donger, looks like the attack is over. Zhao Chang struggled to stand up with difficulty, but also helped Chen Fan. All of them this is to stand up, only all the glass basically rattled. Well, it was close, but it didn't do any serious damage to the revival. However, in the next second, Chen Fan looked at the loss, but his face went black. Dolphin, 50, 000 inch. Whale 300. Shark 200. Dolphins he hadn't been too upset about. After all, there were very many of them, hundreds of thousands of them directly, but the sharks and whales have lost half of them. This one loss caused Chen Fan a great deal of heartache. This thing is really expensive. It's not easy to make up for it. You'll have to make a lot of money to make it up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now that you've done it, then don't blame me for being cruel. Chen Fan was really enraged. At this point he didn't care. Whoever hit him, he was going to let the other person die. He doesn't care if it's a big deal. Soon, Chen Fan unleashed the undersea creatures to conduct a large-scale scan of the nearby waters. He wants to find the submarine on the bottom of the ocean. This time, the other party must be completely killed to the bottom of the sea. Commander, 4 torpedoes failed to hit the target. Sakura also failed to hit. All attacks have failed. The weapons officer reported with a surprised look on his face. He was also confused. They fired 16 torpedoes. That's a pretty saturated attack. If the opponent was a submarine, it would have to be hit. After all, there aren't that many torpedoes to shoot at each other. But it was just a fishing boat. A fishing boat with no weapons. And they failed. This is unbelievable. FK. Why fail? The target is clear. The echo is steady. There's no way they could have dodged the attack. Roger was shocked. This was a deadly attack. How could this be avoided? Once they lock on, even a 10,000 ton destroyer will suffer. What's more, they ambushed the other side early, but they were caught off guard. This loss, straight out of the gate, has Roger not even feeling confident enough to figure out what the hell is going on. Commander, we've lost the revival's signature. There's too much interference at the moment, and there are tons of creatures gathering around the revival. Yes, the original revival's signal was stable and aimed very clearly, but nowadays, looking back, they're having a hard time catching the revival's features. It seems that something has surrounded it. Too many distractions, too many murmurs. What the hell? Why yes, I want answers. Is it possible to continue the attack? Roger lashed out angrily. It didn't matter if one attack failed. They could keep attacking, until the other side is sunk. As long as it's sunk, their mission can still be accomplished. Report. The creatures that have gathered around the revival are, according to our interpretation, large numbers of dolphins and whales as well as sharks. We can't get a lock on the revival, but we know the general location. Just keep attacking and blow up all these creatures. We'll be able to retarget. The weapons officer was also very ruthless, and since there was something in the way, they just kept on bombing, and as long as they finished, they could always succeed. and Roger nodded when he heard. Lit. There is no turning back the bow and arrow after the bow has been set. They've attacked. So whatever it takes today. We must sink the Fushing. And there's no time to lose. All torpedoes ready. 10 seconds apart. Fire in sequence. Roger's eyes were red and glowing. He had killed his eyes. Today, no matter what, he was going to sink the revival ship. On the other hand, the Sakura submarine was also shocked though, but they had about the same intention. And soon the empty torpedo tubes were immediately loaded. A second wave of attacks is coming. Chapter 173, Farewell, Phantom Submarine. Found it. After working for a while, Chen Fan finally found the Sakura submarine. Since the submarine was small, about the same size as the ones that had been salvaged before, and the Eagle was much larger in tonnage, it was obvious that it didn't even need to be guessed that this must be Sakura's. For a moment, Chen Fan vented all of his anger directly onto the other party. Soon, thousands of dolphins are emitting ultrasound at a high frequency, and it was batch after batch. Chen Fan didn't care if it would overdraw the dolphin's life. He's all about firing sonic attacks at maximum power, and he's got plenty of dolphins, so he can replace them if he dies. Today, the Sakura submarine must be completely destroyed. The consequences of angering Chen Fan were very serious, especially if one wanted to put Chen Fan to death and didn't succeed. Then one had to die. Soon, the people inside the Sakura submarine immediately realized that there was a problem with their identity. They all started foaming at the mouth. In just 10 seconds, all the members of a submarine fainted. Even after fainting, the sound attack continued. Chen Fan was laying down a deadly blow. It's either you or me. On the other side, the more efficient Eagle submarine, by now, had completed its pre-launch preparations. 8 torpedoes fired again. It is also this launch immediately exposed its position. Chen Fan also quickly captured his opponent's position. Dead to the world. And you still haven't forgotten to attack. That's a really mean heart. Chen Fan didn't give his opponent a chance either. The dolphins swarmed once again. This time the torpedoes were well targeted. The dolphins were more plentiful, and these dolphins even took the initiative to intercept them. Soon, all the torpedoes exploded prematurely. Once again, we've got nothing. It made Roger giggle. FK. What the hell is going on? All 8 torpedoes exploded prematurely without accepting the revival, and were even less effective than the last one. This is intolerable. But the weapons officer didn't know that. How could he have known that these dolphins would jump on the torpedo and defend their master to the death? Who could have imagined such a thing? But just when everyone was wondering, and the radio went off. The ghost. You have completely pissed me off. Last time you were ransomed. This time, you won't have a chance to live anymore. Farewell forever, and may you live happily in hell. This one statement puzzled everyone. Then he was shocked. Apparently, they've been spotted by the revival. But how exactly it was discovered, no one knows. Could it be? The revival can control sharks, whales as well as dolphins, the deputy commander said in shock. It was obvious that these creatures gathering around the revival could not be a coincidence. It seems that wherever the revival has found them before, these creatures have been present. There's only one possibility. These creatures are connected to the revival, even capable of following commands. No, this can't be right. How is it possible for humans to command these underwater creatures? Roger couldn't believe it, but it seemed to be true. How else can you explain it? Hurry! Report this one secret to the fleet immediately. Roger made an immediate decision, knowing that this one secret was weighty and capable of unraveling very many events. For example, a whaling ship is rammed and sunk by a whale. For example, a security ship is then torn apart and sunk by a shark. As well as the fact that as soon as they enter Dragon Kingdom waters, the Sakura ships will be attacked and even their warships are starting to be harassed. It's all about the revival. It's all about that one young man. Yes. The correspondent nodded his head in surprise and numbness, not yet having reacted to the great news, just a mechanical nod. But just as the correspondent was about to get through to the fleet and could send this telegram out, everyone felt a fierce pain. One by one, people keep falling. The correspondent did the same, and fell back with a resigned face, and Roger was foaming at the mouth. Something occurred to me. Could it be? This unknown attack was also launched by the revival. What the hell is this attack? I am not happy. After that, Roger also fell down. Only they didn't realize that in the past, this kind of sonic attack only caused people to faint, and it wouldn't take long for them to come to their senses. And this time, Chen Fan was a spiced up attack, a high frequency sonic attack. These people, they'll never wake up. Donger, the ghost, were being attacked by eagles. Zhao Cheng had heard Chen Fan's call and was dumbfounded at that moment. It's a very complicated situation, especially since there was no subsequent attack to continue the He thought of very many possibilities and finally realized that it was no wonder that every time they were able to have someone to protect, like, to be able to succeed without realizing it. It seemed to be all due to Chen Fan's work. Fanny, is the danger averted? Uncle Wang looked at Chen Fan with concern. He had known for a long time that Chen Fan had a secret, and this time he could be considered to have heard Chen Fan admit it indirectly. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhao, don't worry, we'll never be in danger again. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His tone was flat, as if he had just done an ordinary thing. No one knew that he had paralyzed the 2 submarines. Even the whales are already crashing this submarine into the deep sea. It's thousands of meters deep. Once you go down, there's basically no chance of survival. There is no possibility of salvage. At least no one in the world except him can find salvage, or even want to look for it is impossible. Yes, that's a relief. Zhao Cheng's speech was a bit trembling. He knew what Chen Fan meant by what he said. Uncle Wang, on the other hand, seems calmer. It's their own fault. Death is deserved. They almost died, and now that they've watched the enemy settle, that's no sympathy at all. Go, let's go back. Chen Fan was a bit tired and wasn't happy to have his revenge avenged. Relief is only temporary. At this point, he needs to plan. Sooner or later, his cards will be exposed. What can he do to protect himself? Soon, the Renaissance turned its course directly back to the Dragon Kingdom waters. Originally, they wanted to come to the rescue of the dragon's fishing boats. Those boats also fled after the revival was under siege. Only the revival knows about this. No one knows what happened. Revival, I am a Dragon Kingdom sailor. Please come to the rescue. Are you well? Upon entering the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, a warship slowly leaned over, and the high-sea ships also arrived one by one. At this time, Chen Fan did not have the energy to deal with these matters. I'll leave it all to Cho Sung. When the sailors' men saw that all the glass on the revival was shattered, after hearing the crew's descriptions, they too were wide-eyed. You mean, you heard at least 20 loud bangs? The nearest explosion is only a few dozen meters away from you. The sailors were dumbfounded. They saw the safe return of the revival and thought the journey had been safe and nothing had happened to them. But looking at the scene, listening to the testimony, everyone was silent. Chapter 174 reports that we've lost all contact with the submarine. What? The Renaissance was attacked by more than 20 torpedoes. How's it going? At this time, He Yuan, who had been anxiously waiting for news, once he heard the latest news from the front, so anxious that he stood up straight away. More than 20 torpedoes, they even destroyers can hardly cope with it. This is a torpedo, not a missile to attack, There are still defensive missiles for incoming missiles, but torpedoes are still hard to defend against at the moment. The Fuxing doesn't have any weapons. Although Chen Fan seems to have some secrets that may not be able to carry modern weapons, that's still an unknown quantity. Chen Fan is a hero. He can't be in trouble. The revival is in good condition, except that all the glass was shattered by the proximity bombing. The hull and crew are fine. At this time, He Yuan heard finally will be lifting the heart down half. Good and no accident. Only 20 or so torpedo attacks made him very angry. It's a clear-cut case of murder, and it's the kind that kills. Who did this? They must pay. Our warships are there. Anti-submarine immediately. The murderer must be forced out, He Yuan said with a domineering face. He was really angry. The matter hadn't even been investigated clearly and he directly laid his hands on the revival. This is clearly organized and premeditated. It's a blatant declaration of war. Report. According to the crew, at least 2 submarines. We figure Sakura is involved with the Eagles. The words of the crew are capable of analyzing a lot of facts, just in 2 directions for example. Again the power is different, which would indicate 2 submarines, and the power is different, which would indicate 2 groups of people. As long as they're not cuties, can guess that there are only 2 that are the most likely to be unfavorable to the revival. Afraid of what? Who cares who the N is? Dare to touch our people. Though far away. With He Yuan's strong support, the warships soon began to cast a net of anti-submarine operations. A large number of sonar buoys were launched. They wanted to find the submarine There has to be some serious retaliation. The killer has to be held accountable for this. At this time, the more anxious Haruno and Durant in the 7th Fleet headquarters. They're joining forces, sharing data, sharing information. Only at this point, they've both lost contact with both submarines. General, there's no response from the Phantom. Their location information has completely disappeared. We've lost all contact with the Phantom. A staff member reported anxiously. They had been calling continuously for half an hour. There was no way the Spectre could not have heard them, and they had issued classified level instructions. Either way, there's no way the other side won't receive it. It's a state-of-the-art submarine. If something happens to it, it's a big deal. Keep calling. Nothing can happen to the Ghost. Durant's face sank, and although he felt that something was wrong with the situation, he didn't feel that anything was going to happen to the Phantom. It's a national treasure. It can't be that easy. General Durant, we've lost contact with our submarine as well. I think it's highly likely that our submarine is in danger. Haruno also received bad news. There's no such thing as coincidence. It doesn't make him feel good. The atmosphere in the command room became oppressive at this time. No one dared to talk nonsense. One by one, they all looked at Durant with wide eyes. Where are our carriers? Tell him to rush immediately to the sea that located the message. As an eagle, when you have a problem, the first thing you think of is where the carriers are. Only an aircraft carrier can have enough power to solve all kinds of difficulties. Durant was no exception, and feeling bad about the situation, he sent out an aircraft carrier to search and rescue. Immediately, send the sailors to the rescue. Haruno also sent instructions to his own sailors. At once, the sailors of all three sides rushed to that part of the sea. Everyone was wondering what had happened, and at this time, Long Tian had finally contacted Chen Fan once again. Chen Fan, I'm glad you're okay. Don't worry, Old Ho has already sent a carrier formation there. There will be justice for you, Long Tian said with concern, his heart filled with worry. It was good that he had gotten the news. We know Revival's okay. We're on our way back. Elder Dragon, you're hung over. I'm fine, Chen Fan said calmly. This time being attacked had given him a wake-up call. Eagle and Sakura are no longer reasoning with him. They're already first soldiers, and even more so, they're first to kill. This one made him feel his powerlessness deeply. Submarine attacks can certainly be protected by undersea creatures, but what if it's a missile attack? How can I hide? In the past, Chen Fan always provoked the eagles within the rules, and the other party had no way to strike at them. But this time, as soon as they arrived at the high seas, the other side immediately took action. He'll be hiding in the Dragon Sea for the rest of his life. This can't be right. It was impossible for Chen Fan to only be active in the Dragon Kingdom waters. He was going to travel to all the waters. He's the god of the sea. He's the lord of the sea. Where there's an ocean, he rules. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be intimidated and confined to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. He's going to the deep sea, to the world. Elder Dragon, I want to install protective weapons. I want to be able to install anti-aircraft missiles on the carrier Mink. Chen Fan opened his mouth. Although he knew that Long Tian couldn't do the main job, that was the need for a nod from the Watermaster, and it was more important to look for He Lao. But Chen Fan was more familiar with Long Tian, and the relationship was a bit better. He's trying to get permission. What? You're mounting a weapon? This is not difficult. Some sensitivity. Long Tian frowned. Their high-sea ship was a law enforcement ship, but it was only a small gun. Nothing else. Once the Mink is armed, it's not just a fishing boat. It's an armed fishing boat. And the future is much more sensitive. A privately owned aircraft carrier is too high profile, and if it's armed, it'll be noticed by the whole world. It's possible that the foreign media will have to report that the Dragon Kingdom has another aircraft carrier. I know, but I've now torn myself away from the eagles as well as Sakura. Unless I stay in the Dragon Kingdom waters all the time. Otherwise there would still be danger all the time. Chen Fan voiced his concern that the attack was only zero as well as countless times. It's impossible to go back after you've made a start. Especially since Chen Fan sunk the other submarine. The other side is slowly and surely going to know. Even if there is no direct evidence, it is bound to think that it has something to do with him. This is the point of no return. It's hard to make peace. I'm with you. I'll talk to Old Ho for you. But in the end, it's better if you say it yourself 1 inch. Long Tian reminded that they are only the Sea Division. The gap with the Marine Division is not normally large. Both the Mink carrier and the Yamato are being rebuilt with the help of the Marine Division. So it's really hard for him to get involved. Chapter 175, Events Reversed. Sakura People's plot completely exposed. Yes, I'll convince the sailor. Chen Fan nodded his head because he still had a huge bargaining chip. A nuclear submarine. An advanced conventional submarine. These two submarines will surely be salvaged by some means later on. By then the sailors will have access to the most advanced nuclear submarine technology, as well as state-of-the-art noise reduction technology. This is the core of the technology, which was exchanged for some protective weapons. Chen Fan is still confident that he can convince. A nuclear submarine is worth 100 times more than AY-35. Chen Fan, there's a huge misconception about you online right now. It's widely rumored that you rammed the Sakura fishing boat, causing them huge casualties. What the hell is going on here? Long Tian began to ask the question. It was because of this that Sakura and Eagle used it as an excuse to attack the revival. It's called the maintenance of world peace and justice. That's not going to happen until we get this straightened out. No wonder I don't feel right. So this is all an act. This was premeditated. Chen Fan quickly told the story of the Sakura fishing boat taking the initiative to hit the Fushing, and even more so, crashing like a madman. Finally, as if on notice again, they left quickly, and then they repulsed a torpedo attack. This worked so well together that, in retrospect, the other side couldn't have run so fast if they hadn't been commanded to do so. Shameless, they did it to attack you. I can't believe I've put in that much blood. Long Tian was furious, had known that Sakura was shameless, did not expect to be able to be shameless to this step. It's a blatant conspiracy, just waiting for the revival to exploit it. At this point he was also skeptical about the online news calling for the revival to go out to sea to rescue him. Sakura for getting you out to sea. That's a lot of work. It started when they organized a massive attack on the dragon fishing boats. Long Tian can all wonder how the Sakura fishermen suddenly went crazy, indiscriminately ramming into the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. I thought it was for spite. After all, it's normal for them to vent if their national treasure, the Yamato, is taken by the Fushing. Only the scale was so large and the intensity so intense that it could make him feel something was wrong. It all makes sense now. It's all a plot by the Sakura people. Step by step, we guided the revival out into the open sea so they could attack. Even the open sea is the best place for it. Not even in the Sakura Sea. Yes, I didn't expect that. They've set up such a big game. Chen Fan was also a bit alarmed. They were all being led. The other parties seemed to have counted everything. It was a pity that they didn't know that Chen Fan was able to control the undersea creatures. Otherwise the revival wouldn't have been able to run away. And the other party would definitely be able to succeed. Chen Fan, give me the evidence you filmed immediately. We stepped in to clarify. Countersuit against the Sakura Security Bureau. Long Tian said solemnly, this breath absolutely cannot be endured. Must expose the other party's conspiracy. Let the world blame them. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Not just him, many people had taken quite a few videos, as the revival was in no danger at all at that time, and everyone felt unbelievable. So I took a lot of videos, especially of the revival from a high vantage point, and the perspective was great. Soon after, Hess called a press conference. For a moment, the eyes of the world were drawn to it. Guys, based on our communication with the revival, we found out it was a complete conspiracy by the Sakura people. They directed their own bitter play, deceived the world, fooled the world. Long Tian was personally involved, directly making the importance of this conference infinitely higher. The mainstream media all attended. Foreign media is also the same. Everyone wants to know how Haji explained the collision. Only no one expected that this time Haji was in total denial. He's even hitting back at Sakura, accusing her of cheating the world. A video was then released. At this point it was from the viewpoint of the revival, and very clearly captured the impact of the cherry blossom fishermen. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, we can see that it wasn't the revival that hit the Sakura fishing boat. Instead, it's a Sakura fishing boat, wildly ramming the revival. These are the facts. All the reporters watched these videos, one by one. They were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the truth to actually be like this. No wonder they felt that there was something wrong with the video Sakura shot. It turns out that the impact was reversed. They hit it themselves. My God, how is this possible? How could this be? The Sakura people crashing into the revival. Isn't this suicide? Unbelievable. These Sakura fishermen are crazy. Why? Why are these fishermen ramming the revival? It doesn't make sense. Reporters are dumbfounded. This is so irrational. It's hard to figure out. Why is that? But Long Tian smiled faintly, and then his eyes looked sharply at a Sakura reporter. Because they're trying to concoct fake news. Use this as an excuse. Launch an attack on the revival. The smile on the old man's face flickered, but at this time, he was staring fiercely at the Sakura reporter, directly relenting to the other side of the anger. This reporter was so shocked by this stare that he quickly shook his head. No, that's not true. Commander Long, there's no proof of what you're saying. The video shows our fishermen overboard being drowned one by one. No one would want to do that. Not to mention, this one question reminded the crowd once again. Yeah, well, if it's fake news, then surely no one is going to die. This man has sunk to the bottom of the sea. That's really dead. This has nothing to do with the revival of the ship. While Long Tian was calmly watching the performance of the reporters underneath, he dared to open the conference. He had sufficient evidence. Because these people are acting. These people aren't dead at all. Long Tian said this, but it surprised some reporters who knew the inside information of this matter. At this point they all looked at each other, wondering how the news got out. Even they only know a little bit about it. How did the dragons know about it? Commander Long, spoken word, does Haiji have proof? Was it possible to find the guys? A reporter pursued the question, but Long Tian waved his hand, says it doesn't need to be that much trouble, and then they just let the next video play. This playback immediately made the Sakura reporters barely stand still, because it's in the video. These drowned cherry fishermen. It soon surfaced on the other side of the fishing boat. Several in a row. And then even climbed aboard the fishing boat himself. Perhaps the Sakura people didn't realize that the video on top of the revival was actually that good. But it was taken so clearly. They thought they could hide it from the world. But they didn't realize that the fishermen were watching the show. And one by one, they were filming the. It's not just one video, but several videos have captured the scene in action. For a moment, everyone was silent. They had no more angles to question. Chapter 176, Our Submarine. Sunk in the deep sea? This. So the truth is actually like this. No. How is this possible? The truth is surprising. People were dumbfounded. No one expected that the so-called casualties were all fake and scripted shoots. It's all an act. It's all about creating evidence against the revival. It's more about getting the whole world to put pressure on the revival. This one fact, even the Sakura reporter didn't know how to explain it at this time. At this point, one can only keep shaking one's head, refuting this one statement. But Long Tian isn't done yet. Fellow journalists, I can tell you one more piece of weighty news. That is, someone shamefully attacked the revival. The revival came back from the dead just now. This is a piece of information that can't be kept from the public, rather than being brought out by someone else. Long Tian might as well take the initiative and push everyone's responsibility onto others. As for who actually attacked the revival, it doesn't even need to be explicitly stated. I'm sure we'll all speculate somewhere along the line. And then there's a detailed description of the attack on the revival and the damage. Reporters were thrilled to hear about this heavy news at this point and kept filming the. This is the highlight of the day. What? Our revival's been attacked. What's going on? Who's so bold? The revival is our heroic fishing vessel. This is testing our bottom line. My God. They shall be condemned by the whole world. They are so bad. It must be Sakura. They hate the revival with a passion. It doesn't even take much thought. It's them. The eagle is a possibility too. The revival sank the quietus. And they hate it. They broke the bottom line. They broke the rules. They actually attacked a fishing boat. Obviously. The netizens immediately heard is angry. Revival of the ship but for the dragon country to fight countless honors back. It also severely suppressed Sakura's arrogance and boosted the fisherman's confidence, producing a very far-reaching effect. That's a heroic presence. And now it's being attacked. And it's a suspected torpedo attack. And it's not a good thing if you're not in a hurry. At this point the netizens were close to jumping up and down, immediately trolling the netizens about these two groups of people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The brats are so ruthless. They actually used torpedoes to attack. There's absolutely no stopping this. Revenge. We can't let our heroes be humiliated. We have to get back at them hard. An eye for an eye. They absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. They must be made to admit their mistakes to the whole world. It's too much. That's just a fishing boat. They actually attacked. That's banditry. The netizens are getting more and more angry. And they are not even satisfied with scolding on the domestic network. Because the gringos can't see it. They go straight to the extranet to swear at it. For a while, hundreds of millions of netizens went to war, directly stirring the extranet into a frenzy. The gringos had never seen such a large-scale attack, and had no idea what was going on, but they were cursed to death. Soon, the press was retaliating on the matter. For a while, public opinion was in full reversal. In the face of overwhelming evidence, Sakura's fake news has been broken, and she can't fool the netizens anymore. Oh my God. So this is all fake news created by the Sakura people. What the hell do they want? They were willing to lose dozens of fishing boats in order to frame the revival. How much hatred has the revival incurred, that the Sakura people would use despicable means in order to retaliate? FK, the Sakura people are so shameless. Even though I don't like the revival either, I can't use despicable means against it. As expected, the Sakura people have always been fond of using this tactic of becoming sinister when they can't beat them. The netizens' impression of the Sakura people was plummeting, and the sympathy that had been so hard to gain was slowly dissipating at this point. Instead, it attracted more disgust. No one likes to engage in this kind of petty behavior. It's just villainous. Bugger. Why are you guys so stupid? Murata of the security department was furious. They didn't expect the carefully designed script to be cracked just like that. The sympathy they had so hard to win, the excuse they had so hard to make, was just gone. Commander. We also didn't expect such a good view of the revival. Subordinates look guilty. Where did they think thought they had already done very secretive. Who'd have thought that the Fushing was clearly photographed on board? And so many people are filming. Who knows the crew is so free but there is nothing to do with leisure asshole. You've made us the joke of the world. Murata is furious. Their plan just went down the drain. And I heard that the revival came back safely. which means that their plan was a complete failure. But he doesn't know why it failed, because even the Marine Division is investigating it. Report. The other side is conducting anti-submarine operations. They're looking for our submarine. By now, Eagle and Sakura's sailors had already entered the place where the submarine last disappeared. Only it's already occupied by warships, and a large number of helicopters are conducting anti-submarine operations. From time to time, a stationary anti-submarine aircraft will fly over. That's got Durant and the others frowning. We'll look for it right away too. Disperse the opposing warships. Durant doesn't think they did anything wrong. At this point the submarine is all that matters. It's a national treasure. If we lose it, it's a big problem. After all, they still have Sakura behind them. They are superior in numbers, and they are not at all afraid of facing the other sailors' division. This is the high seas. Anyone can come here. For a while, all three parties seem to have a tacit understanding. All looking for a submarine. No one offended anyone, just doing their own work. However, half a day later, the other side sailors left the area they belong to, because they're not getting any, and the Eagle's commanding officer had no choice but to report to the top. We're not looking for a submarine. We've lost all track. There is a possibility that the submarine has fallen into 1,000-meter depth. Specialized deep-sea probe ship support is needed. Apparently, they searched all over the sea at a distance of several hundred meters, and today's high-density sonar equipment is absolutely capable of identifying the submarine. If we haven't found it yet, there's only one possibility. The submarine has sunk to the bottom of the sea. FK. How is this possible? This is our most advanced submarine. There's no way they could have sunk, and there's no way they could have sent a distress signal to us. Durant shook his head and sent a final signal even if the warship was going to sink, telling them that the same is true of submarines. It's not possible that they've lost the ability to ventilate directly. It's impossible to miss such an opportunity, even if you encounter an explosion. He couldn't believe that their most advanced submarine had fallen into the depths without any call for help. Chapter 177, Sonic Weapon? There must be a connection. General, we've actually run into this before. At that moment, Mike stepped forward. He's the commander of the carrier group. There was a strange situation where their personnel were suddenly incapacitated. We've encountered an unknown attack before. All personnel fainted. That's what happened to the Phantom, when they just didn't send us any signals. Later, we found out about this attack, a high-powered sonic attack. Mike said solemnly that both the Quietus and many of the ships in the carrier group, as well as the Phantom, had encountered similar situations. Especially the ghost situation is the most serious. That is almost the whole ship fainted. This is also after they have seen the surveillance video. It is recognized that the captain is not too big mistake, retained the original position. I just didn't expect that the ghost would be in trouble again. A sonic attack? Elaborate. Galanti frowned. He had heard such claims before, but had never quite believed them. Now one has to wonder about that possibility. General, according to the investigation records of all the crew of the Phantom, they all reported excruciating abdominal pain for a short period of time. Finally lost consciousness. Incapacitated in just a few seconds. This particular kind of sonic attack is capable of hurting people invisibly. Through our investigation, we can tell that behind both the Genoa and the Fushing, a young man named Chin Fan is the captain. They must possess some special weapon. The Eagle is not a little cute either. It's also the fact that Chin Fan keeps changing his fishing boat, confusing a lot of people. Otherwise, if it's a fishing boat that travels the world, the other side would have checked this far long ago. All the sonic attacks are related to the fishing boat. All related to Chin Fan. Sonic attack. How the hell did they do that? Durant was as good as dead. They had encountered it many times, and to disbelieve it at this point would be to ignore the facts. General, the revival is safely away, and we lost track of our submarine. We don't know what's going on, but it's finally got nothing to do with the revival. Mike said solemnly. The Phantom had attacked as they had been instructed to do. Only after it had attacked it hadn't reported back until it had lost its positional signal. The only thing that can paralyze a submarine in a short period of time is that one unknown sonic attack. The only one that can reach the point where there's no way to even call for help. You mean, the revival sank our submarine? Even the Sakura submarine was sunk? Durant's eyes widened in disbelief. It was sensationalized. It's incredible that a harmless-looking fishing boat sank two submarines. In their eyes, the Fushing is just a great salvage technique. Who would have thought that the technique of sinking a submarine is also very good? General, it's unbelievable though. And yet it is possible to be most accepting of the truth. Except we don't have much evidence. There's no way to ask the Dragon Kingdom sailors for men. Mike shook his head. All of it was just conjecture. No one could prove it all. Where do they have any evidence? Either direct or indirect. There isn't much. Unless they can find the Phantom, which they don't even know where it is. For a time, The men at fleet headquarters were silent and were digesting the news. Suddenly, someone spoke up. General, as soon as we intercept the revival, search the revival. Evidence of being able to emit sound waves can definitely be found. These weapons must be very advanced. They didn't move that fast. An officer suggested seriously that since there was no evidence, they would look for it. Once we intercept the revival, the equipment must be on board. No one can deny it. Soon. However, the old man directly shook his head and rejected this one proposal. No, we can't afford to anger the Dragon Kingdom sailors anymore. Are you kidding? They just attacked the revival. They're already exposed. Now running after the revival again in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. That's simply a case of tearing up the face of a big fight. The Dragon Kingdom sailors are not vegetarians. It's impossible not to protect them. They've got no chance of intercepting it. Once again, the crowd had nothing to say. There was no way to intercept it, and the phantom couldn't be found. Suddenly there's no clue. General, perhaps we can offer compensation to the Dragon Kingdom sailors. Get them to help salvage the phantom. We can pay them tons more for salvage. Mike's eyes lit up. The revival was so good at salvaging that they just decided there was a submarine down there and let the other side salvage it. Only if the other side picks it up. No matter what, they've earned it. This way, we can find the ghost and prove that the Renaissance has too many secrets. They can learn more about the Fushing. It could even intercept the revival directly, forcing the other side to reveal its cards. Aha! Agreed. It's the best thing to do at the moment. Durant nodded his head in agreement. The ghost could not afford to fail. It was a state-of-the-art submarine. I'll pay anything to get it back. Soon, Durant once again mobilized a large number of warships to blockade the area where the incident occurred. Even if they could not find the submarine, we can't let anyone salvage the submarine, especially the Renaissance. The other side has a mysterious salvage ability, and the other side succeeded in salvaging the 70,000-ton Yamato. The Phantom is less than 20,000 tons. That's too easy. Sakura and the Eagles carriers were gathered here. The number is growing. The Eagles are using a carrier group, and Sakura pulled out an 88 fleet altogether. And at this time at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's Naval Division, Chen Fan was brought here by the military plane. On the one hand, he was protecting Chen Fan's safety. On the other hand, he wanted to know what had happened to the revival. And what did you do? You're Chen Fan. At this moment an old man was seriously sizing up Chen Fan, and Chen Fan's face has some scars, which were scratched by the broken glass. Only such a scene made it seem more like Chen Fan was a hero returning, but he had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. More mature. Chen Fan. This is Elder Ling. He Yuan was also present, but at this time, he introduced the identity of this Ling old man in detail. That is the water division of the Big Brother. Ah. Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Elder Ling. I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan's face was resolute, and at this moment, his head was constantly spinning, as if he had thought of something. Yes. Just come back safely. Sit. Tell us properly. What happened? The old man said with a kind face. If there is no uniform, no one would know. This old man that is a party of Big Brother. Ah. Chapter 178, Elder Ling. I want to install weapons on the aircraft carrier. Elder Ling. He allow. And I'm not hiding it from you. Sakura with an Eagle submarine. It has been sunk by me. Chen Fan also no longer hide. These submarines he is trying to salvage back to the Marine Division. And even more so, in exchange for some favors. Cardswell will always be slowly exposed. Hide a moment. Cannot hide a lifetime. It is better to take the initiative to say something out. Can make the water division feel more secure, more trusting. What? Really you? Boss Ling was shocked. It could be said that after a bout of anti-submarine work they were finding nothing and Chen Fan was able to come back safely. In itself, it's a little strange that the submarine ran out of weapons and that's why it released the revival back? That's not possible. It's only 20 torpedoes. The other side still has a lot of weapons. If that's not possible, submarine-launched missiles can attack the Renaissance. At that time, they suspected that these submarines had already been attacked by the revival. Only Chen Fan didn't say much about it, so they could only suspect that, but still picked up the other side as soon as possible, just hitting that one target, trying to ask what was going on. You? How did you do it? The revival has no weapons at all. He Yuan was also shocked. He was certain that the revival was unarmed. After all, it's their ship and any alterations are understood. Without their permission, they can't let Chen Fan install weapons it will either. Sinking a submarine without weapons is just too much. That's a nuclear submarine. Even if they wanted to deal with it, they'd need a lot of power to do so. Sinking? That's very difficult. He Yuan. As for what method, you will know it slowly in the future. All I can say is that they don't have any proof. And the reason I'm saying it is to question you. Do you want these submarines? Chen Fan hurriedly changed the topic and directly took the submarine to tempt the two of them. Now that the submarines have fallen into the deep sea, they must have been crushed and deformed. But even though it's no longer usable, the value of salvaging it is still very high. All kinds of silencing materials and even the weapons inside are well worth looking into. At this time the two old men brightened up when they heard Chen Fan's words. Able to sink a submarine, they were very curious. But they're even more curious about the submarine. They've been wanting something like this for who knows how long. The Dragon Kingdom's submarine noise problem still hasn't been solved. And with the new technology, who will dare to enter the Dragon Kingdom's waters in the future? You can become a deep-sea ghost, and your deterrent effect will increase dramatically. By that time, the eagles might even have to play defense, instead of running to play on the doorstep of Dragon Country every day. Chen Fan, if according to you, the submarine has plunged thousands of meters to the bottom of the ocean, how do you salvage? He Yuan solemnly inquired. That is a submarine, the most advanced submarine, little cute. No way. Not to mention a submarine, even just a skin is very valuable for research. It's just that the sea is thousands of meters deep. It's not easy for them to find the submarine, and it's even harder to salvage it. Deep-sea submarines are very few in number. It's not easy to carry out a mission. He Lao, don't you forget it. I'm a salvage submarine professional. There's just nothing I can't salvage. Just kidding. From a submarine of a few thousand tons to the 70,000 ton Yamato, which time has Chen Fan not succeeded in salvaging a submarine? It's just a little deeper. It's not a big deal. It's hard for normal people, but it's not hard for him, especially if it's a submarine of less than 20,000 tons. It's a lot easier than salvaging the Yamato. This is really something. Chen Fan, if you can really salvage the Eagle's nuclear submarine, you will be a credit to the Dragon Kingdom. He Yuan said solemnly. The mood is exceptionally excited. No one can refuse the advanced submarine, which is one of the shortcomings of the Marine Division. With the sample, the breakthrough will be easier. Ha ha, haven't I been for a long time? Chen Fan smiled faintly. He had already made a lot of credits in front of him. That was rescuing the Dragon submarine and fishing away the Eagle's warplanes. It's a shame that we couldn't get the ghost last time we captured it. But now this one regret can finally be remedied. Also, Chen Fan, just tell me straight. You kid, what exactly do you want? First things first, we don't have that much money. He Yuan helplessly laughed. The last time he captured a submarine, the Eagle directly gave $2 billion US to ransom. Sailors can't give that much of a reward. And it's safe to say there's no way to make up for it in terms of money. There's only so much else we can do. And Chen Fan is waiting for the sentence. At that moment, he immediately spoke up. He Lao, Elder Ling, just send me any money you want. I have only one request. That's trying to put some defensive weapons on the carrier. Chen Fan also does not say nonsense. The time has come. This pitch is also thrown out. That's 2 submarines, or 2 of the most advanced one. With a direct the other side can be directly figured out that kind of. He was sure the sailor would be very interested. Defensive weapons? He Yuan frowned. This was a weapon. And it was an aircraft carrier too. It's a bit sensitive. He Yuan doesn't dare to say yes. Instead, he looked to Elder Ling. This matter would have to be decided by the other party. Elder Ling, on the other hand, was calm and only asked Chen Fan for a reason. Elder Ling, I've already offended Eagle and Sakura, and they'll be looking for another opportunity to deal with me in the future. This time it's a couple dozen torpedo attacks. I am barely carrying it, but next time if it's a missile attack, I wouldn't be able to fight back at all. So I need defensive weapons. This time he did feel the danger of death. Luckily it was a submarine and he had underwater creatures to escort him. But if the danger comes from the air, there's really nothing that can be done. This was currently Chen Fan's shortcoming. Before any new underwater creatures appeared, he had to be prepared for emergencies he doesn't want to die. When the 2 old men heard this, they also nodded their heads heavily. This was indeed a reasonable thing to say. Chen Fan had already helped them too much. For Chen Fan's safety, they had to be good escorts. Relying on others is not as good as being strong on your own. That's a truth indeed. Chen Fan, I promise you in principle, but it needs to be discussed collectively. Elder Ling thought for a while and finally nodded. It was sensitive for the carrier to have weapons, but the carrier's most important fighting force is the airplane, and as long as there are no fighters, then there is no threat. It's still something to consider. Thank you, Elder Ling. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Chen Fan had a happy face. Finally he had gotten what he wanted. In his opinion, it was not a big problem anymore. Chapter 179, a warship escorting the Fuxing full-time, is that even possible? 3 days later, the revival returned to port, and at this time the sailors have finally discussed the program. That's agreeing to Chen Fan's request to help remodel the carrier and add some more weaponry. This change also put paid to Chen Fan's plan to recruit private renovation companies to help renovate the aircraft carrier. This can only be handed over to the sailor side of the people to get. However, the design can still be designed. Only the construction cannot find the private sector only. Chen Fan, given the safety concerns of the revival, we will send a destroyer to escort you. Don't worry, they'll be dozens of nautical miles away and out of your way, He Lao said with a smile. This time not only is the carrier loaded with weapons, there is another benefit. That is, the sailors but the revival of the ship escorted. There is no way to install anti-aircraft missiles on the Fuxing today, and it is unlikely that the Mink carrier will be used in the short term. And the danger that Chen Fan spoke of exists. It was finally agreed to use a warship exclusively for escort, and as to wasting a warship on escorting a civilian ship naturally aroused great opposition. Only Elder Ling's last words convinced the crowd. We are able to help escort ordinary merchant ships. Why can't we help escort our heroes? Our warships escorting the revival might be able to learn more. Kidding aside, quite a few warships in the Dragon Kingdom are also escorting ordinary merchant ships nowadays. And it's not just one that's wasted, but several. Chen Fan has made a great contribution to the Marine Division. He deserves this kind of treatment. By this time, there were no more objections, and all sensitivities, as well as inappropriateness, disappeared under the great contribution of the warship escort. That's great. In the past, Chen Fan might have refused. After all, he had to do quite a few secretive things. But it's different now. Safety is more important. And what else can he do? Fishing is naturally impossible to catch. It's no longer looking at the now that we're doing more dangerous missions, it's only fitting that we have some guards with knives. With the warship as a deterrent, I'm sure the small fry won't dare to make a move. Aha! That's a relief. I'm sure Eagle and the others wouldn't dare to be so crazy even if they were more adventurous. He Yuan smiled. With this guarantee, he should be safe. Only at this time the Eagle, for the revival of the degree of importance is substantially increased. Especially since they've already established one thing. General, after our many investigations and evidence, it can be clear, that's exactly the kind of ultrasonic attack we're experiencing. This attack is even weirder and very powerful. The dragons may have gotten hold of this one dangerous weapon. Eagle sailors have been attacked several times, and they even asked Sakura for confirmation that the other party had encountered it before, and the ones present could be related to the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. For a time, speculation had essentially become reality, and a new sonic weapon could already be definitively, and it was fired from a dragon fishing boat. This kind of weapon, we have to get it. This has the potential to upend the paradigm of war. Durant is taking it very seriously. Once it's launched, their carrier fleet could be crippled outright. No amount of advanced weaponry is gonna help when a man faints. It's invisible, and there seems to be no way to deal with it. They must master it, they must know more about it, or else they will have no chance of winning when they face the Dragon Kingdom sailors in the future. General, trying to get a grip, only way to intercept the revival, Mike said seriously. The carrier formation under his command had also encountered this kind of attack, when it directly paralyzed the command system, causing Chen Fan to have to leave the now for the revival. It's not just about revenge anymore, it's about mastering a brand new weapon. It's a top priority. Dragon Kingdom sailors refused to take a stand on salvage. They said they didn't know what we were talking about. Our way of drawing the snakes out of their holes is not going to work. Originally they tried to trick the sailors into letting the revival salvage the submarine, but the other side just denied it without asking a question. And even more so, they directly condemned them for attacking the Fuxing, and were close to tearing their faces off directly. General, it looks like we'll only be able to enter the Dragon Kingdom's waters and sail freely, looking for an opportunity to intercept the revival now. Mike said solemnly that the time for their joint military exercise was coming up soon, and that this time it would be perfectly fine to add an element of that's free sailing. When the entire Rimpak fleet enters the Dragon Kingdom waters, it can definitely deter the other side. Unless the revival has been hiding in the harbor, there must be a chance. Go get ready. Remember, this matter is confidential. Durant nodded. Not only did they take it seriously, but after reporting it back to Marine HQ it was also a big deal. Let him get this new type of weapon, and if that doesn't work, then destroy it completely. Soon, a joint military exercise, the largest of its kind on the entire planet, will finally begin. Warships from all sides are coming to Sakurajima, only they don't realize that the more they come, the more they die, and the faster they come, the faster they die. The backhand that Chen Fan had laid down was constantly in play, just waiting for the right opportunity to explode. While the Eagle was trying to deal with the revival, Chen Fan was also doing something else. That's making money. His system needed a lot of points to upgrade, and only by upgrading could he add new creatures. He needed a more powerful creature to bail him out, and with or without it, he had to make money first. Don't think he has a lot of money, but all of it has been spent on the Yamato. An elder Ling has agreed to add some more protective weapons to it. This can all need Chen Fan to spend money. 2 billion US dollars is a lot, but it is also not at all prohibited to spend. And that's just the remodeling fix. It's true that sailors are the most costly and difficult to raise. The Centennial Sailor is living up to its name. Once Chen Fan thought he was already a 10 billionaire. Very rich, but really, the ships are getting bigger and bigger, and it turns out that they're becoming poor people right away. Uncle Sue, get ready at your place. There will be a shipment of rare earths in place. Chen Fan is going to sell the rare earths, sunk in the sea, must be exchanged for money. There's no way to screw the Eagles as well as Sakura now, only to figure out how to make money on their own. It's time to activate strategic resources. Fan, I've been ready for this for a long time, just waiting for you to say that. Su Jun was very happy to receive Chen Fan's call, and during this time he also made preparations, especially since the way things were going. It let him know that this batch of rare earths was definitely in Chen Fan's hands. He shifted the focus of the company's business to rare earths. Yes, let's just sell 10,000 tons first. Chen Fan nodded. He needed money. Selling a 10,000 tons would probably get him 5 to 10 billion dragon coins, but it still depended on the type of rare earths, which would have to be fished out to find out. Yes, don't you worry, absolutely safe. Su Jun was all excited. He knew that his best moment was about to come. Chapter 180 Objective: Control of the world's fisheries resources. Soon, the Fuxing is once again on the move, only this time, and did not go out of the Dragon Kingdom waters, but quietly a certain piece of sea above the stay. During the day just playing fish, mixing life. It seemed as if they had come for a vacation, except that by the end of the night, that's when it's time to work. Hurry, the proprietor commands. Get off the net immediately. When it was late into the night, Jo Sung woke everyone up and demanded immediate work. Although the crew was a bit dumbfounded, Chen Fan's well-developed order was also an indication that there was definitely something big going on. For a while, there was a flurry of spirited work. After half an hour of busy work, watching buckets of rare earth being fished up by them, they were wide-eyed. I can't be mistaken. This is rare earth. Why is this rare earth here? Didn't they say it was all fished out by the hammer? Was it not fished away by the hammer, but by the proprietor? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. We didn't do anything. We don't know anything. The crowd immediately reminded the crowd not to talk nonsense, and everyone felt that they had discovered a shocking secret, and although they were shocked, they didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, just excited to work. This is all money. Fishing a bucket up on hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's more fun than picking up money. As for Zhao Chang as well as Uncle Wang, the two of them were still very shocked even though they had already known about it in advance. No one knew that these rare earths were still in their hands. At that time, they felt that their hands were slow and they were cut off by someone else. Donger. This, unbelievable. Zhao Chang does not know how to describe this is really lost and found. These rare earths in their view should be their fan. So it looks like you have all of Sakura's rare earths? Uncle Wang stared with wide eyes, feeling that he had once again reacquainted himself with Chen Fan. This means was even higher than what he had imagined. Pretty much, just so you know, Chen Fan said with a smile. This matter could not be hidden from these two people. Only Uncle Wan was frowning, somewhat worried. He said, if that's the case, the ship is crowded. Sooner or later, this news will be leaked. By then Sakura will know it was us who fished out the rare earth. Uncle Wang said with some concern. But Chen Fan doesn't care. Nothing. There's no need for too much secrecy now. Sakura and I have torn ourselves apart. Even if we let them know, they can't do anything at all. In the past, Chen Fan wanted to make a fortune by keeping his voice quiet. But now it's not working. Since it's not working, let's just do what we like and know what we know. Anyway, the stuff was fished out. They couldn't do anything but increase Sakura's hatred for him. It's already a big feud, so I don't mind a little bit more. And rightly so. That is more than enough. Uncle Wan laughed helplessly and Zhao Chang nodded his head. There is a warship escorting them in the distance, and it is said to be a full-time escort, which gives them a sense of security. All right, work it. This is something that can be kept under wraps, even if you can't hide it. Chen Fan is a face of indifference attitude. Now he can really lack of money is thinking in the end how to earn more money. It has to be a steady income. It's still not very stable just to rely on things like salvaging submarines. Chen Fan is also unlikely to help the Eagle salvage anything anymore. That is already an enemy. Sakura still has a bit of rare earth sunk in the sea, but also able to make a fortune. But there's nothing in the sea for eagles. Chen Fan wants to take advantage of Poseidon's strengths as well as a constant and very stable stream of income. Form a large fishing fleet. Out deep sea fishing? This was the easiest thing for Chen Fan to achieve. After all, he could easily find fishing resources. Completely easy to locate the fish and make the fisherman a big profit. In that case, it is true that you can earn a lot of money, and you don't need to go to sea to get a constant stream of income. Totally. This way you can not only make money, but you can have a force to defend yourself. A single warship escort can indeed deter the enemy, but when there are more fishing boats, a greater force can be formed. Even Chen Fan thought of a possibility. Control the world's fisheries. Leave the Sakuras without a fish to fry. Last time, the Sakura fishermen were frantically attacking the Fushing, and even more frantically attacking the dragon fishing boats, and this one he needed to avenge by crashing quite a few of them. But that's not enough retaliation. The crashed fishing boat will definitely be compensated. If that's the case, why don't we just leave them with nothing to fish for? That's the worst kind of revenge. Cut off their livelihoods directly, or even in turn, make them pay fishing fees. If you want to catch fish, you have to pay. Otherwise a fish is capable of keeping you from catching it. Chen Fan has a large number of dolphins. These dolphins can not only attack the ship, but also can drive the fish. As long as a cherry blossom fishing boat with 1 or 2 dolphins to follow, absolutely able to let the other side of a fish cannot fish up. The thought of home excited him. If you can really control the world's fishery resources, this is simply can lie down to make money. Who want to catch fish? You have to pay him, or only be able to return empty-handed. You don't even need to fish in the future. You can become the richest man in the world just by collecting all this money. It seems, monopolizing fishery resources depends on whether these rare earths can be sold at a good price. There are not enough dolphins now. They need millions. That would cover all the oceans, and with all the fishing boats in the world, it would take 1 million or 2 dolphins to make a mess. Even if it was 1 million, sell the money so we can exchange it for more dolphins. That's how you make more money. At this time, Chen Fan finally had a money-making idea. He wanted to act as an ocean overlord. Control of the world's fisheries resources. Soon, the Renaissance was constantly working, and a large number of squid were constantly bringing up the rare earths from the sea, in a steady stream. Fished up rare earth, also all put into the warehouse inside. I've cleared out the warehouse for this trip, just to store them. When the night was over, the revival stopped working, because it just won't fit. 3,000 tons. Looks like it's going to take a few more trips out to sea to get enough for 10,000 tons. In one night, 3,000 tons of rare earths were fished out. This is because all the rare earths are stored inside the warehouse. The deck is not stored. If it's stored, that 5,000 tons is no problem at all. Only now Chen Fan has all the time in the world. Only 3 nights will be almost 10,000 tons of. Soon, the revival left the waters and returned to port once more. At that time, the Soviets sent over people, but these rare earths were quietly transported away. Everything is God does not know, but Chen Fan believes that this thing cannot be hidden. Many eyes, and the plastic bucket is still secure. This thing cannot hide the first day, cannot hide the 15th. Only, it doesn't matter. Chapter 181, Sakura's Rare Earths, sold back to the Sakura people. Fanny, rare earths we have received. Plastic buckets were catching up on updates. So far, we've found a great customer for Sakura. They seem to be purchasing large quantities of rare earths. A very large number. Su Jun is looking at Chen Fan with excitement. This is 3,000 tons of rare earths. It's really shipped over. And a good portion of it is 1 million dragon coins, a ton of precious rare earths. This could really make him a fortune. Sakura man, do they know they can't get the rare earths back and want to replenish them? Chen Fan was shocked, but felt that it made quite a bit of sense. Their rare earths had been lost, and it's a delayed search. The Hammer side is dead set on denying it, and they haven't found any new movement from the revival from it. These rare earths just disappeared, never to be found again. But the rare earth is an important material. The other party is the loss of decades of savings down. At this time the heart is certainly no bottom. Naturally, is thinking of being able to buy some back again. Otherwise, when the time comes, there will be no more rare earths, and all industries will be affected. And even some military equipment won't be able to be produced. I think it's very likely. Only are we going to sell or not? Su Jun inquired. It's a coincidence. This is really fishing for the rare earth of the Sakura people, and then finally selling it to the Sakura people. That's a huge profit. Sell. Of course it's for sale, and for a high price. It could be us who have so many rare earths in their hands now. In fact, Sakura people looking for the Soviet army also have no way. Nowadays rare earth production capacity is strictly controlled. These enterprises basically have their own customers. The other side cannot get a large number of The amount of rare earth they purchased this time is also very large. Directly 10,000 tons. Today's domestic production capacity is only about 20,000 to 30,000 tons a year. The customers are all fixed, and the Sakura people are trying to take that much rare earth in one fell swoop. Eventually, it can only be resold in the secondary market, and production is limited. But if the previously mined is not sold, there is no restriction on sales. Okay, this way I'll talk to them about the price. Su-jun nodded. This is an opportunity. Rare earth is a strategic resource. Not buy more cheap, but more expensive. Now Chen Fan has such an opportunity to make a good deal of money out of the other party. Soon, Sakura's side received news that they could sell a large amount of rare earth to the other side, only at a 10% premium. For a moment, this one piece of news immediately reached Aso's ears. What? 20% premium? These Dragon Country merchants are too black-hearted. Aso looked pissed off. Their rare earths were looking like they weren't going to be recovered. He was practically stepping down. Except that before he left office, he had to fill in this one hole. That means buying rare earths back again in the first 10,000 tons is on the agenda. With this, we can at least make up for some of the losses and make some reserves. Sir, it's a new middleman, and they supposedly have tons of rare earths. Perfect for our purchasing needs. Rare earth producers didn't bother with them. There was a quota. They didn't just sell them. They had to ask the middleman to buy them, but it was a bit more expensive. After all, these merchants are just reselling. How can they do it without making money? And when all is said and done, a premium of 20% is actually not too expensive. Damn it! I can't believe we have to pay high prices for this. That's a shame. Aso shook his head helplessly. But what can be done? They do not have rare earths, and can only ask the dragon procurement. In the end, I had to say yes. Soon, the Soviets got word that the other side had agreed to, at one time, Chen Fan's first rare earth transaction. Conduct things very quickly. The other party very much want, and Chen Fan also very much want to sell. The transaction quickly reached the. When Su-jun received the payment for the goods transferred from the other party, he was finally relieved, knowing that the first batch of 10,000 tons of rare earths had a total value of 6 billion dragon coins directly, which was half of his assets. Good thing Chen Fan is promised to go over 20% discount package to the Su-jun. So a change of hands, he is to earn 1 billion dragon coins. That's very satisfying. And Chen Fan was naturally very happy to receive 5 billion dragon coins. It was a great success. He's got over 80,000 tons of rare earth like this. Fanny, I'm a little embarrassed here. Taking advantage of you too much. The Soviet army, on the contrary, is embarrassed, although the price of recycling was negotiated very early, but a resale of $1 billion still feel too advantageous. After all, he really did not do anything. This 1 billion. But the past company's profits for a year. Now in just 1 week, it's been earned. I knew before that this opportunity could be very lucrative for him, but I didn't realize that it really was. Uncle Su, I have you to thank for that. Otherwise I wouldn't know who to sell this rare earth to. Chen Fan also smiled. He needed to use the other party's platform. It was all a relationship between you and me. There was no question of who was taking advantage of it. If we're talking about taking advantage, it's them all taking advantage of the Sakura people, right? I feel so embarrassed. This way. Dinner at Uncle's tonight. I'll let your aunt do a good job of cooking. Let's have some fun. At this time, the Su-jun was looking at Chen Fan more and more smoothly. The other party is very generous. And not calculating. The difference of $1 billion is given without feeling any pain. A son-in-law like that can't be found anywhere. It's too good to be true. This. Okay. The other party was so kind that Chen Fan couldn't resist. And he was quite happy about it. This is 5 billion to hand. As long as continue to sell, that at least 50 billion bottom. With such a large amount of money, his plan is something he can take his time with. That night, Chen Fan came to Su-jun's house. Su's mother had been waiting for a long time, and so had Su Wanner. This time, the other party was dressed more appropriately and exquisitely groomed. If you don't know, you'll think you're going to be a guest. Who knows, it's in your own home. Fan, there you are. Wan Air, quickly get a pair of slippers for Xiaofan. Su's mother was so enthusiastic this time that she was close to calling her son-in-law. Obviously, Su-jun has already said something about Chen Fan letting his family make money, but how much was said is unknown. Anyway, this attitude can be seen as very enthusiastic. She even forced Su Wan-air to dress more delicately at home, also to attract Chen Fan. Only looking at her daughter's reluctant face made her a little upset. This kid, we're not listening at all. The man in front of you is so good. If you don't take the chance, that's gone. Chapter 182, Formation of a Large-Scale Distant Water Fishing Company. World domination. Dinner made Chen Fan eat strangely, but this time, Su's mother was very enthusiastic, constantly asking about Chen Fan's family's situation. He even wanted to express his intention to go to the Chen village to see Chen Fan's parents. He was puzzled. What is this? Is this necessary? Fanny, never you mind. Auntie just wants the two families to move around more. Su's mother hurriedly explained that she had already recognized this son-in-law, but she had to find a way to help her daughter. Su Jun was also a little embarrassed when he saw his wife eating so ugly and in such a hurry. But who made them parents? They only have one daughter, so naturally they want to know more about her. Only Su Wan-air's face was sometimes red and sometimes black throughout the whole process, which was also very embarrassing. If her parents hadn't made her stay with them, she would have wanted to find a crack in the ground. After dinner, the two once again got down to business. Uncle, I've decided. We don't need to hide it. Rare earths can continue to be sold, and don't take your time selling it. If the Sakura people want to buy it, they can sell it to them. Chen Fan needs money, needs a lot of money. He is ready to set up the ocean fishing fleet. This thing is really costly. A 1,000 ton fishing boat, for example, would start at 10 million. 10 ships is 100 million. 100 ships is 1 billion. 1,000 ships is 10 billion. And it's just for starters. It's only for offshore fishing, not far out to sea. If you want to buy a 4,000 or 5,000 ton offshore fishing boat, you'll need 100 million for one. It would take at least a few hundred ships to be considered a huge fishing company, and that would leave him with very little money. He must rely on these rare earths to build his own offshore fishing fleet. Fanny, are you short of money here? Uncle here has money. 3 to 5 billion won't be a problem at all. Su Jun keenly realized that Chen Fan might be short of money and directly opened his mouth to take out money. He is very trusting of Chen Fan, and treats him as his son-in-law, so he must perform well. Uncle, I do need some money, and at least tens of billions. Chen Fan also did not hide. The relationship between the two sides is already very close. There may continue to rely on the other side out of the place. His status is a bit sensitive. It's not convenient for him to be involved in a lot of things. Tens of billions. What do I want? Su Jun's eyes widened. This one figure was several times higher than all his assets. Originally thought he was a rich man, but Chen Fan is casually tens of billions of dollars of large projects. So a comparison found that he is really a poor man. At least, once Chen Fan sells all the rare earths, the assets will indeed be even more than he is now. No kidding. I want to form an offshore fishing fleet. That number would have to be at least a couple hundred ships to be enough. This plan can be implemented. With $5 billion in the hand, at least able to acquire 50 fishing boats, sell some more rare earths to make up the 10 billion, and the first batch of hundreds of fishing boats can start too. Hundreds of fishing boats of more than 5,000 tons of ocean-going fishing fleet, which pulled out. That absolutely can be hard to shake a party of sailors. The other side also have to be afraid of. Pelagic fishing fleet. I'm afraid this is an ocean-going fleet. The Soviet army was shocked. Once formed, this pull out even the Eagle sailors have to give way. A ship is more than 5,000 tons of tonnage, although there are no weapons, but really facing a fleet. This hard crash, but also able to knock each other down. This is a huge tonnage advantage. A fleet with all the weapons in the world can't handle a saturation crash. Almost. That's why rare earths must be sold. It's okay even if the brats find out. Chen Fan is also afraid of offending the kids. Well, nature is not afraid of. No more good. Simply do not need to change the packaging. Directly is to use the original plastic bucket. That can also save a sum of money. Yes, I'm for it. I'll go find a buyer for you. But Fan, your pelagic fishing fleet, can I join? Su Jun had a thought that it would be right to join in. Chen Fan couldn't possibly do something he wasn't sure of. No one knows how he hid the rare earths from the world and moved them away. But the more mysterious it is, the more capable it is, and with a chance to make money, it's impossible not to seize it. He doesn't want his assets to stop here either. He wants to be one of the top 10 billionaires in the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, he can't even get into the top 100. At least he has to have more than $20 billion in assets to have a chance. It took 30 billion dragon coins to stabilize the top 100. Uncle, if you're busy, Oceanic, I want you to run it. Chen Fan was begging for it. He couldn't possibly manage the company. He still had to conquer the sea. It's nice to have someone capable of running things. If Su Jun can build such a big company, he must have good management skills. If you don't have a professional, just hire one. He didn't mind letting others take a stake in the company, which was sure to make money anyway. Great. In that case, I'm contributing $5 billion. Just a 10% dry share. Su Jun is very sensible. Know the scale of Chen Fan. that if the investment of 50 billion, he has only 5 billion of liquidity, 10% that is about right. To give him a chance to join is to look up to him. And Chen Fan is also very satisfied. The other party knows how to advance and retreat. Sense of proportion is very good. He has great hopes for the ocean company. Once it is up, it will definitely make a lot of money. It's natural to take the lion's share. With a 90% return, it's very appropriate indeed. Soon, the two sides negotiated a big project. And who knows? The future of the Dragon's largest ocean trading company started today. Decades later, Su Jun was also very glad that he had joined in. So much so that it had made him a giant second only to Chen Fan. Just by relying on 10% of the dry shares, he overwhelmed all the tycoons in the country and became the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. And Chen Fan, naturally, was heading for the pinnacle of the world's richest man. Shortly afterward, a fishing company called the Renaissance Company was formed, involved in offshore fishing in various seafood supply industries. Su Jun, on the other hand, directly contracted his company's business and began to focus on rare earth sales and revitalization of the company. He knew that this would be a more lucrative business than mining, and that once it was done right, the future was incalculable. Soon, Renaissance was acquiring ocean-going fishing vessels from all over the world, fishing boats over 5,000 tons. If they dared to sell them, they dared to buy them. Chen Fan even gave the Soviet army a peace of mind pill. As long as there are fishing boats, whatever it takes to buy it back, he was able to get his money back in 6 months. This is already very conservative. We must know that when the Genoa fishing boat, just a trip to the sea, that can be back to the capital profits. It's easy to get your money back in 6 months. At this moment, Chen Fan was longing for the future when he would lead several hundred giant fishing boats and meet the Eagle fleet. At that point, the other guy will have to get out of his way, or he won't pay for the damage. Chapter 183, The revival is on the march again. All parties are trembling with fear. Heavyweight, Fuxing has acquired nearly 50 ocean-going fishing vessels. The fisheries landscape has changed dramatically and a new greatness is coming. What is Renaissance's intention in acquiring a large number of fishing boats? Soon, Revival's move attracted a great deal of attention, and there was no way around it. It was just too much of a commotion. It's a massive buyout. One fishing boat straight back, even at a 10% premium. This was a faithful fulfillment of Chen Fan's instructions. As long as there was a boat, a higher price was fine. After all, as long as you followed the sea, it was definitely possible to earn a great deal of money. For a while, the entire fishing industry in the Dragon Kingdom had their eyes on Renaissance, all wanting to know who this was and what it was trying to do. After realizing that it was Su Jun who was acting as the CEO behind this, but he let go of his heart. Just a coal boss. There's no place to spend the money, is there? Rush into this business and wait to lose money and cry. Just kidding. Fishing isn't too profitable these days. It's possible to go on a trip to the sea for a month or two when the warehouse isn't even full. Fishing isn't as easy as you might think. It's not uncommon to come back empty-handed. Otherwise everyone would buy fishing boats to catch fish. And it's the high seas anyway. So you can catch it, waiting to lose money. And 50 fishing boats. I'm afraid I spent all my savings. Su Jun, I know. Assets of 10 billion out. This directly by 50 ships. Afraid that all the liquidity is used up. No. I've heard that he seems to have made a big deal with the Sakura people. Like he sold a lot of rare earths 1 inch. Rare earth? If he's not a coal owner, why does he have this stuff? I don't know. I've never heard of him having a rare earth mine. He's not a supplier at all. Revival's high profile has attracted a lot of attention to the Soviet Union. More directly concerned about the rare earth trade above. People cannot help but speculate on the Soviet army in the end. How suddenly there is a large amount of rare earth. The last time is the acquisition of a lot of fishermen back to the rare earth. But it seems to be sold out. Why is it suddenly available again? But it's a quick deal. And it'll take time for outsiders to investigate. At this point it didn't prevent the formation of Revival and its frantic expansion. Doesn't stop Renaissance from being one of the top fishing companies in the country. Fanny, 50 fishing boats are ready. The remaining fishing vessels are still under active negotiation. You see how it's organized. Su Jun reported to Chen Fan, but completely as a big housekeeper, willing to assist Chen Fan. This satisfied Chen Fan. Uncle, I'm going to take them out to sea with me first. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Chen Fan couldn't wait any longer. He really had to wait until there were 100 fishing boats. That was probably too long. He could have taken these boats out a couple of times. A trip to the sea could bring in a few more ships worth of money. So it's best to hurry. The Sakura people don't seem to have made any additional rare earth purchases yet. And they're not selling very fast these days. Chen Fan needs a lot of money and can't wait at all. Yes, that's better. Su Jun nodded. He actually wanted to see if it was really possible to return home with a full load. Chen Fan promises to sound good, But the actual situation is complex. Who can guarantee that all can earn money it? The more he learns about this business, he realizes that fishing is not easy. Too much loss of money, bad luck in a storm, or even the boat is destroyed. Let's try 50 ships first. If it doesn't work, we can still stop in time. Okay, then I'll take them out to sea. Chen Fan also seems to understand the worries of the Soviet army. Any who are not worried the other side is the real. Take out 5 billion to buy fishing boats. Are using the other side of the money Support is support. But it's a lie to say you're not afraid. Since that's the case, Chen Fan should simply go out to sea to catch fish first. The submarine at the bottom of the sea is still too sensitive to be salvaged. And something has to be done about it. Soon after, Revival issued a direct notification. All captains are required to follow Revival's instructions. Revival will be the flagship. Anyone who disobeys will be fired. This one piece of news was a big hit with the captains. It's so exciting that the Revival is actually taking us fishing. Yes, the Fushing used to fish for oil and rare earths. If I didn't tell you, I'd have forgotten that the Fushing was a fishing boat. Ha, I've long heard that there are benefits to following the Revival, and now I can finally see them. This is a hero ship. How many fishing boats follow the Revival of the Mixar Hair? I really do not know. The Revival of the company is how much strength actually will be the Revival of the ship are invited. Too exciting. I said the Revival of the company. Why so high profile? Dare to have Revival behind. I can't help it. The Renaissance is a hardened carrier fleet. For a while the captains were excited, they also laughed at themselves. This notice was simply superfluous. The great things that the Revival had done, which was not to make them admirable. Who dares not listen to the Fushing? It's the pride of the fishermen. It can be said that the Revival is unrivaled in terms of prestige. In terms of tonnage, it's another flagship. As for the combat experience is even stronger. Without notice everyone will silently listen to the command. Maybe we can be heroes again and fight for our country again. All units, now I command. Set sail. Chen Fan was at the port of Mordor, but he gave serious instructions. At one time, 50 large fishing boats sounded their horns together, and then there was a flurry of exits. The lowest of these is 5,000 tons, and the largest is 10,000 tons. The former Manhwa fishing boat, this time also directly joined the formation. It can be said that there are 52 fishing boats. The total tonnage is nearly 450,000 tons. Last time, 500 fishing boats were only 250,000 tons, and this time the number is only 1/10 of that, but the tonnage is almost double. Nowadays more fishing boats make Chen Fan's heart full of confidence. Meet the Yamato again. There's no need to fear the security boats at all. Not to mention the Yamato, even an aircraft carrier can be salvaged. And not at all afraid of the other side of the collision. Afraid of the security ship to look at all have to run away. This is the advantage of large tonnage. That's spectacular. That's a Revival fishing boat, isn't it? Yeah, they're all big fishing boats, or the Revival is taking them. I'm afraid this is some kind of new operation. They're really going fishing. Doesn't look like it to me. I'm afraid I've got another big project coming up. It can be said that even the people of the Dragon Kingdom think that the Revival of the ship will not go fishing. That will not be purely for the sake of fishing. None of the big moves have anything to do with fishing anymore. And the Sakura people, who had received the news by now, watched as the Revival sailed once more. At this time, he was both alarmed and worried, and was only able to conduct a full-scale surveillance. Full alert, the Revival is now enemy number 1. Fearing it's come back to salvage something in their waters. Chapter 184, Warship Escort? Forget it. Lie down. Commander Murata. The Revival is back. They came with 51 fishing boats. There's one called the Genoa, rumored to be Chen Fan's last flagship. Genoa's fame is not less, especially for the Eagles. It is even more impressive. That is the capture of the Phantom, but also fished away their fighters. The Sakura people also realized from their many exchanges that the Eagle had also suffered a great loss, and for a while they paid great attention to both fishing boats. Go to level 1 alert immediately. Murata doesn't dare to be careless now. Every appearance of the Revival has a deeper meaning. He doesn't believe this Revival is really about fishing. They attacked the Fushing last time, but they're afraid of retaliation. It must be watched. There can be no more losses. Yes, soon. All the security ships of the security department were moving. Only they were only watching from afar. They didn't dare to venture forward again. The point is, we can't beat them. They lost tons of security ships in the whaling operation. And there's only one left. Going to expel them at this time is like looking for death. They can't hit them. And they're not as numerous as the other side, so the security ships can only watch from afar. There's nothing else they can do. At least launching a small fishing boat attack, that's just looking for death again. They're not prepared for such a thing. No one believes in selling misery anymore. Donger, where are we going now? Revenge on the Sakura fishermen? Zhao Chang inquired curiously. They could know that all these fishing boats belonged to Chen Fan, and were considered one of the few who knew about it. With 450,000 tons of ships, thought it was going to retaliate against the Sakura fishing boats. After all, last time it was victimized by the other side. Retaliation is necessary to take revenge. Nice. Indeed. It's going to get back at the Sakura fishermen, only in a different way. We're going to fish out all the fish in the Sakura Sea. It's a momentary pleasure to deal with the Sakura fishing boat by using a strong impact, but the other side may get compensation, which intensifies the conflict. If you really want to retaliate against the fishermen, there are many other soft kill tactics, such as economic sanctions. If you leave your opponent with no fish to fight, you've won. What? Fish them all out? Are we really done fishing? Zhao Chang was dumbfounded. I didn't think that on this trip, they had really come to catch fish. It's not another mission. I thought we were going to continue salvaging rare earths. I guess I was wrong. Fished out. Don't worry. Soon they'll feel it. After obtaining $5 billion, Chen Fan immediately exchanged all the points for dolphins, and now he has 800,000 dolphins. In addition to these dolphins, there are 100,000 of them guarding around the Fushing. All the others were sent to the Cherry Blossom Sea, and their role was very simple. Harass the Sakura fishing boats so they can't find the fish. And then there's driving the fish away, right to where the fishing boat groups are. You could say it's hard to drive the fish into the net. In the past, we had to chase them, but now with hundreds of thousands of dolphins chasing the fish away, it's much easier to catch them. Soon the formation of fishing boats arrived at the Sakura Sea area. It's just that the line of demarcation isn't far. This way we can attack and defend. Chen Fan wanted to discuss the Cherry Blossom people, telling them that they came to fish, but it was a full load. They fish. That's a fish out of water. Chen Fan declared solemnly, starting today, Sakura fishermen will never catch another fish. Soon, 52 large fishing boats spread out and started fishing. The security ship on the side is not even dare to move. It's not just that there's no advantage in tonnage. It's because, in the distance, there's another dragon destroyer on patrol. It seems to be escorting these fishing boats. Bugger. Dragon Kingdom warships are escorting fishing boats. What the hell do they want? Murata was even more shocked. This time not only the large fishing boats were deployed, even the sword guards came, and the ones that came were also the most advanced air defense ships of the Dragon Kingdom, with outstanding air defense capabilities. Their security ships are like targets, but the other party is far away in the Dragon Kingdom waters. But let them both surprised and happy. At least the other party did not cross the border. Commander! Once again, these fishing boats have dropped their nets. What seems to be salvaging again? The subordinates are reporting back. The real-time videos are all there. Obviously working. I don't know what I'm getting. One thing to be expected though, it's all a decentralized operation, and it doesn't look like it's going to be about fishing for any shipwrecks. Shipwrecked. Warship. None there. Since the Yamato incident, Sakura has labeled all their significant shipwrecks in warships. It's to avoid anything like that again. And so far, there's not a lot of warships there in the. Keep watching. Murata could do nothing about it. The other side did not go deeper, and now he simply did more than he could do. So he did not go to expel it. They had attacked the revival last time, and had been at a disadvantage. Why don't you just be a little bit more Buddhist? As fishing boats have been launching their nets and soon reeling them in again, the captains were pleasantly surprised to find that the fish they had caught were very valuable. My goodness, this is a big yellowtail. More valuable than a small yellowtail. No way. You can get tuna here too. It's so easy to get it. I've been fishing for more than 10 years, but I've never fished up so many yellowtail in one net. This net goes down, but dozens of tons. Rich, really rich. If I could have caught these fish before, I would have been rich. Turn of fortune. Really turn of fortune. Fishing is not profitable. This is the boat to sell, the loan to pay back. Who thought the first trip to sea? A bumper harvest. It must be said that many of these captains are also former ship owners. They are also brilliant. Only later the luck is not good. Cannot get any good goods. Cannot afford to pay the loan, but also can only sell the ship. The revival company took over, and they the captain of the ship, a wage earner. Of course, although it is a part-time job, but still enjoy the commission. As long as the catch of the seafood enough to be valuable, it is also able to enjoy a generous commission. These fishermen are excited to see all the good stuff. I've never caught a fish that valuable in my life. I may have done it before, but it's not a couple dozen tons. This is really exciting. If 1 or 2 ships are good, people still think it's chance that they think it's luck. But when more than 50 ships are fishing for high-value seafood, It's possible to detonate the scene. The captains of the fishing boats are crazy when they hear it's a good harvest. Wide-eyed, they looked at the revival, who had followed the others' instructions to come here. Obviously, it's not them, it's the revival. Chapter 185, no way. There are so many fish here that they jump into the fishing boat? Bugger. Where did the fish go? Why can't we even see the fish anymore? At this time in the Sakura Sea, a large number of Sakura fishing boats were traveling aimlessly. They've been out on the water for a long time, and tomorrow they were fine. And then today, all of a sudden, no matter where they go, they can't find any fish. Many people even went to the secret sea that only they know, and in the past, they returned with a good harvest, but this time, they couldn't even see the hair of the fish. The fish that were so hard to find were also a bunch of small fry that hadn't grown up yet. If you catch fish like this, you won't get your labor back. They had no choice but to keep expanding the search area, hoping to track down the fish. Kam-ita, have you found the fish? I've been traveling for 4 hours and haven't found a single school of fish. It's so weird. 4 hours and not a single school of fish to be found. It's so weird. It's exactly like there's no fish in the sea whatsoever. Even in the worst time of the year, there is no such thing. Only they lost the fish. It's impossible that they can't even find the trace of the fish. Asterisk 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 off. The entire Sakura Sea seems to be devoid of fish. What the hell happened? Was there an earthquake on the bottom of the sea and all the fish ran away? Have you heard any news? Kamita's eyes also widened when he heard that. He thought it was just his own bad luck, but he didn't realize that it was the same for others as well. When you look at it that way, it's been a very weird day indeed. Just thinking about it, but I haven't heard anything about it. It's a calm day. There's nothing unusual about the weather. There's no news. What the hell is going on here? For a while, the Sakura fishermen all had the same dilemma, and all of them came up empty-handed. However, just at that moment, a piece of news shocked everyone and made everyone angry. Bugger! The fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom have come to fish with us, and they are rumored to be catching tons of fish. There's even rhubarb fish. What? Rhubarb said. That can be more expensive than salmon, and they are actually shamefully coming to catch our fish. Did they get all the fish? Or why don't we have any fish at all? It must be so. The dragon fishermen fished away the fish that belonged to us. Yes, around the Renaissance, some Sakura fishing boats appeared at this time. They also came by the way to look for fish, but suddenly found that there are a large number of fish here. And at this time, the dragon fishing boats are constantly catching them. There were tons of good fish caught, and they immediately shot video, partly to tell the crowd to come over and fish, and partly to show their anger. The Dragon Kingdom fishermen have crossed the border and have come to fish in their exclusive economic zone. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats with a full harvest, all the Sakura fishermen were enraged that they had turned around for half a day without setting a net. The dragon fishing boats are so good, they collect the net once in less than half an hour. This is not fishing, it's just picking up fish. Even more, they saw an amazing situation. These fish, more than enough to jump right on top of a fishing boat. Yes, the fish did jump on the fishing boat in abundance. The scene of such a good harvest really appeared. The fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed. Only this makes the Sakura people look but angry. Everything can be clear. The reason why there are no fish in all the places is because the fish are all coming here. There are so many fish here that you don't even have to fish for them. You can just jump in the boat by yourself. Bugger! We can't let the dragons go on like this. They'll be done with our fish. Damn! That's tens of thousands of Sakura coins a pound of rhubarb fish. It's too much for the eyes. I want a fish for rhubarb fish too. No more. We have to run over there. We can't let the Dragon Nation take the advantage. Come on, let's get together. There won't be any left for the night. Soon, the hot-eyed Sakura fishermen immediately have turned. Jokingly, this any who do not I read they are dependent on fishing for a living. There are no more fish here. As long as you go over there, that's a lot of fish. It's possible to get rich. Such a big temptation. No one can endure it. At one point, hundreds, thousands of fishing boats were sailing past. They have only one goal, and that is to make money. And if they don't make money for a day, they won't be able to pay back their loans. Every day when I open my eyes, it's a fishing boat loan. And at that moment, the first Sakura fishing boats that noticed the scene also wanted to go over to catch. They were more than ready to seize the opportunity. Donger! Out on the perimeter came the Sakura fishing boats. What do we do? Zhao Cheng had noticed it long ago. Only everyone was fishing and the other party didn't come over, so he didn't take it seriously. Now it's obvious that the other side is going to approach the fishing fleet. Expel them. This is our exclusive fish farm, Chen Fan said domineeringly. These fish can be the dolphins' credit. That is not far from 100 miles to come here. That's what creates such a fish farm. It's almost like you can reach out and catch a fish. He can't let someone else pick up the slack. This money, absolutely cannot let the other side to earn it. Yes. Zhao Chang nodded and then commanded the two outlying fishing boats to go ahead and expel the captain, though a little reluctant to discontinue the fishing, knew better than to let others take advantage of the situation, and for a time took up the task, rushing aggressively toward the Cherry Blossom fishing boat. The Cherry Blossom fishing boat see the other side of the tonnage is too large, simply cannot resist the impact, immediately turned the bow to avoid the joking. This time they do not have any compensation, cannot dare to collide with others, when the repair costs lost wages, able to let them lose dead. Bugger, the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are actually evicting us. Compatriots, we need backup, come on, let's work together to drive the Dragon Kingdom fishermen out of our waters. The Sakura fishermen were furious, but the tonnage wasn't as big as the other sides, so they could only avoid and retreat, with no way to break in. Watching the Dragon Nation inside still catching the big fish really makes it very hard to get through. Damn it, how dare they evict us in our economic zone? It's too much. Call the security department and have them evicted. For a while, the fishermen who felt they were outmatched immediately reported to the security department, hoping to get support, but at this time Murata was in a difficult situation, because he can't beat them. Mr. Murata, at the moment we are only able to mobilize about 20 security ships. We don't have a tonnage advantage. It's hard to expel the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. It's true, they're afraid of getting caught in the trap, and they're still defending the key areas. That's all the power we can muster. There's no guarantee that there aren't more dragon fishing boats showing up to sneak up on other places. In the past, the revival had organized thousands of fishing boats to sneak in, but this time the revival hadn't unleashed those forces yet. That's something you have to guard against. Chapter 186, It's a Trap. Evacuate immediately. Captain, there are tons of dolphins in our neighborhood, conservatively estimated in the tens of thousands. At this time, inside the southern ship, which is responsible for escorting the revival, people are also concerned about the matter. Although they were very far away, they could see the situation on the other side of the fishing boat very clearly. At this moment, Captain Zhao Changchang was also surprised, but he felt that there must be something else behind this strange situation. After a bit of digging, it really does look different. Dolphins, and a lot of dolphins. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Chengdong shook his head. He couldn't understand this, but as long as the revival is fine, it's fine. And then the southern ships came out to deter the security ships that tried to rush in. The same most concerned or air defense. This is also to come before. Ling Lao but especially explained. The revival of a very high probability of encountering missile attacks. Must pay attention to air defense. We can't let anything happen to him. On the other hand, on the side of the Fuxing, the fishing boats that have already finished fishing are constantly protecting this fish farm, allowing other fishing boats that have not yet finished fishing to do so. They're already too happy to sleep. Never fished so richly in my life. Just kidding. If it's just a net full of yellowtail or something, everyone will just be excited. But then a net went down, all of which were such high-value seafood that it could be described as madness. Everyone was so excited. All the complaining at this point was why the warehouse was so small and filled it up all at once. Brothers, keep a good watch, and don't let those brats come in. All of you in the room are responsible for letting one run in and get the fish. Ha ha, let the brats blush with envy. Hurry up and kill them. They have to guard me well. We have to make enough money before we can do anything. True Tian's relief is to let the brats see but can't hit the fish. It's worse than death. All the fishing boats circled around to guard the fish farms, and the Sakura fishermen were so distressed that at this point they could only curse the security department for being useless. They actually stopped at the periphery and didn't dare to enter. It's their economic zone, and they didn't dare to go and evict it. It's so shameful. Bugger. The security department is so disappointing. What are they doing? Why is this happening? Why haven't they expelled these Dragon Kingdom fishing boats? However, no matter how much the Sakura fishermen cursed, the security boats still didn't move, and Murata laid straight down flat. Not to mention the fishing boats brought by the Fuxing that they can't fight against. There's also a troop ship escorting them. How can they fight? They can't fight. In the end, the Sakura fishermen were only able to watch as the revivalists finished their catch and left in a great wave, returning to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. And these fish, too, seemed to have a spirit, so they followed the movement and entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Those cherry blossom fishermen directly pounced. When they came to that piece of sea, the bottom of the sea that is not a fish. Asshole, the dragons have taken all our fish. No, I saw the fish following the fishing boats. They entered the Dragon Kingdom waters, so the dragons are driving all our fish to their side. What about us? No, it can't be like this. We have to fish. It's what keeps us alive. We'll starve. We need to get our fish back. We can't go on like this. A lot of fishermen were upset that they couldn't find any more fish in their waters. Just to see away over there were countless schools of fish. They're too red-eyed, too hot. If you cross the border, you'll be able to catch tons of fish, and high-value seafood at that. Spell it out. You have to take risks in order to make money. There was no HMS ship present there. We fished and left. Yes, the fish have stopped moving and the dragon fishing boats have left. This is our chance. Yes, we crossed the border just a little bit, and it would be very easy to run back then. Charge. For the rhubarb. For the tuna. Cross the line and fish. Soon, the incredibly hot-eyed Sakura fishermen were rushing towards the dragon waters, and they were really crossing the line. The temptation was so great that just with the naked eye, you were able to see the fish on the other side keep jumping out of the water. Who could resist the temptation? If the sea were not so big that it could not be spoiled, and must be drained of water? For a while, the cherry blossom fishing boats were a ship that crossed the line. The number is also increasing. At this point, the security ship clearly sensed that something was wrong, reporting to the top immediately, and on the other hand, stopping the fishing boats from crossing the line. What? The fishermen have crossed the line. Are you sure it's true that you crossed the line? Murata had just breathed a sigh of relief at the departure of the Rokkoku fishing boats, but the next moment he heard that his own boats were fishing across the border. That's wide-eyed. That's not a good thing. He's got a feeling that something's not right here. Why is it so coincidental? Why did the dragon fishing boat leave so quickly? Shouldn't we try to intercept and expel it? No good. This could be a trap. Get all the fishing boats back here now. There's a chance they'll come under attack. Murata was alarmed. Countless lessons had taught them that crossing the waters of the Dragon Kingdom would result in a number of attacks by whales as well as sharks. These fishing boats basically sink, while the personnel are not attacked by sharks. It seems like they only attack fishing boats. The rescue center had received too many of these accidents, and he didn't want a lot of fishing boats to be attacked again. The security ships on the front line were also wide-eyed when they heard this. They did forget this one thing again. The Dragon Kingdom's waters are guarded by a guardian god. If you cross the line, you're dead or alive. For a moment, they panicked. Sakura fishermen, don't cross the line. Return at once. Danger ahead. Return at once. The security boats are screaming at the top of their lungs, but it's not working, because they've seen some fishermen casting their nets down and are really catching tons of fish. Oh my god. This is a big yellowtail. I've never seen a yellowtail that big. It's going to sell for thousands of dollars a pound. My god. Is this really there? The fish are abundant here. I'm going to be rich. Ha ha. Get rich, get rich. Fill up the warehouse and I can buy a house. All the fishermen are lost in the great wealth. They are stimulated by all these fish. People are getting more and more excited. And even more crazy. Hurry up. Kamita and the others have already caught the rhubarb fish. We can't afford to fall behind. Full speed ahead. There's fish all over the place. That's our fish. At least a few hundred Sakura fishing boats came rushing madly. Only they didn't realize that they were already surrounded at this point, just waiting for an order. All these fishing boats, they'll be destroyed. That one legend about demons isn't fake. It's true. Chapter 187, Wiped Out. A lifelong nightmare for Sakura fishermen. Donger. Those cherry blossom fishing boats ran over to our side, and they caught a lot of fish, too. We're just going to let them go? Zhao Cheng couldn't stand to watch. Watching the enemy also catch a large amount of wealth. They were really upset. Many of the captains below were very upset and wanted to fight to expel the fishing boats. Zhou Sung is just reporting the opinions from below. No need. Let them be happy for a while. They are not going to be able to take these fish. Chen Fan laughed. Violating the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and still wanting to return home safely was impossible. Really think that Chen Fan's warning is just for fun. He's going to let these fishing boats, ruthlessly warned the cherry blossom fishermen, tell the world that the Dragon Kingdom's waters are sacred and inviolable. It used to be just 3 fishing boats that were attacked. This time, I'm going to make it memorable for you all for the rest of your lives, as long as the memories were deep enough to make people remember. Chen Fan had to make this one rule, so that everyone will remember and everyone will not dare to come back. Can't go back. Could it be? Zhao Cheng's eyes widened and he seemed to have thought of something, as if to show him he was right. A fishing boat was being rammed and torn apart by a monster. The Dragon Kingdom Sea Guardian God has appeared. Yes, a large number of whales and sharks, after receiving Chen Fan's instructions, finally started harvesting. The cherry blossom fishermen hadn't been happy for long when they realized that their fishing boat had taken a hit. With a crash like that, it almost toppled the fishing boat. They were in for a real attack. Bugger. That's a whale. The legend is true. Once you cross the border, you really get attacked. Impossible. How did these whales know we were coming? They were as if they were waiting for us. What's going on? Why are these whales so big? What's going on here? Run! It's the Dragon Kingdom Guardian God. These monsters have appeared again. By now the fishermen had panicked, as a number of fishing boats had already capsized, one after another. The small ones were directly knocked over, while the big ones were not knocked over, but the bottom had been torn out by the sharks, and seawater was pouring into it. The ship was slowly sinking, and the sudden attack took the smiles off people's faces. Many were attacked before they could even be happy about catching a fish. There were screams and cries for life preservers and lifeboats. Run! Everyone run back! At this time the security boats were also dumbfounded. They finally saw a scene they did not want to see. At this time they could only warn the fishing boats of the danger once again and told them to run back immediately. Instead, they didn't dare to move at all, because they knew that once they crossed the line to rescue them, they too would be attacked. They could only watch the fishing boats being attacked. They couldn't do much at all. Help us! Security department, please help us! The other fishing boats, sensing the danger, retreated and called for help. They didn't want to destroy their boats for the sake of these fish. Once the fishing boats were destroyed, it would be a real loss, and they would inevitably go bankrupt and incur heavy debts. Commander, are we just going to watch and not go to the rescue? The security captain looked at the formation commander and inquired. This was making it very difficult for them. It's their fishermen. They don't rescue them, they'll be blamed by the whole country if it's exposed. It's worse than a beast to see death. Security ships maintain status quo. Helicopter takeoff for rescue. All speedboats to meet at the junction. Koi, who had hurriedly arrived with a large number of security boats, finally gave the order to rescue them. Except that the boats were afraid to go forward. They're also afraid of an attack. There have been a number of security ships that have sunk and they can't afford to be attacked by these monsters. You must save yourself to save others. Yes, the crowd nodded, helpless but at least getting going. However, many of the security vessels that arrived were not equipped with helicopters. Rescue forces were available, but with hundreds of fishing boats, it could be a rescue of thousands of people. A dozen or so helicopters are still too few and far between, and soon they realize that the rescue force is just too weak, because after hundreds of rescues, the helicopters are running out of fuel one by one. Captain, those Sakura fishing boats are all destroyed. This kind of terrifying attack power. Even our warships are going to get hit hard. At this time on the southern ship, the deputy captain reported with a shocked face. They had played the whole time and did nothing. The whole time they were in charge of the surveillance. And because of the surveillance, they were observing very carefully. And it was all so horrible that they didn't know how to describe it anymore. I've heard of fishing boats being attacked by whales and sharks before, but I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. Is that the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom's waters? How in the world do they recognize friend from foe? Professionals naturally have professional doubts. Zhao Changchang was puzzled as to why these whales didn't attack the revival and the others, but as the Sakura fishing boat came over, they attacked directly. Captain, perhaps this can only be explained by the revival. Our mission is only to protect, to document, the deputy captain said solemnly. Before he came there was also a lot of delivery. Encountered all kinds of strange things, do not need to be too surprised. Just record it on the line. I'm fully cooperating with revival. I'll do whatever they tell me to do. Yes, let's go. Our job is to escort, not rescue. Zhao Chengchun looked at the fisherman who fell into the water. If it was his own fisherman, definitely had to rescue them. But he's on a mission, and there's Sakura's security ship over there, so it's not their turn to get involved in any way. And for a while it was also left. And at the scene, the 200 fishing boats that crossed the border are no longer visible. All disappeared into the sea. Only a few fishing boats escaped to the Sakura Sea. They were slow, and it was the slowness that saved them. They were able to avoid the risk in time. Help us! I can't hold on much longer. That's a shark, and I don't want to be eaten by a shark. Thousands of people were still floating in the water, and from time to time there was a shark cruising around, but it scared the crowd into running away. It's a good thing they lost their fishing boat and eventually the sharks didn't attack them. The security department sent word to swim there on our own. It's only a nautical mile. We'll swim over so they can pick us up. Someone shouted that this was an instruction from the security department, because their helicopters could no longer move. And now, they could only let these fishermen save themselves. But this was greeted with a huge chorus of abuse. Cowards! It's only a nautical mile. Why don't they dare come to our rescue? Bastard! We're like this and they don't even dare to come to our rescue. It's too much to make them swim when they could have come in their boats. Chapter 188. The world is shocked. No one dares to invade the waters of the Dragon Kingdom again. No way. The security department, but their lives are at stake. They don't dare to cross the border, because those whales and sharks are still swimming around. It's all a warning that they can't cross the border, and if they do, they'll definitely be attacked. Even though a lot of people didn't believe it, the scene was so amazing that the ones that crossed the border were attacked through and through. The ones that didn't cross the line, obviously the sharks were all around but didn't attack, as if these whales were confined by the line of demarcation. This makes the security ships happy, but it also tells them that they must not cross the line. Commander, the fishermen told us to sail to the rescue. They said they couldn't swim that far, the vice commander said solemnly. The reaction of the fishermen was very great. Many of them were reluctant. They were afraid that they would not be able to hold on to the place. This caused Koi to frown as well. There's nothing they can do about it. Can't go over there. Tell them. If not, swim for it. Only able to wait for a follow-on rescue ship to arrive. They must hold out for at least 6 hours. Koi made a strong statement that the other rescue forces were still coming, and there was nothing they could do without enough helicopters. It can only wait. He can't risk the security ship. This one statement, however, once again angered the fishermen. 6 hours? We're not going to last at all. We'll die of dehydration. Eventually, in order to survive, the fishermen were only able to find a way to swim little by little back to their waters, just 1 nautical mile away, but it seems so far away. When one person reaches the cherry blossom sea exhausted, their last words are, "Never cross the line again. Never again will I go to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom." The other fishermen who had escaped death were thinking the same thing. The lesson of today was too much. The memories were too horrifying. They almost didn't make it back. Those horrible monsters, with that huge attack power, will give them nightmares for the rest of their lives. Soon, news of an attack on hundreds of Sakura fishing boats directly seized the dragon fishing boats to cross the border fishing. After all, it's not really a big deal anymore to go across the border and catch a few fish and leave. It used to be a fight for days, but now everyone is concerned about the fishermen. Heavyweight, at least 200 Sakura fishing boats have sunk in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Breaking news, 200 fishing boats attacked, all sunk. The security department saw death and the fishermen spat that they almost died. Monsters are rampant in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The security department reminds that entry is prohibited. Soon, the media were reporting on the matter, but the netizens who originally wanted to curse the Dragon Kingdom didn't know where to start, because it seems to be the fishermen who cross the line and end up being the ones who get attacked. Bugger. Why is it that the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats cross the border and fish without incident, while our fishermen cross the border and sink? Damn it, they should be responsible for the danger of our fishing boats in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, demand compensation. The Dragonians should compensate us for our losses. That's 200 fishing boats. Never underestimate some shameless people. Even if it is clear that there is a mistake in the first place, there are still people who can move the right and wrong. In the eyes of these people, the crossing of the border is a matter of saying nothing, and they will be held responsible for the danger of the fishing boat in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom by directly. This is a very tricky angle, but it makes even the netizens of the Dragon Nation angry and crying. It was a laugh in the end. Have seen shameless, have not seen so shameless. Originally also thought to sympathize with some of them. Now see, this is sunk well yeah, let them cross the line. They have to pay for crossing the line. If they can they won't cross the line. Still want compensation. Can come over First arrest you in jail before. Who let you cross the line? Fine processing. The Sakura people are really shameless. Brothers, don't bother with them. Let them argue. They're just fooling around anyway. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are not used to these people, and directly and ruthlessly exposed their insidious villainous heart. It's more of a statement. The waters of the Dragon Kingdom are sacrosanct. Trespassing must be paid for. This matter is getting more and more noisy on the internet. No matter whether it's Dragon Kingdom netizens or Sakura netizens, all of them know about it too. People have learned the truth. Sakura ships can't cross the border. If they do, they'll be attacked. Because even the security ships don't dare to risk going there. They're seeing death for the sake of their own security. So all those folktales are true. I'll see if the Sakura people still dare to cross the border in the future. They'll cross the border if they can. They'll have to think about what's going to happen to these fishing boats. The more the merrier. With the presence of the guardian god, the waters of the Dragon Kingdom are inviolable. Those people from the Dragon Kingdom who didn't believe in this legend also believed in it at this time. And the Sakura people were even more like a great enemy. This one lesson was so profound that it has been spreading throughout the fishing circles, especially those fishermen who came back alive, warning their friends as well as their peers that they should never cross the border. The fishermen are genuinely scared, and may have previously thought it was just bad luck that some fishing boats would be attacked. This time, however, it was 200 fishing boats, and they had just crossed the border not long before they were attacked, and no one could ignore the warning of only soon they encountered another problem. We can't find any fish in our waters. All our fish seem to be running into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. What can we do? Yes. Fishermen have been searching for fish for a week. Tens of thousands of boats have been fishing in the sea and yet there's nothing. Everyone was the same. And only a few seemed to be lucky enough to encounter some small schools of fish, which always opened up. Except that the amount was also minimal and more symbolic than realistic. The fishermen were very puzzled as to why the fish were suddenly gone. Bastard. I've been searching for a school of fish for 3 days and we ended up losing them as they entered the Dragon Kingdom waters. It's the same with me. They've all run over there and it's not like we can cross the line. Damn it. All the fish have crossed the border. And the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats are said to be able to catch tons of fish by just dropping their nets. Why has it come to this? What is it about the waters of the Dragon Kingdom that attracts the fish? And what are they going over there for? No one could explain this one. They didn't realize that there were dolphins following them all the time, expelling the fish and leaving them with no fish to catch. Likewise, more dolphins are constantly driving schools of fish into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. In the words of Chen Fan, he wants to make it up to the fishermen who supported him, and even more so, to get back at those Sakura fishermen who had mobbed him. Starting today, they will have no fish to fry. The grayest hour has come. And just as the cherry blossom fishermen were agonizing, the revival led a group of fishing boats that were already fully loaded. Every fishing boat is loaded with seafood. I'm excited about unloading. Chapter 189, a week wildly earned 20 billion. Fishing is so profitable. Fanny, I didn't realize fishing could be so profitable. At this moment, Su Jun was saying excitedly that he had already found a buyer for these seafood long ago, shipped and ready to sell, and looking at a big yellowtail, a tuna. More than 50 fishing boats are in this situation. He was overjoyed, because the seafood that this one fishing boat brought back was just worth a lot of money. All fishing boats caught 50,000 tons of seafood. A ton of seafood is an average of about $500,000. Just the seafood. I can't believe it's worth $25 billion. Yes, is 25 billion. This is simply profiteering. This time the shipment back are good seafood. That price can be several $100s a kilogram. Although there are other small fish and shrimp. But the average down. It's not unusual for a ton to sell for $500,000. Who knew that just a trip to the sea would be so much more than that? I can't believe I shipped back $25 billion worth of seafood. As far as the cost of, kidding aside, it doesn't cost much at all. Buying these fishing boats for 100 million apiece, that's only $5 billion. You can buy 250 fishing boats with this trip. Who wouldn't? At this point, the Soviets had only one idea. What mining? Go fishing. Only Su Jun did not know. Such a good goods. That is the cherry blossom waters of the good fish are concentrated. You can pick out all the good, directly pinch the tip of the fishing. Otherwise, if an ordinary person wants to catch a whole warehouse full of seafood, it's possible to sail on the sea for a month or two, and it's only been a week for them. 25 billion. Not bad. It looks like there's a lot of fishing going on. Chen Fan slightly smiled. This one income is really good. That is really no less than selling rare earths. If he really had this stable income, Chen Fan wouldn't mind simply becoming a fisherman in the future. If you build up your own fishing fleet, you'll be the richest man in the world. But once the numbers go through the roof, it's going to take a lot of fish. I'm afraid it's time to go fishing on the high seas. Otherwise there won't be as good a fishery. The cherry blossom sea was still too small, and after being scoured by Chen Fan this time, it would take time to recover. Next time we'll just have to go deeper into the ocean, where there are bigger fish. If there are 500 ships, that's hundreds of billions of dollars next time. Thinking about this, it is indeed very exciting. Even if it takes a month to catch, a month is also able to earn hundreds of billions of although compared with the domestic technology companies is indeed to be a bit poorer. But really every month have 200 billion income. That can really become the richest man in the dragon country. Not bad. Fanny, you're going out to sea. It's the kind of wealth I couldn't achieve after decades of struggle. Su Jun suddenly felt a bit old. In the past, he had a lot of mines in his hands and felt that he was very bullish. Who would have thought that comparing to Chen Fan, the gap is too far. Too far. He had only accumulated about $10 billion in half a lifetime. Chen Fan had earned it in less than half a month. If other people knew about this, they would really be furious. Ha ha, uncle, we should be able to expand our fishing fleet. Chen Fan laughed. This small trial directly proved that fishing was very profitable. I'm sure it'll relieve the Soviets of their concerns. Expand. It has to be expanded. I'm going to negotiate a buyout now. I'll buy directly one company then. Su Jun bought before also just buy fishing boats. This time he simply buy the company directly, so that the speed is more accelerated some. He was also looking forward to the next trip to the sea, and whether it would bring even greater profits under the ever-expanding scale. He was so excited. he couldn't stop himself from being excited. For Chen Fan was no longer optimistic. He wanted to snatch him back to be his son-in-law. Uncle, ready-made fishing boats we can buy. It would also allow the shipyards to build bigger fishing boats. I hope that in the future the fishing boats I lead will be 10,000-ton fishing boats. Large offshore fishing vessels still have good seaworthiness. Chen Fan still hopes to have such a fishing boat. 5,000 tons is still a little small. Since the money is there, it has to be large. And the competition will certainly not be weak in the future. The tonnage advantage is very important. Even in the face of the fleet of all sides is not afraid at all. Yes, I'll arrange this. Su Jun nodded. As long as the money, Chen Fan let him do what to do. With 10% of the shares, it's safe to say he'll be able to make $5 billion on this trip. Invested $5 billion and returned $5 billion in less than half a month. Where in the world is such a profitable business? If he'd known, he'd have borrowed more money. Revival's fishing boat arrives at the harbor, sending shockwaves through the air. Especially since a boatload of seafood is worth a lot of money. These prices went straight out the window. And soon it was the internet that kept spreading the heavyweight. Revival earns over $20 billion a week. How can fishing be so profitable? Revival company is full of money. Sakura fishermen complained that the Revival stole their fish. I don't know who let the cat out of the bag. But anyway, the news of the $20+ billion market capitalization got out there. In fact, it's hard to hide this. There are a lot of smart people. You can estimate it from the unloading. Plus there are a lot of buyers, who will definitely pay for the goods eventually. The news of more than $20 billion in revenue from a week at sea shocked the entire fishing industry. And everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Especially those traditional fishing companies who can't believe this one fact anyway. It's a fake. How can there be a boat full of tuna? Where are there so many? I've never seen so many rhubarb fish in my life. It's a straight plunge, isn't it? Yes. These fish are so expensive because of the scarcity. Tens of thousands of tons of tuna big yellowtail. This is a joke. People are questioning this one. Because some people are saying that this is an increase of tens of thousands of tons of yellowtail. The top of the day's luck to be able to fish up a net. This is in the end how good luck to be able to fish up tens of thousands of tons. Are good fish. They've been fishing for decades. And basically they're fishing out fish that cost tens of dollars a kilo. And the cheaper ones are just a few dollars a kilo. Which is a difference of 100-fold. However, such a doubt was soon substantiated by someone. As the supply of yellowtail and tuna suddenly increased throughout the Dragon Kingdom, prices have dropped a lot. That's proof. Before tuna we food markets simply do not have to sell. The past 2 days found a lot of our selling. The price seems to be able to enough. It's the same here. I've never seen so many big yellowtail. It's so big. It's quite cheap. Ha. The rhubarb fish that I couldn't afford to eat back then. I can actually reach it. Mom, I got the rhubarb fish. Thank you, Revival, for these top-notch sea fish. Chapter 190, whether Sakura can catch fish or not. I'll say so. Yes, the price of these big yellowtail was high, but the Revival got too much this time. There was a sudden increase in supply and the price went straight down. Although these fish can be frozen and sold slowly, but the price was still affected. Otherwise the price of the fish that Chen Fan fished back this time could have doubled once again. People in the Dragon Kingdom are naturally still happy that the price of high-end fish has fallen. After all, they benefit from falling prices. However, the Sakura netizens were sour, and even outright cursed, because the Revival was showing off in a red-hot manner. Damn it, the dragon fisherman stole a fish that was supposed to be ours. They're thieves. He left us empty-handed. And they said it wasn't the Dragon Kingdom people who fished away our fish. This is the proof. They must compensate us for our losses. We've been out to sea for half a month and we still haven't caught any fish at all. We need fish. We need to survive. Please return our fish stocks. The Sakura fishermen were angry. Since that day, they had never caught any more fish, but they had already gone out to sea, and they couldn't go back without catching fish, or else this trip out to sea would directly cost them nothing. All they could do was keep wandering the sea, hoping to find fish. However, some of the fishing boats have run out of food and they have had to call into shore. These fishermen returned empty-handed and soon let the people from the fishing company know. And in a moment, the price of Sakura's fish directly skyrocketed several times over. Even the salmon that they used to be able to afford to eat is directly unaffordable to the Sakura people. And the price has directly skyrocketed by 2 or 3 times. So how can they still eat it? For a while, the media was spewing out complaints. But the people were complaining about it. We're a country that depends on the sea. And it's ridiculous that we're having problems with the supply of sea fish being cut off. Unbelievable. I'm a fisherman. I used to eat fish for dinner. Now I can't even eat fish. Off. There hasn't been a situation where you can't buy fish for decades. And this year it's actually happened. We want fish. We want cheap fish. How are we going to live without fish? Are we only going to be able to eat? Kidding aside, Sakura's fishing industry is a very important one. They don't have a well-developed farming industry. And it's safe to say that all kinds of meat aren't cheap. And being surrounded by the sea makes fish the cheapest meat. And now that this one cheap meat is suddenly gone, it's going to be a big problem. In the old days, we used to get a big increase in the price of pork, but we could still eat chicken and duck. The Sakura people, however, could not, and they did not produce these meats, either, in very small quantities, and the price was not cheap, and for a time the success of the people's lives directly soared. What? There are no more fish in the sea? Murata was also aware of this news, but was shocked. They are responsible for protecting fishery resources. They are also responsible for protecting the fishing boats. They are responsible for the fishermen's inability to catch fish nowadays. Commander, nearly 90% of fishermen said they had nothing to show for it. They can't find the fish since the revival showed up. This is very strange. A lot of fishermen are now getting ready to head out into the deep waters in hopes of finding fish. A staff member reported with a sullen face that this was no longer a small problem, but one that directly affected prices in the country. Because the fishermen have not been able to transport the fish back, the price of fish has gone up, and so has the price of other meats. And some people are already accusing the security department of being ineffective. I saw the dragon fishing boat coming, but I didn't expel it. What the hell is going on? Does it have something to do with the revival again? Murata was also dumbfounded. He didn't think it was related to them again. Could the revival be able to steal not only our oil, but rare earths, and be able to steal fish? Murata wouldn't have thought so in the past. This school of fish was still able to be stolen away. There was no way the Rococo people could make the fish obedient, right? But the revival was so weird. And the other side did have a full load on this trip. It seemed like anything was possible and everything was suspect. Commander, if it's really related to the revival, then this is terrible. It's going to collapse the whole industry and cause a lot of unemployment. Just kidding. Fishermen can't catch fish. Then they have to go bankrupt one by one. Who are carrying a lot of loans on their backs anymore. Fishing vessels may be repossessed and fishermen will lose their jobs, which will affect social order. Yes, except we have no proof. Murata shook his head, saying that the Rococo people had taken their fish. Who would believe it? Folk can say that, but they don't have the means to bargain that way. We can only continue to observe and search for the cause. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was not idle, and on the one hand, he continued to purchase fishing boats. On the other hand, has begun his plan. Just pay up, just so they can catch the fish. Chen Fan directly told Su Jun that he not only wanted to fish for money himself, and even more so, he wants the Sakura fishermen to pay him. We need a breakthrough. We can't talk to the security department directly. Since it's business. Fan, make them pay. They'll be able to catch fish. How is this possible? Su Jun was dumbfounded. He was originally unconvinced by the public opinion on the internet, saying that what the revival of the ship will be their fish all away. How could this fish be fished out? But hearing Chen Fan indirectly admit it, he was a bit flustered. A little bit of the unknown seems to have appeared. Chen Fan is actually able to control whether or not the cherry blossom fishermen can have a good harvest. This is simply sensational. Uncle, and don't be surprised, I am selling them a product. This one product, called a fish attractor. Chen Fan couldn't possibly say directly that he was able to control the dolphins to interfere with the fishing boats. Soon he thought of a very good excuse. That is to produce a product that will yield a good harvest if the fishermen buy it. Sakura fishermen buy them too so they can make money. What? There really is such a thing? Su Jun's eyes lit up. The original confused eyes also brightened up. This finally listened to it. Finally, he knew what the principle was, and not to mention, he really believed it. This one thing, that directly explains why Chen Fan was able to return home fully loaded. Why do you think it attracts such a large number of fish? No wonder. With this kind of thing, it's like you can just lay back and make money. If you want to attract fish, just go out to sea and catch them. For a while, his suspicions about Chen Fan dissipated. Originally thought Chen Fan had some supernatural ability. Who thought it was advanced equipment? But then there's the problem. Such advanced equipment. How much is the right amount to sell it for? Chapter 191, Free Trial. Can you really catch fish? No need to pay for it. You can use it for 3 days for free. If you want to continue using it after 3 days, you need to renew it. Chen Fan can think of the best opportunity to make money. Selling products directly is too low level. Does this thing sell for tens of thousands of dollars? Or hundreds of thousands of dollars? And any more Chen Fan feels a bit of a loss. And it's so expensive it's very hard to promote it. Who wants to pay for it? and with a direct free trial and then paying to use it when the time comes. That's a growing income. Once the fishermen form a dependency, it's certainly impossible for them not to spend money. If you spend money, you get fish to fight. If you don't spend money, you get no fish at all. On balance, these people will naturally pay for it. And to be able to sell it like this, can it be sold to domestic fishermen? Su Jun inquired. If this is really the case, this is also a very good thing for fishermen in the country. It can be sold, just not now. Chen Fan mainly want to let the cherry blossom fisherman into the pit. He has let the cherry blossom sea without fish. Even if you get the fish, with the dolphins in the side harassment, can hit the fish is strange. That's the best clientele. Yes, then I know. I'll have someone sell it now. Free charge. It must be very easy. Su Jun nodded. If you sell money, cherry blossom fishermen really cannot afford to buy, and now free of charge to send, but also loaded on the fish can have a fish. The temptation is great. Shortly afterward, inside the Sakura fisherman group, many people really did get a simple box. I'm taking it out to sea right now. It wasn't long before they realized they had found a school of fish and were able to catch them. Yossi, this tech is so good. This is actually real. It really attracts fish. My god. Half a month I'm finally catching fish. So happy. It really works. I didn't expect this one box to be so effective. There's fish. There's really fish. It's so exciting. At this time, a cherry blossom fisherman said excitedly, can be considered a sigh of relief? The group inside the other fisherman herd was also alarmed. They were out on the open sea, and although they were able to look for the fish, they knew as soon as they got close enough that the fish immediately left. They can't keep up with the fish. They're still not getting any. Once they heard that other fishermen had harvested, it was a big deal, and they got anxious straight away. If you can't catch your own fish and someone else has some, what's wrong with that? Kam-ida, where did you catch them? And how in the world did you find the fish? However, when he realized what was going on, he was once again dumbfounded at this moment. For the first time he heard a term. Fish attractor. What the hell is this? Kam-ida, however, mysteriously stated that it was a secret and wasn't going to say anything because he found it really useful. I didn't think so before, but once too many people know about it, then everyone is going to grab their fish, and he won't be able to make any money. People are selfish, and now that they have discovered that this high technology really works, they naturally won't say it easily, and they only hope that the fewer people know about it, the better, so that they can monopolize the fish and sell them at a high price for a high profit. Kam-ida, damn it, I'm your friend and you're hiding it from me. The captain was angry. Kam-ida was a friend of his, though not a very good one. But I didn't realize that because of the interests directly not to tell him. This makes him very angry. I feel like I've made a friend for nothing. Eventually someone couldn't resist revealing. Guys, it's made by a company who gave it to us to try for free. I didn't think it would really work. Maybe you could look for a boat company. Yes, they actually saw the shipping company give it to them when they were out on the water. So they don't need to pay for it anyway. So just take it on. Who'd have thought it would work? There are so many of these things out there today. You can't hide it even if you want to. What? Free? Where is it? I want to go back and claim it. Have you used it and did it really work? The captain confirmed once more that if it really worked, he had to make the trip back even if he had to go back empty-handed. As one by one the captains who had received this tech indicated that it was useful, they realized that the fish were really recovering. For a while, one of the captains in the group, no longer able to hold back, turned around and docked. I'm afraid if I'm late, there won't be any left. It was a good thing that after half a day's traveling, when they inquired after docking, they did receive this one box. Looking at such a humble box, it makes a lot of people skeptical, yet others say it works, so naturally, they'll take it. And at this time, at the headquarters of the security department, Murata also looked at this one strange box and wondered what he was thinking about. Detecting a problem? What the hell is this? Why is it able to work? Murata inquired. It was natural for him to investigate something as important as fishermen not catching fish. Only before they could investigate, a high-tech product appeared on the market, and according to the fisherman it really works, which makes him wonder, if it really works, why is it free? And could there really be something so high-tech and who produced this? Commander, we've been tested. Found out it's just a sonic emitter. Internally it's very simple. Besides emitting sound waves, it also has a localization function, the deputy said solemnly, and it puzzled him too. The fishermen say it works and you can catch fish. They thought it was high-tech. But who would have thought that it was just a very common product that could be easily manufactured? Commander, according to expert estimates, costs a mere $10 US. We can replicate that too. Yes, something so simple that they can actually manufacture it. A locator goes without saying. A receiver transmitter will do. And as far as sonic transmitting gear goes, it's pretty easy too. To put it bluntly, it's a sounding board. A horn if you will. It's easy to do and cheaper to mass produce. What? Less than 10 American dollars? Murata was dumbfounded as well. This was becoming more and more difficult for him to understand. It's just a most ordinary device. But why does it work? Fishing boats are rigged to catch fish. You can't catch a fish without a belt. That's amazing. It all felt so unreal to him. Commander, we also found an interesting phenomenon after our investigation. These products originate from the Dragon Kingdom. The deputy made one more point. And that was that a company in the Dragon Kingdom sells. It's even imported from the Dragon Kingdom. This made Murata even more suspicious. And he always felt that there was something wrong here. Rococo people can't do good. What the hell do they want? Chapter 192, 500 million in 1 hour. Terrifying as hissing. 3 days later, as more and more of Sakura's fishing boats return with full loads, Sakura's marine fish supply is once again restored, and in more abundant quantities than ever before. And at once the high-priced fish were immediately cheaper. People could finally afford to eat fish again, which made the whole cherry blossom feel cheerful. The fishermen were also overjoyed because they had a better harvest than ever before, and it was as if they were being taken care of by Lady Luck. And there were fish in the end. And there's a lot of it. That's a lot of money. Just as they were preparing for their second voyage in the hope of yet another great harvest. But I realized something was wrong. What's going on? Why can't we find the fish again? Yes, but the captain's been out for 2 hours and there's nothing. The fish seem to be avoiding them again. How could you not find it? It was an eye-opening moment. Captain, not good. The fish attractor seems to be malfunctioning. The first mate came anxiously with a box. Only one line was written on the top of the box. Service expired. Renew to restore service. Yes, Chen Fan had set an expiration date of 3 days. And now the 3 days had expired. It automatically expires. It's impossible to use it without renewing it. Renewal. I thought it was free. The captain was alarmed. When he gave it away, he said it was free, but he didn't say it would cost money. Especially when the captain filled out the information as per the operation and realized that it was very costly. Bugger. It takes $100,000 a day. The captain's dumbfounded. It's too expensive. Too expensive. He's a small fishing boat. That's only 100 tons of seafood. A fishing trip is just to bring back over $1 million worth of seafood. That's great. $100,000 a day. It's killing them. It'll take them a week or so to get to sea. You can be back in 3 or 5 days. So that's half the cost of paying for your use. No, it's too expensive. Too expensive. The captain shook his head. It was indeed too expensive. He couldn't afford it. This realizes that he has to take out half of the money he sold just a few days ago to pay for it. Who would want to do that? Soon, some people began to communicate within their fishermen's. As soon as he finished spouting off, he didn't realize that he was just 100,000 a day was just child's play. Because of the big fishing boats that need to pay even higher fees. Bugger. It costs $1 million for 1 day of use. This is a money grab. A Sakura fisherman stood up and cursed. Their fishing boat warehouse was 1,000 tons. And when he filled in the information about the fishing boat, he got a calculated cost. That's $1 million a day. Who can afford that? They just finished selling seafood and sold more than $10 million. Now they take it out. Doesn't it mean that they worked hard for a few days? All of them are working for others. Asterisk off. We need 2 million a day. Bugsy, we need 500,000 a day. That's too much. Could this be a fake? This is a scam. Yes, it must be a scam. Otherwise it couldn't have been given away for free. It could be a scam. We can't fall for it. Many fishermen then reacted and felt that this thing was not right. It was obviously a money scam. The people have been told not to pay, and whoever pays will be duped. For fishermen, however, catching fish is the key, and if paying for it really does something, they have to pay for it. After a few hours had passed, when these fishermen still could not find the fish, someone finally could not resist paying the fee. Ding! Payment successful. Resume use for 1 day. Soon, this one box shows a green light and continues to work up. As if to prove that this one thing worked, just a few minutes passed and they were thrilled to find the school of fish. Yossi, it's true. It really works. For once, no one doubts the usefulness of this stuff. For a while, more and more fishermen were also paying for their goods. At this time, inside Renaissance, Sujun watched as one payment after another came in, but he was very excited at this time. Mr. Su, in just 1 hour, we received over 1,000 payments. The total value reaches 500 million. The staff was also wide-eyed. You know, it's only an hour. and it's only been used for 1 day. That means $500 million in revenue in just 1 day. And tomorrow these fishermen will have to pay again if they still want to use it. That's a couple $100 billion a year. Nowadays just over 1,000 fishing boats pay. Sakura fishermen are really quite a lot. They send out tens of thousands of boxes. The purchasing power generated by all these people, once they all pay, is quite huge. It's like making money on the side. 500 million. Just an hour. Su Jun was also dumbfounded. When Chen Fan asked to set such a high usage fee, he thought it was too exaggerated, thinking that no one would buy it. However, the reality hit him in the face, and even more so the whole company, that these fishermen were really buying it, and it was bought in such quantities that more and more fishermen responded that they would buy again. It would be a very lucrative income. Mr. Su, we're getting rich. It's incredible, the vice president said excitedly. This is still not sent how to call hair a day 100 million and is lying to make money. It doesn't cost anything at all. Just the cost of maintaining the software, which can be maintained by a couple of degree holders, is painfully low. The original fishing boat was fully loaded and had a direct income of more than $20 billion, making him feel that it was already a windfall. Who'd have thought that the profitable thing to do is to sell this equipment? It's a service fee. Keep working. There can never be a problem with payments. Su Jun reminded a sentence and then left with a heavy heart. He had to go and report to Chen Fan. This is unbelievable. He knows those boxes better than anyone. They're worthless, but it's the kind of thing that seems to really work for fishermen, and he can't figure out what's going on. 500 million. Still too little. There has to be at least a zero added to that number, so that I can be satisfied. Chen Fan smiled faintly. 5 billion a day. That was really making money, so that he had enough money to build ships. It's the only way to afford more fishing boats and battleships. 5 billion. This. Su Jun at this time is already fast happy fainted. He did half a lifetime, only has accumulated $10 billion. Now Chen Fan only needs 20 days to be able to earn that much money. If it is increased to 10 times, it will take only 2 days to create a fortune of his. Nowadays, he can't dare to imagine the big fortune. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that he would really go crazy. Van. These boxes are very low cost. How the hell does this work? Su Jun was also unable to resist inquiring, which was what he had been guessing for a few sleepless days. Obviously only capable of emitting sound waves of a specific frequency, plus a locator. How can it attract fish? Even an expert can't guess how it works. Chapter 193, Elderling. I would like to sponsor a carrier fleet for the Navy. Uncle, don't worry about that. As long as it works, doesn't it? Chen Fan smiled. To put it bluntly, this sonic transmitter, that was launched to the dolphin to listen to. Once this one sound wave is picked up, it means that this one fishing boat is not to be harassed. As soon as the dolphins leave, naturally, they say they can catch the fish correctly. As to why it is more abundant, it is because the other fishing boats are not paying. They can't catch the fish, and these fish are naturally more concentrated. A good harvest will come naturally. The reasons for this are naturally not easy to state explicitly. Even if the Soviets are not able to say it, it's probably going to be another world mystery. 2. Yes. Whatever. Just make money. Su Jun also figured out that it's not a crime to do this. It's not like they're cheating. As long as the money is in the account, it's not good to upset Chen Fan. Sakura fishermen are still paying royalties for their use. There's no way to hide this. And when other people are able to catch fish again, they'll naturally tell the group that it's useful. As long as they can catch fish, they are naturally willing to pay. The amount of money paid continues to grow after the concerns are allayed a little bit. Soon to be over 1 billion, 2 billion, eventually reaching 3 billion. There are still a lot of people who don't know about this, or are skeptical, and are afraid that they won't be able to make that much money back. Only Chen Fan does not care if the other party does not believe. Do not believe that will endure the grain. He will not have any sympathy. Elder Ling, I'd like to ask, let's a carrier fleet, how much it would cost to build. At this time, Chen Fan arrived at the headquarters of the water division. Elder Ling received him, and the moment he opened his mouth, he was the one who puzzled everyone. Why is this a direct question? Chen Fan, what do you want? Ling Lao frowned. This was a strange question. Originally thought he wanted to come and talk about remodeling. It's a carrier fleet coming up. But he was a little shocked when he thought about it for a moment. You boys don't want me to sell you a fleet, do you? Ling Lao laughed bitterly, but he knew Chen Fan had made a lot of money. A trip to the sea was tens of billions of dollars. With money, this ambition is probably inflated. He has to knock each other out. No. I'm not that ambitious. I was just thinking that maybe I could support a carrier fleet in the marine division. Chen Fan smiled faintly. With this money, he naturally floated a bit. Now that there is a warship escort, he still feels not too safe. He wants more warships to escort him, or even a carrier group, so he'd never be afraid of the Eagle Marines again, and the Sakura people won't make any more trouble. What? You're going to support us with a carrier group? Even Elder Ling, who was in a high position of power, was shocked by Chen Fan's words. They're talking about supporting a carrier group. If he hadn't misheard or misinterpreted it, the other side is trying to give them a donation. A straight-up donation of money that could build an aircraft carrier fleet. How is this possible? Elder Ling didn't believe it. Even the richest man in the country wouldn't dare to say something like this. Nice. That's why I was asking how much it would cost. Chen Fan looked at Ling Lao with a naive face, which made Ling Lao dumbfounded once again. And He Lao on the side couldn't say anything at this time either. I'm incoherent in my mind. What's this? Who sponsors a formation at once? Even some of the old developed countries are strapped for military spending these days. Can't afford a carrier group. Chen Fan, you don't have a fever. Do you know how much a carrier formation costs? Did you know that an aircraft carrier costs $20 billion? You're really drifting. He Yuan laughed bitterly. In his opinion, Chen Fan was really crazy. Not to mention an aircraft carrier formation first. Even an aircraft carrier costs $20 billion. And that's just the cost. The planes up there cost money too. A single one could be $500 billion, plus other equipment and weapons. Just one carrier altogether. It may take $50 billion to form a combat power. Chen Fan can be good. Directly sponsoring a carrier fleet. Indeed, floating awe. He Yuan sternly reprimanded Chen Fan, wanting to knock Chen Fan down a bit. Not being able to let this young man drift too much. That's going to hurt the other guy. 50 billion. Just enough to keep an aircraft carrier. Doesn't seem like much. Chen Fan listened to Elder He's accusations with a smile on his face and was slightly shocked after hearing $50 billion. But he still didn't take it seriously. He can afford it. Frankly, it only takes a month to pay for it. It's not too much. Not much yet. I know your boy used to receive $2 billion from the Eagle. Knocked the brats for a lot more money back there. But isn't all that money being spent on carrier modifications? You boys bought so many more fishing boats. You still have money? They were monitoring Chen Fan's every move. And He Yuan couldn't help but feel that Chen Fan was too good at tossing and making money. But 50 billion is not a small amount. Even the two domestic Ma do not dare to say that a one-time out of 50 billion. Assets and cash are two different things. Even big companies have negative assets. Ha ha, of course I did. How else would I dare to come and talk big? He Lao. And don't you dare whet your appetite. Just say a carrier formation. Just how much does it take to form a fighting force? Chen Fan once again pursued the question. He needed to know a total number to see if he could afford to raise it. It's everyone's responsibility to add an aircraft carrier to the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't have the power before, but now that he does, he can dare to think about it. Okay, I'll do the math for you. Let you die. With that, He Yuan did some calculations on the side. Every single one of them is based on the cap. I'll count you $80 billion for one aircraft carrier, plus 8 more 10,000-ton destroyers, one ship for $6 billion. Let's say $50 billion, and 2 nuclear submarines, and 2 supply ships. You boys prepare a 200 billion. The old man is also a little angry. He does not believe that 200 billion is not able to suppress the arrogance of Chen Fan. The other side is rich, but not able to take out $200 billion. If he had that kind of money, he'd be able to hold Chen Fan. 200 billion. Aha! Not bad. I can take it. Chen Fan thought for a while. According to the current daily average of $3 billion of equipment usage, only 100 days can be supported. It's still more than enough. Chen Fan's sentence made He Lao dumbfounded. He wanted to press Chen Fan, but it didn't occur to him that he didn't press at all. Elder Ling was the same. Originally thinking that this one number would dissuade Chen Fan. Who'd have thought you'd be so confident? For a moment, the two old men looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Chapter 194, Support for the Carriers. I have only one condition. Chen Fan, are you serious? He Yuan looked at Chen Fan in surprise. He had said so much just to scare off this kid. The other side is good. From the beginning is very calm. As if tens of billions and hundreds of billions is just a few $100. He really wanted to knock the other guy's head and tell him that the unit was $1 billion not dollars. Of course it's true. I believe you should revival is mine. I have plenty of money to support the Watermaster now, and it's backed up with Sakura fisherman's money. Chen Fan laughed out loud. This is the place that really makes people happy. Earn the money of the people of the country is not great. Earn the money of the people of Sakura, and then used to build warships is the place of bold and awe. If the Sakura sailors knew that it was them, the fishermen, who supported the Rococo sailors, I wonder how they would feel about it. Revival. Do you really make that much money? He Yuan stared wide-eyed. This was $200 billion. He still didn't really believe it. Instead, Chen Fan gently waved his hand. says it's no problem to make a few $100 billion a year, that's no pressure at all. This surprised the two old men again. Chen Fan, say it. What do you demand? Elder Ling listened to the conversation between the two men and eventually asked the key to the matter. There is no free lunch under the sun, and a carrier group, too. It'll be more, not less, when it's done. Even some of the older developed countries can't afford to build them anymore. And nowadays it's impossible for an individual to sponsor an aircraft carrier formation without conditions. Seeing this, Chen Fan also nodded and stated his request. Elder Ling, he allow. My request is simple. I want this one carrier formation. Can escort me. Chen Fan doesn't have the luxury of owning it. That's impossible. He's not a warmonger. He's just doing it for self-preservation. Having a carrier group is nothing more than protection. And now they sponsor a carrier group. As long as I can get an escort, I can achieve my goal. He's rich now and has more enemies. His little life is very important. He has to be steady. Escort. Just an escort? Elder Ling frowned, unable to tell if he was unhappy or happy. This inquiry caused Chen Fan to be a bit puzzled as well, but it was solemnly stated. As long as they can protect themselves at sea, they won't be involved in the management of these warships. And Chen Fan can't manage it. It's an aircraft carrier. Even if he builds it, who's going to command it and who's going to fight it? He just wants to be a quiet rich man, not a gunfighter. If only it was an escort. In principle I agree. But this carrier formation is not your private power. We can give you an escort, but we won't fix this formation. Elder Ling said solemnly. He had to make one thing clear. That's the carrier group that's supporting him. Not the same as having to escort him full-time. A real full-time escort. It's like a private army. This is clearly impossible. And such a carrier formation would not be of much benefit to the sailors. Absolutely no fixed escorts. But it's okay to take turns escorting. For example, the Dragon Kingdom currently has a number of aircraft carrier formations that can be drawn out to escort the revival whenever needed. This can avoid very many problems. Yes, as long as there's a carrier formation in order to escort it. Chen Fan nodded his head in agreement. All he wanted was security. It was still not quite safe for a single warship to escort it, and it would be difficult for the sailors to send out a formation to escort it. After all, the other party's carrier also has a mission. Always cannot be often out of it, and their own sponsorship of A, so that they do not feel ashamed of it. Yes, I'll discuss this again. It shouldn't be a big problem. When Elder Ling saw Chen Fan agree, a smile finally appeared on his face. He's most afraid that Chen Fan will want to have some privileges. And even more so, he'll want to get his hands on the warships. The good thing was that the other man's behavior satisfied him that it was only for self-preservation, which was still acceptable. Moreover, Chen Fan has made a great contribution to the Marine Division, which in itself is worthy of them escorting him. Chen Fan, you boys are funny, rich and not forgetting us. That's something to be sure. He Yuan was also relieved that this was an aircraft carrier formation, and now someone was giving money to build it. It's so much less stressful. There's not a lot of military spending on the sailors, and now there's an extra carrier formation, which is a great thing. Elder Ling, he allow. I wouldn't have gotten here today without the protection of the sailors. We're still too weak. It would have to be 10 carrier groups to be enough. I would like to contribute. Chen Fan's area of activity nowadays is just offshore of the Dragon Kingdom, basically operating in his own territory. But once you're in the deep sea, it's all deep sea, and that's extraordinarily dangerous. Chen Fan had to enter the deep sea and had to add some means to save his life. With an aircraft carrier protecting him, what's he afraid of? You can travel the world. Yes, well done. Worthy of being a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. I'll report this to headquarters. You must be commended. Ling Lao once again domineering said. If the rich and powerful one by one are willing to take out a large amount of money to support the construction of the water division, that sailor would have become the world sailor long ago, and the development would have accelerated even further. Soon, Chen Fan's sponsorship of an aircraft carrier formation was reported to the newspapers. Sailor that is exceptionally important, because Chen Fan is not only willing to spend 200 billion to build warships, late maintenance is also willing to pay money, which is another year tens of billions of dollars in costs. It can be said that Chen Fan raised an aircraft carrier fleet on his own. It's not like you're just responsible for building and not raising it. There's no worries at all. For a while, the sailors were very happy, and had a higher opinion of Chen Fan. In the past, I felt that Chen Fan was a hero for fetching up a lot of good things for the Dragon Kingdom, but now he is even more directly giving money to build equipment. I really don't know how to evaluate Chen Fan. Just as the sailors were in a state of joy, the Eagle is not idle at the moment. Their joint military exercises have begun, and next, they will enter the Dragon Kingdom waters to sail freely. At one time, dozens of warships were sailing from the high seas to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The Navy is very nervous. They're sending warships to monitor the situation. And yet the other guy still doesn't care. Faced with such a situation, Chen Fan, however, laughed coldly, because he's been waiting for this day for a long time. The Eagle Sailor. Right. Sakura Sailor. Right. Come on. You dare to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It is your doom. Soon, Chen Fan immediately summoned more fishing boats. He's going out to sea. 2. He's going to keep the waters safe. 2. Of course, one of the more important things is that they are going to salvage the good stuff. Uncle, notify all the company's fishing boats immediately. Replace the special fishing nets. We're going to do something big. Chapter 195, here it comes. The joint military exercise is finally here. Commander Mike, we are about to enter the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. There are already 2 Dragon Kingdom warships watching the perimeter. At this time in the command room of the carrier Intrepid, people were busy as an officer briefed Mike, the commander of the entire combined fleet. This is an Eagle-led exercise, with the Intrepid as the flagship and Mike as commander-in-chief, commanding the entire arrangement for the Freedom Voyage. Maintain surveillance status. Keep sailing. Mike said solemnly that they were entering the high seas of the Dragon Kingdom. They're free to sail, and this time they've come for a clean slate. It's not just about showing off. Another mission, that of finding the revival. Finding each other's secrets. A sonic attack weapon. It's so mind-blowing, they have to have it. Where the revival is going, the old man inquired. This is the right thing to do. They would be perfectly capable of changing the direction of the voyage for the sake of the revival. Commander, reconnaissance satellite display. The Fuxing has sailed from Mordor Harbor. Direction southeast. Contact with our course. Yes, they're heading southwest, and the revival is heading southeast. The 2 routes will intersect. As long as they stay on course, they'll meet the revival. Great. I can't believe he sent it to me. This is our chance. Mike's getting excited. It's a total no-brainer. They don't even have to be deliberate. Commander, there are nearly 100 fishing boats around the revival. It seems they will be out fishing again. Yes, Chen Fan has brought even more number of fishing boats with him this time. And with money comes boats. Gathering over 100 fishing boats, Chen Fan had something big to do this time. So naturally he had to deploy all his forces. This time, he's going to eat it all at once. Fishing at sea. Is the revival really a fishing boat? Mike was slightly flabbergasted. In their opinion, the revival that was a weapons test ship for the Dragon Kingdom. How can you really go fishing? No, this must be confusing us. Mike doesn't believe it. The Fuxing has done a lot of bad things. It's never been a serious fishing trip. Even if it's a fishing boat, just conduct a search and you'll know. They have to do a thorough inspection of the revival. Soon, both sides are on their own and are moving towards the same goal. Hundreds of fishing boats are very excited. They are following the Fuxing again. But there was some confusion, because this time they had changed to special thick fishing nets. There's even some tow ropes. This doesn't look a little bit like a fishing trip. Brothers, what exactly do you think Commander Chen is taking us for? We've changed our nets. The holes in these nets are too big. They can't catch fish. I'm afraid we're going to have to go fishing for sharks and whales to use these nets. Yes, the special fishing net is really very thick, and the mesh is even bigger. Without hundreds of pounds of fish, it is estimated to be able to run away. With their trawl net is very far from the difference. These can be fishermen cannot go with Chen Fan to salvage oil rare earth people, still really do not know what this in the end want to do Yes, this mesh is also too big, but Commander Chen said there is something big to do. What exactly are we going to fish for Who knows? Just listen carefully to the command. The Fuxing is not just a fishing boat. It has done some great things in the past. Yes, if you guys don't tell me, I've forgotten about the revival's history of honor. It's an aircraft carrier fighting the security department, and fishing seems to be just a sideline Indeed, it is a side business, but the side business is more powerful than the main business that others do full-time. Just a boatload of fish back. It's worth a year's work for others The crowd laughed bitterly. This can be a person than a person to die of anger. The revival of the ship is a fishing boat, but usually cannot see the fishing set Last time it was a return to business, but this time it'll be something else. Only everyone is still excited to follow the revival. It's a very thrilling ride. This time, I wonder who's going to be unlucky. Uncle Wang and Zhao Chang know Chen Fan the best. Others don't know what they are doing. Instead, they knew that this time with this special net, it was going to be another fishing expedition. But who the target was they didn't know. Only that someone was about to suffer a big loss. Carrier Intrepid. This is the Dragon Kingdom waters. Please leave immediately. Avoid a miscalculation. At this time the 2 dragon warships looked at the combined fleet that had officially entered the sea and immediately issued a warning. They have to maintain the safety of the sea and warn away ships that affect it. Dragon Kingdom warships. We are sailing freely on the high seas. please leave immediately. Don't jeopardize navigational safety. The Intrepid was also unusually tough, knowing that the Eagles had sent a carrier group. That's 10 ships, and Sakura has deployed 5 warships, and the other countries combined have 10 ships. You could say 25 warships. That's a lot of ships. How could they be afraid of 2 warships? That's too weak. They could crush it. Damn it. These brats are too much. At this time, above the Dragon Kingdom warship, the captain looked at this huge fleet unperturbed, and even accused them of affecting the safety of navigation. They were very angry, but they were only frigates, small and weak. Their job is to watch. They can't do anything else. Sub-Captain, report to Marine Division headquarters immediately. Get them immediate backup. It can't be helped. This time the other party came a bit suddenly. Halfway suddenly broke in, which made their force in charge of surveillance a bit inadequate. The carrier group is currently training in the Southern Sea. Many warships are all in the Southern Sea maneuver. Yes, soon. The headquarters of the Marine Division also received the news, and at this time, it was also a bit of a dilemma. Comrades, the combined fleet, led by the Eagles, is sailing free. We have to do a surveillance check. How many mobilizable warships do we have at the moment? Elder Ling solemnly inquired. The carrier in the southern waters could not be counted on for fear that the other party was on a mission of its own. This exercise was very vast. We're only halfway through. We can't end it here. Elder Ling, 4 of our Eastern Naval Division destroyers can be mobilized. Our Beiyang Naval Division can spare 6 warships. Our Nanyang Navy can contribute 2 warships. The 3 great masters of the sea have spoken, but the number is not too much. These forces add up, but not able to guard the safety of the seas. This caused Elder Ling to frown. Not enough. The number is too small. We need more warships. The old man solemnly reminded that this time, you can have to monitor the whole process. And even more so, you have to show your strength. You have to outnumber your opponent to deter them. Chapter 196, not good. The foreigners want to make dumplings of the Fushing. Report. The revival leads 1,000,000 tons of fishing boats out to sea. They seem to be aiming straight at the combined fleet. Soon after, a non-military news story came out. It doesn't sound like this matter has anything to do with their internal discussions, but the 3 water divisions are very familiar with Chen Fan's name, because in recent times they've been scrambling for who to give Chen Fan's sponsored carrier formation to. For Chen Fan is also exceptionally concerned, especially a warship is still escorting the Fushing. This is also the sailor will discuss the internal nonsense. It's not going to add to the mess, He Yuan said anxiously. The other party was coming on strong. The Fushing has been attacked before. It's just a death wish. It's not just a carrier group. It's a combined fleet. They'll be hard to protect. Not really. There could be 100 fishing boats next to the revival. The numbers are very favorable. Now that it's still in our waters, the other party definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. That's good. Except is this the revival for fishing or is it something else? The crowd was worried about the revival while wondering what the revival was up to. It looks like fishing. After all, the last one was full of it. But how can you catch fish and go straight to the other fleet? Keep the southern ships on alert. Remind the revival to be safe. Elder Ling stated that the southern ship will continue to escort the Fushing this time. It's relatively safe. Just don't be in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. They're capable of keeping them safe. Soon, the headquarters of the Marine Division to mobilize the forces that can be mobilized, all out of the surveillance. Some small frigates, but also stayed offshore to guard the door. Once the combined fleet is close, then they'll all be on the move as well. Just then, however, a move by the combined fleet derailed the plan that had been so easily deployed, because the whole fleet is divided into 3. Commander Mike, we are greatly weakened by our division into 3. It will increase our risk. At this moment, Harano of the Sakura Sailor Division expressed his disbelief. They had dared to come in only after following the Eagle. This is really a dispersion. This boldness can be very much less. They really do not quite dare to face the dragon sailors alone. It's okay to let them act like foxes, but they can't do it alone. Not to mention splitting it into 3 parts, even 2 parts. They felt pressurized. Commander Harano, the Dragon Kingdom sailors are weak. We don't need to be afraid. We will detach 2 destroyers that will act as your flagships. Mike looked at Haruno with disdain. In his eyes the other man was no coward. They've got 25 warships. Even if they're broken up into 3 parts, that's 8. In the old days it was a fleet of ships. So what's there to be afraid of? They're just sailing freely. They're not really using weapons. They're safe. And they weren't close to the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The other side didn't have any excuse to expel there. They can sail all they want. Okay. Harano nodded helplessly. He was also a soldier. If he refused again, it would be a disgrace to the Sakura Sailor Division. In fact, the parties were so irritated by Mike that they finally listened to the instructions. For a moment, The combined fleet was divided into three. Started to advance from three directions. This move, but let the sailor headquarters side look confused. Do not know what the hell is going on. Commander Chen, headquarters alerted us to a foreign fleet at 500 nautical miles. We should change the voyage. As the captain, Zhao Chenggong faithfully fulfills his duty as a bodyguard. I used to think I was a bit too big for my own good. They're a 10,000 ton destroyer, and they're actually coming to protect the fishing boats. Even protect these fishing boats to catch fish at all times. They are sailors, not sea division ships. However, he was also dumbfounded when he realized that the revival was actually going to sponsor one of their carrier formations. At this point, I finally realized that I was protecting a fishing boat, and that was a very honorable task. These fishing boats are earning the funds to build warships for the Dragon Kingdom's navy. So far, he is 12 parts of the importance of the revival of the ship as a big person like Ling Lao escorted. I'm afraid something will happen, in the words of Zhao Chenggong, with the payment of one of their warships, in exchange for a carrier group. Well worth it. Chen Fan also felt the enthusiasm of Zhao's success, who used to become more and more verbose. The more you care, the more you nag. This made Chen Fan somewhat helpless as well. Captain Cho, I know, but this is in the Dragon Kingdom waters. No one dares to strike at us. Chen Fan wouldn't force himself to seek death. Since he dared to step in to block the combined fleet, he had his own backbone. He had to see the sinking of this combined fleet with his own eyes. Such a historic scene had to be seen with his own eyes. It's even more important to document it with your own eyes. Okay, Zhao Chenggong couldn't stop it, so he reported it to the top. He also did not dare to go forward to protect. After all, the surface ships can see. Who knows if there is a submarine below? The other side has come. He must guard beside the revival. You can't stay away. Chen Fan has his own purpose. The eagle has his own purpose. And both sides are very confident. This can be anxious Ling old man and other people. At this time is very busy. This sudden division of the combined fleet was a surprise. It's not like we haven't had free sailing in the past, but we've always sailed in groups, not daring to be alone at all. This time it was different, making Elder Ling and the others feel that this was too strange. Report. After the combined fleet splits, sail to the right and left, respectively, but for now the course is once again consistent. We doubt it. They're targeting the revival. Yes, the two parts of the formation didn't change course significantly. After constant redirection, the final goal is but slowly showing up. They're trying to surround a fishing boat led by the Fuxing. It can be said that the other side is trying to encircle it from three sides. The main force intercepts directly from the front, flanked by the left and right. The intention is becoming more and more obvious, especially after a night's sailing. The distance between the two sides is only 50 nautical miles. What? The target is the revival. What do they want? Ling Lao was alarmed. The Fuxing could have just donated a carrier formation to them, but absolutely nothing could happen to it. No one expected the situation to become so complicated after just one night. The situation is getting worse and worse. Where are our warships? Are they currently under surveillance? The old man asked again if they could get the combined fleet off the watch. It's got to be all under their noses. Report. 6 warships currently in place. We can't even intercept the combined fleet. An officer reported anxiously. Chapter 197, if you cooperate with me, I'll turn in an aircraft carrier. Chen Fan. The combined fleet is coming from 3 directions. We suspect they're targeting you. You need to circumvent immediately. He Yuan quickly called Chen Fan. The importance of Chen Fan was self-evident nowadays. They can't afford to lose a single hair on their head. No one knows what the eagle wants. Once surrounded, no one can predict the situation. He Lao. Forgot to tell you. I'm aiming for them too. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His target was naturally them as well. And this time he was going to come up with a tough one. It may be a bit serious to directly knock over 20+ warships, but it's still normal for every country to leave a warship behind. If you violate the Dragon Kingdom's waters, you must pay the price. What? What do you want? But don't mess around. He Lao's heart was shocked. This hearing made him feel that Chen Fan was afraid that he was going to make a move again. They're always making big moves. I don't know what they're up to. He Lao. Just you wait. This time, maybe we can get an aircraft carrier. Chen Fan had a smile on his face. Other countries' sailors have to leave behind a warship, and the eagle, that leaves behind the aircraft carrier. That's what's most valuable, and what's most in your face. What? Aircraft carriers? What the hell do you want? He Yuan was both happy and shocked, afraid that Chen Fan would make some big move and really cause a huge conflict. That would be bad. That could start a war. Chen Fan was too mysterious and they didn't know what Chen Fan had left behind. He Lao. Just you wait. I suggest that your warships can stay away from the carrier formation. Just run air defense for us. Let me do the rest. I promise to leave the eagle's carrier behind. Chen Fan also does not hide. He left the aircraft carrier is naturally surrendered to the water division. Must be the other side to cooperate in the, and to leave the eagle speechless. Even if the carrier sinks, there's no excuse for they. Chen Fan, you said yes really. Elder he had a solemn look on his face. This matter was too significant. He had to confirm it and eventually report it to the headquarters. He allow. Just listen to me. I can guarantee it. Chen Fan also said seriously. And for a moment, He Yuan felt a great deal of importance. After hurriedly hanging up the phone, he came directly to the headquarters of the watermaster. He had to report this statement of Chen Fan's. Soon, Elder Ling directly convened a meeting, urgently discussing this issue. You mean, Chen Fan wants to keep the Eagle's carrier? Is this meant to be sunk? There were only 4 people present, namely Elder Ling, and the heads of the 3 major water divisions. We're discussing this big event right now. Aside from He Yuan, the other 3 also looked shocked and couldn't believe this was true. It should be, and it's for all the countries involved. Each family lost a warship. That doesn't sound like a joke to me, though I don't know what the hell he wants to do about it. He Yuan said seriously. He took Chen Fan's words very seriously. After all, he had worked together many times too. There's never been a time when Chen Fan didn't take what he said seriously. Boom! Once again, this statement struck the big boys with 5 thunderbolts, and they were shocked. But it's really scary. Elder Ling, this is too big of a deal for other countries' warships to be left alone first. The carriers, however, are the lifeblood of the Eagles, and there's no way they're going to give that up. Once it sinks, they're afraid they'll go crazy. The head of the Beiyang Naval Division said, the aircraft carrier is a national treasure, and we can't afford to lose it. It's not going to be easy to get to, especially to sink, which is too much. However, the East China Sea sailors are a little excited. They have been bitter Eagle carriers for a long time. At this time there is an opportunity, but it is exceptionally excited. Elder Ling, if Chen Fan can really use non-forceful means, sinking an aircraft carrier, I think we can give it a try. We didn't attack them. Their carrier sank. This has nothing to do with us. And if it sinks in our waters, it's ours. He Yuan, who was beside him, was also agitated, and his thoughts were similar. That's a rival carrier. It's a state-of-the-art carrier. It's the most sophisticated carrier. Once you get it, then it will be very powerful to improve the technology of the equipment, and this gap will be gone at once. Elder Ling, I think we can give it a try. You can do what Chen Fan said. Maybe this kid can really work another miracle. He Yuan was unusually serious and clenched his fist solemnly. He was considered to be supporting Chen Fan. At this moment, Elder Ling looked at the 3 people below, and 2 of them were in favor of Chen Fan. The decision is in his hands. After a moment's reflection, he tapped the table heavily. Yes, cooperate with Chen Fan with all your might. The risk is worth taking. Elder Ling had made up his mind, and faced with the temptation of the Eagle's most advanced aircraft carrier, there was no way he could refuse it. As long as we get the other side's carriers, we can say that all the shortcomings of the Navy can be made up. They must be able to create a first-class Navy. So warship perimeter surveillance. They entered our waters. The sea is in crisis, and they sink naturally. That's none of our business. Elder Ling also smiled slightly as he thought of sharks and whales. These are not unrelated to the Renaissance. If the carrier is really sunk by these creatures, serves them right, they're really going to get an aircraft carrier for nothing. Yes, everyone was excited to carry out the order, though the revival would have been dangerous. For the sake of the carriers, Chen Fan is also willing. They must cooperate. At one time, the warships responsible for close monitoring received orders from headquarters. Pull back 10 nautical miles immediately. Perimeter surveillance. Although the captains don't know what's going on, but the military order is like a mountain. They can only carry it out. This is a change that has the combined fleet a little confused. Only it's a good thing. For the arrogant foreigners, they just think that they scared off the Dragon Kingdom sailors. Coward. I can't believe they backed off. It's true that in the face of absolute strength, no one can stand in the way. Ha ha, our freedom voyage worked. We're really free. This is a historic success. The Dragon Kingdom sailors have backed down. Next time, we're coming back, and we're going to make sure they never get offshore. At this time, the commander of each country's sailor division was exceptionally excited. They used to be quite harmful to the Dragon country's sailor division. After all, the strength has been strung up. This time following the Eagles in a combined fleet was a great relief for them. All the humiliation they've suffered in the past has been vented. Even Mike, at this point, was looking very pleased with himself. Since they backed off, this will be our home field. Immediately, punch it. Chapter 198. What? Our fishing boat was really hit by a warship. All fishing boats, spread out everywhere, intercept both parts of the warship. Soon, facing the raging warships, Chen Fan directly let all the fishing boats split into two parts, directly stopping in front of the, and finally, he was alone against the intrepid carrier group that was coming head-on. 100,000 tons of fishing boats will soon be intercepting 16 warships. One ship can be in front of the other, in a line several kilometers long. It's blocking the channel directly in front of us. For a while, the left and right formations were also a little nervous at first glance. Report flagship. Dragon Kingdom fishing boats obstructing shipping lanes. Request for instructions. For a while, the two formations were only able to ask the flagship for advice on what to do, whether to leave or to turn and go around, both of which needed orders. And the Eagle Destroyer, as flagship, looked at a fishing vessel of no lesser tonnage, also frowned. They have not encountered such a thing. In the past the fishing boats can be avoided far away from them. I didn't realize that this year, these fishermen are now radicalized. Damn Dragon Kingdom fishermen. It's all because the revival gave them the bottom line. Without the Fushing, the Dragon Kingdom fishermen wouldn't be so arrogant. They didn't expect the dragon warships to retreat, but they didn't expect the dragon fishermen to come up. That's a real joy and a headache. Could this be the second water division of the Dragon Kingdom? No one believed it before, but now they have to believe it. These fishing boats are really fierce. They don't flinch at all. Immediate warning, tell them to get out of the way, or suffer the consequences. Captain Eagle said gravely that they could not avoid the opposing sailors have retreated. Just some fishing boats topping out. Second sailors or not, they must be taught some lessons. Let's show these fishermen that they are inviolable. It's a matter of face. Proud Eagle sailors fear no threat. Only these warnings were of no use at all. Even the fishing boats of the Dragon Kingdom didn't even turn on the open channel. They didn't listen to each other's shouts at all. In their words, scared less, even if it's hard. The big deal is that we're all going to die together. The other side can't be taken advantage of. The proprietor can say that it's okay if it's wrecked. The company is responsible for fixing it. With such promises and assurances, what are these captains afraid of? They'll crash and they'll crash. And they're more numerous. Even if the steel of the fishing boats isn't very tough, there are a lot of them, and they have tons of them. 50 against 8 ships is more than enough. The other side will never be able to take advantage of it. For a time, the right and left formations of the combined fleet, it's charging towards the fishing boat with great vigor. In their eyes, everything is an ant. The Dragon Kingdom sailors have retreated. These fishing boats don't have any help. They don't have the guts to fight against them anymore. Captain, only 1 nautical mile to go. These fishing boats aren't making any moves. As the distance approached, the fishing boat side did not panic. They just let the people ready to prevent the collision. It can be said that they are ready to resist this collision. But Captain Eagle's men were panicking a bit, because if they continued, they were really going to crash into it. Their warships are about the same tonnage as the fishing boats, so they can't really take much advantage of them. Captain Eagle, we don't have the same tonnage as the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. We've decided to turn. The same goes for us hammer sailors. We can't go too far and offend the Dragon Nation. For a while, the Eagle warships are still insisting, but other warships are conceding. No way. They come to the warship tonnage is really no advantage unlike the Eagle, which is a 10,000 ton destroyer, all they have is a 3,000 or 4,000 ton frigate. They're here to dabble in maneuvers. They're here to swim. They didn't come here to fight. They didn't want to come here happy and end up dragging a damaged ship back. Every warship is not easy to come by. It's a huge loss if it's really wrecked. Their country doesn't have many decent warships. FK. You're all cowards. You're actually scared in the face of a fishing boat. Anyone who steps back will be banned from future maneuvers. Captain Eagle is also angry. He's the flagship, and now the minions below don't listen to him. What's wrong with that? We've got to do it now. If they do, the whole world will be watching. Captain Harano, you must follow us in common. No retreat without our orders. Sakura is a junior. At this time the other junior commanders do not move. The Eagle captain immediately ordered each other. Once they saw how hard it was said, the others were irritated as well. In the end, they didn't retreat, but their speed slowed down. They didn't want to crash at high speed. Then their losses would be great. All warships prepare for impact. We're going to tell the dragon fishing boats. This is the price for not letting go. Soon, the warships approached step by step. The fishing boats were getting closer and closer. The fishermen, they can see it all. However, these fishing boats are not making any moves. Distance 500 meters. Distance 200 meters. Distance 50 meters. At this moment, it is a narrow road. The distance is getting closer and closer, but the warships are honking their horns, hoping that the fishing boats can make way. He was getting anxious, and when he saw that he was still not allowed to pass, one of the warships began to slow down. It's useless to slow down only now. If you're slow, you can't just put the brakes on. In the end, the eagles didn't slow down. And that was the first one to hit a fishing boat. The force of the impact knocked the fishing boat away from its original position. It even almost capsized the fishing boat. Well, at the last moment, the pilot was unable to resist hitting the brakes, and he didn't want to watch his ship crash too badly. It also gave the fishing boat a scar, and the drones that were watching at the time recorded this scene. At this time, the headquarters of the Navy. As the crowd of bigwigs watched this scene, they all heavily tapped the table once. Damn it! It's too much. They actually dared to ram our fishing boat. Blood will be paid for blood. Elder Ling, we can't be indifferent. Elder Ling, let's get our warships out. We can't watch these foreigners bully our fishermen. For a moment, the officers present looked indignant, watching their people being bullied, and they don't come to the rescue. That's a hard pill to swallow. That's a dereliction of duty on their part. Once it's reported, they'll be disgraced. Everyone has asked to fight. They can't bear to watch anymore. Elder Ling, they broke the rules. Use of force in our waters. We must return the favor. Blood for blood. Let us on. We promise to finish the job. Looking at each and every bloodchi man's invitation to fight, Elder Ling shook his head. These plans were all made by Chen Fan, and they're cooperating in everything. We can't afford to be disorganized at this point. Press on. Keep watching. Chapter 199, An Eye for an Eye. Sink all these warships. Commander Chen. The ship is badly damaged. Is leaking everywhere. This ship is untenable. At this time the fishing boat that was hit head-on by the Eagle warship was leaking, and a large amount of seawater was pouring in through the breach. The crew is trying to plug the leak. However, the breakage is so bad that it's already tilted. It's going to be hard to keep this ship. Abandon ship at once. Do not cause casualties. People are more important than ships. Chen Fan immediately gave the order to abandon the ship as soon as he heard it, but it was good that he had everyone evacuate to the other side in advance. In the end, there were no fatalities, just some injuries, but the captain couldn't let it go. He wanted to save it again. Commander Chen 1. Let's just try harder. We want to keep the fishing boat. The captain looked dismayed. This was the fishing boat he had piloted. Although the company would be responsible for this and he wouldn't have to pay a penny for it. But this ship is worth hundreds of millions of dollars after all. It's really a waste to sink it like this. However, Chen Fan is exceptionally resolute. Captain Cho, evacuate immediately. You're not responsible for the ship sinking, and the company will reward you. But if you're the cause of the deaths and injuries, then you will be a sinner. Chen Fan said very seriously. He is not short of money. The ship is destroyed, but caused the death of people, then it will be a heartache. That's a real loss. These captains have to be drugged hard to be able to do. The words do not say serious, some really do not listen to the Commander Chen. Then I'm abandoning ship. Please, you must avenge us. The captain was finally motivated. Lives were at stake, and he was afraid of a lawsuit. At one point there was also a direct request to abandon ship, and the crew left the fishing boat with anger, and was eventually rescued by other fishing boats. And this time, 6 of the 8 warships hit fishing boats. The 2 ships slowed down early and stopped at the last minute. There were also a few fishing boats that were only slightly hit, as they slowed down as well. It can be said that only one of them actually caused the abandonment of the ship, and the Eagle warships themselves didn't fare so well either. Their bows also took a tremendous amount of impact and were dented on both sides. Report, Captain. The destroyer has been hit in the front, severely damaged. At this time Captain Eagle was also receiving the losses and his face was somewhat darkened, because the bow has been reduced by a circle, and all of them have been hit, so it's probably going to need a lot of repairs when we get back. Damn it! The captain of the ship helplessly cursed. The heart or some regret. They are warships, but the value of billions of dollars. The other party is just a fishing boat, so collision is not cost-effective at all. The other warships looked at the Eagle warship crashed so badly, at this time also thankful that they braked. Otherwise it is estimated that it will also have to be a major repair. This can really bump a moment. Go back to the maintenance will have to scold. Especially for the country that has little military spending. The captain can be punished. It's horrible. It's amazing that the consequences of this collision are so severe. Even for a warship, it doesn't seem to be able to crash everything. Good thing I slowed down. Great. No. You guys, look. These fishing boats are moving. They seem to be coming toward us at high speed. FK, they're trying to ram us. No good. Get out of the way. Run. They're going to retaliate against us. The captains, who were eating their melon, saw the fishing boats moving across the sea. They've turned around and are coming in at high speed. At this moment, they were really a little bit scared. They just hit 6 ships. There were at least 40 other ships staring at them, each one 1,000,000 tons in size. Their little frigate can't really take these hits. For a moment, all the warships turned around. They were going to escape from here. They were really scared. And some of the warships that didn't hit the fishing boats were even more panicked at this point, shouting, "Dragon fisherman! We didn't ram you! Please don't take it personally. We will now fall back." However, the fishermen only have revenge. They don't care if they hit it or not. If they come together, then they have to suffer the revenge together. T ends. I don't care who you are. You rammed our fishing boat in Dragon Kingdom waters. That's an enemy. Ran you to death. Brothers, it's time for revenge. We're fighting back in self-defense. We'll be fine if we crash. Yes, one of our fishing boats has been sunk, and blood must be spilled. Quick, aim at the Eagle warship. That's the killer. Let's sink it in one fell swoop. 2. At this point, everyone vented their anger on the Eagle warships. The other side is the most ruthless. The fishermen want to avenge their compatriots. Soon, at least 10 fishing boats were aiming at this most hated of all Eagle warships. The other fishing boats, also taking command, were intercepting the rear of the troopships, and at one time, a huge encirclement has been formed, and at this point the rights are reversed. Warships have become prey. Fishing boats have become hunters. The game of cat and mouse has officially begun, and these warships will bear the wrath of the fishermen. Captain, there are at least 10 fishing boats crashing into us. What do we do? The vice captain was really in a hurry. This was a real bump one moment. The next might be a trip to the crematorium. 10 fishing boats, all aimed at them. Even if they were operating at a high level, it would be impossible to avoid it. It's bound to get hit. They have seen the tragedy of the fishing boat, really by the active collision. Warships are afraid that cannot save the. Damn it! Warn the fishing boats immediately. If they dare to crash, we will fire strike 1 inch. Captain Eagle was also cornered. He knew he couldn't escape, and the honor of a soldier wouldn't allow him to leave. He's the flagship. It'd be a shame to pull out now. He's going to face it tough and let the fishing boats go once again. Captain, they won't leave. They are full of rage. Even, they will not fear our blows. And we can't really hit them, the vice captain said anxiously. Joking, they themselves took the initiative to crash the fishing boat. It was their fault. It doesn't make any sense to hit the other guy if he doesn't get out of the way. If they do move again, he believes that he will be met with the wildest of retaliation. Captain, we're in the Dragon Kingdom waters. We don't just face warship strikes, and air-based, shore-based anti-ship forces. The mate reminded once more that if they were on the high seas they might not be afraid of. Nowadays, this sea is not a place where they can do whatever they want. Even if the dragon sailors don't dare to act, there are still other forces that can fight against them. There's no way they can run away even with a carrier formation in place. Rokoku also has an aircraft carrier. The captain was really shocked this time. All the toughness that had been held up, but at this moment it was deflated, and now his face sank, because he saw that the fishing boat was getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 200, The Worst Sea Collision in History. Boom! Boo! Just as the warships froze, the angry fishing boats finally began to crash. A 10,000-ton fishing boat is crashing into the warship. Soon, some of the outer warships had been rammed up. A kangaroo warship, but hard and equally hit by 2 fishing boats, and a left and a right, can be very miserable. Asshole! Our warships, broken. Yes, this warship of only 5,000 tons can't stand the two-sided attack of the fishing boats at this time, and the angle of the collision was just too good. Under the common impact, the interaction of a terrible tearing force, raw the warship into 2 halves. Like a chopstick, it snapped right in the middle, and although there was still some connection, a large amount of seawater had already poured in. We're not going to be able to keep this ship. Commander, our warships are badly damaged. We need to abandon ship. Abandon ship. We need to abandon ship. Report, Commander. Sonar room has taken on water. Power room has been abandoned. Warship is tilting 20 degrees. Request instructions. All the time, more and more bad news was coming in, and the captain, by now, had long been dumbfounded, and he was really taken aback. I've never seen such fierce fishermen in my life. Their warships, they've been wrecked. Damn it! It's a huge shame that we lost to the dragon fishermen. These dragon fishermen are bound to face the wrath of the entire kangaroo people. The kangaroo captain was furious, and at this time also continued to hurl abuse. More than that, they wanted to ask Captain Eagle for help, but they soon realized that the situation is even more bleak for the Eagle warships. It's surrounded. A fishing boat is crashing into it like crazy. Captain, intercepted and struck by a fishing vessel on the left, reporting another impact on the right side. By now the Eagle had already started to flee in fear. The captain was no longer willing to lose face, but in the face of the madness of the crash, but still afraid of the. However, there is not much of a chance to escape. A fishing boat crazy crash. It can be said that the road ahead There are more fishing boats waiting for the opportunity. Once close to also hit hard. At this point, Captain Eagle's face was in despair. Unable to use weapons and just maneuvering by the hull, it would be very difficult for them to escape the living. Feeling bad about himself, he finally called for help from Mike on the dreadnought, the very commander-in-chief of the combined fleet. Commander Mike, we're being hit by a fishing boat frenzy. The Kangaroo warship has been sunk. Things are not looking good for the other warships. Our flagship's power is damaged, making it difficult to leave the danger zone. There's no way around it. 50 fishing boats surrounded it. They sank one. There are 49 more. And they only have 8 ships. And now one has been destroyed. They were surrounded. Under 3 layers of encirclement. It was absolutely impossible for them to escape without unbelievable luck. What? You have suffered a mad crash. What the hell happened? Mike was dumbfounded. They had the revival surrounded. Just when I was happy. I didn't realize that the formation on the left had been hit, and both sides had crashed into each other. There's even a shipwreck. It's a big failure. It doesn't look good. Even he thought of something. Could it be? Revival sacrifices itself. Destroy the other warships. The more Mike thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise the revival couldn't have split the fishing boat into 2 parts. He's holding the carriers at bay. And yet the fishing boats are consuming the other ships of the combined fleet. Commander, these fishing boats intercepted us. Captain Eagle had no choice but to give the specifics. There was no way to hide this. And he didn't think the active collision was their fault. The fault lies in the fact that the fishing boat didn't allow them to pass by. And in the end, it even took the initiative to crash into them. And it's all the fault of the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boat. FK. Evacuate immediately. We will send a warship to the rescue. Mike realized that the situation is not right. At this time some regret. He divided his troops into 3, was trying to encircle the revival of the ship. Who would have thought that it is indeed encircled? But the Fushing is more like an active participant in the encirclement. They even underestimated the combat power of the fishing boat, which really dared to crash off. Have all these fishing boats gone mad? Aren't they afraid the company will make them pay? Their fishing boats are going to be damaged too. The crowd in the carrier's command room was talking at this time, facing hundreds of fishing boats, and they were getting scared. The opponent is unarmed. But the force of impact is also a weapon. I used to think these fishing boats were weak, but that's not true at all. Damn it, these fishing boats were brought in by the revival, who is very rich, and it's possible that he's the one who is responsible for all the losses. That's what makes fishing boats crazy. No, our warships are precious and unusual. We absolutely cannot collide with them, can't tangle with them. With one of our warships, we can buy dozens of fishing boats. It's heartbreaking. Even the richest can't afford to be so consumed. They can certainly crash a lot of fishing boats. It's not like it's a 1-to-1 loss. Even if it's a 1-to-10 loss, that's a big loss too. Inform the right formation. Avoid encounters with fishing boats. Close in on the carrier formation. Mike made a quick deployment. First, he'll have to detach some of his ships to rescue the left-hand formation. Can't cause more damage. We need to get the right side back to the carriers. And even more so, to avoid making a bigger deal out of it. Really full impact. I'm afraid it's going to be a bumper boat. They're really going to lose out. It is true that 100,000 tons of aircraft carriers can be invincible, but crashing a little, even if it is not cost-effective to destroy all the fishing boats present. As the order was given, all the warships on all sides moved to action. Donger were surrounded by carrier formations. Only, what the hell do they want? The revival, alone against the carrier formation, was indeed surrounded at this time. In fact, it looks like the revival was surrounded on purpose. Only the carrier group just accompanied the advance and did nothing. This makes the crowd a little confused. Whatever they want, let's destroy the enemy first. Crashing our fishing boats has to be paid for. Let them make it quick. Chen Fan said seriously. Those 8 warships, he had to leave them behind completely. It's a lesson to be learned, and a time for the Dragon's fishing boats to shine. It's hard to have such an opportunity. Absolutely can't miss it. It's all because they asked for it. Even if they crashed, the other side has no excuse to blame it. Yes, Zhao Chang nodded, and then directly informed the fishing boat that was crashing into the military ship. Commander Chen commands, crash the incoming enemy. At one time, the fishing boats that were responsible for the encirclement work in the periphery, at this time, also moved. They also aimed at the warship, and ruthlessly crashed into it. Chapter 201, The world is dumbfounded by the news. Heavy clashes between warships and fishing boats. Eagle warship rams fishing boat. Suffers frantic counterattack. 8 warships were sunk by Rokoko's fishing boats. A collision that happened in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom can't be hidden from the public. After all, there are not a few merchant ships on the roadside. Naturally, they were concerned about this, and as soon as the video was filmed and reposted, it immediately caused a heated discussion on the internet. The eyes of the world were attracted to this grand scale. The world has never seen such an event. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fishermen are too fierce. We even sunk the warships. Bull that's what these warships did to themselves. They took the initiative to ram our fishing boats. Yes, deserved to die. Who told them to lay hands on our fishing boats? Arrogance has its price. Ha ha, I told you what the revival was doing, but I didn't realize it was doing this great thing. This is so awesome. Hit it hard for me. Who told them to come to our doorstep to show off their force? Now they know they're wrong. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are very excited. They are really very relieved. These foreign warships used to run roughshod over them. This time it's a real lesson. A lesson in death. This is totally self-inflicted and everyone will only feel sorry for the wrecked fishing boats. I'm only concerned about the fishermen's losses. Yet these 8 warships came from 5 or 6 countries, and when the news of this one reached them at home, the incident aroused strong indignation and they were furious. FK, our warships have been wrecked by a fishing boat. Retaliation must be taken. The honor of the sailors must not be violated. Bugger. Damn Rokoku people, they attacked a warship. They must be taught a lesson. My god, we're the most powerful sailors in the world, and we're being defeated by fishing boats. What's the 7th Fleet for? What the hell are they doing? Sanctions. These dragon fishermen must be sanctioned. They are our enemies. No, the Dragon Kingdom must give an explanation for this. They must be made to hand over the murderer. The gringos won't admit they're wrong. They don't care who's right or who's wrong. They've got something to lose. It's the fault of the dragon fishermen. They only think about how to sanction these dragon fishermen. It's even clamoring for the Dragon Kingdom to hand over these murderers. They must be given an explanation. Soon. All parties were also active. He's directly pressuring the Dragon Kingdom. In their words, they must be given an explanation. Otherwise they will regard it as a declaration of war. Soon. However, the Dragon Kingdom also made a strong statement. This matter is a civil dispute. It's a collision between a warship and a fishing boat. The matter may be prosecuted and adjudicated through an international tribunal. Yes, countries can hold things up high, but to define this as a declaration of war, to be defined as a huge conflict, while the Dragon Kingdom is directly defined as a civil dispute, and even more so as a collision accident. As for compensation, whoever suffered the loss will claim it. Sue and fight on your own, even an international lawsuit. That's a very fair way of putting it, and will again squash it into a very ordinary little incident. This is a reasonable argument, and it left all parties speechless. Damn it! The dragons are avoiding responsibility. How is this a collision? FK, this is murder. This is the Dragon Kingdom sailors using a knife to kill people. It's definitely not that simple. But the Dragon Nation has a point, and we were the ones who took the initiative to ram the fishing boat. It's all on video testimony. Yes, the Dragon Navy has clearly captured the drone video of the warship's misdeeds. Obviously, the fishing boats were fishing, and these warships were hitting directly, and eventually the fishermen were fighting back. This strong evidence has not only angered the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom, even more, the foreigners don't know what to say. After all, it's their fault in the first place and the Rokoku sailors didn't participate in the whole process. It's a completely autonomous collision of fishing boats. It would be a crime to actually convict. Beat each other up. Yes, it's a case of each side paying for the other's damages. Only really want to compensate. Then I guess it is still the warships suffer. After all, the fishermen big deal boat do not want to. That's all the compensation. If you want more, you can't have it. Damn it, we're at a huge disadvantage. These fishermen could have abandoned their boats as compensation. No, our warships are dozens of times more valuable than a fishing boat, and a fishing boat will never compensate. FK, the Rokoku people are cheating. How can this work? How can our warships be compared to fishing boats? Yet let the gringos curse as much as they like. Their warships have crashed and sunk, and it's a mistake. It's not going to make any waves. And at 7th Fleet headquarters, Durant was furious at this point as he watched them take heavy losses. Damn it! The Dragon Kingdom sailors turned out to be such a purpose. They made the warships pull back, surprisingly, by using the power of fishing boats against our warships 1 inch. Originally, Durant felt something was wrong with the retreat of the dragon warships. It only ended up being peripheral surveillance with the fact that they weren't traveling to the southern waters, not to sensitive places, much less close to territorial waters. I didn't realize I'd fallen for it. The other side is just trying to clear the air. The other side wasn't scared at all. It was just so they wouldn't have any way to put the blame on the sailors' side. General, what do we do now? We're with a friendly force of 8 warships. It can never be lost for nothing, the deputy commander said solemnly from the sidelines. They were the organizers of the military exercise, and now there was an accident. It's their responsibility. They're the strongest fleet on Earth and they failed to protect their best friend's army. It's a disgrace. The point is not to be defeated by your peers, just by the fishermen. These fishermen can be said to have defeated a multinational navy with their own strength. The Dragon Kingdom must be made to give us an explanation for this. But what's critical now is the rescue. Absolutely no casualties to the crew. If a ship is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. But if a person dies, the situation is even more serious. Yes, I'll have Mike make the rescue now. The vice commander nodded. There was more to be said about retaliation, but the rescue needs to be done as fast as possible. However, they don't realize that it's not something they need to worry about, because the Dragon Kingdom fishermen do it themselves. Brothers, arrest these gringos. They can all be murderers. We'll take them to jail. Yes, especially the eagles. They are the most vicious and evil. They must be punished severely. Go get them. Commander Chen said these gringos are worth a lot of money. If you catch them, you can make them pay the ransom. That's $1 million apiece. Asterisk 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 that fast. Quick, go get the piggies. Excited fishermen immediately involved in the original intention to catch the murderer. Now can also be arrested and beaten, but also be able to sell money. A two-in-one thing that cannot be given up. Chapter 202, if you want to seize the revival, it depends on your ability. Just as the fishermen were catching foreign crew members, at this point Mike wasn't idle. They had surrounded the revival and were narrowing the perimeter. Step by step, they approached the revival, but they were equally cautious, still keeping a distance. Donger, we seem to have sailed toward the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. What are we doing? Jo Sung inquired, as the revival had already turned her bow, aiming in the direction of the shore. At this time, the Eagle warships were in close pursuit, and once again, the scene of being chased by warships was reproduced. The closer you get to the coastline, the better for us. It'll be better salvage then. We're in the deep ocean. It's thousands of meters down. It's a difficult salvage if you really sunk the carrier. It's a 100,000 ton carrier. If it's thousands of meters deep, don't say the Eagle has no way to salvage it. Even if he wanted to salvage it, it wouldn't be easy. There are so many salvage challenges. It's a complete embarrassment to himself. Chen Fan wants the carrier to be buried in the right place. Not too deep, but with salvage challenges and no way for the Eagles to salvage it. That way, he can justifiably fish it away. After all, this aircraft carrier is lying in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. You can't fish it out. Then it belongs to us. So it is. We're inviting the king to join us. Zhao Chang nodded. He had gotten over the shock of Chen Fan trying to salvage the aircraft carrier. At this moment, I just want to know how Chen Fan was able to sink the carrier. Is it a direct hit? That's not possible either. 30,000 tons can't beat 100,000 tons. As for letting other fishing boats hit the carriers, I guess it's also more difficult to do. Unless the carrier is once again targeting the fishing boats, there's really no good way to attack It's an aircraft carrier. Without a valid excuse, it's an attack on a warship. The other side is definitely going to be tough. Aha! Keep moving, Chen Fan said seriously. And at that moment, Mike finally began to make his move. Now that the time is ripe, they've broken away from the main group, and now it's 6 ships chasing the Renaissance. It's got a definite edge. Gentlemen, the revival is currently isolated. This is our best chance to grab the revival. Now I command. Forcefully board the revival. Mike's been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and they've come to explore the secrets of the Renaissance. A sonic weapon. They have to have it. And keeping your distance is exactly what you need to do to avoid being attacked by this sonic weapon. It was finally decided that a helicopter landing would be the most efficient way to capture the ship. Yes, soon, 2 helicopters carrying seals left the carrier, targeting the Fuxing. Watching the other side come, the crowd was also shocked. Donger, the helicopters are out. It's possible they were trying to board our ship. Zhao Chang was a bit anxious. If the other party really seized the ship by force, it would be really hard for them to fight against it. Their crews are all just ordinary fishermen. You can't fight off armed men. Send out the water cannons at once. Harass them into boarding. Bring down the helicopter. Chen Fan was also not polite, and absolutely could not be boarded on the ship. We're really on board. It's going to be hard to make this right. Yes, soon. 3 water cannons were turned on directly. This opening directly caused the helicopters trying to get close to the revival to miss a beat. Almost lost his balance by the impact of the huge water cannon and almost fell into the sea. FK. These Dragon Kingdom fishermen are abominable. The airplane line cursed and quickly looked for the right angle once more to re-enter the. However, airplanes are not as easy to operate as water cannons. The impact of the water cannons is so strong that it will be difficult for them to force a landing. 2 planes, but 3 water cannons. As soon as they drop in altitude, they'll be hit by the current. A couple of times there was danger, which annoyed Mike a lot. Forced boarding. Take the fast landing pattern. For the sake of the new sonic weapon, Mike had to take a chance, and could only decide to take one of the most dangerous landings possible. It's a straight and fast landing, even with water cannons. Just land hard, even if the plane falls. Yes, the pilot was also shocked after receiving the order. This is a mission of 9 deaths in 1 life. The likelihood of dropping an airplane is very high, and it's even possible that if you do, you won't necessarily be on a ship, but will fly straight into the sea. The SEALs were also shocked, and they were helplessly prepared for the most brutal of events. And yet, at that very moment, but the sirens are coming out. Alert! Locked on by missiles. Alert! Locked on by missiles. The helicopter's alarms blared, and the pilot, who was about to descend, immediately reacted defensively. Get out of the area now. Keep firing the jamming rounds. They were more afraid of missile locks than water cannons, and once locked on, their chances of survival were very low. You have to get out of the lock. Report, Commander. Helicopter locked on. We're maneuvering. The 2 planes kept maneuvering and soon left the airspace over the revival, flying far away before the lock was lifted. And the carrier group's people are quickly locking onto the source. Damn it! The Dragon Kingdom warships have struck. I can't believe we forgot they existed. Yes, the southern ship, which has been accompanying the revival for escort, has struck. They escorted the Renaissance all the way, without any shouting or warning, and accompanied it quietly. But let everyone think they're just watching and don't care about their moves with the fishing boats. Who'd have thought that the other side would make a move at the last minute? Commander, what do we do? The helicopter will be locked on by the other side. Are we sending out speedboats? When that didn't work, they tried something else. Airplanes are easy to pin down, but speedboats are out of reach. Only then, there's a chance of a sonic attack. Their speedboat could be in danger. Send out the speedboats. Meanwhile, the destroyers are coming forward and traveling alongside the ship. Looks like we need to experiment. Mike again took the plunge and chose to take a chance on it. Airborne landings are out of the question. Sea boarding is dangerous, but it's worth a try precisely because of the danger. Once the test reveals that there really is a sonic weapon, even if I have to go out on a limb, they're going to take this weapon. Even if the chopper gets sunk, they're going to take the ship, too. Yes. For a moment, the Eagle officers looked solemnly. They know which ship took the mission this time, and it's a dangerous one. Their faces were unimpressed, and an unknown fear spread through the crowd. At this point, however, Chen Fan, secretly nodded his head, because it's about time. This part of the ocean is just right for it. The intrepid carrier. Right. This is where you will be buried. Chapter 203, This is a good sea. You can be buried at the bottom of the sea in peace. Captain Cho, thank you for your protection. Chen Fan also knew the reason why the helicopter flew away and immediately expressed his gratitude. Captain Zhao was unable to sit still, but anxiously reminded that, Commander Chen, now the Eagle hates you all. Headquarters recommends that you approach my ship immediately. Captain Zhao said solemnly, just now is very dangerous. Almost was the other side of the helicopter sneak attack success. Luckily, the radar was locked on in time, and that's what scared them off. His mission is to protect the Fuxing and Chen Fan. This time, the Fuxing sank 8 ships, even if it was justified. But an Eagle's fury is hard to stop. They'll find a way to retaliate. Captain Cho, don't worry, it's all coming to an end. Chen Fan was unmoved. He'd had almost enough fun. It was time to get down to business. The ramming of the warship was just an appetizer. It was just a self-defense counterattack. It's just an unexpected situation. What comes next is what Chen Fan has been planning all along. Captain Zhao was helpless when he heard it. He couldn't persuade him, and he was more of a cooperator with Chen Fan. Soon the revival is speeding up. The carriers accelerated as soon as they saw it. And yet, at that very moment, Chen Fan gave a direct order in his head. Super barnacles, breed me madly, corrode me madly. In a moment, right under the intrepid carrier's bottom, one by one, tiny barnacles. At this point, if they heard the instruction, it's breeding like crazy, and when it reproduces, it also secretes a lot of corrosive liquid. This liquid is 100 times more powerful than strong acid. Any corrosion-resistant material won't help. At one point, the bottom of the carrier was rapidly eroding. Originally, these super barnacles had already corroded away the protective layer, and now they were met with a crazy corrosive. The bottom of the ship is disappearing as fast as the eye can see. Likewise, the multiplying barnacles are growing at a frantic pace. The barnacles have been accumulating nutrients for a month, and at this time the output is instantaneous. And the barnacles are getting thicker and thicker at the bottom of the ship. Thicker and thicker will lead to increased friction and a rapid reduction in the carrier's speed. Soon enough, the guys in the powerhouse realized what was going on, because the carrier is moving at full speed, but it can't keep up with the revival. What's going on? Why does the ship only have 25 knots left? The head of the powerhouse immediately inquired about the carrier's apparent slowdown, which hadn't been perceptible, but a look at the gauges was alarming. Commander Mike, we're looking into it. Please give us some time. The person in charge is also anxious and is immediately investigating. First thought was that the power had diminished. It only takes a power failure and a reduction in power to cause this. But they found that the power didn't affect them at all. That's immediately suspicious. The power remains the same. The speed decreases. The sea is pretty flat. 2. Roads that are too bad can cause slowing down, as can sailing in the sea, and bad weather can cause this. But today there were no clouds. It won't affect the speed at all. For a while, the people in charge were only able to report truthfully, as they didn't know exactly what had happened either. This was a big irritant to Mike, and it was hard to get the revival to fall in line. If this keeps up, the other guy's gonna get away. Sergeant Major, you mean, experiencing an unexplained slowdown, is that why you gave it to me? Mike wasn't happy about it, for reasons unknown. What is this? No one can be happy with that. Commander, we've ruled out all causes and found nothing unusual. With our current means, there's no way to rule out the cause for a short period of time. A sergeant major said helplessly. He also feels that encountered a ghost. Everything is normal, but the speed of the ship cannot go up. It annoyed him, too. It was the first time he couldn't solve a problem. Really rule out all problems. Could it be, we hit something? Mike said solemnly that they were now in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and that they had encountered fishermen. A fisherman's net is a dangerous object. If you get caught in the propeller, there are serious consequences. Likewise, if the nets are dragging something heavy behind them, the boat's speed is going to be compromised. I'll investigate immediately. Maybe there really is something under our ship. Changed current resistance. The sergeant major was also a bit regretful when he heard that. Why hadn't he thought of this point? This can really seem unprofessional, and immediately thought to check out the. However, at that very moment, something unusual happened to the carrier. Report! Water in the sonar room. The sudden alarm startled Mike, and when he heard the report, he was in a state of shock. Into the water. FK, report in detail immediately. Everyone in the command room was dumbfounded. People immediately started to get busy. This sonar room in the water is not a small thing anymore. It's an aircraft carrier. It can't leak a bit of water. Just when everyone was asking about the situation, and even more so, looking for the reason why, another alarm came in. Report, Commander, water in the powerhouse. The seawater is pouring in heavily. It can't be resisted. Yes, the steel of the ship's bottom won't last long under the powerful corrosion, and a corroded leak can be more terrifying than being torn open by a shark, because corrosion is total corrosion. It thins all the steel. A breakthrough in one place, a breakthrough everywhere. That's a total leakage. It's very fast, so to speak. About the same time, the bottom part of the carrier is filled with a lot of seawater. There is no way that even the most professional and well-trained damage control team can face a total collapse of the. At this moment, they are also reporting an emergency. Commander Mike, carrier all in the water. Can't manage the damage. It is recommended that the hatch be closed immediately. At this point, the head of the pipe loss gave out the most correct, but also the most helpless advice. If it was still possible, they wouldn't abandon the tube damage altogether, but would just abandon the hatch. Once you give up the hatch, you realize that the carrier is in very serious condition and it's time to give up some of its functions. Mike, however, couldn't accept the situation. No, keep up the pipe damage. Can't give up the bottom hatch. Are you kidding? This is the Eagle's most advanced aircraft carrier, costing hundreds of billions of dragon dollars. He can't afford to lose this thing, or he's got a lot to answer for, especially once the hatch is abandoned. The carrier will take on so much water that the ship's speed will drop once again and they'll never be able to catch up with the revival again. It's a rare opportunity. He can't give it up. Yes, the person in charge of hearing a frown. But the military order is like a mountain, can only be carried out. A large number of lost control personnel immediately out of the. At this time on the bottom of the carrier, the crew was constantly being submerged, many of them due to the rapid ingress of water. He was also sent to plug a leak that ultimately never surfaced. It could be argued that Mike was trying to save face, which led directly to casualties. When he realized afterward that he had made the wrong decision, he was also exceptionally regretful. Yet at this point, Mike was only angry, and he was overwhelmed with anger. It's more like being blinded by the mission. Even at this point in time, it's still thinking about grabbing the revival. Speedboats out. Take the ship by force. Chapter 204 Eagle Sauce Aircraft Carrier. Surprisingly paralyzed? Seek death. Chen Fan looked at the other party who didn't care about the carrier and even tried to grab the Renaissance. His heart laughed coldly. The other party was even wasting time at this time. It's like looking for death. Only the helicopters are still a threat to the Renaissance. Now it's just speedboats. It's like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Megalodon. Move out. Sharks are so much harder to deal with for a huge carrier that whales are useless. But for these speedboats, it's a death sentence. Soon, a few sharks leapt straight out, revealing their huge bloody mouths. Mike's last hope. It's all gone. He'll never be able to get his hands on the revival again. And at this point, the carrier's situation is even more serious. Commander, the carrier is taking on water badly. No more hatch blockades. We'll be in danger of sinking. The person in charge of the pipe damage said solemnly that they had paid a lot of money to plug the leak, but it still didn't work. On the contrary, the casualties are quite serious. He had to suggest it again, or else more and more hatches would be damaged as seawater continued to pour into them. What? How can it be so serious? Mike heard that most of the hatch was flooded, but he was really anxious. It turns out he thought it was just partially waterlogged and was thinking of bailing out. It's more serious than he thought. I don't know. The hatch was suddenly breached by the sea like a piece of paper. And we're not under any attack. Yes, there was no attack, but it was the sudden entry into the water that was most puzzling. The original thought was that they were under attack, but they didn't get any alarms or even feel any noise. The hatch suddenly just broke. Seal the hatch. Investigate the cause immediately. We must find out who is attacking us. Mike's face was grave. The original excitement of being about to snatch the revival was gone. The bottom compartments of the carrier have been lost. The waterline has sunk several meters. Their power is also gone, and at this point they can only be paralyzed on the surface of the sea. It was a game of cat and mouse, but now they're dead cats. I can't move anymore. Yes, the man in charge nodded and went out. And once again, Mike gave the order. Carrier formation to return immediately. Escort the carriers. Mike was not concerned about the other ships. He had to return the ships that had been withdrawn. It is necessary to reorganize the complete carrier fleet. The most important thing at the moment is no longer the revival of the ship. It's all about protecting the carrier. In a moment, the warships belonging to the Eagles left the formation directly and without saying a word. It's coming straight at the carrier at high speed, and it's a situation that's upset the other country's ships. FK, what's with the Eagles' warships just leaving? They're leaving us alone. Damn them. They are so selfish and rude that they don't even communicate with us. They just leave. Too overbearing and arrogant. We shouldn't have followed them to the Dragon Kingdom waters. No. I'm getting out of here. These Dragon Kingdom fishing boats are horrible. Let's quit the maneuver. We're quitting too. We're leaving the Dragon Kingdom waters. At this time these warships do not know that the Eagle carrier accident, but they are looking at the pursuit of them to come to the Dragon fishing boat. The heart of the fear of a lot. They know that fishing boats have been wrecking their other ships and friendly forces. Although these fishing boats did not make a collision, they have been pursuing them hard. The people who are afraid of suffering losses don't want to get involved in this anymore. For a moment, the remaining warships chose to flee. This joint military exercise has been a complete failure. Even the Sakura sailors, faced with a warship being sunk and one still remaining, were ordered to avoid the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats for the time being. The warships will not be able to use their power here. They will be tied up, and they will just lose out. Report. Eagle carriers cease pursuit. It seems to have encountered a malfunction. At this time, the Ling elders, who have been following this matter all along, have received a report. If Chen Fan had said he was going to turn in an aircraft carrier, they had been watching, and the fact that this situation had actually occurred was a shock to the crowd. What? The carrier has stopped. Could it be? It's Chen Fan who made a move. But what the hell happened? No one knows what's going on because it's really hard to see exactly what's going on. They only saw the southern ship expel the helicopters, and even saw the shark destroy the speedboat. I don't know about the rest. Could it be? These sharks are related to Chen Fan. Even if these sharks are related to Chen Fan, they have not been found to appear around the carrier, and there's absolutely no way it could have harmed the carrier. If it's not a shark, then what the hell is it and how the hell did it happen? The crowd was very puzzled. It all happened very suddenly. The carrier suddenly just stopped. They didn't notice any attack either. They didn't see any end to it. Underwater. It must have come from underwater. Only one that can do damage to a 100,000 ton aircraft carrier. What the hell? Elder Ling mused that since they couldn't see anything, only an abnormality had occurred underwater. It's the only one that explains it. Report. Eagle warships have broken away from the formation and are returning to the carriers. The warships of the other nations dispersed. They're fleeing. Another piece of news came in, which caused Elder Ling to be shocked as well. This joint military exercise has come on strong. That's a collection of 25 warships. That's enough strength to be in the top 5 sailors. But the Dragon Kingdom sailors didn't even make a move. And a flaunting maneuver ended in such a hurry. But it's sobering. It's unexpected. Run! I can't believe they just ran away. Driven away by our fishermen. He Yuan said incredulously. This was the grandest military exercise of the year. Every year the Eagles think of all sorts of ways to screw up and make it difficult for them to deal with it. And now it's over. I didn't realize. That the way to deal with them is so simple. Didn't even need to send out a warship. Just a fishing boat could have easily taken care of it. And it hasn't escalated the situation. If we had known that we used fishing boats to deal with these warships in the past, I'm afraid they would have been scared less long ago. The main thing you need is a strong organizer. And the revival can do that. This is easier said than done. The loss of this fishing boat has to be something that someone can afford. And only Chen Fan has the courage to take it all in stride. Actually using fishing boats against warships is easier said than done. Small fishing boats are just going to die. Only big fishing boats can fight against it. And they can't be too few in number. It takes a lot of people to crash through. But it's not that difficult to organize 1,000,000 tons of fishing boats. Captains, even if they are patriotic, have to calculate the damage. And once they wreck a fishing boat, they could potentially go bankrupt. That's why no one has been able to organize before. Without anyone to back them up, the captains have no idea what's going on. So naturally they don't dare to fight hard. Chapter 205, Who the hell attacked our flagship? Nice. This is something that I guess only Chen Fan can do. Once again. A miracle. Elder Ling nodded heavily, valuing Chen Fan a few points again. Just one move solved this crisis and taught these incoming enemies a hard lesson. It's even more so that the other side has nothing to say, even if they are sunk. That's a big win. Now all that's left is the Eagles carrier formation. I'd like to see if Chen Fan is able to create another miracle. Elder He also laughed. All the people were looking forward to it, and they were getting more and more excited about Chen Fan's boasts. If we could really keep the Eagles carrier, it would be a great event, but we all know that it's extremely difficult. It's too difficult to stay in salvage back in name only. Commander, the revival has escaped. Our friendlies have left too. Mike's face sank again as he heard 2 more pieces of bad news. It's hard to stop the carrier from sinking by sealing off the hatches, but their prey is gone, and the friendly forces have left. Their maneuvers are a complete failure. They're completely screwed up. Damn it! How dare they be so cowardly? Don't want such a friendly army. Mike was so angry that he cursed as a way of venting his frustration. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of cursing, but now there's a mess to clean up. Gentlemen, our carrier has lost power. I want to know what the hell is going on. Why did the bilge suddenly break? Mike looked coldly at the officers below. This was too bizarre and a conclusion had to be drawn. Otherwise, what's he gonna tell his superiors? Straight up say the carrier took on water for no apparent reason. How is that possible? It's a total water ingress. Even the power is gone. Commander, could it be the Dragon Nation's doing? The revival is very bizarre. It's highly likely they did it. A lieutenant colonel guessed that this could only have been done by someone from the Dragon Kingdom. There couldn't have been anyone else. The revival, in particular, is the target of their trip, and now that they're targeting the other side, it's very likely that the other side will strike back. Revival. No, we're not detecting any attacks. The revival may have sonic weapons, but we don't have personnel fainting this time. Unless the revival has another unknown weapon. A colonel shook his head. It still didn't explain it. And they don't have any evidence. It's hard to push this into the revival of the guys. We must find the murderer. What will we tell General Durant otherwise? Mike was anxious to see that no conclusion could be drawn from the discussion. And he didn't know how to report it. Since fleet headquarters didn't know about it yet, the first 8 warships were wrecked and it sent Durant into a rage. Now that they know their flagship, the Intrepid, is in danger of sinking, they're afraid their blood pressure will rise and they'll faint in a hurry. Commander, we found tons of barnacles in the bilge. This type of barnacle is very dangerous. Quite a few of us are injured. The head of pipe damage came right out. They were on the front line of plugging the leaks, and they found tons of barnacles in every compartment. Originally they did not care. After all, barnacles, in the end, all have. The bilge is broken, so the barnacles from below are coming in. Except that some people pick up these barnacles, only to find that they are very dangerous, and that the liquid on them is very harmful to the human body. A lot of people got corroded and their hands rotted off. Barnacles. A barnacle capable of strong corrosion. Are you saying that this is what caused the bilge to break? Mike frowned, feeling very disgruntled. This excuse won't satisfy the tops at all. It will only be perceived as breeding them. And in his opinion, barnacles do have a strong adhesion, which is harmful to ships, but not enough to corrode military steel. especially when they have a large anti-corrosion layer. Definitely not barnacles. Absolutely impossible. Barnacles can affect a ship's speed, but they can't cause a carrier to leak. Jack, you're passing the buck. Foolish. How dare you come up with such an excuse to deceive the commander? What are your intentions? Jack, you are also an experienced old man. How dare you use such excuses? Even if these barnacles appear here and are highly corrosive, it doesn't indicate that it's related to the carrier's water ingress. It must be the Rokkoku people. Obviously. Just a small barnacle is not able to make the crowd satisfied. The ocean world is nothing strange, even if there are some special barnacles, but it has little to do with carrier water ingress, and no one pays much attention to these insignificant things. They were even more convinced that it could have been done by those sharks at the bottom of the sea. After all, in the past, these sharks existed near the wreckage, and whales sinking ships. Commander, I'm not passing the buck, and these barnacles are really weird. If there's enough of it, it could really corrode a warship. The man in charge is still insisting, but Mike is so frustrated that he just kicks the other guy out. That's too flimsy a reason. Who'd believe it? It would be better to report directly that this is the work of the dragon sailors, and still be able to draw attention from above. Commander, now we desperately need tugboats. Towing the carrier back to base is the thing to do. Others can continue to be investigated. A colonel stepped forward and said that saving the carrier was a big deal, but unfortunately their powerhouse had been abandoned. The carrier has no power and the waterline is deeper. Now we can only rely on the tugboats. There's no way they'll be able to tow it back with just their warships. It seems. Only able to call for help. Mike shook his head helplessly. There was no way to keep this under wraps. No matter what, he'll have to report back to the fleet. Soon the news of the carrier taking on water reached 7th Fleet headquarters. Durant nearly fainted in anger after hearing this one, like Mike thought he would. Mike, you disappoint me so much. You didn't finish one of our plans. Also led to the ramming of the warship. Even carriers are in danger of sinking today. Durant is really pissed off. This joint exercise is a show of force. It's full of ambition. They're trying to show off the Eagles with this one. But there's bad news after bad news. If you lose face, now the flagship carrier of the 7th Fleet is in trouble. It's a precious warship. We can't afford to lose it. How can he not be in a hurry? General, we underestimated the revival. Underestimating the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats. Mike could only let the other party yell at him. As long as he could be exonerated. It didn't matter how much he yelled. There is no history of fishing boats fighting against warships. Who is not afraid to hide far away when they see warships? Who's as crazy as the Dragon Kingdom fishermen? Chapter 206, let's get these warships home first. Mike, if you are not able to escort the Dauntless back safely, you're just waiting to be court-martialed. Durant had to be serious about the consequences after he yelled at them. A destroyer was destroyed by a fishing boat for a reason. And there is an explanation. It was a fishing boat. No wonder Mike. But the carrier's really sunk. There's no coming back. Mike is culpable. It's directly related to him. There's no way to hide. General, I need tons of tugs now. I will escort the carrier back to port with all my might. Mike said with a stony face. This was something he had to get right. He had to have all this support. And naturally, Durant knew the importance of this and immediately nodded his head in agreement. I'll have Sakura send a tug to back you up. You guys have to hold on. But there's another thing you need to do. That would be to destroy the key equipment of that sunken destroyer. Kidding aside, that one Eagle destroyer that took the initiative to ram the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats and ended up being frantically rammed by them as well. That's the other side's main destroyer. Though it's old enough, but the equipment up there is very advanced. They don't have the means to salvage it for now. They have to blow up the equipment. Otherwise, if the dragons get their hands on it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, I will finish. Mike nodded. Just as the carrier couldn't move at the moment, there's room for one other thing. The destroyer has to be put to rest. They don't care about other friendly destroyers, but their military secrets must be destroyed. Soon after, Mike, who had received the new assignment, immediately gave the order. Command, nuclear submarine silence. Head for the incident area. Destroy the destroyer's critical equipment. There's no hope for salvage, and it's not easy to salvage a destroyer, especially if it's sunk by a collision. So it's not much use to salvage it. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just destroy and simply bury all the secrets at the bottom of the sea. Yes, at once, the submarines that had been hiding at the bottom of the sea to secretly protect the carrier were immediately mobilized. This silence is the same model as the Phantom, and it's the most advanced submarine. Only the Phantom is already at the bottom of the ocean. Now that the Silence had received this one mission, it was helpless, because they were actually trying to launch an attack on their own destroyer. Donger, we've gotten away from the carriers. Only, are we just going back? Zhao Cheng looked at the aircraft carrier lying motionless as also a burst of doubt. Good thing they are free from the pursuit. This is a safe. Take it easy. Wait a little longer. We'll just wait quietly for the carrier to sink. No matter how powerful a super barnacle is, it takes time to multiply, especially with the large number of compartments on the carrier. It can be described as layer after layer of steel plate that is required to corrode layer by layer. At this time the carrier has lost power. Chen Fan is not in a hurry. He knows that this one carrier absolutely can't run away. This way. Let's go to where those warships sank. Fish these warships back. Chen Fan's main target was the aircraft carrier, but it would take time for the carrier to be completely sunk for the time being. Thousands of compartments on an aircraft carrier will be buoyant enough if they're all closed up. It's still hard to sink. Since it takes time, it's a good time to salvage those sunken ships. The other side hasn't salvaged any power yet, so this is a chance. What? Will this draw opposition from the Eagles, ruffling the world's feathers? We just salvaged their warship. Zhao Cheng was a bit hesitant. After all, these warships were still someone else's, to put it bluntly. It seems a bit bad for them to go straight to the salvage. These are active warships. They salvaged the Yamato, which was also an old warship. It's a big deal to salvage an active warship nowadays. Afraid of what? Since these warships have sunk, and in our waters. That's us. There's always a price to pay when people barge in on their own door. Chen Fan does not care so much. As long as this is in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, that fell on the bottom of the sea, that can be picked up, then it's unclaimed. Let's fish it out first. When the other side wants to redeem it, they'll have to pay the ransom properly. If he can't pay the astronomical salvage fee, then he can keep the ship for himself. That's right. A sunken warship. That's a wreck. It's still on our property. We can salvage whatever we want. Uncle Wang is also saying solemnly that they've done even the biggest things before. Last time, we salvaged a warship in Sakura's territory. Now that we're salvaging in our own territory, we're not afraid. Okay, in that case, then I'll gather the fishing boats together at once. Let's get down to business. Zhao Cheng nodded and agreed to this one crazy move. Soon, at least 90 fishing boats were under orders, and of the remaining 10 fishing boats, one was sunk. 9 of them also suffered minor injuries due to the active collision. Chen Fan directly let these fishing boats return to the harbor for repairs first. In a moment, 90 fishing boats swept back to the warship's wreckage. Chen Fan and Mike didn't realize that the other party's purpose. One was trying to destroy the warship, while the other was thinking of salvaging it. There's got to be a conflict, with the Fuxing also heading to the incident area. Soon, Chen Fan also spotted this Eagle's nuclear submarine. What's going on? This submarine's target, it seems, is not me. Yes, when he had just discovered this submarine, Chen Fan was also shocked in his heart. Thought the target was him, was thinking of attacking him again, only to find out later that the other guy wasn't driving in the right direction. And it seems to have been this weird before he set off. What's a submarine doing at a shipwreck? They're up to something. Chen Fan frowned. The danger was temporarily lifted, but it's not clear what they're up to, calling both sides to the wreck. We don't know what kind of conflict we're gonna have. And finally, just to be on the safe side, the revival is in command of the rear for the time being and is not moving on. Chen Fan is afraid of the other party's sudden attack. Obviously this exercise, the target is it. There is no guarantee that the other party will not be more than once a crazy attack. Commander, we have searched for the target. Depth 500 meters. At this time on the silence, an officer is reporting to the commander. They've already found their destroyer based on the location. Only the depth is a little deeper, directly to the depth of 500 meters. That's over the maximum dive depth of the submarine. Manual destruction is out of the question. We can only use weapons to destroy it. Torpedoes ready, the commander ordered. It was their mission and it had to be accomplished. Soon, a torpedo was launched from the submarine. It's launching slowly toward the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 207. So the Eagle's goal is actually this? Boo! I heard a muffled sound at the bottom of the sea. A warship was hit. Because this is a 500-meter deep place explosion, which can cause the surface of the sea cannot see anything different. But there are some bubbles came out. But it is not much. This scene was invisible to others. But Chen Fan knew it very well because he's got his underwater monsters watching these ships. That's mean. It looks like they are trying to destroy the core technology. Chen Fan was shocked and finally realized the role of this submarine. Seeing that the warship he was planning to salvage had been destroyed, Chen Fan frowned. These are going to be salvaged as fishing boats. At this rate, there's no point in fixing it. Thinking of this, Chen Fan moved. Paralyze this submarine for me. Chen Fan can't let this submarine go on any longer. The whales were hitting the submarine. If the other side's deep bottom wasn't so deep that the dolphins couldn't get to it, just paralyzing the other side would be the best thing to do. The submarine is rocking at this point. It makes the commander's heart skip a beat. 2. What's going on? We're under attack. The commander of the Silence asked with a puzzled look on his face. So that the strength of the collision. It shocked them so much that it was never the case before. Commander. Sonar display. There are tons of whales all around us. Very high numbers and very high density. An officer said in shock, with great panic in his eyes. This kind of whale was once able to destroy the Sakura security ship, but I didn't expect it to target them this time. What? Whale? Get out of here now. The commander knew he was outmatched, and if these whales attack them, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. There's no weaponry to use against them. Running away is the best thing to do. Yes, soon the Silence is trying to find a way to escape. However, unbeknownst to him, he's facing hundreds of whales. Crucially, they also made the very dangerous mistake of going up to the surface. You know, there's more danger of upward mobility. Not only whales can attack submarines, but dolphins and sharks can attack submarines. There's no escape. Donger, our fishing boats have reached the area of impact. Zhao Chang reminded Chen Fan that without the command of the Fuxing, these fishing boats didn't know what to do. They don't know how to salvage a shipwreck. Let the fishing boats sink their nets to the bottom. Do what I tell you. Although Chen Fan did not arrive at the impact of the sea, but does not delay him to do the right thing, the following trips to the warships, in addition to one is a 10,000 ton class. The others are all under 10,000 tons. It's perfectly salvageable with these fishing boats. After all, back when it was still the Genoa, Chen Fan salvaged a submarine. There are 90 tons of fishing boats here. We can salvage them any way we want. Yes, Zhou Sun was giving orders according to the instructions, and the captains of the fishing boats were executing them responsibly. It's only the first time they've salvaged a warship. The last time they did it was with the Fuxing on a fishing trip. It's the first time I'm not doing my job, so I'm a little excited and nervous. Brothers, listen to Commander Chen. Get off the net immediately. At one time, 90 fishing boats immediately sank their special nets to the bottom of the sea. These nets, which are 1,000 meters long, are already deep in the sea. At this time, thousands of squid are guiding these nets to tie up the warships. It's also very skillful at this point. After all, I've done this job many times, but the 7th Fleet could see it clearly. Durant was panicking at this point. FK, what do the Dragon Kingdom fishing boats want? Why are they returning to the waters of impact? And why did they sink their fishing nets to the bottom of the sea? Originally, it was a relief to the crowd to watch these fishing boats not approach the carrier formation, but he didn't expect these fishing boats to come to the impact area, which made him think of a horrible possibility. General, it's possible that these fishing boats are trying to salvage our warships. They've done it many times. A colonel stepped forward. It's no secret that dragon fishing boats will salvage wrecks. They've even asked for favors. No, this is our warship. How dare they? They must not be allowed to succeed. They are stealing our warships. That's our warship. That's what belongs to us. And the fishing boats are provoking the majesty of the Eagle sailors. Admiral, we can't let these fishing boats get away with this. Our technical secrets are going to be compromised. For a while, everyone was shocked. These were their warships, and friendly warships. If they were really salvaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. There's a chance their military technology could be compromised. Plus it's too much of a slap in the face to be hit by a fishing boat one foot and fished out the next. It's embarrassing. Protests must be made to the dragon sailors. Let them put a stop to these fishing boat crazies. Otherwise we will take decisive action. It was at this point that the officers finally began to show their fangs. They can't afford to be humiliated again and again. Crashing their warships has hit the bottom line. If we take any more, it'll be a declaration of war. Durant's face darkened and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. They've failed time and time again, and they absolutely can't afford to compromise anymore. Deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Our carriers are not toys. The fishing boats are provoking us. We'll take warning shots, the old man said solemnly, and all at once the 7th Fleet began to protest frantically. It's an ultimatum. If the dragon sailors don't stop the crazy behavior of these fishing boats, then they'll do what they have to do to protect their ships. This could put Elder Ling and the others under tremendous pressure as well. Eventually had to contact Chen Fan to find out what the other party was planning to do. What? The Eagles have the nerve to pressure us. Their warships sank on our land. That's what belongs to us. If the warship sinks, that sovereignty is gone. Chen Fan shook his head. It is said that a warship is the sovereignty of a country. Where it is a symbol of where it goes. Only if the ship sinks, all the power is gone. If you're not sunk, you're still worried about the other side's rights. But if you're sunk, you don't have much to worry about. That's why Chen Fan dared to make a move. Chen Fan, you have a point. But these warships are always the ones they just sunk. We're always supposed to be giving them the power to salvage their own. If they can't salvage it, It's not too late for us to dispose of it. When Elder Ling heard that Chen Fan really wanted to salvage these warships, he was also shocked in his heart. This is for real. Elder Ling. These warships I'm still going to salvage and convert into fishing boats. Chen Fan is also very tough. He is also determined to get these warships. In his opinion, the carriers were handed over to the Navy. These warships had to be at his disposal. Right? Chapter 208. You want to become the world's public enemy. You boy. I can't believe they're really trying to convert it into a fishing boat again. If you keep doing this, I'm afraid you're going to become a public enemy. Elder Ling was also full of bitter smiles. Transforming the Yamato into a fishing boat was hurting Sakura's face. Now we're going to convert 5 or 6 other countries' warships into fishing boats. I'm afraid we're going to offend the whole world by taking these fishing boats out to sea. I'm afraid I'm going to meet with worldwide hostility. Elder Ling is helpless. Chen Fan is really too capable of tossing and turning. I'm not afraid. As long as it's escorted by a carrier group, I'll see who dares to touch me. Chen Fan is a very prudent man. He's very careful with his life. He's well prepared. He's sponsored a carrier group. This is to protect himself. With such a strong force, what is he afraid of? Hey, it's good to be young. But Chen Fan, this time the eagle is very, very angry. We're touching their bottom line. Is this good? We'll just give it a month for now and let them deal with it on their own. If it can't be handled on its own, then it's at your disposal. Elder Ling thought of a compromise. This would also ease it down. And the other party wouldn't dare to make a move. When the other side really can't salvage it, then it can be disposed of in name only. A month is too long. So be it. Just half a month. If they can't salvage it, then we're coming. Chen Fan smiled faintly. In fact, he had intended to do this. Whether it was a warship or an aircraft carrier, he had also used this trick. It was indeed risky to salvage it directly. And now he was making a show for the world by letting the fishing boats launch their nets. It's just a matter of making them anxious and begging for mercy. Half a month. Aha! May. Ling Lao nodded his head in agreement. He also didn't want to be threatened by the eagle. This was Dragon Kingdom waters. It is necessary to follow the rules of the Dragon Kingdom to do things, but also to fight for more benefits for Chen Fan. Soon after, Durant received a reply from the side of the sailor. General, the Dragon Kingdom sailors have stopped the fishing boats from salvaging, except they only gave us half a month to do it on our own. In half a month, if these warships are not fished out, will be due to the Dragon Kingdom at its own discretion. The colonel said helplessly. They were tough and the other side was tough and unusual, and a whole bunch of international rules. After all, they said that they entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason, and even took the initiative to attack the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. It is even stated that there is no sovereignty over the sunken ship, but for humanitarian reasons, they could be given salvage rights. These words made them angry, but they didn't have much reason to refute them. After all, they asked for it. Damn it! They've gone too far. Durant gritted his teeth. Only half a month. How could they salvage General, the Dragon Kingdom sailors are tough. This could be our last chance. I think we need to continue to coordinate on the one hand, and salvage operations on the other. The colonel suggested that this was the best way to do it. 2 hands. Handling a butcher's cleaver with ease, idiom, do sth skillfully and easily. Looks like it'll have to do. Have Sakura send out all salvage ships immediately. All rescue ships in the fleet go immediately as well. We absolutely cannot let these warships fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, especially at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. The old man raised his eyebrows slightly. This was his bottom line. Even if it was broken, he had to get the warship back. The original idea was to let the submarine destroy the key equipment and try to salvage it later. The situation has changed. We'll have to move it forward. Yes. For a while, the Eagle and Sakura were busy. Both of them have warships to salvage. They're out in full force. Sakura, in particular, created even more of a stir. We can never say again that the shameful Rokkoku fishing boats stole our warships. There can never be a second time. They stole the Yamato, our Aiden. It must never be stolen again. It must be salvaged. If it's not salvaged, Sakura will lose face all over the world and never be able to hold her head up again. The Sakura netizens were one of the most excited ones. The last time they watched the Yamato being fished out by the revival. This time it's the Aidong again. If it fails again, they're afraid they'll really have to smash all the Sakura sailors. It's just too humiliating. They've gotta face sailors and security department rescue boats. Full mobilization at once. It must be salvaged within half a month. For a while, Sakura was pressured by public opinion and came down hard on her. It's already a disgrace for a warship to be sunk, but if you can't even bring back the bodies, that's a real sign of incompetence. All at once, Sakura, Eagle and Hammer were out in full force, and they weren't far from the sinking point. But for other countries, they have a hard time. like the kangaroos. For example, that's really far away from the mountains. They came to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom from thousands of miles away. The warship was directly sunk, and now they want to salvage it. Just send a rescue ship over there. And I'm afraid that half a month has passed since they got there. They had no choice but to try to use civilian salvage forces. However, they soon realized that neither Sakura nor Hammer's civilian salvage companies had any spare power, because they've all been drafted by the Navy. In the end, they were able to travel to the Dragon Kingdom in search of a salvage ship. But then, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are not agreeing to it. Who help kangaroo salvage shipwrecks? That's helping the enemy. Who dare to earn this money? To be scolded to death by the country. Yeah, I'll see who dares to do business with them, and I must be the first to top the scolding. Some money can be earned, but some money can't be earned. We can't go against the Renaissance. Have you not heard? As long as half a month they cannot salvage, that is at our disposal. Absolutely cannot go to help them. I'll be the first to say no to anyone who dares to go against our revival. Joking aside, those who originally wanted to earn this money salvage company, a look at the netizens have not agreed. At this time is also simply do not dare to mess up again. They don't want to be scolded by the whole country if they can't make this money. If you don't take orders, you'll just get less business. But if you do, there's a chance you won't get any business in the future. They know a good meal from a bad meal. Over time, these salvage companies have also taken a stance. Support the revival. We will never do business with kangaroos. Wrecks can be salvaged, but we'll never take a warship, especially one that attacks our fishing boats. They had it coming. As long as we stick together, we'll leave them without a single salvage ship and will only be able to abandon their warships. They've come thousands of miles to our territory. Since they're here, let's leave them behind completely. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom laughed as public opinion fully supported the revival and condemned the foreign warships. For a while, the other countries could not find any salvage ships, which made them very anxious. Chapter 209, Aircraft Carrier Lost Again. Mike storms out. Damn it! The salvage challenge is too great. It's simply not possible to salvage it anytime soon. At this point in time, at the location of the shipwreck in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, the crowd has already probed the seabed. These ships are all lying 500 meters deep. This is very difficult for them because the bottom of the sea is too deep for an ordinary salvage ship to be able to fix it. Not only does it require a lot of manpower and financial resources, but also a long time. For a while, all parties were able to predict that they would not be able to succeed at all, and that half a month would definitely not be enough time. General, rescue ship states they can't salvage it anytime soon. Wish we could extend the time. Otherwise, it's useless for them to go. A colonel stepped forward and said that the original rescue ship had thought the situation wasn't too difficult, but the depth of 500 meters alone had them stupefied straight away. Such a depth, or half a month time, wait for them to go over in 2 days. It is simply impossible. The Dragon Kingdom sailors are not budging in the slightest. They're just waiting for us to fail at salvage. In the end these wrecks will belong to them. Durant shook his head helplessly. His opponent's intentions were clear. This is the ultimate concession to them. Even if the success rate is low, it's still something that must be attempted. Otherwise, their ships will belong to someone else. It's a conspiracy. The Rokoku are so hateful. The crowd clenched their teeth, their hearts filled with hatred, but they had no way out. These waters don't belong to them. They're just trespassers. There's not much room for bargaining. Let the rescue ship figure it out. Salvage must be done. Durant said solemnly that as long as there was some hope of success, they had to do it. Have the Sakura salvage ships cooperate with us and prioritize the salvage of our warships. At this time the Eagle's dominance is once again on display. Their power is not enough. Directly let the power of others also come together. It's prudent to prioritize not only Sakura, but also Hammer's salvage power, all together. To paraphrase Durant's thoughts, since one family is not enough, let's raise 3 families. Inevitably, it can be done. While the crowd was busy salvaging the warship, at this point, the Intrepid's condition was deteriorating. Originally Mike, as well as he had arrested the sinking, had closed all the hatches. In the absence of external forces, the carrier can be towed back with the help of a tugboat only. But soon they realized, once again, their carrier is leaking. Commander Mike, those closed compartments of the aircraft carrier, broken once again. Massive amounts of seawater are once again filling the upper compartments. A large number of compartments have been lost. Since it happened suddenly, in the middle of the night, it can be said that people were sleeping when it happened. The compartments were again not closed, and in a moment, but several floors of them were flooded with seawater. The original carrier had 10 levels of compartments. The first time we lost 1 level, but this time we lost 2. What? Lost 2 hatches? Where did the duty officer go? Why didn't you react in time? Mike was furious. It was still the middle of the night, but the whole carrier was busy. Everyone was in a panic and in a hurry. Many of them were drowned in the middle of the night. There's been a lot of loss of life. Commander, it's my responsibility. I accept the punishment. A lieutenant colonel stepped forward. It was indeed his fault. There was no point in saying anything at this time. Admitting mistakes can still be forgiven. Damn it. If the carrier sinks, he must be court-martialed. Mike cursed, and finally decided that cursing wasn't even a good idea, and just smashed it with something. The colonel, however, could only let himself be beaten and scolded, and did not dare to fight back, because the heart was already in a panic. This one responsibility was too big. He was too scared. Who can tell me? How about an aircraft carrier? There's no danger of sinking. Mike questioned coldly, and a trembling officer was stepping forward. Commander, carrier tilt 20 degrees to the left. The situation is very critical. Once it reaches above 40 degrees, our carriers will sink. Chen Fan was controlling the super barnacles corrupting the carrier. That was also about mind tricks. I was inexperienced the first time and thought straight to a full breach, not realizing that it was solved by a half-closed hatch. Eventually the carrier was sinking quite a bit, but the carrier was still very smooth and not tilting in any way. The second time he can be smart. Deliberately is the first to gather the power to corrode the left, but also choose to break out at night. That's expanded the battle quite a bit, and directly tilted the carriers all the way up. It can be said that with this tilt, the carrier is basically ruined. It's impossible to land or take off fighters. Damn it! Abandon some hatches at once. Keep your balance. Mike made a snap decision. We'll just abandon the hatch. That's how we can protect the balance. Otherwise, we'll sink and that's the end of it. Yes. One of the officers immediately took his orders. Yet another officer came anxiously. The people look cannot dare to make a sound. It seems that people this soup. Obviously not a good news. Commander, 2 fighters have lost their retaining cables. Has fallen into the sea. 1. Yes, right after the loss of the hatch. The 20-degree tilt immediately put the fighters fixed on the deck in danger. Some of the anchor cables went out, and eventually let the fighters fall right into the sea. What? What does a mechanic do? Why haven't they avoided this? Before Mike could get angry, the second in command stepped forward. It's a fighter jet. It's worth tens of millions of dollars apiece. It's worth a lot of money. If you drop it like this, you're dropping real money. The worst thing is that the Dragon fishing boats are watching us closely, while spying on their warships and trying to salvage them. On the other hand, they're also guarding the carrier's perimeter, so they're obviously up to something. Sub-Commander, it's our fault. I accept the punishment. Another officer stepped forward to take the blame, but Mac was annoyed. He's not here to dispose of people. He just wants the carrier to be okay. Now that one bad thing after another has come along, it's already making his head explode. Salvage immediately. These fighters must be salvaged successfully. We absolutely cannot afford to make the same mistake again. Are you kidding? Last time, one of their fighters was fished away by Dragon Kingdom fishermen. Last time it was dark, too. Now it's dark again. He's really scared. It's 2 frames. It's a huge loss and they're going to be humiliated once again. Yes, all of them knew the urgency of the matter and immediately led the way. But it's not easy to salvage a fighter plane in the dark, especially since this plane is wanted by someone else, like the fishing boats that are watching. Chapter 210, The Airplane, again, was fished away by the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. Be sleepless all night. The Intrepid had a busy night, and the warships escorting her were out in helicopters, searching for the, and yet, there was no result. It's already dawn. Mike, however, was heavy-hearted and anxiously waited for news in the command room. All of the people were also not sleeping, and no one could sleep. No one can sleep well with an aircraft carrier in danger and looking for warplanes. Commander, we've searched a 10 nautical mile radius. There's no sign of the fighters. It's possible that the fighters have fallen into the bottom of the sea. An officer with a sweaty forehead and a nervous face said. They reacted in time, so to speak, by falling into the sea. They were looking for the carrier as soon as it was balanced. That's a delay of about half an hour, and it's reasonable to assume that the entire formation stayed put. There's no way this plane could have just floated away. Since we can't find it, there's only one possibility that it's fallen hundreds of meters to the bottom of the ocean. That's what's keeping them from detecting it. Damn it! Our warships have not been salvaged. Our fighters need salvaging again. Mike touched his temple and felt nothing but a surge of pain. It has nothing to do with the fact that he hasn't slept all night, but it's too much of a nuisance. There's not a single piece of this that's not reassuring. Not a single piece of good news. Commander, if it's falling to the bottom of the sea, we can salvage it without rushing for a while. As long as we hold this place, no one will be able to salvage it. The vice commander said solemnly that now they had no salvage ships with them, and that only tugboats were fast approaching. These fighters still have something to hold on to, and as long as they have warships staying here, no one will dare to come and salvage them. It seems like that's all that can be done. Immediate coordination of resources. Mobilize some of the salvage ships to come and salvage the fighters, Mike said helplessly. It was all that could be done nowadays. Disengaging the carrier was the key now, and he was feeling more and more uneasy about it. Today, 3 of the carrier's 10 floors are filled with seawater. If we get a few more layers of water, the weight of the carrier will increase exponentially, and even the tugboats will not be able to tow it away. And if there's another anomaly, it'll be much easier for the carrier to capsize. Yes, they left with orders. Only 20 nautical miles from the carrier. At this time, Chen Fan gave the order. Get off the net immediately. Get ready to fish for the big stuff. The 2 planes, in fact, were not at the bottom of the sea, but from the moment they fell into the sea, it was directly commanded by Chen Fan to fish away the squid. This is the time to salvage, and this time, he's going to fish it away fair and square. One more stomp on the Eagle's dignity. The warships are yours to salvage first. But the plane, it's just counting the interest. Chen Fan won't wait for half a month. He needs to eat and work too. Let's just get one of the fighters back first. Yes, dozens of fishing boats all launched their nets, and the huge nets just went deep into the seafloor. The squid are now lowering the plane into the fishing net, as Chen Fan gave the order to close the net. In a moment, dozens of nets began to close in. Soon there was a shrieking noise. My God! What is this? This is not a fish. It looks like an airplane. Airplanes? How can there be airplanes in the sea? This is unbelievable. Asterisk to be able to fish for an airplane. That's a lifetime of bragging rights. Yes, a captain is now looking in horror at this gray and black plane, as it continues to fish away. What was just a moment ago a suspicion of? Now it's possible to complete the certainty that it's an airplane. This is the Eagle's airplane. You see there's writing printed on it. Asterisk this must be the Eagle's plane. There's an aircraft carrier nearby. What's going on? How does Commander Chen know there's an airplane down here? It's a godsend. We actually got the Eagle's plane. They're going to go crazy when they find out. The fishermen were so excited at this point that they were all smiling. It's a great honor to fish for a fighter plane, and they did it themselves. They had 10,000 questions, but the joy washed away the questions. Everyone only knew that this fighter fished back. That must be a credit. I'm sure you'll get a reward. Old Lee, your kid's luck is also too good. So much under the net. But you fished up. You kid get rich can remember me. The crowd was envious at this time. This can really blow a lifetime. The future said to the child to listen to, completely can become the child's hero. Ha ha, it doesn't have much to do with me. It's still Commander Chen's fault. If he hadn't let us down the net, how can we fish for it? Captain Lee also thought it through. It was pure luck and he was just picking up the slack. And just then, once again, a message came in. That means someone's been fishing for another plane. Asterisk Old Wang also fished out the airplane. That's too much luck. Why didn't I get any? It's so unfair. Quick, lower the net again. See if there's any more. We have to fish an airplane up. As another plane was fished out, the crowd's enthusiasm peaked. Those who closed their nets without harvesting, they are not willing to cast their nets once again at this time. I'm looking forward to catching an airplane in the next net. And Chen Fan was able to understand and didn't stop it. After all, he's accomplished his goal. Donger, you're a god. We got another plane. The Eagle is afraid of being pissed off. They worked all night, but they didn't get anything. Zhao Chun laughed out loud. Fishing for airplanes wasn't the first time they'd seen it all before. Anyway, it's not strange to follow Chen Fan and fish for anything. It'd be strange if it was just plain old fish fishing. The Fuxing isn't just an ordinary fishing boat. It specializes in the good stuff. Anything in the sea can be fished. Ha ha, I'm sure they'll have found out by now. But let them rush. Immediately send 10 fishing boats to escort these 2 airplanes back to the harbor. The reason why Chen Fan didn't let the Fuxing make a move, but instead let an ordinary fishing boat do it. On the one hand, I don't want to be too high profile, but on the other hand, I'm still trying to stay here. If he fished out the plane, he was afraid that he would be targeted and Chen Fan would have to transfer the risk to someone else's. Yes, Zhao Cheng smiled and commanded immediately. In a moment, the captain who had salvaged the plane was instructed to return to port. The other 10 are escorting. It can be said that with 12 fishing boats on the road together, basically there is no problem. Chen Fan didn't believe that the other party really dared to chase after him, and the other party was afraid that they didn't have that much extra strength left, unless the carriers are gone. Soon, the intrepid carrier was also detecting traces of their planes. Mike was so pissed off he could have spit blood. Chapter 211, Why return an airplane that you fished out with your own ability? Damn it! Why are our airplanes on fishing boats? Who told me the plane fell to the bottom of the ocean? Mike was really going crazy. It was so hard for him to believe that the plane was on the bottom of the ocean, and that's why there was no rush to salvage it. Now it's good that their discovery is directly above the deck of the fishing boat. This can be traced at a glance, and can be placed on a fishing boat in a bright manner, like prey. Anyone who saw that would be very angry. Commander, I don't know. It doesn't make sense that an airplane would happen to be right next to a fishing boat. The officer in charge of salvage panicked, and sweat was falling from his forehead. It doesn't matter if we don't salvage the plane. The worst thing that can happen is that it'll be fished away by a dragon fishing boat. The thing that he feared the most was really happening. He was so shocked and anxious that he wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. I don't know. Just because you don't know. Buried two of our airplanes. When these two planes docked, it is the day of the Eagle sailor's disgrace. The last time we lost a fighter plane, it was shipped back by the Sea Division, or some kind of secrecy. Not many people ended up knowing about it. Not in the public domain, so to speak, but this time it was a fishing boat that brought it back with great fanfare. It won't be long before the whole world knows that their fighters were fished out by a fishing boat. They can't even protect their own fighters. Commander, we have to get it back. Can't let the fishing boats carry it back, the deputy commander said solemnly. He was the deputy commander and he was directly responsible for the loss of the warplane. He's also very anxious, but when it comes to how to snatch it back, the crowd is dumbfounded, because they really haven't thought of a way. We simply don't have the power to grab the airplane. The main task at hand is to protect the carrier. Mike gritted his teeth and said very helplessly, he'd like to rob it, but what's the point of robbing it? Let the other ships in the formation go ahead. I'd rather not. One of them's just going to be a pain in the ass. What about the carriers? And if we do go there, I'm afraid the fishing boats will intercept us, so we might have to have a collision course again. They're going to lose big time. Commander, are we just going to let the fishermen fish out our airplanes? These are intact airplanes that are operational. The officers were very reluctant. It was an airplane that had fallen into the sea, and although the instruments might go into the seawater, but as long as it's not on, the damage can't be too great. If you go back to the sun, you may be able to take off. This is like letting the Dragon Kingdom pick up two airplanes for nothing. The last time one was fished away, that was still damaged a bit. After all, it was a landing error with a very high impact, and this one just fell into the sea. It's very well intact. You guys say what's the solution? Mike asked a rhetorical question. Many people just wanted to say robbing, but thought of the fishing boats gawking at the side, and hastily closed their mouths. They're on the defensive, with carrier problems, and this is definitely not a good time to split their forces. We can put pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. Let them return it voluntarily. That's just the plane we dropped into the ocean. We are sovereign, the officer said seriously, and Mike nodded. It was the only way to go at the moment. Just as the fishing boats were voluminously transporting the airplane back to the Dragon Kingdom, once again, Elder Ling was under pressure, and the other party directly demanded the return of the airplane. It's even threatened with a declaration of war, but Elder Ling easily solved it with one sentence. It's an airplane that the fishermen fished out by their own merit. We don't have any reason for them to return it. The matter is a financial dispute. They don't care. Yes, Elder Ling played Tai Chi directly and didn't bother at all. In fact, he's determined not to return it. Just kidding. This is an airplane that Chen Fan fished out with his skills. Others don't know the situation, but he still knows it, and that's just the interest. That's a whole carrier coming up. It's all going to belong to them anyway. There's no point in giving it back. Even this is a private economic dispute. The fishermen caught their own stuff. No stealing, no robbing. If you catch it, it belongs to the fishermen. What pissed off the Eagles Durant even more was the quote, "You don't throw airplanes if you can." There's no way a fisherman could have gotten it. We haven't cared about your planes polluting the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. It sounds like a strong argument, but the logic is very clear. If we didn't lose the plane, the fishermen wouldn't have gotten it. In the end, it's my own fault for not learning the art of flying airplanes into the sea. Damn it! They are too much, too shameless, and to accuse us of incompetence. Durant's eyes were on fire, and he wasn't under any less pressure than Mike. Mike is afraid he'll punish him, but there are still lords above Durant to oversee it too. At this point, the plane can't come back. The other side is not cooperating at all, but there is no way to do anything about it. I can only curse the other party's shamelessness in my heart. General, let's just leave it at that. That's two airplanes, two stealth fighters that can be used straight off the ground, and they're shipboard fighters, too, a colonel asked in disbelief. Although this wasn't the first time they had lost a plane, They couldn't afford to miss a second time. What else can we do? Full exposure. Let he world blame the Dragon Kingdom and put pressure on them. Then we'd be the world's joke. 2. They're using public pressure. It's a tactic they use all the time. Only this time, it's a case of hurting the enemy by 800, but damaging yourself by 1,000. Once this matter is exposed, even though the Dragon Kingdom will be blamed and pressurized, their loss of the plane will become the laughingstock of the whole world, especially if you are incompetent and have no way to get the airplane back, and can only rely on public opinion. It will be even more despised, and the face of the Eagle sailor will be completely lost. The colonel was speechless. He hadn't thought that much about it. Nowadays, it seems that no matter how you do it, it's just a recipe for disaster. Just, as long as the Intrepid makes it back safely, just the greatest good. Durant waved his head helplessly as his heart went out to the carrier. Airplanes are just part of an aircraft carrier. As long as the carrier as a whole is preserved, there's still a chance in the future, and he'll still be able to answer to the higher-ups. As for the plane, let's just lose it. After all, the technology was leaked when the first one was lost. Now it's just a financial loss. Hey, God, make sure the Intrepid returns safely. A number of officers prayed about it at this time. They did not want to make any more trouble than they had already done. This joint military exercise has been a complete failure, and they have accepted the failure and the shame of the world. As soon as the carrier returns, this will be over. However, there are always unforeseen circumstances. The more you want something, the less you get it. The more you are afraid of something, the more it comes up to be feared. Chapter 212, The Carrier Dauntless. Sunk. Alarm. Alarm. Tilt to 40 degrees. The carrier is about to capsize. Just as Durant was still fuming over 2 warplanes. At this point Mike was facing an even bigger problem. This time, once again, their hatch broke down in a big way. And it's the kind that can't be stopped in any way. On a much larger scale, and with much more enhanced power. That's because those super barnacles have multiplied over a long period of time, and their number is already a terrifying figure. It's very powerful. Just one eruption directly corroded all the hatches. Commander, I'm sorry, we may not be able to save our carriers. The person in charge of the damage had already collapsed. The carrier was breaking up too fast. They hadn't even put any effort into it, and it was already dying. He was so anxious that he cried. This was the carrier he was in charge of, and it was a second home, and now he can't keep it like this. The second home is sinking. What? Keep your balance at once. Get all the crew on deck. Mike doesn't want to accept this reality and he wants to continue to struggle. But the person in charge kept shaking his head. Commander, we have no more hatches to abandon, and then let the seawater fill the remaining compartments. We don't even have time to abandon ship. Yes, the carrier's already half full of water, and if we're going to give up our compartments to keep our balance, then the carrier will be heavily waterlogged. The immense sinking force would sink the carrier outright. And while it's leaning very hard these days, but as long as it doesn't continue to get worse, they still have enough time to move the crew, and still be able to do abandon ship and be able to get the crew out safely. Furthermore, the deck is now tilted so much that the deck can't stand anyone. It's impossible. How? What the hell keeps destroying the carrier? Who can tell me? Mike was also on the verge of a breakdown. They could keep investigating but couldn't find any outside influence. It seems to be that one's carrier suddenly just doesn't work, and the massive amount of seawater that keeps pouring in causes There's no attack. There's no submarine on the bottom of the ocean. Even the large sea fish were gone, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Abnormal only in the sense that their carriers were losing large numbers of compartments every so often. Not being able to find the cause and only being able to watch the carriers keep having accidents is what really scares and frightens people. Commander, we need your orders. Abandon ship. Commander, we have to get out of here for the safety of the crew. At this point the command room looked to Mike. This one order could only be given by the commander. None of them are qualified. However, who can bear to give up the carriers outright? Once he gives it up, Mike's carrier group commander-in-chief will be dead in name only. He'll be the first carrier commander to abandon ship in the modern navy. It will be a disgrace to the Eagle sailors. Commander, we're running out of time. We don't want to abandon the ship, but the carrier really can't be saved. For the sake of all the crew's lives, this order needs to come from you. The second in command looked solemnly at Mac. Not at this time to set aside the responsibility, but he was in no position to give orders. Otherwise he would have just ordered to abandon ship. He didn't want to die either. If he knew he couldn't do it, he was just looking for death. Seeing that there was indeed no chance, the planes on deck had all fallen into the sea. A number of crew members also fell into the sea because they tilted too much and didn't have a firm grip. Mike closed his eyes. Upon reopening, his eyes became incredibly sad. and there was no light left in them. All crew members of the aircraft carrier Intrepid enter abandoned ship procedures immediately. Every warship has an abandonment process, but it's only been practiced before. No carrier has ever been in actual combat. And the Intrepid carrier. This one will be the first Eagle carrier of the new century. And he, Mike, is bound to get his name in the textbooks. Only that would be a shameful history for the Eagle sailors. As the commander gave the order, the entire carrier became organized. The crowd is busy evacuating. The nearby escorting warships are sending out a large number of speedboats to meet them. Helicopters are also taking off for rescue. And the news reached 7th Fleet headquarters. But it left everyone speechless. No one thought that while they were discussing it, their flagship carrier would just sink. FK. What the hell does Mike do? What the hell is he doing? Why are you still letting the carriers continue to sink? At this point Durant was on fire and his eyes were red as a sheet. They're the mighty 7th Fleet. The Dauntless is the flagship. The sinking of the flagship means that the 7th Fleet will lose its core. Will be out of action. He's a fleet commander in name only. Mike made a huge mistake. Why didn't he let the fighter planes? Why didn't he evacuate them? Now dozens of our fighters just fall into the sea. This is not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. The deputy commander-in-chief said with a grim look on his face that if the sinking of the carrier was inevitable, but there are some that can be avoided, like warplanes. If they'd taken off the fighters straight away, it would have been perfectly possible for them to fly back to headquarters. That's 50 or 60 fighters. That's billions of dollars. Just a single instruction could have saved these fighters. The helicopters may not have been able to fly back, but the fighters definitely were. Mike has to be court-martialed, and no one can save him. He made us the joke of the world. At this point the people who knew the carrier had sunk were already trying to figure out how to shift the blame. This one is too big of a responsibility, and if they don't find a pot to carry, they'll all be dragged into it. Now Mike is the best backstabber, and he's the carrier commander. He's had too many command failures to get away with this one. Report to Marine Division headquarters immediately. There's no way to hide this. Durant's face is heavy. This can't be hidden. The whole world is watching. The sooner it's reported, the sooner they clear the air, the better for them. Soon, the fleet reported directly to the fire. And naturally, the headquarters was furious. It ended up being a fiery order. Commander Mike of the carrier Intrepid. Failure to perform his duties resulted in significant losses to the Eagles. Mike is hereby relieved of his duties as commander of carrier group. Return immediately to your country to be dealt with. While Mac was still directing the abandonment of the ship, the decision to dispose of him was made with all due haste. Only the official order has not been sent to him yet, and everything will have to wait until he completes the evacuation, before someone picks Mike up. Mike couldn't have imagined that he'd been sold out and that he'd have to take all the blame for the situation. Chapter 213, War must be declared on the Dragon Kingdom. Heavyweight. Sinking of the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier. Breaking. Eagle carrier sinks in Dragon Kingdom waters. Intrepid carrier sinks for unknown reasons. All fighters fall into the sea. The death of the Eagle sailor. The greatest loss in nearly 50 years. The sinking of an aircraft carrier is a big deal anywhere. You know, there are not many countries in the world that have aircraft carriers, and each one is very valuable. And now the most powerful carrier on Earth has sunk. It was sunk in the waters of another country, which immediately becomes very sensitive. It's all over the world's media. And the Eagle people, that's crazy. FK, it must have been a sneak attack by the shameful Rokkoku. They sank our carrier. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom sailors must be responsible for this. They must have done it. Only they did it. And only they have this one ability to do it. It's absolutely unforgivable that the Rokkoku people rammed our warships, but they even hit an aircraft carrier. Let's just declare war. It's a matter of death or death. The Dragon Nation must be made to pay. At this time, the Eagle netizens do not care about the reason for the sinking. They only know that their aircraft carrier is running into the waters of the Dragon Kingdom in an accident. Moreover, the Dragon fishing boat directly hit their warship in front of them. This matter is definitely not related to the Dragon people. The arrogant Eagles directly threatened war and had to retaliate, ruthlessly retaliating against the Dragons. Otherwise they'll be called cowards by the whole world. Obviously the carrier was sunk, but there's no response to anything anymore. Some military experts, at this time, are also uproarious, one by one to analyze the sinking of an aircraft carrier means the beginning of a war. Joking aside, it was on carriers that the Eagles built their global naval superiority, and carriers are the core of that. They can't fight without carriers. Aircraft carriers are their scales, and now that they've sunk, they're on the verge of war, especially since the 7th Fleet didn't explain the sinking of the carrier either. They didn't find out. They just reported that the dreadnought sank in the Dragon Sea. Anyone would put their suspicions on the Dragon sailor. At this time in the Eagle Marine Division headquarters, An old man was listening carefully to the reports of the people, looking at the crowd with a stony face. Mr. Charlie, our carriers don't sink for no reason. This must have something to do with the dragons. There's no doubt about it. We must address the Dragon Kingdom sailors. An officer of one of the stars stepped forward. The sinking of the carrier was a great event, no less than a war, and they were all called back to discuss the program, a program to explain the aircraft carrier. Commander-in-Chief, the Dragon Kingdom warships didn't come close to our carriers though, but the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats have been watching intently. I suspect this is a joint effort between the Dragon Kingdom's sailors and the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats. It's definitely not that simple. Another man of the General Star stood out, able to have the strength to sink an aircraft carrier. He thought that the Dragon Kingdom fishermen did not have this one strength. Whether it's bumping or doing something, it doesn't have this one ability. This must be done by the Dragon Kingdom's navy, although the other side hides it very well. But without the backing of the navy, the Dragon Kingdom's fishing boats would never dare to be so arrogant. Yes, I suspect we're caught in the middle of a huge conspiracy. The Dragon Kingdom sailors have set up a huge trap with the fishermen for us to jump into. In any case, we should declare war and show our determination. These Eagle bigwigs are also very excited when they hear that there is a war going on, especially with the sinking of the aircraft carrier. It makes them more battle-hardened. No matter how powerful and fast the Dragon Kingdom's navy is developing, it's no match in their eyes. They're the strongest on Earth, and they don't have much to be sad about with this carrier sinking. Instead, it's this one chance, an opportunity to go to war. Mr. Our rash declaration of war will put the world in fear, and since we haven't investigated the cause of the carrier's sinking, a declaration of war at this time would cause panic. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, these are just our speculations. We have no evidence that this matter is related to the Dragon Kingdom's sailors. The other side is the Dragon Kingdom. We can't force an attack. We must be cautious. If this had happened in the waters of any other country, it would not be too much to say that they would have declared war. They have always been so arrogant. You don't need a reason to attack, but in the view of the moderates, this is the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom sailors are no weaklings, and those tricks of their barbaric and irrational nature do not work at this time. The threat of a blind declaration of war would only put them in greater danger. Commander-in-Chief, once we declare war, we don't have any advantage. Even the Dragon Kingdom sailors will make a counterattack. There is a risk that our remaining warships may not make it back. This is a problem that everyone has to consider. Declaring war is fun for a while, but the consequences are a crematorium. Now that the flagship of the 7th Fleet has been sunk, they don't have enough strength to deal with the threat of the Dragon Kingdom's carrier fleet. The rest of their convoys are in danger too. I'm afraid. It's not just a maritime threat at this point. That sea isn't very far from the coast. Not to mention the missiles, even the rockets are able to cover it. There is no way they can intercept such a saturation attack. For a while, sitting in the upper seat of the Commander-in-Chief of the Marine Division Charlie, into thinking. Neither side has a valid opinion. Without a declaration of war, the Eagle Marines will be looked down upon by the world. But once war is declared, they simply can't carry their opponents. And their other carriers aren't even in place yet. If we really declare war, we're afraid it'll cause a world war. At that thought, Charlie shook his head and dismissed the crazy idea of declaring war. It's a responsibility he doesn't want to take. Pick Mike up for investigation immediately. We must know that the carrier sank for no reason. The old man eventually raised the stick high and then gently lowered it. No decisions were made, just having Mike, a sinner, picked up. He needed to know what was going on, and no matter what they did, they needed proof. Lots of it. Soon, the Eagle sailors gave direct orders to Durant to stay put and rescue the crew of the ship that had fallen overboard. It's more like guarding an aircraft carrier. Never let the dragons fish the carrier away. Redeploy all salvage forces immediately. All hands on deck to salvage the carrier. Yes, the Eagle sailors were giving up on those warships. After all, there were too many to salvage to be of much value. Their submarine has attacked. It should have destroyed key equipment. Aircraft carriers are the center of gravity these days, especially the fighters. The carrier can't be salvaged for now. The fighters must be salvaged. Never let another dragon fishing boat salvage it. This is a dead order. They don't want to give a carrier fighter to the Dragon Kingdom sailors. That's over 50 fighters. Once acquired by the Dragon Kingdom, they are going to face being attacked by their own fighters. Chapter 214, War Clouds Loom. World Panic. Heavyweight. 2 aircraft carriers are on their way to the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Eagle sailors hold Dragon sailors responsible. The sinking of the aircraft carrier may expose the 2 countries to a great conflict. The Eagle sailors did not declare war outright, but they were not without action either. The first step was to urgently mobilize 2 aircraft carriers to the area of the incident. That's a lot of news. After all, wherever there's a problem, The first thing the Eagles mobilize is their carriers. Now that two major carrier battle groups have been urgently deployed, it means a major crisis is over. The Eagles sailors acted in such a way, even if they didn't say anything, it was self-evident. Everyone's eyes are on the Dragon Kingdom waters. My God, the Eagle sailors have put out a third of their sailor force. There's the potential for violent clashes, and that's very worrying. Together with the Intrepid, that's 3 carrier battle groups entering the Dragon Kingdom's waters, and that's going to be a huge cloud of war. It's horrible. In the past, moves like this by the Eagle sailors have often meant war. It's really too anxiety-inducing. If a violent clash does break out, this has the potential to turn into a major war, which is a sign of World War III. Stupid. The whole world is stupid. Everyone is getting scared. No one is unafraid of war, especially a clash between the two most powerful fleets on the surface, which, once fought, is bound to be very violent. And at this time, those parties whose warships were crashed by the fishing boats, at this time there is also a small plan that is also hoping to be able to limit the pressure, so that the dragon sailors to give in, like extending their salvage time. Even Sakura Mizukichi spoke directly. If the Dragon Kingdom won't allow us to salvage the warship, then we will also send more warships into the Dragon Kingdom's waters. You could say that the other side is using this as a threat to make a profit. An extra force at this time is definitely enough to compromise the Dragon Kingdom sailors. After all, it's impossible not to be scared when something so big has happened. And the other minions have followed suit, all making statements, though not yet sending warships. But it's obvious that we're going to take advantage of the two carrier groups coming to take advantage of the situation. Soon, such pressure was indeed given to the side of the dragon sailors. There's a heated discussion going on at the moment. Elder Ling, I didn't expect the Dauntless carrier to really sink. All that Chen Fan said has been done. I really don't know what the hell he did. We're not monitoring anything out of the ordinary, He Yuan said with a serious face, still having some joy in his heart. After all, it's like New Year's Eve to watch an enemy carrier sink. Although the consequences were serious, He Yuan wasn't too scared. The other party was strong, but they weren't weak either. Old ho! Chen Fan has indeed done something amazing, but it's also pissed off the Eagles, with their two carrier battle groups coming over. We're under a lot of pressure. If their boys come along, we'll be in real trouble, the head of the Beiyang Marine Division said with some anxiety. Granted, they also have a carrier group, but if they go out, it will only inflame things. The carrier standoff will only get more and more tense, and once both sides go off the rails, a major war could really come to a head. I don't think that's enough to worry about. The Eagles are trying to save face. Their battle group will come, but drying the others will not dare to come back. They are just trying to buy time to salvage the warship. I'm sure our fishing boats have made a big impression on the other side. The head of the East China Sea sailor smiled and shook his head. The Eagles' little brothers to help cheer is fine. A little money may also be possible, but let them really do it. That's a wimp. It's a power mismatch. The other side doesn't have the guts. Well, why don't we just extend their salvage time a bit? Half a month is indeed a bit short, and at a depth of 500 meters, I'm afraid 2 or 3 months won't do. However, when He Yuan heard this, he shook his head and rejected it directly. No, Chen Fan won't agree. He's got his eye on these warships. The forces are now running to salvage aircraft carriers. Just now is the time for them to show their tricks. He Yuan knows Chen Fan. He's not afraid of anything. He's got his eye on these ships. Also wants to be converted into a fishing boat. You can't make a decision without the other party's consent. No extension is fine. Just what about the two carrier battle groups? Let's go. Or let Chen Fan go. Can he top that? The head of the Beiyang Marine Division said solemnly. They won't be afraid of them. It's their territory. They have a duty to defend it. Not to say they have the strength. Even if the strength is not as good as the other side, then they still have to charge up with the top bayonet. Only this time it's them who are cooperating with Chen Fan. Now the carrier hasn't arrived yet. We'll have to see what Chen Fan has to say about this. And at this time, Elder Ling listened to the opinions of all parties, and also said slowly, discuss this with Chen Fan first. I'm sure the boy has his own plans. The eagle is obviously trying to aggravate the conflict and catch the fish. We'd be taking their bait if we were really tough. My opinion is that if Chen Fan can hold his own, let's just not make a move from start to finish. The Navy didn't do anything about the warship. Now that the carrier is sinking, they'd better not make a move either. Once it's out of the way, it's going to complicate things, and this gets involved. The Eagles have an excuse to get involved militarily, going to salvage their carrier. There is no way to get the carrier. Now that Chen Fan has sunk it according to the agreement, he can't lose the ship for nothing. I support Elder Ling's opinion. This is something we'd better cool down, play straight Tai Chi and don't take this from the other side. And certainly not the Eagle carrier battle group like nobody's business. we can still continue to take credit for our fishing boats. He Lao smiled and nodded. He was hitting on Chen Fan's idea. The other side does have money, and it doesn't hurt to crash a few fishing boats. If that's the case, they can do more. They can't do it, so let the fishing boats block the carriers. Aha. Looks fine to me. Get Chen Fan's opinion. We cooperate fully. Elder Ling made a direct decision. Soon He Yuan directly contacted Chen Fan, who also agreed to this one opinion. Okay, I'll take care of this. It's just 2 carrier groups. Since I was able to sink an aircraft carrier, and also to be able to make a second ship, a third ship, I'd like to see them. If they still dared to come in. Chen Fan smiled. His super barnacles were enough. The other party dared to come. Then he dared to let the other party have no return. Anyway, no one can find out about this and he's staying away from the carrier formation. They can't be blamed for this anymore. Chapter 215, Want to salvage a warplane? I'm afraid you're imagining things. It's gonna take a while for the Eagle's carrier group to get here. Chen Fan is not only continuing to acquire a large number of fishing boats to cope with the carrier group. On the other hand, they're salvaging airplanes that fell off the carriers. This thing is also very important. Since it fell into the sea, it all belongs to him. Chen Fan's orders to the fishermen are, let the gringos salvage an airplane. It's all because we didn't try hard enough. At one point, dozens of fishing boats once again began to drop nets in the neighborhood. Fortunately, Chen Fan was also prepared for these airplanes, which had naturally been fished away by the squid. It's slowly dragging the plane around. Only the eagles weren't so bad this time. They were also the first to keep an eye on where these planes were going. There are so many of them, they can still be easily monitored. Commander, the fighters on the Intrepid seem to be moving toward the Dragon fishing boats, and in very large numbers. One of his men reported to the captain, who had been designated as the flagship. With the sinking of the carrier, this 110,000-ton destroyer becomes the most intimidating warship of all time. Damn it. No wonder these airplanes were salvaged by Dragon fishing boats for no apparent reason. There must be a reason for this. Send warships in pursuit at once. We absolutely cannot allow any more Dragon Kingdom fishing boats to salvage our fighters. Are you kidding? That's 50 or 60 airplanes. And also advanced warplanes. The number of these planes in the world, not into the top 10, can also enter the top 20. With these fighters, it's no problem to bully some small countries. As for the value of which is even higher, they absolutely cannot afford to lose face again. In a moment, the 2 destroyers gave chase. The carrier had sunk, and they had no more protection. And at this point it was their responsibility to protect the airplane as well. In particular, orders were given from Marine headquarters that they had to save the planes and make sure the carriers were intact. They're going to salvage the carrier in its entirety. The proprietor. Eagle warships coming our way. What do we do? Zhao Chang looked at the incoming destroyer, and although he didn't look scared, he was also a bit fretful. If the other side rushes in now, it will really affect their ability to salvage the airplane. What else? Hold them back. Send 5 fishing boats immediately. A combined fleet has never been feared, and now with 2 warships, what's there to say? Just block it. He doesn't have much, but he has a lot of boats. A new batch of 50 fishing boats has also arrived, and although there are some 5,000 or 6,000 tons in them, they're still very usable. You'll have no problem holding off the carrier group. Yes, soon. 5 fishing boats immediately came out, directly blocking the path of passage off. This move also made the Eagle warships a little hesitant. They knew that these fishing boats were very dangerous. Take shelter at once. Go around. Kidding. This is the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. The captain does not dare to be arrogant anymore. Really crashing into it. They are afraid of being swarmed and attacked. Their new carriers didn't come. No one's bottom line is too weak on the scene. Should bow down or bow down. Although bowing down to the fishermen is suffocating. But compared to the warship was crashed up, this is still tolerable. Just 2 warships trying to break through the blockade of nearly 100 fishing boats. Trying to get in there is no chance of that. Fishing boats are not weak in piloting skills, and there are still many of them. So it's more than enough to defend against 2 warships. They've been at it for nearly an hour, but they haven't been able to enter the core area. At this time the fishing boats in the core area have already begun to collect the nets. Once again, the crowd erupted in fierce cheers. Has fished out another airplane. Oldly actually fished out another airplane. This kid is too lucky. That's the second one. Oh my god. I got an airplane too. Great. I'm going to be able to honor my ancestors too. Ha ha. Ha ha. I've got one too. I've got one too. I can finally turn in my airplane to the state too. How come I haven't gotten one yet? This can't be good. I have to get one. Everyone else has two. I can't afford to fall behind. For a while, The captains of the fishing boats were a little anxious. After all, everyone else had fished out 2 airplanes, and they hadn't even opened yet. You won't be able to brag about it when you go ashore. It'll be so humiliating. At this moment, all of them are staring at the fishing net, only wishing to be able to fish up one. Just one. They will be relieved. And their expectations have not been disappointed. Soon, a plane was fished out once again. It's safe to say that with 80 fishing boats launching their nets, at least half of them are getting something. The chances of that are very high. At this point, one of the planes has surfaced. That's gonna make the Eagle commander furious. Damn it! Why? Obviously we extended the search to 30 nautical miles. Why do you still allow the Dragon Kingdom fishermen to take advantage of the situation? These airplanes are going right into the fishing boats like they have eyes. Commander Eagle is completely dumbfounded. This is so bizarre. The plane moved by itself and was able to say that it was the movement of the ocean currents. But drilling straight into the area where the fishing boats launch their nets can be really puzzling. And they can't figure it out even if they think about it. Why is this happening? Commander, are we just going to watch the plane get fished out? Aren't we going to do anything else? A captain asked incredulously. Their warships couldn't break in. Was that the end of it? Just do nothing? They're warships. They're just fishing boats. When have they been so passive that they can't even deal with fishing boats? What do you want to do? The commander looked at the middle-aged man who stepped forward. Instead, the other party said grimly, "We can shell it." Young warned them, "Let them go. This captain is a combat fanatic." In his opinion, even if it is not possible to use weapons here directly to war, but the sanctity of their warships is inviolable. It's not possible to directly attack a fishing boat, but it's okay for them to fire warning shots, right? They must be deterred. Their morale must be boosted. The sinking of the carrier has left many in fear and trepidation. At this rate they are afraid they won't be able to hold out until the carrier battle group arrives. The dragon warships are watching us. The commander was hesitant. After all, it was a direct artillery attack. It was a weapon. Although the Dragon Kingdom sailors have retreated to the back, they are not doing nothing. They are merely monitoring the periphery. And it can be said that their every move is still being monitored. It could even be directed at them. The ship is invisible to the naked eye, but the radar is locked onto them. Commander, we're the mighty Eagle sailors. Never be intimidated by a fishing boat. Otherwise the Rokkoku would still be using fishing boats to block our carrier battle groups. Our escort warships, we must clear the way for the carriers. The middle-aged captain said solemnly, speaking with a sense of justice. The Eagle commander is thoroughly impressed. It is indeed their duty. They must break this one tactic. Otherwise hundreds of fishing boats are once again in the way. What can be done? Yes, I command. Warning shots at the dragon fishing boats.